Chapter 1. Congratulations on becoming a member of Eternal Rest. In the sweltering heat of August, the ground seemed to be scorched by the sun, as if it were about to reveal another layer beneath. The hurried passers-by were cloaked in a veil of impatience and unease. Sheng Shui gazed up at the weathered, dilapidated tube building, its walls draped in a tangle of ivy, and took a deep breath. Having graduated from a rather obscure major, Sheng Shui found herself unemployed until she miraculously secured an interview with this company. Little did she know, her luck had turned for the worse upon her arrival. She discovered the company was on the brink of collapse, and her task, along with several other new employees, was to collect debts. This task posed a significant challenge for Sheng Shui, who had just entered the workforce, however. Nothing was more terrifying than the affliction of poverty. She looked up at the tube building, shrouded in the sun's blind spot, and stepped inside. Following the information provided by the company, Sheng Shui arrived at the door of room 1404. The door was thickly coated in dust, suggesting it had been unoccupied for quite some time. The hallway was cluttered with debris and dust, leading Sheng Shui to question whether anyone had lived there at all. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. No response. Leaning closer, she strained to listen, but there was no sound of footsteps from within. After waiting for another 2 minutes, she prepared to knock again when her phone suddenly rang. She pulled out her phone, and since she was holding the address slip, she didn't even glance at the caller ID before instinctively answering. Hello? Dear member, we have detected that you will meet an untimely demise at midnight tonight. Would you like to join the Eternal Rest app for an extension of life? Enroll now to enjoy our safety services. Before Sheng Shui could utter a word, a sweet, melodic voice on the other end continued, leaving her utterly perplexed. What on earth? Curious, Sheng Shui opened the screen to see who was pranking her. To her astonishment, the caller ID displayed no number at all. How absurd. Was someone intentionally trying to provoke her? The door to 1404, which was adjacent to 1405, creaked open slightly, confirming that the voice she had just heard was not merely a figment of her imagination. An elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and her head wrapped in a cobalt blue scarf, peered out from the doorway, her half-visible visage appearing particularly eerie in the dimly lit corridor. Little girl, are you looking for the residents of 1404? She inquired, her voice raspy. Sheng Shui scrutinized the woman's partially obscured face and noted the white scars etched into her wrinkled skin, causing her to squint slightly. The woman seemed to be hiding behind the door, as if wary of something lurking nearby. Maintaining her composure, Sheng Shui replied, Yes. Are they not home? They have long since passed away, the old woman said, her expression unchanged, though the gloomy atmosphere made it difficult for Sheng Shui to see her clearly. With a hint of warning in her tone, she added, The owner of this apartment met an untimely end. We usually avoid lingering at their door. It's considered bad luck. You should leave quickly. Untimely end. The phrase echoed ominously in Sheng Shui's mind, having been repeated twice in a short span of time, prompting her to furrow her brow in unease. However, being a staunch materialist, she quickly dismissed the unsettling feeling and shifted her thoughts back to her job. Since the owner had already died, it stood to reason that her debt collection task was effectively over. Surely, she couldn't be expected to collect debts from the deceased. With this thought in mind, she looked up at the old woman and offered a smile. Thank you, grandmother. Sheng Shui nodded and, as she turned to leave, cast one last penetrating glance at the elderly woman. If merely standing at the doorway was deemed inauspicious, why then was she still residing across the hall? As she descended the stairs, Sheng Shui noticed that the sky had grown considerably darker, the corridors lighting nearly indistinguishable from that of night. It was still relatively early. Sheng Shui squinted, thoroughly scanning her surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion? Feeling a bit unsteady and sensing an air of the uncanny, she quickened her pace to exit the building. Once outside, the warm sun bathed her in its rays, dissipating some of the eerie sensations that had clung to her, allowing her a moment to message her supervisor. Residing in a remote neighborhood, Sheng Shui, burdened by financial constraints, rarely dined out and typically prepared her own meals. Fortunately, her culinary skills were commendable. After preparing a pot of soup, she settled at the table, ready to indulge in some videos to pass the time. It was then that she noticed a new application had appeared on her phone. The app, a strange black and red design, featured a human figure lying in bed at its base. while the words eternal rest sprawled across the remaining space in bold crimson, with an unsettling, blood-like drip trailing beneath each letter. Not again, with eternal rest. The sight of these words sent a chill down Sheng Shui's spine. Despite being a firm believer in science, this moment felt excessively surreal. Setting aside the possibility that her phone was infected with a virus, she realized the app was still in the process of installing, with no trace of it in the App Store. Defeated, she glanced at her phone for any new directives from her supervisor, then powered it off, forcing herself to disregard the bizarre occurrence. She recited the core socialist values to herself several times before returning to the kitchen to gather a substantial amount of garlic for her bedroom. Just in case, she also retrieved a kitchen knife. After all, garlic was said to ward off evil, while a knife could serve as a means of defense. Fortunately, the rest of the evening passed without incident. Sheng Shui quietly enjoyed her dinner, then nestled into bed to watch a variety show. In the show, her favorite celebrities were engaged in an escape room challenge. Viewing the escape room scenario from an observer's standpoint was quite amusing. Sheng Shui found herself laughing heartily, especially when she witnessed an NPC pursuing a tall male actor wielding a large knife, eliciting cries of terror from him. Before she knew it, the clock struck 23:50. Her phone ceased playing the video, revealing the time on the screen. This had always served as her reminder to sleep, yet tonight it felt eerily ominous. She couldn't help but recall the phone call she had received earlier. Just then, a series of notification sounds from WeChat interrupted her thoughts, all originating from her supervisor. Without needing to open the messages, she knew they would be filled with complaints and task assignments. Following the words installing, a progress indicator appeared, displaying 44.44. So many fours. Sheng Shui felt a strange unease creeping in. Was this merely a coincidence? Had she inadvertently attracted some ill fortune today? In a moment of panic, she opened her supervisor's messages, hoping to glean some information to quell her spiraling thoughts. However, to her surprise, not a single voice message contained reprimands. The final voice message from her supervisor carried a low tone, laden with an unsettling gravity. Xiao Sheng, Wang Gu is not being unreasonable. I failed to investigate properly. I only just learned that this family has been deceased for 14 years, and that the entire building has been vacated within the same year due to the circumstances of their deaths. How could you possibly encounter anyone there? Don't tell me you were lying to me. Cobalt blue scarf? I inquired with relatives in the police department today. The family met a horrific fate. It is said that the debtor brutally murdered his wife and daughter, then perished in their home on the night of the 7th day after their death. Soon after, the entire building's residents either died or left. They call this building a haunted house, and no one dares to live there. Wang Guest's voice echoed in the stillness of the night, leaving Sheng Shui breathless. She glanced at the time. 23:58. Only 2 minutes remained until the sweet voice had warned of midnight. Suddenly, Sheng Shui caught a flicker of movement from the corner of her eye and instinctively turned to look out the window. This time, it was not an illusion. She clearly saw a flash of vivid cobalt blue outside. It had come for her. 23:59. A thud resonated in the living room, akin to a body being forcefully thrown to the ground, accompanied by the screams of a woman and the wails of a child. The source of the piercing cries emanated from the kitchen. A chill ran down Sheng Shui's spine as she furrowed her brow and cautiously moved to the edge of her bed, now convinced she had encountered something sinister. She opened her phone and began searching for information. 14 years ago, a murder case shocked the city. A husband, after losing a bet, returned home drunk and ruthlessly killed his wife and daughter, dismembering their bodies in an exceedingly brutal manner. Damn! Sheng Shui scanned her surroundings. After a moment's thought, she tucked the garlic into her pocket, gripped the kitchen knife tightly, and fixed her gaze on the door. Midnight was nearly upon her. The screams of the woman and child had faded, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and the jarring scrape of a knife dragging across the floor. The noise grew ever closer. It was approaching her room. This moment, the metallic scent of blood and the aroma of alcohol in the air had become overwhelmingly pronounced, impossible to ignore. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed precisely at midnight, 12 a.m. Sheng Shui held her breath and slowly rose to her feet. Yet, whatever lurked outside the door seemed to lack patience. As soon as the last echo faded, it brandished a machete and struck it against the door. Sheng Shui only heard a tremendous crash as the shoddy wooden door trembled precariously. But at that moment, time appeared to freeze. Even the door, which had been cleaved, halted in its descent. The space itself stagnated, and the hands of the clock ceased their relentless movement. Only Sheng Shui remained capable of motion. At that instant, her phone rang abruptly. Uncertain of the reason, an instinctive feeling urged her that it was somehow connected to this call. She promptly answered, and unsurprisingly, an unknown number flashed on the screen. Dear member, congratulations on successfully joining the Xiaozhongxing app and becoming a formal member. As you're a new member, our company will provide you with a complimentary security service. Please register within tonight. Any delays will be at your own risk. You are safe throughout the night. Welcome aboard, and may you enjoy your life. Moi. The sweet, girlish voice remained unchanged, albeit with a hint more enthusiasm than earlier in the afternoon. Sheng Shui keenly grasped the critical information. She would be safe tonight. She swiftly switched pages without disconnecting the call, and as anticipated, the bizarre app had completed its installation on the home screen. The silhouette of the person reclining on the app was somewhat indistinct, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. With a frown of discontent, Sheng Shui opened the app, where she was prompted to enter a nickname for registration. She typed several names in succession, only to find them all taken. Time was of the essence, each second precious. She finally gritted her teeth and entered Yanggang Nan, then pressed confirm. The page spun twice before displaying registration successful. At that moment, it seemed as if time had fulfilled its purpose. The clock resumed its slow march. The cleaved door fell, yet the entity outside made no move to enter. It appeared no longer inclined to harm her. An absurd thought surged within Sheng Shui's mind, yet it required verification. She glanced at her screen. The call had been disconnected. Without hesitation, she accessed her call log and pressed the button to dial the number again. It was evidently nonsensical for an unknown number to connect, yet the events of the night had already upended Sheng Shui's understanding of reality, making such reasoning moot. To her surprise, the call was quickly answered. The sweet voice did not respond immediately, but paused before cheerfully stating, "Dear member." Before it could continue, Sheng Shui hastily interjected, "Am I absolutely safe tonight?" The voice seemed taken aback by her question, as if it had not anticipated a member would dare to initiate the call. Nevertheless, it dutifully replied, "Yes, indeed." "And what about tomorrow night?" Sheng Shui pressed further. The sweet voice fell silent. After a brief moment, a somewhat eerie tone emerged. "I'm afraid, dear member, our company only provides one night of security. Please strive to survive until tomorrow night." Hee hee hee. Hee hee, you're in for it. Clang. Sheng Shui hung up the phone amidst its unpleasant laughter. At that moment, the door outside the room swung open. Clearly, they intended to leave. Sheng Shui's gaze shifted. They thought they could come and go as they pleased. Not so easily. If that call marked the beginning, it could also control the spirits. Since it promised her absolute safety tonight, why not eliminate this threat once and for all? Having swiftly contemplated the sequence of events and the stakes involved, Sheng Shui grasped the kitchen knife and pursued the male spirit just as it opened the door. "Die, scoundrel!" Sheng Shui bellowed. "You think you can escape? Not a chance. If she allowed it to flee today, tomorrow would spell disaster for her." Sheng Shui was acutely aware of this. Thus, she wielded the knife with fierce determination. The male spirit, adept in all vices during his life, drinking, gambling, and worse, met a grim fate, his appearance grotesque, as if he had endured unspeakable torment, his skin resembling a patchwork of rags, akin to a doll. At this moment, his greedy gaze fixated on Sheng Shui's porcelain-white skin, his bloodied tongue lapping at the corners of his decayed mouth. In a swift motion, Sheng Shui brought the knife down upon his face. The male spirit recoiled in pain, resembling a tattered doll, crumbling at the slightest strike. As if fearing some unspeakably dreadful fate, he covered his face with both hands, trying desperately to keep his flesh intact, the half-meter-long knife clattering to the ground. Momentarily stunned, Sheng Shui seized the opportunity to retrieve the fallen weapon. This knife, appearing weathered and stained with blood, reminded her of the male spirit's heinous acts, murdering his wife and child, and now attempting to take her life due to a debt. With no hint of mercy left in her heart, she aimed the knife at the spirit's vulnerable spots. As Sheng Shui lunged forward, A glimmer of malice flickered in the spirit's eyes, his hands still shielding his face as if contemplating some sinister plan. Suddenly, his gaze darted behind Sheng Shui. It seemed he had glimpsed something extraordinarily terrifying, and the fear plastered across his face was palpable. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to scream, but ultimately stifled it. Instead, he stumbled backward in a frantic retreat. Recognizing his intent to flee, Sheng Shui advanced, knife in hand. The blade sliced through him as effortlessly as it would a ripe watermelon, the separation precise and swift. The decayed head bounced away like a ball, producing a dull thud as it rolled to a corner, finally coming to a halt. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered on just as the male spirit's head hit the ground. Sheng Shui, still gripping the knife, found herself unable to exhale in relief as her gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner. There crouched a little girl clad in red. She was shrouded in the shadows of the dim light, her features obscured. At that moment, her hands appeared to be caressing some spherical object. Wait a moment. Sheng Shui glanced over at the headless male spirit. That was no mere ball, it was the spirit's severed head. Thus, this figure was not a little girl but a ghost. The garment she wore was not simply red upon closer inspection. It was soaked in blood. Sheng Shui recalled the earlier cries of a little girl from the kitchen, her heart racing as she regarded the apparition with heightened vigilance. It seemed likely that she was one of the victims from 14 years ago, the spirit's daughter. Under Sheng Shui's watchful gaze, the little girl rose expressionlessly, cradling the male spirit's head, slowly approaching Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui's breath caught in her throat. She felt an urge to flee, yet her feet felt as if they were glued to the floor, rendering her immobile. With wide eyes, she realized the perilous nature of her situation. In mere moments, the little girl stood before her. She lifted her face, revealing a pallid countenance that seemingly pierced through Sheng Shui's very soul. Just as Sheng Shui braced for some untold horror, the little girl did nothing more than offer her a blood-soaked rag doll. Then, she turned and walked away. The instant her foot left the ground, Sheng Shui regained the ability to move. The little girl stood in the corridor, clutching the male spirit's head. Beside her, a woman donned in a deep blue scarf, dragging the headless corpse. In the dim light, Sheng Shui discerned the woman's features were a gruesome sight, marred by deep, bone-exposing scars. Her blue scarf was no longer pristine, stained with blood. Clutching the knife, Sheng Shui held her breath, transfixed as the mother and daughter duo dragged the dismembered spirit into the elevator. Upon returning to her room, Sheng Shui was still shaken. The event she had just endured had shaken the very foundations of her long-held materialistic beliefs over the past 2 decades. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Shui retrieved her phone and opened the eerie application. Chapter 2. Establishing a transaction. The app's interface was pitch black, with text rendered in a disconcerting crimson hue, evoking a sense of unease. At the top of the pure black screen, sections for tasks and communication were displayed. The task section remained blank, while the communication section was teeming with posts. Determined to uncover the nature of this app and the events it might entail, Sheng Shui opted to peruse the communication section first. Upon entering, she noticed several pinned announcements, but her attention was wholly captivated by a particular post below. Let's discuss the delectable humans encountered over the years. Sheng Shui. What does this mean? Why refer to them as delectable humans? A wave of dread washed over her. Could it be that engaging with this app ultimately led to cannibalism? Or worse, would the outcome be her own consumption? As she pressed the link, she fervently hoped that the latter was not the case. Upon clicking, Sheng Shui discovered that the poster's ID was Jiao Qiao Qitang Yanxi Gui. The individual known as Jiao Qiao Qitang Yanxi Gui meticulously recounted an incident in their dungeon where a few individuals arrived, displaying such astonishing foolishness that they became ensnared and were subsequently devoured. In conclusion, the poster asserted that the flesh of young women was far more delectable than that of men. Sheng Shui instinctively touched her arm, continuing to read. The poster elaborated on their circumstances, detailing how they terrified those who dared to breach the rules, culminating in a feast of satisfaction. Breaching the rules. These 4 words caused Sheng Shui's brow to furrow slightly, wondering if being consumed was a consequence of breaking the rules or perhaps committing some taboo. Regrettably, there were no subsequent comments addressing this matter. Sheng Shui skimmed through the entire post, growing increasingly uneasy. How could this not resemble the words of a living person? Moreover, each poster's name contained the character for ghost, and the tone of their narratives was distinctly unlifelike, akin to that of spirits. From their discourse, it appeared that the food they referred to consisted of individuals who entered their dungeon for tasks, and they devised various methods to leave behind morsels. Of course, the exclusive hanging ghost had spoken of rules. Perhaps this was a crucial element. Having finished perusing the posts, Sheng Shui found the clues rather scarce. She hastily exited to continue her search for more information. The next post title was somewhat more conventional. What on earth are these useless scraps of paper? Who wants them? Upon entering, Sheng Shui found an image in the background depicting a bloodied, mangled hand clutching several colorful cards. Faintly, she could discern words like frozen and immunity inscribed on the cards. The comments below echoed sentiments of agreement, but Sheng Shui did not linger on this post and quickly exited. She continued to browse several more posts, only to find they were all complaints. However, unlike typical complaints, these were articulated in a tone reminiscent of the deceased. They lamented the absence of palatable human sustenance and expressed concern over the increasing difficulty of capturing incoming food. After perusing for some time, Sheng Shui still felt perplexed until she stumbled upon a newly refreshed post, her finger instinctively clicking on it. New ghost photos, seeking experienced ghost to guide. The leading image was a terrifying sight. A bloodied face with a half-exposed eyeball, desperately attempting to appear cute with a decayed lip. Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui. Suddenly awakening from her stupor, Sheng Shui realized with clarity. This was, without a doubt, a ghost forum. Yet, how had she, a living person, ended up in such a ghostly gathering? Perplexed, Sheng Shui was about to scroll further when her phone vibrated twice. She glanced at the top of the taskbar, revealing an unread message. Upon opening it, her expression gradually hardened. Shurshi Village was once a picturesque haven, resembling a paradise, but a curse has drastically altered this beautiful village. With the arrival of night, villagers no longer step outside their homes. This monotonous existence has wearied them, prompting their decision to invite a master to lift the curse in 5 days, in hopes of returning to their former lives. Task. Level. Countdown to entry. 22 hours, 36 minutes. Sheng Shui noted the time entering the task would occur precisely at midnight tomorrow. Entering a task at such an hour was inherently ominous. Thus, when the sweet female voice mentioned surviving until tomorrow night, it was not a warning of male ghosts seeking revenge, but rather an indication that she would directly enter this dungeon-like scenario. This was troublesome. The asterisks for the task and level further indicated that matters would not be straightforward. What, then, was the nature of this task? Would it be revealed upon entry, or would it remain undisclosed, requiring her to navigate it herself? Sheng Shui dared not gamble. One thing was certain. This task was undoubtedly connected to the village. She needed to make some preparations. Unable to sleep anyway, Sheng Shui decided to turn on the light and gather her belongings. Who knew what era of the village she was heading to belong to? If it was a time of scarcity, dying of hunger would be a tragic fate. Thus, she packed all the instant noodles from her refrigerator into a large backpack she had purchased for hiking, which could hold numerous items. She also stuffed in several beverages from her home. Moreover, it would be wise to bring some extra clothing in case she had to sleep outdoors in the village. Sheng Shui busily packed a multitude of items for over half an hour until she deemed it sufficient. Turning around, she noticed the tattered doll leaning against the wall and the large machete. These items were undoubtedly associated with ghosts who knew if there would be spirits during this task. Sheng Shui, bold and daring, believed the machete would prove useful, so she packed both items into her bag. By the time she finished, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and fatigue overwhelmed her. She collapsed on her bed and fell asleep. She slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning. After hastily consuming a light meal, Sheng Shui uncontrollably clicked on the app once more. The task section remained unchanged, but the countdown had shifted to 11 hours and 01 minutes. Sheng Shui glanced at the time. It was currently 10:59 in the morning. The communications section, however, was bustling with activity. Initially intending to browse casually, she unexpectedly discovered several new posts. One post caught her attention, titled "Help, seeking assistance from a senior ghost. Upon entering, the leading image depicted an old, abandoned well with several triangular packets resembling protective charms placed at its mouth. The poster's name was Well Drowning Ghost, who recounted the eerie nature of these items, stating that upon approaching the well, it experienced excruciating burning sensations. It hoped a senior ghost would engage in a trade to avoid being homeless. The comments below offered comfort, yet no ghost was willing to engage in a trade for the protective charms. Sheng Shui felt a surge of energy. So this app allowed for trading? Moreover, one could exchange items they were reluctant to approach. How astonishing. Furthermore, the items that Ghost feared likely had similar effects since she was about to enter a dungeon. This was the perfect opportunity. Sheng Shui promptly typed a comment. I want it. She hit send. Almost immediately, a private message appeared. Upon opening it, she found a message from the Well Drowning Ghost. Well Drowning Ghost. Thank you, esteemed ghost. Any form of compensation is acceptable. Masculine man. But how about chicken? Surely, there would be no issues with chicken, right? Ghosts should have an interest in meat, but Sheng Shui was not inclined to break the law, so chicken seemed most appropriate. She hastily picked it up and tried to shove it into her eye socket. However, she realized she had misaligned it. She quickly removed the eyeball and reinserted it. Could not work. After contemplating for a moment, she anxiously sent another message. Masculine man, is that not possible? Just as the well-drowning ghost was about to reinsert its eye, it panicked and quickly typed. Well-drowning ghost. Yes, it's possible. You're so kind, ghost brother. Sheng Shui closed the chat and went downstairs to buy chicken. Chickens were quite expensive these days. After much deliberation, Sheng Shui ultimately selected the smallest one. Upon returning home, she suddenly realized how the trade would work. What if the well-drowning ghost emerged from her phone screen to retrieve it? The image was too terrifying to contemplate. Fortunately, after some research, she discovered a scan to send option in the chat page's plus icon. Sheng Shui placed the chicken on the ground, clicked scan, and watched as the chicken vanished before her eyes. Had it truly gone? Sheng Shui felt a pang of doubt. Fortunately, her uncertainty did not linger long, as a barrage of messages from the well-drowning ghost soon flooded in. Then, in a flash of light, after clicking to extract, several charm-like items appeared before Sheng Shui. She collected these items and placed them in her backpack. Currently, these protective charms seem to affect ghosts, so Sheng Shui positioned them within easy reach in case of unexpected events. Sheng Shui resolutely refused the well-drowning ghost's request for something more intimate, asserting that she was not that kind of ghost. The well-drowning ghost was left in tears. Through this encounter, Sheng Shui understood that this forum allowed for the exchange of items and communication with ghosts. Now equipped with these protective charms, she felt adequately prepared. What? Those ghost charms? The young man, speaking in this moment, bore an expression of sheer terror in his eyes. The vengeful spirit from the well has claimed her victims. This malevolent specter, often referred to as the well ghost, epitomizes extreme horror. Any sound made near her dwelling triggers her deadly wrath. Yet, the crucial item needed to escape the dungeon lies within that very well, rendering silence an impossibility. Several seasoned veterans, who had successfully navigated numerous quests, have already fallen prey to the clutches of the well ghost. They find themselves at their wits' end. Contemplating their final trump card, despair clouded the young man's gaze. Is it possible that even the talisman of the spirits cannot restrain her? Communication with the outside world is severed within the confines of the dungeon, but their organization, having endured through the ages, undoubtedly possesses its own methods. Beep. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed, abruptly cutting off the communication. In such dire circumstances, the premature termination of the call portends grave misfortune for the young man. Damn it! The leader cursed at the disconnected phone, realizing that yet another member had succumbed. At 11:50, the well-equipped and fully prepared Sheng Shui lay on her bed, her eyes fixed intently on the screen of her phone. In just 10 minutes, she would be entering the dungeon. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She pondered whether she might encounter any peril upon entry. What if she were to face a ghost the moment she stepped inside? With that thought, she sprang from her bed, laden with her bags, and swiftly secured a protective talisman around her neck. After a moment's consideration, she decided to conceal the remaining 2 charms. One was tucked into her pocket, while the other found its resting place in her shoe. The latter she deliberately positioned at the heel, allowing a small portion of the charm to peek out. If it were placed beneath her foot, its protective properties would be rendered ineffective. Having completed her preparations, the clock struck 11:58. As the clock approached 59, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and she gradually slipped away into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The Cursed Village. Once again, Shang Shui opened her eyes to find herself standing at the entrance of a bustling shop. The street was sparsely populated, with only a few hurried passers-by, their attire distinctly reminiscent of a bygone era. Unlike the midnight of the real world, the sky was still illuminated, though the overcast weather rendered it ambiguous whether it was morning or afternoon. Observing the antiquated blue brick pavement and the aged buildings, Shang Shui realized she had likely arrived in a previous spatial dimension. This realization brought her a sense of relief, as it meant that the provisions she had brought would not go to waste. With this thought in mind, Shang Shui took out her phone to check for any updates in the task area. Unfortunately, the text displayed remained unchanged, though the communication zone was as lively as ever. However, Shang Shui lacked the energy to engage with it at the moment. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several figures approaching her. Among them were both men and women, their clothing equally out of place in this world, much like her own. She merely observed without rashly joining them. As the group drew nearer and caught sight of the phone in her hand, expressions of palpable relief washed over their faces. "A newcomer?" inquired a formally dressed man in a suit, his hairstyle meticulously styled, as if he belonged to an office environment rather than this peculiar setting. Shang Shui nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, one individual uttered a curse. Shang Shui turned to look at the speaker, a short, slender man clad in a nondescript black coat, easily overlooked in a crowd. His sharp features suggested an unfriendly demeanor. Observing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, he exhibited no signs of embarrassment or guilt. The task at hand was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in the loss of life. Entering at the stroke of midnight underscored the inherent danger of the situation, especially with so many individuals present. Astonishingly, there were even two newcomers amidst them. Newcomers signified instability and unreliability, and no one desired an excess of them within the group. The diminutive man could already foresee that this mission would undoubtedly be challenging, likely resulting in significant losses. The targeted newcomer, Shang Shui, narrowed her eyes. It was evident that this slight man was far from welcoming. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a woman clad in a black gown stepped forward from behind the suited man to mediate. "Who among us has not once been newcomer? Let us first discuss how to carry out the mission. After all, survival is of utmost importance." The woman in black possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet her voice rang clear, seemingly dispelling the clouds of unease that loomed over the group. Her words bore wisdom, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. However, the diminutive man's expression darkened further, as if her statement had struck a nerve. Yet, with the others in accord, he could only maintain a scowl, unable to voice his discontent. Under the guidance of the suited man, the group proceeded towards their resting place. According to him, he had found himself at the entrance of an inn upon opening his eyes, which would likely serve as their lodgings for the night. As they walked, Shang Shui discreetly surveyed her surroundings, noting a total of 10 individuals, 6 women and 4 men. Apart from the recently spoken suited man, the slight man, and the woman in black, the remaining members remained silent, absorbed in their journey without uttering a word. Among the women, apart from those donned in black dresses, the first to catch Shang Shui's attention was a girl clad in a pristine white tracksuit. She appeared quite youthful and was evidently anxious, glancing around nervously as she walked. Moreover, she seemed to unconsciously gravitate towards the man in the suit, as if she feared some dreadful entity lurked nearby. The disdain the slender, short man exhibited towards newcomers suggested that among this group, there was likely at least one other newcomer present. Based on her observations, Shang Shui surmised that the other newcomer was probably the girl in the tracksuit. Not far from the inn, they arrived without Shang Shui needing to scrutinize the others any further. She glanced at the name of the establishment, Happy Inn. The group entered, led by the suited man who expertly guided them to a private room at the far end. Though referred to as a private room, it was rather rudimentary, The building appeared distinctly antiquated, making them feel out of place. However, the others seemed oblivious, or perhaps in the eyes of the locals. This group was no different from them. The man in the suit had evidently assumed the role of leader among the group. He swiftly outlined the layout of the inn for everyone. According to his account, he had inquired with the innkeeper, who informed him that the second and third floors were designated for guests, while the fifth floor was reserved for the owner. Each floor contained 3 rooms, indicating that both the second and third floors would accommodate their party. But what of the fourth floor? Just as the suited man completed his briefing, the noticeably anxious girl in the tracksuit interjected with a question. With palpable urgency, she sought clarity on the fourth floor, eager to resolve any uncertainties that lingered in her mind. A novice, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of this realm, becomes a mere source of trouble within the dungeon. Each individual here grapples with the pressing concern of survival, and those with overly generous hearts seldom venture far. They may grow old, yet the fate of the overly benevolent is a tale oft repeated. Moreover, within the confines of this dungeon, the number 4 inherently symbolizes misfortune. The wiry man emitted a discontented grunt, prompting her to imperceptibly tremble for a moment. Shang Shui cast a few glances towards a girl in athletic wear. Her psychological resilience was evidently lacking. However, such behavior could be understood. After all, a perfectly ordinary person thrust into this environment would naturally be engulfed by fear of the unknown. Regrettably, there are far fewer compassionate souls in this dungeon than in the real world. As a newcomer herself, Shang Shui could only remain quietly observant, refraining from speaking out of turn. The others were seasoned veterans of the dungeon. Their serious demeanor served as a warning that one must not take this environment lightly, for it undoubtedly harbors terrifying entities. They likely possess knowledge of numerous taboos, and it is crucial not to offend the elders unless absolutely necessary, lest one fall prey to unforeseen calamities. Though Shang Shui remained ignorant of the specific horrors that might befall one in this dungeon, the sweet female voice she had heard over the phone hinted ominously at the specter of death. Now, as each individual introduced themselves, the man in the suit, after a moment of silence, to express his discontent with the girl in athletic wear, surveyed the room with a grave expression. Our professions and areas of expertise are vital to our survival. Please treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Upon finishing his words, he noticed the expressions of those around him had turned serious, evidently pleased with the change. He took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Yu Jing, and I am the proprietor of a chain of hotels, skilled in personnel management and strategic planning. His proficiency in these areas aligned well with his performance during this brief time. Beside Yu Jing stood a girl clad in sportswear, who had been lingering close to him due to her lack of security. At that moment, she had regained some composure and softly stated, I am Wang Xiuwen, a recent university graduate in the real world. I excel in running. Implicitly, she conveyed her lack of distinctive talents or skills. After all, running holds limited utility in a perilous scenario. If confronted by a specter, no amount of speed would suffice. Moreover, she offered no value to the group. As a newcomer, exceptional personal skills might compensate for a lack of experience. Yet Wang Xiuwen's abilities were too trivial to command attention. This foreshadowed her inevitable neglect. The scorn in the eyes of the short, slender man intensified, while a flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Jing's gaze. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting and turned his attention to the next individual. The subsequent speaker was a woman in professional attire, possessing strikingly beautiful eyes and delicate features. Yet her aloofness was palpable. Her words confirmed this impression. She introduced herself as by Jingjing, a white-collar worker in a foreign enterprise, specializing in her job responsibilities. Yu Jing nodded in acknowledgement without further remark. Bai Jingjing was more experienced, and in his view, her skills were not lacking. Following her, the woman in the black dress, who had previously attempted to ease the tension, introduced herself as Tang Xiaoli, a kindergarten teacher. The woman exudes a remarkable charm, and it appears that everyone holds a favorable impression of her. In fact, due to her recent efforts to diffuse tension, the atmosphere is notably harmonious. The next speaker is an elderly gentleman who prefers to be addressed as Professor Qi. He identifies himself as a historian, specializing in modern and contemporary history, which proves to be quite advantageous. Everyone has accessed the task instructions on their phones, and they have discerned that they have been transported back several decades. Many of the items in the task are rather difficult to identify, requiring a certain level of knowledge. Having a history professor among them is indeed beneficial, and a sense of satisfaction flickers in Yu Jing's eyes. Following him is a short, slender man named Wang Gei, who claims to be a driver engaged in cargo transportation. Sheng Shui regards his diminutive stature and shifty demeanor with skepticism. Next comes a woman clad in a Chong Sam, her figure graceful and alluring, with voluminous waves cascading down her back. She introduces herself as Yu Shiqing and states that she is an English teacher, a profession that seems rather inconsequential in this context. After her, a woman adorned in luxurious designer attire takes the floor. From head to toe, she is draped in high-end labels, clearly projecting the image of a wealthy individual. Sheng Shui has already taken note of her and now glances at her, sensing a hint of restlessness. Under the collective gaze of the group, the affluent woman reveals her name as Li Mengya, explaining that she's a full-time daughter at home. When asked about her skills, an air of uncertainty crosses Li Mengya's face as she responds, "I excel at spending money and discerning the authenticity of luxury goods." Upon hearing the mention of money, Sheng Shui's eyes light up as she scrutinizes Li Mengya intently. Indeed, that is noteworthy. Li Mengya's entire outfit could rival several years' worth of salary for Sheng Shui, and that was only considering the painstaking savings accumulated through relentless toil and abstention from indulgence. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment as she pondered the abundance of wealthy heirs in the world. What harm would it do to have one more? When would it be her turn to be affluent? As her thoughts wandered, a dapper man had announced, "Su Sunan, forensic expert." Yu Jing's eyes lit up in an instant. The others present also cast their gaze towards Su Sunan, their interest unmistakably piqued. It was evident that Su Sunan's role would be significant. In scenarios where corpses frequently appeared, a forensic expert's knowledge would be invaluable, a commendable ally indeed. Yu Jing had already resolved to partner with Su Sunan and turned his attention to the final speaker, Sheng Shui. Amidst the scrutinizing glances of the crowd, this young woman was undeniably intriguing. She was strikingly beautiful, and unlike Wang Xiuwen, she exuded a rare calmness as a newcomer. Her back was burdened with a bulging mountaineering pack, lending her an air of mystery that captivated everyone's curiosity. At last, it was her turn. Facing the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Sheng Shui revealed an enigmatic smile, saying, "My surname is Wan, and I am proficient in the art of Qi Huang. You may call me Wen Banzian." The mention of Qi Huang and Wen Banzian caused the audience's eyes to widen in astonishment. Yu Jing's eyes grew round, and the others regarded Sheng Shui with expressions that suggested disbelief. Wang Gui's reaction was the most pronounced. He scoffed derisively, though the rest did not voice their skepticism. Their expressions indicated a degree of doubt. Yet, there seemed to be no need for discord, and thus, silence prevailed. Chapter 4. The Cursed Village 2 at that moment. A sudden clatter of footsteps echoed from the staircase. The group looked up to find that the inn was quite rudimentary, the creaking stairs made of wood resonating in the dimly lit corner. The poor lighting rendered Yu Jing and Tang Xiaoli's expressions rather grim. In this narrative, dark corners typically harbored no good, often concealing unspeakable dangers. The others appeared unfazed, while Sheng Shui directly gazed at the source of the sound. Within the collective gaze, a robust man clad in a cotton garment, with a dark complexion, emerged before them. He moved swiftly, nearly arriving in front of the group in the blink of an eye, and they all noted the large ring of keys hanging from his waist. The man's identity was unmistakable. He was evidently the proprietor of this humble inn. "Are you here to stay?" he inquired. "The rooms are ready. You may choose for yourselves." His icy gaze swept across the faces of the group without a hint of emotion. "Meals will be served downstairs at the designated hour. Do not expect to be waited upon if you arrive late." With that, he unfastened 5 keys from the large ring and placed them on the table before them with a resounding thud. Wang Xiuwen involuntarily shuddered, her face displaying palpable terror as a faint whimper escaped her lips. The others, however, focused their attention on the keys laid out on the table, each affixed with a room number. Upon observation, the second floor had rooms 204 and 205, while the third floor contained rooms 301 and 303. Another key lay face down, obscuring the room number. However, it appeared highly probable that it was located on the fifth floor. Yu Jing, seasoned by numerous tasks, was acutely aware that the proprietor before him might offer some hints regarding their mission. With a smile, he inquired, "Sir, are there any taboos in the hotel? Or perhaps you have some advice for us?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, unexpectedly revealed a rather uncanny smile. "It is advisable not to leave your room unnecessarily at night. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me. I reside on the fifth floor. Oh, and do not forget that someone will be arriving shortly to meet you." With that, he made no further delay and ascended the somewhat rickety wooden staircase, its creaking sounds unsettling the group. The expressions on their faces were not favorable. From the proprietor's remarks, they gleaned only a few rather vague pieces of information. First, there was an unclear room number. Among the 5 keys, one was face down, leaving them uncertain whether it belonged to the 5th or 4th floor. If it were indeed the 4th floor, it was not beyond the realm of possibility, as certain places only revealed their 4th floors under specific circumstances. Even if it were the 5th floor, it would not bode well. No one could assure them that the hotel's owner was human rather than a specter. After all, the 5th floor was where the proprietor resided. They were reluctant to recklessly turn the key to discover which room it belonged to. Instead, they contemplated allowing the occupant of that room to unlock it, thus shouldering the risk alone, for no one was willing to share that burden with them. The taboos within the scenario were numerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to an untimely demise, the cause of which would remain a mystery. Furthermore, it was advised against venturing outside at night. This principle was not particularly rare. Within the confines of the scenario, it was best to refrain from wandering out after dark. Lastly, they were expecting a group of individuals who were specifically seeking them. Reflecting upon the task that had been issued prior to entering the scenario, an air of speculation filled the group. These newcomers would be pivotal to the task at hand, perhaps even significant figures. However, the immediate concern remained the allocation of rooms for each individual. As they gazed at the keys laid upon the table, a somber mood enveloped them. None were fools. They understood that the key facing downwards likely concealed something ominous. No one wished to select that room, yet someone had to inhabit it. Yu Jing took a deep breath and suggested, "Let us draw lots to determine who will occupy that room." With that, he retrieved a small notebook from his bag, tore out several pages of identical size, inscribed 10 identical slips in the presence of the group, then folded and shuffled them. Each room number was represented by 2 slips. Those who drew the same number would become roommates. For a moment, everyone remained still. It was then that Sheng Shui, sensing the unusual silence, stepped forward to take one. She opened it before the group, revealing a blank piece of paper. In the midst of the crowd, a heavy silence enveloped the air as everyone momentarily held their breath. Then, glances of either schadenfreude or sympathy were cast towards Sheng Shui. They had just agreed that the key to the invisible room number was merely a blank piece of paper. And little did they expect that this self-proclaimed Wenbanzian would be so unfortunate as to draw the blank first. Perhaps this was for the best, as it eliminated one more unreliable individual from their ranks. The expressions of the crowd lightened considerably. With the most perilous room now excluded, the likelihood of danger had diminished. A boon for them all. Sheng Shui, holding the blank paper, remained indifferent to the gazes directed her way. She possessed something that even ghosts feared. Thus, even if they truly existed, she harbored no fear. Sometimes, it is the instigator of mischief who proves to be the most terrifying. Before long, the others began to draw lots, and it was not long before the second individual to draw a blank appeared, by Jingjing. The poised office worker displayed no sign of panic, as if nothing could faze her. Even if she were to enter what everyone deemed the most dangerous room, and her only ally appeared unreliable to outsiders, she remained unfazed. The participants in this scenario, preoccupied with survival, seldom made an effort to nurture their camaraderie, so no one offered condolences to the two of them. Even the newcomer, Wang Xiuan, merely wore a look of relief. With this hazardous room fully drawn, the remaining choices became significantly simpler. If a male and female drew the same room, they could easily swap. After all, it is often more harmonious for individuals of the same gender to be together. Soon, everyone had arranged their accommodations. Tang Xiaoli and Wang Xiuan settled in room 204, Yu Shiqing and Li Mengya in room 205, Yu Jing and Su Sunan in room 301, and Wang Gui and Qi Lao in room 303. Sheng Shui cast her gaze upon the forsaken key resting on the table. Everyone was aware of their designated rooms. It was now time for them to be informed. She picked up the key, which was distinctly different from the antiquated ones belonging to others, adorned with pristine white tape inscribed with a number 504. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Indeed, this room held an air of peculiarity. With the allocation of rooms concluded, all concurred with Yu Jing's assessment. The town was modest in size, its architecture resembling the dilapidated structures Sheng Shui had previously observed, exuding an aura of age and neglect. The streets were eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. After much searching, they finally spotted a tattered old beggar outside a tavern. A sense of disappointment flickered in their hearts. They had intended to inquire with the tavern owner, only to find him exceedingly wary, as if they bore the mark of a plague. This town was markedly insular. Reflecting on their journey, they realized that even when encountering others, those individuals wore grim expressions and hurried past them, as if contact would invite misfortune. Their gazes inevitably turned towards the old beggar at the tavern's entrance. He was now their only source of living interaction, and with dusk approaching, time was of the essence. They decided to take a chance. With this thought, Yu Jing stepped forward. The beggar was encrusted with mud and exuded an unbearable stench. Yet, Yu Jing maintained a composed demeanor, engaging him in conversation with an unwavering expression. Skillfully, she steered the dialogue towards the matters they sought to uncover. Although the beggar's words were disjointed, Yu Jing's mellifluous voice enticed him to share tales of his own illustrious past. However, everything transformed upon hearing the words Shirshi village. Madman. The old beggar's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the crowd, exclaiming, "The people in this village are all madmen." All madmen? The expressions of several individuals changed in unison, and no matter how they inquired further, he kept repeating those 4 words. Just as Yu Jing intended to crouch down and patiently ask more questions, a woman's voice echoed from behind them. "Someone is here to see you." Within the confines of this scenario, many elements defy scientific explanation, such as why this woman recognized them, or why the shopkeeper had allowed them their rest, yet she felt compelled to seek them out, as if they were cursed beings desperate to rid themselves of their burden. "Sister, the sky has darkened. I truly appreciate your efforts to come here. Please accept this small token of kindness," said one of them, as they followed the middle-aged woman. At that moment, Sheng Shui produced a steamed bun from her bag and placed it into the woman's arms. The middle-aged woman stared at the white bun in her hands, instinctively swallowing, her hesitation evident. Yet, she ultimately accepted it, her expression softening considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Shui quickly drew closer, linking arms with the woman to extract information, while occasionally glancing backward, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. The others were left speechless, witnessing this series of actions. The question lingered. How could one possibly bring a bun into a scenario like this? The crowd's perception of Sheng Shui shifted dramatically. In such scenarios, a middle-aged woman of her type typically served as an NPC, often privy to valuable information. However, due to the rather grim expression on the middle-aged woman's face, the elderly members of the group were left in a state of apprehension, unaware that the newcomer had swiftly taken the initiative. Yu Jing and the others were merely taken aback, but Wang Gui's countenance was particularly troubled. After all, he had just mocked this newcomer twice. If she were to take offense, she might very well choose to conceal vital information from him. In such perilous tasks, being out of the loop typically leads to dire consequences. Soon, amidst the peculiar formation of Sheng Shui and the middle-aged woman whispering as they walked ahead, the rest followed behind, and they arrived at the entrance of the Happy Inn. "Here we are. Young lady, you may enter," the middle-aged woman said, referring to Sheng Shui. who had quickly become her young sister. The expressions of the crowd were quite complex. Yet, even under the gaze of their unusual attention, Sheng Shui, with tears brimming in her eyes, waved her hand reluctantly, saying, "Sister, take care on your journey and look after your health." After speaking, she produced a few steamed buns and handed them to the middle-aged woman. The onlookers appeared somewhat numb to the situation. Evidently, she had brought more than just one bun. The middle-aged woman, now even more touched, glanced at the entrance of the Happy Inn before embracing Sheng Shui for a moment before departing. Their interaction resembled that of long-lost sisters, stirring a sense of curiosity in the others regarding the information alluded to by the woman. Yu Jing stepped forward as if to inquire, but alas, after the middle-aged woman left, a tall, robust, dark-skinned innkeeper soon appeared at the entrance. At that moment, he stood there with a grim expression, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, appearing rather intimidating. "Didn't I tell you to be wary? The townsfolk have no fondness for Taoists." Upon concluding his remarks, he lowered his voice, casting a warning glance. "If there's a next time, do not linger in my inn. You may as well find solace on the streets." His words were met with no skepticism. Having traversed nearly the entirety of this small town, they had thus far discovered but this solitary inn. Should he deny them accommodation? Given the exclusionary tendencies of the other townsfolk, they were convinced they would be left homeless. However, from his utterance, a novel term, Taoist, reached their ears. Typically, within such scenarios, they would be assigned a role. Thus, they pondered whether they themselves were Taoists, or if those seeking them bore that title. Kumin, after issuing his warning, the innkeeper, without waiting for the diverse expressions of contemplation among the group, opened the door, leading them to a room deep within the establishment. This room was quite dilapidated, with peeling walls and numerous patches of newspaper affixed in an effort to conceal the decay, presenting a rather rudimentary appearance. Yet, the occupants paid little heed to the surroundings, fixating intently on the individuals before them. Within the chamber stood several individuals clad in yellowish mud, two robust men at the forefront, their well-defined muscles indicative of a life of hard labor. Following them were two elderly men, likely in their 50s, whose stature was diminutive and attire unremarkable. One of them even walked with a limp. Nevertheless, they appeared to possess a degree of respectability, suggesting some status. As anticipated, through the self-introductions of the two elders, the group learned that the limping man was the village secretary of Shirshi village, while the other was the village head. "Benefactors, we are profoundly grateful for your arduous journey to aid us in Shirshi village. Your immense kindness shall be forever etched in our memories." The village chief of Shirshi village, upon seeing his benefactors, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly knelt down, but was promptly supported by Yu Jing and his companions. The chief urged not to stand on ceremony. Yu Jing wore a perfectly crafted smile, having already ascertained that their roles were those of Taoist priests, and thus intended to inquire about certain matters. "Could you elaborate on the peculiar occurrences within the village?" Chapter 5. The cursed village 3. Yu Jing's heart was in the right place. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the village chief and his companions appeared as though struck by lightning, their faces paling and bodies trembling. Yu Jing even sensed the hand he was supporting shaking in unison with the chief. Observing this, everyone affirmed that the affairs of the village were indeed intertwined with their mission. "Benefactor, the night has grown late. Let us discuss matters on the road tomorrow," the chief said with a forced smile, casting a discreet glance at the burly man beside him. The man understood and approached the innkeeper for negotiations. Shang Xuan noticed that the innkeeper handed them a key to a room marked 308. After the man received the key, the chief and his companions insisted on ascending the stairs to rest, despite the others' desire for more information. The chief insisted that everything could be discussed tomorrow on the road. Given the encroaching darkness outside and the unease regarding potential taboos, the group refrained from further inquiries, watching helplessly as the villagers made their way upstairs. The creaking of the stairs cast a pall over the group's expressions, yet their primary focus remained on uncovering the intelligence regarding this matter, information that the newcomer, Wen Banxian, had learned. With this thought, the remaining members exchanged glances, a peculiar sentiment brewing in their eyes. Before I could even ask Shang Shui, she exclaimed about headache, calculating that she must go upstairs to rest. In full view of everyone, she dragged Bai Jingjing upstairs. After a brief pause, Yu Jing gritted his teeth and pulled Su Sunan up with him. The others, with no choice, followed their roommates upstairs. I had completed several tasks. Yet the losses were always quite severe. This was the price of information disparity. In room 301, Yu Jing's expression was far from pleasant. He, who is usually articulate, found himself in an unfamiliar world, bewildered by how easily a simple bun could capture hearts. Truly, the times had changed, and human nature seemed to have deteriorated. However, we could not afford to remain ignorant of this information. Su Sunan calmly articulated his assessment. What shall we do then? Yu Jing countered. Let's go to room 504. Su Sunan suggested. In room 204, Tang Xiaoli was no longer her usual gentle and graceful self. She sat frowning, while Wang Xiuwen appeared somewhat flustered. Having a favorable impression of Tang Xiaoli, she incessantly inquired about various matters, merely knowing about Shirshi village and that their current identity was that of Taoists. The conjunction of these two terms, village and Taoist, sounded exceedingly strange, and it was evident that this task would not be straightforward. Wang Xiuwen scanned the surroundings. But just as she was about to speak, Tang Xiaoli interjected. In this instance, it is best not to harbor excessive curiosity. Wang Xiuwen was taken aback by Tang Xiaoli's sudden sternness and fell silent. The room finally settled into quietude, and just as Wang Xiuwen presumed Tang Xiaoli was preparing to sleep, she abruptly stood up. Sister Tang, I need to make a trip to room 504. Tang Xiaoli spoke in a low voice. We leave tomorrow, and only those in room 504 are privy to the details of this mission. The young woman who refers to herself as Wen Banjian. Tang Xiaoli was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding room 504, which could potentially be fraught with peril. However, she had no choice. She was a sagacious woman, and Wen Banjian was currently the sole individual possessing some knowledge of the mission's particulars. Regardless of how dangerous the night might prove to be, they had to proceed. Otherwise, if she were to perish tonight, it would likely spell doom for them all. Contemplating this, Tang Xiaoli gritted her teeth. It seemed that this self-proclaimed Wen Banjian was cunningly orchestrating events, drawing them all into her scheme, facing adversity together. This newcomer was no ordinary individual. She had deftly maneuvered the more seasoned ones into a state of confusion. Similar conversations transpired in the other two rooms. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in room 504 was remarkably harmonious. Approaching the door of room 504, the old, decaying floorboards creaked beneath their feet, and upon opening the door, they were met with a musty, damp odor. Sheng Shui pinched her nose and turned on the light. The interior was quite austere, merely furnished with 2 cabinets and 2 single beds, while the old windows remained tightly shut, their transparent glass covered with newspaper. Stepping inside, one could feel an oppressive heaviness in the air. Bai Jingjing closed the door and walked over to the wall, her fingers brushing against its surface, and in an instant, white wall dust clung to her fingertips. It had recently been painted, and the job appeared to have been done in haste. Bai Jingjing asserted with certainty. Noticing Sheng Shui's gaze upon her, she felt compelled to add, I have also touched the lower part of the wall, and there are no marks left behind. In other words, something must have transpired in this room for the already dilapidated inn to expend the effort to repaint the walls. Moreover, even the tape on the key appears brand new. The situation is crystal clear. This room undoubtedly harbors secrets. Nevertheless, Sheng Shui and Bai Jingjing remained surprisingly composed. Bai Jingjing, having discerned from Sheng Shui's bribery of the middle-aged woman that her roommate is certainly no ordinary character, understands that the night will not be too quiet. Do you have any paper? Sheng Shui suddenly inquires. Bai Jingjing is taken aback for a moment, then glances around and replies, it seems there is some on the cabinet. Upon inspection, Sheng Shui indeed finds an old newspaper atop the cabinet. Although the newspaper is somewhat worn, the task at hand does not require freshness. What does this mean? Bai Jingjing questions, somewhat perplexed. Implicitly, Sheng Shui indicates that she will not divulge all the information at once. Bai Jingjing, astute as ever, refrains from probing further and assists quietly. When a knock resounds, she hesitates, but Sheng Shui, undeterred, swings the door open. Outside stands a varied assembly of individuals, each bearing distinct expressions. Though Yu Jing and the others are aware that they must extract information tonight, they could never have anticipated gathering in the most perilous and uncanny locale within the mission. Who knows what emotions surged as they approached room after room, ultimately converging. Initially torn about whether to knock, the arrival of the last individual dispels all doubt. Well, now it's settled. There's no need for hesitation. They're all here. Ah, everyone has arrived, Sheng Shui exclaims, raising an eyebrow and sporting a mischievous grin. What are you all doing standing outside? Please, come in and take a seat. Standing makes conversation rather inconvenient. There was no response, nor any action from the gathered individuals. It was evident that no one was inclined to enter the room. Sheng Shui remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering, exuding an amiable demeanor. Beijing shu silence, merely pushing the door open a fraction wider. Observing this, Sheng Shui felt a sense of satisfaction, deeming her roommate to be quite astute. Thus, the two of them patiently observed the onlookers outside, their expressions growing increasingly grim as time passed. As the hour grew late, the tension in the air thickened. What calamity awaited them within the confines of the instance? It was stated that one should not leave the room after dark, even if this chamber was fraught with peril. The corridor could not possibly be more hazardous. After a moment of standoff, Yu Jing took the initiative and stepped inside, followed hesitantly by the others. Sheng Shui's smile broadened as she entered, while Bai Jingjing closed the door behind them. The sound of the door shutting cast an odd atmosphere over the room, as everyone exchanged glances, bewildered by how the situation had escalated to this point. What intelligence have you gathered from the middle-aged woman? Yu Jing inquired directly, eschewing any pretense. If possible, he wished to exit swiftly. The moment he entered, he sensed something was amiss. This room felt starkly different from the one he had occupied, and, judging by the expressions of the others, they likely shared his apprehension. The silence lingered among them, yet their thoughts mirrored Yu Jing's concerns. If information is what you seek, I demand the news I wish to hear, Sheng Shui stated leisurely, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Jing. Speak. Yu Jing no longer dared to underestimate the woman who called herself Wen Banzian. She was astute and adept at seizing opportunities. At the very least, Yu Jing did not believe that his first task could occupy such a proactive position. He had previously been rather passive. What truly lurked in this place? What purpose did the items here serve? What conditions must be met to pass through? Her speech was measured, her gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. As Yu Jing opened his mouth to speak, she interjected, "No one feels it's excessive, do they? Although the inexperienced may fearlessly confront danger, NPCs are not entirely safe. In a sense, the information they provide is purchased with their lives." Yu Jing had once encountered a task where a presumptuous individual attempted to extract information from an NPC, only to discover that the NPC was a ghost. The manner of death was something that still haunted him. "It's a ghost," Tang Xiaoli stated unreservedly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of provoking something. However, they cannot kill indiscriminately. Typically, they must violate certain rules. Yet, each ghost has its own unique conditions for murder, which one must uncover. She deliberately endeavored to ingratiate herself, providing more detail than Sheng Shui had asked for. Sheng Shui nodded, convinced that the other was speaking truthfully, as she had mentioned the rules, consistent with what she had observed in the communication section on her phone. This suggested that the group of ghosts on her phone was indeed related to the dungeon. With this realization, Sheng Shui felt a surge of excitement, as it indicated that the talisman in her possession could surely restrain the ghosts, preventing them from drawing near. There exist various prop cards, each endowed with unique functionalities, such as freezing, which can immobilize spirits, or igniting flames, serving to seal. However, these powers come with temper limitations. Only those who excel remarkably in dungeons may possess such cards, and some individuals may even acquire items. Speaking of items, Yu Shiqing swallowed hard, as if they were sacred artifacts. These are not mere single-use consumables. They can be employed multiple times, albeit with no guarantee of efficacy after several uses. Their immense power may even pose a threat to malevolent beings. I have heard that such items are only awarded in exceptionally perilous dungeons, where only one individual survives a mission, and that individual must have demonstrated outstanding performance. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui appeared contemplative. She recalled having seen a post on a forum about items discarded by spirits, which could very well be the prop cards. Unfortunately, she was presently engrossed in acquiring knowledge and could not take out her phone to check. The wishes of the spirits that birthed this dungeon must be fulfilled. It is not uncommon for there to be more than one spirit in a dungeon. Yet it is imperative to satisfy the desires of the specific spirit that enabled the dungeon's creation for the task to be deemed complete. As Qi Lao concluded his speech, all three questions posed by Sheng Shui found resolution. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Yet this was not merely bowing. It was as if they would be pressed down forcibly. Wang Gui glared, ready to reprimand. But Sheng Shui seemed to perceive the collective resentment and calmly remarked, 1 represents 5 minutes, 2 signifies 10 minutes, and so forth. 5 minutes. The words that had been on everyone's lips were swallowed back, and a representative from each room was designated, lining up to draw lots. Sheng Shui whispered to the gathered individuals, informing them that the occupants of rooms 204 and 303 would soon depart. Their expressions were etched with sorrow, indicating that the conversation had been rather trivial. The villagers of Shixiang village were known for their simplicity and hospitality. One day, an inexplicable pair, a man and a woman from outside, arrived in the village. They possessed considerable wealth and treated the local children with great kindness, endearing themselves to the villagers, who readily agreed to grant them land for settlement. However, this idyllic scenario did not last long. Soon after, the village's children began to vanish mysteriously. Following an investigation by the village secretary and the mayor, it was uncovered that the couple were, in fact, human traffickers come to the village to select their victims. At that time, law enforcement was inadequate, and in a fit of rage, the villagers took matters into their own hands, dealing with the couple in the dead of night. It was said that the river ran red with their blood. At this point, Sheng Shui fell silent, prompting Yu Jing to take his leave, as it was possible they had become vengeful spirits. Once they departed, the room was left only with Yu Shiqing, Li Mengya, and Wang Gui, among other outsiders. Wang Gui, for reasons unknown, chose not to follow old Qi, and Sheng Shui made no attempt to urge him away. It was preferable for him to remain in the room, providing a sense of security amidst the company. After the demise of the couple, their lingering resentment manifested forcefully, especially on the 7th day post-mortem, when the eldest son of the village chief, who had led the assault on the couple, suddenly perished. Additionally, the only daughter of the village secretary met a tragic fate, reportedly succumbing to a fire. As Sheng Shui finished her account, Yu Shiqing and Li Mingya noted the details and prepared to leave. However, Wang Gui hesitated, seemingly on the verge of expressing something. At that moment, the once bright lights began to flicker ominously, sending a chill of apprehension through the room. No one among them was a fool. They all understood that something sinister was approaching. Li Mingya's delicate face turned pale with fear, and she was consumed by regret. Ignoring this intelligence might have been prudent. Perhaps the night would pass without incident. However, given the current atmosphere, it was evident that trouble loomed. Wang Gui's already somber expression grew even darker, as if it could drip with despair. It was unclear whether he was lamenting his past choices or concocting some other scheme. Even Bai Jingjing, usually composed and reliable, found her breath momentarily faltering as she squinted around the room. Only Sheng Shui remained unflustered, reassuring herself by tightly clutching the talisman in her bag, which brought her a semblance of peace. A crackling sound echoed in the room as the electricity faltered, and the lights flickered increasingly. Thanks to their collective experience, no one dared to move. Not a single soul contemplated opening the door. The shopkeeper had explicitly warned against venturing outside at night, for the likelihood of encountering malevolent spirits was exceedingly high. Regardless of the specifics, one could expect chaos should they leave their sanctuary after dark. Suddenly, amidst the turmoil of their thoughts, a sharp knocking resonated from outside the door. A wave of alarm washed over the group, and they turned their gazes toward the entrance. At such a precarious moment, they could hardly believe it was a comrade returning. They were not naive. In such a perilous environment, no one would dare approach unless seeking information. With all their conjectures, only one possibility remained. Something ghastly awaited them outside. None dared to open the door. They remained still, frozen in place. The entity outside seemed to grow impatient, the flickering lights within intensifying, while the knocking grew louder and more frantic. It was as if someone were about to burst through the door at any moment. What should I do? What should I do? I'm still so young. I have yet to marry. My parents have only me as their daughter. If something were to happen to me, what would become of all my money? Li Mingya's face was a mask of despair, her voice trembling with emotion, tinged with tears. Do you possess a substantial fortune? Originally, Li Mingya merely muttered to herself in fear, lamenting her unfulfilled life. However, to her astonishment, the formidable newcomer gazed at her with keen interest, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as though they had just encountered a delectable lamb. The urgency mirrored that of the ghost outside, which was eager to claim their lives, while she was equally desperate to grasp the situation and inquire about her wealth. At a loss for words, Li Mingya stammered, "My father is Li Jiangguo," accompanied by a small exclamation of surprise. Just as the knocking at the door reached its crescendo, the light bulb could no longer withstand the turmoil and swiftly extinguished. The room was plunged into utter darkness. No one uttered a sound. Even their breaths grew hushed, as if by doing so they could diminish their presence and evade detection by the ghost. Li Mingya was no exception. However, her eyes widened in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Shang Shui. If her ears were not deceiving her, Shang Shui had just uttered a surprised exclamation. Strangely, Li Mingya felt that even in this darkness, she could perceive the brightness in Shang Shui's eyes, gleaming, almost mischievous. Was she truly that pleased to hear about her wealth? Li Mingya felt a sense of confusion. Indeed, the troubles of the affluent were numerous. For instance, the absence of work and the persistent feeling that no matter how much money she spent, the balance in her account never seemed to diminish. Not even the allure of youthful charm could alleviate the melancholy that enveloped her. As her thoughts wandered aimlessly, a sudden chill crept up from her ankles, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. It felt as though an icy presence was crouching at her feet, exhaling a cold breath upon her. Wait, an icy presence. It struck her like a bolt of lightning. Was this not a ghost? Had a specter come to haunt her? At that moment, she wished fervently that this was merely a dream. If only she could awaken to find herself in her lavish bed worth millions, rather than in this dilapidated inn, engaged in a survival game. Just then, a soft sigh resonated in the air, and Li Mingya recognized the voice of Shang Shui. Her instinct for survival surged to its zenith, and clarity enveloped her mind as she boldly exclaimed, "Would you like 500,000? Upon uttering those words, silence enveloped the atmosphere. As the chilling sensation reached her calves, despair settled in. She chastised herself for her impulsive offer. Surely, the entity before her had seen through her cunning scheme. It was over. She was truly destined to perish here. The thought of her father brought tears to her eyes. No longer can she rely on the hard-earned money of her father. As this thought crossed Li Mingya's mind, she felt a tightening grip on her hands, a pair of warm hands clasping hers. Really? The tremor in Shang Shui's voice betrayed her disbelief that such fortune had befallen her. The specter lurking beneath Li Mingya, poised to strike, could scarcely fathom the serendipity of such an opportunity presenting itself. In its excitement, it reached out, eager to impart the chilling sensation that coursed from the soles of Shang Shui's feet to the crown of her head. With a sinister, malicious grin, it touched something unexpected upon reaching her shoe. The few individuals in the room, who had been holding their breath in trepidation, suddenly heard a strange, heart-wrenching scream. A shadow darted across the floor like a slippery eel, producing a muffled, indescribable sound. The cacophony collided with the door before receding into the distance, growing fainter with each passing moment. The sound was not human. The wretchedness of it left one to wonder what calamity had transpired. Chapter 6. The Cursed Village. For as the sound faded away, the previously extinguished lights flickered back to life. Emerging from the shadows of despair, the survivors could finally discern the layout of the room. Wang Ge, who often wore a sullen expression, now appeared visibly shaken, his gaze darting anxiously among the faces of the others. He scrutinized them closely, unwilling to overlook the emotions etched upon their features. After thorough observation, he noted the palpable panic on the faces of Yu Shiqing and Li Mengya, while the expression on the face of the enigmatic warm half-sage was merely one of surprise. In contrast to Yu Shiqing, Li Mengya appeared to be in a more precarious state. Her lips had turned pale, and her entire being trembled uncontrollably. Observing this, Wang Gui paused momentarily, scrutinizing her closely, only to discover a sticky pool of water on the wooden floor beneath her feet. This peculiar stain meandered toward the door, leaving traces even upon its surface, the origin of which was unmistakably evident. Wang Gui stepped forward, detecting several strands of long hair within the viscous residue. The hair was notably lengthy, unlike that of the women present, whose locks were of moderate length, clearly indicating that these strands did not belong to them. Yu Shiqing, being an elder, perceptibly sensed the underlying issue as well. In that instant, both individuals shifted their gaze to Li Mengya. "Did you notice something just now?" Wang Gui inquired. His tone somber, for the specter had emerged, evidently targeting Li Mengya. Yet, curiously, it had not inflicted harm upon her. However, the uncertainty lingered. Who might be the next victim? Would fate continue to favor them with such fortuitous luck? Wang Gui discreetly cast a glance at Sheng Shui, considering her proximity to Li Mengya. He had overheard their conversation amidst the darkness, but the tension of the moment had hindered his comprehension. There was an air of intrigue surrounding both women. Sheng Shui, ever sensitive to the scrutiny of others, perceived Wang Gui's deliberate appraisal and misinterpreted it as a subtle insinuation regarding her inexperience. Without hesitation, she shot Wang Gui a pointed glare. Ordinarily, such a gesture would provoke an immediate reaction from him. Yet today, as circumstances were markedly different. After all, it was Sheng Shui who might possess the knowledge to deal with ghosts. Thus he restrained himself from speaking. Meanwhile, Yu Shiqing, though silent, cast her gaze upon Li Mengya, clearly eager to uncover the truth as well. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Li Mengya, trembling with fear, finally seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, her beautiful face betraying an expression on the verge of tears. Turning to grasp Sheng Shui's hand, her eyes sparkled as if she had spotted a long-lost sister. "Big sister." Li Mengya called out with genuine sincerity. "Rest assured, I shall express my profound gratitude with a generous reward upon our return. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think whether I would still be alive." An instinct whispered to Li Mengya that if she had not summoned Sheng Shui just moments prior, she would have undoubtedly perished at the hands of that ghostly figure. Coming from a wealthy family, Li Mengya had been raised amidst a milieu of superstition. Her parents frequently invited masters to their home to assess feng shui and fortunes. Absorbing such beliefs over time, she too had developed a certain credence in them. Reflecting on Sheng Shui as previous assertion of being a half-immortal, Li Mengya felt a wave of remorse for having previously dismissed her. How could she have been so neglectful towards someone so formidable? Now, her countenance radiated sincerity, intertwined with a burgeoning admiration for Sheng Shui. Without a doubt, Sheng Shui recognized that if she were to offer Li Mengya the opportunity to become her apprentice, the girl would eagerly accept. Yet Sheng Shui hesitated, pondering how to convey that this affair was not of her doing. Indeed, she possessed a talisman for protection, but it merely kept the ghosts at bay, not sent them fleeing in terror. Merely contemplating the generous remuneration mentioned by Li Mengya, the denial that lingered on Sheng Shui's lips was utterly inexpressible. Was this not a burden upon her? After much deliberation, Sheng Shui ultimately found it impossible to reject such a substantial offer, reluctantly acquiescing. "I express my gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts." At this juncture, Wang Gui observed Sheng Shui intently, keen to discern her reaction. He had witnessed Li Mengya's response and was certain she spoke the truth. An elder, Li Mengya's palpable fear suggested the urgency of the circumstances she faced. In contrast, although Sheng Shui was youthful, her countenance concealed her thoughts, revealing an enigmatic depth, perhaps born from her reluctance to part with the silver. Wang Gui's expression shifted repeatedly, fundamentally altering his perception of Sheng Shui. This when Banzian indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Her mastery of the arcane arts was evidently no mere fabrication. Miss Wen, Yu Shiqing remained silent throughout, now turning to Sheng Shui and inquiring, "Might we stay here for the night?" Venturing out offers no guarantee of safety. This indicated Yu Shiqing's trust in Sheng Shui's reliability. Otherwise, she would not risk remaining in a place beset by malevolent spirits from the outset. With an air of inscrutability, Sheng Shui replied, "Certainly." A collective sigh of relief resonated among them, and they proceeded to lay down makeshift beds in the corners of the room. Sheng Shui and Bai Jingjing shared a bed. Though Bai Jingjing struggled to find peace in slumber, Sheng Shui slept soundly until the following day when Li Mengya aroused her. "Big shot," she called. Li Mengya exhibited signs of anxiety as the innkeeper had just knocked on the door, urging them to descend for dinner. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui's drowsiness dissipated instantly. The innkeeper had previously mentioned that if they wished to dine, they should make their way downstairs without delay, as the service would not wait. However, the unexpected reminder today left them in a state of confusion. It was no wonder that Li Mengya and her companions appeared flustered. Without further hesitation, they quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to head downstairs. At that moment, in the dining area below, 5 individuals occupied one side of a long table, each with a plate of food before them. Additionally, 5 seats remained vacant, yet each was also adorned with a dish. Yu Jing occupied a position towards the front of the table, where her meager meal consisted solely of a bowl of thick porridge and a cornmeal bun. She began to consume her breakfast, but the cornmeal bun was coarsely ground, resulting in an unusual texture that left her somewhat disconcerted. The porridge contained some vegetables, which she disliked. Thus, her expression reflected a sense of distress, as though she were enduring a dose of bitter medicine. "Why haven't they come down yet?" Tang Xiaoli finally broke the suffocating silence. Yu Jing cast a glance in her direction and cryptically remarked, "The villagers who arrived yesterday also numbered 5. NPCs within the game never squander food, so if those villagers remained absent from a meal, it could only imply that those 5 individuals faced dire circumstances." While it was uncommon for spirits to claim multiple victims in quick succession, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. The sinister and unsettling smile on the innkeeper's face moments ago was a sight that none could overlook. Moreover, when they descended, they had already engaged in mutual discourse, deducing that the 5 individuals who remained behind had all spent the night in that room on the 5th floor. Tang Xiaoli remained silent. She had departed early the previous evening, and the only piece of intelligence gleaned by the others was the most significant one pertaining to Yu Jing. However, Yu Jing chose not to disclose the truth, leaving her without any form of assurance. As Tang Xiaoli hastily contemplated an escape, sounds once again echoed from the staircase. The group looked up to see several individuals, led by Sheng Shui, making their entrance. Yu Jing's pupils constricted as she scrutinized the scene, noting that not a single person was missing. "Are you all right?" Wang Shouwen's voice resonated somewhat loudly. Upon realizing that everyone was gazing at her, she covered her mouth, seemingly aware of how irksome her behavior might be. "Of course, nothing is amiss. Why would there be?" Wang Gui retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm, as he was particularly disdainful of this newcomer. Wang Shouwen dared not retort, instead lowering her head in a display of grievance. The others, however, exhibited little reaction as they gradually took their seats. Li Mengya, having received the kindness from Sheng Shui, initially intended to sit next to her, yet was swiftly outmaneuvered by the astute Wang Gui, who claimed the spot. Li Mengya shot a vexed glance at Wang Gui, but refrained from voicing her discontent, opting to sit beside him instead. As they descended and caught sight of the items on the dining table, a hint of profundity crept into Sheng Shui's gaze. Earlier, while they were on the 3rd floor corridor, they had spotted the shopkeeper, who was oblivious to their presence, and made his way inside. Sheng Shui observed that he was holding a whole wheat-steamed bun in his hand, dangling by his side. From a moment Sheng Shui encountered the pallid-faced, middle-aged woman on the street, she realized that the inhabitants of this place were suffering from dire shortages of clothing and food. The shopkeeper exhibited a rather unfriendly demeanor, even bordering on malevolence. Would he truly be inclined to consume coarse wheat buns while they were left with only viscous porridge and cornmeal buns? However, The availability of food was not in question, as Yu Jing and the others had nearly finished their meals, appearing to be in relatively good health. Yet after dining, Sheng Shui concocted an excuse, claiming she had left her belongings in her room and needed to check. Li Mengya immediately grew anxious, urging her not to go. Others might be unaware, but they themselves were not oblivious. Just yesterday, a ghost had manifested in their room, and now the shopkeeper was upstairs, who could ascertain the safety of the situation. Nevertheless, Sheng Shui had her own intentions, disregarding the looks of bemusement from others as she ascended the stairs with purpose. Yu Jing and the others were reluctant to wait, yet they had no choice but to remain below, as the villagers from Shirshi were yet to descend. Just as Sheng Shui's figure vanished to the staircase, Wang Gui seized the opportunity to claim he needed to use the restroom, following her upstairs. Yu Jing remained seated throughout, his expression an imperturbable mask, quietly observing the two ascend. Su Sunen's countenance flickered momentarily, but like Yu Jing, he chose to remain still. Wang Gui treaded lightly up the stairs, shadowing Sheng Shui as she entered the third floor. He had long surmised that her ascent was intended for investigation, which prompted him to follow. Ever since learning that Sheng Shui could dispel ghosts, a plan of allegiance had begun to form in Wang Gui's mind. However, his inherently suspicious nature precluded him from easily trusting others, hence his decision to discreetly observe. If Sheng Shui truly possessed extraordinary intelligence, a deeper contemplation settled in Wang Gui's gaze. With that thought in mind, she believed that he would likely acquiesce. Sheng Shui treaded lightly, making her way to the atrium on the third floor. There had been residents here yesterday, but now all the doors were firmly shut. Aside from the rooms, there seemed to be nothing else in the vicinity. However, something felt amiss. Sheng Shui bit her lip, her intuition insisting that the shopkeeper could not have come to this place without reason. Otherwise, why not go to the 5th floor? That was where he resided. Moreover, his intentions appeared clear as he was heading directly down the corridor. With this thought in mind, Sheng Shui cautiously advanced a few more steps to the end of the hallway, yet found nothing of interest. Disappointed, she turned to leave but halted mid-motion. Next to her stood a curtain. The hue of the curtain blended so closely with the dimly lit wall that she had initially overlooked it. The curtain was nearly as wide and tall as a door. Holding her breath, Sheng Shui hesitated, contemplating whether to part the curtain. No one could say whether the shopkeeper was behind it. However, before she could linger on her indecision, a gust of wind swept in from outside, causing one corner of the curtain to flutter open. In that fleeting moment, Sheng Shui's breath quickened as she discerned the scene behind the curtain. There was a wooden door, slightly ajar, and a distorted, unsettling face was wedged in the crack. From Sheng Shui's vantage point, he appeared with bulging veins, lips slightly parted, revealing a visage that was more than half visible, while a hand had already emerged from the threshold. Most alarmingly, he was smiling at her. It was the shopkeeper. He was dead. The shopkeeper's death was grotesquely bizarre, and Sheng Shui, caught off guard, stumbled back a couple of steps upon witnessing the sight. Wang Gui, who had been observing Sheng Shui closely, noticed her peculiar behavior directed towards a wall and cautiously approached her. Upon sensing someone's presence behind her, Sheng Shui turned to face Wang Gui, discerning the fear reflected in his eyes. There was no need for words between them. What lay before them was abundantly clear. Wang Gui inhaled deeply and stepped forward to fully draw back the curtains. The shopkeeper's body was revealed only partially through the narrow gap of the door, evoking the impression that he had desperately attempted to escape in his final moments, only to be thwarted by a powerful force that barred the door from opening. Moreover, upon fully drawing the curtains, they observed sticky traces of moisture on the door, interspersed with strands of a woman's hair, identical to what they had seen in their room the previous day. Suddenly, a grave realization dawned upon Sheng Shui. If the shopkeeper had fought to push open the door at the moment of his demise, and the marks of the ghost were left outside the door, did this not imply that the ghost had obstructed the door while the shopkeeper was trying to open it, ultimately leading to his demise? Thus, the ghost must be lurking just outside. Furthermore, considering the moisture on the door and their earlier encounter with the shopkeeper, it could be inferred that he had only recently passed away. The ghost was very likely still present, A chill of apprehension coursed through Sheng Shui as her thoughts spiraled, and before she could voice her concerns, she noticed Wang Gui's bewildered expression. Tick, tick, tick. Do you hear that strange sound? Wang Gui inquired, describing it as reminiscent of dripping water. Sheng Shui certainly heard it. Moreover, she noticed that a pool of water had gathered at their feet, forming a small puddle. Wang Gui observed Sheng Shui's gaze directed towards the floor and followed suit. At that moment, another drop of water fell. Could the ceiling on the third floor be leaking? In an instant, they exchanged knowing glances, both grasping the unspoken truth. The ghost was lurking above them. Wang Gui, seasoned by ample experience in tasks, gradually calmed his mind and deduced the ghost's hiding place. Sheng Shui, with remarkable speed, clutched the talisman from her pocket tightly in her hand. Neither of them dared to look up. Previously, Tang Xiaoli had mentioned that a ghost cannot kill at will. It typically must violate certain rules. The presence of this ghost, lingering ominously, clearly harbored malicious intent. It remained inactive, evidently constrained by regulations. It was highly probable that the ghost's rule for killing required it to be seen. As Sheng Shui contemplated this, her conviction in her hypothesis deepened. The curtain was blown open, revealing the shopkeeper smiling at her. However, the shopkeeper appeared to be significantly shorter than her, creating an upward angle of view. Ordinarily, one would exit a doorway at eye level or slightly elevated. It was most likely that the shopkeeper, due to her diminutive stature, instinctively looked up and, upon seeing the ghost, fulfilled the ghost criteria for murder, leading to her demise. With clarity on the sequence of events, Sheng Shui resolved not to look up, and Wang Gui shared her resolve. Above them, a ghostly figure, drenched and with long hair obscuring her face, hovered in the air. It was contorted in an exceedingly unnatural manner, far beyond the limits of human flexibility. Its emaciated hands were poised, as if ready to launch an assault on the two individuals below. As they remained oblivious, the female specter appeared increasingly agitated. The droplets fell with growing rapidity, eventually merging into a continuous stream. Gradually, it became restless with merely dripping from the same spot and began to shift its position. Sheng Shui felt an unsettling chill in the hand that clasped the talisman, as though a raindrop had fortuitously landed upon her skin. However, as her hands were clenched into fists, the water fell directly into her palm, dampening the talisman. Unbeknownst to her, as the talisman absorbed the moisture, it emitted a faint yellow glow. The vengeful spirit, filled with malice, suddenly experienced a wave of familiar dread, reminiscent of the sensations from the previous night. It lifted its gaze, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Before it could fully comprehend, a familiar searing pain struck. Sheng Shui and Wang Gui heard a piercing, unearthly shriek, followed by a cacophony that gradually receded into the distance. Regrettably, neither dared to glance upward. Had they done so, they would have witnessed a figure resembling a skeleton, agile as a monkey on a Maine mountain, swiftly fleeing along the beams. Where it passed, long strands of hair dripped water, as if it had endured considerable torment. The sound faded. Sheng Shui, perplexed, turned to Wang Gui, speculating that perhaps he had wielded some formidable means to drive away the specter. Who knows? Wang Gui gazed at her with eyes gleaming, his expression of profound gratitude resembling that of a person who has encountered a savior. Big shot. For the first time, the lofty Wang Gui uttered this with such sincerity. He hurriedly retrieved a small item he had prepared and pressed it into Sheng Shui's hands. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed one. This humble token is but a trifle, yet I earnestly hope you will accept it. Wang Gui's heart raced with trepidation. Moments ago, the female ghost lingered ominously above them. While he had surmised that her condition for killing involved looking up at her, some spirits possess multiple methods of taking lives. The ghost's reluctance to depart indicated she had other tricks up her sleeve. To his astonishment, the moment the big shot intervened, the ghost fled in terror. It seemed his assumptions were indeed correct. The person who had banished the ghost yesterday was none other than Sheng Shui, and today she had showcased her prowess once more. Wang Gui had found this scenario quite daunting since entering the dungeon. He once received a loyalty item card for his commendable performance, which he regarded as somewhat useless, having found no opportunity to employ it. Now, He intended to present it as a gift to Sheng Shui, hoping that she would look after him. "What have you given me?" Sheng Shui barely had the chance to inquire when footsteps echoed from the staircase. Looking up, she soon spotted Yu Jing and the others appearing in the third-floor corridor. Sheng Shui had no choice but to swallow her words and conceal the item in her pocket. "What was that sound?" Yu Jing asked first. Moments ago, while the five of them were downstairs, they had suddenly heard strange cries emanating from the third floor. Thus, I only ascended the stairs now to investigate. Initially, I presumed that these two individuals were beyond salvation, yet to my astonishment, they stood here unharmed. Yu Jing's gaze deepened as he began to question the true identities of the pair. There have been precedents in this narrative where spirits masqueraded as allies. He must seek an opportunity to probe their authenticity. The shopkeeper has met his demise. Wang Gui's demeanor towards Yu Jing grew markedly colder as he calmly recounted the events that had transpired. Naturally, he omitted the details of his bribery of Sheng Shui and the manner in which the spirit had departed. "So you are suggesting that there exists a female ghost here, and her condition for murder is to gaze upon her?" Dan Xiao Li e Go. Her gaze fixated on the peculiar manner of the shopkeeper's death, deep in contemplation. Su Sunan approached to examine the shopkeeper closely, discovering an abundance of hair within both his nasal passages and lips. His stomach was likely filled with hair, as were his trachea and nasal cavity. With a calm demeanor, Su Sunan deduced the cause of the shopkeeper's death. Since the ghost had already vacated the premises, the group proceeded to push open the door. Upon witnessing the scene within, their expressions flickered with astonishment. Behind the door was a diminutive chamber, equipped with a window. However, it lacked a bed, containing only a few mats typically found in temples. In front of the mats lay a bowl filled with mud and sand, upon which rested a few incense sticks that had not yet burned out, two long and one short. The sacred food for the gods and the ashes for the spirits indicated that the 3 incense sticks were of differing lengths, and the absence of ash suggested that the ghost had indeed made an appearance moments prior. Observing the structure affixed to the wall resembling a shrine, the group comprehended that the shopkeeper had been venerating the spirit. Generally, spirits do not retaliate against those who offer them worship. It remains a mystery what actions the shopkeeper undertook to provoke such a response from the ghost. Sheng Shui remarked. The others cast her a glance, recalling her self-proclaimed title of one Banzian, suggesting she possessed some knowledge in this domain. At that moment, a sudden sound of the door opening echoed from outside. It appeared that someone from the adjacent room had emerged. Yu Jing's expression changed. "We must leave at once." The group promptly prepared to exit. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xiuan, taking advantage of their distraction, had stealthily retrieved the wooden puppet statue from the altar. Chapter 7. The Cursed Village 5. Upon exiting, the group discovered that indeed a door had been opened, and it was none other than the individuals from Shirshi village who had arrived the previous day. While Yu Jing engaged in pleasantries with the village chief, Sheng Shui took a glance at the door. The room number was unmistakably 308, merely 2 walls away from where the shopkeeper had encountered his misfortune. At such a close proximity, could it truly be that no sounds had been heard? Sheng Shui furrowed her brow in contemplation. Yu Jing, with a subtle intent, attempted to glean information from these newcomers, yet their expressions remained largely unchanged, as if they were entirely oblivious to the recent events. After exchanging only a few words, the village chief suggested that it was an opportune moment to set out. The group exchanged glances. Having lingered in this instance for quite some time without formally entering the task, they were eager to ascertain its details. With no objections raised, they unanimously agreed and descended the stairs to prepare for departure. As they conversed cheerfully, the shopkeeper was notably absent from their discussions. Sheng Shui remained vigilant, observing that the Shirshi group deliberately avoided any mention of the traces left by the female ghost. Moreover, whether it was merely a figment of Sheng Shui's imagination, she couldn't shake the feeling that the village chief's gait appeared somewhat peculiar today. It was as if he lacked the nimbleness he exhibited yesterday. After departing from the inn, regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds, the group maintained a facade of joviality, preserving an outward semblance of harmony. When Yu Jing once again inquired about the events in Shirshi village, the village chief was less reticent than the previous day, recounting the tale in a straightforward manner. His account echoed closely with what Xing Xue had articulated earlier, detailing how the enraged villagers had dispatched the human traffickers who had brought terror to the entire village. What became of their bodies? Su Sun inquired. At this, the village chief's expression darkened. In their fury, the villagers cast the two individuals aside in the cemetery on the back mountain. However, when we returned to investigate after the village encountered its own troubles, the bodies had mysteriously vanished. Are you implying that the bodies remained until the seventh day? Tang Xiaoli noted the inconsistency. You only thought to check the back mountain after experiencing the disturbances? Indeed, the village chief confirmed. Every night, we heard the sound of a woman weeping, initially dismissing it as the lament of a wronged soul from one of the households. It was only when the cries grew increasingly pronounced and persistent that many villagers began to take notice, prompting us to organize a group of men armed with torches to investigate. You encountered a spirit, Old Chi asserted with certainty. Yes, the village chief replied. The village chief inhaled deeply, his voice laden with trepidation. At that time, my eldest son was the one leading the charge. According to him, he witnessed a woman, drenched in blood, sprawled on the ground as if she were. The chief forced himself to regain composure, yet the fear in his eyes betrayed him. As if she were a beast, her entire body twisted, bones shattered, and she seemed intent on slaughtering everyone present. Had it not been for the village shaman's presence that night, perhaps no one would have survived. Even so, my eldest son ultimately could not escape death. A few individuals exchanged knowing glances with the chief, who, in his desperation, implored everyone to save them. Is it solely the female ghost? What the men? Su Sunin keenly perceived the anomaly. The couple had been brutally murdered and discarded in the back mountains, yet the chief's discourse revolved solely around the female specter. Was it possible that the men had not encountered any peculiarities? This posed an intriguing question. Logically, if both had been slain together, and one transformed into a vengeful spirit, the other ought to follow suit. The deceased man had faced no repercussions, while it was the woman who became the vengeful ghost. What extraordinary circumstances had the female ghost endured that diverged from the man's experience, inciting such wrath and death? And what a shaman! Unlike others who seemed contemplative, Sheng Shui exhibited a keen interest in the matter. The ability to subdue the female ghost and prevent her from harming anyone present indicates the shaman possessed considerable skill. Perhaps she held knowledge of some underlying truths. Regrettably, the village secretary mentioned that shortly after that incident, she passed away. The silence enveloped the group, as they speculated that the hand of a female ghost was likely at play. It seemed that the shaman had obstructed the ghost's path to vengeance. Upon arrival, Yu Jing contemplated for a moment before addressing the village chief, hoping he would guide them to the back mountain. The chief, nodding earnestly, assured him that this would certainly be arranged. Thus, the party hurried along the road, finally reaching the village before dusk fell. Surrounded by towering mountains, the path leading into the village was particularly rugged and steep, making one ponder how the residents managed to procure their daily necessities. Upon entering, they were greeted by earthen and tiled houses lining either side, eerily silent as if devoid of life. A dusty thoroughfare ran through the center, flanked by overgrown wild grass. Yet no one tended to it. The air was thick with dust, and with each step, their feet became coated in grime, painting a picture of desolation and neglect. Moreover, it was already time for dinner, yet not a single chimney emitted smoke. The village exuded an overwhelming sense of lifelessness. Reflecting on the task description, Shang Shui conjectured that venturing out at night would likely lead to ominous events, explaining why the villagers dared not even cook their evening meal. Chief, at this late hour, where shall we rest? Inquired Wang Xiuwen, her face flushed and breathless from fatigue. The chief reassured her, saying, "We have already prepared rooms for our esteemed guests. Do not worry." With that, he led the group deeper into the village. Along the way, Shang Shui and her companions discreetly observed their surroundings, noting that every household had its doors firmly shut and many had strings of garlic hanging at their entrances. Garlic wards off evil spirits. Thus, it is evident that this village is indeed haunted, and the terror must be profound, compelling every household to hang garlic at their doorways. The village itself is not particularly large, and the village chief, aware of their fatigue from the journey, guided them through the winding paths until they arrived at an open courtyard. This courtyard appeared considerably newer than many of the villagers' homes. The village chief ushered them inside, revealing a layout akin to a traditional Sihiyuan with spacious rooms. He then retrieved bedding from a cabinet and lit a fire to warm the space. However, having just arrived, they all gathered in one room to discuss their strategy for what lay ahead. Esteemed guests, the hour grows late, and you have toiled today. Please rest early. I shall ensure that food is placed at your doorstep by morning, the village chief stated, observing the villagers as they tidied up while also casting glances at the darkening sky as though pressed for time. It is wise to refrain from venturing out at night, and the chief's urgency is understandable. Yet, after a day of travel, hunger gnawed at their stomachs, creating a natural desire for sustenance. Anticipating their needs, the chief prudently remarked, "If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I shall make amends tomorrow. For tonight, I implore you not to venture outside." With that, he and his companions swiftly exited, hastily disappearing from sight. The onlookers peered through the window, observing their hurried departure, as if something sinister were pursuing them. The atmosphere of this village was imbued with an unsettling strangeness. Tang Xiaoli surveyed her surroundings, her tone unusually heavy. Generally speaking, NPCs in games seldom reveal any sense of unease, yet the village chief here, prioritizing safety, did not even offer them meals. This signified that the challenges they faced extended beyond mere survival at the hands of the specter. They also had to contend with hunger. Today, they were both famished and fatigued, and if the ghost were to appear tonight, a profound silence enveloped the group. Night was approaching. Sheng Shui gazed out the window and suddenly remarked, "Do you remember what the village chief said before he left? Do not venture out lightly when night falls." Wang Gui softly echoed her words. "The night is nearly upon us. We must swiftly allocate the rooms." At that moment, Yu Jing also came to a realization and turned to the others. With 10 individuals in 2 rooms, it was ultimately decided that 5 people would share one room, distributed according to personal preferences. The room assignments were as follows. Yu Jing, Elder Qi, Tang Xiaoli, Wang Xiuwen, and Su Sunan would share one room. Sheng Shui, Wang Gui, Li Mengya, Bai Jingjing, and Yu Shiqing would occupy another. Once the arrangements were made, the group did not hesitate and each proceeded to their designated rooms. Before departing, Yu Jing turned back and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired of Sheng Shui, "Miss One, do you have any buns left?" He gestured towards her climbing pack, which appeared to be quite full, as if containing a number of good supplies. Sheng Shui responded with an honest and candid smile, "I'm afraid not." At her reply, Yu Jing was momentarily taken aback, clearly skeptical. As an experienced individual, he expected that this newcomer, Sheng Shui, would seek to ingratiate herself with him. Yet she had chosen to brush him off in such a manner. Yu Jing was astute enough to discern that Sheng Shui was merely toying with him. However, his pride forbade him from requesting a copy from a newcomer in front of so many witnesses. With a cold snort, he refrained from uttering another word and unceremoniously departed with his companions. "Master, do you truly have no food?" Li Mengya, peering through the window, watched as the 5 individuals entered the room and promptly closed the window, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she regarded Sheng Shui. It was evident to all that something was amiss. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Sheng Shui nonchalantly set down her backpack and, with an air of dignified reserve, extracted a box of self-heating hot pot from within. The instant they caught sight of the packaging, the eyes of the others in the room widened in astonishment. Moreover, Sheng Shui had not zipped up her bag, allowing them to see the plethora of snacks inside: bread, treats, and an abundance of self-heating hot pot, including several steam buns that Yu Jing had desired moments earlier. The sound of several swallowed gulps filled the air, their gazes seemingly glued to the bag. Sheng Shui clicked her tongue in disdain and remarked, "Look at your pitiful state." The group had shared a room the previous night, fostering a closer bond. Li Mengya rubbed her hands together, grinning as she said, "Master, do share some with me." Little did anyone know the extent of her hunger after traversing such arduous mountain paths. This instance had proven to be exceedingly grim, devoid of any sustenance. Wang Gui, though less forthright than Li Mingya, could not conceal the longing etched upon his face. Bai Jingjing maintained her usual aloof demeanor, while Yu Shiqing turned her gaze aside, lost in her own contemplations. The provisions I possess are all brought from the real world. Along the way, I have been reluctant to consume any of it. Before Sheng Shui could finish her sentence, Li Mingya decisively interjected, I will reward you handsomely. How much do you desire? Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a beaming smile, she handed Li Mingya another box of spicy beef self-heating hot pot from her bag, saying, look at what you're saying. We are familiar with one another and should take care of each other. Although her words suggested ease, after handing the hot pot to Li Mingya, she still appeared somewhat concerned, her expression turning serious as she reminded, don't forget once we step outside. Li Mingya, I won't forget. She had nearly been swayed by the sentiment. Accepting the self-heating hot pot, Li Mingya then requested a bottle of mineral water from Sheng Shui. After pouring it into the heating pack, the two of them stood together with their hands tucked away, waiting. Wang Gui, he hesitated, gazing at Sheng Shui with hopeful eyes. Clearly hungry. Upon lifting her gaze, Sheng Shui realized it was him. Earlier, she had discreetly examined the items Wang Gui had surreptitiously given her at the inn, noticing a vividly colored card inscribed with the word loyalty. This card bore resemblance to one she had previously encountered in the exchange zone, leading her to deduce it was a prop card. Such items are exceedingly precious, although Wang Gui had previously harbored intentions against her. That was now a matter of the past. Sheng Shui considered herself a virtuous young person of the new era, unburdened by grudges, and she indeed appreciated Wang Gui's goodwill. Thus, 10 minutes later, the three of them sat side by the window, enjoying their self-heating hot pot. The room was filled with the sounds of their slurping. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing, who sat nearby with a cold and emotionless demeanor, could not help but furrow her brow, swallowing the saliva that had gathered at the edge of her mouth. In the midst of poetic sentiments, restlessness prevailed. Were it not for her trepidation of venturing outside, she would have bolted forth, for the aroma was utterly irresistible. Lacking anything to offer Sheng Shui, she did not consider herself particularly special, especially since even Yu Jing could dismiss newcomers without hesitation. To speak would be merely to invite humiliation upon herself. Both were vexed yet yearning for sustenance. Meanwhile, the three individuals indulged in their meal, perspiration glistening upon their brows, while Sheng Shui deliberately leaned closer to the window. The aged window, ill-fitted, allowed a noticeable draft to seep in. Hey, what are you doing? Are you feeling hot? Wang Gui, his nose glistening with sweat from the meal, instinctively paused at the sight. No, Sheng Shui replied with a gentle smile. I was just thinking that those in the other room have not had anything to eat, so I thought to let them catch a whiff to whet their appetites. Wang Gui. Oh, the other three. In the adjacent room, a chorus of rumbling stomachs echoed like distant thunder, each person taking their turn to lament their hunger. Yet, none felt drowsy. As another wave of hunger reverberated, Yu Jing irritably clasped his abdomen. The air was thick with an aroma reminiscent of hot pot, stirring their appetites and causing saliva to flow incessantly. Already famished, sleep now eluded them. The dilemma lay in the fact that this was decades prior. Where could one find hot pot? It was a miracle if the villagers could fill their bellies. Without a doubt, it was the mischief of that enigmatic master one. Yu Jing gritted his teeth, mentally chastising Sheng Shui 1,000 times over. Yet, she remained unfazed as the group finished their meal and organized their belongings, gathering around the fire to discuss the arrangements for the night watch. In this realm, slumber could not be fully embraced. They must take turns to keep vigil. We shall keep watch until midnight, proposed Yu Shiqing and Bai Jingjing, their hunger making sleep elusive. Sheng Shui nodded in agreement, while Li Mingya and Wang Gui shared no objections, reclining on their beds with eyes closed in repose, being seasoned in the art of vigil. Yu Shiqing and Bai Jingjing took their positions by the hearth, the flickering flames casting a rosy glow upon their cheeks. A similar scene unfolded in the adjoining room, where Yu Jing and Su Sunan held the watch for the first half of the night. As the hours crept by, the night deepened and a thick fog rolled in, accompanied by the haunting sound of a woman weeping. The wail was chillingly eerie, At first, it seemed to emanate from afar, yet upon closer listening, it felt as though it resonated within the courtyard, even at their ears. The atmosphere grew tense among the watchers in both rooms. The specter had arrived. They maintained their composure, feigning ignorance, seemingly unaffected by the disquieting sounds. However, as time dragged on, the woman's cries sharpened in intensity, no longer fluctuating in distance. It was as if her voice was traversing towards them. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard, though all present understood that in such a moment, no living soul could wander there. Beneath the covers, Wang Xiaowen trembled uncontrollably. It was her first encounter with such a task, making sleep an impossibility. The eerie sound of weeping outside instilled a palpable sense of dread within her. Beside her lay Tang Xiaoli, who emitted no sound. Yet it was evident she too was wide awake. The prop car they possessed was rather lackluster, yet proved remarkably effective when focus was imperative. She had acquired this knowledge from the previous copy, and at this moment, hearing the sound from outside, she felt an urge to make use of it. Yet, she remained oblivious to the rules governing the specter's murderous intentions. What if the cries outside were merely a ruse? Losing one's senses could sometimes prove detrimental. As Tang Xiaoli sought to reassure herself internally, she remained vigilant to the specter's movements. She could hear the weeping of the female ghost and the sound of footsteps seemingly circling in the courtyard, now having shifted to another room. Tang Xiaoli strained her ears, but no further sounds emerged, neither the cries nor the footsteps. It was as if the ghost had vanished, or perhaps she stood silently in another room, unmoving. Gradually, the intense tension in Tang Xiaoli's heart began to ease, but just as she was about to exhale a breath of relief, she suddenly felt a chill breeze brush against her forehead. It was icy, even causing her hair to flutter downwards. Had she forgotten to close the window? For a moment, confusion washed over her. She distinctly recalled that the window seemed to be shut, although it was not perfectly sealed. The gaps were not substantial enough to allow such a draft. Moreover, she remembered clearly that their room faced west, suggesting that no wind should reach her here. As Tang Xiaoli's mind raced with these thoughts, she suddenly heard a faint sound, as if something were stealthily moving. Wait! A chilling possibility struck her. The female ghost had been silent for quite some time. What if she was not in that room, but rather beneath her window? As she contemplated this, it seemed to validate her suspicions. She sensed a chill that no longer blew against her forehead, but emanated from beneath the covers, brushing against her ear with a refreshing breeze. She stifled any instinct to move or make a sound. Suddenly, an eerie and mournful wail pierced the air beside her, as if it were whispered directly into her ear. Chapter 8. The Cursed Village 6. Sheng Shui had a restful slumber until dawn. The previous night, Bai Jingjing and Yu Shiqing had kept watch, and it was expected that the remaining three would take over the latter half of the night. However, Li Mingya and Wang Gui, being considerate, refrained from waking Sheng Shui. Thus, in stark contrast to the other four occupants of the room, who appeared notably fatigued, Sheng Shui exuded an exceptional vitality. "Boss, something happened in that room last night," Wang Gui said gravely upon noticing Sheng Shui was awake. It turned out that Wang Gui, still awake, had been startled by a woman's scream, which clearly originated from another room. Although curiosity about their ordeal lingered, no one dared to venture outside. It was as if they were all oblivious, yet their anxiety deepened. "I heard that sound too last night," Li Mingya chimed in, her complexion pale, clearly haunted by the memory. "It was just so piercing. I couldn't tell if it was Wang Xiaowen's or Tang Xiaoli's. There were only two women in that room, so it must have been one of them." Sheng Shui nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "Did you hear any strange sounds last night? Something akin to a ghostly voice?" Her eyes were filled with bewilderment, and beside her, Li Mingya and Wang Gui were taken aback. "Please, do not tell me you fell asleep without even hearing the cries of the female ghost last night," Li Mingya exclaimed, tears of envy pooling at the corners of her mouth. What splendid sleep and what immense confidence one must possess to enjoy such undisturbed slumber. Yet, Sheng Shui indeed had not heard a thing, and she honestly nodded. Instantly, a look of envy washed over Li Mingya's face as she and Wang Gui recounted to Sheng Shui all the peculiar events of the previous night. "So, What you are saying is that shortly after nightfall, there were cries of a woman outside, and she wandered around in the courtyard. Shang Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued by Jingjing's addition, who confirmed that the figure had indeed been pacing within the courtyard. At that moment, Shang Shui heard the sound of a door creaking open and quickly announced, "They are coming." The group hastily composed themselves, and soon, the door to their room swung open, allowing the occupants from the adjacent room to enter. With each person who entered, Shang Shui mentally noted their presence. Initially, she had feared a casualty from the previous night, but to her astonishment, all 5 had returned unscathed. Noticing the puzzled expressions on several faces, Yu Jing offered a wry smile. "I know what you're all thinking, but I assure you, everyone in our room is perfectly fine." After Yu Jing's explanation, the group finally grasped the events of the previous night. It turned out that upon sensing the ghostly presence whispering in her ear, Tang Xiaoli had decisively employed a sensory-blocking artifact. As for the screams they had all heard, those had emanated from Wang Xiuwen. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze towards the listless Wang Xiuwen. Surprisingly, Shang Shui's eyes glimmered. It appeared that there existed a sensory shielding prop card, indicating the intriguing diversity of such cards. Wang Xiuwen, facing the crowd, appeared disoriented as she recounted, "Last night, I felt a chill that I could not resist, so I turned towards Sister Xiaoli, and then I saw a ghost." The eyes of the others lit up with intrigue. She was exceedingly thin, resembling a mere skeleton, crouching by the bed, exhaling towards Sister Xiaoli while emitting a dreadful wail. At this point, Wang Xiuwen lifted her gaze, fixating intensely on the others, who then noticed her eyes were bloodshot, as if she had experienced a profound shock. "She saw me. She saw me." Wang Xiuwen continued to repeat this phrase, unable to articulate further, her expression vacant. Clearly, this incident had inflicted a significant blow upon her. Yu Jing stepped in to elaborate, stating that the ghost had inexplicably departed without harming Wang Xiuwen. However, everyone understood that it was merely a matter of time. Shang Shui glanced at Tang Xiaoli, who seemed to be in a state of detachment, and upon sensing Shang Shui's gaze, Yu Jing willingly added, "She can hardly hear us right now. Her vision is quite hazy, likely due to the effects of the prop card." Shang Shui nodded in understanding, marveling at the seasoned wisdom of the elder. Without hesitation, she activated the sensory shielding prop card to prevent any impulsive actions. This required not only courage, but also resolve. She still has time to seek clues to resolve the crisis. During the day, we must seize every moment to search for hints. Yu Jing furrowed her brow. "We only have 5 days. The mission statement indicated that after 5 days, the villagers would summon a master to dispel the curse. If we fail to uncover any clues, it is likely that everyone will perish." 2 days have already passed. The weight of time presses heavily upon the group, diminishing their spirits. At that moment, they suddenly heard what seemed to be footsteps outside the door. Exchanging glances, they decided to step outside. Tang Xiaoli, unable to hear, hesitated for a moment, and chose to remain with Wang Xiuwen instead. As Shang Shui and others approached the entrance, they spotted a little girl stealthily taking something from a basket at the door. Upon noticing their presence, the girl bolted, but Wang Ge, quick on his feet, caught her. She pleaded, "I didn't mean to. It was unintentional." Observing the multitude of eyes upon her, the girl implored, "My mother is unwell, and there is no food at home. I didn't intend to steal. I only took a little." The group then noticed that the girl was emaciated, her body little more than skin and bones, her tattered clothes barely covering her. The girl hesitated, casting a glance at Yu Jing and the bun in her hand, and after a moment of inner conflict, she nodded. A smile graced Yu Jing's face as she inquired, "Where is the back mountain?" Upon hearing those words, the girl's expression visibly shifted to one of fear, suggesting that she had undoubtedly been warned by adults about the perils of the back mountain. However, in exchange for the solitary steamed bun in her possession, she pondered for a moment before revealing to Yu Jing and the others the location and directions to reach it. Yu Jing, having obtained the desired information, nodded with a smile and allowed the girl to depart. Clutching the bun, she darted away in haste. The gaze of the group converged on the basket at the entrance, which still held a considerable amount of food, presumably prepared by the village chief for their benefit. Yet, the absence of the chief himself raised questions, as he merely placed the basket outside without showing his face. Considering Yu Jing's earlier reaction, it was not difficult to surmise that he harbored suspicions regarding the chief's reluctance to guide them to the back mountain. After all, the chief had personally assured them just the day before. Thus, Yu Jing felt compelled to investigate the back mountain, convinced that there was something amiss. As he expressed this thought, his demeanor darkened. He hoped that the information here would align with his expectations. Recalling a previous experience in a certain scenario where the village by day bore no resemblance to the village by night, the others, being astute, certainly understood the implications of Yu Jing's words. Consequently, silence enveloped the group as they turned to their meals. Sheng Shui also partook of the food, and once finished, everyone opted not to linger indoors, dispersing in small clusters. Even Tang Xiaoli, who had lost her senses, chose not to remain with Wang Xiuan, instead following Yu Jing and the others. Meanwhile, Li Mengya, Wang Gui, and Sheng Shui continued their trio. Unlike the others, who either ventured to the back mountain or searched the unlocked houses within the village, Sheng Shui aimlessly wandered through the village, appearing somewhat at loose ends. Wang Gui initially felt no particular concern, but after meandering for 2 or 3 laps, he cautiously inquired, "Esteemed one, were we doing wandering about the village? Are we awaiting some opportune moment?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback. She raised her gaze and noticed Li Mengya's eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if she too were intrigued by the matter, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Of course not," Sheng Shui replied, somewhat exasperated. "I am waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone?" Li Mengya and Wang Gui exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled. "Who are we waiting for?" Just as their hesitation lingered, they suddenly observed a spark of excitement in Sheng Shui's eyes, prompting her to swiftly stride in a particular direction. Though uncertain of the reason, Li Mengya and Wang Gui instinctively followed suit. As they approached, they discovered a dilapidated, lowly abode, with the girl they had encountered earlier standing at the threshold. In an instant, realization dawned upon Li Mengya and Wang Gui. The esteemed one was indeed searching for the little girl, hoping to glean some information. The girl, engrossed in playing with mud at the doorway, looked up and was startled to find the person she had met that morning standing before her. She froze in shock, on the verge of tears, unsure of how to react. Just then, the beautiful older sister, adorned with a backpack, extended her hand, clutching a fluffy white bun. Her voice was gentle and melodious. "Little sister, do you know where the former dwelling of the shaman was located?" The little girl instinctively nodded. Sheng Shui, with great perceptiveness, placed the bun into the girl's arms. "Might you share that information with your sister?" The little girl nodded and candidly revealed, "I only remember that at night, the shaman's house would light up. After darkness fell, the highest attic would glow, and that is where the shaman resides." "At night?" The three exchanged glances. "Aren't we forbidden from going out after dark here?" It was evident that Sheng Shui was also perplexed. She was about to inquire when a cough echoed from within the house. "Dao Dao." Though the voice was frail, the severity in her tone was unmistakable. "Who are you talking to? Hurry and come inside." With no other recourse, Sheng Shui and the others turned to leave. "Why do you want to know the shaman's address?" Wang Gui couldn't help but ask. "Do you wish to pay her a visit?" As they walked, he contemplated that the shaman's abode might hold some clues. However, the information they had gathered indicated that reaching her dwelling necessitated venturing out at night. Each of them was acutely aware of the perils associated with nighttime escapades. "You can't catch a wolf without parting with the child," Sheng Shui asserted resolutely. "If we leave early, it will be fine. Didn't you mention that the female ghost appears quite late?" A line of exasperation crossed the foreheads of the two. Indeed, they had stated that the ghost manifested late, but it was not an absolute certainty. Both felt somewhat helpless, yet before they could articulate their thoughts, Sheng Shui continued. "It is highly likely that the clues within this village only reveal themselves at night. During the day, the truth remains shrouded. Now she regards the village chief and others with great suspicion. Upon reflection, it seems quite plausible that the ghostly woman, who has been wandering outside the courtyard weeping, harbors no intention to harm them. Rather, it appears she seeks their assistance in fulfilling her unfulfilled desires. Furthermore, the fact that she did not claim any lives on the first day raises the question. If they remain holed up indoors, will her patience eventually wane? No one can say for certain. The village chief and his companions are even reluctant to take the lead in searching for clues, which hardly suggests a fervent desire to lift the curse. Since the ghostly figure desires their help in completing her wishes, it stands to reason that only under the cover of night can they uncover what they seek. Li Mengya and Wang Gui, upon hearing Sheng Shui's words, wore expressions that hinted at partial understanding. Wang Xiuan, having regained some composure, was aware of Wang Gui's disdain for her, thus choosing to remain silent. Sheng Shui and her companions made no effort to engage her in conversation, opting instead to conserve their energy within the confines of the room. The whereabouts of several other teams remained a mystery, though it was evident they were also diligently pursuing leads. Sheng Shui's gaze turned serious within this scenario. There are no handouts. If they fail to find any clues today, it is evident that no one will be willing to share information thereafter. The puppet appeared distinctly peculiar, evoking a vague sense of familiarity in Sheng Shui. Yet, at that moment, she could not pinpoint the source of this recognition. Time waits for no one, and venturing out at night requires utmost caution. Thus, Sheng Shui redirected her focus, attentively observing her surroundings. Due to the weighty nature of this undertaking, she chose to travel light, foregoing her backpack. As she packed her belongings, she stumbled upon the large machete and the cloth doll. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to tuck the doll into her pocket while gripping the machete firmly in her hand. She vividly recalled the expressions on Wang Gui and Li Mengya's faces as she turned. Their looks, their postures, made her feel as though she were a ruthless killer. "Boss, that machete is truly impressive." Li Mengya timidly approached after a while, her gaze fixated on the blade. The handle bore deep stains, as if the blood had seeped into its very essence. Li Mengya pondered the origins of this weapon, wondering if it might be a pig slaughtering knife. Observing Li Mengya's expression, Sheng Shui understood the thoughts swirling in her mind. Out of kindness, she chose to remain silent, barely having the chance to utter a dismissive remark when her gaze fell upon a distant point, her eyes profound. The lights had come on. Li Mengya and Wang Gui exchanged a startled glance. When they had exited earlier, they noticed that the village was shrouded in darkness, with nearly every household devoid of light, exuding an eerie stillness akin to an abandoned settlement. Yet, just moments ago, a structure reminiscent of an attic had illuminated with a warm, golden glow. In the surrounding blackness, the lit attic appeared as a beacon in the ocean's depths. Had they not been aware of the village's haunted reputation, such illumination might have offered them a sense of warmth. Strangely, they had never noticed the presence of an attic during the day. Now, not only had it seemingly materialized out of thin air, but it was also inexplicably aglow. It was no wonder the little girl had mentioned that the brightly lit places at night were the dwelling of the shaman, for it was utterly elusive by daylight. Li Mengya and Wang Gui found themselves in a state of hesitation. Such a peculiar phenomenon was unmistakably indicative of the abnormality of their surroundings. The shaman had perished, yet the house remained illuminated each night. The more they pondered, the more they sensed something amiss. In the realm of their adventure, no one dared to tread upon the eerie grounds. However, Sheng Shui's gaze flickered with determination. From a moment the female specter had entered the courtyard without inflicting harm, merely meandering about, to the present discovery of the shaman's room aglow, her prior speculations began to align with the unfolding reality. The ghost did not seem to resist their exploration. In fact, every peculiar aspect appeared to be a clue bestowed by her. With this revelation, Sheng Shui decisively proclaimed, "Let us proceed." Li Mengya and Wang Gui had already witnessed Sheng Shui's prowess during the earlier encounter with the female ghost at the inn. Hearing her words and recalling her ability to repel spirits, both felt a sense of reassurance. Although the situation appeared somewhat perilous, their confidence in their formidable companion suggested that even in the face of danger, she would ensure their safety. Li Mengya and Wang Gui were thus comforted. Meanwhile, Sheng Shui caught a glimpse of Wang Gui from the corner of her eye, which further eased her mind. Previously, when they had traversed the corridor on the third floor, Wang Gui had successfully driven away the female ghost, yet insisted on portraying himself as subservient, even bestowing a token of loyalty as a form of tribute. It seemed the formidable ally was reluctant to divulge her true capabilities, fearing the consequences that might ensue. His willingness to accompany them into the unknown indicated that everything within was likely manageable. Thus, the three of them, filled with mutual trust, advanced calmly towards the illuminated attic. On the other side, the team was diligently fulfilling their respective roles. In this perilous night, only Wang Xiuwen and Tang Xiaoli remained in the courtyard. The night deepened. Chapter 9. The Cursed Village 7. The attic glowed with a warm yellow light, while below lay an abyss of darkness. Sheng Shui, wielding a machete, led the way, followed closely by Li Menya and Wang Gui. The wooden ladder leading to the attic, worn with age, creaked ominously underfoot, while the most terrifying aspect was the unknown lurking in the shadows, as if something sinister lay hidden within. Li Menya dared not look again after a fleeting glance, obediently trailing behind Sheng Shui. With a pained expression, Li Menya pondered the heavy responsibilities that came with following a leader, wondering where the other teams might be at that moment. In the graveyard on the back hill, Su Sunan and Yu Jing stood grim-faced before an excavated grave, a mound of fresh earth towering behind them. Observing the desolate grave, with only a few tattered garments scattered about, their expressions darkened further. As they approached the village, the enveloping darkness heightened their caution. They had indeed noticed the illuminated attic, yet both were acutely aware of its eerie nature, and neither expressed the desire to ascend and investigate. Out of superstition, they refrained from even glancing upward. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Tang Xiaoli finally regained her senses, clearly hearing the conversations and sound around her. She gazed at the closed door and at Wang Xiuwen, who stood by the crackling firewood. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart, as if something was amiss. Her intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Countless times, she has narrowly escaped death relying solely on it. Thus, feeling an unsettling sensation within her, she barely registered that Wang Xiuwen's demeanor appeared somewhat abnormal. She inquired, "It's rather late now. It's advisable not to venture outside at night during the instance." Due to her previous lack of clarity in understanding, and the impatience of Yu Jing and others in explaining matters to her, Tang Xiaoli possessed limited information. She gazed out the window, a sense of unease washing over her. It wasn't the concern for the lives of others that troubled her, but rather the discomfort of feeling isolated. "Do you hear any sounds outside, Sister Xiaoli?" Just as Tang Xiaoli was observing the exterior, Wang Xiuwen's voice echoed from behind her. Startled, Tang Xiaoli felt every hair on her neck stand on end. Turning around, she found Wang Xiuwen staring intently at her, the depth of her gaze unsettling. Despite her usually amiable temperament, Tang Xiaoli felt a flicker of irritation. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed Wang Xiuwen placing her hand to her ear, her brows knitting together in distress. "Sister Xiaoli, can you truly not hear anything?" Wang Xiuwen's expression was frenzied. Upon uttering this phrase, it was as if a switch had been flipped within her. Her brows shot up, her gaze menacing, her previously familiar features transformed into a grotesque mask. "Sister Xiaoli, why have you fallen silent? Can you genuinely not hear my voice?" In that moment, Wang Xiuwen rose, her eyes fixed on Tang Xiaoli with an intensity that seemed to penetrate her soul, advancing step by step, the malice in her eyes almost palpable. "It appears my suspicions were correct." Upon witnessing the scene before her, Tang Xiaoli, despite her typically carefree demeanor, could not help but sense that something was amiss with Wang Xiuwen. It was highly probable that the individual standing before her was no longer the Wang Xiuwen she knew. Could it be that last night, during the harrowing scream, Wang Xiuwen was already replaced by a malevolent spirit? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If Wang Xiuwen had indeed been supplanted by a ghost, then the entity before her was certainly that very ghost. The narrative of this realm was fraught with taboos. It was not devoid of hope. There must be a path to survival. But where could this path lie? Tang Xiaoli's eyes darted around, her mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, the figure of Wang Xiuwen continued to advance slowly toward her. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Tang Xiaoli's mind. She understood that the key to her survival lay just outside the door. This particular scenario was evidently unique. The specter did not possess the liberty to wreak havoc at night. Yet, should one be unable to overcome their psychological barriers and adhere rigidly to the notion of remaining indoors after dark, they would inevitably fall prey to the ghost. This ghoul, masquerading in Wang Xiaowen's guise, incessantly inquired whether she had heard any sounds. With this revelation, Tang Xiaoli swiftly moved to the door and burst forth. A wave of relief washed over her. Had she delayed even a moment longer, her fate might have been uncertain. Once outside the courtyard, she found herself at a loss as to where to flee, so she followed a path before her. As she passed an intersection, she heard the voice of Li Mengya. "Where are you headed?" Li Mengya and her companions had just descended from the loft and were taken aback to see Tang Xiaoli racing toward them. Her face etched with terror, clearly having endured something unimaginable. How could you be so careless? What if that weren't Tang Xiaoli, but a ghost? At times, what one encounters on the road may not necessarily be an ally. Sheng Shui, however, did not ponder this deeply. She stepped forward, regarding the bewildered Tang Xiaoli. "Has your item card expired?" Tang Xiaoli, still catching her breath from her recent haste, was cautious. She feared that Sheng Shui and her companions might be illusions conjured by a specter, rendering her momentarily speechless as she scrutinized them with vigilance. Li Mengya, notijin her silenge, grew anxious and tugged at Sheng Shui's sleeve. This gesture did not escape Tang Xiaoli's attention. Following Li Mengya's movement, she glanced downward and discerned the shadows of the group cast upon the ground. The loft was not far from their location, and the brightness of the moon illuminated their silhouettes clearly. Relieved by this revelation, Tang Xiaoli finally found her voice. After all, spirits do not cast shadows. Wang Xiaowen has been replaced by a ghost. Sheng Shui, Li Mengya, and Wang Gui exchanged alarmed glances, startled by the implication. "How do you know this?" Wang Gui questioned Tang Xiaoli with suspicion. Perceiving their doubt, Tang Xiaoli, feeling urgency, recounted the events as they had unfolded. Then, she expressed curiosity about their own whereabouts. "What were you all up to?" Li Mengya, still shaken by Tang Xiaoli's earlier revelation, remained momentarily dazed. Wang Gui, observing the scene, was equally taken aback. Yet Tang Xiaoli, seemingly oblivious to their hesitation, pressed on, "Come now, what were you doing? Are you afraid of me?" After a brief silence, she resumed, "Why the silence? What were you all engaged in?" Her tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of depth. The frantic and anxious glimmer in her eyes had faded, replaced by a semblance of animosity. Li Mengya, in a state of terror, covered her mouth as she watched Tang Xiaoli draw closer. She had contemplated fleeing at once. Yet upon witnessing Sheng Shui's unwavering stance, she chose to remain still, trusting her ally's judgment. As Tang Xiaoli approached, almost within mere steps of them, Sheng Shui retrieved an object from her bag and pressed it onto Tang Xiaoli's forehead. Li Mengya and Wang Gui stood in stunned silence, observing the transformation. The previously venomous and ominous Tang Xiaoli now stood before them, her expression shifting to one of clarity and even friendliness. Li Mengya, bewildered, questioned whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, for she perceived a glimmer in Tang Xiaoli's eyes. Do spirits possess light within their gaze? Li Mengya found herself in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Wang Gui, relieved yet intrigued, cast his gaze upward, recognizing the object affixed to Tang Xiaoli's forehead as somewhat familiar. With cautious curiosity, he inquired, "Esteemed leader, what is this?" His eyes, tinged with envy, lingered on the mysterious object. In the dim light, its details remained obscured, yet its ability to halt a spirit's motions suggested its formidable nature. How he wished to possess such an item. To maintain a fade in the presence of something so potent was indeed a remarkable feat. "This is the loyalty prop card you gifted me," Shang Shui remarked, her exasperation evident as she regarded Wang Gui with a look that conveyed a patronizing affection. She was merely a novice who had just entered the dungeon, armed with but a single prop card, generously sponsored by him. As seasoned foxes, what pretense were they putting on? Wang Gui was utterly flabbergasted. Could it truly be utilized in such a manner? Good heavens, Was she not afraid of a catastrophic failure? A cold sweat broke out on Wang Gui's back, as the belated dread made his hands tremble. He could scarcely fathom the extent of danger his life had just faced. How could she so brazenly employ such a trivial prop card, especially with the specter already looming so close? Should he commend her audacity, or chide her for her reckless naivety? Just when Wang Gui thought he had reached the pinnacle of shock, Shang Shui, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, "If it is a prop card issued by the app, why should it not be used in this way?" When confronted by the gambling fiend who had murdered his wife and daughter, Shang Shui had realized that the app reigned supreme over all. It could constrain the spirits from committing murder. Thus the prop cards it dispensed as rewards must serve their own purpose. How could there be any doubt about their applicability? After all, they were intended for use against the specters. Wang Gui's eyes widened as he exchanged a glance with Li Mengya, who stood beside him, equally dumbfounded. In each other's gaze, they discerned a shared existential doubt. Upon reflection, Shang Shui's assertion held substantial merit. Their understanding had been too superficial, confined to the belief that loyalty prop cards were solely for human use. Yet, they had overlooked the fact that spirits were once human too. Furthermore, within the confines of the dungeon, spirits were invincible. If only they could enlist the loyalty of a ghost, they could circumvent numerous obstacles. The more they pondered, the clearer their understanding became. And Wang Gui even felt a twinge of regret for having considered this prop card merely as a bargaining chip in his collaboration with Shang Shui. Previously, you mentioned that Wang Xiuwen was possessed by a ghost. Is that true? Shang Shui, with no time to explain to the two, instead inquired of the ghost masquerading as Tang Xiaoli. Indeed, it is true. The ghost, with bright eyes, gazed at Shang Shui, displaying a spirited demeanor akin to a diligent subordinate reporting to a superior. However, that was also me. At this revelation, the three of them furrowed their brows. "Wasn't it you in the yard last night?" Li Mengya queried. According to the ghost account, she had occupied the bodies of Wang Xiuwen and Tang Xiaoli. Yet it was evident that Tang Xiaoli appeared perfectly normal this morning. How could a single ghost impersonate two individuals simultaneously? Thus, it was likely that she was not the one from the yard last night. No, the ghost firmly shook her head and began to narrate. It turned out she could not recall her true identity, only that she had been a ghost for a very long time. Her possession was not for the purpose of causing harm. Rather, she relished eavesdropping on the gossip within human minds. The group exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This ghost's peculiar hobby was quite unique, and given her penchant for gossip and attraction to women, she was most likely a female ghost. After expressing her thoughts, Li Mengya suddenly considered a possibility and looked at the ghost with keen interest. "Do you know Xiaomei?" No sooner had she spoken than they noticed the flames of curiosity igniting in the ghost's eyes, along with a striking brightness, confirming their suspicions. They had indeed found the right ghost. In the yard, Yu Jing surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of 4 individuals, including Tang Xiaoli. However, he remained silent, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally lingering on the unconscious Wang Xiuwen. Wang Xiuwen lay unconscious, and none among the gathered dared to rouse her. After this morning's events, a palpable sense of unease surrounded her. Yu Jing, however, was eager to exchange intelligence with Bai Jingjing and Yu Shiqing, confident in the value of his own insights, which he believed would complement theirs quite well. As nearly half an hour elapsed, his impatience grew. Time was of the essence. His words carried an undertone of urgency and suggestion. If they lingered any longer, they would soon reach the hour when the female specter had appeared the previous night. Bai Jingjing and Yu Shiqing were acutely aware of his trepidation and shared a hesitant glance, contemplating their next move. Just as they seemed poised to speak, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. They exchanged fearful glances, recognizing the terror reflected in each other's eyes. The ghost from the previous night had also been preceded by footsteps. Who, or what, was approaching now? Chapter 10. The cursed village. The atmosphere among the group turned grim, their gazes fixated on the door. Yu Shiqing, glancing towards the window, felt a momentary relief upon noticing it was covered. According to Yu Jing's account, the specter had entered through an open window. There were no signs of the door having been breached. Only the window had inexplicably swung open. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. Just then, the footsteps halted at the threshold, and amidst their collective dread, the door swung open with a resounding bang. A gust of cold wind swept into the room, and in the height of their terror, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, everyone is here." Sheng Shui boldly entered, selecting an appropriate spot to settle down. Li Mingya and Wang Gui followed closely beside Sheng Shui, though their fortitude was not as robust as hers, unable to disregard the ireful gazes from those around them. "Where have you been?" Yu Jingshen inhaled deeply multiple times, forcing himself through a mental preparation, and finally spoke in a composed manner, albeit with a tinge of suspicion lingering in his mind. He had harbored doubts since their initial encounter on the third floor of the Happiness Hotel, suspecting that Shang Shui and Wang Gui had been replaced by apparitions. Now, that suspicion resurfaced. Could it be that Tang Xiaoli had already met her demise at the hands of this group? "Of course, we were searching for clues," Wang Gui asserted defiantly. "What else would you think?" He had long held a disdain for Yu Jingshen, believing that the narrative of their world revolved solely around him. This commanding tone irked Wang Gui, who was accustomed to a life of freedom. Sheng Shui was taken aback by Wang Gui's audacity and bestowed upon him an approving glance. Yu Jingshen, momentarily stifled by Wang Gui's retort, prudently shifted away from the contentious topic. "All right, it's not a significant matter. We can clarify it." He had no desire to provoke the individual he suspected might be a specter. Thus, he redirected the conversation. "How about we exchange the information we all gathered today?" The others expressed no objections. Yu Jingshen then turned to Sheng Shui. "Miss Wen, perhaps you could begin?" All eyes were fixed on Sheng Shui, who raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yu Jingshen would invite her to speak first. Yet she understood that there must be advantages to this arrangement. Everyone is now in the same boat. Akin to grasshoppers on a single rope, under the pressure of time, few would choose to conceal information. Those who provide intelligence are likely to divulge every detail, fearing that their omissions may lead to disarray in subsequent events. However, should malevolent individuals linger in the shadows, they may very well opt to withhold critical information. Through prior inquiries and explorations, Shang Shui surmised that the fewer individuals who survive a dungeon, the greater the likelihood of acquiring item cards. In light of this, she was reluctant to remain passive and resolved to be the first to act. "Miss Meng?" Noticing Sheng Shui's prolonged silence, Yu Jing could not help but urge her. "What should I say?" A gentle smile adorned Sheng Shui's face as she dramatically drew forth a meter-long cleaver from her side, placing it before her. The bloodstains gleamed ominously in the flickering light, rendering the scene particularly chilling. Yu Jing's pupils contracted, and the other attendees were struck dumb by this terrifying display. How could she possess such a lengthy blade? When Sheng Shui had entered earlier, the dimness of the room had obscured the fact that she carried a large cleaver. Now, its sudden reveal, a gruesome instrument seemingly inscribed with untold tales, left them disinterested in contemplating how she might wield it. "Let's speak first." The typically taciturn Su Sunan finally broke his silence, casting a knowing glance towards Yu Jing as he spoke. Since the encounter with the middle-aged woman, no one dared to underestimate this newcomer. The current task was fraught with enigmas, and Su Sunan had no desire to linger any longer, especially when accompanied by a dangerous individual like Sheng Shui. "All right, I'm agreeable. I have no objections." Yu Jing's rigid expression softened slightly thanks to the support offered by Su Sunan. Su Sunan then began recounting their actions from earlier that day. It transpired that the two were apprehensive about the village chief's claims regarding the back mountain, suspecting them to be mere fabrications. They also feared the presence of undiscovered spirits lurking within the village, which compelled them to excavate graves in the back mountain. They had already gathered information from the villagers, learning that only those who had erred would be buried in the back mountain, leading to a scarcity of graves there. Upon inspecting the tombstones, they found only one name belonging to a man. At this revelation, the others exchanged glances filled with trepidation. If the village chief's assertions held truth, and they had indeed buried a man in the back mountain, then the owner of the tombstone must be the husband of the female ghost. The name inscribed on the tombstone was Hong Shizhong. Su Sunan whispered, adding weight to the conversation. Upon hearing this name, Shang Shui, keenly attuned to the reactions of those present, noticed that old Qi's breathing had quickened, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared that this aligned with the intelligence they had sought, accompanied by a new discovery. "So, have you located the man's grave?" asked Yu Shiqing. Su Sunan shook his head, indicating that this was not entirely accurate. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the group, he elaborated, enunciating each word clearly. "We unearthed the grave and found it to be empty. It was merely a burial mound. The village chief had insisted that the man was interred there. Yet the grave contained only a few articles of clothing. Where then had the man vanished to? It is not at all located in the back mountain. The village chief deceived them. Or could it be that there's more than one ghost? Have men also transformed into spirits?" Amidst the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Yu Shiqing spoke up. "We have found the house of the matchmaker from this village in the past, and we have discovered this." As she spoke, she carefully retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket and gently unfolded it. Under the flickering firelight, the others noticed faint writing upon it. This dilapidated and impoverished village did not seem to be a place where literacy was common, and ink and paper were not inexpensive. What could be so significant as to warrant the expense of ink and paper for writing? Sheng Shui and the others leaned in closer to examine it, discovering that the document began with the three prominent characters: marriage contract. What does a marriage contract signify? Wang Gui asked instinctively. Could it be related to marriage? But isn't a marriage simply a marriage certificate? Why write a marriage contract? Marriage contract. Qi Lao's voice grew somewhat somber, as if he were recalling some unpleasant past, his tone imbued with a touch of nostalgia. It refers to a form of marriage exchange. Sheng Shui gazed intently at Qi Lao, already beginning to form a conjecture, yet still unable to confirm it entirely. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Qi Lao stroked his beard and explained. In feudal and backward places, for impoverished families, marrying a wife is an immense burden. The term marriage exchange, commonly referred to as wife exchange, implies borrowing or pawning. The poor rent wives from even poorer families to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Typically, the marriage contract would specify the duration of the rental and the price. This reflects the oppression of women by society. As Qi Lao reached this point, his tone was tinged with a sigh. But what is particularly significant about this? Wang Gui queried, somewhat puzzled. Bai Jingjing extended her finger, indicating for him to take a closer look at the signature. It was then that everyone noticed the names of the lender and the borrower clearly inscribed beneath the marriage contract, with the borrower's name unmistakably being Hong Shizhong. This matched the name on the gravestone that Su Sunan had previously mentioned. Sheng Shui understood. No wonder old Qi had displayed a hint of excitement when that name was uttered, for the evidence had now intertwined. As for the names of the lender and the bride, they were obscured by an unknown stain, revealing only their surnames, the bride's being Xia and the lender's being Zhou. The marriage contract not only stipulated a price, but also explicitly stated a rental period of 8 years. Upon seeing the duration, Sheng Shui glanced towards the end of the contract, silently noting the recorded date. Thus, the couple that had been brutally murdered were not truly husband and wife, but rather the lender and the bride. Li Mingya was somewhat taken aback, feeling a pang of sympathy. This meant that the female ghost was not a human trafficker. It was only Hong Shizhong who fit that description. The man with the surname Zhong, whose name remained unknown, was indeed the true husband of the female ghost. Silence enveloped the group as they collectively grasped the gravity of the situation. The female ghost had been wrongfully killed. Previously, they had been curious about what the female ghost had endured to harbor such resentment and wreak havoc upon the village after her death. If everything stemmed from her being treated as an object by her husband and subsequently wronged, it all began to make sense. Regrettably, they still had no means to ascertain the ghost's wishes, necessitating further investigation. Time was of the essence. Indeed, old Qi nodded and lamented. It is unfortunate that while we have uncovered the man's name, the woman's remains a mystery. Even though it is known that the woman has transformed into a ghost, old Qi still prefers to refer to her as a woman, as if this nomenclature could somehow placate the spirit. Xiao Mei. Just as the others nodded in regret, Sheng Shui's voice suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Mei, the name of the female ghost. Sheng Shui reiterated. Yu Jing opened her mouth, about to inquire how Sheng Shui knew this, when the group was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. The newcomer arrived swiftly at the door and, under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, knocked. Esteemed benefactors, the village chief's voice resonated from outside. The venue for dispelling the curse has been prepared. I kindly ask you to come and see if anything requires further enhancement. The village chief's tone was perfectly normal, as if it were not the dead of night, but rather the brightness of day. Why? After hiding away in fear of leading them to the haunted back mountain, would the village chief now appear in the ghostly courtyard at such an hour? However, as a crucial NPC within the scenario, his presence suggested that tonight might not harbor any significant danger. Upon reflection, it was already late, yet there were no signs of the ghost making an appearance. The group exchanged hesitant glances, each feeling uncertain. Safe nights were a rarity in such scenarios. Since the threat from the female ghost seemed absent tonight, it was inevitable that danger would manifest from another source, most likely from the venue arranged at the village entrance. Esteemed benefactors, are you asleep? Just then, the village chief's voice echoed again, laced with a hint of urgency. Yu Jing gritted her teeth and stood up, preparing to open the door. No one present attempted to stop her. The village chief evidently brought a new progression. Perhaps the location held secrets they yearned to uncover, such as the wishes of a female ghost. Upon opening the door, Yu Jing was met with the sight of the diminutive village chief standing in the dim entrance. His expression was somewhat indistinct, rendering it difficult to discern his features. Yet, as Yu Jing opened the door, everyone clearly observed his gaze sweeping the room, pausing momentarily on each individual, as if he were confirming their numbers. It seemed that the count was nearly sufficient. After a thorough inspection, the village chief shifted slightly, positioning himself in a spot where a hint of light illuminated his face. The group then discerned a rather eerie smile gracing his lips, and the laughter that escaped him sent a chilling shiver down their spines. Sheng Shui astutely noted that his movements appeared markedly stiff, reminiscent of a marionette being manipulated by strings. The entire demeanor exuded an unsettling rigidity. The numbers are sufficient. Let us proceed, declared the village chief, following which he turned and began to move forward with deliberate slowness. Observing his actions, even Li Mingya harbored doubts about whether his time was drawing near. The thought startled her profoundly. As the villagers witnessed the chief's gradual advance, regardless of their inner turmoil, they felt compelled to follow suit. Yet, none dared to approach him too closely, for his current state was exceedingly bizarre. He bore an air that suggested he might transform into a specter at any moment. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The village chief, alone and stiff, led the way, while a throng of hesitant individuals trailed cautiously behind. Upon exiting the courtyard, the scant illumination vanished entirely, leaving only the pale moonlight casting a ghostly sheen upon the muddy path. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, and Sheng Shui noted that the previously illuminated attic had also disappeared. It was uncertain whether the attic had fulfilled its destined purpose or had uncovered something it feared. This pitch-black environment was most disconcerting. Even the seasoned individuals present, aside from Sheng Shui, felt a palpable sense of unease, heightening their vigilance towards their surroundings. What could that be? Just as Sheng Shui was acutely focused, the puzzled voice of Li Mingya suddenly pierced the stillness. Following her gaze, the group noticed something being swept along the roadside, creating a rustling sound as it scattered across the ground. Was that paper money? Yu Jing squinted, tried to discern the object. The others, upon hearing this, scrutinized the scene more intently, confirming it was indeed paper money. On the dark village path, a large mass of paper money fluttered under the stark moonlight, interspersed with a few ashes and some remnants that had not fully burned. Sheng Shui was initially observing with a serious demeanor, but as her thoughts shifted, her expression sharpened. Why scatter paper money alongside incense ashes? Li Mingya felt a mix of confusion and fear. The rustling of the paper money resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Will it drift towards us? Li Mingya murmured softly, gazing at the fluttering paper money and remnants along the roadside. As if to validate her words, the paper money ahead appeared to sprout wings. No longer content to glide along the ground, but instead dancing through the air. The crowd halted in their tracks. Chapter 11. The Cursed Village. The discerning knew that following the village chief to that site was inherently perilous. Moreover, the road was now imbued with an unsettling aura. Yet, they had all ventured out with the chief. If they lost sight of him, who could predict what terrifying events might unfold outside? Gritting her teeth, Yu Jing lowered her voice. Let us follow closely. Be cautious not to tread upon the paper money. The moment they stepped into the entrance, Sheng Shui softly cautioned. Time was of the essence, and she had no opportunity to elaborate. However, the others, observing her grave expression in the night's shadows, understood that there must be significant implications at play. Indeed, there were profound implications. If previously Sheng Shui felt utterly lost, she now began to piece together her thoughts. There exists a belief that if one incinerates the personal belongings of an imminent death, scattering the ashes alongside the paper money, should someone tread upon it, they would be borrowing life. The dying would siphon the lifespan of the person who stepped upon the paper money. This notion was something Sheng Shui had stumbled upon by chance. Yet what was particularly eerie was the presence of ashes and remnants intermingled with the paper money, prompting deeper contemplation. According to this belief, who was seeking to borrow their lives? Could it be the village chief? Sheng Shui found this possibility highly likely. From what they had observed of the chief today, he appeared rigid, his movements distinctly unnatural, utterly unlike a normal person. She had previously chided inwardly, remarking that the chief seemed as though his final hour was rapidly approaching. Realizing this, Sheng Shui dared not let down her guard. As she walked down the narrow path, she remained vigilant of her footing. Even as paper money fluttered about chaotically, her attention unwaveringly focused on her surroundings. The others were equally cautious, and fortunately, the path was not long. Under their collective vigilance, not a single person stepped upon the scattered paper offerings. Upon exiting the path, Sheng Shui beheld a temple adorned with red lanterns. The village chief stood at the entrance, facing the path from which they approached, silent yet intently observing the ground beneath the feet of the approaching crowd, his expression growing increasingly grim. The crowd remained silent, speculating about what the village chief would say next. It appeared that the site for dispelling the curse, as mentioned by the chief, was likely within this very temple. The chief's cold gaze swept over the assembly. In the light cast by the red lanterns, his face appeared ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Witnessing such a sight, a horrifying thought crossed Sheng Shui's mind. Was the village chief truly alive? No one could ascertain for certain. Esteemed benefactors, please remain calm. The site for dispelling the curse is prepared, located within the temple. Shortly, I kindly ask you all to enter and verify its accuracy as per the requirements. At present, not all are gathered. We shall draw lots to determine the order once everyone arrives. It seemed he sensed something, and the village chief suddenly spoke. His facial muscles twitched unnaturally, reminiscent of facial paralysis. After he finished speaking, he produced a lottery barrel from his garments, filled with slips of paper. The sound of the slips colliding echoed crisply as he shook the barrel. However, it was not the lottery barrel that unsettled the crowd, but rather the chief's mention of others yet to arrive. Who could be missing? Is the person we are waiting for human or a specter? Before their departure, Wang Xiuwen lay in a deep coma, and Tang Xiaoli had vanished without a trace. Contemplating this, Yu Jing cast a fleeting glance at Sheng Shui and Wang Gui. Among this assembly, it is uncertain whether all are indeed human. Thus, while the group outwardly expressed no dissent to the village chief's words, their eyes betrayed a whirlwind of thoughts, each harboring their own musings. What is certain, however, is that tonight will prove to be a formidable trial. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the chill threatened to render them immobile, Sheng Shui suddenly observed a peculiar smile creeping across the village chief's pallid and rigid visage. They have arrived. Though none turned to face the newcomer, the heavy footfalls allowed them to discern the approach of the individual. Standing at the periphery, Sheng Shui heard the footsteps drawing nearer, ultimately halting beside her. She refrained from raising her gaze to meet the stranger's eyes, yet her focus remained on the ground, where she caught a glimpse of what appeared to be the edge of something trodden upon. Squinting, she scrutinized the object closely. It was the edge of paper money. The newcomer had stepped upon the borrowed life's paper offering. Indeed, this was a person, not a ghost. Moreover, the shoes they wore were strikingly familiar. They were a pair of athletic sneakers. The individual was none other than Wang Xiaowen, who had been unconscious in the room during this chapter of events. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the drawing of lots, the village chief announced, his gait oddly measured as he approached, placing the lottery barrel before Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen awoke in a haze, wandering into this peculiar place where numerous teammates stood, their presence amplifying her inherent fear. Unbeknownst to her, they were being summoned to draw lots. Overwhelmed by trepidation, she could feel her heavy, anxious breaths resonating in the air, so palpable that Shang Shui, standing closest to her, could hear them. As Wang Xiaowen hesitated, the village chief proffered the drawing barrel closer. With no option left, and daunted into silence, she steeled herself and retrieved a slip from within. Shang Shui, straining her peripheral vision, found her eyes nearly blurring from the effort. Yet she remained unable to discern the words inscribed on Wang Xiaowen's slip. Just as she contemplated leaning slightly to gain a better view, the village chief presented the drawing cylinder before her. Lowering her gaze to the dark, unyielding container, she pondered briefly before selecting one. However, she refrained from immediately inspecting it, instead focusing on her companions, Li Mengya and Wang Gui. These astute individuals, well aware of the adage that one could face dire consequences either way, swiftly drew their own lots. As the village chief approached Yujing, Shang Shui immediately began to whisper with Li Mengya and Wang Gui. "What did you draw?" she inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with excitement as they all turned to Li Mengya. "I'm so anxious, I can't bear to look. Would you help me see?" Li Mengya, on the verge of tears, gazed at Shang Shui with a pitiful expression. Upon receiving Shang Shui's consent, she promptly handed over the slip and anxiously awaited her reaction. Under the watchful gazes of her friends, Shang Shui turned the slip over, and upon reading the word superior lot, she couldn't suppress her tears of envy. How she longed for that fortune! Shang Shui cast a glance at her, then turned to reveal the slip. Upon seeing the words first prize, Li Mengya's pupils widened, followed by a moment of confusion as she noticed the sequence number above. Why was hers a 1? Shang Shui shook her head, indicating her ignorance. And after a moment of mental preparation, she unveiled her own slip. When she beheld its contents, she exchanged a knowing glance with the inquisitive Li Mengya, conveying that her slip was of middling quality. In the realm of divination, such a draw typically heralded unfavorable omens. Wang Gui's slip, on the other hand, bore the mark of moderate fortune, with a sequence number of 5. Overall, it was neither particularly good nor bad, if this task was indeed linked to the draw. As long as he refrained from self-sabotage, he would likely encounter no significant issues. Apart from Shang Shui, the others had fared relatively well, collectively breathing sighs of relief. At that moment, the village chief had approached the penultimate person in the second row, who was by Jingjing. Just then, Shang Shui caught a glimpse of Wang Xiaowen unveiling her slip. It seemed she had encountered something exceedingly dreadful, for her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling as she clenched her fists, trembling uncontrollably. Except for Shang Shui, no one else noticed her distress. Shang Shui kept a close watch on Wang Xiaowen, who was now biting her teeth tightly, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. However, it was evident that her draw had been particularly unfortunate, which accounted for her reaction. The most unpredictable aspect within the quest was human nature, prompting Shang Shui to resolve to pay closer attention to Wang Xiaowen. One could never tell what ill intentions might be brewing within her mind. The heavy footsteps of the village chief echoed once more as he approached the spot where he had previously stood, carrying an empty lottery tube. He surveyed the crowd of individuals clutching their lots, his face adorned with the same eerie smile as before. "Esteemed benefactors," he began, "the draw has been completed. I kindly ask each of you to heed your order. We shall enter in groups of 3, following your assigned sequence. It is imperative that this order remains intact, otherwise." At this juncture, the chief's lips curled into a grin, revealing his discolored teeth. "In any case, I urge all esteemed benefactors to take your positions, with the higher ranks standing at the forefront, proceeding in an orderly fashion." As he spoke, The village chief turned and retrieved a pile of items from behind the doorposts. Meng Xuan noticed they were incense sticks intended for grave offerings. Once we have examined the contents, I beseech all esteemed benefactors to light the incense. It is crucial not to forget, he instructed, gesturing for a representative from each group to collect the incense for their respective ranks. The chief's intention was unmistakable. He intended for the incense to be distributed to the representatives, who would then pass it to the individuals within a group. This implied that each person's status would be revealed before they even entered, just as she was about to step forward to claim the incense designated for the middle rank. She observed Wang Xiuwen beside her, taking a bold step forward. I shall take the incense for the lower rank. Wang Xiuwen's voice was barely audible, her lack of confidence palpable. The gazes of the onlookers fixated upon her, speculating whether she was the best among the lower ranks, the worst, or somewhere in between. The village chief seemed equally surprised that the one claiming the lower rank was the first to step forward. He regarded Wang Xiuwen with curiosity before noticing the traces of paper money at her feet. Unbeknownst to her, the village chief's countenance brightened considerably as he distributed 9 incense sticks to Wang Xiuwen, who received them with care. Due to this incident, Shang Shui unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Wang Xiuwen's rank, an inferior one, positioned directly behind her. She also noticed Yu Shiqing and Old Qi approaching Wang Xiuwen to request incense, which signified that the trio comprised the lower tier. The intermediate group consisted of Su Sunan, Wang Gui, and herself, while the upper echelon included not only Yu Jing and Li Mengya, but also Bai Jingjing. Beyond Bai Jingjing, she could only speculate about the precise ranks of the others, a conclusion drawn under the condition that she was aware of Li Mengya and Wang Gui's standings. In the case of others, save for her own rank, she could only ascertain a vague understanding, rendering her incapable of discerning specifics, even within the same group. Very well, let us proceed together, the village chief declared as he took his place. Having seen that the incense was distributed, the entrance to the temple was to be traversed collectively, with the distinction lying in the timing of each group's arrival at the inner sanctum. Thus, they followed the village chief as they stepped through the grand entrance of the temple. From the outside, the temple radiated a warm glow, and once inside, they were greeted by a profusion of candles. While the presence of candles was expected, the sight of divine food candles and ghostly ash was somewhat unsettling, with certain corners stained by incense. Moreover, Shang Shui observed that these incense-stained corners were riddled with numerous small holes, unmistakably left by incense sticks. Yet there were no traces of ash scattered about. Could it truly be that cleanliness was maintained to such an extent? Otherwise, how could there be not even a single trace? Or perhaps, something had consumed it. For instance, a ghost. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and backward state of the village, the temple stood with an impressive grandeur, its stout pillars supporting the entire structure, while the ground was even adorned with tiles. Shortly after entering, she noticed a bell tower in the courtyard, an unusual sight typically reserved for watchmen. She wondered what it was doing there. The inner door resembled the exterior, also adorned with 2 red lanterns, illuminated by the flickering candlelight and lanterns. Shang Shui even discerned wax drippings on the doorposts. This place felt far removed from the old village, resembling rather a solemn ancestral hall of a prominent family. As the 3 members of the upper class followed the village chief inside, she observed that the room contained precisely 3 meditation cushions. The offering table was laden not only with fruits, but also prominently featured a considerable array of spirit tablets. In the dim light, she estimated there were around 20 tablets neatly arranged on the table, creating an eerie atmosphere. The placement of the tablets was peculiar. A covered object sat in the middle, and the surrounding tablets, upon closer inspection, appeared to encircle it. The word offering inexplicably came to her mind. Looking down, she noticed that the fruits on the offering table appeared remarkably fresh, suggesting that someone must regularly replace them. There was also a designated area for incense and candles, yet, much like the exterior, aside from the incense holes, there was no trace of ash. Instead, wax drippings littered the floor. If the ash was routinely cleared away, why had the wax not been tidied as well? Dear benefactors, as you gather here, please ensure that your schedule aligns appropriately. Each group is allotted merely half an hour. Once this time elapses, I shall ring a bell outside to remind you to depart, and those waiting outside will promptly enter upon hearing the chime. The incense should be lit the moment you arrive and continue to burn until your exit. Each individual must wait until their own stick of incense has completely burned before allowing the next person to enter. After the village chief spoke, he gradually retreated. Li Mingya was the first to enter, remaining still within. Yu Jing and Bai Jingjing stepped outside, closing the door behind them as they waited. The others observed the proceedings, watching the village chief walk to the center of the courtyard before ringing the bell. And thus it began. In Chapter 12, the cursed village, Li Mingya, situated within the room, heard the toll of the bell and hurriedly lit her incense, placing it properly. The incense burned evenly, the smoke rising straight upward, while she pressed her palms together in prayer, fervently closing her eyes. May the Buddha bless me. May all deities grant their protection. Devotee Li Mingya is willing to trade her ex-boyfriend's decade of solitude for her safety this time. As she uttered these words, it seemed as though the heavens sensed her sincerity. Li Mingya then heard a peculiar sound, akin to something gnawing at wood or perhaps nails scratching against a wooden board, a sound that sent shivers through her teeth. She held her breath to listen intently and soon realized that the noise emanated from behind the offering table. Was there an extraordinary secret hidden behind the altar? Upon contemplating this, Li Mingya squinted her eyes and scrutinized the surroundings, discovering an inconspicuous corner that was surprisingly draped with a yellow cloth. For some unknown reason, it was gently swaying, as though a breeze was blowing from the other side. After pondering for a moment, Li Mingya reassured herself that she had drawn a favorable lot. As long as she did not act recklessly, she would be safe. Curiosity, however, often leads to peril. She remained steadfast in her position, and fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. As she noticed the incense at the base had burned out, she dared not linger and promptly rushed outside. There, Yu Jing was waiting. Upon her emergence, he stepped in. The upper tier group proceeded smoothly, as both Yu Jing and Bai Jingjing also exited on time. When the bell tolled, the three of them had safely navigated through. Next came the middle tier group. As they brushed past Li Mingya and Bai Jingjing rapidly conveyed a message to Sheng Shui. The coffin lid is half open. Sheng Shui furrowed her brow. Bai Jingjing's unsolicited revelation was undoubtedly intended to assist her. It implied that within the seemingly simple altar, which appeared to contain only a tablet and offerings, there existed a coffin as well, one that was not entirely closed but rather ajar. This raised a troubling question. When Li Mingya had entered previously, had the coffin been fully shut, or had it already begun to open? Would it be entirely ajar when her turn came? Perhaps something might emerge from within. The thought sent a chill down Sheng Shui's spine. Indeed, the scenario within the dungeon was fraught with peril. Thankfully, she had been aware of the heightened dangers of venturing out at night and had equipped herself with all her gear, including a large machete, a doll, and several talismans for safety. Only these items were crammed into the mountaineering backpack. The village chief, who was ringing the bell in the courtyard, merely cast a fleeting glance and ultimately said nothing. Su Sunan was the first to enter. From the moment he stepped into the instance, Su Sunan exhibited remarkable composure, and he was evidently an experienced individual. He drew a favorable lot, a sign of good fortune, and Sheng Shui did not believe he would meet his demise here. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Su Sunan emerged, a true master of facial expression management. Sheng Shui attempted to glean some insight from his countenance, yet was ultimately unable to discern anything. Wang Gui also entered. Upon his arrival, he followed the customary ritual of lighting incense and offering prayers. Just as he had inserted the incense, a peculiar sound of sliding reached his ears, distinctly emanating from a room behind him. The question arose, was there indeed a partition behind this room? Wang Gui observed carefully, and, in the corner previously noted by Li Mingya, he spotted the cloth fluttering in the wind. Had Li Mingya been present at that moment, she would certainly have realized that the cloth's movement was far more pronounced than she had previously witnessed. Now, its swaying was difficult to overlook. Something was clearly amiss. Wang Gui cautiously approached, just as the cloth was lifted by a gust. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. his pupils nearly constricting to mere slits. There indeed lay a small partition within. However, rather than clutter, it housed a square coffin, its lid ajar, revealing a substantial portion of its contents. Wang Gui harbored a profound premonition that the coffin concealed something significant, something that would inevitably reveal itself with the passage of time. The incense he had lit had already burned for a considerable duration, and time was running short. The chilling sounds emanating from within persisted. Yet Wang Gui hesitated to ascertain whether the opening continued to widen. He felt assured that he would encounter no issues. But the thought of Sheng Shui being next in line troubled him. She might face complications. With this in mind, Wang Gui resolved to offer assistance if possible. Although Sheng Shui possessed ample intelligence, his support could facilitate their continued connection post-incident. Enduring a monthly ordeal was utterly exhausting, and he yearned for a reliable ally. Wang Gui surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling upon the area where others were burning incense. The ground there was blanketed with a substantial layer of ash. The door creaked open, and Wang Gui emerged from within. Sheng Shui stepped into the room. As she entered, her eyes scanned the surroundings while she prepared to ignite her incense. Just as she aligned the incense with the candle's flame, she encountered a disconcerting issue. Why were her sticks of incense of varying lengths? A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through her, prompting her to align the incense meticulously. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not merely a figment of her imagination. Among her 3 sticks, 2 were perfectly aligned, while one had its base seemingly truncated, as if forcibly severed. Frowning in contemplation, Sheng Shui's expression darkened with the realization it was Wang Xiuwen. She recalled vividly how, moments ago, Wang Xiuwen had collided with her, hastily crouching down to retrieve something for her. At that moment, she had not given much thought to the revelation of Wang Xiuwen's signature, and due to the dim light, it was indeed somewhat difficult to see clearly, thus she failed to notice. Upon reflection, as she prepared to examine her own signature, it was entirely possible that Wang Xiuwen had already succeeded in stealing a glance. She understood that she was the individual in front of her. Ghosts rarely commit the act of killing 2 individuals in quick succession. If something were to befall her, then Wang Xiuwen would undoubtedly be safe. The malice of such intentions made Sheng Shui grit her teeth. This was her first venture into a dungeon, and she had greatly underestimated the depths of human nature. However, the village chief had instructed that upon entering, one must light incense. Failing to do so would surely invite some horrific event. Fortunately, she still had the Bagua female ghost. With this thought, Sheng Shui swiftly ignited the incense and inserted it into the holder, then retrieved the cloth doll from her backpack. This doll had been gifted to her by the daughter of the previous male ghost, and she had previously pondered its purpose. Later, the Bagua female ghost, possessing the body of Tang Xiaoli, had casually remarked that it could be brought inside. The Bagua female ghost had imparted much knowledge to Sheng Shui, and she believed it might prove useful in the future, hence she had allowed it to remain within the doll, accompanying her until now. The Bagua female ghost had not anticipated that it would soon find itself in action again. Filled with excitement, it emerged and began to flex its metaphorical muscles. "Boss, did you summon me for something?" Ever since the loyalty item card had been affixed to her, the Bagua female ghost had acknowledged Sheng Shui as its leader, reverting to its original form. At that moment, a ghostly figure resembling an elderly woman stood before Sheng Shui, her eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for Bagua. "Nothing much." Sheng Shui spoke nonchalantly, suggesting that there might be a friend of yours here, someone you might find intriguing to converse with. "When it appears, please engage with it on my behalf." The gossiping female ghost, upon hearing this, became even more enthusiastic and promptly replied, "Absolutely, boss. I guarantee I will accomplish the task." Without waiting for further instructions from Sheng Shui, the gossiping ghost swiftly entered the small partition concealed by cloth. Sheng Shui, who had not yet taken a good look at the layout within since her arrival, realized the existence of the small enclosure only after the ghost dashed inside. Recalling the hints given to her by Jingjing earlier, she feared that a coffin might be housed within this room. Otherwise, the gossiping ghost would not have ventured in. There must certainly be something supernatural in here. Clutching the protective talisman from her pocket, Sheng Shui initially intended to follow the gossiping ghost's lead into the enclosure. However, as she began to step forward, her peripheral vision caught sight of a cloth-covered object nestled among the various memorial tablets. Perhaps it was not merely a tablet. Previously, Sheng Shui had only observed from a distance, and the contours had remained vague. Now, drawing closer, she scrutinized the object, and though shrouded in fabric, it was evidently broader than a typical memorial tablet. Rather than a mere tablet, it appeared more akin to a photograph, though whose photograph she could not ascertain. Standing still, Sheng Shui gazed intently at the object before resolutely approaching to unveil the photograph. Upon revealing it, she instinctively inhaled sharply. Her conjectures had proven correct. It was indeed a photograph, a black-and-white posthumous portrait, and the individual depicted was none other than the village chief. In the slightly astonished gaze of Sheng Shui, the individual in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the village chief, albeit a younger version. His visage was devoid of the mottled wrinkles and age spots that typically mark the elderly. It appeared pristine. However, it was evident that the person in the photograph was in poor health, with sunken cheeks and a lifeless gaze. Was the village chief a man or a specter? Why was his photograph placed on the altar, yet covered with a cloth? Furthermore, why had he posed for a black-and-white posthumous portrait at such a young age? Conventionally, one would expect individuals to take such portraits only in their 60s or 70s, as it is a taboo for the living. If the village chief were indeed a living man, then his longevity would contradict the notion that he was afflicted with illness at the age depicted in the photograph. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Sheng Shui's mind, barely allowing her to grasp any further insights, when she suddenly noticed a line of text beneath the image. Hong Shizhong. Taken in May 1953. Due to the passage of time, the inscription had become somewhat illegible. Hong Shizhong. Sheng Shui inhaled sharply. So, the village chief was indeed Hong Shizhong. She recalled that the date inscribed on the marriage certificate she had painstakingly noted was May 15, 1953. Although this photograph lacked a specific date, the month was the same, indicating that by the time of the marriage ceremony with Xia Mei, Hong Shizhong was already gravely ill. Hence, his union with Xia Mei could not have been for the purpose of continuing the lineage. Furthermore, why had Xia Mei, who was in good health and was exchanged as a bride, perished, while the village chief, who was already ailing and had even posed for a posthumous portrait, remained alive? Connecting all the clues she had discovered, along with the peculiar paper money encountered along the way, a revelation dawned upon Sheng Shui. Summer May was neither a trafficker nor a victim of brutal murder. All of it was a fabrication spun by the village chief. She had been borrowed a life. And the one who borrowed Summer May's existence was none other than the village chief, Hong Shizhong. Just as Sheng Shui comprehended the unfolding truth, she felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered an update in the task section. Shirshi Village was once a picturesque haven, akin to a paradise on earth. However, a curse had irrevocably altered this beautiful village. As night fell, the villagers no longer ventured beyond their doorsteps. This monotonous existence grew tiresome for them, prompting a decision to summon a master in 5 days to lift the curse and restore their former lives. Task: fulfill the ghostly wish of Summer May. Level: A. The task section of the app had transformed, further solidifying Sheng Shui's suspicions. It appeared that everything prior had been the deceit of the village chief and his ilk, who bore the true responsibility for the demise of the ghostly Summer May. Moreover, her grievances remained unaddressed, and she continued to be misunderstood by the villagers. With every household adorned with garlic, Summer May found herself adrift, yet upon their arrival, it felt as though hope had ignited within her. She lingered in the courtyard, driven by unwavering obsession, recalling the clues provided by the gossipy ghost. Sheng Shui had surmised Summer May's wish. She carefully replaced the torn cloth, restoring everything to its original state. She initially wondered if the individuals who had entered previously had opened the cloth, but now seemed unlikely as the task's progress had been triggered by her. Sheng Shui glanced at the incense, which had only burned halfway, and observed that the smoke did not rise vertically, but rather drifted toward the offering table, as if something were drawing it in. Sheng Shui's expression darkened. She still wished to uncover clues from the partition. Thus, she clutched the peace talisman and approached the door of the compartment. Indeed, there was a coffin inside, contrary to what Bai Jingjing had described about the coffin being ajar. It was now fully open, and its contents had emerged. As for why Xing Shui appeared so composed, it was because a gossiping female ghost was animatedly thumping her chest, her mouth moving rapidly as if she were vociferously expressing something. A shadow curled up beside her, seemingly silent. Nonetheless, this did not dampen the gossiping ghost's enthusiasm. She engaged the shadow in lively conversation, her gestures reminiscent of a village matron. Witnessing this scene, Shang Shui silently entertained a thought. Ghosts are manifestations of obsession, and it was likely that the gossiping female ghost had transformed into a specter due to her desire to discuss rumors. Before approaching the door, she had harbored some apprehension, but upon seeing the gossiping ghost firmly restraining the shadowy figure, her worries evaporated. The ghost was indeed constrained. As for the uneven length of the incense, it was no longer a concern for any ghost. What she needed to do now was to employ their own tactics against them. Shang Shui calmly began to survey her surroundings. If they sought to outmaneuver her, they should not blame her for retaliating. As time passed outside, Wang Xiuwen was growing increasingly anxious, his palms slick with sweat. There was no sound from within, leaving him uncertain whether his scheme had succeeded. Chapter 13. The cursed village. The chimes of the bells resonated outside, yet the door remained obstinately shut. Li Mengya and Wang Gui exchanged a glance, their expressions betraying an unusual tension. Why had the door not opened? Had Shang Shui failed her mission, or was there another explanation? After all, Shang Shui was a member of the intermediate group and possessed remarkable intelligence. It was difficult for anyone to accept that she might meet her demise here. Moreover, shortly after she entered, the task interface on her phone had updated, indicating that she had indeed triggered the task's progress. The name of the female ghost was revealed to be Xiang Mei. Previously, while in the room, Shang Shui had mentioned the ghost's name, but there had been no opportunity to inquire further with the village chief before her departure. Shang Shui must have possessed a wealth of information, and it was she who had activated the hidden storyline upon her entry. Thus, in the hearts of Yu Jing and the others, the best outcome would be that Shang Shui was unharmed. The group exhibited a range of emotions, but only Wang Xiuwen bowed her head in silence, her expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. From an angle unseen by others, a glimmer of relief flickered across her face. Wang Xiuwen had indeed taken measures into her own hands. When she arrived at the temple in a daze, she became acutely aware that while others' feet were pristine, hers were covered in joss paper. It was then that she realized she had undoubtedly attracted the attention of a ghost. Just as fear engulfed her, she discovered that she had drawn a low-grade fortune slip. Her mind buzzed with confusion. Yet, fate was not entirely against her. She inadvertently caught sight of Shang Shui's fortune slip. In that moment of desperation, Wang Xiuwen devised a brilliant plan. She had once heard that when lighting incense, the 3 sticks must be of equal length. Any discrepancy would invite the ire of spirits. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and she was utterly confident that Shang Shui would not notice. Ultimately, her confidence was justified. Shang Shui remained oblivious and entered with the problematic incense. Now, as the bell tolled, she had yet to emerge, leading one to believe that Shang Shui had encountered trouble. The village chief had warned that once the incense burned out, one should not linger inside, but exit promptly. Others may have harbored their own thoughts. Yet Bai Jingjing's brow was furrowed in concern. She had an innate ability to discern, and Shang Shui was not among the last in line. She was certainly not facing an inevitable demise. Bai Jingjing suspected that Shang Shui was not in peril within, but rather stalling for time. Previously, she had contemplated why the village chief insisted they exit at a fixed time. Perhaps it was imperative to accomplish a specific task within a certain time frame, as if time were the essence. In other words, if one remained inside long enough without exiting, it would hinder the next person's opportunity. She herself was not in danger. The village chief had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of lighting the incense upon entry. Delaying the next person equated to disrupting their commencement, which was precisely what Shang Shui had failed to do. This was the gravest oversight, the most significant flaw. Just then, as if to affirm by Jingjing's suspicions. The previously shut door creaked open. Sheng Shui stood at the threshold, her expression revealing nothing unusual. "It's your turn," she said, raising her hands apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was delayed by something." In truth, it had not been merely a moment. Almost 5 minutes had elapsed. However, it is not style to suffer silently without seeking retribution. She merely delayed for a few minutes. After all, was not the last person to leave. If she were sufficiently astute, there remained a possibility for her to prevail. Did not anticipate that would emerge alive, which undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to her. With a dazed expression, she stepped through the door. "Boss," Li Mingya and Wang Gui, who had been waiting patiently nearby, greeted her with expressions of delight. "We knew you would be fine. We've been waiting for you to come out," smiled and gestured, indicating that she had made progress. Li Mingya and Wang Gui exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Yet, this was not an opportune moment for conversation. So they refrained from speaking, their hearts feeling considerably more at ease. Yu Jing observed the actions of the trio, his gaze lingering on them with a hint of profound meaning. It was evident to any discerning eye that harbored animosity towards. Meanwhile, within the room, found herself in a truly precarious situation. Upon entering, her steps faltered, and she dutifully lit incense as required, resolutely deciding not to rise from the cushion easily. The earlier encounter with had unsettled her, leaving her breath quickened and her mind in a whirl. She fervently closed her eyes, the only sound resonating in her ears being her own labored breathing. Yet, in the stillness, memories of enigmatic smile persisted in her thoughts. That expression on his face. She must have realized that the earlier incidents were orchestrated by her. The longer she remained inside, the more she must be plotting her downfall. Click, click. As Wang Xiaowen's mind became a tumultuous mess, she was suddenly startled by a peculiar sound. It resembled the scraping of something against wood, or perhaps the sound of nails scratching a wooden surface. But where, in this place, could there be any wooden boards? Initially, she intended to disregard it, yet the sound persisted, as if it would never cease unless she acknowledged it. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaowen glanced around, only to discover a curtain swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, the wind would lift it, revealing a faint light emanating from within, suggesting the presence of a candle. Fearing she might have misheard, she held her breath and listened intently, confirming that the sound indeed originated from that very spot. A surge of curiosity ignited within her, but she was acutely aware that such matters rarely led to anything good. Just as she attempted to suppress her intrigue, she noticed something scattered on the ground. The lighting in the hall was quite favorable, and with a few discerning glances, she discerned the substance. It was incense ash. Why would incense ash be strewn about? Was it a deliberate marker, or intended to mislead? Recalling how Shang Shui had lingered in the room for an extended period, an epiphany struck Wang Xiaowen. The incense ash must have been scattered by Shang Shui. There are no absolute dead ends in the narrative. Shang Shui must have intentionally placed the ash to cloud her judgment. She surmised that this ploy was designed to deter her from entering that room. It was highly probable that the source of the sound held the key to unearthing clues. Although timid by nature, Wang Xiaowen's thoughts were clear in this regard. After a moment of contemplation, she made a bold decision. She would venture forth to investigate. She rose quietly and approached the curtain. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the curtain to part slightly. Through the gap, she glimpsed the layout of the small compartment. Inside, there was a sizable coffin, several chairs, and a candle flickering dimly. What astounded Wang Xiaowen the most was the presence of a figure in the room. It was a shadowy silhouette, crouched in the corner, facing the wall, rendering its face indistinguishable. In the dimly lit room, the eerie shadow. How could it be that she could not discern not only the face, but even the clothing? Her breath quickened as a horrifying thought struck her. Could the incense ash be more than mere misdirection? Perhaps a genuine warning left by the person before? Just as this notion crossed her mind, the candle within the room suddenly brightened significantly, illuminating the shadow in the corner. In that light, she clearly saw that it was a gaunt figure. In her terror-stricken gaze, the figure turned its face toward her, revealing its true visage. Wang Xiaowen lingered inside, while the perspiration dripped from Qi Lao's forehead. As everyone pondered the situation, the village chief limped over. Strangely, this time the chief's expression was not sinister. Instead, a faint smile graced his face. And Sheng Shui noted that his gait appeared much more agile. No one inquired why they did not wait for Wang Xiuwen, or what had happened to her. It was likely that Wang Xiuwen was already dead. In fact, those behind could only feel a sense of relief, for had Wang Xiuwen survived, it would have been them facing death. On the journey back, nothing peculiar transpired, and even the strange paper money along the way had vanished, as if everything prior had merely been a collective illusion. Given that there remained much intelligence yet to be shared, the group opted to stay in one room that night for discussion. Having lost only one member, the bizarre atmosphere left no one in a mood to rest. "Miss Wan, have you uncovered anything?" Yu Jing, sensing the oddity of this scenario, swiftly broached the subject. "How did you come to know the name of the female ghost?" This, of course, was attributed to the gossiping ghost, who roamed the village, eavesdropping on families prone to idle chatter. She possessed an abundance of secrets. The name Xia Mei was discovered when Sheng Shui and her companions visited the shaman's abode, while the deeper revelations were gleaned from inquiries made to the gossiping ghost. Sheng Shui had no intention of withholding information. She gestured for Wang Gui to present a shaman's journal for everyone to see. Under the dim candlelight, Wang Gui opened the journal, revealing its contents to the assembled group. May 10th. He has truly lost his mind. How could he entertain such thoughts? No, I cannot assist him. This will invite retribution. The handwriting in the shaman's notes was chaotic, with several misspellings crossed out, clearly reflecting a troubled state of mind. May 21st. I am truly mad. Fortunately, it has succeeded. I hope there will be no further mishaps. In this entry, the shaman's tone shifted to one of relief and steadiness, her handwriting becoming more orderly. May 28th. I erred. I never anticipated that matters would deteriorate to such a grim extent. The terror of Xia Mei is beyond my control. Everything is spiraling into chaos, and I am left uncertain whether I will survive her next act of vengeance. The earlier two entries bore a slightly more refined script, yet by the final entry, the shaman's handwriting was wild and frantic, almost tearing the paper in places. It was palpable how panicked she was and how dire the situation had become. The expressions of those present varied significantly. It was evident from the first entry that the shaman was initially reluctant to assist him, yet by the entry dated May 21st, she had already intervened. What transpired in the interim to sway the shaman, who had once been resolute? Moreover, it was clear that she had initially believed all was proceeding successfully, but by the third entry, she expressed uncertainty about her own survival. This coincides with the village chief's previous assertion that the shaman had dealt with the ghostly attacks, suggesting that this account was penned after that incident. The shaman's mention of Xia Mei implies that the threats to her life predominantly stem from Xia Mei. After repelling the female ghost, it is inevitable that Xia Mei would harbor resentment and seek revenge. But who, then, is the other figure? Could it be that the traffickers are merely maligning Xia Mei, who has done nothing wrong, while the shaman, aware of the truth, has become an accomplice? Observing everyone's reactions, Sheng Shui spoke gravely, asserting that the ghost's demise bore the shaman's influence and that she played a pivotal role. Why then? Yu Shiqing found this perplexing, as the shaman had clearly been unwilling at the outset. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, why? The shaman initially expressed her reluctance, and even if she later changed her mind, it must have been under duress. How could she possibly hold a position of dominance? Wasn't Xiao Mei killed by the villagers? Could there be another hidden truth? Xiao Mei was not summoned merely for the purpose of continuing the lineage. Sheng Shui candidly stated that Hong Shizhong summoned her to borrow her life. Borrowing a life? The audience was momentarily taken aback by this novel phrase. However, it was quite straightforward, easily grasped through its literal meaning. When we accompanied the village chief to the temple, we noticed many joss paper offerings scattered along the path. It is said that those nearing death scatter joss paper and personal belongings along the roadside, which one must not tread upon, as it symbolizes borrowing a life. The crowd understood. No wonder Sheng Shui had previously cautioned them against stepping there. I wonder if you had uncovered the cloth in the center of the memorial tablet. Beneath that cloth lay a photograph of the village chief in his youth. Sheng Shui gestured to illustrate the outline. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the crowd, she continued, "That photograph was a posthumous portrait taken in May 1953, and it bore the signature of Hong Shizhong." At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. If the village chief had such a youthful posthumous portrait, how could he possibly be alive today? Connecting this to Sheng Shui's earlier mention of borrowing a life, the truth was becoming increasingly apparent. Thus, the village chief was indeed Hong Shizhong. There was no male figure among the deceased couples, which explained why the back mountain was a burial mound. The village chief had borrowed Xiaomei's life. Yu Jing articulated the conclusion. Is a female ghost wish to kill the village chief? This is the question posed by Li Mengya, reflecting the most straightforward thought. Isn't a ghost desire typically rooted in vengeance? Given that Xiaomei was wronged by the village chief, he stands as her adversary. However, a dilemma arises. If Xiaomei's wish is indeed to slay the village chief, why has she not accomplished this over the years? In the realm of the narrative, ghosts wield immense power, and taking a life should be as effortless as crushing an ant. Indeed, Shang Shui admitted candidly, but it is not entirely so. This left everyone thoroughly perplexed by Shang Shui's words, exchanging confused glances. What could this mean? Does it imply that the female ghost harbors more than one wish? Chapter 14. The Cursed Village 12. As long as no one lends their life to Hong Shizhong again, he is destined to perish. Before being given to Hong Shizhong, Xiaomei had 2 children with her previous husband. Her former spouse bore the surname Zhong, but his full name remains unknown to all. Having died after being used as a vessel for another's life, what is it that the ghost, as a mother, cherishes most deeply? Sheng Shui spoke with calm assurance, exuding credibility. In truth, these revelations were imparted to her by the gossiping ghost, and she spoke only the truth. It is her children, Elder Qi articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the assembled group experienced an epiphany. Indeed, a mother's deepest concern often lies solely with her offspring. Xiaomei and Hong Shizhong had no children, and in death, her thoughts would be consumed by her 2 children. Yet, how can we ascertain the identities of Xiaomei's children? They are even unaware of whether Xiaomei's 2 children are still alive. The question once again fell before Sheng Shui. In response to the inquiries of the crowd, Yu Jing's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, as if he had grasped a significant clue. Sheng Shui's remarks confirmed this notion. Do you remember that middle-aged woman outside the inn? Of course, they recalled her. It was from that moment onward that they no longer dared to underestimate Sheng Shui as a newcomer. She had told me, as she embraced me before departing, that her surname was Zhong and that I could find her on Dada Street should anything arise. At that moment, she felt a twinge of doubt. The middle-aged woman clearly led a difficult life, to the extent that she could be bribed with a mere steamed bun. So why would she say such a thing? In retrospect, it seemed that the middle-aged woman had likely known their intentions all along and, moved by Sheng Shui's kindness, chose to offer her a hint. The surname Zhong, Xiaomei's previous partner, also bore that surname. The middle-aged woman must be one of Xiaomei's children. Yu Jing deduced further. The other was the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had previously cautioned them against being away too long, yet it was not he who sought them out, but rather the middle-aged woman. Therefore, it was certain that the shopkeeper and the middle-aged woman were acquainted, and it was highly probable that he was another offspring of the ghost, Xiaomei. Yet, the shopkeeper was already deceased. That should pose no significant issue, right? Li Mengya expressed some hesitation. What major concern could there be? Sheng Shui responded with composure. We did not cause the shopkeeper's demise. Our task was merely to allow the ghost to see her child, and that constitutes the completion of our mission. Thus, their current objective was to leave the village for the town. The ghost would act as a medium for those entering the alternate realm. As long as they could depart, the ghost would be able to follow them. Time has dwindled to a mere day, and Sheng Shui harbors grave suspicions that once the hour strikes, the female specter will succumb to madness and slaughter them all. The night is cloaked in darkness, yet the dawn is still at its faintest. A group of individuals stealthily traverses the path, lowering their bodies in a bid to remain unseen. None dare to utter a sound, fearing the disturbance may awaken the villagers. The village chief could be concealed in any corner. Stone Creek Village is not large, and soon the group finds themselves near the village entrance. From a distance, the entrance is overgrown with wild grasses, which during the day appeared unremarkable, but now, under the dim light of dawn, it resembles a long-abandoned ghost town. A chilling thought suddenly rises within Shang Shui. What if this village has never harbored the living? With the darkness shrouding them, could they stray from their path? Yu Shiqing softly inquires, casting doubt on their navigational skills. Let me ponder this, Shang Shui responds, truly taken aback by the question. She squats down, earnestly contemplating their route. Observing her deep in thought, the others find secure spots nearby to conceal themselves, while the elder Qi, slightly slower to react, positions himself at the periphery of the group. Wrapped in the center, Shang Shui is fully absorbed in her reflections, while the rest remain vigilant, gazing toward the village entrance. The elder Qi, whose age has dulled his memory, struggles to recall the way and thus joins the others in watching the entrance. After an indeterminate period, he is suddenly overtaken by a strong urge to relieve himself. Looking around, he realizes he can no longer hold it in. He possessed a thin skin. Feeling embarrassed to discuss such matters with individuals who could easily be his grandchildren. Turning around, he noticed a patch of wild grass not far away and resolved to seek refuge there. Furthermore, it was one thing for Yu Shiqing to gaze at him coldly. But why was Shang Shui, who squatted in the middle, also regarding him with an expressionless and icy stare? In the eyes of old Qi, all 7 teammates fixated on him with an indifferent demeanor, their hands hanging limply by their sides, silent as the grave. Old Qi was bewildered by the situation, swallowing hard as he instinctively inquired, "Why are you all looking at me?" As soon as the words left his lips, he caught sight of Yu Shiqing beside him grinning, revealing a mouth full of jagged, menacing teeth, an appearance far removed from that of any human. To make matters worse, she licked her tongue, her gaze malevolent as it bore into him. Old Qi's breath quickened as he beheld this bizarre scene. Even in his dulled state, it dawned on him that something was amiss with his teammates. In truth, the figures before him were not his comrades at all, but rather a horde of specters. A cold sweat broke out upon him at the realization. As if to confirm his suspicions, he watched as Yu Jing, who had just turned around, tilted her head oddly, her neck seemingly unable to support the weight of her head, causing it to droop sharply downward. With a crack, old Qi bolted in the opposite direction towards the patch of grass. In a moment of dire peril, he unleashed his utmost potential, his weary legs propelling him forward with extraordinary speed, darting towards the other side. Yet, while imagination paints a vivid picture, reality proves starkly different. Upon arrival, he discovered that the friendly teammates he had envisioned were nowhere to be found. Only a strange silhouette awaited him. In the midst of Elder Qi's profound terror, a gaunt figure, resembling a skeletal being, clung to the wall, its back turned towards him, droplets of water incessantly cascading to the ground. Its hands, twisted like those of a chicken, suggested that this apparition was indeed a female ghost. Elder Qi, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, could even hear the rhythmic plink of water hitting the muddy earth beneath him. The space around him seemed to fall into a complete hush, leaving only the sound of the dripping water echoing in his ears. Trembling with fear, he attempted to flee. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he was horrified to see his previously bizarre companions, now resembling zombies, shambling towards him from their prior positions. Their movements were grotesquely awkward and stiff, most of their heads tilted at odd angles, arms hanging limply, their expressions devoid of warmth as they fixed their cold gazes upon him, their feet moving in a mechanical manner. They aimed to encircle him. Elder Qi's legs grew weak, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. He staggered back a step, only to suddenly sense an icy chill behind him. Turning to look, he realized that the female ghost, who had moments ago been pressed against the wall, was now crouched right behind him. In this new perspective, illuminated by the moonlight, he could clearly discern the ghost's hair cascading around her face, revealing skin as pale and fragile as rotting paper, and eyes filled with malevolent resentment. It dawned on him that the ghost had never truly been facing away from him. Her hair had merely concealed her visage. Indeed, she had been watching him all along. They, in sheer fright, observed as Elder Chi dashed to the opposite side, before pausing once more, seemingly transfixed by something on the wall. The crowd stood transfixed, their eyes fixated on Elder Chi, when suddenly he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. As he lay face down, and with their view obstructed, they were utterly oblivious to the cause of his distress. However, one thing was certain. Elder Chi had perished before their very eyes. The pallor on their faces was unmistakable. Logically, Elder Chi had been in their company all along and had not breached any taboos. Yet, here he was, lifeless before them. Who could guarantee that the next to succumb would not be one of them? This village was undeniably sinister. As time wore on, the occurrences of strange phenomena and apparitions proliferated. Indeed, an A-level task was distinctly formidable. Wang Ge muttered under his breath, lamenting his unfortunate fate. What should we do now? Unlike him, Yu Shiqing did not bemoan their plight. Instead, she surveyed the surroundings, contemplating whether they should depart immediately. Elder Chi's blatant demise served as a clear warning from the village, signaling that should they attempt to leave, they would meet a fate akin to his. Yet, remaining meant that if they did not fulfill the ghost's wishes, a grim fate awaited them. They found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. However, Yu Shiqing's audacity in questioning their next steps suggested that she possessed a hidden card for self-preservation, given her experience in such tasks. The others, influenced by her resolve, fell into contemplation as her emotions rippled through the group. Calm down, everyone, suddenly spoke Sheng Shui, who had remained silent until now. Elder Chi did not leave without taking action. The crowd turned their bewildered gazes towards her. Look, Sheng Shui pointed to the ground ahead. The group squinted, and indeed, they discovered a series of footprints leading straight to a patch of grass. He has just left this place and gone there. Although they were unaware of the purpose behind Old Chi's departure, it was evident that his demise was intertwined with these events. Most likely, he had fallen victim to a ghostly trick. In light of this, it appeared that their current location was the safest haven. Li Mingya, though somewhat perplexed, felt a sense of relief swelling within her. The others shared similar sentiments, save for Wang Gue, who cast a furtive glance at Sheng Shui. He suspected a connection between this incident and her. Otherwise, what made the ground so ordinary that the ghost dared only to obscure its presence from a certain distance? Sheng Shui considered this as well, pondering whether the protective talisman indeed bore some significance. Perhaps. At this thought, she subtly glanced at Wang Gue. Coincidentally, their gazes met. Sheng Shui mused to herself that her intuition had not failed her. Surely, it was Wang Gue who had intervened. The elder from the instance was indeed remarkable, possessing an abundance of valuable items. She realized she must continue to strive for improvement. Meanwhile, Wang Gue discreetly rubbed his nose, thinking that his earlier conjecture was quite close to the truth. Sheng Shui's expertise in the arcane arts was indisputable. It seemed that as long as she followed her lead diligently, surviving to complete the quest would not pose a significant challenge. Each member of the group held their own reflections, yet the recent sight of a comrade's demise weighed heavily on their hearts, especially since it was an elder. When shall we set off? Yu Jing inquired, tilting his head towards Sheng Shui. Unbeknownst to them, the locus of trust among the group had subtly shifted from Yu Jing to Sheng Shui. Even Yu Jing herself had calmly acquiesced to this reality, delegating the matter to Sheng Shui and choosing to trust her judgment. There surely lay ambushes at the village entrance. With unwavering resolve, Sheng Shui declared that they would remain until the crowing of the rooster. The crow of a rooster is a potent talisman against malevolence. Many rituals require its blood as a sacred offering. The rooster crows at dawn, a time imbued with righteousness that even spirits are compelled to evade. Thus, departing the village at that moment would be most opportune. But are there truly chickens in this vicinity? Yu Shiqing expressed her skepticism. The others understood. The distance from the town was considerable, and the offerings were remarkably fresh. It was implausible that they were raising chickens themselves. Only freshly slaughtered offerings would suffice, being the most pristine and convenient. Consequently, The group huddled closely together, none daring to venture away. The recent example of Old Chi served as a stark reminder, and they were acutely aware of the ominous presence lurking nearby, as if waiting for a hapless soul to fall into its trap. No one wished to become the next Old Chi. Shortly after the first light appeared, the somber village reverberated with the crowing of a rooster. Chapter 15. Incoming Call. Let us go, Shang Shui whispered urgently at the sound of the crow. The group, fully convinced by her words and aware of the lurking specter, wasted no time in hastily retreating. Fortunately, their judgment proved accurate as they safely stepped beyond the village entrance, encountering no unforeseen incidents. Nevertheless, the group remained vigilant, refraining from lingering on the path, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to them, a resentful and watchful gaze lingered behind, unwilling to relinquish its pursuit of their figures. Even as their silhouettes faded into oblivion, that sinister watchfulness persisted, reluctant to dissipate. Indeed, they were correct. Just ahead lay the town. After a morning of travel, the group caught sight of the town in the afternoon, excitement illuminating their faces. Shang Shui felt a surge of relief, grateful for her reliable memory. As they reached the familiar surroundings, they navigated with ease into the town. However, confronted with the deserted streets, they found themselves in a predicament. They were oblivious to the location of the Dew Street. Let us search the area for any open shops. Perhaps we can inquire there, someone suggested. With no other option, they began their search along the street. Due to the peculiar nature of their quest, no one dared to fall behind, leaving them unable to conduct an efficient investigation. They could only proceed as a collective. Just as they approached an alleyway, a sudden commotion erupted, drawing their attention. Pay it back. You say that every day. Why don't you set a deadline? A coarse male voice thundered. Your husband owes a gambling debt. It is only right for you to repay it. If you lack the means, then sell your 2 children to gather the funds. The brutish tone of the man revealed his unyielding nature, and the content of his words ignited a wave of indignation among those who overheard him. The audacity of suggesting the sale of one's own children was appalling. As Shang Shui and her companions traversed the area, they encountered an unsettling absence of people. After much effort, they finally discerned the sounds of a dispute. Despite knowing that a confrontation was underway, they were reluctant to abandon their pursuit. Who could say whether this town was entirely deserted? The faint echoes of human voices were a welcome relief. Following the sounds, they ventured into an alley, where they faintly observed a man and a woman confronting each other before a dilapidated wooden house. The man was robust and imposing, while the woman appeared frail, cradling 2 children in her arms, remaining silent in the face of his aggressive inquiries. As Shang Shui approached, an unsettling familiarity washed over her regarding the woman. Upon clearly seeing her face, Li Mengyan nudged her with her elbow, exclaiming, "Isn't that the middle-aged woman?" What a fortunate coincidence it was that in their extensive search throughout the town for the middle-aged woman, they had stumbled upon her by sheer happenstance. An overwhelming sense of relief enveloped the group as they excitedly advanced toward her. The burly man confronting the middle-aged woman, initially menacing in demeanor, caught sight of the approaching crowd and mistakenly presumed they were reinforcements summoned by her. Confronted with such numbers, he realized he would be at a disadvantage. A prudent man does not engage recklessly. He hastily declared, "If you cannot gather the required amount within 3 days, do not blame me." With that, he swiftly retreated before Shang Shui and her companions could reach him. The middle-aged woman wiped away her tears, releasing the 2 children from her embrace as she stood up. At that moment, Shang Shui found herself standing directly before her, with the group silently flanking her. "Sister, I have come to find you," Shang Shui said, a smile gracing her lips. The middle-aged woman had previously mentioned that anyone in need of assistance could seek her help, having anticipated such a situation. Upon hearing this, she forced a smile, stating her certainty that nothing would trouble the other party. After observing the puzzled expressions of Shang Shui and the others, she chose not to conceal the truth and began to recount her tale. She was aware of the village chief's sinister dealings and recognized him as the one responsible for her mother's death, which fueled her deep-seated hatred for him. Each year, during this time, The village chief would take away a group of Taoist priests, who subsequently vanished without a trace. It was only by chance that she overheard a conversation between her brother and the village chief, revealing that both were involved in the worship of spirits. This was a treacherous scheme aimed at diminishing one's moral integrity. Consequently, the middle-aged woman, known as Zhong Rong, had a fierce quarrel with the shop owner, causing their sibling relationship to reach a freezing point. Initially, they intended to sever ties completely. However, Zhong Rong's husband was a compulsive gambler, and their family often faced financial hardships, compelling her to undertake minor tasks for the village chief in exchange for assistance. Confusion etched on the faces of Yujing and the others. They noted that her mother had been pawned, indicating their dire situation. How could the shop owner possess such wealth? As if reading their thoughts, Zhong Rong offered a wry smile, explaining, "The money from my mother's pawn was taken by my father to the town to invest in a hotel, which is now known as the Happiness Inn. My brother also learned the art of borrowing life from the village chief, which is why he appears so youthful. But now that your brother is deceased, what will you do?" Li Mingya inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at Zhong Rong. In the past, she had relied on the shop owner for support, managing to scrape by. But with the shop owner gone, how would she navigate her future? The man who had just departed exuded a menacing aura, leaving words that resonated deeply with those present. With each step forward, uncertainty loomed. Zhong Rong's expression appeared vacant, his gaze falling upon the two children beside him. It was only then that everyone noticed he had a son and a daughter, both emaciated and timid in their demeanor. The dilapidated dwelling, the weary woman, and the frightened children painted a poignant picture that stirred a collective sigh among the onlookers. Li Mingya, having been raised in affluence, found it difficult to endure the palpable suffering before her. In an impulsive act of compassion, she removed a gold bracelet from her wrist and unceremoniously pressed it into the hands of the middle-aged woman. Gold and silver have always held intrinsic value, and this solid gold bracelet, exquisitely engraved, was undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. The middle-aged woman, taken aback, repeatedly gestured to refuse, yet was firmly stopped by Li Mingya. At that moment, an unexpected warm breeze wafted from behind, enveloping everyone in a comforting embrace that was both soothing and delightful. The middle-aged woman, too, sensed this gentle wind, reminiscent of the warmth she felt as a child when her mother would cradle her and hum a lullaby. Although her mother's visage had begun to fade from her memory, the essence of that warmth and tenderness remained indelibly etched in her heart. She squinted at the gold bracelet in her hand, a tear cascading down her cheek. Sheng Shui, witnessing this scene unfold, suddenly grasped the profound truth. The shopkeeper, as a child of a female ghost, harbored no desire for vengeance against her mother's enemies, instead colluding with them. The female ghost held a grudge against him, thus refraining from meeting him. Yet, upon seeing her beloved daughter in dire straits, the ghost felt anguish. Witnessing Li Mingya's generous gift of the bracelet to Zhong Rong dispelled her lingering resentment towards the travelers. Xia Mei epitomized a woman of misfortune, yet she was also an ordinary mother. Her desire has always been to have her own child. As she gazed at the familiar surroundings, Sheng Shui felt a sense of disorientation. Before she could ponder further, her phone, nestled in her pocket, vibrated once more. Since entering the instance, she had set her phone to silent mode, so the call merely vibrated. She glanced at the screen to find an unknown number calling. Convinced it must be related to the app, Sheng Shui answered. Chapter 16. Rare Item. Spirit-controlling jade pendant upon connecting. A sweet and familiar voice greeted her on the other end. "Dear member, congratulations on completing the novice trial task. You are one step closer to your ultimate demise. Your reward has been credited to the app. Please check for it." After delivering this message, the charming voice promptly ended the call. It was now 8 in the morning, and merely 8 hours had passed since she entered the instance. Yet it felt as though she had spent nearly 4 days there, suggesting that the flow of time within the instance differed significantly from the real world. This was fortunate. Otherwise, her absence would have left others thinking she was missing, causing quite a stir. As Sheng Shui contemplated this, she accessed the app. The task section was devoid of pending assignments, but her private messages were abundant. Eagerly anticipating her reward, she clicked into her messages, where the top notification confirmed that her reward had been received. Upon opening it, her eyes were drawn to an image of a necklace featuring a red chain and a pendant shaped like a jade ruby. The jade ruby appeared to be of excellent quality, and her first instinct upon viewing the image was that it could fetch a considerable sum. However, there are some textual explanations below. Shang Shui decided to refrain from searching Baidu for information on what type of jade this was and opted to finish reading the introduction first. Ghostly Jade Ruby, rare item. Dear guardian of the fierce ghost, you are surrounded by numerous friends who are somewhat different. Perhaps this item can provide them with a home. As long as you consider them friends, they may take residence within the item, and after doing so, unexpected surprises may await. Initially, Shang Shui felt quite pleased to see that the reward was an item, having heard from others that the utility of such items was remarkable and, moreover, not a one-time consumable. However, upon reading the item description, her spirits plummeted. Was this the case with others' items as well? If it wasn't meant to combat ghosts, why did hers sound rather like a hostel for fierce spirits? What did this introduction mean? Surrounded by many different friends? What kind of friends? Ghostly companions. Providing them with a home? She wouldn't even offer a home to a boyfriend, let alone to ghostly friends. Moreover, when did she become the guardian of the fierce ghost? Had she lost her identity as a masculine man? The name itself seemed ominously foreboding. Frowning, Shang Shui stared at the screen. If her gaze could inflict tangible harm, her phone screen would undoubtedly have burned a hole through it by now. Just as she hesitated on whether to retrieve the item, her phone rang. A strange number from the city appeared on the screen. Shang Shui raised it to her ear, and before she could utter a word, a familiar voice resonated. Boss, is it you? To her astonishment, it was the voice of Li Mengya, who sounded undeniably excited. It's me, I am Li Mengya. Shang Shui certainly remembered her, particularly since this was the individual who owed her money. Yet, a question arose. How had she managed to contact her? How do you have my number? Shang Shui inquired. Perplexed. Was this app devoid of privacy? The announcement had been made, a commendation for outstanding performance in the A-grade village dungeon for newcomers, accompanied by the reward of rare items. I guess that must be you. Coincidentally, I had an item card that could grant a small wish. So I wish for your contact information, Li Mengya hurriedly explained. Announcement? Shang Shui's voice was filled with confusion. What announcement? How come I didn't see it? As she pondered, she navigated to the app, where the communication section was still filled with an odd assortment of ghostly enthusiasts engaging in idle chatter. The term ghost enthusiast made Shang Shui feel a bit embarrassed. She finally understood why the item description mentioned having many peculiar friends nearby. After all, weren't those individuals in the forum all ghosts? However, it struck her as odd that upon glancing at the top of the communication section, there was no announcement whatsoever. Had she simply failed to refresh? Forget about that, it's not important. Li Mengya exclaimed on the other end of the line. The real issue is that you acquired a rare item. Can we add each other on WeChat? I must cling tightly to your sturdy and robust leg. Shang Shui retorted. You shall not speak of my legs in such a manner. Nevertheless, she ultimately provided Li Mengya with her WeChat information, considering the fact that this individual still owed her money. Upon obtaining the esteemed individual's WeChat ID, Li Mengya hung up the phone with a sense of satisfaction, promptly sending a friend request. What was this announcement about? Was it possible that the app contained another software that she had forgotten to download that evening? Such unprofessionalism. With these questions lingering in her mind, Shang Shui discreetly inquired about the announcement from Li Mengya. Li Mengya, efficient in her actions, quickly sent over a screenshot within seconds. Upon closer inspection, Shang Shui noticed that while both displayed the same 3 characters for the communication zone, the content was strikingly different. Zombie Dungeon, currently known types of item cards, sharing personal strategies for completing dungeons. Moreover, the layout was not in black, but rather in a soft lavender, featuring a pinned section that Li Mengya had circled in red, highlighting the latest announcement. Newcomer Yang Gangman rated excellent in A-class village dungeon, reward of 1 rare item. This pinned post clearly garnered significant attention, as Shang Shui observed the number of replies had skyrocketed to 2,000. It seemed the app's membership exceeded her initial expectations. She had thought there were only a handful of unfortunate souls. Yet, was this truly the crux of the matter? More pressing was the stark contrast between their communication zones. Hers appeared filled with specters, while the other brimming with members keen on mastering dungeon completion. Sheng Shui found herself perplexed. However, for the time being, she perceived it as advantageous, for a bustling communication zone would not be trading item cards. Those were their lifeline. Ah, esteemed one, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. The phone screen illuminated briefly, and Li Mingya sent a new message. A friend of mine has yet to complete this month's dungeon, and knowing that I managed to clear it smoothly with your assistance, she inquired if you would be willing to guide her. She is merely a novice who has just completed her first task. Can one truly place such trust in her? Sheng Shui candidly expressed her doubts. Soon, a notification appeared on WeChat indicating that the other party was typing. Before long, Li Mingya's lengthy response emerged. Esteemed one, you are far too modest. Not only do you possess exceptional personal abilities, but your performance in high-level novice tasks has been unparalleled, earning you rare items. Such prowess has only been exhibited by our dungeon master, Lu Chenran. After a brief pause, she continued. Previously, we believed that only the prodigy Lu Chenran could achieve this. And then you appeared. You are the next supreme master. Lu Chenran? Sheng Shui silently labeled this name as that of a remarkable individual upon reading the explanation. Lacking experience, she thought it prudent to seek Lu Chenran instead. She still wished to recuperate. After all, she was not a workhorse in a production team. Moreover, she began her shift at 10 in the morning, and with time barely approaching 9, she needed to tidy up and hurry off to work. After all, a base salary is still money. At this point, Sheng Shui was genuinely astonished. Your friend, is she truly that fearful? With a formidable master at her disposal, she still seeks to involve me? All for the sake of rare items? Ah, esteemed one, you understand. Li Mingya's tone carried a hint of melancholy, asserting that for the wealthy, life itself is of utmost importance. My friend is exceedingly generous. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. I possess ample experience, the most experience, she declared. Tell that friend of yours that I shall attend. It's not so much about financial gain, but rather the desire for new experiences. With a prominent figure present, Sheng Shui believed she could endure through the ages. She could also engage in trading prop cards on forums for her protection. Why toil away at a job? Working for a wealthy patron seemed far more appealing, didn't it? Chapter 17. The Hu residents of yesteryear's Li Mingya's efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. Before long, she sent Sheng Shui an address. This was a CAF, where Li Mingya mentioned she would await her employer alongside her. Following the provided address, Sheng Shui discovered that the CAF was situated adjacent to a lavish villa district in the city center. A sudden realization dawned upon her. This affluent patron was of a comparable status to Li Mingya. Upon arriving at the designated location, Sheng Shui noticed Li Mingya already stationed in the hall, her keen eyes spotting Sheng Shui immediately. She waved in greeting, "Big shot." As Sheng Shui turned at the sound, she observed that Li Mingya had evidently made a deliberate effort to present herself beautifully today, adorned in haute couture, a stark contrast to her appearance in the earlier scenarios. Beside her sat a woman of similar age, equally dressed in finery. Her expression bore a hint of restraint, yet a friendly smile emerged upon noticing Sheng Shui's approach. Is the big shot a masculine figure? She whispered, her face betraying a secret thrill. Sheng Shui paused momentarily. Why does she feel that the other person appears rather peculiar? Li Mingya seems to have discerned Sheng Shui's confusion and then elucidated. This is Xie Yiting. Previously, she always assumed you were male. But after I mentioned that I also participated in that instance, she came to believe you are indeed female. After saying this, Li Mingya added, I also recounted your exploits within the instance to her, and she is thoroughly impressed. Xie Yiting nodded continuously beside them, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Is that so? Sheng Shui inquired, a friendly smile gracing her face. What precisely does this instance entail? She sensed that Xie Yiting's apparent anxiety likely stemmed from discovering the instance's level of difficulty. Otherwise, why would she enlist Lu Chenran's assistance? Pondering this, Sheng Shui found herself somewhat puzzled. If Lu Chenran was indeed regarded as an expert in their eyes, why would he consent to lead others? Perhaps, like herself, he was simply overwhelmed by the rewards offered. Xie Ting did not anticipate that the expert would be so dedicated, immediately inquiring about the instance upon arrival. Yet she promptly retrieved her phone to show Sheng Shui. When Sheng Shui received the phone, she noticed that Xie Ting's task interface was also a delicate shade of pinkish purple. Her heart raced as she discreetly opened the task section, and indeed, a quest had appeared. Quest prompt. The Dream Garden is renowned for its opera troupe. Yet after entering the Hu residence to perform, the leading actress, Qing Yi, has vanished, and the Hu residence has lost its former splendor. Young Master Hu's health has been deteriorating, and Mr. Hu, deeply concerned for his son, has sought numerous wandering physicians in hopes of curing him. However, having been deceived by such doctors in the past, Mr. Hu believes that the most suitable treatment duration is 6 days. If no improvement is observed, he plans to host a banquet to bid farewell to the physicians. Upon encountering this task, Sheng Shui finally comprehended why Xie Ting had sought her assistance. The previous village instance was also rated A level, and her success as a newcomer, along with the acquisition of a rare item, seemed to Xie Ting a significant advantage. Yet, she pondered why the village instance had not revealed its level until later, when she deduced that the village chief was Hong Shizhong. In contrast, this instance displayed its level from the outset, which was beneficial for knowing the challenge ahead. Esteemed one, what are your thoughts? Noticing Sheng Shui lost in contemplation, Xie Ting hastily nudged Li Mingya, signaling her to inquire on her behalf. Upon hearing Li Mingya's question, Sheng Shui lifted her gaze and replied, "No problem, I can assist." But regarding the compensation, her eyes darted thoughtfully. Xie Ting understood immediately and swiftly retrieved a blank check from her bag. Sheng Shui glanced at it, astonished to find it was indeed an authentic blank check. My goodness, she has truly progressed, she mused, surprised to witness a genuine blank check. Esteemed one, 5 million. Would that be acceptable? Xie Ting asked, pen poised, casting a questioning glance toward Sheng Shui before she wrote. 5 million. Sheng Shui was utterly astonished by this figure. It is important to note that she was merely a university student earning a meager salary of 3,000 a month, constantly exploited by her employer. To her, 5 million was undoubtedly an enormous sum. Once she regained her composure, she feigned calmness and nodded enigmatically. Xie Ting, witnessing this, was even more cautious not to underestimate Sheng Shui, for her reaction mirrored that of the formidable Lu Chenran. Indeed, great individuals share similarities, while only the inexperienced exhibit a myriad of peculiarities. Externally, Sheng Shui appeared composed. However, internally, she worried about her inability to suppress the corners of her mouth from lifting in joy, so she pretended to dab at her lips with a tissue, using it as a guise to mask her elation. Wealth had come her way. Upon seeing Xie Ting swiftly completing the check and handing it to her, Sheng Shui steadied her hand to accept it, then carefully tucked the check into her inner pocket. How do I join you in the instance? Sheng Shui inquired. Having received the payment, it was time to get to work. Her task area on her phone remained pristine, indicating that a certain method was required to bind to the instance. All the prominent figures needed to do was input the instance invitation code. As she spoke, Xie Ting tapped the 3-dot icon at the bottom of the instance, revealing a long string of numbers. Sheng Shui entered this sequence into her task area search bar, and soon the instance appeared. She clicked to bind. Success! A notification chimed on Xie Ting's phone, and she smiled subtly, knowing that once inside, she would still rely on the esteemed individual for support. Goodness, the more I see, the more I like. Sheng Shui couldn't help but plant a couple of kisses on the check. Then, blissfully, she pressed it against her cheek, rubbing it several times. With just over 9 hours remaining before entering the dungeon, it was impractical for Sheng Shui to withdraw such a substantial sum of money at this moment. She resolved to wait until after her foray into the dungeon to make any withdrawals. The paramount concern was to adequately prepare for the impending adventure. Otherwise, should any unforeseen event occur within the dungeon, the money would remain unspent, a thought that brought her considerable distress. With that in mind, Sheng Shui tucked the check in her pocket, then opened her mobile app and selected the option to extract rare items. Upon extraction, a necklace materialized before her on the coffee table. It was strung with a peculiar red thread, which felt akin to velvet, yet possessed a certain rigidity, gleaming with vibrant luster. The jade pendant resembling a ruby was crafted with remarkable intricacy, had it not been a rare item. Sheng Shui would have found it exceedingly difficult to resist the temptation to sell it. However, according to Li Mingya, this item was exceptionally valuable, likely coveted by members of the dungeon, and there were no indications of usage limits for her. Thus, despite its somewhat enigmatic utility, she adorned herself with the ghostly jade ruby around her neck. After donning the pendant, Sheng Shui revisited the thread in the communication section where she had previously encountered the post regarding the useless item card she intended to sell, leading her to the ghost she had sought. She entered into a private conversation. "Masculine man, I want it. What is the reward?" In a world where ghosts seemed to have so much leisure, Sheng Shui internally scoffed at their idleness, pondering how they spent their days idly on forums. With the cost of a chunk of frozen pork from her refrigerator, she successfully acquired 3 item cards. The prop cards were extracted, and Sheng Shui examined them closely, discovering that the 3 cards were the soul summoning card, the adhesive card, and the freezing card. The uses of the soul summoning card and the freezing card were immediately apparent, yet the purpose of the adhesive card left Sheng Shui somewhat perplexed. Could it be akin to the collection cards from a certain shopping platform, allowing her to acquire any desired prop card? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If that were indeed the case, the potential of this card would be significant, and Sheng Shui felt compelled to employ it wisely. At that moment, the phone rang, its chime piercing the stillness. Upon checking, she noticed that it was not an unknown number, but rather a familiar one. Her supervisor, Manager Wang. This Manager Wang often wielded his minor authority to make disparaging remarks towards the new female university students, and with his greasy appearance, he seemed to relish in micromanaging even the smallest matters. His call at this hour likely pertained to Sheng Shui's absence from work, which was fortuitous. It spared her the trouble of initiating contact. Sheng Shui answered the call. "Hello, Xiao Wang." "Hello, Xiao Sheng." The 2 voices resonated almost simultaneously. Sheng Shui chose not to continue speaking, but on the other end, Manager Wang fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he inquired in a grave tone, "What did you just call me?" It seemed he had caught the name Xiao Wang. Could it be that he had misheard? After all, at his age, he ought not to be so irritable. Sheng Shui, with undeniable clarity, confirmed that he had not misheard. "Engage diligently in your work, and refrain from leering at women with your Mediterranean gaze each day. Such behavior is rather unsavory. Do you understand?" Sheng Shui's tone was particularly earnest, as if she genuinely cared for Supervisor Wang's well-being. Infuriated, Supervisor Wang, accustomed to being treated with deference as a minor authority in the company, felt as though a veil of shame had been stripped away from him. Enraged, he retorted, "Are you suggesting you no longer wish to work here?" "Ah, little Wang, you have indeed guessed correctly," Sheng Shui replied with a coy smile, her tone provoking. "If there is nothing pressing, you might as well kneel in silence. Having struck it rich, let those who wish to fall in love do so at will." Without allowing Supervisor Wang on the other end to respond, she promptly severed all communication, blocking him on both WeChat and her phone. In the ensuing hours, not a single call came through for Sheng Shui. After tidying up her belongings, she indulgently ordered a plate of pasta she had long craved. She then reclined on her bed, engrossed in a novel while awaiting the appointed time. The book she had recently discovered, Infinite Game, Welcome to the End of Life app, captivated her to the point of obsession. At precisely 7:30 in the evening, having just finished her dinner and settled in a bed, she felt the familiar pull of drowsiness envelop her, gradually diminishing her awareness. When she next opened her eyes, Sheng Shui found herself standing before an imposing and solemn gateway. The door, a vibrant crimson, featured a meticulously crafted door knocker in the shape of a tigress head. Gazing upward, a magnificent plaque inscribed with the characters whose residence stood prominently, its strokes reminiscent of a dragon's flight, exuding an aura of grandeur upon the paper. Flanking either side were 2 formidable stone lions, their heads and hindquarters polished to a sheen, as if caressed by countless hands over time. Before her stood a middle-aged man clad in a deep indigo robe, his expression stern as he surveyed their group with an air of scrutiny. Sheng Shui discreetly glanced sideways, realizing that there were individuals on both her left and right. However, due to the limited range of her peripheral vision, she could not discern their exact number or distinctive features. Esteemed doctors, I am Hussein Gouet, the steward of the Hu residence. My master is aware of your arrival today and has prepared a feast to welcome you. I kindly ask that you follow me. With that, the middle-aged man, Hussein Gouet, turned and entered, knocking on the door with a deliberate rhythm. A slow two knocks followed by a swift third. The heavy iron door emitted a resonant hum as it swung open. Hussein Gouet stepped inside, and Shang Shui and her companions hastily followed suit. Although it was still daylight, the sun had begun its descent, signaling that nightfall would soon be upon them. According to the information provided by Hussein Gouet, they were about to partake in a banquet arranged by the master of the house, leaving them uncertain whether it would conclude before dusk. The prospect of lingering into the night raised an air of apprehension within Shang Shui, who pondered this quietly while maintaining a steady pace, her eyes keenly observing the entirety of the Hu residence. The Hu residence sprawls across an expansive area, adorned with intricately carved eaves and painted beams, alongside long corridors. At the center lies a sizable garden, resplendent with a myriad of blooming flowers competing for attention. In this garden, one can even spot an artificial hill, while adjacent to it is a lotus pond, where the lotus flowers bloom splendidly, their leaves forming a lush blanket over the water's surface, presenting a most delightful sight. The wealth and opulence of the Hu family are vividly displayed upon entering. However, Shang Shui feels an inexplicable discomfort within. One would expect a residence of such grandeur to be bustling with servants. Yet, as she observes the surroundings, the lavishness is juxtaposed with an eerie absence of life. Manager Hu, we are concerned for young Master Hu's health. Could you kindly enlighten us? Just as Shang Shui's thoughts deepened in suspicion, a woman's voice broke the silence. Turning slightly, she noticed a woman with mid-length hair dressed in a shirt, clearly seasoned in the art of subtly inquiring information from NPCs. No one echoed her question, yet all listened intently. After everyone has finished the banquet arranged by the master, I shall escort you all to meet the young master for a consultation, Manager Hu replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he turned to continue leading the way. The expressions of the group turned pale. According to the task's hints, young master who was likely a ghost. To meet a ghost after the banquet when night descends. Was this a path to their demise? Chapter 18. The change to residence 2. Hearing Manager Zhou's words, it became evident that the night ahead would not bode well. In a moment, everyone was contemplating strategies within their minds. Shang Shui quietly followed behind, discreetly surveying the surrounding terrain while subtly observing her teammates. As they moved, Hu Guanshi kept his gaze focused ahead, providing Shang Shui the opportunity to scrutinize her companions for this venture. Once again, there were precisely 10 individuals. Previously, in the A-level dungeon, there had been 10 teammates as well. It appeared that A-level quests consistently featured 10 companions. The distinction this time lay in the composition, 5 men and 5 women. At this juncture, Shang Shui felt a slight motion and turned to find Xie Yiting discreetly signaling her. Given that both of their positions were somewhat tucked away in a corner, Shang Shui nodded in acknowledgement, then seized her wandering gaze, concentrating intently on memorizing the layout. The Hu residence was indeed vast. Hu Guanshi led them through its expanse for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. Esteemed doctors, please take a moment to rest here while I go to inform a master, he requested. The group nodded in agreement, and after Hu Guanshi silently surveyed them, he turned and stepped inside. Almost as soon as his figure faded from view, the group huddled together. Time was of the essence, and they decided to introduce themselves, preparing to act as the situation warranted. The bulliest man, standing at the edge, was the first to step forward. After making this statement, he began his introduction. I am Fong Yukai. This is my 5th dungeon expedition, and in the real world, I am a taxi driver. He was tall and robust, his weight visibly exceeding 180 pounds, a clear testament to the sedentary nature of his profession. With Fong Yukai's self-introduction completed, the others followed suit, each presenting themselves in turn. I am Wan Mei Jun, an employee in a private enterprise, spoke the woman with medium-length hair. perhaps due to the earlier incident involving Hu. Her expression remained somewhat displeased. Flanking her on either side were two young women. To her left stood Fu Buhui, a university student, and to her right was Lu Xiaoran, a physician. Upon hearing the word doctor, the crowd regarded Lu Xiaoran with heightened respect. According to the task prompt, their identities within this scenario were akin to wandering healers. It seemed likely that a doctor would navigate these circumstances more adeptly. However, this was mere conjecture, as everyone was currently united in their suspicion that young master who was not suffering from a chronic ailment, but rather was a specter. Unfazed by the scrutiny of the group, Lu Xiaoran maintained her composure, prompting everyone's attention to shift towards Sheng Shui, who was shouldering a prominent hiking backpack. Among this gathering, Sheng Shui undoubtedly stood out. While others had opted for minimalistic travel, she bore an unmistakably substantial backpack. The group's gaze subtly roamed over her pack, intrigued by its contents. Wan Meijun, with her captivating almond-shaped eyes, narrowed them slightly as she assessed Sheng Shui's appearance. Within this scenario, carrying excessive items was often a burden. What they required were merely slender prop cards and tools. Typically, those with bulky bags were novices. With this thought, Wan Meijun's expression turned increasingly irritable. She had an aversion to newcomers. "What is your name?" Seeing that Sheng Shui remained silent, Wan Meijun directed her scrutinizing gaze toward her. Noticing her smooth, fair complexion, a fleeting hint of jealousy crossed her expression. "You must be the newcomer?" Indeed, Sheng Shui, perplexed by Wan Meijun's sudden hostility, turned her eyes and candidly acknowledged her status as a newcomer. "My surname is Wan. I have a modest understanding of certain arcane art, and you may refer to me as Wan Banzian." Sheng Shui reiterated her introduction. What she failed to notice was that at the moment she uttered this phrase, the man at the edge of the group flickered his gaze. "Wan Banzian? Is it the one I've heard of? Wan Banzian?" Wan Meijun's voice dripped with sarcasm, her underlying sharpness revealing her disdain. Today's youth simply lack humility. A mere child, perhaps frightened into submission by a mere ghost, dares to call herself Wan Banzian? Wan Meijun felt a deep-seated contempt. The atmosphere, once amicable, grew tense following Wan Meijun's remarks. "We must not dawdle," Lu Xiaoran interjected coldly. "Manager who has been inside for some time now. It is quite possible that he will soon emerge to invite us to the banquet. If we do not seize this moment for introductions, we may not have another opportunity before the night concludes." Wan Meijun, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation, merely pursed her lips and refrained from further comment. "I am Xie Tingting." The next to introduce herself, Xie Yiting, chose not to use her real name, offering only a brief introduction. Following closely was a charming young man in a suit, who introduced himself as Feng Shujia, a real estate salesman. His identity was neither remarkable nor noteworthy, prompting only nods from the crowd, whose gaze soon shifted to the striking figure standing behind him. This man, clad in casual attire, possessed an exquisite visage, characterized by sharp brows and bright eyes, and stood at an impressive height, exuding an aura that commanded respect. He moved with an air of leisurely elegance, entirely at ease, even as the attention of the gathering was riveted upon him. Sheng Shui felt a strong inclination that this man was indeed Lu Chenran, the formidable ally that Xie Yiting had invited. After all, he bore all the hallmarks of a true heavyweight. At that moment, her gaze met with Xie Yiting's, and Sheng Shui conveyed her inquisitive glance, which was promptly understood, as Xie Yiting nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was him. With this realization, Sheng Shui began to scrutinize Lu Chenran, noting not only his striking good looks, but also his commendable physique. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that, moments ago, as she observed him, he had also been looking her way. Did he perhaps recognize her? A wave of uncertainty washed over her. What was the name of this formidable figure? Before Lu Chenran could speak, Wan Meijun's voice resonated once more. However, unlike her previous critical and caustic tone directed at Sheng Shui, her current tone was laced with warmth and friendliness, presenting a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The crowd cast indifferent glances at Wan Meijun, yet she remained oblivious, her eyes still earnestly fixed on Lu Chenran. She was struck by a strong premonition that the man before her was of considerable significance, perhaps even a high-ranking member of an exclusive app. if she could win his favor with a powerful patron backing her. What difficulty would she have in conquering this instance? Wan Meijun's mind was racing with possibilities. Lu Chenran raised an eyebrow, casting a somewhat surprised glance at Wan Meijun. He was not an esteemed figure, but rather a newcomer. His voice was languid and carefree, laced with a hint of mockery. My surname is Lu, and I possess a modest understanding of divination. You may refer to me as Lu the Divine Seer. As his words settled, the expressions of those present varied, their gazes shifting between Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran. A celestial being and a divine seer, both newcomers? It was difficult to believe they were not acquainted with one another. Sheng Shui's demeanor stiffened, her eyes widening as she looked at Lu Chenran, only to find his gaze sparkling with amusement, whether intentional or not. He happened to glance her way and even winked at her. His charming eyes danced with playful mirth. In that moment, Sheng Shui seriously questioned whether Lu Chenran was mocking her. Yet, what had she done to provoke him? Furthermore, they clearly did not know each other. Why did Lu Chenran appear as if they were close acquaintances? While Sheng Shui pondered this, Wan Meijun, upon realizing the implications, wore an expression so dark it seemed it could drip with disdain. She was no fool. The self-proclaimed Lu the Divine Seer was clearly defending that woman. The public humiliation left Wan Meijun's pride severely wounded. A newcomer would not possess such an aura. Thus she dared not confront Lu Chenran, merely casting a fierce glare at Sheng Shui. Indeed, she was a troublemaker. It was no wonder she had misjudged her. Just as the crowd prepared to move past this incident and allow the last gentleman to introduce himself, the door, previously opened by Steward Hu, creaked ajar. With a stoic expression, Steward Hu emerged, his voice devoid of any discernible emotional inflection. The master requests your presence. Please follow me inside. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word, relinquishing the idea of further introductions, and obediently trailed behind Steward Hu. Upon entering the main gate of the courtyard, the assembly was met with a lush expanse of verdant grass, densely adorned with an abundance of flora. It appeared that the vegetation had been neglected, with some plants encroaching upon the narrow pathways. The entire courtyard was a verdant paradise, complete with artificially constructed drainage ditches that facilitated the irrigation of the blossoms, creating a delightful environment. However, since entering the instance, Sheng Shui had undergone a transformation in her perspective towards her surroundings. Observing the serene, yet seemingly pristine courtyard, adorned with flowers and water, she could not overlook the fact that the extensive overgrowth had led to the accumulation of dampness, which posed significant harm to both the human body and the principles of feng shui. This place, devoid of sunlight and favoring water-laden vegetation, had already fulfilled the criteria for a burial ground. A tightening sensation gripped her heart as she pondered another concern. Within such a courtyard, was old Master Hu truly human? Or is he a specter? As they turned a corner, the previously narrow path gradually widened, and the group followed Steward Hu to the entrance at the center. Upon pushing open the door, an inexplicable fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the gathered individuals. This aroma was remarkably unique, evoking an indescribable sensation within them. Once inside, they beheld an array of antique wooden furniture that adorned the entire room, with a grand table at its center, laden with an abundance of dishes. These culinary delights, exuding rich flavors and aromas, emitted a steamy warmth, as though they had just emerged from a stove. Since their entrance, the only living soul they had encountered in the Hu residence was the steward, leading them to question if any other beings truly existed within these walls. Even Hu's own vitality seemed uncertain to them. However, what stirred their suspicions most was a delicate screen positioned not far from the round table. This screen, as thin as a cicada's wing, was evidently of great value, almost obscuring the inner chamber, allowing only a faint outline to be discerned. Adorning the screen was a painting of a woman, radiating charm and laughter, her face heavily made up, dressed in vibrant theatrical attire, with wide sleeves concealing half of her visage. The artwork was remarkably lifelike, the visible portion of her face exuding a captivating allure, masterfully embodying both the allure of words unspoken and the beauty of vulnerability. For some inexplicable reason, The moment Snow laid eyes on this screen, she felt an uncanny strangeness. And the longer she gazed, the more real the woman appeared, as if a genuine entity had stepped out from the painting. If her memory served her right, the task prompt had mentioned the star performer of the opera troupe, Ching Yi. Was it mere coincidence? Or could this indeed be the painted likeness of Ching Yi? Please be seated, esteemed doctors, who? The steward then declared. In compliance with his request, the guests took their places, though none dared to pick up their chopsticks. At that moment, Hu suddenly stepped over the screen and entered the inner chamber. The crowd was taken aback. Could there still be someone inside? Who could it be? Was it Master Hu? Just as everyone was lost in speculation, Manager Hu emerged once again from the inner chamber. The master has instructed that all esteemed doctors indulge in their meal, for afterwards, I shall escort you to meet the young master for a diagnosis. Having said this, Manager Hu paused momentarily, maintaining his usual businesslike demeanor. As you are all newcomers, you may be unfamiliar with the customs of the Hu residence. Our young master possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Thus, during the course of treatment, there may be certain unconventional requests. In light of the young master's condition, I hope all esteemed doctors will cooperate willingly. At this point, the doctors exchanged glances, their expressions laden with curiosity. What could these requests entail? Were they to endanger their very lives? Moreover, Manager Hu's words implied that he had just entered to report to Master Hu, raising the question of why there had been no sound from within. Was Master Hu too frail to speak? Or had he succumbed to a condition akin to that of the young master? Rest assured, esteemed doctors, our master has stated that should the young master's ailment prove insurmountable, it shall not fall upon you to bear the blame. However, during these 6 days, I kindly ask that you all exert your utmost efforts. With that, Manager Hu gestured invitingly and then stood expressionless to one side. The assembly exchanged glances, hesitant to refuse the meal. None could ascertain whether abstaining from food might contravene the rules. Yet, in regard to the meat dishes laid before them, they expressed their reluctance, wary of consuming something peculiar. Consequently, they opted for the vegetables, hastily finishing their meal. Fortunately, Manager Hu, observing the untouched meat on the table, did not press them further. Merely with an eccentric smile, he remarked, "It seems the meal today does not quite suit everyone's palate." No one dared to interject at that moment. The crowd simply gazed at Manager Hu, waiting in silence for him to lead them to young Master Hu. However, it was peculiar that Manager Hu remained motionless, as if there were unfinished matters at hand. "Manager Hu, may we proceed to meet the young master now?" Fang Yukai inquired, a mix of confusion and urgency evident in his tone. Sheng Xuan noticed Manager Hu's expression stiffen, followed by a slight twitch of his facial muscles. After a moment, he reluctantly responded, "Please follow me." The group, eager to leave the fragrant room, promptly rose and followed him out. As they turned across the threshold, Sheng Xuan cast a cautious glance towards the screen. To her astonishment, she observed that the screen, which had previously concealed nothing, seemed to have revealed a bed, upon which lay a figure, seemingly stirring as if preparing to rise. Yet, why had this figure not appeared earlier? Moreover, why had it emerged so silently? Reflecting on Manager Hu's reluctance and delay, Sheng Xuan was chilled by her own conjectures. Chapter 19. The Change to Residence 3. If Fang Yukai had not made his request, allowing Manager Hu to procrastinate, would that figure have emerged from behind the screen? Most perplexing to Sheng Xuan was whether Manager Hu's earlier report to Old Master Hu had been mere sleight of hand. Was Old Master Hu truly a man, or perhaps something more spectral? Throughout the journey, Sheng Xuan contemplated various matters, while the others followed behind Manager Hu with expressions reflecting their distinct thoughts. Having received payment, Sheng Xuan prided herself on her professional integrity. As they walked, she gradually fell into step beside Xie Yiting, the two of them walking side by side. Lu Chanran also drew closer to the man who had not introduced himself, forming 2 rows of 4. Although there was a lack of verbal exchange, a palpable intimacy developed among them. Wan Meijun, walking at the edge, noticed this and merely pursed her lips. Fortunately, she possessed a modicum of wisdom and understood that it was unwise to speak out of turn at such a moment, thus opting for silence. Under Manager Hu's guidance, the group traversed several rows of houses, arriving at a secluded courtyard. The young master Hu's courtyard starkly contrasted with that of the elder Hu. If the elder Hu's residence was abundant with flowers and greenery, the young master's courtyard was almost entirely bare, devoid of even potted plants. Additionally, Shang Shui noted a peculiar pond directly in front of the courtyard. However, this pond was rather unusual. It contained no water, only cracked, parched mud interspersed with wild grass. Several robust, dilapidated wooden stakes protruded from the ground, marked by cracks. Their purpose uncertain. The walls of the pond bore the remnants of water levels, indicating that it had once been filled with water. Unlike the elder Hu's estate, which featured small ditches, it was perplexing how all the water here had vanished. The notion of complete evaporation appeared implausible if it had been deliberately drained. What could possibly justify such an endeavor? Had something significant transpired within that water? As furrowed brows contemplated in silence, the crowd stood still in the courtyard, with Mr. Hu entering first to deliver a message, just as before. At that moment, the group lacked the inclination for idle chatter, their lips tightly pressed together, uttering not a single word. Wan Meijun, however, seemed to cast subtle glances at Lu Chenran, perhaps still harboring hopes of winning her favor, or maybe plotting something else entirely. Shang Shui stood directly before Lu Chenran, acutely aware of the gaze that seemed to linger upon her, as if someone were watching her closely. "What is the matter, Wenbanzian?" A languid voice from behind inquired. "What captivates your attention?" Her memory served her well. She distinctly recalled not knowing this individual. Yet his words bore an air of familiarity and nonchalance. Could it be that, being a prominent figure in the narrative, he assumed they could not refuse his advances, thereby indulging in ambiguous interactions with women? Just as Shang Shui prepared to deliver a sharp retort to Lu Chenran, the sudden sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within the room. The expressions of the onlookers shifted in unison. Mr. Hu had entered. Yet how could such a sound emanate from within? Had Mr. Hu accidentally broken something, or had young Master Hu succumbed to anger? Before anyone could ponder further, a visibly troubled Mr. Hu appeared before them. "The young master is currently unwell and unable to receive guests," he stated succinctly. "I shall escort you esteemed physicians to a room for rest. Should the young master find himself in a more favorable condition this evening, we will trouble you then." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What did this mean? The sky was clearly not dark yet, so why could they not meet him? Did they intend to wait until nightfall to summon them? Hu Guanshi, having arrived, wore a smile that sought to appease, though his expression revealed a hint of discomfort. His words were intentionally vague, yet the implication was unmistakable. "Since we are already here, why not proceed with the treatment?" It is a widely accepted rule that one should refrain from venturing out at night in this realm. Young Master is currently unwell. Hu Guanshi reiterated this with an expressionless demeanor, his frigid gaze fixed intently on Fang Shujie. "Do you intend to defy the young Master's wishes?" Under the chilling scrutiny of Hu Guanshi, Fang Shujie felt as though he were being observed by something profoundly ominous, his body tingling with apprehension. Though Hu Guanshi remained motionless, an ominous foreboding hung in the air. Should Fang Shujie utter anything displeasing, he could very well face Hu Guanshi's wrath. Hu Guanshi was an essential NPC, and to offend him could lead to dire consequences, possibly even death without understanding how it came to pass. No. Fang Shujie was acutely aware of this reality, and he hastily refuted any notion of dissent, expressing instead their collective desire for the young master to recover swiftly. "Then let us proceed," Hu Guanshi stated, refraining from further pressuring Fang Shujie. Soon enough, he guided the group to a row of guest rooms, assuring them that everything was prepared for their comfort and urging them to rest well, promising to return later to summon them. With that, Hu Guanshi departed without hesitation, leaving the remaining individuals to contemplate their situation as they surveyed the 3 rooms. "We have 10 people with 2 triple rooms and 1 quadruple room," Fang Yukai proposed. The group expressed their agreement without much objection. Wan Meijun cast a discreet glance at Lu Chenran, clearing her throat as if to speak, but Lu Chenran's voice interjected. "We 4 shall share a room." He gestured towards 3 individuals, Shang Shui, Xie Yuting, and the man who had not introduced himself earlier. Wan Meijun was momentarily taken aback, yet found herself powerless to object, begrudgingly assigned to a room with Fu Buhui and Fong Shujia. In truth, she had preferred to share accommodations with the seniors, such as Fong Yukai. However, as the remaining 6 individuals were unfamiliar with one another, Fong Yukai decisively decreed that the 3 standing together would occupy a single room. Since she happened to be positioned beside Fong Shujia and Fu Buhui, she had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Throughout the subsequent moments, she maintained a sullen demeanor, casting glances of disdain at her 2 roommates, as if they owed her a debt. The others quickly discerned Wan Meijun's disposition, realizing that no one was indebted to anyone, and thus refrained from engaging with her further. They were pressed for time to inspect their quarters, hoping to uncover any useful clues. The allocation of rooms was rather haphazard. Sheng Shui and her group occupied the far left, while Fong Yukai, Lu Xiaoran, and the honest Lu Gang resided in the central area. Wan Meijun, along with Fu Buhui and Fong Shujia, settled in the far right. The accommodations were spacious enough to comfortably house 4 individuals without feeling cramped, complete with freshly laundered quilts and tea sets, all impeccably clean and well-prepared. Having been here for quite some time, they had yet to glimpse even a servant, who had arranged all these provisions for them. Upon stepping into the room and surveying the surroundings, the man who had neglected to introduce himself began to grumble. With a charmingly rogue demeanor and a notably vibrant voice, he exuded enthusiasm. When he noticed that Shang Shui and Xie Yiting were both gazing at him, he bashfully rubbed his nose and said, "Ah, in the haste of the moment, I failed to mention my name. I am Lu Shan, a good friend of Chun Ran." It was evident that Lu Shan was aware of Lu Chun Ran's venture into the instance with Xie Yiting, hence he directly revealed Lu Chun Ran's true identity. Xie Yiting and Sheng Shui nodded in understanding. It became clear why Lu Chun Ran had been in his company. They were acquainted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group had established a semblance of familiarity. Esteemed ones, as per your observations, this evening, after the cordial exchanges, Xie Yiting, still feeling a tinge of anxiety, could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Young master who is most likely not a ghost." Lu Chun Ran's voice possessed an inexplicable authority that inspired confidence. Sheng Shui regarded him thoughtfully, while Xie Yiting and Lu Shan wore expressions of skepticism. One who was reluctant to meet them during the day, yet insisted on their encounter at night. Could he truly be human? Lu Chun Ran took in the reactions of those present and elucidated. The porcelain was shattered by young master who, when he emerged, I noticed water stains on the hem of his garment, which contained remnants of tea leaves. He paused for a moment before adding, "I believe ghosts do not typically brew tea. What if, however, this were a ghost with a penchant for tea?" Sheng Shui, under the impression that Lu Chunran possessed some compelling evidence, could not help but roll her eyes at the comment. "I rather think that young master who is likely to be a ghost. Perhaps he does not appear before us simply because there is no one in the house." "No one in the house?" Xie Yiting was taken aback. "How do you know that? Everyone is clearly waiting outside in the courtyard. How does it seem as though you possess the gift of clairvoyance? One has discovered tea stains on his hem. Another deduces that the house is empty. Is it that they have done nothing but tremble in the cold while standing outside?" At this moment, Xie Yiting sincerely rejoiced in her father's wealth, which allowed her to hire 2 formidable figures. In both the real world and the parallel realm, she was constantly reliant on her father's resources. Were it not for him, she would have long since met her demise. Lu Shan found himself in a situation akin to Xie Yiting's. Upon hearing Sheng Shui's words, his eyes widened like saucers. Only Lu Chunran wore a subtle smile, his gaze on Sheng Shui inscrutable. Sheng Shui, sensing Lu Chunran's attention, yearned to inquire if they had crossed paths before. However, being a person who could discern the gravity of matters, she opted to mention the dinner incident first. She concluded with, "That figure has evidently nearly risen from the bed. If Fong Yukai does not speak soon, and we wait any longer, it may well emerge from behind the screen." Xie Yiting and Lu Shan listened in terror to all of this. Had it not been for Sheng Shui's revelation, they would have been utterly unaware of the situation. Just imagine, while dining at the table, A person suddenly appeared behind a screen that had previously been devoid of any presence. It lay quietly on the bed, its greedy and malevolent gaze fixated on the indistinct figures beyond the screen. As they dined unaware, it silently rose. Had it not been for the swift pace of their meal and Feng Yukai's probing inquiry, the consequences of allowing it to emerge would have remained a mystery to all. The most distressing thought for Sheng Shui was that typically, spirits seldom engage in multiple murders in quick succession. Yet this particular spirit seemed intent on manifesting amidst a crowd. Could it possibly slay many at once? This troubling notion had evidently crossed Xie Yiting and the others' minds as well. Thus, it was not young master who shattered the teacup, but rather manager who, attempting to conceal the fact that young master who was not present in the room. Lu Shan asserted with certainty. Indeed, Sheng Shui replied solemnly, but tonight we must confront a reality beyond the absence of young master who in the courtyard. Young master who would undoubtedly be in his own courtyard this evening. So tonight, will we enter one by one? Xie Yiting suddenly pondered this possibility, her voice trembling with trepidation. Most likely, Sheng Shui surmised, believing that the narrative would not permit them to enter together. You will enter first. Observing Xie Yiting's evident fear, Lu Chenran spoke, his words striking with startling intensity. Xie Yiting questioned her own senses, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Had she ever offended this powerful figure? Meanwhile, Sheng Shui recalled the incense offering in the village narrative. They had entered according to the order drawn, with those at the front facing greater safety and those at the rear encountering increasing peril. Upon careful reflection, if the first encounter is fraught with peril, what purpose do the subsequent individuals serve? According to Lu Chenran's calculations, due to his overly familiar demeanor, Sheng Shui harbored a rather unfavorable impression of him. Her agreement was laced with sarcasm. He has discerned that tonight, the earliest arrivals will indeed be the safest. Is that truly the case? Xie Yiting, an innocent young girl, instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this, resolved to push herself to the forefront. With the assurance of the esteemed half-sage, she felt emboldened. Lu Chenran's voice drifted softly through the air. Upon hearing the two distinguished figures reach a consensus, Xie Yiting's confidence soared, and she repeatedly affirmed her determination to seize first place. Lu Shan, unwilling to be outdone, quickly allied with Xie Yiting. Half-sage, do I sense a hint of discontent directed towards me? Lu Chenran lowered his voice as he spoke during the discussion between Xie Yiting and Lu Shan. Sheng Shui cast him a sidelong glance, pondering whether it was a prerequisite for handsome men to be universally adored. Yet, she replied, you think too much, divine calculator. We are merely strangers. How could I possibly harbor any discontent towards you? Sheng Shui's words served both as a statement of fact and a subtle reminder to Lu Chenran not to entertain any notions of targeting her. Initially, Lu Chenran's dark eyes sparkled with mirth, but upon hearing that they were unfamiliar with each other, his gaze deepened. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his lips, choosing silence. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng Shui had not caught his utterance. She discreetly glanced at him, only to find their eyes locking at that very moment. Lu Chenran's expression transformed into one of bright delight. Caught you stealing a glance at me, half-sage? Lu Chenran squinted, his smile reminiscent of a cunning fox that had pilfered a delicacy. If you wish to gaze, do so openly. I am not one to bar your sight. Who wants to look at you? Sheng Shui, flustered and irate, turned away and sought refuge in a corner. Her gaze fixated on the window, lost in contemplation. Her mind wandered through the clues she had gleaned since entering the instance. As she pondered, her eyes inexplicably settled on a pavilion not far from the room. This wooden pavilion, with its elegant exterior, suggested a master of refined taste and whimsical character. However, Sheng Shui's attention was not drawn to the charm of the pavilion itself, but rather to the four sturdy columns that supported it. The hue and girth of these columns bore a striking resemblance to those surrounding the dry pond in young master whose courtyard. The only notable difference was a subtle variation in color, as the latter had been violently demolished, leaving cracks in its wake. Initially, she had dismissed it as an inconsequential detail, yet it now appeared plausible that this had once been a tasteful wooden pavilion. The question arose, Why was the pond and young master whose courtyard parched? And what compelled him to demolish the pavilion? Chapter 20. The change who manner surely. Something must have transpired in the pond, prompting young master who to take such drastic measures, regardless of the inconvenience, to dismantle the pavilion and drain the pond. No matter the underlying motive, it was undoubtedly intertwined with the peculiar happenings of the Hu Manor. Just as Sheng Shui was deep in thought, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The occupants exchanged glances, and then Xie Yuting inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, Fang Yukai." A familiar voice soon echoed from outside, articulating its purpose with urgency. "Manager who has instructed me to inform you that you are to gather at the pavilion by the pond immediately to attend to the young master." Fang Yukai's tone was grave, suggesting that time was of the essence. Without lingering, he proceeded to notify those in the next room. Sheng Shui had initially presumed that manager who was seeking the group, only to discover that he had sent others to assemble at the pavilion. Contemplating her latest clue, Sheng Shui furrowed her brow, hoping no unforeseen incidents would transpire at the pavilion. Everything that needed to be discussed had already been conveyed in their previous gathering, prompting a tranquil preparation among the group as they organized their belongings. Given the nature of the task at hand, Sheng Shui deliberated and resolved not to carry an excessive amount of items. After confirming that her protective talismans were securely in place and that her item card was within reach, she felt a slight sense of relief. She also touched the necklace around her neck, a rare artifact that provided her with a measure of confidence in the face of potential danger. The group did not delay for long and soon exited their room, encountering individuals from the other two rooms at the entrance. "Once everyone is here, we shall depart," declared Wan Mei Jun, whose pallor indicated her awareness of the challenging night ahead. The pavilion by the pond was not far from their row of rooms. Sheng Shui had assumed it was the pavilion directly in front of their quarters, but to her surprise, Fang Yukai led them past it. Perceiving the puzzled gazes of those around him, Fang Yukai elucidated, "Mr. Hu mentioned that it is by the Lotus Pond upon entering." The Hu residence sprawled over an expansive area, adorned with countless corridors and pavilions and numerous ponds. Yet, the only Lotus Pond was indeed the one situated in the courtyard. However, the young master of the Hu family resided in the rear courtyard. Why then venture all the way to the Lotus Pond in the central courtyard? The distance only seemed to increase. The expressions of the group darkened as they followed in silence. The nighttime ambience of the Hu residence, in stark contrast to the daytime stillness, was more aptly described as eerie. The entire estate felt lifeless, and after walking for considerable time, not a single illuminated room came into view. Only candles flickered along the corridors, swaying intermittently in the breeze, casting a hauntingly flickering light that sent shivers down their spines. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, Fu Bohui gasped softly as they neared the central courtyard. The group turned in the direction of her outstretched finger and beheld a thick fog rising from where the Lotus Pond should be, obscuring their view of the pavilion that lingered within. The entirety of the Hu estate appeared shrouded in darkness, and under the pale glow of the moonlight. The dense fog enveloped only that particular area around the pond. This brought to mind the earlier incident in Shirshi village, where the ghostly apparition had emerged amidst the rising smoke. This pond was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Sheng Shui understood the gravity of the situation, and the older members of the group were even more acutely aware of the implications. Enough of looking, listening, or speaking. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Wan Meijun also recognized the precariousness of their predicament and curtly whispered her grievances toward Fu Bohui. Xie Yiting discreetly moved closer to Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran. In such an environment, only by standing close to the two prominent figures can she feel a semblance of security. Although everyone is aware that there is certainly some intrigue surrounding the pond, they have no choice but to bravely ascend the pavilion shrouded in thick mist. Within the pavilion lies a stone table, accompanied by 10 scattered benches, which prompt Sheng Shui to furrow her brow in discontent. Typically, a stone table is surrounded by only 4 benches, rendering this excessive number rather conspicuous. Yet, due to the palpable tension, no one opts to take a seat. Instead, they remain clustered in the center of the pavilion, their gazes fixed on the wooden bridge leading to the reality beyond, as if poised to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Earlier, While still on solid ground, they felt emboldened to speak, but now, having ascended to the pavilion, the only sounds that break the silence are the anxious breaths of the group, with not a single word exchanged. No one inquires why Steward, who is yet to arrive, nor do they question whether he will indeed show up. Perhaps Steward, who will come, but only when he deems the moment appropriate. The group remains silent in the pavilion, and before long, faint melodies begin to drift through the dense fog. The ethereal sound is initially indistinct, leading them to mistake it for the mournful whispers of the cold wind infiltrating the pavilion. What is even more unsettling is that shortly after they discern the sound of singing, a shadowy figure materializes, barely discernible in the pond. The thick mist obscures their view, allowing only a vague outline to be seen. Yet, the sight before them sends their hearts racing. A ghost has appeared. The bolder among them clench their fists and lower their heads, while the more timid grit their teeth tightly, bowing their heads and even shutting their eyes in fear. Shang Shui discreetly placed her hand into the pocket containing the prop cards, forcibly maintaining her composure. According to the task's directive, the lead performer Ching Yi from the troupe had vanished within the Hu mansion, and the specter, now hauntingly singing, seemed to bear a strong resemblance to her. The ghost's voice was not anchored to a single location. It oscillated from left to right, yet upon closer listening, it was as if one could not pinpoint its exact source. In the fog-laden courtyard by the pond, a vengeful spirit sang a mournful aria, wandering through the waters, leaving no one certain of its next appearance. It could be to the left, perhaps to the right, or even near the pavilion. This thought resonated collectively among the crowd. Before fear could fully take hold, the ethereal melody gradually transformed into an unmistakably clear tune, seemingly validating their apprehensions. A chill ran through Shang Shui's heart. What did this signify? It meant the ghost was drawing ever closer. Having spent years in solitary at the imperial palace, favored by the emperor from the start, she felt the cold indifference of the court, while loneliness burdened her, forsaking her like Chang'e alone in slumber. The sharp, piercing notes grew nearer, and as the lyrics of the song became increasingly distinct, the heads of the crowd sank lower. If it weren't for their current trepidation, they would have preferred to flee from the pavilion at once. Yet, the ghost could stand upon the lotus pond devoid of boats. To flee would likely mean instant demise at the hands of the spectral being. Their fear rendered them motionless, faces buried in their hands. Although they all stood together within the confines of the pavilion, the limited space dictated their varied positions. Fang Shujie positioned himself closer to the edge of the pool. With his head bowed as he prepared quail, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from behind him. How does one describe such a bizarre noise? It resembled something slick and damp, struggling to grasp an object, only to resort to the sharp clenching of its nails due to its inability to hold on. The sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. This peculiar noise was unmistakably clear, causing Fang Shujie to nervously swivel his eyes around twice, only to find that those around him seemed oblivious, uttering not a single sound. In light of this, he pressed his lips together, opting to remain silent to discern the situation. In truth, Fang Shujie had initially fabricated a story. He was not an experienced veteran, but rather a novice. What is a novice, you may ask? It is one who has just traversed the beginner's realm, encountering a formal instance for the first time. His novice experience had been rather simple, barely reaching the B rank, and he had been fortunate enough to partner with capable teammates, thus achieving a smooth clearance. Therefore, he felt a sense of trepidation regarding this upcoming challenge. Observing the seasoned individuals around him, he sensed their formidable aura, leading him to choose discretion. Later, witnessing Wan Meijuan's demeanor toward the newcomer when Banjian, he silently congratulated himself for his choice to conceal his true status. Thus, Fang Shujie imitated those around him, remaining utterly still, as if engaged in a game of red light, green light. After a period of eerie stillness, the sound behind him not only persisted, but grew increasingly louder. Unable to resist, Fang Shujie once more cast a furtive glance at his teammates, and this time, for reasons unknown, their faces appeared ashen and pale. Under the dim moonlight and through the mist, they resembled lifeless corpses standing beside him. Fang Shujie was taken aback by his own imagination. At that moment, he suddenly felt a breath upon the nape of his neck. In an instant, his psychological defenses were shattered, and he could no longer resist the urge to turn his head. Within his line of sight, a pair of pale, bluish-purple hands clung tightly to the pillars of the pavilion. As if sensing his movement, a grotesquely swollen face emerged at the railing. With a resounding splash, a heavy object plunged into the water, causing the onlookers, who had previously kept their heads down and averted their gazes, to tense up. They had all heard the eerie sound of scratching nails from behind, and now no one dared to turn around. Regardless of whether someone had fallen in or if it was merely an illusion conjured by a ghost, the atmosphere was thick with trepidation. Shang Shui, however, felt a sudden warmth emanating from the necklace around her neck. Could it be that the ghost-controlling Jade Rui had sensed something? With that thought, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the dense fog that had enveloped the Lotus Pond and the pavilion had dissipated. What once seemed ethereal and illusory now appeared vividly clear. As the mist lifted, Shang Shui surveyed her surroundings and spoke calmly. Upon hearing her voice, the others paused, opening their eyes to look around. Indeed, everything had returned to normal. Only the moonlight bathed the entire pond, and had it not been for the earlier bizarre occurrences, the scene before them would have seemed utterly ordinary. It appeared that all was well now. The group soon realized that one member was missing, yet no one cared to ponder who it was. As long as it was not themselves, that was all that mattered. However, due to the unsettling sound of someone falling into the water, the crowd began to suspect that a ghost had dragged a person into the pool. Only Fu Bohui, after investigating, discovered that the missing individual was Feng Shujie. Did you just hear that sound? Xie Yiting inquired discreetly, lowering her voice to address Shang Shui. Shang Shui nodded, intending to offer a few words of caution to Xie Yiting, but was interrupted by Lu Chenran's voice. Someone is approaching. The group turned to see, indeed, a figure slowly making their way towards them in the dimly lit corridor illuminated only by flickering candles. As they discerned the face of the newcomer, a sense of unease washed over them. It was Manager Hu. It was as if he had timed his arrival perfectly, coinciding with their recent loss. Anyone who believed that Manager Hu harbored no ulterior motives would be hard-pressed to convince others. I apologize for the wait, Manager Hu stated in a formal tone as he approached. Now, please follow me. Given the recent loss, the group remained on high alert as they followed Manager Hu. Surprisingly, nothing untoward occurred, and they arrived at the courtyard that afternoon in a rather uneventful manner. The sight of the drain pond in Young Master Hu's courtyard offered some relief, especially after the earlier incident of the ghost singing by the pond and committing murder in the pavilion. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder, could such coincidences truly exist? Was it merely a chance occurrence that a ghost was performing in a fog-laden pond, while that very pond was conveniently drained by human intervention? Young Master Hu must have undergone some ordeal. Perhaps the missing Qingyi is the very specter that sings today. Or perhaps her demise bears the mark of Young Master Hu's hand. It is also possible that Qingyi's remains lie abandoned in the Lotus Pond. The young master, being in frail health, is not suited to meet many visitors. To prevent undue speculation among the crowd, Steward Hu spoke up, instructing everyone to enter one by one to take the young master's pulse, allowing them to choose their order. With that, he withdrew to the side, silently observing the somewhat flustered expressions of those before him. "I will go," came the voice of Xie Yiting, her heart racing as she realized that the two influential figures had indeed guessed correctly. Heeding the advice, she quickly stepped forward to take the first position. The others were momentarily stunned by her choice, with only Wan Meijun recognizing her as part of Shang Shui's circle, her eyes glinting with schadenfreude. In Wan Meijun's view, the perils of being first were not less than those of being last. The optimal position would be somewhere in the middle. Were she to choose, she would undoubtedly select the second place. "Then let us proceed," said Steward Hu, his expression betraying no change. All eyes were on Xie Yiting as she pushed open the door and stepped into the room. The rest waited outside, the atmosphere tense yet quiet. Before long, with a creak, Xie Yiting emerged from the room. Everyone scrutinized her expression, only to find no trace of fear. Her brow was furrowed, as if she had encountered no peril at all. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Steward Hu did not ask who would go second. Instead, he pointed directly at Shang Shui. "You shall enter second." The crowd was left in a state of shock. Shang Shui widened her eyes in astonishment. "Why?" Chapter 21. The Who residence no longer as before. She had initially intended to inquire about the situation with Xie Yiting, as it was said that one could make a choice. Why then was a specific candidate designated now? The crowd suddenly realized that the selection was based on the position of the first individual. Standing next to Xie Yiting was none other than Shang Shui herself. Instantly, Shang Shui's expression darkened. The others, upon noticing this, hurriedly counted their own positions. Wan Meijun glanced at her own place, and her face soured as well. She was the sixth, with only 9 individuals in total. Being the sixth placed her toward the back. Gritting her teeth, Wan Meijun contemplated switching places. Yet beside her stood Lu Gang. From the very beginning, Lu Gang had been taciturn, merely introducing his name. Nevertheless, he was an elder, and his position was advantageous. Anyone with sense would refrain from swapping with her. In summary, those waiting behind experienced a mix of relief and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Shang Shui, pushed into this predicament, reluctantly stepped forward towards the entrance. This way, esteemed doctor, please. Hu Guanshi's eyes were as impassive as a still pond. Yet as Shang Shui approached, an inexplicable flicker of light danced in his gaze. Unbeknownst to her, she pushed the door open and entered. Upon stepping into the room, Shang Shui discovered that, in stark contrast to the monotony and dilapidation of the courtyard outside, this chamber exuded an extraordinary charm. The furnishings were exquisitely elegant, and one could tell at a glance that they were of considerable value. The room was divided into 2 parts by a towering antiquarian bookshelf, which was adorned with exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts, a myriad of strange and rare antiques dazzling the eye. The entire chamber exuded an elegant charm, with each decorative piece reflecting a thoughtful design. It was evident that the inhabitant of this space possessed a unique taste and profound cultural depth. As she passed the bookshelf, a meticulously crafted 1,000 crafts bed came into view, though only a portion was visible, obscured by a delicate screen. Upon seeing this gossamer-like partition, Shang Shui felt a weight in her heart. The screen, both in material and craftsmanship, bore a striking resemblance to the one in the dining room they had been in earlier, the only distinction being its lack of any ornamentation. Behind the screen, the elusive silhouette of a slender figure seemed to lie beneath the draped curtains. Shang Shui hesitated, pondering the possibility that this figure might indeed be the ghost she had suspected from the other room. Who could tell what might happen over time if its true form were revealed? Taking a few steps forward, she composed herself and seated herself on the stool before the bed. The closer she drew, the more discernible the figure became, its slenderness obscured by the thickness of the drapery, making it impossible to ascertain whether it was male or female. Sensing her presence, a delicate and pale wrist soon emerged from the tent. Though slender, the skin appeared refined, akin to that of someone accustomed to a life of luxury. Shang Shui contemplated testing whether this entity was indeed a specter, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to adhere to the narrative unfolding before her. After all, she was in the heart of the other party's domain, and any misstep could prove perilous. Thus, Shang Shui pretentiously mimicked the pulse-taking of a court physician from a television drama, inquiring, "Young master, what ailments trouble your body?" The figure behind the curtain remained motionless, devoid of any response. Shang Shui found this rather peculiar, hesitating to approach for a closer inspection. Just as she was about to pose another question, a shrill voice suddenly pierced her ear. Young master, who was emitting a peculiar, elongated hum from his throat, reminiscent of a performer warming up their voice in traditional opera. The moment she heard this sound, Shang Shui's heart jolted. The tone and timbre were unmistakably the same as that eerie voice they had encountered by the pond. It was apparent that the haunting melody and its poignant emotion were conjured by the same ghostly presence. Realizing this, Shang Shui felt a tightening in her chest. As a physician, merely asking one question was insufficient, so she steeled herself to inquire further. "Young master, how have you been resting lately?" Yet, young master who continued to feign ignorance, lost in his own world of song. With each successive query, Shang Shui's expression grew increasingly grave. Regardless of how she framed her questions, he remained indifferent, ensnared in his own thoughts. Moreover, the body concealed within the curtain showed no signs of life. The voice seemed to materialize from thin air. After all, how could one engage in conversation without the rise and fall of the chest? Not to mention singing. The voice was sharp and theatrical, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Sheng Shui's understanding of traditional opera was limited, leaving her oblivious to any nuances in the melody being sung. Through certain phrases and the tone of the other party, one could discern an undertone of sorrow and infatuation, unmistakably revolving around the themes of romantic entanglement. As inquiries yielded no fruitful responses, and with the ominous presence of the room's screen, Sheng Shui grew apprehensive about the potential for unforeseen events should she linger any longer. Thus, she rose to take her leave. She had already conducted her routine inquiry, but the patient proved uncooperative. Upon reaching the door and pushing it open, Sheng Shui found herself contemplating the peculiar occurrences that had transpired within. As she stepped into view, the attention of the gathered crowd converged upon her almost instantaneously. In that moment, Sheng Shui comprehended the bewilderment etched upon Xie Yuting's face when she had emerged moments earlier. It was evident that Xie Yuting had encountered a similar predicament. The next individual to enter was Lu Shan, who, without the need for Hu Guan's prompting, instinctively approached. As their paths nearly crossed, Sheng Shui hesitated for a brief moment before lowering her voice to caution him. "Do come out swiftly." She harbored a lingering suspicion that young master, who was not as innocuous as he appeared. Every performance must eventually reach its conclusion. What then follows after the final act? Both of their strides were brisk, and Sheng Shui remained uncertain whether Lu Shan had heeded her warning. The door closed behind them. Hu Guan stood vigil at the entrance, scrutinizing the assembly, which rendered everyone reluctant to inquire about the nature of Sheng Shui and Xie Yuting's experiences within. Only Wan Meijun, upon witnessing Sheng Shui's unscathed return, felt a fleeting pang of regret. Unconcerned with the others, Sheng Shui noted that upon Lu Shan's entry, the individual standing beside her transformed into Lu Chenran. Lu Chenran had been gazing intently at the doorway, while Sheng Shui mused that he must have a close relationship with Lu Shan, which explained his evident concern for the latter's safety. It seemed that Sheng Shui's gaze betrayed her thoughts, for in the next moment, Lu Chenran turned to look at her. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. How was it that he seemed to have a surveillance device fixed on her? How could he so consistently catch her in such awkward moments? Moreover, whether it was merely her imagination, she faintly discerned a deep, rich laughter in the air. Just as Sheng Shui was internally chiding Lu Chenran, Lu Shan emerged from the room, wearing an expression of confusion akin to that of the previous two. The scent lingering in the air was identical to that of the dining room they had occupied earlier. How could this be? There had been no fragrance when she had entered moments ago. Furthermore, when Xie Yaoting had exited, she bore no peculiar scent either. Everything within the room had transformed inexplicably. As Sheng Shui pondered this, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Chenran. After all, he was a master of the game. She could hardly believe he had not sensed something amiss. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Lu Chenran remained composed on the surface, soon striding back into the room. His expression seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Sheng Shui nodded in understanding, fully aware of the peculiarities that unfolded within this room, suspecting that Lu Shan's experience might differ significantly from her own. Yet, it was evident that this was not the most opportune moment for discourse, especially with Hu Guan looking on with a predatory gaze. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door swung open, revealing Lu Chenran once more at the threshold. The crowd was astonished. Based on the time taken by the previous individuals, Lu Chenran appeared to be rather swift. The steward who, stationed at the entrance, fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Chenran and inquired, "Have you attended to the young master?" It was no wonder Hu posed such a question, for others too felt a semblance of doubt. The pace seemed excessively rapid. "Indeed, I have treated him," Lu Chenran replied promptly, his fingers deftly gesturing. "Your young master suffers from a deficiency in kidney energy, his vitality akin to a wisp of smoke. Utmost care for his health is imperative." Implicit in his words was the notion that the young master was afflicted with kidney weakness, and further depletion of his constitution must be avoided at all costs. Sheng Shui, Xie Ting and Lu Shan exchanged peculiar glances, while others remained oblivious. These three were well aware. If the true identity of the individual within the room was indeed young master, who, his vocal resonance was remarkably steady, unmatched by anyone present, and certainly not akin to the feeble state described by Lu Chenran. Rather than a voice like a tolling bell, one would expect a robust presence. How could Lu Chenran portray him as a mere shell of a man, drained by indulgence? Those who had not entered the room were left with a nascent understanding of the situation, influenced by Lu Chenran's description. Whether it was the irritation from Lu Chenran's words or not, whose countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. For Lu Chenran was indeed the physician. Next, this command seemed to be forced out from between whose clenched teeth. The next to proceed was Lu Gang. And as Lu approached, whose cold eyes remained fixed on Lu Chenran's retreating figure. As he observed, Lu shut the door. An enigmatic expression crossed his face, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Shang Shui, too, caught a whiff of that peculiar fragrance emanating from Lu Chenran. It seems that the earlier occurrence was indeed not merely a figment of one's imagination. The room underwent a transformation upon Lu Shan's entrance. Furthermore, this alteration was not solely directed at Lu Shan, for the same peculiar scent enveloped Lu Chenran, who entered thereafter. Recalling the dining room from earlier, Shang Shui's gaze flickered slightly. Could this fragrant anomaly be a signal embedded within this scenario? A harbinger of an impending attack from a ghost? Perhaps it was mere coincidence. But just as Shang Shui's conjecture took shape, she suddenly sensed a warmth emanating from the ghost-controlling jade Rui adorning her neck. Within a brief span, the jade had inexplicably radiated warmth twice. This was a rare artifact, a reward from the app, undoubtedly possessing significant power. It could not possibly be heating for no reason. There must be some catalyst during the intervals of warmth, which she had yet to discern. An analysis was warranted. After a considerable duration, Lu Gang finally emerged from the room. Lu Gang had introduced himself with remarkable modesty, maintaining a quiet demeanor. Thus his presence had been rather subdued. At this moment, Shang Shui attentively inhaled the air and detected a faint trace of the same fragrance. However, due to the distance between them, the scent was not entirely distinct. Wan Meijun was the sixth to enter, and her expression was beyond mere discomfort. While the preceding individuals had remained unscathed, her own position felt increasingly precarious. Her lack of popularity exacerbated her anxiety, and as she trembled her way forward, many around her harbored unkind thoughts. The day was drawing to a close, and the consultations would conclude here. Thank you, esteemed doctors, for your diligent efforts. As Wan Meijun approached the doorway, the steward who, standing at the entrance, glanced up at the moonlit sky and suddenly spoke. The people behind her were equally elated. After all, refraining from entering was undoubtedly a safer choice than stepping inside. No one wished to gamble with their lives. I was truly terrified just moments ago, said Xie Ting, continuously caressing her chest, evidently still shaken. Upon entering, I immediately heard the same operatic singing as from the pavilion. I nearly believed I would meet my end there. Indeed, interjected Lu Shan. However, I noticed that young master who appeared quite normal. I even pretended to take his pulse, yet I couldn't elicit any words from him. This is truly frightening. Xie Ting speculated further. The opera young master who sang surely wasn't random. It's just that we don't comprehend it. If we could decipher the narrative of the opera, perhaps we might uncover some clues. Lu Shan nodded in agreement, his head bobbing thoughtfully. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but it was Shang Shui who first reacted, exclaiming, "You understand opera?" Noticing Shang Shui's astonishment, Lu Chenran nodded and then, seemingly nonchalantly, asked, "When you entered, was young master who lying on the bed?" "Yes," replied Xie Ting, and Lu Shan, lacking any ulterior motives, instinctively nodded while casting puzzled glances at Lu Chenran, seemingly at a loss as to why he inquired. Only Shang Shui felt a tightening in her chest. "Aren't you?" After saying this, she disregarded the fact that he was a self-absorbed young man and fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chenran. Why had he suddenly posed such a question? As I entered, he stood before the screen in the room, his back turned to me. Chapter 22. The Unfamiliar Who Residence. Lu Chenron's voice was grave as he recounted everything he encountered upon entering. It appeared that he, like the others, had proceeded directly into the inner chamber. However, what perplexed him was the absence of anyone on the Qiangong bed within the room. If no one had been there from the outset, why would Manager Hu have summoned them to take the pulse? This riddle made little sense. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that either young master who was not on the bed, or he had risen from it. As Lu Chenran pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the screen in the room. He recognized its similarity to the screen in the previous chamber, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that, as his attention shifted to the screen, he suddenly perceived a shadow lurking behind it. The room was adequately illuminated, allowing Lu Chenran to see clearly. A slender figure stood hidden behind the screen, and he was now quite close to it. If it were indeed a person, one would not dare linger in the room. Calmly, Lu Chenran articulated his conjecture. Thus, I surmise that the figure concealed behind the screen is none other than young Master Hu. A cold sweat began to bead on Sheng Shue's back. When she had entered, young Master Hu had been peacefully reclining on the bed, and evidently, Lu Shan had also been present. The distinction lay in the fact that after Lu Shan entered, a strange fragrance permeated the air. In stark contrast, Lu Chenron's experience was entirely different. Since he was able to emerge unscathed, it suggests that the young Master Hu, lying in bed, harbors no immediate malevolence. However, what of his demeanor upon rising? The fact that Lu Chenran initially failed to perceive his presence indicates that he made no sound. It was akin to the moment when a bed silently manifested behind the screen during their meal, upon which rested a notably slender figure. The same fragrant aroma lingered in the air. However, unlike the dining area where it was present upon their entry, this room revealed it only after Lu Shan's arrival. Could the scent be an omen of an impending attack? Young Master Hu has risen from his bed, taking refuge behind the screen. Sheng Shue slowly reiterated, then lifted her gaze to the figure of Lu Gang who had entered behind her. Unlike Lu Chenran, who swiftly exited, Lu Gang lingered within for a duration comparable to that of the previous entrance. Despite the peculiarities surrounding young Master Hu is highly likely to be a specter, and recalling the earlier insistence that they refrain from entering, it seems he may have vanished from the room. Yet, it is unlikely for Hu to disappear without reason at night. Thus, one possibility emerges. He has disguised himself as a human, concealing his true identity within the group. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Fang Yukai and others were actively deliberating the events of the day. As those who had entered were predominantly from a different room, they remained oblivious to the true circumstances within. Lu Gang, you also ventured inside today. What did you observe in that room upon your entry? Fang Yukai pondered for a moment before inquiring directly of Lu Gang. Who knows if they will once again be summoned to take the young master's pulse? After all, their current identities are those of physicians, and it is entirely justifiable for them to attend to the young master. Gaining further insight into the affairs within the room would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Fang Yukai is the individual with the most authority in the room, and upon his inquiry, Lu Xiaoran also perked up her ears. It is quite similar to the room where we dined. Lu Gang's voice remained somewhat wooden. Just as before, the young master who lay upon the bed while I took his pulse, and then I stepped out. So, does this imply that today's task bears little danger? Lu Xiao répondit à Lu. Could it be that a ghost had already claimed a life at the pavilion, rendering their presence in the room merely a formality, leading them to overthink the situation? Lu Gang, as always, maintained his silence, burying his head in thought after speaking. Lu Xiaoran and Fang Yukai had grown accustomed to his demeanor, so they merely prepared to rest. As they passed by the table, Fang Yukai, feeling parched, reached to pour himself a glass of water when he suddenly sensed something obstructing him. Turning his head, he discovered an unexpected screen had appeared beside the table. This screen bore a striking resemblance to the one in the dining room, depicting a captivating woman whose delicate features were partly concealed by the voluminous sleeves of her theatrical attire. The only distinction was that the colors of the artwork appeared considerably faded, as if time had dulled its brilliance. Like being struck by a sudden realization, Fang Yukai's alarm bells rang in his mind. Xiaoran, Lu Gang, Come quickly and take a look. Lu Xiao ran and Lu Gang approached in confusion, their expressions darkening upon the sight of the screen. If I recall correctly, it was absent from the previous room. Fan Yukai glanced at his two companions. The room was not particularly small, so initially they had all overlooked it. Had he not come to fetch some water, it might have remained unnoticed. After all, the screen was positioned in a shadowy corner, rendering it virtually invisible without careful scrutiny. Although he was unaware of the screen's significance, its abrupt appearance in the room surely boded ill, unless, perhaps, similar screens had manifested in other rooms simultaneously. Lu Xiao ran, was momentarily speechless, while Lu Gang pondered briefly before speaking. This screen is also present in young Master Hu's chamber. Both Lu Xiao ran and Fan Yukai were taken aback, their eyes widening in alarm as they turned to Lu Gang. Under their intense gaze, Lu Gang appeared somewhat anxious, swallowing hard before he continued. At that time, I found this screen exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, in young Master Hu's room, I occasionally heard strange sounds emanating from behind it. The screen was positioned right beside young Master Hu's bed, allowing me to hear quite clearly. After posing my queries, I hastily exited. If the screen had previously seemed potentially hazardous, Lu Gang's revelation elevated that concern considerably. Fan Yukai contemplated for a moment before he could no longer remain seated. Abruptly rising to his feet, Lu Xiao ran and Lu Gang immediately fixed their gaze upon him. Lu Xiaoran's expression was tinged with fear, and upon hearing his words, her panic intensified. But it's nighttime. One must not leave their room at night. This is a universal taboo in every scenario. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling anxiety in her heart, as if something ominous were about to transpire. It's nothing, Fan Yukai replied, shaking his head before rising to approach the door. A discerning observer would readily perceive that something significant had occurred within the confines of the room, and Fan Yukai was acutely aware of this. Though he claimed to investigate the other rooms for anomalies, his true intention was to find refuge in another room should the others prove untroubled. His confidence in venturing out at night stemmed from possessing a life-saving item card. In essence, his words served as an indirect warning to Lu Xiaoran. In such scenarios, excessive kindness could lead to one's own ruin, and having uttered this, Fan Yukai stepped out without a backward glance. Lu Xiaoran could not shake the inexplicable unease, and Fan Yukai's earlier remarks felt like a veiled caution. Unfortunately, her item card had already been depleted in the previous scenario, leaving her devoid of any safety net in this one. Thus, each step felt precarious. Fortunately, she was not alone, as Lu Gang remained by her side. With this thought, Lu Xiaoran raised her gaze to Lu Gang, who sat silently with his head bowed, providing her with a modicum of reassurance. She resolved to contemplate the best course of action, but before she could dwell on it for long, Lu Gang's voice broke the silence. Did you hear any strange sounds? Uncertain whether it was due to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Lu Xiaoran's mind, Lu Gang's voice seemed to resonate in an ethereal manner, startling her momentarily upon first hearing it. She raised her gaze to find Lu Gang seated beside a flickering candle, his complexion oscillating between light and shadow, and an unsettling emotion surged within her heart. However, she had no time to ponder these feelings, for Lu Gang's words were the true source of her anxiety. Thus, with a hint of panic, Lu Xiaoran listened for a while before shaking her head and responding, no. She perceived the surrounding stillness, only able to hear Lu Gang's breath. There were no peculiar sounds to be discerned. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Gang's lips moved rhythmically, as if corroborating his suspicions, and at that very moment, a disconcerting creaking echoed ominously. How could one describe that sound? It resembled the agonizing fracture of long-stiffened bones or the shattering of something solid, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in Lu Gang's gaze, which, once expressionless, now brimmed with malevolence. His eyes bore into hers with a predatory intensity, and his neck twisted sharply to the right, as if it had been severed. With that sudden contortion, his entire skeletal structure appeared to collapse in an instant, his arms dangling helplessly at his sides, his form grotesquely contorted. He could no longer occupy his seat, but instead resembled a pool of water or a crawling monstrosity, sprawled upon the ground, eyes glinting with insatiable hunger as they fixated on her. Lu Xiaoran was rendered nearly catatonic by the horrifying spectacle before her. Yet, in a moment of critical urgency, her survival instincts surged forth, prompting her to react instantaneously. Without the luxury of pondering why Lu Gang had transformed in such a manner, she dashed to the door and flung it open, racing outside. The instant she stepped beyond the threshold, Lu Xiaoran found herself traversing an interminable corridor, devoid of any visible end. She realized this was an illusion crafted by malevolent spirits, designed to disorient her. Nevertheless, the very fact that she had not been immediately harmed indicated that her approach was sound. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such theatrics. As long as she firmly recalled the correct direction in her memory, she would undoubtedly prevail. With that thought, Lu Xiaoran sprinted through the seemingly endless corridor, which gradually transformed into a series of identical doors. It was evident that the spirit had perceived her awareness of the trickery and had presented her with a new challenge, discerning which door concealed her true allies. Almost as if to affirm her suspicions, a door swung open, revealing Wan Meijun standing at the entrance, her expression fraught with urgency. She stared intently at Lu Xiaoran, seemingly anxious for her. "What are you doing out there? Hurry inside." As she spoke, her gaze repeatedly flicked to Lu Xiaoran's rear, as if something terrifying lurked behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoran pressed on, fully aware that Wan Meijun's temperament would never permit her to offer assistance willingly. She was more inclined to exacerbate the situation. Once Lu Xiaoran bolted past her, Wan Meijun's demeanor instantly morphed into one of seething resentment. This experience heightened Lu Xiaoran's vigilance even further. The specter is not only capable of employing illusions, but can even masquerade as its own companions to deceive itself. She heightened her vigilance when, at that moment, another door swung open, revealing the face of Fang Yukai. "You emerged as well." Fang Yukai's expression bore genuine astonishment. "I suspected there was something amiss with Lu Gang earlier, so I took the liberty of warning you. Thankfully, you have come out." His tone and demeanor exhibited no signs of deceit, and his words aligned perfectly with those uttered moments before. Lu Xiaoran gradually relaxed her guard, intending to approach, when her gaze suddenly fell upon the floor by the doorway. The portal emanated light, yet Fang Yukai stood beside it without casting a shadow behind him. It became evident that this Fang Yukai was also a phantasm in disguise. Reflecting on Lu Gang's earlier remarks, everything began to seem less perplexing. Drawing from her previous encounter, Lu Xiaoran wasted no time and turned to flee. She ran and ran until she reached the entrance of another room, where the door swung open once more. "What on earth? How did you get out?" Sheng Shue's face was awash with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her presence. Lu Xiaoran remained motionless at the threshold, scrutinizing Sheng Shue before her, eager to discern her true identity. A shadow was indeed present, her demeanor identical to that of Sheng Shue. More critically, a glance over her shoulder revealed something that sent her into a panic, compelling her to shut the door. Lu Xiaoran steadied her nerves, almost convinced that the individual before her was indeed Sheng Shue. In a swift motion, she dashed inside just before Sheng Shue could close the door. "What brings you out at this late hour?" Sheng Shue shut the door, and the occupants within turned their concerned gazes towards her. Lu Xiaoran felt a sudden relaxation. Just as she was about to speak, her expression abruptly changed. How could she forget that the door was not open from the inside? Chapter 23. The Altered Who Residence. She distinctly remembered that the door in the room had been pushed open from the outside, yet the door that Sheng Shue had just opened was from within. Oh no! In an instant, Lu Xiaoran realized she had fallen into a trap. She discreetly surveyed the room, only to find that everyone present was watching her intently, their eyes filled with predatory intent. "Why are you out here so late?" Sheng Shue closed the door and approached her, concern lacing her tone. "Where are your teammates?" The person before her was undoubtedly not the genuine Sheng Shue. "Why have you abandoned your teammates?" The very mention of abandonment seemed to ignite a fierce rage within Sheng Shue, her face contorting as she spoke. The other individuals in the room, equally menacing, began to advance slowly, their faces etched with resentment. Lu Xiaoran was paralyzed by fear, her rationality slipping away, and she could no longer remain composed. She lunged forward, attempting to push the door open, but this time it would not budge, no matter her effort. Just moments earlier, as Sheng Shui and the others settled in for a rest, a loud knocking echoed from outside. This time, there was no need for inquiry from within. The person outside proclaimed their identity directly. It was still Fang Yukai. Sheng Shui exchanged a puzzled glance with Lu Chenran, unsure why Fang Yukai would come knocking at such an hour. However, Lu Chenran seemed to recall something, a flicker of realization in his eyes, and he stepped forward to open the door himself. Fang Yukai stood outside the door, only to find it opened by Lu Chenran, who wore an uncharacteristically forced smile. "Mr. Lu," he spoke in a deliberately hushed tone, as if fearful of disturbing something. "May I enter and discuss a matter with you?" Lu Chenran raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him for a moment before stepping aside. "Come in," he replied. Fang Yukai nodded and took a couple of steps inside, only to suddenly feel a sharp sensation as if something had struck him. "Oh, it's nothing," Lu Chenran replied with a warm smile. "I just noticed a handprint on your back and gave a little pat." "A handprint?" Fang Yukai's expression transformed dramatically, and he immediately twisted his head back in a frantic attempt to glimpse the mark on his back. His antics were rather comical, resembling a puppy chasing its own tail. Sheng Shui, observing nearby, found the scene amusing, as there was no handprint on Fang Yukai's back. Lu Chenran had merely tapped him with a card-like object. She surmised that it was a prop, and Lu Chenran's intent was merely to ascertain whether Fang Yukai was human or a ghost. "Enough of this," she interjected. "If there really were an issue, seeing it wouldn't change anything. Please, tell us why you came here in the dead of night." Lu Chenran closed the door and settled himself at the table, regarding Fang Yukai with a leisurely demeanor. Sheng Shui noted that his gaze subtly scanned the entire room, frequently darting toward the area beside the table. "May I share a room with you?" Fang Yukai's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Although the individuals present in the room initially appeared somewhat unreliable during the self-introduction, Fang Yukai inexplicably sensed that they were somewhat different. Perhaps this was intuition. Thus, after leaving that room, his first destination was this one, rather than Wan Meijuan's. "Why?" Xie Yiting, who had remained silent, could not help but inquire. She found the situation peculiar and was filled with curiosity. Fang Yukai struck her as a genuinely sincere elder brother, and it was evident that he had his own cards to play. He possessed his own room, and, as an experienced individual, he must have understood the inappropriateness of switching rooms. What had transpired in his room that compelled him to risk leaving it in the dead of night? Even uttering the words about changing rooms? "Our room suddenly has a screen." Fang Yukai took a deep breath and chose not to conceal the truth. "It is positioned beside the table, adorned with the image of a woman, akin to the one in the room where we dined earlier." At this point, Fang Yukai lifted his gaze. "I had initially assumed that everyone's room contained such a thing, but it seems only our room is unique." Upon hearing this, the others, who had been puzzled by Fang Yukai's thorough examination upon entering, suddenly realized the reason behind his actions. He was indeed inspecting whether their room contained any additional items. The appearance of screen in your room does not guarantee it is directed at anyone in particular, Lu Chenran remarked, not allowing Fang Yukai's statement to linger in silence for too long, and calmly analyzed. "What you must do now is to swiftly uncover the truth before the specter seeks you out. I am uncertain whether a ghost has sought me out." When Fang Yukai uttered these words, his expression was one of profound anguish, clearly troubled by the question at hand. Was the screen directed at an individual, or was it intended for the room itself? Would it annihilate everyone within that chamber? "The ghost is Lu Gang," Sheng Shui observed Fang Yukai, remarking that if only you had emerged, the one in trouble now is Lu Xiaoran, not you. Yet, it became evident that Sheng Shui's assessment was astutely accurate. The following day, a cacophony of gongs roused the group from their slumber. As they gathered their belongings to depart, they were struck by the sight that awaited them at the entrance. A long trail of blood marked the corridor before the guest room, stretching ominously from the central chamber to the corner. With grim expressions, the group followed the bloodstains. Upon rounding the corner, The scene became increasingly grotesque, resembling a large basin of blood spilled upon the ground, evoking the imagery of a person dragged, as if to create a harrowing spectacle. The extent of the bloodshed suggested a deliberate provocation, as if taunting them with its pervasive presence. The bloodstains continued intermittently until they reached the pond's edge, where they vanished entirely. It was evident that a body had ultimately been cast into the pond. Reflecting on the earlier incident where Feng Shujia was pulled into the water, the source of this calamity was not difficult to surmise. Wan Meijun maintained a stern demeanor throughout the journey, and at this moment, she had no time to direct her ire at anyone. The specters within the narrative were exceedingly malevolent, leaving her bewildered as to what constituted a breach of the rules. From the collective demeanor of those around her, it was unmistakably clear that Lu Xiaoran was the one who had perished. Notably, Lu Xiaoran had not attended to Master Hu's pulse the previous day. Was it possible that neglecting this duty constituted a violation of the rules? Did she not, therefore, contravene the rules? Today, we must uncover the secrets concealed within the Hu residence. Wan Meijun's expression was somber, her eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. The steward of the Hu household had yet to make an appearance. In this scenario, there are no absolute dead ends. To unveil the truth, they must seize the limited time available during daylight. Wan Meijun, clearly experienced, turned on her heel and departed without hesitation. Fu Bohui hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to follow Wan Meijun. Fang Yukai remained silent for a while, intending to revisit the room where they had dined earlier. In that room, they had first encountered the screen, and since he had never been to young Master Hu's quarters, he resolved to investigate there first. As for Sheng Shui and the others, they, of course, aimed to inspect young Master Hu's room. Having previously entered, they possessed a modicum of familiarity. Even in daylight, the expansive Hu residence felt eerily lifeless. The group swiftly arrived at the door of young Master Hu, guided by their memories. Prior to their arrival, they had deliberated on who would push the door open, but upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. Could there be someone inside? Sheng Shui hesitated, contemplating whether to push the door open, but Lu Chenran, with remarkable resolve, boldly entered without hesitation. Observing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. However, Sheng Shui felt a sense of relief upon discovering that the room bore no unusual fragrances. Upon stepping inside, they instinctively moderated their footsteps. With a clear objective, the group chose not to linger in the outer chamber and proceeded directly through the antique display towards the inner chamber. Xie Yiting and Lu Shan, aware of their own limitations, lagged behind, striving not to impede the others. Lu Chenran walked in the lead, with Sheng Shui by his side. As they caught a glimpse of the screen, Lu Chenran signaled to Sheng Shui with a glance, subtly indicating that she should not approach the screen, but rather inspect the Qiangong bed. Sheng Shui felt a twinge of complexity within her, based on their exchanged opinions. The young master on the bed was far less threatening than the one hidden behind the screen. To her surprise, this narcissistic man possessed some redeeming qualities. Nevertheless, Sheng Shui had no intention of declining the invitation. During the day, this room lacked the flicker of candlelight, rendering it darker than even the nighttime gloom. From Sheng Shui's perspective, the entire Qiangong bed lay shrouded in profound obscurity, with layers of draped curtains making it impossible to discern the situation within. No one could ascertain whether a ghost lurked inside. Clutching the freezing props card and peace talisman tightly in her hand, she approached the Qiangong bed and boldly lifted the curtains, tossing the items inside. Even if a ghost resided within, it should now be subdued. Having previously observed that the freezing props card could immobilize a ghost for 10 minutes, Sheng Shui waited patiently before parting the curtains once more. To her astonishment, the interior was utterly vacant. The bedding was meticulously arranged, suggesting that no one had ever slept there. The props card and peace talisman she had thrown in now lay upon the bed. Though dimly lit, the space was surprisingly ample, with 2 neatly arranged pillows. At first glance, it appeared devoid of anything, yet Sheng Shui's skepticism lingered. She meticulously searched with her gaze, and upon lifting one of the pillows, she discovered a jade pendant concealed beneath it. The pendant was not small, fashioned in the shape of a rabbit, with 4 prominent characters intricately engraved upon its surface. Sheng Shui delicately lifted the jade pendant, inspecting it closely, and discovered the inscription, "Do not forget Qing Yi." The pendant signified a deep connection, and Qing Yi was the missing pillar of support. Moreover, this was undoubtedly the room of young master Hu, rendering the truth almost palpable. In the brief interlude during which Qing Yi and young master Hu performed in the manor, they had clandestinely pledged their lives to one another and exchanged jade pendants. Yet, the circumstances remained shrouded in mystery, as young master Hu fell gravely ill and Qing Yi vanished completely. It is conceivable that the ailing young master Hu may not even be human, suggesting a tragic conclusion of dual demise. The enigmatic Hu Lao Yi, who has remained in the shadows, plays an undisclosed role in this unfolding narrative. As Sheng Shui pondered this, she was suddenly startled by a soft sound, as if something had been inadvertently touched. She quickly concealed the pendant and then noticed Lu Chanran standing before the screen, his brow furrowed, gazing intently at something. Intrigued, Sheng Shui approached, only to be astounded by the sight before her. The screen, which had been empty the previous night, now revealed a man with a demeanor as gentle as jade. Dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, he appeared slender and his countenance exuded warmth. Quietly seated at a desk, he held a scroll, adorned with a jade hairpin that glimmered softly. At this revelation, Sheng Shui could no longer harbor any doubts. This must indeed be young Master Hu. The screen, composed of the same material, was astonishingly a pair. Young Master Hu's striking beauty and Qing Yi's picturesque visage made them a perfect match. Yet, the capriciousness of fate had led them to this dismal end. A lingering suspicion crept into Sheng Shui's mind. Could it be that the union of Qing Yi and young master Hu faced vehement opposition from Hu Lao Yi, ultimately culminating in tragedy? From the furnishings of the Hu residence, it is evident that the family is affluent and influential. And given that young Master Hu is the sole heir of old Master Hu, it is likely that old Master Hu would prefer him to seek a match with a woman of equal social standing, rather than a humble actress from a theater troupe. However, the circumstances within the narrative are ever-changing, and all of this is merely Sheng Shui-esque conjecture. Thus, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As she stepped outside, Lu Chenran caught sight of Sheng Shui approaching and turned his head in her direction. After speaking, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular spot, his pupils constricting, and his expression turned grave. Sheng Shui, bewildered, followed his line of sight, only to be rendered speechless. Lu Chenran was staring at a dressing mirror, which, though rather rudimentary, reflected the shadowy figure of a 1,000-layered bed from their angle. Within the mirror, the pitch-black bed seemed to conceal a still figure, motionless and shrouded in mystery. Due to the eerie stillness within, its true form remained obscured. Yet from their vantage point, the curtain had been drawn aside, revealing nothing inside. In broad daylight, the mirror astonishingly reflected the presence of a ghost. Although its reasons for remaining still were unclear, panic surged through Lu Chenran. "Let us hurry." Just as he pondered their next move, Sheng Shui, realizing the urgency, became frantic. "My freezing tool card has little time left," she cursed under her breath. There were merely 10 minutes remaining. She had spent a moment in contemplation, uncertain of how much time was left. Her previous action had been a mere stroke of luck. Indeed, caution is the vessel that withstands the test of time. What kind of malevolent spirit lies on that bed in broad daylight, poised to terrify whom? Chapter 24. The Hu residents of yesteryear's esteemed physicians. Our master wishes to express his gratitude for your meticulous care of the young master by inviting a troupe to perform. The steward, Hu, spoke with an aloof demeanor. "I implore you all to attend punctually, lest you dampen our master's spirits." "When shall this take place?" Lu Chenran inquired with an air of nonchalance. "It shall commence when the drums sound this evening," responded the steward, his gaze flickering momentarily as he casually added. "The physicians have yet to partake in breakfast. If it pleases you, the small kitchen of the Hu residence lies just around the corner to the right." With that, he made no further delay and hastily departed. As they watched the steward's retreating figure, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. The prospect of attending the performance tonight felt akin to being summoned to a banquet of treachery. Yet, they could not forego the invitation. They had explored every known corner of the Who residence, and perhaps new clues awaited them elsewhere. Remaining idle in their quarters offered little advantage. So they resolved to investigate the kitchen and perhaps procure a meal. Upon exiting their room and turning right as directed by the steward, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food, along with the sounds of culinary activity. Excitement flickered in their eyes. There were indeed people present. The presence of others signified the potential for discovering vital information. Suppressing their eagerness, they followed the sounds to a nearby room. Upon entering, they were met with a round table at the center, laden with an array of delectable dishes. The cook appeared to possess remarkable skill, and the offerings were a feast for the senses, exuding an alluring fragrance that beckoned them closer. However, it is evident that everyone's objective is to identify the cook, hoping to extract some clues from the individual S-words. With this thought in mind, they forcefully set aside the tantalizing aroma of the food and attentively listened to the sounds emanating from the room, eager to discern the whereabouts of the cook. Yet, the more they listen, the more peculiar their expressions become. Earlier, when they were outside, the sound of a spatula seemed to be just within reach, as if it were emanating from the ground floor of this very room. However, upon entering, they realized that the sound appeared to be originating from above. Indeed, the space, referred to as the kitchen by the steward, markedly differs from the other rooms. A wooden ladder is visibly present, indicating that there is indeed another level above. At this moment, they could distinctly hear the sounds coming from upstairs. "Should we ascend?" whispered Xie Yiting, casting an inquiring glance towards Shang Shui and Lu Chenran. From the current circumstances, it was evident that something was amiss upstairs. The sounds seemed to fluctuate, rendering it impossible to accurately pinpoint the source. "Indeed," replied Shang Shui and Lu Chenran in unison. Their simultaneous response seemed to surprise them both, prompting an involuntary exchange of glances. To uncover new clues, they must venture upstairs to investigate. Why did the steward specifically mention that this was a small kitchen? Moreover, why did he cast such a significant look before departing? It is highly probable that within lies crucial information they require. They are to attend a performance tonight, and none can predict who the next victim might be. Among this group, only they have yet to experience a death in their quarters. The two individuals were acutely aware of their own inadequacies, recognizing that their presence would only hinder the two esteemed figures. Thus, with a mutual understanding, they nodded in agreement and quietly exited the room. As they observed the fleeting silhouettes of Xie Yiting and Lu Shan, Shang Shui and Lu Chenran exchanged no further words, instead approaching the wooden staircase. Gazing upon the remarkably robust and wide staircase, neither of them made the first move to ascend. Was this truly a staircase? Its substantiality resembled that of a wooden stump, and one could only wonder what means were employed to piece together these hefty segments. Yet, despite their formidable nature, the edges bore countless scars, as though they had endured an unbearable weight. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that each step bore a depression in the center, as if it had long been traversed by an exceptionally heavy individual. Who could that possibly be? Could there truly exist someone of such immense weight? Caution and determination flickered in their eyes as they gingerly ascended the stairs, one after the other. The moment they reached the upper floor, the view unfolded before them in its entirety. Contrary to the relatively normal ambience of the lower level, the upper floor was devoid of any embellishment. It was rather an absence of everything. A solitary wardrobe stood in one corner, facing a substantial table. Although the daylight outside was not dim, the room, situated on the second floor, exuded a somber gloom that seemed to cast a shadow over their hearts. What was most peculiar, however, was not merely the atmosphere, but the abrupt silence that enveloped them the instant they ascended the stairs. The sounds they had previously heard vanished, as if they were mere bait. Lu Chenran and Shang Shui dared not separate. After Lu Chenran surveyed the surroundings, they leaned against the wall, prepared to make their way towards the wardrobe and the table. The vast room was devoid of any objects, leaving only one place to search for clues. Lu Chenran led the way, alert and cautious, while Shang Shui followed closely, ever vigilant for any unusual occurrences behind them. In such a precarious situation, both heightened their awareness, displaying an unprecedented unity. As they stealthily approached the wardrobe, Sheng Shui, facing away, sharply sensed Lu Chenran's breathing grow heavier. What could be amiss? Had Lu Chenran discovered something? Unable to speak, she cautiously turned to find a suitable position. Upon seeing what lay before her, she gasped in unison with Lu Chenran. Before them stood a wardrobe, marred by deep scratches and gashes, as if someone had once clawed at it in a fit of desperation or struck it with a knife. The eerie nature of this place raised questions. Had anyone else been here? The myriad of scars crisscrossing the wardrobe hinted at prolonged distress, surely not inflicted in a mere moment. A flicker of contemplation crossed Lu Chenran's eyes as he remained silent, his gaze shifting to a remarkably sturdy wooden table opposite them. The table, its edges nearly black, gleamed with a rich brown sheen, revealing faint, straight grain patterns. It appeared to have been regularly maintained and used, standing in stark contrast to the dust-laden room. Lu Chenran refrained from approaching hastily, instead scrutinizing the table before him. Sheng Shui followed his gaze, a sense of perplexity slowly enveloping her. Why did the wood before her evoke such a familiar sensation? It seemed as though she had encountered this before. Sheng Shui appeared to be struck by a sudden realization, her gaze meticulously tracing the wooden table before her. Was it not so? The wood before her bore a striking resemblance to the grain of the base structure of the folding screen, with even the edges shaded in a similar hue of black. Though the specific type of wood used for the screen and the table remained a mystery, it was evident that it was of a sinister nature. As Sheng Shui scrutinized the table, Lu Chenran was unexpectedly drawn to the wall adjacent to it. There, the wooden panels appeared somewhat decayed, intermittently revealing a few insect holes, as if infested with wood-boring pests. Lu Chenran reached out, and with little effort, he pried open a significant gap in the panel, which had initially only displayed a solitary small hole. This was dire. Lu Chenran's countenance shifted dramatically. This was willow wood. Willow wood? Sheng Shui was bewildered. There exists a popular belief that willow which should not be used in construction. Scientifically, willow is known for its softness, making it vulnerable to insect infestations, which could lead to structural collapse. However, folklore suggests that willow wood is associated with the supernatural, much like the notorious locust wood. Both considered grave taboos in the realm of construction. Even when used for coffins, it is said to bring suffering to the deceased. How much more would it bring turmoil to a family home? Given the vast wealth of the Hu family, such a household would undoubtedly adhere to meticulous standards, rendering it inconceivable for them to commit such a fundamental error. Furthermore, the guest quarters were constructed from premium pine wood. There was no rationale for utilizing willow here. Was this not a deliberate act of self-sabotage? This house, Lu Chenran's voice was grave, does not harbor human occupants. Sheng Shui turned her gaze towards Lu Chenran. Not human occupants? What resides within is now undeniably clear. They have entered an attic inhabited by a specter. This explains the battered state of the heavy wooden stumps, trampled upon, suggesting that the ghost in this room possesses a physique and weight far exceeding that of an ordinary human. The owner of the house evidently realizes what they have uncovered, as the previously vanished sound of the spatula has once again echoed. This time, Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran discern the sound distinctly. It emanates from the direction they had ascended, indicating the ghost resides on the opposite side of the room. Wait. The two exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly frozen, as if ensnared in an illusion. The staircase they had just ascended had inexplicably vanished. It had been replaced by a seamless expanse of floor, appearing utterly mundane, as though the staircase itself had been the mere figment of their imagination. Their breaths quickened, yet they remained silent. Clang! At that moment, the sound of the spatula resonated once more, but what struck terror into Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran was that this time, the noise resembled not the clattering of a spatula, but rather the sound of dishes being served after a meal. A faint glimmer emanated from within, and the sound originated from that very place. There were no dishes upstairs, only a meticulously arranged banquet awaited downstairs. Once the ghost had completely transferred the food into the plates, she would undoubtedly emerge from within, leaving them with no refuge. The staircase had already vanished. While they could roughly deduce the direction of the staircase, neither of them felt inclined to test whether it was merely an illusion. This is the domain of the specter, where all things adhere to its will. Moreover, the proximity of the staircase to the room occupied by the ghost is alarmingly close. No one can predict when the apparition might make its sudden appearance. What should they do now? Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran began to survey their surroundings. The room was desolate, offering no sanctuary. Sanctuary? As this thought crossed their minds, a realization struck them, and they exchanged glances, both turning towards the wardrobe behind them. At that moment, the sound of scraping within diminished, signaling its impending conclusion. Without further hesitation, they hurriedly opened the wardrobe and squeezed inside. The wardrobe was cramped, yet remarkably accommodating for two. However, due to the confined space, they found themselves unavoidably close, their faces nearly touching, and they could hear each other's rapid breaths. In such a tense moment, neither had the luxury to ponder the boundaries of gender. They merely strained their ears, attentively listening for any disturbances beyond. Creak! At that moment, the door swung open. The heavy footfalls echoed, causing both to hold their breaths. Their previous assumptions were indeed correct. The ghost possessed a formidable size, and its footsteps reverberated ominously. They could discern that the specter had taken a few steps, seemingly reaching the staircase. Yet, silence engulfed the room thereafter. In the oppressive darkness, Sheng Shui turned towards Lu Chenran, but the dimness was too profound for her to see his face. However, the cadence of his breathing revealed the tension he was experiencing. After all, the ghost might still linger in this very room. Under such circumstances, anyone would find it difficult to maintain composure. As Sheng Shui contemplated this, an unexpectedly fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. It was reminiscent of freshly stir-fried pork with green bamboo shoots, enticing enough to make one's fingers tingle with anticipation, especially for someone like Sheng Shui, who had yet to eat. However, rather than eliciting a sense of culinary satisfaction, this aroma was instead replaced by an overwhelming dread. Moments ago, the specter had been preparing a meal behind the ajar door, and after emerging, its footsteps had faded into silence, only for the delightful scent of the dishes to fill the air. Did this imply that the ghost had stealthily approached the wardrobe, now merely a flimsy barrier away from them? This large specter, with culinary skills surpassing that of many, exhibited a cunning nature akin to that of a human, adept at concealing its presence. Sheng Shui could vividly envision the scene. A formidable ghost, poised with its delectable dishes, lurking menacingly before the wardrobe. Had the dishes not been so enticing, they might have remained oblivious to the specter's proximity. Just as she entertained this thought, a scratching sound echoed through the room. The noise sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, the only inhabitants of the room, aside from her and Lu Chenran, were the ghostly entity. Their swift retreat into the wardrobe had been a prudent decision, as it appeared the ghost was incapable of prying it open, likely indicating that previous individuals on similar missions had sought refuge within. The ghost seemed to be filled with rage, the scratching persisting for nearly 5 minutes before it finally departed in a huff. Yet, neither Sheng Shui nor Lu Chenran dared to move. If memory served, there were indeed marks of slashing on the wardrobe. The ghost might not vacate so easily. Chapter 25. The Who Mansion of the two had guessed correctly, as the wardrobe soon echoed with chilling sounds of hacking. This wardrobe appeared remarkably sturdy. The kitchen specter exerted considerable force, yet the wardrobe merely quivered, showing no signs of collapse. Thus, despite the kitchen ghost's clear awareness of the presence within, it found itself at an impasse. Although Meng Shui was separated from the wardrobe by a barrier, she could distinctly sense a cold, sinister aura lurking around them. The jade talisman around her neck, meant for controlling spirits, grew intensely warm, as if deliberately signaling something. Recalling its similar reactions in the pavilion and outside the room, Meng Shui speculated whether it was linked to the ghost's emergence. However, regardless of her internal musings, both remained composed and silent, even moderating their breaths. After a few more futile attempts to breach the wardrobe, the kitchen ghost resigned itself to retreat. The commotion it had generated was considerable, and Meng Shui and her companion could clearly perceive its dissatisfaction and ire. Heavy footsteps echoed, gradually fading as the kitchen ghost descended the stairs. It was evident that the specter, too, was bound by rules, required to serve the dishes within a stipulated time. The chilling presence dissipated with its descent, allowing the two hidden within the wardrobe to breathe a little more freely. "Is it gone?" Meng Shui whispered, her voice barely above a murmur due to the close proximity. The outside was eerily vacant. It had left the wardrobe before her. Nevertheless, Meng Shui's attention was soon captivated by an object in Lu Chunran's hand. At this moment, Lu Chunran held in his hand an object resembling a portrait. Yet, she distinctly recalled that when she ascended the stairs with him, he bore nothing in his hands. Could it be? Noticing Shang Shui's gaze, Lu Chunran confirmed her speculation, revealing that it had been discovered within the wardrobe. Initially, Lu Chunran had entered first, and due to the cramped space, he had been groping about in search of a position to crouch, inadvertently coming across this portrait. Without hesitation, he swiftly unfolded the image, allowing its contents to come into full view. The portrait was evidently the work of a skilled artist, capturing the subjects with remarkable realism, even their expressions appearing vividly lifelike. Only 3 figures graced the portrait: a notably aged, portly man seated in the foreground, closely embraced by a young woman whose demeanor suggested an intimate bond beyond mere acquaintance. Behind them stood a diminutive young man with vacant eyes, whose features bore resemblance to the rotund man in front. The artwork was clearly well preserved, having been coated with wax, which enabled the faint inscription beneath to remain legible. It read, "In the 8th month, Mr. Hu accompanied by his wife, Mrs. Hu Yuan, and their son at the lotus pond." As Shang Shui slowly articulated the words, their eyes met, revealing mutual bewilderment. According to the portrait and the mention of the lotus pond, it could be deduced that the depicted figures were indeed Mr. Hu and his son. However, the young woman, Mrs. Hu Yuan, was curiously absent from any prior discussions regarding their mission. Even the task prompts did not contain any mention of the Hu Yuan family. Logically, as the wife of Master Hu, she should have left some trace behind. Yet, everything before her seemed as if someone had deliberately erased her existence. Moreover, judging from the portrait, the age difference between her and Master Hu was evidently significant, suggesting she was not his original wife. However, none of this was what Shang Shui was most concerned about. Her primary focus was on why young Master Hu appeared so different from the figure depicted in the screen painting. She clearly remembered that the man in the painting was gentle and refined, unmistakably a scion of a noble family. In contrast, the young man in the portrait before her was hunched and listless, his eyes devoid of spirit, a stark contrast that was beyond comprehension. Was there $1 million Photoshop artist in ancient times? Shang Shui examined the portrait from left to right, perplexed. At that moment, Lu Chunran's voice broke the silence. Questioning who said the man on the screen must be young Master Hu, he tucked away the portrait, his tone laden with implications. Perhaps this narrative harbored many undisclosed secrets, such as the current circumstances of the young woman by Master Hu's side, or the true identity of the man depicted on the screen. It was evident that the man on the screen shared a significant connection with Qing Yi. Yet if the man on the screen was not young Master Hu, why was this screen placed in his chamber? Or perhaps their initial assumption was flawed. This was not young Master Hu's room at all, but rather that of the unfamiliar man. Then why did Steward Hu claim to be diagnosing the young master? They beheld the visage of old Master Hu through the portrait, yet they remained in ignorance as to whether he was still alive. The multitude of uncertainties weighed heavily upon them, and the clues they had gathered were woefully insufficient. Perhaps encountering fellow teammates later that evening would yield different leads. With the specter momentarily absent, they seized the opportunity. Shang Shui cast a careful glance around, noting the portrait in the wardrobe, pondering if other clues might be concealed elsewhere. I shall survey the surroundings, she thought. Lu Chunran expressed no dissent. Shang Shui crept quietly towards the kitchen. Unlike the wooden stumps that had creaked on the first floor, the floorboards here were suitably thick. The secluded location combined with the dim lighting had initially rendered it unnoticed. Glancing towards the darkened corner at the end of the staircase, she hesitated slightly. Yet, a profound intuition stirred within her. The hidden third floor surely harbored clues that could significantly advance their progress in the quest. However, lacking any assurance, Sheng Shui was reluctant to take that risk. After a moment's contemplation, she opted against ascending the stairs and turned her gaze towards the ajar kitchen door. Earlier, while near the wardrobe, they had observed light seeping from this room. Now, as she peered inside, the full expanse of the kitchen was revealed. In stark contrast to the dimness of the second floor, the kitchen radiated brightness. Both the walls and the countertop appeared exceptionally clean, as if someone had been diligently maintaining it. Moreover, the kitchen wall featured a window, which was spotless and allowed a clear view of the outside scenery. Through the window, Sheng Shui discerned that the sky appeared darker than it had when they ascended the stairs. Logically, it should still be morning, yet the daylight appears to resemble that of the afternoon. Could it be that the passage of time within this realm accelerates with the progress made? If that is indeed the case, lingering here would be unwise, as a hastening of time could lead to an unintentional arrival at night. Within these realms, spirits rarely manifest during the day, and should they appear, evasion poses little danger. It is evident that their presence is constrained by certain rules during daylight hours. However, if night were to fall while they remained within this haunted building, the unrestrained spirits would undoubtedly instill terror. Sheng Shui had no desire to witness such an encounter. She intended to turn and reunite with Lu Chenran, informing him of the altered flow of time. Yet, as she pivoted, she was startled to find someone standing at the stairway of the third floor, a place she had just bypassed. It was Lu Chenran. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, suggesting he had encountered something profoundly disturbing. What's wrong? Sheng Shui instinctively inquired. In her line of sight, Lu Chenran was shrouded in the dimness of the third floor, his pallor starkly contrasting with the surrounding shadows. A peculiar sensation gripped Sheng Shui's heart, and she sensed the ghost-controlling jade pendant at her neck beginning to warm slightly. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "You should come up and take a look." Lu Chenran appeared hesitant, his expression grave, his gaze shifting uneasily toward the stairway. He bore the demeanor of one who had uncovered a significant clue. Without overthinking, Sheng Shui instinctively lifted her foot, preparing to advance. However, lost in thought, she suddenly halted her steps and fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chenran. Had he not claimed he would guard the stairway? Could it be that during the brief moment she had glanced towards the kitchen, he had ascended? "Did you go up to take a look?" Sheng Shui inquired, her voice steady. The implication of it was unmistakable. Perhaps it was due to Lu Chenran's mention of it that she felt the jade talisman around her neck grow increasingly warm. As she raised her head, poised to utter something to Lu Chenran, she unexpectedly noticed that he held a rolled-up scroll in his other hand. Her doubts dissipated, yet she remained somewhat cautious, stating, "You lead the way. I will follow." At her words, Lu Chenran cast her a resentful glance, as if reproaching her for her lack of loyalty. Fortunately, he ultimately refrained from voicing his displeasure and instead softened his footsteps, ascending the stairs with care. Sheng Shui trailed behind him, intermittently scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Observing Lu Chenran walk on tiptoe, she admired his reliability and cautious demeanor. However, this was wisdom gleaned from age, so she mimicked his movements, raising her own toes as she climbed. Perhaps it was the result of their shared wariness, but with each step upward, Sheng Shui felt an increasing tension within her. Turning around a dimly lit corner, she was confronted with several long wooden steps. Unlike the relatively normal wooden stairs below, these were not made of planks, but rather of wooden stumps, mirroring the design of the first floor. A furrow of confusion creased Sheng Shui's brow. The reason she was willing to follow Lu Chenran up was largely due to her belief that the wooden ladder was too frail to withstand the enormous weight of a ghost, should one appear. However, the situation before her was utterly perplexing. If the ghost could not ascend, why then was the final section of the staircase crafted in the shape of a wooden stump? Was that not superfluous? If a human had constructed this ladder, why not make the entire staircase from wooden stumps? As Sheng Shui pondered these questions, a horrifying possibility suddenly dawned upon her, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. She froze in place. They were almost there. Within lay the clues they sought. Sheng Shui remained silent, leaning against the wall, her gaze discreetly measuring the distance between herself and the normal section of the ladder. In her periphery, she caught sight of the door at the top. Lu Chenran had insisted he had discovered clues above, yet the door was clearly shut tight, never having been opened. Earlier, she had attributed his tiptoeing to excessive caution, but now it seemed that everything about him had been unsettling since the moment she laid eyes on him. Rather than mere caution, his tiptoeing resembled the careful tread of a colossal being, fearful of collapsing the wooden ladder, desperately concealing its true nature. Everything fell into place at that moment. The ghost-repelling jade talisman should not be heating up for no reason. The sole explanation for its warmth could only be one. The Lu Chenran before her was not the genuine article. He was a ghost in disguise. Shang Shui harbored doubts that the formidable figure would succumb to the hands of this ghost. However, it was plausible that the specter had employed some form of illusion, rendering both parties oblivious to each other's presence. As thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind, she desperately sought a way to unravel this seemingly inescapable predicament. In the few seconds that elapsed, the perplexity and urgency etched upon Lu Chenran's visage gradually dissipated, replaced by a sinister smile. "Why have you not fled?" Almost instantaneously, Lu Chenran seized Shang Shui's hand, proclaiming, "I have unearthed a clue." His grip was akin to that of an iron band, and Shang Shui despaired at the realization that she was utterly powerless against his strength at this juncture. Before she could utter a word, Lu Chenran, with a cryptic smile adorning his face, began to retreat, dragging Shang Shui backward. Remarkably, he was descending the staircase in reverse. Despite her futile attempts to break free, Shang Shui compelled herself to maintain her composure. She resolved not to succumb to chaos. There must still be a glimmer of hope. At that moment, she sensed the ghost-commanding jade rui around her neck growing increasingly hot to the point of scalding her skin. Chapter 26. The Change to Residence. The ghost-commanding jade rui. Its name surely carries significance. Its intense heat must be a harbinger of some vital revelation. Shang Shui strained to recall the description provided by the app at that time. "Dear guardian of the vengeful spirits, you are surrounded by many peculiar companions. Perhaps this artifact can offer them a home. As long as they are regarded as friends by you, they may inhabit the item, and upon doing so, delightful surprises may await. To be regarded as a friend by oneself grants the privilege of entering the realm of props. How could a specter ever forge a friendship with a human? What preliminary steps are required to establish such a bond?" Just as Shang Shui was about to step onto the wooden platform, pulled along by Lu Chenran, a sudden thought struck her, and in a moment of inspiration, she exclaimed loudly, "Would you be willing to be my friend?" Her voice, both frantic and resonant, echoed with a sense of desperation and resignation. As she struggled against Lu Chenran's grip, she had nearly exhausted all her strength. This fervent call was imbued with a determination to leave no stone unturned, as well as an acceptance of her fate. Her earlier misjudgment had led her into an inescapable predicament, where the specter within the narrative seemed utterly insurmountable. Only the app possessed the ability to transcend a ghost. The only fragment of knowledge she held regarding the manipulation of spirits through the jade rui pertained to friendship. She was uncertain of the efficacy of her query, yet she felt she had no other recourse. If it proved futile, she would simply resign herself to her fate. However, a miraculous occurrence transpired at that moment. Almost immediately after her words fell silent, she felt the grip that had ensnared her loosen. And Lu Chenran before her began to undergo a transformation. Its form gradually expanded until it solidified into the shape of a robust, matronly ghost towering over Shang Shui, standing a full 2 heads taller with an imposing physique. Her sturdy thighs rivaled the wooden platform itself, making Shang Shui feel like a mere elementary school student in comparison. At that moment, the ghost fixed its gaze upon her, eyes heavy with intent, yet it remained stationary, as if awaiting something. Although Shang Shui had long suspected that the figure before her, Lu Chenran, was an illusion, the moment she truly beheld him, she was still seized by terror, her legs trembling as she struggled to remain upright. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something glowing. Glancing down, she discovered that the spirit controlling jade rui had inexplicably cooled down. It now pulsed rhythmically, as if signaling an important message. She lifted her gaze towards the granny ghost, only to find it fixated on her neck. Uncertain of what courage propelled her, Shang Shui felt an unexpected surge of strength coursing through her. With remarkable agility, she darted down the staircase, not pausing on the second floor, but rather racing down to the ground level. Throughout her flight, her mind was singularly focused on escape. Fortunately, upon reaching the exterior of the building, the granny ghost did not pursue her. Breathless and shaken, she leaned against the wall, her eyes wide with lingering fright. At that moment, she looked down at the spirit controlling Jade Rui again, only to find that it had ceased its flickering. It appeared that the Jade Rui held other mysteries she had yet to unravel. However, it was certain that the granny ghost's abrupt halt was indeed due to the Jade Rui. It was truly a rare artifact. Just as Shang Shui began to collect herself after the harrowing experience, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her hand. The person who seized her was evidently very strong and was pulling her forward. Startled, she focused her gaze and realized it was none other than Lu Chenran. Such strength! Could it possibly be that the granny ghost was still lurking, refusing to relent? Or was it that the final step of the spirit controlling Jade Rui had not been completed, thus limiting the duration of its effect? Moreover, what caused Shang Shui to feel particularly anxious was the fact that this ghost could actually escape from the haunted building. It was entirely possible that Lu Xiaoran's demise was intricately linked to this specter. Would it attempt to drag her into the pond as well? The mere thought sent a wave of panic through Shang Shui, prompting her to urgently inquire, "Would you care to be my friend?" As expected, Lu Chenran, who had been leading her, halted his steps and turned to her with an enigmatic smile. Shang Shui thought to herself that her tactic had proven effective. Yet before she could exhale in relief, she noticed Lu Chenran's expression lightened with amusement. "Of course I would," he replied, although he wore a smile. His eyes were shrouded in darkness, exuding an inexplicable intensity that seemed unchanged from before. "Do not tell me that you managed to escape in such a manner," he continued. At his words, the tension within Shang Shui dissipated abruptly, and she felt nearly certain that the person before her was indeed Lu Chenran. However, this Lu Chenran appeared markedly different, as if a torrent of suppressed emotions had suddenly erupted. Shang Shui could not comprehend why he bore such an angry countenance. Was it due to her earlier excitement that had drawn the malevolent spirit's attention, nearly endangering Lu Chenran in the process? Reflecting on this, Shang Shui felt that she ought to be the one who was indignant. After all, that ghost had deceived her by masquerading as Lu Chenran. She had narrowly escaped with her life. Wasn't it so? Raising her gaze to the sky, she observed that the atmosphere had noticeably darkened. Nightfall was imminent. With the encroaching darkness, the extent of the horrors that lurked within the Hu estate remained uncertain to all. Furthermore, Mr. who had mentioned that a troupe was scheduled to perform later that evening. The possibility of surviving in the presence of the malevolent spirit is boundless, contingent solely upon one's own abilities. However, defying the arrangements of the NPC renders survival nearly impossible. Lu Chenran, being an experienced player, was acutely aware of this simple truth and chose not to elaborate further. She stepped aside to allow Shang Shui and Lu Chenran to enter. Upon entering, they intended to inquire, but soon realized that several individuals had joined them: Feng Yukai, Wan Mei Jun, and Fu Bohui from other chambers. Shang Shui noticed the gravity etched upon their faces. Had they uncovered something troubling regarding the Hu family? Just moments ago, Steward, who had informed them that when the drum sounded, they were to gather behind the pavilion at the Lotus Pond and collectively proceed to watch a performance. Feng Yukai, observing Shang Shui and Lu Chenran taking their seats, initially refrained from discussing the clues, instead addressing the matter concerning Steward Hu. The expressions of Shang Shui and Lu Chenran darkened. The previous night, their group had awaited Steward Hu at the pavilion by the Lotus Pond, only to witness a ghost singing opera emerge from the water. This specter had subsequently claimed the life of Feng Sujie. Now, with Steward Hu directing them to another pavilion, did this not imply that another life might be lost this evening? Gazing around, the 7 survivors present understood that tonight would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. Even if they were to safely endure the wait in the pavilion, who could guarantee that the one arriving to perform would be from a legitimate troupe? Let us not forget that the Hu family also harbors spirits skilled in the art of opera. Well then, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to share the intelligence we have gathered today. Wan Mei-jun was disinterested in discussing matters within the pavilion. It was only upon arrival at the designated location that one could ascertain the appropriate response. The paramount concern remained the sharing of clues. The more information they possessed, the greater their chances of survival. The longer Wan Mei-jun lingered in this realm, the more her confidence waned. She harbored a profound premonition that if time continued to slip away, this scenario would soon descend into an eternal night. Should they indeed be enveloped by perpetual darkness? The absence of daylight would render their search for clues futile, marking the onset of the hunting season for the malevolent entities within this realm. It might not take even 6 days. I'll go first, Feng Yukai declared, recognizing the validity of Wan Mei-jun's assertion. He promptly shared his discoveries from the day. I visited the ancestral hall of the Hu family. At the mention of the ancestral hall, the eyes of those present gleamed with intrigue. They were no longer novices. Typically, within such ancient residences, the ancestral hall harbored the most substantial information. It was reminiscent of the time when Sheng Shui and her companions offered incense in the village, where a coffin lingered and its occupant would emerge at a designated hour. Feng Yukai's audacity to venture alone into the ancestral hall spoke volumes of his courage. However, Sheng Shui could empathize, for it appeared that an inexplicable screen had materialized in the room Feng Yukai had previously occupied. From every perspective, those gathered perceived his situation as the most perilous. What did you discover in the ancestral hall? Wan Mei-jun's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and before Feng Yukai could respond, she inquired impatiently. Feng Yukai retrieved a tome from within his clothing. The cover of this book was tinged with yellow, its edges deeply creased, faintly stained with dirt and dust, indicative of its considerable age. Though yellowed at the edges, the character's family genealogy were still clearly discernible on the cover, causing the crowd to breathe a little more hurriedly. Sheng Shui felt a surge of excitement within her. The clue they had uncovered pointed to a strikingly beautiful young wife of Old Master Hu, named Hu Yuan. Such a prominent family, if able to claim her as a wife, surely had her recorded in the genealogy. Perhaps within this tome, the true name of Hu Yuan could be revealed. This genealogy was discovered by me in a box beneath the altar table. Feng Yukai lowered his voice, swallowing hard at this juncture, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. It was evident that he had encountered peril, perhaps narrowly escaping by playing a card from his hand. Yet, he refrained from elaborating on the harrowing details, swiftly flipping to the middle of the volume. It was then that everyone noticed the subsequent pages were entirely blank. Moreover, the estate was ostensibly still owned by the current Old Master Hu and Young Master Hu, leading to the inference that the last entries must have been recorded by the present generation. The top line read, the 10th generation family head Hu Wenfeng, his wife Hu Wenshi, and their son Hu Lui. Following Hu Wenshi's name, a later edition in fine script noted, died in the 10th year of Dezheng. The second line specified, in the 10th year of Dezheng, June, married Hu Yuan. Upon seeing the name Hu Yuan, Sheng Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed these clues were indeed beginning to weave together. Hu Yuan, young and beautiful, was evidently not Old Master Hu's first wife. Yet, the mention of Hu Wenshi's death in May of the 10th year of Dezheng struck Sheng Shui as peculiar for reasons she could not quite articulate. According to the family genealogy, the original wife of Lord Hu was indeed Hu Wenshi. Hence, it stands to reason that young master Hu must be a descendant of Hu Wenshi. Logically speaking, it is peculiar for a lady of the estate, surrounded by her sons, to take her own life without cause. Moreover, Lord Hu seems rather heartless, marrying a new wife while the remains of his first wife are still warm. Does young master Hu truly harbor no objections? Strangely enough, he appears to maintain a cordial relationship with his stepmother, even expressing a willingness to paint by the lotus pond alongside her. The group quietly examined the genealogy when Xie Ting noticed that the paper inscribed with Hu Yuan bore slight creases. Unable to resist, she reached out to smooth it. However, as her fingers grazed the surface, her brow furrowed in surprise. The onlookers, sensing her unease, leaned in closer. They watched as she deftly lifted a small edge of the paper with her long fingernail and tore it open. To their astonishment, the newly exposed paper revealed an identical appearance to the adjacent sheet. Upon unveiling it, the group was astonished to discover a small line of text beside Hu Yuan, in the 9th month of the 10th year of Dijun. Took her life by jumping into the river. This inscription was more pronounced than any preceding text, clearly added last. The revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Sheng Shui pondered deeply. Hu Wenshi passed away in May, and Hu Yuan in October, indicating that Lord Hu had lost 2 wives within a single year. Such a fate for Lord Hu, to have lost 2 spouses in succession, left Lu Shan somewhat stunned. Is he truly so cursed in love? Sheng Shui shook her head, dismissing the notion of a wife-killing curse as mere superstition. If such a curse truly existed, how could the original wife have lived for so long? There must be some trickery afoot. Are you foolish? Xie Yiting seemed to share Sheng Shui's sentiments, and upon hearing Lu Shan's remarks, couldn't help but cast him a disdainful glance. If Lord Hu were indeed cursed, how could the original lady still be alive after all this time? Indeed, Lu Shan conceded, finding her argument compelling and refraining from countering her assertion. Sheng Shui chose not to engage in their conversation, instead directing her gaze towards Wan Meijun. Since glimpsing the family tree, Wan Meijun's expression had grown somber. It was likely that her findings could intersect with those of the others. At this moment, Wan Meijun recognized the gravity of survival and chose to set aside personal grievances, candidly stating, "I went to Lord Hu's chamber." This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless, with Sheng Shui's face reflecting profound admiration. Wan Meijun was indeed a formidable woman, arousing curiosity about the clues she had unearthed. Chapter 27. The changed Hu residents upon entering Lord Hu's chamber, they found it empty. Wan Meijun's expression remained impassive as she noted the barrenness of the room. The varied expressions on the others' faces spoke volumes. If there was no one present and no items to examine, how could Wan Meijun ascertain that this was indeed Lord Hu's chamber? After all, they had only visited his courtyard previously, and none could claim to know which room belonged to him. Wan Meijun surveyed the room, seemingly discerning the thoughts of those present. She promptly elaborated. Although the room contains little of substance, there are few bookshelves. Upon inspection, we discovered not only ordinary books, but also several letters. Sheng Shui noted that when the topic of the letters arose, Wan Meijun's tone noticeably intensified. It appeared that those letters contained significant clues, possibly leading her to ascertain that this was indeed Lord Hu's chamber. What exactly was written in those letters? Fang Yukai inquired eagerly. Several letters were penned by the shopkeeper below, inquiring about greetings and monthly earnings. However, the final letter stated, Wan Meijun paused here, as if carefully choosing her words. Someone wrote to inquire how Lord Hu intended to deal with his new wife. Lord Hu replied with a single line, "Wretched harlot." Cast her to the unmarked grave. Yet, Wan Meijun cast a puzzled glance at the others. Isn't it written in the family genealogy that the new wife drowned herself in the lake? Then how does one explain the body of the new wife, Hu Yuan? At this juncture, she seemed to recall something and refrained from continuing. She remembered the drained pond in the young master's courtyard. That pond was not merely witnessed by Sheng Shui and her companions. If indeed Hu Yuan had committed suicide by drowning, draining the pond might have been a method to retrieve her body. Nevertheless, this was the most laborious approach, leading everyone to speculate that Hu Yuan's demise might harbor deeper mysteries, and it was quite possible that the pond had been drained due to some peculiar occurrence. Moreover, this peculiar incident is likely attributed to Hu Yuan. What actions did Hu Yuan undertake? If she truly met her demise by drowning, then why did the undelivered letter in Mr. Hu's cabinet refer to his wife as a harlot? Is the essence of this narrative to fulfill Hu Yuan's desires or to satisfy Qing Yi's wishes? Sheng Yiting found herself in a state of confusion. Logically, the task prompt indicated Qing Yi's disappearance, which should imply the completion of her aspirations. Yet, now all clues seem to converge upon the new mistress, Hu Yuan. Furthermore, it appears increasingly plausible that Hu Yuan did not commit suicide, for Mr. Hu's words may suggest that he ordered her demise. What is the relationship between the new mistress, Hu Yuan, and Qing Yi? Is there a connection between her and Qing Yi's disappearance? The thoughts of the group were largely aligned. By pinpointing the timeline of Qing Yi's disappearance and cross-referencing it, they could ascertain the true origin of this narrative. This is the portrait we discovered. Liu Ran did not conceal anything from the group, presenting the portrait found on the second floor. Additionally, they observed the screen from the previous night in the room. Sheng Shui informed the other three that none had entered young Master Hu's chamber, and thus she meticulously explained the screen, followed by the changes observed today. So, what you imply is that you initially believed the handsome man depicted on the screen was young Master Hu. But as the subsequent portrait suggests, young Master Hu bears no resemblance to the figure on the screen. Might there be a possibility that the reticent Fu Bohue would suddenly speak up, revealing that it was not Master Hu's chamber, and that the figure depicted on the screen was not affiliated with the Hu residence? For instance, someone from his staff. In such a prosperous household as the Hu estate, it is not uncommon for young talents to seek refuge. Fu Bohue's words opened a new avenue of thought for everyone. Indeed, it is conceivable that outsiders could gain entry into such a vast estate. Reflecting upon the strikingly handsome figure on the screen, along with Lord Hu's disparaging remarks towards Madame Hu, could it be possible that Madame Hu had engaged in an affair with this man? Perhaps in a fit of rage and humiliation, Lord Hu took the life of his new wife, Hu Yuanshi, fabricating a narrative to preserve his reputation, claiming that she had drowned herself in the lake. Yet, was it not possible that Hu Yuanshi perished under false accusations? After all, Lord Hu was advanced in years. While his new wife was youthful and alluring, it would not be entirely improbable for such a scandal to occur. Before the intrigued assembly could delve deeper into this line of inquiry, a sudden cacophony of drums and gongs erupted. At first glance, the sounds seemed to emanate from a distant locale, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to resonate just outside the room. This eerie sensation was reminiscent of the ghost that had performed in the pavilion the previous night. While the sound initially seemed ethereal, it soon felt as though it was right beside them. The group could not help but question whether the source of the drumming was indeed human. It sounded as if it were the same ghost from the pavilion, capable of producing such an effect. Nevertheless, regardless of their internal speculations, no one dared to defy the orders of Steward Hu. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and exited the room as the drums and gongs continued to resound. It seems as though night has lingered for an eternity. If this continues, eternal darkness is merely a matter of time, with daylight shrinking ever shorter. The crowd remained steadfastly focused, adhering to the directive of Manager Hu. This evening, their destination was not the pavilion by the lotus pond from the previous night, but rather the one situated behind it. The surrounding corridors bore a striking resemblance to the previous night, illuminated only by flickering candles, casting an atmosphere of profound gloom. They had anticipated a similar experience to yesterday, expecting to traverse the path to the pavilion alone. However, unexpectedly, they encountered Manager Hu along the way. Esteemed doctors, Manager Hu greeted them with an air of politeness, yet his words sent chills down their spines. It is getting late. I kindly urge you to hasten your pace. At these words, several felt a jolt of apprehension. It appeared as though Manager Hu had been awaiting their arrival. Last night, they had lingered at the pavilion, anticipating his guidance for their consultations, yet tonight, he was already present, awaiting them. However, the implication remained that they were still to proceed to the pavilion. Would there be unforeseen developments? Or perhaps tonight, the specters would refrain from claiming lives within the pavilion, rendering it unnecessary for Manager Hu to have them waste time there? Fang Yukai, positioned at the forefront, wore an expression of inner turmoil and hesitated to take a step forward. Manager Hu seemed to sense Fang Yukai's gaze and turned his eyes towards him with a detached demeanor. Summoning his courage, Fang Yukai inquired, Manager Hu, this evening, where shall we be? Watching the performance. It could not possibly be on the lake, could it? Might it be within the pavilion? After a brief pause, Fang Yukai added, indeed. The voice of Guanshi was notably flat, yet as he spoke, a memory seemed to flicker in his mind, prompting an abrupt smile. His grin was particularly eerie, with his eyes narrowing slightly and the corners of his mouth curving upwards in an exaggerated manner, reminiscent of the terrifying smile of the Joker. Fong Yukai, under his intense gaze, averted his eyes, his heart racing. Observing this unsettling version of Hu Guanshi, Shang Shui pressed her lips together in apprehension. Was this a Guanshi human or ghostly? The troop was short-staffed today, and they would require the assistance of the esteemed doctors. Just as the unease among the crowd intensified, due to Hu Guanshi's smile, his sinister voice pierced the atmosphere. The expressions on everyone's faces turned ashen upon hearing his words. It turned out they were not merely spectators of the performance. They were to partake in it alongside the troupe. Could a theater troupe truly be composed of humans? No one could guarantee that. The night deepened around them. They ascended to a pavilion in the pond. Although it was not located in last night's Lotus Pond, its layout bore striking resemblance to the previous one. It appeared that all the ponds and pavilions within the Hu residence were similarly arranged. However, the collective focus of the group was not on the pavilion itself, but rather on the pond, their eyes reflecting a growing terror. This pond was unlike the previous Lotus Pond, which was obscured by layers of blossoms and leaves, rendering the water's surface invisible. Here, the dark, murky water lay bare, so clear that a mere glance seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Within the pavilion, there were precisely 7 stools, as if the number had been meticulously calculated to match their company. Beside Shang Shui stood Xie Yiting, who was noticeably trembling. The fog had rolled in. Xie Yiting's voice was barely above a whisper, quivering as though her teeth chattered in the chill. In the pavilion by the Lotus Pond, it had also been shrouded in mist when the apparition first appeared. However, the fog that enveloped the pond now was different from that of the previous night. Whereas the earlier fog had merely cloaked a portion of the Lotus Pond, tonight, mist spread far and wide, swirling around as far as the eye could see. It was hazy, akin to theatrical effects, rendering even the ground 5 meters away indistinct. If the presence of thick fog signified the emergence of a ghost, then perhaps the extent of the fog delineated its sphere of influence. As time passed, not only did daylight diminish, but the fog's reach expanded as well. The constraints of the spirit seemed to have lessened. Perhaps aware that a fierce confrontation awaited them that night, everyone remained closely gathered. Fong Yukai, who had been particularly tense, wore a grim expression, standing near the group, closest to the path. His imposing figure made him stand out no matter where he was positioned. Fearful of witnessing something unsettling, he dared not gaze long at the outside world, instead fixating on his own toes. The group stood in silence within the pavilion, the stillness so profound that even their breathing was distinctly audible. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Startled, they looked up to see Hu Guanshi stepping out of the pavilion. In their line of sight, Hu approached the pond's edge. Due to the dense fog, they could not discern what he was doing there. As they drew closer, the onlookers noticed that he held a segment of lotus stem and leaves in his hand. The pond here bore no lotus flowers, indicating that this had been prepared by manager Hu long before. Perhaps it was even before twilight. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, manager Hu approached them, methodically breaking the stem and leaves into pieces. In a moment, I will trouble you all to accompany the theater troupe in their performance. According to tradition, during the act, each of you must hold the broken pieces in your mouths. As he spoke, he cast a slow, sweeping glance over the assembly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Remember, during the performance, you must not utter a word. Otherwise, you may spoil the audience's enjoyment. With that, he raised a hand holding the stem, and the nearest Fong Yukai immediately reached out. Manager Hu, I can manage this. Manager Hu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he chuckled softly. You may distribute it among yourselves. When the performance commences, simply step out of the pavilion. He handed the stem to Fong Yukai and turned to depart. At that moment, Lu Chenron's calm voice interjected. Since we are to perform tonight, might you enlighten us on what exactly we are to enact? His tone was unhurried, exuding an air of composure. Manager Hu turned back, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon Lu Chenron. It was evident to all that manager Hu was reluctant to disclose the details of the matter. He harbored a desire to witness someone perish. His eagerness to depart suggested that he originally intended to keep this from the crowd. However, it was only due to Lu Chenron's inquiry that he was ultimately compelled to interrupt his own scheme. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over everyone. and Sheng Shui cast a complex glance at Lu Chunran. Though this Lu Chunran was quite self-absorbed, he proved to be remarkably dependable at critical junctures. She realized that she was still too inexperienced, having been completely misled by the information revealed by Manager Hu. She sensed that had Manager Hu turned away moments ago, they would have undoubtedly suffered severe losses due to their lack of understanding of the process. Wedding procession, Manager Hu reluctantly announced. Wedding procession. The group exchanged bewildered glances. The grim expressions on their faces seemed to amuse Manager Hu, who suddenly broke into a smile, his pallid visage in the night resembling that of a corpse. Gentlemen, please stand in order beside each flower sedan. Before the drumbeat ceases, simply lift the sedan to the designated location. Manager Hu's words conveyed a wealth of information. For instance, their task would be completed in conjunction with others, and it was quite possible that these others were not even human. Their sole responsibility was to lift the flower sedan. But what exactly constituted the designated location? Where could that possibly be? It was Wan Meijun who dared to voice the question this time. She thought to herself that since Lu Chunran had managed to extract information, perhaps she too could glean some insights. Thus, she boldly attempted to showcase her wit. However, under Manager Hu's intense scrutiny, she felt as though her very blood had frozen. She opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. This is something each of you must explore for yourselves. As he finished speaking, Hu Guanshir's lips curled into a smile, his brows raised, and with an exceedingly peculiar expression. He surveyed the surroundings before turning away from the pavilion. Observing his figure swiftly vanish from sight, the crowd realized that the true trial of the night was about to commence. Chapter 28. The Hu residence of yesteryear Fong Yukai was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition, the reason for which eluded him. He parted his lips, yet before he could utter a word, a peculiar sound emanated from the edge of the pond. How might one describe this sound? It resembled the heavy thud of something substantial being placed forcefully upon the ground. The onlookers turned in unison towards the direction of the sound. However, the area was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their vision of the source. Exchanging glances filled with a facade of calm, yet harboring uncertainty within, the crowd stood perplexed. Fu Boi scanned the vicinity, but before she could discern anything, the strange sound resonated once more from the same location, akin to a weighty object being dropped. Subsequently, as if a switch had been activated, the sounds continued in a rhythmic succession. Although obscured from view, the uniformity of the sounds suggested an orderly arrangement, culminating in 7 distinct echoes. It was precisely upon the 7th sound that the clang of gongs commenced, signaling to the gathered individuals that the performance was about to begin. Fong Yukai turned and distributed the leaves he held to the others, following the established order. He was the first to take a leaf into his mouth and stepped out of the pavilion. The others, in silent accord, mimicked his actions, each taking a leaf and trailing behind him. Sheng Shui stood as the 4th in line, followed closely by Xie Yiting, with Lu Chunran and Lu Shan trailing behind. Unaware of the dreadful consequences that prolonged delays might bring, they continued onward despite their inner reluctance. However, upon reaching the edge of the pool, each member of the group came to a halt, their expressions grim. Before them lay an array of vividly red bridal sedan chairs. While ordinary sedan chairs would not have caused alarm, an unsettling reality soon became evident. These chairs bore rough, uneven patterns, revealing their construction from paper. Surrounding the paper sedan chairs stood 3 grotesque paper figures, crudely fashioned with pallid faces and crimson lips. Though hastily drawn, the expressions on their faces bore an uncanny resemblance to the sinister grin of Manager Hu. Astonishingly, these figures resembled bearers, adorned with conical paper hats atop their heads. In the dead of night, the sight of these paper sedan chairs and the eerily smiling figures shrouded in thick mist conjured an overwhelming psychological burden for the onlookers. It appeared that these entities were to be their companions for this matrimonial endeavor, 3 figures for each person. The group understood implicitly that these paper figures were far from ordinary. They likely represented the gravest peril they would confront that night. Lu Chenron's gaze, imbued with a hint of depth, scrutinized the sedan chairs surrounded by the paper figures, pondering whether they might be vacant. Reluctant to voice his thoughts and exacerbate his companion's mental strain, he bore the weight of experience from countless perilous scenarios encountered as a seasoned participant in various dangerous quests. He vividly recalls an incident where everyone was required to travel with unknown companions in a horse-drawn carriage to a designated location. At that time, he believed the most perilous aspect was the enigmatic individuals beside him, unaware that a far more terrifying presence lurked within the carriage. Not only Lu Chenran, but others were also rendered speechless by this bizarre scene. The sound of drums echoed, relentless and continuous. The crowd recalled Manager Hu's words, urging them to reach the designated spot before the drumming ceased. Fong Yukai, with a lotus stem in his mouth, found himself unable to speak, but took a deep breath and was the first to approach the vacant seat of the first flower palanquin. An uncanny occurrence unfolded. As soon as his shoulder made contact with the load, the palanquin rose smoothly with a mere push. Clearly, he alone could not stabilize the palanquin. It required the combined effort of the 3 paper figures who were also meant to carry it. In the dense mist, the first palanquin wobbled and gradually vanished from sight. The second to approach was Fu Bohui, who appeared visibly frightened. Shang Shui noticed her swallowing hard before stepping forward. The third was Wan Meijun, who was directly in front of Shang Shui, allowing her to observe closely. Wan Meijun's expression was notably grave, yet the sweat on her forehead betrayed her inner turmoil. Tension was inevitable, yet Shang Shui felt unperturbed. However, as Wan Meijun passed closely by her, she was startled to discover that each of the seemingly crude paper figures bore a painted eye. Shang Shui had once heard that one must never draw eyes on paper figures. For once the eyes are painted, the paper figure becomes imbued with a semblance of humanity, capable of invoking spirits and attracting malevolence. Yet, what is the significance of these paper figures adorned with but a single eye? Shang Shui's heart raced. Yet there was no time for contemplation as her turn approached. She steadied her emotions and stepped forward to her flower cart. The paper-made palanquin was indeed crudely crafted, and as she drew closer, the shoddy workmanship became increasingly apparent. Uncontrollably, she cast a sidelong glance at the paper figure beside her, and the more she observed, the more her trepidation grew. Curiously, although the figure's face was directed forward, it seemed to be covertly watching her from her vantage point, utilizing its solitary eye. Much like herself, as she crouched to grasp the palanquin's shoulder with her own, her gaze fell upon the blood-red maw defined by the dye on the one-eyed paper figure, prompting her to take precautionary measures. She deliberately clutched the talisman of safety in the hand nearest to the figure, uncertain whether the one-eyed creature might suddenly spring to life. She had no desire to engage in an unprepared confrontation. Rising to her feet, Shang Shui had previously observed the other 3 individuals, feeling a sense of synchronicity with their paper companions. Now, as she experienced it firsthand, that sensation intensified. The palanquin was remarkably light, clearly devoid of any substantial contents. However, the unknown peril often elicits the greatest fear, as one cannot proactively devise a means of defense. Even more unsettling was the notion that the paper figures appeared to lead the way autonomously. Shang Shui could do nothing but follow, rendered passive in the situation. The movement of the paper figures produced a sound akin to paper rubbing against paper, as she tightened her grip on the talisman, wary of any sudden occurrences. Should matters deteriorate, Shang Shui mused, she would simply inquire whether the figure would be willing to be her friend. From the perspective of the kitchen matron at that time, the effects were rather remarkable. The drumbeat resonated deeply, posing a considerable challenge to one's psychological endurance amidst the hazy atmosphere. Shang Shui compelled herself to disregard the drumming and began to scan her surroundings. She harbored little faith that the paper figures would lead her to the right destination. One must rely on oneself in all matters. However, the fog remained thick, obscuring her vision. Rather than succumbing to the notion of an inevitable demise, Shang Shui was increasingly convinced that the opportune moment had yet to arrive. The further she ventured, the more perplexed she became. Why did she have the impression that these paper figures were leading her in circles? They seemed to be meandering around a particular spot. Although the fog rendered visibility poor, a gnarled tree had manifested in her line of sight 3 times. Even if some form of illusion was at play, there was no need to elaborate on the gnarled tree. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether these paper figures adhered to a fixed path. Strictly speaking, there were 7 of them, and after approximately 10 minutes, not a single one had been spotted. They had perfectly evaded detection. Sheng Shui began to meticulously calculate her route in her mind, attempting to visualize a map of the terrain. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt something resting upon her unoccupied shoulder. Startled, she turned her head slightly, only to find that the head of the paper figure beside her had twisted a full 180 degrees, revealing an extraordinarily grotesque and eerie face that was staring intently at her. It still bore the flower-laden sedan chair, yet its hand rested upon her shoulder. Sheng Shui was taken aback by this sudden spectacle, instinctively raising the protective talisman in her hand and thrusting it towards the figure's grasp. A surprising scene unfolded. Uncertain if it is merely her own illusion, Sheng Shui feels that the lurking sensation beside her has notably diminished. As she silently contemplates this, she suddenly perceives that the paper figure ahead has come to a halt. What could this mean? Has it realized she has tormented the paper figure beside her and intends to retaliate? Her heart races with trepidation, but it soon becomes evident that her fears are unfounded. The paper figure has simply paused, exhibiting no further movement. Why has it inexplicably stopped? Is it waiting for something? Casting a glance around, Sheng Shui is astonished to discover that they have halted precisely at the edge of the pond. Why here? This cannot be the intended destination. If the paper figure is not merely toying with her, then perhaps this is a component of her task. Why does a bridal sedan chair come to a stop? It is either to receive the bride, or to signal that the groom has arrived to escort her. Clearly, it is not the latter. Thus, it must be to receive the bride. As if to confirm Sheng Shui's thoughts, just as she contemplates this notion, an eerie melody resonates through the air. Oh heavens! The spring's charm is vexing, is it not true? One often observes the poetry and songs of old. Women of antiquity, stirred by spring's emotions, find sorrow in autumn's arrival. Indeed, it is no falsehood. The hauntingly delicate notes seem capable of piercing the very depths of one's heart. A chill runs through Sheng Shui as she realizes that the ghostly singer has made her appearance. She lowers her gaze, too fearful to look into the pond, apprehensive of encountering something she ought not to see. Alas, though her complexion rivals that of blooming flowers, who could have anticipated that her fate would resemble that of a fallen leaf? Amidst the chaos, the springtime affections are difficult to dispel, suddenly giving way to a profound sense of longing and melancholy. Sheng Shui felt her breath tighten as the sound of opera drew ever closer, seemingly indicating that the ghostly singer was hastily approaching her. In a flurry of panic, she hastily closed her eyes. From a moment of Feng Shujie's death, it had become evident that the ghost's murderous intent hinged upon the sight of her true visage. Fearing that the specter might manifest before her from an unforeseen angle, she resolved to shut her eyes, to refrain from seeing, thinking, or listening. This seemed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, whether it was merely her imagination or not, she sensed that the ghost's voice had taken on an increasingly mournful tone, gradually morphing into one of resentment. Did its emotions shift in accordance with the cadence of the performance? While Sheng Shui's mind was ensnared in astonishment and errant thoughts, she suddenly felt a weight descend upon her shoulder. It was as if a once empty bridal sedan chair had inexplicably acquired an occupant. Sheng Shui was far from naive. She did not entertain the notion that a living being had taken its place. The only entity that could have done so was the ghostly singer from the pond. Realization plunged her into despair. Was her fortune truly so wretched? Out of 7 souls, why had the ghost chosen her palanquin? Was it a consequence of her mistreatment of its minion, the one-eyed paper figure? Surely, that was unnecessary. Furthermore, she could not shake the feeling that the incessant drumbeats had grown somewhat subdued. This revelation instilled a profound sense of foreboding within her. She instinctively knew that if the drumming ceased before reaching the designated destination, something truly horrifying would ensue. As for others, she could not say, but she was certain her fate would be dire. Why must misfortune dog her so relentlessly? On the other side, Fang Yukai was drenched in sweat as he bore the palanquin. Although he had anticipated that tonight's task would be far from simple, he had not expected it to be so peculiar, nor had he foreseen his own misfortune. After being the first to emerge, he followed the paper figure's erratic movements. Though he quickly realized they were merely circling, he found himself unable to seize control of the situation. Before he could devise a strategy, the paper figure began its strange antics again, leaving scratches on his neck that drew blood. It was only by revealing his trump card that he managed to subdue the restless figure, but soon after, the female ghost appeared and ascended into his palanquin. The drum beats grew fainter, and the palanquin felt increasingly burdensome, as if his legs were encased in lead. He was at a loss for a solution, forced to navigate while observing. As the drum beats diminished further, it became evident that Hu Guanshi clearly desired their demise. How could he possibly divulge the entire truth? Yet, constrained by the rules, he was compelled to speak some truths, leading to a blend of fact and fiction in the information they received. Among these regulations, the most unreliable was the one forbidding spoken words, as it rendered them voiceless. Furthermore, it was apparent that he had not been adequately prepared, having even brought external elements into play. Judging by the drum beats and the state of the female ghost, it was clear that she could not attack as long as the drumming persisted. Otherwise, why would she remain concealed within the palanquin? The truth from Hu Guanshi was intertwined with the drum beats. Thus, only when the drumming ceased entirely could the female ghost unleash her wrath without restraint. Reluctant to sacrifice the child for the wolf, Shang Shui resolved to test her strategy, hoping for success above all else. Unsuccessful in her endeavors, she mused on the peculiarities of her fate, contemplating that perhaps befriending a ghostly companion skilled in the art of performance might be preferable to remaining ensnared in her current predicament. With this thought, Shang Shui slightly tilted her head to gaze at the one-eyed paper figure beside her, which had been furtively observing her. The figure, caught off guard by her sudden attention, froze momentarily before quickly resuming its facade of normalcy. In truth, Shang Shui almost wished for its abnormality, choosing to disregard its reaction entirely. She smiled sweetly, lowering her voice to a whisper meant only for the two of them, and asked, "Would you like to be my friend?" Chapter 29. The Hu Mansion of Days Gone by the one-eyed paper figure stood in stunned silence, its bewilderment causing the palanquin they were traveling into halt. Gradually, it turned its frightful visage towards her and, under the weight of Shang Shui's hopeful gaze, nodded in affirmation. In that moment, she distinctly felt an increase in the weight upon her shoulder, though it remained far lighter than that of an adult. She dare not move, observing that the weight had stabilized at its new level, unchanged. The sudden heaviness seemed to serve as a warning from the ghost, a subtle indication of its dissatisfaction with her actions. It appeared that the words of the steward were not entirely devoid of truth. Speaking while holding a lotus stem indeed had consequences. It hastened the ghost's emergence, rather than summoning it instantaneously. However, remaining idle merely delayed the inevitable appearance of the spirit by a fraction of time. If she continued to wander aimlessly like a headless fly, the ghost's arrival would be an eventual certainty. Shang Shui remained cautious, steadying her mind as she pointed to the burden upon her shoulder. The paper figure beside her, upon witnessing this, raised its hand that hung limply by its side, assisting Shang Shui in shouldering her part of the weight. Though this paper figure possessed an eerie quality, it was, after all, crafted from paper. The weight of the flower sedan was somewhat beyond its capacity, and Shang Shui distinctly observed its hand being slightly flattened under the strain. Fortunately, it proved reliable, allowing Shang Shui to successfully extricate herself, while the paper figure stood resolutely between the two flower sedan burdens, bearing an undue load akin to a mighty titan supporting the rear section of the entire sedan. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Shang Shui discerned a hint of existential ennui etched upon the paper figure's face. However, she did not linger on this peculiar figure for long. Just as she had liberated herself and stood beside the flower sedan, she beheld the two strange paper figures in front, mirroring the actions of her earlier companion. Their heads rotated a full 180 degrees in unison, their solitary eyes fixated intently upon her. Most disturbingly, The vacant spaces on their faces where eyes should have been began to reveal faint traces, as if they were on the verge of completing the missing halves of their eyes. Moreover, the two hands that hung at their sides slowly began to rise, as if intent on relinquishing the burden of the flower sedan from their shoulders. How could this be? Sheng Shui felt an intense premonition. Should these paper figures allow the sedan to descend to the ground, the ghostly actress would likely emerge from within the flower sedan without delay. At that moment, the paper figures possessed complete eyes, and Miss Ghost had a prior encounter with them. It could only be described as a hellish 1v4, a scenario too beautiful to fathom. To avoid an untimely meeting with Miss Ghost, Sheng Shui quickly blinked her eyes, sincerely expressing her desire to befriend the two paper figures ahead. Moments later, she strode confidently beside the flower palanquin, imperiously directing the three little minions, relishing the sensation of authority. Thanks to her newfound friendship with Sheng Shui, the three paper figures were particularly considerate, no longer leading her in circles by the pond. Instead, they made their way towards the back courtyard of the Hu residence. Surely, the destination the paper figures sought was the very place that manager Hu had mentioned. This mission proved to be exceptionally perilous. Sheng Shui had been walking alongside the paper figures for quite some time without reaching the correct room. However, the drumming had transitioned from a slow rhythm to a hurried tempo. While Sheng Shui lacked a deep understanding of music, she was aware that typically, before a finale, there would be a climactic surge. She often referred to this as the final revelry. Once this last celebration concluded, the ending would soon follow. Time was running short. Yet, Sheng Shui thought to herself that others likely had little to fear. After all, Miss Ghost was still within her flower palanquin. Had she not noticed the deepening grooves on the shoulders of her three paper brothers? This, too, indicated that the palanquin was becoming increasingly heavy, suggesting that the moment for Miss Ghost to emerge was drawing near. Sheng Shui quickened her pace. As they moved away from the pond, the once dense mist gradually thinned, allowing her to see about 10 meters ahead. Surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, the moon emerged, casting a pallid glow upon the bluestone pavement, enveloping everything in a chilling sheen. As she turned a corner, Sheng Shui discerned a vague silhouette ahead, as if a floral palanquin awaited her in the distance. The separation between them rendered the figure indistinct, preventing her from identifying who it might be. Yet, an inexplicable urge compelled her to approach, driven by an instinctual belief that it was undoubtedly Lu Chenran. Thus, Sheng Shui pursued with fervor, and it appeared that the figure ahead sensed her presence, deliberately slowing its pace. Amidst their mutual efforts, the two floral palanquins converged at last. However, what struck Sheng Shui as particularly eerie was that the other three paper figures bore an uncanny resemblance to her own paper companions, dutifully lifting the palanquin. Yet, the fourth position, which ought to have been occupied by a human, was instead filled by a straw man. This straw figure stood remarkably tall, and though it resembled a mere effigy, it walked with the grace of a person. Surrounding the palanquin was an absence of anything tangible, as if its master had vanished into thin air. Sheng Shui found the straw man to be profoundly unsettling and hastened her steps, intending to pass by. To her astonishment, as she drew near, she sensed an overwhelming disbelief emanating from the straw figure. If it were not a figment of her imagination, she could have sworn that the direction of its head had shifted slightly, as if it had turned to face her directly. She blinked to confirm that everything before her was not an illusion. Then she observed the scarecrow's body beginning to move in an abnormal rhythm, as if it had encountered an old friend after many years. Could it be that those who were avenged by the paper figure ultimately transformed into lifeless objects? With this thought, Sheng Shui swiftly turned and quickened her pace, soon leaving the scarecrow far behind. After distancing herself from the scarecrow, Sheng Shui followed the paper figure as it turned a corner, leading her to a familiar location. Why was this place familiar? Because it was the very courtyard where they had previously come to take the pulse of young Master Hu. The desiccated pond and the severed pavilion lay before her. Upon witnessing this, Sheng Shui initially believed the correct location to be young Master Hu's chamber. However, to her surprise, the paper figure did not halt before young Master Hu's room. Instead, it twisted through several turns in the corridor, ultimately arriving at an inconspicuous little courtyard. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Sheng Shui struggled to discern the features of the courtyard. She could only perceive shadows cast by branches and grass under the moonlight. The path was even more overgrown than that of old Master Hu's courtyard. The weeds had not merely been neglected, but had grown to encroach upon the path itself. Dense thickets of weeds flourished beside the arched gate, and faintly visible spider webs adorned them. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Such a long-neglected courtyard was not uncommon in the sparsely populated Hu residence. What was peculiar, however, was that this place was deemed correct by the steward Hu. Could it be? Sheng Shui's gaze flickered slightly. Was this the dwelling of the female ghost in her lifetime? Uncertain whether it was Qingyi or the Hu Yuan clan, Sheng Shui treaded upon the moonlit path intertwined with weeds, making her way to the inner courtyard. To her astonishment, she discovered two ornate bridal palanquins positioned within the courtyard, each flanked by 3 paper figures. The paper figures stood motionless beside the palanquins, exhibiting no signs of movement. It appeared that upon reaching this designated location, the somewhat eerie paper figures had transformed into genuine paper entities. Remarkably, 2 individuals had already arrived. The absence of any mishap suggested that she was indeed in the right place. Sheng Shui directed the paper figures to place the palanquins alongside the 2 already present, then stood by, observing for a moment. The palanquins remained silent, with no indication that anything within was poised to emerge. With a sigh of relief, she realized she had successfully navigated this challenge. As she turned to depart, a sudden epiphany struck her. If reaching this point signified safety for the night, then where had the owners of these palanquins vanished to? Was there a step she had overlooked? Sheng Shui refrained from leaving hastily, choosing instead to ponder deeply in her spot. Before she could formulate any thoughts, she was startled by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. It was the esteemed Xie Yiting, who seemed equally surprised by Sheng Shui's early arrival, her delight palpable. "You're here, how wonderful!" Upon seeing Xie Yiting, Sheng Shui felt a mix of joy and shock. She was elated that her benefactor was unharmed, yet astonished that someone of such stature would require the protection of a novice like herself. It seemed an overreaction, did it not? The astonishment on Sheng Shui's face was so pronounced that Xie Yiting easily discerned her unspoken thoughts. However, before she could explain, Lu Chunran emerged from the room. "Oh, has Wen Banzian also arrived?" Lu Chunran clasped his fists, a teasing expression adorning his face. His captivating eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of delight within. Sheng Shui had no time to engage in banter with him. Her gaze drifted past him to the room behind him. Her doubts dissipated upon seeing him, as she realized that Xie Yiting was likely brought along by him, previously distracted and hindered by the dense branches. It was only now that Sheng Shui noticed a room illuminated with light. Was this light ignited by Lu Chunran and Xie Yiting, or did it exist from the beginning? As if he had discerned her thoughts, Lu Chunran's leisurely voice interjected, "The room itself is indeed lit." This revelation piqued her interest. Who would believe that a room in a desolate courtyard, rarely trodden by human feet, emitted an eerie glow every night? What might one uncover by entering? Recalling that Lu Chunran and Xie Yiting had just exited the room, Sheng Shui inquired, "What about the scarecrow?" The scarecrow clumsily lowered the bridal sedan chair before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into Lu Shan. "Boss!" Lu Shan rushed forward, relieved. Sheng Shui silently observed Lu Shan's approach, speculating that the scarecrow was perhaps his prop, capable of shielding them from the detection of ghosts and paper figures. No wonder the scarecrow appeared startled and excited. It turns out to be an acquaintance. Sheng Shui felt no embarrassment. She lacked the ability to see through appearances to grasp the essence beneath. However, Lu Shan seemed somewhat constrained, perhaps puzzled as to how Sheng Shui managed to have the paper figure bear the sedan chair while she assumed the role of the master. Thus, he kept glancing at her, both intentionally and unintentionally. Sheng Shui keenly perceived that after a particularly resounding beat of the drums, all sounds of celebration ceased. The drumming faded away, yet in the courtyard, there remained only 4 flower-laden sedan chairs. "Let us enter first." Lu Chunran, unwilling to linger outside, turned and stepped into the room ahead. Sheng Shui and the others followed suit in succession. This room stood in stark contrast to the desolation and decay outside. It seemed as if the dilapidation halted at the threshold. Within, the room exuded an air of elegance. Although the furnishings were not as opulent as those in young Master Hu's quarters, every detail spoke of meticulous craftsmanship. Exquisite porcelain adorned the space, each piece accompanied by vibrant, fresh lotus flowers. While Hu Manor boasted abundant vegetation, the presence of lotus flowers was exclusive to the lotus pond. These blossoms, remarkably fresh, were evidently replaced daily, and the room remained spotless, indicating a regular cleaning schedule. Sheng Shui found herself beside a writing desk, where she noticed a neatly stacked layer of paper and an open book, its pages partially turned. The ink and brush lay to the side, still damp. As if not long ago, someone had been seated here, engrossed in reading and writing. The items displayed on the bookshelf nearby were notably representative. The bookshelf did not bear any books. Instead, it was adorned with costumes and various pieces of jewelry, even a theatrical crown. Sheng Shui's gaze was fixed upon the costume at the very top of the shelf. It was a striking pink, with the cuffs embroidered with vividly lifelike mandarin ducks, and the fabric appeared soft and comfortable. Yet, these details were not what captured Sheng Shui's interest. She vividly recalled that the woman who had concealed her face with the costume's sleeve at the dining room screen was wearing precisely this attire. Thus, the owner of this room was indeed the mistress behind the screen. Consequently, their aspirations had become decidedly focused. They sought the owner of this chamber. And what of your stems and leaves? Just as everyone was surveying their surroundings, Lu Chenran suddenly inquired. With an expression of calmness, Lu Chenran glanced around before exclaiming, "We have been deceived." What? Xie Yiting was momentarily taken aback, her first instinct being that perhaps they had entered the wrong courtyard. Yet that seemed implausible. The expressions of the others mirrored her confusion, all looking questioningly at Lu Chenran, including Sheng Shui. Fortunately, Lu Chenran did not leave them in suspense for long, quickly clarifying. The stems and leaves have been tampered with. At this point, his gaze fell upon the lotus stems, urging everyone to observe closely. I distinctly remember that when Manager Hu merely pinched them, the stems were snapped. Yet, the stems in our possession exhibit multiple creases. It is evident that someone has interfered with them. Once, Hu Guanshi instructed them to hold the stems and leaves in their mouths, rendering them unable to speak. Some individuals exploited this loophole, tampering with the stems and leaves handed over by Hu Guanshi, attempting to ensnare everyone in the violation of the rules. Sheng Shui's expression darkened. It was Fang Yukai. At that moment, Fang Yukai stood at the forefront of the crowd, and after Hu Guanshi severed the stems and leaves, it was he who eagerly seized them and distributed them to everyone. However, what he did not realize was that Hu Guanshi's words were not necessarily the truth. Sheng Shui calmly recounted, "Indeed, Fang Yukai did not arrive at the designated location within the stipulated time, according to their conjectures regarding the specter in this scenario. The three of them had no chance of survival. Let us hasten to find clues," she added. Lu Shan, momentarily feeling a chill, swiftly redirected his focus to the search for clues. Seizing the opportunity while the room was secure, they needed to act promptly. Should the female ghost indeed claim the lives of those three tonight, only the four of them would remain alive in this scenario. If they did not act swiftly, it could very well be their own lives at stake. Lu Shan's reasoning was sound, and the group immediately ceased their delay, beginning to search the modestly sized room. In the dilapidated courtyard, the small house that illuminated itself every night held secrets that none would believe were absent. Xie Yiting headed straight for the writing desk, while Lu Shan and Lu Chenran ventured towards the inner chamber. Sheng Shui had a clear objective, the bookshelf housing the costumes. Yet, she was somewhat apprehensive, standing before the shelf and gazing at the costumes atop it, hesitating to make a move. These were the very garments worn by the female ghost depicted on the screen. None could ascertain what consequences might arise from recklessly shifting them. She steadied her mind, compelling herself to regain composure, and then reached out to remove the costume. Just as her fingers were about to graze the fabric, a faint gasp echoed from behind her. Sheng Shui recognized it as the voice of Xie Yiting, who was evidently confronted by something dreadful. Yet, Being a seasoned veteran of the narrative, she refrained from screaming loudly. In Shang Shue's line of sight, Xie Ting stood by the desk, her expression one of terror, hands tightly covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Scattered across the desk were several sheets of paper, evidently disturbed moments prior by Xie Ting's frantic searching. Furrowing her brow, Shang Shui approached her side. Upon closer inspection of the papers, her breath caught in her throat. The pages were densely scrawled with chaotic, frenzied handwriting, the ink still fresh, hinting that it had been inscribed not long ago. The entire text screamed of death. One could easily surmise that these words were penned by a restless spirit within the room. In a forsaken courtyard, a vengeful ghost inscribed countless words upon the paper. And thus they found their way into this room. The psychological burden inflicted upon those who beheld, it was unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Shang Shui pressed the inky sheets down with a book. However, her grip faltered slightly, causing the cover to lift just enough for the title page to come into view. Something flickered past her vision. Shang Shui squinted, as though catching a glimpse of something momentarily. She swiftly flipped the cover back open, revealing a few elegant characters on the title page. Yuan Qingyi. Hu Yuan Shi, Qingyi, and Shang Shui silently recited this name in their hearts, and in an instant, enlightenment struck them like a bolt of lightning. Everything became clear. The leading actress of the opera troupe, Qingyi, and the wife of Lord Hu Yuan Shi. The evidence had previously pointed in an unclear direction, making it impossible to determine whose wish needed fulfillment. It turned out there was no ambiguity in the evidence. No wild conjectures. They were, in fact, one and the same. Qingyi is Hu Yuan Shi. Beside her, Xie Ting was not oblivious either. She almost instantly grasped the truth, excitedly turning to look at Shang Shui. Thus, the opera troupe entered the Hu residence to perform, and Qingyi, due to her youthful beauty, caught the eye of Lord Hu and was taken as his legitimate wife. However, for various reasons, she ultimately met an unjust demise. The gentleman behind the screen, who exuded a gentle and refined demeanor, evidently shared a special bond with Qingyi. Shang Shui had a premonition that the other half of the forget-me-not jade pendant would play a decisive role in the end. The question arose, where would that pendant be placed? Shang Shui's gaze wandered, eventually settling upon a pink opera costume perched at the highest point of the bookshelf. This was the very costume worn by Qingyi behind the screen. Why was this particular costume placed at the top of the shelf? Why was the depiction behind the screen specifically of Qingyi clad in this attire? It was sufficient to indicate that this costume held special significance for Qingyi. Taking a risk could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. After a brief moment of calm, the exquisite pink costume below appeared to be intricately embroidered. How splendid it would be to hold it in hand for a detailed examination. The collar of the costume was adorned with beautiful embellishments, and the fabric felt as if it were made of genuine silk, exceptionally comfortable and smooth to the touch. The satin fabric, under the soft glow of candlelight, subtly reflects and refracts delicate arcs of light. In summary, it is an exquisite piece of artistry. However, both Shang Shui and Xie Ting were momentarily awestruck. While the costume was undeniably beautiful, the thought that it belonged to a female ghost sent shivers down their spines. Shang Shui, cautious and apprehensive not to overlook any detail, meticulously explored the garment inch by inch, until her fingers brushed against something hard nestled within its layers. Gently extracting it, her eyes widened slightly, despite her prior anticipation. It was a jade pendant, intricately engraved with 4 prominent characters, Xiang Ai, Xiang Shi. Beside her, Xie Ting whispered the words aloud. Indet, Xiang Ai, Xiang Si. Aside from the distinctive inscription, the quality of the jade and the accompanying cord were identical to the previous pendant. At last, the two pieces were united, and the once separate phrases were now connected. Xiang Ai, Xiang Shi, Wu Wang Qingyi. This could not possibly belong to Qingyi and Master Hu. After all, Master Hu's son was already quite grown. Would he truly engage in such childish antics? Moreover, with the First Lady's remains scarcely cold, Qingyi would likely find such a charade distasteful. This was a promise between Qingyi and the handsome gentleman depicted on the screen. The jade pendant symbolized their mutual affection, clearly marking them as a pair of lovers. As Sheng Shui pondered this, she turned to share her thoughts with Xie Yiting, only to be momentarily distracted by the appearance of Lu Chenran and Lu Shan emerging from the inner chamber. Instantly, her attention was drawn to them. Lu Shan's face, typically unable to conceal his emotions, was now etched with gravity. Although Lu Chenran maintained a composed expression, Shang Shui keenly sensed a disquieting undercurrent in his demeanor. Could there be some new revelations within? Moreover, this discovery does not bode well for everyone. Xie Yiting was filled with questions. You two come in, Lu Shan spoke first, before Sheng Shui and Xie Yiting could voice their inquiries, without asking for the purpose of the summons. Sheng Shui placed the costume she held onto the bookshelf and then stepped into the inner chamber alongside Xie Yiting. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a strikingly polished black table that dominated the center. The table was evidently crafted from robust materials, its gnarled wood grain suggesting a solid and dense structure, making it particularly conspicuous in the room. Sheng Shui furrowed her brow at the sight of the table, casting a discreet glance at Lu Chenran, only to meet his gaze in return. This table bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had encountered on the second floor of the small kitchen. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. At that moment, Xie Yiting, puzzled, furrowed her brow and approached for a closer inspection. Her expression soon soured. Huaiwood? Huaiwood, the specter of trees. The mere mention of its name reveals how much people shun it. Such wood is never employed in the crafting of furniture, for fear of unsettling the household. The wealthier families are often more superstitious. Although Xie Yiting had not paid particular attention to these matters, she had absorbed some fundamental knowledge from her elders. Since Xie Yiting and Lu Shan had not ventured to the second floor of the kitchen, their astonishment at the table made of Huai wood was understandable. In contrast, Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran had already witnessed too much on the second floor, rendering them somewhat indifferent. They had long suspected that this house was inhabited by spirits. The most crucial task is to convey their recent discoveries to her. Observe here. Lu Chenran approached the bedside, and it was precisely this movement that made Sheng Shui realize that this bed bore a striking resemblance to the one in young Master Hu's room. Both were exquisitely crafted Qiangong beds, appearing quite substantial and opulent. Lu Chenran paused at the vanity beside the bed and then turned to face them. Following his gaze, Sheng Shui keenly noticed that there seemed to be something placed atop the vanity. She stepped forward and discovered it was a piece of paper. The paper bore writing. Upon reading this, Sheng Shui furrowed her brows, a hint of perplexity flickering across her features. After a moment, she gradually relaxed. The first illustration depicted 10 stick figures standing before a rectangle adorned with a lock, leading Sheng Shui to deduce that it represented their initial arrival at the Hu residence. The second illustration featured 9 stick figures on a ground marked with several stakes, while one stick figure was depicted falling into the water. Sheng Shui surmised that this illustrated the evening they ventured to the pavilion to take young Master Hu's pulse, where Feng Shujie was dragged into the water by a ghost. The ground with stakes was likely portrayed as the pavilion in the drawing, suggesting it might hold the key to interpreting the subsequent images. Sheng Shui continued to examine the drawings. The third illustration showed 2 stick figures crammed within a narrow rectangle. This depicted her and Lu Chenran hiding in the wardrobe. The fourth illustration presented 7 stick figures facing 7 small rectangles, accompanied by 3 figures depicted as being over twice the height of the stick figures. This clearly illustrated their procession with the bridal sedan on this very night. In accordance with the description of this scene, Sheng Shui speculates that the author has replaced humans with stick figures, while the ghost is represented by a slender shape. The preceding patterns are of little concern to Sheng Shui, as they merely reflect experiences they have endured. Their presence here merely indicates that the female ghost controls the progression of the entire scenario, which holds little significance for the specters within. The most chilling aspect remains the final illustration. In this image, 4 stick figures stand upon a patch of ground marked by stakes, confronting a shadow that towers over them, being more than twice their height. The shadow faces them, yet is obscured by an object atop its head. It is evident that the events depicted in the 5th illustration have yet to unfold. The occurrence may transpire tomorrow evening or perhaps even sooner. The shadow facing them is likely representative of the female ghost. She confronts them directly, yet refrains from illustrating the fate that awaits each individual, suggesting that their survival lies within their own hands. The female ghost is indifferent to their fate. Her drawings serve as a form of warning, indicating that if they wish to survive, they must fulfill their own desires. Ultimately, the possibilities are boundless. Why does it have something resembling a small square on its head? In the midst of the silence, Xie Yoting inquired, specifically about the final illustration. In that image, the ghost's head is replaced by a square, contrasting with the other stick figures that possess circular heads. She is adorned with an object atop her head. Sheng Shui instinctively voiced her conjecture. Why does she need to cover her head with something? Lu Shan retorted, quickly rephrasing his query. Or rather, what kind of person would have something atop their head? Does she not have a head? The bride. Lu Chenran lifted her gaze to the bride concealed beneath the red veil. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui's pupils narrowed slightly, then widened as she scrutinized the final illustration more closely. Indeed, when depicting the elongated shadow representing the paper figure, the artist had not meticulously rendered any specific features. However, in the last painting, the head of the slender shadow was distinctly emphasized by a small square. This was the aspect the female ghost sought to underscore. Given the task assigned by Hu Guanshi to escort the bride, the presence of the bride made perfect sense. Yet, a question arose. The bride stood before the four of them, atop the pavilion. Yet, in a wedding, should not the most crucial figure be her husband, the groom? Why, in the illustration, did it only depict the bride representing the female ghost and the four stick figures representing them, with no sign of the groom? Where had the groom gone? Xie Yiting felt perplexed and inadvertently voiced her thoughts. She glanced around and noticed that everyone's faces appeared pale and somewhat ghastly in the dim light, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. It seems that our task for tomorrow night. Sheng Shui slowly lifted her head. Her expression grave, is to assist the bride Qingyi in locating her groom. Chapter 31. The change to residence assisting the bride Qingyi in finding her groom? Lu Shan and Xie Yiting's faces turned ashen. This mission was evidently fraught with peril. Moreover, since their entry into the realm, they had consistently faced female spirits. And although they had been uncertain whether the ghost performing in the pond was male or female, the last illustration had clarified that distinction. Thus far, no one has encountered a male specter within the realm of this narrative. The only individual under suspicion, Lord Hu, possesses a certain plausibility of being the male ghost, for he has never been seen and his state, whether alive or dead, remains unknown. It is inconceivable that Lord Hu could be the phantom. The fact that Yuan Qingyi became his wife indicates that they had indeed exchanged vows. As Sheng Shui recounted these details, a thought flickered in her mind. Should Lord Hu truly resemble the visage depicted in the portrait, no one would linger in fondness for him. Upon concluding her narrative, she presented the jade pendant she had previously discovered to Lu Chenran. The group quickly comprehended its significance. These two jade pieces were tokens of love between Yuan Qingyi and her beloved, suggesting that her paramour had once visited the Hu residence, residing in the very chamber where they had initially sought a diagnosis. Yet, that room now stood devoid of its master. Where, then, could Yuan Qingyi's beloved possibly be found? Presently, the clues remained insufficient, and it was evident that they could not draw conclusions tonight. Any revelations would have to wait until tomorrow. As Lu Chenran gazed up at the darkening sky, tomorrow might very well be the last day of daylight. Should they fail to uncover the final connecting clue, the narrative would plunge into eternal night, subjecting them to the vengeance of the female ghost. It would be exceedingly difficult to navigate through this predicament. Although Sheng Shui felt a twinge of anxiety, she found herself powerless to alter the course of events. She sensed that the key to unraveling this enigma lay tantalizingly close. Yet she had overlooked it. Further contemplation was necessary, as clarity eluded her for the moment. Consequently, the group began to tidy their belongings in preparation for departure. Stepping out of the small courtyard, the scenery outside remained unchanged, cloaked in an oppressive darkness that exuded desolation. The flower palanquin nestled in the corner appeared no different from before. As Sheng Shui casually glanced over, her gaze abruptly fixed in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? In a mere instant, the three paper figures adjacent to the third bridal sedan had been utterly torn to shreds, now neatly piled to one side, resembling discarded cardboard at a recycling station. Who could have done this? The thought of her three friends, who had just moments ago been alive, now crushed and torn apart, filled Sheng Shui's heart with complexity. What unsettled her the most was that the other three paper figures beside the remaining sedans remained entirely unscathed, unchanged from their previous state. What did this imply for her? Was she being targeted? Gazing at the tattered paper figures, Sheng Shui felt as if that could very well be her fate, sending a chill down her spine. Enough of this overthinking. As Xie Yiting and Lu Shan stood stupefied, Lu Chenran's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. When Sheng Shui turned her head, she caught a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Don't forget that final painting. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. Lu Chenran paused before continuing, by the way. At his reminder, Sheng Shui recalled the final image of that sheet of paper, which featured four stick figures. Including herself, there were indeed four of them. So perhaps had these paper figures provoked someone? Who could know? Adjusting her mindset, Sheng Shui remained somewhat cautious. Yet at least she no longer feared shadows of her own making. Unbeknownst to Sheng Shui and her companions, shortly after their departure, a tall figure slowly emerged not far from the room. This figure was exceedingly tall and robust, stirring up considerable dust as it moved. In just a few steps, he arrived beside the floral palanquin, his gaze heavy as he observed the rows of paper figurines arranged before the third palanquin. He lifted his foot, caked with wood shavings, and stomped down forcefully. Friends? Why had she always sought companionship? Not for any other reason, but because just beyond another door stood a familiar floral palanquin, beneath which lay a person, head down. Though the individual's face remained obscured, their robust physique revealed them to be male. Thus, their identity was unmistakable. Fang Yukai. Fang Yukai was dead, having perished just outside the guest room. It was evident that he had met a gruesome end. His garments were so thoroughly stained with blood that their original color was nearly unrecognizable. No paper figurines accompanied him, and none could ascertain their whereabouts. Perhaps after committing murder, the paper figurines simply departed on their own. Blood pooled heavily on the ground, saturating the area entirely, despite the fact that Fang Yukai had ensnared them in his desperate bid for survival. Witnessing his tragic demise elicited a chill of trepidation among the onlookers. Clearly, he deemed their guest room the correct choice. Lu Shan stood in stunned silence for a moment before murmuring. No, Xie Yiting interjected with a roll of her eyes, her perplexity evident. He lay before his own room, clearly believing that their room was the right one. After speaking, Xie Yiting sighed reflectively. I surmise he thought there was a screen in his room, behind which lurked a female ghost. Perhaps he believed that destruction would lead to rebirth? After all, it is not unheard of for scenarios to unfold in such a twisted manner. Fang Yukai had evidently experienced something of the sort. It is indeed regrettable that Fang Yukai evidently possesses some hidden cards. Otherwise, according to the path of the paper figure, he should have been meandering along the pond's edge. However, something feels amiss. Sheng Shui cannot pinpoint the exact flaw in this reasoning. Yet her instinct suggests that this explanation is untenable. He intends to provide us with clues. Lu Chenran's voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Chenran, their expressions laden with disbelief. Previously, Fang Yukai had deliberately set a trap for them amidst the lotus stems and leaves. Had it not been for Hu Guan's nonsensical ramblings, they might have already succumbed to the clutches of the female ghost. How could they possibly stand here now? The notion that Fang Yukai perished here to offer them clues is something that no one could readily accept. Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, Lu Chenran refrained from defending himself, choosing instead to silently approach and crouch down to scrutinize the scene closely. This was the first time Sheng Shui had witnessed such a side of Lu Chenran. Although she was aware that he was a prominent figure in the narrative, she had never felt the weight of this truth, as he had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor, tinged with a degree of narcissism. Yet, as events unfolded, his remarkable abilities became increasingly hard to overlook. especially now, as he crouched before the corpse, his calm gaze penetrating, his chiseled profile strikingly handsome, emanating an aura of undeniable reliability. Sheng Shui found herself momentarily entranced, only snapping back to reality when she noticed Lu Chunran retrieve something from Fan Yukai's body. She shook her head, casting aside her wandering thoughts, and warily observed the object in Lu Chunran's hand. What is this? Xie Yiting was equally taken aback. Is there truly something there? A few individuals approached to examine the object and discovered it to be a small, half-torn pouch. The remaining half of the pouch was stained with traces of blood and debris, indicating that Fan Yukai must have exerted considerable effort to tear it away from something before his demise. Even in his dying moments, he was fixated on removing this item, suggesting that it harbored crucial clues. Moreover, Sheng Shui felt a subtle heaviness in her heart upon noticing the delicate embroidery on the pale pink pouch. The color of this pouch bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the costumes found in the room within the small courtyard. Such coincidences were scarce within the narrative, leaving only one possibility. This pouch belonged to the female ghost. The group turned the pouch over for inspection. Aside from the embroidered pattern, there was nothing else on its surface. Lu Chunran opened the pouch and, upon careful examination, discovered a small piece of paper inside. Upon extracting it, he found the words Qingrong Opera Troupe inscribed on it. Qingrong Opera Troupe. Xie Yiting raised her head, recalling the mission prompt. The prompt indicated that Qingyi was a leading performer of an opera troupe. However, the information provided was limited, and they were unaware of the troupe's name. Now, with the pouch likely belonging to the female ghost and bearing the name Qingrong Opera Troupe, it was highly probable that Qingyi had been associated with them during her lifetime. With another day of daylight remaining, if they could venture outside the manor, they believed they might uncover some valuable information. Knowing the name would certainly facilitate their search. Yet, before taking a step forward, he hesitated and cast a glance at Fan Yukai. Previously, Fan Yukai had sought to play tricks on them, only to ultimately bring about his own downfall. Cleverness had backfired on him. Regardless of the ultimate reason for his downfall here, it is undeniable that this pouch has indeed inspired them with fresh perspectives. Humanity is an intricately complex being. However, Lu Chunran has traversed numerous instances and encountered a myriad of individuals, leaving many experiences in his heart unable to leave a mark. Only, what is Lu Shun thinking? Just as Lu Chunran was lost in contemplation, Sheng Shui's voice broke through. She stood at the doorway, her expression unfriendly, seemingly threatening to shut the door if he did not enter soon. A faint smile graced Lu Chunran's lips as he stepped into the room. Only she. Yet, she seems to be living quite well now. If she can exist so simply and joyfully, his guardianship takes on a new significance. The door to the chamber closed behind him. In the latter half of the night, under a moonless sky. Are you certain our escapade over the wall won't be discovered by Huguan? At dawn, the four of them stealthily positioned themselves by the walls of the Hu residence, assessing the height while discussing feasible plans. What does it matter if they are already discovered? Xie Yiting looked at Lu Shan in confusion. What is Huguan in comparison to our current predicament? Lu Shan opened his mouth to refute Xie Yiting, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Huguan would not dare to take action against them. At most, he is merely a messenger. With this thought, Lu Shan begrudgingly fell silent. The group climbed the wall like a stack of acrobats, then awkwardly tumbled down the other side. Unlike the previous village instances, the Hu residence is situated in a relatively prosperous small town. After a few individuals emerged and walked for a while, the number of people gradually increased. The passers-by donned garments of antiquated elegance, while the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares intertwined with the lively chatter of the crowd, creating a vibrant tapestry of human activity. Immersed in such an environment, the ominous and eerie atmosphere of the earlier setting seemed to dissipate considerably. Xie Yiting, being quite the conversationalist, spontaneously engaged in a lively discourse with a seemingly gregarious elderly woman by the roadside. They exchanged thoughts on various topics, and when the moment felt right, Xie Yiting discreetly inquired about the Qingrong Opera Troupe. The Qingrong Troupe? The elderly woman's thick brows knitted together as she pondered for a moment. That troupe has long since lost its former glory. The recent Furong troupe is far superior. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief, realizing that the Qingrong troupe had indeed enjoyed a commendable reputation in the past, and they had found the right person to inquire with. Dear Madam, we simply wish to see it for ourselves. I have heard that the leading performers here were once quite formidable, Xie Yiting explained with a smile, subtly probing further by adding, I believe one of them was called Oh Qingyi. The others noticed that the previously cheerful and amiable woman's expression darkened upon hearing the name Qingyi. Oh, her. The elderly woman's tone turned somewhat disillusioned, laced with a hint of disdain. Her singing is tolerable, but both her fate and her aspirations leave much to be desired. Dear sister, what leads you to such conclusion? Sheng Shui, invigorated by the conversation, stepped forward with a bright smile, eager to listen intently. Sheng Shui possesses a captivating beauty and a sweet tongue, instantly endearing herself to others. Despite her age, the matron, being called sister by a young maiden like Sheng Shui, surely feels a sense of joy. In her 50s, she would be regarded as an older woman in contemporary society, and what older woman does not relish a good conversation? After a brief moment of hesitation, she sighed, lamenting, yet this young girl seems to have been dazzled by wealth and prestige. Mrs. Hu is such a kind-hearted soul. She was renowned as a great benefactor, and it hasn't been long since her passing. The Hu residents hurriedly invited the Qingrong opera troupe to perform, and soon after, she married old Master Hu as his concubine. As she concluded, the matron expressed a hint of regret, clearly believing that the young woman had strayed onto a misguided path. The others were somewhat skeptical. According to the matron's implication, Qing Yi was enticing old Master Hu. However, if she were indeed seducing him, she would not have been so deeply resentful after her death, yearning for marriage. There must be some unspeakable circumstances unknown to outsiders. A visit to the Qingrong opera troupe is imperative. Perhaps there are elders within the troupe who are familiar with Qing Yi. With this thought, the group urged the matron to lead them to the opera house. With nothing pressing on her agenda, she was delighted to engage in further conversation with them. Thus, they walked and chatted, soon arriving at the entrance of a narrow alley. Here we are. This leads to the Qingrong opera troupe. The matron pointed inside, cautioning, be mindful as you enter. I've heard this troupe is rather peculiar. Peculiar? What does that entail? They wondered, sensing an eerie stillness behind them, as if the absence of footsteps was merely a figment of their imagination. The sky appeared to have grown markedly gloomier since their departure. Enclosed within the confines of a narrow alley, the warmth that had flourished amidst the cacophony of voices began to dissipate, leaving a lingering pall of unease in the hearts of the gathered. Let us proceed inside, murmured Sheng Shui, casting a contemplative gaze towards the alleyway. It seemed that the information provided by the NPCs had reached its limit, and the remainder would have to be unearthed through their own endeavors. The true nature of the Qingrong opera troupe awaited their exploration, aware that daylight was fleeting and precious. No further words were exchanged as they stepped forward into the depths of the alley. This passage seemed exceedingly secluded, with moss blanketing the cobblestone floor and remnants of neglect surrounding them. Fortunately, the Qingrong opera troupe was not difficult to locate. Upon reaching the innermost part of the alley, a small courtyard came into view. The courtyard was in a state of disrepair, with weeds and moss overtaking both its entrance and the alley. A nearly faded signboard hung above, faintly revealing the name Qingrong Opera Troupe. It appeared they had indeed arrived at the correct location. The courtyard seemed long abandoned, and after a moment's hesitation, they ventured inside. The first sight that greeted them was a rather sizable stage, albeit one that bore the marks of age and neglect. The stage offered no discernible clues, prompting the group to meander about the courtyard in search of useful information. Is there truly no one here? Su Yiting lamented after completing a circuit. They had wandered for quite some time without encountering a single soul. Could this be a deserted courtyard of the Qingrong opera troupe? Perhaps they have relocated long ago. Upon hearing Xie Yiting's words, Lu Shan opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly a sound emanated from the room behind them. It was a woman practicing her vocal exercises, her voice piercing and delicate, unmistakably a sign of considerable singing talent. However, this melodic yet somewhat whimsical sound inevitably conjured images of a ghostly figure, Qing Yi. After a brief moment of alarm, the group upon closer listening, discerned that this voice was notably more youthful and had not yet reached that ethereal realm, leading them to conclude that it could not be Qingyi. With this realization, the tension in their hearts eased considerably. "There is someone inside," Xie Ting exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, they swiftly followed the sound. Although their pace was quick, their footsteps were remarkably light, barely making a sound as they moved. Upon reaching the door of the room from which the voice emerged, they refrained from barging in and instead carefully observed, positioning themselves beside the window. The window of the room was partially ajar, allowing them to peer inside. Through the opening, they beheld a round table adorned with an elegant vase, which held a few exquisite flowers. In contrast to the dilapidated stone slabs outside, the interior floor was immaculate, polished to a sheen, with a substantial carpet covering most of the ground. The carpet extended into the inner chamber, and from their vantage point, they could only see the outer area. To glimpse the inner sanctum, they would need to venture further inside. Based on their observations, it was clear that the performance was emanating from within the inner room. No one could discern whether those performing within were human or ghostly. Thus, both Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran refrained from acting rashly. They stood watch, hoping to uncover some clue. Their patience was remarkable, remaining silent and undetected. Xie Ting and Lu Shan wisely kept their distance, observing from afar. At that moment, the sounds emanating from the room abruptly ceased, as if the breath of performance had faltered. Following this silence was the distinct sound of a woman's cough, suggesting she was not a specter. Lu Chenran nodded to Sheng Shui, and together they gracefully leapt into the room, treading softly toward the inner chamber, where a figure soon came into view. Indeed, the room contained an inner chamber, albeit small, furnished with a large square bed adorned with finely woven silk covers and an array of luxurious bedding, upon which a woman reclined. From their vantage point, she appeared exceedingly frail. The question arose, was she the one who had been singing in her slumber? How could she still manage to produce such theatrical tones? Sheng Shui's gaze lingered only briefly on the woman before she began to scrutinize the inner chamber meticulously. The walls were adorned with exquisitely crafted eru and various instruments, indicating that the woman possessed considerable musical knowledge, marking her as a talented individual. The modestly sized bedroom also featured a sturdy square table, upon which lay several sheets of paper decorated with some illustrations. However, due to the distance, Sheng Shui was unable to discern the details. A soft cough escaped the woman once more, revealing her apparent frailty as the sound resonated with faint wheezes from her chest. After coughing, she turned her head to reach for water, only to suddenly notice the two figures of Sheng Shui standing outside the inner room. The woman's expression instantly changed. "Who are you?" At that moment, Sheng Shui and the others finally discerned the woman's face. Her skin was pale, her brows elegantly arched, and her features reminiscent of a crescent moon, making her a rare beauty. Her delicate stature gave her an appearance akin to a fragile willow swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of pity. However, this was not Sheng Shui's primary concern. What astonished her most was the striking resemblance between this woman and Qingyi. It wasn't that Sheng Shui had met Qingyi in person. Rather, she had gleaned an approximate idea of Qingyi's appearance from the portraits behind the screen and those found on the second floor of the kitchen. The woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Qingyi, almost to an 8/10 degree. Naturally, Lu Chenran noticed this as well, his expression unchanged as he stepped into the room. Upon seeing this, the woman screamed, "What do you want?" "There is no need for concern, young lady," Lu Chenran replied, taking a seat and getting straight to the point. "Do you know Qingyi?" Sheng Shui remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the woman, eager to observe her immediate reaction to the question. She noticed the woman momentarily freeze at the mention of the name, her face flashing with fear and sorrow. "Of course, but she's already dead." The woman took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to compose herself. "That does not justify your intrusion into my room. Do you recognize this?" At that moment, Sheng Shui appropriately revealed the jade pendant in her hand, ensuring the woman resting on the bed could see it clearly. "Of course I recognize it." The woman hesitated for a moment, her entire being trembling. This is the token of affection between Ziyuan and Qingyi. How could it be in your possession? Qingyi was aware that it was the name of the female ghost. Could it be that Ziyuan was the name of Qingyi's beloved? Had they not all perished? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intensely on Sheng Xue and Lu Chenran. Are you from the Hu residence? How wicked you are! You forcefully took my sister into your household, and alas, she met a tragic end mere months after her marriage. Even in death, she finds no peace. And now you seek to seize her personal belongings. The woman scornfully rebuked, her words revealing her identity as Qingyi's sister. Since she was the sister, it would be much easier to converse. What secrets could not be shared between sisters? She must possess considerable insight. Moreover, from her earlier statements, it appeared that Qingyi had not entered the household willingly, but had been forcibly married. Why then did rumors circulate that she had deliberately seduced the old master Hu? Even the matron had previously suggested that Qingyi had strayed from the right path. We are not from the Hu residence, Lu Chenran succinctly denied. We have come to seek justice for Qingyi. Only you can assist her now. Justice? The woman gazed up at the two in a daze, and, after a long pause, a stream of tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had spoken. She hesitated, but then began to recount her tale. From her narrative, they learned her name was Yuan Qinglan. After the sisters lost their parents, they were taken in by the troop leader. Both possessed remarkable talents. The younger sister, Qingyi, was charming and lovely, with an extraordinary appearance that drew the attention of many noble suitors, all of whom she dismissed. For her heart belonged to her childhood friend, Lin Ziyuan, the leader's son. Lin Ziyuan was handsome and gentle, a perfect match for Qingyi. The troop leader was also quite pleased with Qingyi and wished for their swift union, dreaming of a life filled with grandchildren. Just as their wedding approached, calamity struck. The Qingrong opera troupe was invited to perform at the Hu Manor, but Qingrong fell ill and could not attend. Qingyi went in her stead. Overnight, her sister vanished, and she anxiously awaited news of her. To her horror, when news finally arrived, it revealed that her sister had become the new mistress of the Hu Manor. Shortly thereafter, word came of her sister's death. And Lin Ziyuan? Sheng Xue inquired. He drowned himself. Yuan Qinglan replied softly. Is the Qingrong opera troupe still active? Lu Chenran, who had remained silent, suddenly asked. It still exists. Yuan Qinglan lifted her gaze to meet Lu Chenran's, seemingly surprised by his question. However, since the troop leader left, the spirit of the group has dissipated. It is no longer what it once was. She refrained from voicing the rest, her eyes shadowed with sorrow. Sheng Xue understood. After all, the matron who had brought them had constantly extolled the virtues of the Furong troop, subtly alluding to the decline of the Qingrong troop. The troop leader has departed as well? Sheng Xue furrowed her brow. Ever since Ziyuan's demise, the troop leader has abandoned the Qingrong troop, and for many years, his whereabouts have remained unknown. Yuan Qinglan's sorrow was palpable, a grief that felt all too genuine. It is evident that she harbors deep feelings for the master who raised her and her sister, to the extent that even after all these years, mentioning the master still brings her sorrow. Since Qingyi entered the Hu residence, she has not been in contact with you at all? Sheng Xue paused and inquired. She found it hard to believe. After all, Yuan Qingyi and Yuan Qinglan had been orphaned since childhood, relying solely on each other. How could it be that after entering the residence, she would not reach out to her sister, her only family? No, Juan Qinglan Saif. Perhaps she resents me for not having protected her. It is getting late. I must trouble you, Miss Qinglan. We will do our utmost to clear Qingyi's name. With that, he grasped Sheng Xue's arm and turned away with an air of finality that brooked no dissent. Although perplexed, Sheng Xue assumed that Lu Chenran was merely anxious about the encroaching darkness, so she followed obediently. Wait, just as they were about to exit the inner chamber, Yuan Qinglan's delicate voice floated back to them. Do you not wish to see the master's portrait? Her words seemed somewhat bewildering. The group had only briefly mentioned the master, a figure whose fate remained uncertain. Who would be curious about his appearance? Sheng Xue silently criticized the absurdity of it, yet she observed Yuan Qinglan gracefully rising from a bed, sitting up and retrieving a portrait from the elegant table to show them. Initially, Sheng Xue cast a cursory glance, indifferent and dismissive. However, after that fleeting look, she was engulfed in disbelief. The man depicted in the image possesses a stern visage and an elongated face, an appearance that is quite ordinary. However, what left Sheng Xue utterly astounded was the striking resemblance of his face to that of Manager Hu. The owner of the Qingrong opera troupe was, astonishingly, Manager Hu. This revelation implied that the surname of Manager Hu was merely a fabrication. His true surname must be Lin. Stunned into silence, Sheng Xue only regained her senses when she felt Lu Chunran tugging at her. Why did he repeatedly pull her? Was it that they could no longer remain in the room? Suddenly, as this thought crossed her mind, she feigned calmness and glanced at Yuan Qinglan, only to find her staring intently. The expression that had once been frail and fearful had transformed, revealing a glimmer of amusement and an indescribable feeling, as if she were a hunter toying with her prey. Wait, it dawned on her just how peculiar Yuan Qinglan's behavior had been. They had not inquired about the troop leader. She had volunteered the information, seemingly transformed in a short span of time. Be cautious upon entering. I have heard that this troop is quite sinister. The words of the matron echoed in her ears. The atmosphere here was nearly devoid of life. With only Yuan Qinglan present, how could it be sinister? From where did this malevolence arise? A lack of vitality. Yes, in any place where life flourishes. How could there be an absence of energy? As this realization struck her, Sheng Xue shivered and looked up. Yuan Qinglan on the bed had her brows raised. Her lips stretched wide, and her entire countenance bore an inexplicable strangeness. She moved slowly, seemingly preparing to rise from the bed. The old mattress creaked ominously beneath her shifting weight, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Her feet swiftly touched the ground, and Sheng Xue noticed that her heels were raised, with only her toes making contact with the floor. Chapter 33. The Fallen Hu Residence. Sheng Xue recalled hearing someone mention that a ghost's heels could never touch the ground. Thus, the figure before her, Yuan Qinglan, was undoubtedly not human. Before she could fully comprehend this thought, an immense force propelled her forward, and the door swung open with alarming speed. Lu Chenran hastily pushed her outside, just as the terrifying Yuan Qinglan, who had been at the foot of the bed, pursued them into the outer room, with the specter almost upon them. Lu Chenran retrieved an object from his pocket and hurled it toward the advancing figure, then swiftly shut the door behind them. Even so, the two remained on high alert. Racing toward the exit, Lu Shan and Xie Yiting stood guard at the door, and upon witnessing the door burst open with great force, they were paralyzed with fear as the two formidable figures fled for their lives, prompting them to hastily follow suit. Once outside the courtyard, they navigated through a labyrinth of alleys, finally reaching the street they had previously traversed. However, there was no time to catch their breath, for the once bustling thoroughfare had become eerily desolate. The vendors and pedestrians who had populated the area had vanished without a trace. The entire street exuded an unsettling chill, as though the oppressive, overcast sky could unleash a ghost at any moment. Was it growing darker? Xie Yiting's voice trembled, sensing the encroaching night. All right, let us depart. Sheng Xue had just experienced a frantic escape, but now that she had emerged, a sense of calculation had begun to take root within her. Lu Shan and Xie Yiting, observing the expression on Sheng Xue's face, discerned that her venture had yielded some fruit. Throughout their journey, they encountered no living souls, as if the town itself were an abandoned ghost town. Familiar with their surroundings, they opted not to use the front entrance, but instead climbed over the wall to enter the Hu residence. Previously, they had been escorted through the front by Steward Hu, but with his absence, they were uncertain whether using the main entrance might violate some unwritten rule. One by one, they struggled to scale the wall and gain entry. Navigating around the pond posed no challenge. Yet what sent a chill down their spines was the sight of vibrant red silk draped along the railings. Once adorned with blooming lotus flowers, the silk appeared remarkably new, starkly contrasting against the tranquil waters of the pond. In light of the events awaiting them that evening, a pallor settled over their faces. It was likely that this crimson silk had been hung by Yuan Qingyi, for tonight marked the occasion of her marriage to Lindsay Yuan. Let us reflect on the discoveries made today at the Qingrong Opera Troupe. Despite her lack of enthusiasm, Sheng Shui mustered her spirits and recounted the day's occurrences to her companions. Lu Chunran, listening attentively, occasionally interjected with additional insights. Through their narrative, Lu Shan and Xie Yiting soon grasped the unfolding drama. So, you mean to say that Yuan Qingyi has a sister named Qingluan, who is also a ghost, and that the true identity of Steward, who is the father of Yuan Qingyi's beloved? Xie Yiting slowly unraveled the relationships among these individuals, her expression one of astonishment. The complexity of this task was astonishing. This is not the point of completing the copy. Sheng Shui shook her head and then said, if I am not mistaken, manager who brought the troupe to perform at the Hu residence, an old master who took a liking to Qing Yi, intending to marry her. Lin Ji Yuan could not bear to see the woman he loved become someone else's wife, especially as a stepwife. So, what is he most likely to do? There are two possibilities. Lu Shan deduced. Either he cannot accept it and chooses to flee far away, or he cannot bear to part with his beloved and opts to be a gentleman, silently protecting her. At this point, there was a moment of silence among the crowd. It was evident that Lin Ji Yuan had chosen the latter. Otherwise, there would not be a room in the Hu residence that belonged to him. However, if he chose to silently guard her, would he still continue to do so if Qing Yi were to meet an untimely death at the Hu residence? I believe that Lin Ji Yuan died before Qing Yi. Xie Yiting cautiously expressed her conjecture. Otherwise, why would Qing Yi's greatest wish be to marry Lin Ji Yuan? Indeed, if Lin Ji Yuan had not died before Qing Yi, her greatest desire should have been to seek vengeance for herself. Thus, the current outcome can only be explained by Lin Ji Yuan's death preceding Qing Yi's, and his demise being due to her, which left Qing Yi in such turmoil. The cause of Lin Ji Yuan's death is not what concerns the group. They have no need to investigate or verify it. However, if Lin Ji Yuan did not become a ghost, how could they bring the groom before Qing Yi? Qing Yi, burdened by the death of her beloved due to herself, yearned to marry him. Conversely, Lin Ji Yuan willingly met his end for his beloved, without any resentment. Thus, Sheng Shui concluded that he had not become a ghost. Perhaps Hu Guanshi chose to live incognito in this desolate mansion because it once bore the traces of his son. From referring to his son's former chamber as Master Hu's room to having a physician attend to Master Hu, it becomes evident that the one responsible for Lin Ji Yuan's demise must be Master Hu. Upon realizing that Qing Yi's lingering resentment could transform her into a ghost, Hu Guanshi harbored the hope that Lin Ji Yuan would also succumb to the same fate. What should we do now? Lu Shan felt a surge of panic. He finally comprehended where the true challenge of this task lay. Not in evading pursuit, but in seeking a groom who essentially did not exist. Xie Yiting was equally despondent. If Lin Ji Yuan had not transformed into a ghost, how could they possibly find him? Should we resort to summoning spirits? As she spoke those words, a tone of resignation crept into her voice. At that moment, Sheng Shui's gaze fixed upon Xie Yiting, her expression resembling that of a sculptor contemplating a piece of driftwood. You have indeed spoken correctly. Precisely, it is about summoning spirits. Mortality. The four of them formed a tight circle, their eyes intently focused on the vibrant prop card at the center, upon which the characters for spirit summoning were inscribed. Will this even work? Lu Chunran cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Shui. Can you guarantee its efficacy? His countenance was brazenly challenging, prompting Sheng Shui to draw a deep breath before responding with a sardonic smile. What is the matter? Have you come to doubt even the prowess of a diviner? Lu Chunran fell silent. Xie Yiting and Lu Shan appeared eager, their bright eyes fixed on Sheng Shui, urging her to act swiftly. Come on, hurry. Their impatience was palpable, as they were uncertain when the female ghost might summon them. Observing the hopeful glances from the two, Sheng Shui felt a sense of comfort wash over her. She then turned her attention to the prop card in the center. Placing her hand upon it, she closed her eyes and silently implored, Lin Ji Yuan, come quickly. Under her quiet incantation, the prop card soon began to radiate warmth before returning to its normal state, signaling a successful activation. As Sheng Shui opened her eyes, Xie Yiting and Lu Shan instantly recognized her success. However, the question lingered. Where was Lin Ji Yuan? The two exchanged puzzled glances, and just as they were about to inquire, a heavy sound caught their attention. The atmosphere shifted as if a palpable weight had descended upon them. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from the corridor, growing nearer by the second. They looked at each other in confusion. According to Sheng Shue's description, Lin Ziyuan was strikingly handsome, as refined as jade. Yet was he truly that hefty? Had he, upon becoming a spirit, forsaken his physique? Their imaginations ran wild, and in mere moments, the heavy footsteps halted at their door. Who would dare to open it? With uncertainty hanging in the air, their eyes darted around, clearly reluctant to take on the task alone. Eventually, they resolved to approach the door together. Hesitantly, they made their way to the entrance, with Lu Shan positioned directly in front. The others fixed their hopeful gazes upon him. Clenching his teeth, Lu Shan nervously surveyed the room, receiving 3 encouraging looks in return. With a resolute heart and a firm closing of his eyes, he embraced the spirit of inevitability and swung the door wide open. A refreshing evening breeze rushed in, bearing with it a hint of an obscure and unpleasant odor. The breaths of his companions were almost imperceptible. After a brief pause, Lu Shan opened his eyes to behold a colossal figure standing at the threshold. A ghost? This specter was immense, resembling a humanoid ape, appearing to be at least twice his own width. Lu Shan had never felt so diminutive before. Its face was shrouded in the darkness of night, rendering it indistinct. Yet its gaze seemed to exhibit a hint of uncertainty as it looked at them. The ghost that had arrived was not the one they had anticipated. It was an unfamiliar apparition. Bang! The impact of this scene was overwhelming, causing Lu Shan to roll his eyes in defeat and collapse onto the ground. Apart from Sheng Shui, the other two crouched down to apply pressure on Lu Shan's acupoint. This ghost was no stranger to Sheng Shui. It was the very specter from the kitchen that had chosen to spare her after becoming friends. What was it doing here again? She could never forget how terrifying that ghost had been, gripping her hand with an iron-like hold, impossible to shake off. Now, as the sky outside darkened to an inky blue, the psychological impact of its presence was palpable for Sheng Shui. Surely, there must have been a malfunction with the soul-calling talisman, but it was already here, and instinctively, she sought the protection of the app. It seemed to be effective. Sheng Shui noticed the ghost glance at her with a flicker of joy before its form gradually dissipated. Before she could revel in this moment, she sensed, perhaps it was merely an illusion, that the ghost controlling Jade Scepter felt warm for an instant. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lu Shan was roused from his stupor with a pinch to his acupoint, rising with a face adorned in shades of purple and blue, presenting a rather comical visage. "Didn't you say it would work, esteemed one?" he murmured, still dazed as he glanced around at his teammates, then cast a sorrowful and indignant look at Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui offered an awkward smile, suggesting that there must have been a misstep in the earlier procedure. Had they adhered to her method, success would have surely followed. Yet the spirit summoning tool card had already been utilized. At this thought, Xie Yiting felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Sheng Shui, lifting her gaze, was about to offer words of comfort, having another tool card at her disposal. But before she could utter a syllable, Lu Shan furrowed his brow in confusion. "What is that sound?" The group collectively frowned and listened intently. Due to the door being ajar, they indeed discerned an eerie noise. How shall one describe this sound? It was reminiscent of something damp, sticky, and slippery laboriously crawling across the floor. Sheng Shui found herself revolted by this notion and, raising her head to voice her thoughts, was abruptly met with the sight of a grotesque figure at their door. It was a wretched being, bloodied and disheveled, its limbs curled tightly, hands bound behind its back, resembling a perverse spider. Its hair hung loosely, yet one could still faintly discern its squinty, beady eyes. It was shockingly ugly and terrifying in equal measure. Upon noticing the presence of people at the door, this ghastly creature emitted a cackling laugh, not particularly loud, yet its gaze bore a predatory gleam, fixating intently on Xie Yiting's ample and prominent attributes. Xie Yiting was initially gripped by fear, yet upon observing the grotesque creature motionless at her door, leering hungrily at her bosom, her anger flared. She seized the broom that lay beside the entrance, exclaiming, "You vile beast, "You lecherous scoundrel! How dare you gaze upon me? I shall end your existence." With that, she struck the loathsome figure with a series of fierce blows, causing it to yelp in pain and scuttle away in distress. Only then did Sheng Xuan notice that this abominable creature moved with a disjointed gait, every limb straining as it crawled. It was less a transformed human and more akin to a grotesque maggot, a dark and slithering entity. No wonder it possessed no semblance of offensive capability. Its body was entwined like a twisted pastry, leaving only its head capable of turning. This creature had evidently made a special effort to approach Xie Yiting, demonstrating a commendable tenacity. Through its squinting eyes and repugnant visage, Sheng Shui identified the creature as the true identity of the notorious Hu Xiaoye. It seemed that Hu Xiaoye had indeed met his demise, likely a consequence of the vengeance from the ghostly Qingyi. His current state revealed an unmistakable yearning for the worldly pleasures, particularly those of the feminine kind. Thankfully, Qingyi had ensnared him in such a manner. Otherwise, he would have become a ravenous specter of lust, preying upon innocent women. Xie Yiting was at the forefront of such peril. "Can I still trust you, my esteemed one?" Xie Yiting and Lu Shan were both utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. This was evidently the work of the soul-calling card. Summoning other spirits was one thing, but if their former comrades were to arrive, the prospect was daunting. Of course it can. Sheng Shui, aware of her precarious situation, promptly closed the door and positioned herself before the soul-calling artifact. She took a card from the pile and, with a jade pendant inscribed with "Do not forget Qingyi," pressed it against the soul-calling card, silently urging, "Lin Ziyuan, come quickly, Lin Ziyuan, come swiftly." Is this sufficient? Lu Shan and Xie Yiting have already lost faith in Sheng Shui. Just as Sheng Shui was about to speak, a gentle knock echoed from the door. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Could be Lin Ziyuan? Chapter 34. Advanced Props. Qing Yi's Red Veil. The knocking persisted. Again they exchanged looks, each perceiving the reluctance to open the door reflected in the other's eyes. However, due to Lu Shan's earlier action of opening the door, Sheng Shui found herself reluctantly compelled to approach and turn the handle. The group held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed outside. There stood an exceptionally indistinct figure. The term indistinct was fitting, as he appeared almost ethereal, as if he might dissolve into thin air at any moment. Nonetheless, his handsome and gentle visage was evident. Perhaps due to just being summoned, there was a hint of confusion and innocence upon his face. At this moment, he gazed at Sheng Shui and the others, his expression one of puzzlement. Aside from his somewhat translucent appearance, he bore no signs of blood, and his eyes shone brightly, indistinguishable from those of a living person. The group was instantly electrified. They had indeed awaited Lin Ziyuan, and not another. In the beginning, Lin Ziyuan felt quite bewildered. He sensed that he had traversed a certain place for an extended period, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would remain there until he faded from existence. This time, he had been guided to stand here, gazing at the firmly shut door. An instinct informed him that it concealed something he yearned for. "Are you Lin Ziyuan?" Xie Yiting inquired softly. As she inquired, her gaze fixated intensely on the man before her, and she pondered. At last, she comprehended why Qingyi remained infatuated with Lin Ziyuan, such a strikingly handsome man, who harbored profound affection for her. Who could possibly let go of such a connection? If all men resembled that lecherous and unattractive fellow from earlier, true love would surely cease to exist in this world. The exquisite man before her shook his head, oblivious to his own name, as if he had forgotten a multitude of things. Hearing this, Xie Yiting cast a pleading glance at Sheng Shui. What should they do? This person before them, having lost his memory, how could they ascertain whether he was indeed Lin Ziyuan? If they mistakenly identified the groom, the vengeful spirit would undoubtedly exact a dreadful retribution upon them all. In contrast to Xie Yiting's flustered demeanor, Sheng Shui exhibited remarkable composure. She produced the jade pendant that could summon Lin Ziyuan and inquired, "Do you recognize this jade pendant?" The fact that he could be summoned by it suggested an intricate, inexplicable connection between them. Indeed, As Lin Yuan's gaze became riveted on the pendant in Shang Shue's hand, his expression shifted through a cascade of emotions: confusion, astonishment, joy, nostalgia. A tumult of feelings akin to a spilled jar of spices. The others exchanged glances, nearly confirming the identity of the soul before them. Just as they prepared to speak, a resonant sound of gongs and drums filled the air once more, echoing as if from a distant pond. Yet this time, there was a notable difference. Alongside the sorrow and lamentation, one could faintly discern an undercurrent of anticipation within the rhythm. Anticipation? Indeed. Today marks the auspicious day of Qingyi's marriage. As the bride, she is undoubtedly brimming with joy and excitement. Yet, the mere thought of her betrothed being a vengeful spirit renders it impossible for anyone to empathize with her plight. The sound of drums signals their immediate departure. The group is troubled by Lin Yuan's predicament, but fortunately, as they begin their journey, the issue resolves itself. Shang Shui discovers that as long as they hold the jade pendant, Lin Yuan will follow closely behind. Let us not squander time, Lu Chunran urged the others. Their current location requires a considerable amount of time to reach the pond adorned with red silk. If they continue to delay, it is quite possible that the female ghost may become enraged. After all, at present, she is merely a bride yearning for her husband. With this thought in mind, they quicken their pace, resolutely heading towards the pond. However, the path to the pond proves to be fraught with obstacles. Just as they exit the courtyard of the guest house, a figure suddenly appears by the roadside. Where are you headed? The newcomer, drenched and pale, speaks with a voice filled with relief. I finally found you. Xie Yiting instinctively glanced at him, her body trembling involuntarily. The person who approached them was Feng Shujie, the one who had been dragged into the water by a ghost that fateful night. His eyes, brimming with relief, gaze upon them with joy and anticipation. Seeing the group, he appears exceedingly pleased, his face reflecting the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. It is evident to all that the Feng Shujie before them is no longer human. Even Xie Yiting understands that those who perish in water may transform into water ghosts, who typically seek a substitute for their demise. Generally speaking, water ghosts tend not to venture ashore willingly. Instead, they ensnare those who enter the water, dragging them down until they succumb to drowning, subsequently taking their place as a substitute for death. At this moment, Feng Shujie had chosen to ascend to the shore, perhaps having surmised that they would not easily follow him into the depths. However, now that he was on land, he found himself encumbered by numerous limitations. Each individual was acutely aware of this reality. Thus they disregarded Feng Shujie and strode past him without a glance. After walking a considerable distance, they could still feel the malevolent gaze burning into their backs. As they continued their journey, they encountered the obstructions posed by Wan Meijun and Fu Buohui. Although they had not laid eyes upon the corpses of these two, various signs indicated that they had long since perished. Resolute in their convictions, they averted their gazes and passed by them unflinchingly. The path was fraught with trials, yet they ultimately arrived at the lakeside adorned with red silk. While the view was tolerable during the day, the vivid crimson hue at midnight sent a chill down their spines. A thin veil of mist still enveloped the pond, but for reasons unknown, the fog appeared considerably less dense this evening, allowing them to discern the scenery upon the lake's surface with clarity. Within their line of sight stood a slender woman upon the water, clad in a red bridal gown, her head covered by a crimson veil. She stood silently in the lake, facing the pavilion, her posture identical to that depicted in the earlier drawing. Upon witnessing the specter of the female ghost, an unsettling feeling gripped their hearts. Yet, compelled by their mission, they steeled themselves and approached the pavilion. Although they understood that immediate danger was unlikely, the closer they drew to the ghostly figure, the more their anxiety intensified. Fortunately, as the gazes of the crowd subtly lingered behind, catching sight of Lin Yuan following closely yet at a respectful distance, a sense of reassurance washed over her. The group finally entered the pavilion. The four of them halted in the center, with Shang Shui tightly clutching Lin Yuan's jade pendant. They all lowered their heads, their eyes fixed on their toes, wary of inadvertently glimpsing something they ought not to see. It was at this moment that an unexpected turn of events transpired. Sheng Shui felt a sudden jolt from behind, and almost instantaneously warmth enveloped her back, lifting her spirit as if she were floating. A fleeting vision revealed the apparition of a female ghost materializing before her. Strangely enough, upon encountering the specter, Sheng Shui felt an inexplicable calm wash over her. A gentle evening breeze swept in, tenderly lifting the ghost's red veil. Beneath the veil was a bashful smile, and as her eyes danced, an enchanting beauty emanated, gradually merging with the image of the captivating woman depicted on the folding screen. Sheng Shui caught the falling red veil, and sensing something profound, she slightly turned. The dim light grew increasingly bright, gradually enveloping the figures standing in the pavilion. Just as the radiance was about to consume Sheng Shui, she felt a gentle tug on her hand. Turning to look, she saw Qing Yi's hand, its icy touch delicate against her skin. In that moment, Qing Yi bore a satisfied smile, then turned away from Sheng Shui and the others. The next second, Sheng Shui felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world had turned upside down. The weather today was undeniably splendid. The light from the room bathed her in warmth, a long-lost sensation of the sun's embrace. Even when sunlight touched her in the realm of the narrative, it only evoked an eerie feeling. How much better it is to be in reality. Weary and fatigued, she prepared to rest upon her bed, only to suddenly realize that an object remained clutched in her hand. Its vivid hue and unique texture captured her attention. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be Qing Yi's red veil. Moreover, although Lin Yuan's spirit had undeniably been summoned, why was it she who ultimately lifted the veil? While Sheng Shui prided herself on her audacity, recklessly unveiling a ghostly bride was not mere bravery. It was a gamble with her very life. Additionally, prior to being ejected from the mission, she had felt an inexplicable warmth behind her, accompanied by the bewildered expressions of her teammates. With each detail, Sheng Shui sensed a myriad of perplexities. Though she was unfamiliar with Lu Chenran, she was well acquainted with Xie Yiting. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to inquire about the events that transpired at that moment. Furthermore, the reward for her current venture into the dungeon, a sum of 500,000, needed to be retrieved post-haste. Just as Sheng Shui contemplated this, her phone, nestled in her pocket, began to ring. Having learned from the previous experience, she instinctively assumed it was an incoming notification from an app. Upon checking her phone, she confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed an unknown number. As she answered, a familiar, sweet voice greeted her. "Dear member, congratulations. You have successfully completed this mission. Your reward has been dispensed to you. Please check the app for details. We appreciate your support and wish you a peaceful demise." Moi. The final moi from the sweet voice left Sheng Shui feeling quite nauseated, yet she found herself intrigued by the information conveyed. What reward awaited her this time? Eagerly, she opened the app and navigated directly to her unread messages. The red veil of Qing Yi, high-level item, damaged. The bride, who was unable to attain love, transformed into a vengeful spirit, darkened by the death of her beloved. Her greatest wish after death is to remain eternally by her lover's side. You have fulfilled her wish, and she harbors gratitude towards you. She discreetly reveals that donning the red veil will ensure your successful courtship, granting you her blessing. Sheng Shui skimmed through the text, her small mind swirling with profound confusion. Donning the red veil guarantees successful courtship? What could that possibly mean? She was a female, not a male. What need had she to marry anyone? Just because she had momentarily seemed possessed while attempting to unveil it. Did that mean she was destined to marry someone in the future? Upon contemplating this, her thoughts began to wander wildly. The item merely stated successful courtship without specifying the intended recipient. Did this imply that the item could be employed not only on humans, but also on spirits? The mere thought sent a thrill through her. The spirit-controlling jade could allow a ghost to become her companion. Could it be possible that Qing Yi's red veil might enable her to court a spirit? Was she destined to be perpetually surrounded by ghosts? Amidst her internal musings, her stomach growled, prompting her to check if there was anything to eat at home. Ultimately, she concluded there was nothing. Famished, Sheng Shui ordered takeout and relished her meal before washing up and retiring for the night. Previously, she had heard Li Mingyao mention that entering a dungeon once a month sufficed. If that were the case, She need not worry about being drawn into a dungeon for the next 30 days. Thus, she slept particularly soundly that night. Awakening to the darkness outside, Sheng Shui contemplated ordering takeout when she received a call from Li Mingya. "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Mingya's voice sounded exceedingly anxious, causing Sheng Shui's brow to furrow instantly upon hearing it. "I just woke up. What is the matter? Could you come over? Something has happened here. And you know the address, right?" Sheng Shui was indeed familiar with Li Mingya's residence, having visited before. Yet, she pondered how to ascertain whether this was truly Li Mingya. "What did I give you to eat back in the village when you were hungry?" she suddenly inquired. "It's nothing. I just felt a bit hungry all of a sudden." Sheng Shui deflected. "Is there something that absolutely must be said now? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Due to her experiences in the instance, she harbored an inexplicable aversion to the night, always sensing that it concealed myriad unknown dangers. "All right," came Li Mingya's reluctant response on the other end of the line, "but boss, this matter is truly significant. You must come tomorrow." Sheng Shui was puzzled about the urgency of the situation, but acquiesced. After they hung up, it was 11 o'clock at night. Li Mingya, being from a wealthy family, should possess better etiquette and upbringing than herself. If there weren't an urgent matter, she likely wouldn't have chosen this moment to interrupt. It appeared that a visit the next day was indeed imperative. Chapter 35. The mysterious driver preoccupied with thoughts of Li Mingya. Sheng Shui rose early the next day. She was well aware of Li Mingya's residence, an opulent villa situated in the suburbs. After hailing a taxi on her mobile phone, she grasped her keys, preparing to depart. She gently patted her precious belongings. This was hard-earned money, and the thought of it lying untouched for even a day left her uneasy. As she descended the stairs, her mind wandered on how best to utilize this sum. Before she reached the ground floor, the driver arrived and called to urge her along. Quickening her pace, she exited the community and entered the vehicle. Once inside, the car glided smoothly along the road. Bored, she occupied herself by browsing her social media accounts on her phone. Upon opening WeChat, she discovered that she had been removed from the group chat by Supervisor Wang just yesterday. Judging by the timestamp, it seemed that he had acted in a fit of rage immediately after their phone call. Such is the impulsiveness of youth. With a swift motion, Sheng Shui deleted all the group messages, finally restoring a semblance of tranquility to her WeChat. She continued to scroll through short videos, and as nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since she got into the car, she noted that they had entered a sparsely populated suburban highway, indicating they were nearing their destination. Just as she was about to lift her gaze, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped her. Maintaining her composure, she feigned indifference while her eyes subtly darted around, eventually raising her head to survey her surroundings. Her gaze settled on the vehicle alongside hers. Due to the pleasant weather, she had rolled down her window upon entering the car, and at that moment, she clearly observed the driver of the adjacent vehicle also opening their door. This is not the most crucial aspect. Rather, what stands out is that he was driving at high speed on the highway, yet he was fixated on himself. Shouldn't he be looking ahead at such a moment? Sheng Shui believed she was not yet beautiful enough to warrant such reckless disregard for life. Moreover, the man's complexion was decidedly abnormal. His face was a ghastly shade of ashen, swollen and disfigured, resembling anything but a normal human being. If anything, he bore a closer resemblance to a corpse recently retrieved from the river. How can one articulate this smile? While a typical smile conveys goodwill, this one was saturated with malice and cruelty, a countenance Sheng Shui had only witnessed in one particular context: the dungeon. Within the dungeon, when spirits harbor ill intentions towards humans, such expressions would manifest. Yet, this was unmistakably not a dungeon. An ominous premonition began to spread within her heart. She turned to glance at the driver of the car she was in. He was still engrossed in an audiobook. The cold female voice reciting monotonously while he swayed his head, exuding an air of leisure and comfort. "Uncle, stop the car." A surge of intense palpitations compelled Sheng Shui to shout. The driver, startled by her sudden shriek, instinctively slammed on the brakes. The car, hurtling forward, came to an abrupt halt, the shrill sound of tires screeching against the pavement resonating in her ears. The vehicle even swerved slightly due to the emergency stop. The driver, momentarily dazed, heard the screeching of the cars behind them, and realized how perilous the situation had been. His thick eyebrows shot up in alarm as he instinctively turned to scold Sheng Shui. It was at that moment that calamity struck. The driver had barely the chance to utter a word when he witnessed a vehicle parallel to his own careening uncontrollably, its trajectory twisted and erratic, hurtling towards the road ahead. With nothing obstructing his path, the out-of-control sedan resembled a drunken giant, tumbling off the overpass. Mere seconds later, a deafening crash echoed, followed by the blaring of car horns and the shrieks of bystanders, plunging the scene into chaos. The abruptness of the incident left everything feeling shockingly unforeseen. The driver, a mere spectator to this calamity, was rendered speechless. Had it not been for Sheng Shui's timely intervention that compelled him to halt, his vehicle would have been positioned precisely where the reckless car had barreled through, potentially leading them both to a fatal plunge from the overpass. Reflecting on his narrow escape from death, the driver felt a profound sense of gratitude. He had initially feared a collision from behind, perceiving danger. Yet it was this twist of fate that had ultimately saved his life. In truth, the driver's apprehensions were unfounded. Even amidst peril, Sheng Shui maintained her composure. As she shouted, she glanced in the rearview mirror and noted that the following vehicle was a safe distance away, rendering any sudden braking harmless. This was wisdom gleaned from her experiences in the game. Previously, her carelessness had nearly cost her life at the hands of a malevolent spirit. My goodness! On the overpass, several drivers briefly reduced their speed before swiftly accelerating away. The driver, however, felt his legs weaken, unsure of how to press the accelerator, repeatedly expressing his thanks to Sheng Shui for urging him to stop. Otherwise, both of them might have faced a dire fate. Little girl, we owe you a great deal this time. If you hadn't let out that scream just now, we would truly have met our end here. After calming his nerves, the driver continued to drive, still muttering to himself. Witnessing a car plunge off an overpass right before his eyes was an overwhelming psychological shock. Sheng Shui reassured him that everything was fine, though her face was etched with deep contemplation. The driver, catching a glimpse of her pensive expression in the rearview mirror, mistakenly assumed she was saddened and offered words of comfort. Nowadays, people either drive while exhausted or under the influence. These two factors are the root of all troubles. That car was drifting so wildly. It must have been a case of drunk driving leading to hallucinations. Alas, another family in distress. The driver's demeanor was evidently one of empathy, his tone tinged with a sigh of regret, as if mourning a great loss. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui pondered to herself that the driver might be mistaken. It was quite likely that the driver was deceased rather than intoxicated. The pallid complexion and the degree of swelling suggested that there could be many who never made it to the morgue. However, she dared not voice this thought to the driver, who appeared to be rather timid. He might not be able to bear such a revelation. Moreover, he might not even believe her, perhaps labeling her as mad. Sheng Shui had no desire to be subjected to such judgment. Could it be that all of this stemmed from the app? After spending a considerable amount of time in the instance, could the elements within it also manifest in the realm of reality? Otherwise, how could she explain the bizarre occurrences she had never encountered throughout the years? Please, enough already. Is there no end to this? Can one not be granted a moment to breathe? Upon realizing that Li Mengya was in a state of great urgency to find her, Sheng Shui began to harbor doubts that the circumstances surrounding Li Mengya might be akin to her own. Thus, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, the vehicle swiftly arrived at the villa. As Sheng Shui alighted and promptly dialed Li Mengya's number, it was not long before Li Mengya, bearing the unmistakable marks of exhaustion with her pronounced dark circles, appeared at the entrance. Boss, you've arrived. Why do you look as if you've been through the ringer? Of course, Li Mengya had not been through anything of the sort. With a furrowed brow, she replied, "Let us go inside and talk." The outside was indeed not conducive for conversation, and Sheng Shui refrained from further comments, following Li Mengya into the villa. As they entered, Sheng Shui couldn't help but ponder that, after all, Li Mengya was the daughter of Li Jianguo, a super-rich heiress residing in a villa. One could only imagine the treasures and ancient artworks hidden within. However, upon stepping inside, the first thing that caught her eye in the grand foyer was an enormous peachwood sword. Suspended in the entryway, its symbolism was unmistakable. Sheng Shui found this rather peculiar, but chose to remain silent. Those who had been summoned by the copies often shunned such matters. The peachwood sword, known for its protective qualities, was, after all, quite normal. Comforting herself with this thought, Shang Shui followed Li Mingya into the hall. Now, she was truly taken aback, her eyes wide open. Sheng Shui could clearly observe that every corner was adorned with copper mirrors meant to ward off evil spirits, alongside an array of peace talismans and an abundance of garlic. Even the living room, perched atop the highest point, was a statue of the Jade Guanyin. These ostentatious decorations rendered the lavish villa a disjointed spectacle, resembling not a wealthy abode, but rather a suppressed house of horrors. Sheng Shui was utterly flabbergasted. How did your home end up like this? Since their last meeting, merely 3 days had elapsed in the realm of reality. Yet a whirlwind of events had transpired. My friend, allow me to recount the tale. Li Mingya beckoned Sheng Shui to take a seat on the sofa, inviting a leisurely conversation. Sheng Shui complied, only to find herself seated upon several protective talismans and sheets of paper. Li Mingya, undeterred by the peculiarities surrounding her, began to unfold the happenings of the past 2 days. Ever since the village instance had emerged, she had sensed an unsettling aura enveloping her. I've always possessed an uncanny intuition since childhood. Although I was occupied with friends that day, an inexplicable feeling of being watched lingered. Her expression was one of bewilderment. That fateful night, she awoke abruptly to discover a ghostly figure clad in red standing at the foot of her bed, her long hair obscuring her face, rendering her visage terrifyingly indistinct. In that moment, I was paralyzed with fear and screamed. Curiously, the instant I screamed, she vanished. Upon hearing Li Mingya's account, Shang Shui questioned, "If this villa is indeed tainted, why have you not relocated? It would be far swifter to move than to endure this bizarre situation." "It is not that I am unwilling to leave," Li Mingya replied, her gaze piercing into Shang Shui's. "Our family has always held a deep reverence for superstition. As you know, the wealthier individuals often seek out masters for guidance, and we too have a remarkably gifted master." Enough of that, Shang Shui thought to herself. This is merely a charlatan masquerading under the guise of a master. However, adhering to the principles of respecting others' wishes, Shang Shui refrained from voicing her objections. "After I shared this matter with my parents, they consulted a master who predicted that I must not move away from this villa. Otherwise, I would incur the wrath of a female ghost, resulting in imminent calamity." "Then why do you still have such pronounced dark circles under your eyes?" Shang Shui's focus was rather peculiar. "I am terrified." Li Mingya expressed her grievances. "I fear she might strangle me in the dead of night." "Well," Shang Shui replied with understanding, and then recalled something of utmost importance. "What does this have to do with you calling me here?" She had initially thought Li Mingya needed her assistance or had something to give her, yet now the conversation had turned rather dry. Since she already had a master to resolve her issues, Shang Shui found it perplexing. Was she merely summoned to provide a listening ear? Surely not. Who possesses such an overwhelming desire to confide? Had she not been astute, she might have easily succumbed to the predicament on her way here. Contemplating her own troublesome matters, Shang Shui felt even more weighed down. "What do you mean there is no connection?" Li Mingya seemed to be reminded by Shang Shui, suddenly lifting her head and staring intently at her. "You have something going on too." Her gaze was exceedingly earnest, reflecting Shang Shui's image clearly within it. The air seemed to still in that moment, enveloped in silence. After a while, Shang Shui finally responded, "What could I possibly have?" She had just exited the instance, and there was nothing particularly challenging about it. The only perplexing matter was why Qingyi's red veil had accompanied her. If one were to scrutinize what was unclear, it would likely pertain to the vehicle that had plummeted from the overpass earlier that day. Wait, Shang Shui's pupils constricted. Could it be? This was what the master had alluded to. Indeed, before Shang Shui could inquire further, Li Mingya's voice resonated. He mentioned that a friend of mine shares a similar plight. This friend is a recent acquaintance, a woman who has been immensely helpful to me. As I pondered, it could only be you. Although Li Mingya seemed unremarkable within the instance, in the realm of reality, she was undoubtedly a wealthy socialite, and gaining entry into her contact list required certain prerequisites. Thus, upon the master revealing the criteria, she immediately connected the description to the individual in question. Was it not Sheng Shui? Their circumstances were indeed comparable. Recalling the man's eerie, pale visage and his swollen physique, Sheng Shui retracted her dismissive attitude. It appeared that this master truly possessed remarkable abilities, perhaps akin to an ethereal sage. When would the master arrive? Contemplating this, Sheng Shui adopted a respectful demeanor, leaving one to believe she held profound reverence for this master. She smiled gently, lifting her chin to indicate Sheng Shui to look in that direction. Yes, coming down. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui turned to see a handsome man descending from the upper floor, adorned with a gracious smile. The master? Sheng Shui's voice rose in pitch. Him? Is this not Lu Chenran, the renowned fortune teller? Did she truly believe that both were jesting, with one among them being genuine? Chapter 36. New Challenges, the Spiritual Bus. Indeed, Li Mingya nodded, presuming that Sheng Shui underestimated the other's age. With a tone of earnestness, she remarked, Esteemed one must not judge a person by their appearance. Although this master appears youthful, their abilities are extraordinary. Her conviction was palpable, clearly expressing profound admiration for Lu Chenran. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui silently cast a glance at Li Mingya, remaining seated without any reaction. It seemed that Li Mingya remained oblivious to Lu Chenran's true identity. Master, this is the friend I mentioned. Could you discern any faults in her? Li Mingya, sensing Sheng Shui's lack of understanding, hastily sought to clarify, fearing the master might take offense. Lu Chenran nodded, his captivating, profound gaze directed at Sheng Shui. She returned his stare, and after a prolonged moment of mutual observation, Lu Chenran finally spoke. This lady. He cast a questioning glance towards Li Mingya and Sheng Shui. Sheng, Li Mingya, ever vigilant, promptly interjected Sheng Shui. Was it truly so unexpectedly revealed? What was more vexing was Lu Chenran's readiness to engage. Miss Sheng. His eyes sparkled with brightness. Is there anything I may assist you with? Whether it was merely Sheng Shui's imagination, she sensed a hint of amusement within his gaze. Did you not mention that I have friends with issues? Before Sheng Shui could utter another word, Li Mingya blinked in confusion. His eyes remained fixed upon Sheng Shui, as if he were searching for something peculiar about her. What are you looking at? The tone of Sheng Shui was ominous. If this narcissistic man dared to gaze again, she would not hesitate to deal with him as she had with the grotesque Xie Yiting. You exude a heavy aura of negativity. Typically, an ordinary person would not possess such an essence. Surprisingly, Lu Chenran's tone was exceedingly serious. Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences recently? Sheng Shui regarded him with a hint of skepticism, seemingly evaluating the authenticity of his inquiry. Evidently, she could discern nothing unusual. Yet today she indeed had witnessed the bizarre driver on the road. Could it be related to him? With this thought, Sheng Shui chose not to conceal any longer. Had the master mentioned by Li Mingya been someone else, she might have hesitated. However, Lu Chenran posed no such risk. He was also among those chosen by the app. On my way here today, a traffic accident occurred, but it was no mere coincidence. It felt as though it was directed at me. Organizing her thoughts, Sheng Shui recounted slowly. I inadvertently glimpsed his pale, bloated visage through the car window, akin to a corpse long deceased from a mortuary. It struck me as exceedingly strange, compelling me to instinctively halt the driver. The driver was terrified, and so was I. As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the room. Lu Chenran's gaze was fixed intently upon her, as if assessing the veracity of her statement through her expressions, or perhaps simply gazing deeply at her. His eyes were profoundly focused, as though he were observing an old friend, both familiar and cherished. At that moment, Sheng Shui was startled by the descriptions that surged within her mind. However, when she widened her eyes to continue observing, Lu Chenran had already shifted his gaze. Goodness! Li Mingya, who was momentarily befuddled by this revelation, finally reacted. Are the deceased able to traverse the path now? How terrifying! Furthermore, Sheng Shui had arrived in the morning. Neither of the two individuals in the room questioned her authenticity. All of them had experienced the dungeons and were well aware of the myriad phenomena that defy scientific explanation. If what you say is true, then indeed, you have encountered a malevolent force, and not just any ordinary one. Prolonged and inappropriate contact with spirits can deplete one's vital energy, leading to frequent encounters with such malevolence. Lu Chenran endeavored to convey to Sheng Shui in simple terms. Are you offering any form of tribute? Sheng Shui shook her head vigorously. She certainly could not be offering anything to spirits, as that would tarnish her moral standing. To be fair, she found Lu Chenran's words to possess a degree of credibility. After all, she had been immersed in the dungeons for so long. Wasn't that tantamount to prolonged contact with spirits? It was inevitable that her health would be affected in such circumstances. Upon reflection, Lu Chenran, as an expert in the dungeons, must possess extensive knowledge in this area. No fool could survive in the dungeons for so long. He must have a way to assist her. Otherwise, if this continued, wouldn't she be in grave danger when entering the dungeons in the future? How can I be freed from this? With these thoughts in mind, Sheng Shui's demeanor became considerably more earnest. Please do not rush. I have a question to ask you. Lu Chenran gestured for her to be patient. Go ahead. At that moment, you were on the second floor. How did you manage to escape? Lu Chenran's inquiry was laden with implication. Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly comprehended. Lu Chenran was referring to the ghostly old woman from the second floor and how she had managed to extricate herself from that predicament. The old woman ghost had ascended to the third floor corner, and Lu Chenran might have sensed something amiss, which led him to question how he had evaded the clutches of the ghostly figure. I had simply asked her if she would be willing to be my friend. At that time, she believed her demise was imminent. Had it not been for the sudden recollection of the item introduction provided by the app, she would not have posed that question. It is likely that the old woman ghost's decision to release her was significantly influenced by the spirit-taming Jade Rui. Is it truly that simple? Lu Chenran's eyes widened in perplexity. He recalled how he had seized Sheng Shui from the second floor, and she had anxiously inquired if he would be her friend. Indeed, it is that straightforward, Sheng Shui affirmed. The moment I asked it to be my friend, it ceased to harm me. Wait, what are you discussing? Li Mengya, who had been silent until now, finally seized a moment to interject. Lu Chenran replied, it is nothing. He turned back to Sheng Shui. Is it called the spirit-taming Jade Rui? Li Mengya responded with a pause. This can be taken as an acknowledgement. Lu Chenran's realization dawned. This is the essence of your item. It serves to house spirits, as long as certain specific conditions are met. A spirit can reside within this Jade Rui. By befriending that spirit, it naturally resides within your Rui now. Is that correct? Sheng Shui furrowed her brow. To be honest, she had indeed harbored such a suspicion earlier, yet she never imagined that this spirit would draw upon her vital energy. Suddenly, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunate that the 3 paper figures had been torn apart by someone. Otherwise, if one spirit had seized her, she feared she would be drained in no time. Inviting a spirit into one's abode recklessly can be perilous. Due to the limitations of the props, it might be unable to harm you directly. It could inadvertently cause you harm if a certain condition remains unmet. What condition? Sheng Shui hastily inquired. Lu Chenran uttered only 2 words. Offering. But how am I supposed to make an offering? Sheng Shui was utterly flabbergasted, even though she was not a genuine half-immortal. She understood that offerings necessitate one's birth date and time. This female ghost had been dead for countless years. Where is she to find such information? Therefore, you have but one course of action, Lu Chenran said, his deep gaze fixed upon her, imbued with a certain expression that Sheng Shui could not comprehend. Sheng Shui swallowed hard, an ominous premonition creeping over her. What course? Re-enter the dungeon. At this, Lu Chenran's lips curled into a faint smile. I happen to have a flyer for a dungeon. If you can successfully clear this dungeon, you may obtain the answers you seek. You could inquire about the ghost's birth details. Lu Chenran's voice was soothing and melodic, his gaze gentle, clearly in good spirits. In stark contrast, however, Sheng Shui felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Stars danced before her eyes, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Is it necessary to be so extreme without allowing anyone a moment to breathe? Speaking of which, at this thought, Sheng Shui trembled as she retrieved the 5 million yuan check from her pocket, her hands quivering like those of a cafeteria worker serving meals. Master, could you please take a look at this? Look at what? Could you see if this thing is cursed upon me? Otherwise, why would so many strange occurrences arise as soon as I brought it out? If not for this, I wouldn't have ventured into the Hu family's dungeon. I cannot discern. Just then, Li Meng'a interjected, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Lu Chenran. Master, you are truly incredible, managing to calculate even the dungeon. Could you help me predict what dungeon I will encounter next? With that, she eagerly bombarded Lu Chenran with questions. Upon returning home, Shang Shui still felt somewhat dazed, Lu Chenran's words echoing in her mind. He had requested a response within 2 days, and it was too late to ponder it further. After all, she had just emerged from the dungeon and felt the need to heal herself. Thus, despite knowing she must undertake this dungeon, she decided to postpone it for another day. After closing the door, she wearily entered the living room, intending to head straight to her bedroom, but was suddenly ensnared by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. How could one describe such a fragrance? It was irresistibly delightful, causing her fingers to twitch with anticipation and her mouth to water uncontrollably. Shang Shui had skipped breakfast and had no appetite to eat outside earlier. Now, she genuinely regretted it. The scent was simply divine. To what extent, one might ask? Much like the dishes previously prepared by the old woman ghost, she had walked with deliberate stealth, shrouded in the silence of her surroundings. The tantalizing aroma of her cooking was so exquisite that it led them to discern her presence just outside the door. Wait, the old woman ghost. At the thought of her, Shang Shui suddenly jolted. Hadn't the old woman ghost accompanied her when she ventured out? According to Lu Chenran, she resided within the enchanted jade pendant that governed spirits. Then what could this delightful fragrance be? Her gaze swept around the room, ultimately landing on the dining table not far from the entrance. There lay several dishes, each a feast for the senses, steaming and inviting. Beside them were a bowl of perfectly cooked rice and a pair of chopsticks. The presentation was not only visually appealing, but the aroma was so enticing that it stirred a yearning to sample the flavors within. Although Shang Shui attempted to dismiss the temptation, her cravings rebelled against her resolve. Compelled by her hunger, she found herself drawn toward the table, salivating at the sight. As she approached the table, she noticed the kitchen trash bin held an array of kitchen scraps, and the pot, once merely a decoration, bore signs of recent use. Yet, the sink and countertop were immaculately clean, as though someone had meticulously wiped down the surfaces after cooking. Shang Shui's eyes narrowed as she began to survey the entire space. Typically, she was not one to neglect cleanliness, but recent peculiar occurrences had left her with little time for tidying up. While her home was not filthy, it certainly did not exude an air of pristine cleanliness. But what was the situation now? The entire floor gleamed like a mirror, as if someone had meticulously mopped it clean and then polished it with a dry cloth. The blanket on the sofa had been washed and hung on the kitchen balcony. The whole house felt refreshingly new, its pristine cleanliness almost disorienting. Could it be that it was all the work of the diligent spirit? Realizing this, Shang Shui was filled with an unusual excitement, her eyes glistening with emotion. Who wouldn't desire a free housekeeper? One who requires no wages, no emotional appeasement, and cooks delicious meals. Such a virtuous spirit is a rare treasure indeed. This kind of friend was exactly what she needed. Suppressing her excitement, Shang Shui took a seat. Previously, during her mission, she had refrained from eating the meals prepared by the spirit, but now that she was in the real world and under the influence of the ghost-controlling jade, she felt completely at ease. The moment she tasted the food, her palate was delighted, and a look of satisfaction spread across her face, nodding fervently as she ate. Her excitement eclipsed all rational thought, and she swiftly picked up her phone to contact Lu Chenran. This was it. She was committed. For the sake of the virtuous spirit, she would go all out. All previous feelings of discontent, unhappiness, and discomfort vanished in an instant, replaced by pure joy. Ding! Lu Chenran, perhaps always attentive to his phone, responded almost immediately. He sent Shang Shui an invitation code. Without hesitation, she quickly selected the binding option on the app. However, after binding her account, she found herself staring at the task area's notifications, and her previously joyful expression gradually turned serious. In the city, there exists a peculiar bus known as the Spirit Bus. Regardless of the rain-soaked nights or the serene early hours, it traverses the urban landscape, arriving punctually at each designated stop. This bus serves as a conduit between the realm of the living and the afterlife. It is said that those harboring unfulfilled wishes can stand at the Ling Mountain bus stop at midnight to board it, witnessing passengers unseen in their daily lives. It is imperative to adhere to the passenger regulations while aboard, particularly to exercise caution around the passenger clad in red. As she gazed at the word Spirit Bus, Sheng Shui felt a thrill of trepidation. The bus was a veritable melting pot of souls, and she believed the specific mention of the red-clad passenger was far from superfluous. What manner of being was the passenger in red? What dangers lurked within the Spirit Bus during the witching hour? Moreover, what was the significance of the erased levels? Chapter 37. The Spirit Bus. This was not Sheng Shui's first encounter with a hidden level scenario. She had previously speculated that such scenarios might possess no upper limit to their levels. This implied that within this instance, multiple tiers of spirits could coexist. Should one avoid engaging with the higher tier entities, the scenario would unfold as a typical encounter. However, if one were to confront a high-level spirit, the difficulty of the scenario could escalate dramatically, potentially surpassing previous experiences by several magnitudes. Previously, during the village quest, Sheng Shui had not experienced such profound realizations. However, this time was markedly different. The name Spirit Bus immediately suggested that the number of souls aboard would be far from insignificant. No, that description lacks precision. It should rather be referred to as a multitude of spirits. Thus, the question arises, how can one navigate a bus teeming with apparitions without inciting the wrath of terrifying entities? Moreover, it is often the case that mere avoidance does not guarantee safety, as it is the spirits who may harbor the most malevolent intentions. They are, indeed, the ones most likely to provoke human interaction. Suddenly, Sheng Shui recalled the task prompt, which specifically warned her to be wary of passengers clad in red. Did this imply that individuals in red attire were particularly fearsome presences on the bus? If one were to provoke a passenger in red, would the stakes of the task escalate significantly? The Ling Mountain bus stop. One could only wonder what manner of place it would be. The information provided in the task prompt was rather scant. To truly comprehend everything, it would seem that one must delve into the mission itself. For now, the only course of action was to equip herself adequately. With this thought in mind, Sheng Shui adeptly accessed the trading zone, preparing to procure some supplies. The trading area maintained its usual eccentric ambience, where Sheng Shui exchanged several item cards with the familiar ghostly figure known as the Well Ghost. Among the items were a card that granted immunity to all supernatural attacks for 24 hours, a lightning strike card, a fear-dispelling card, and a truth-telling card. The names of these items were refreshingly novel, particularly the first and third. Nevertheless, Sheng Shui felt a sense of satisfaction. At present, apart from the third card, the effects of the other items appeared to be quite promising. In the realm of copies, one encounters a plethora of individuals weaving intricate tales of deceit. Yet, there exists a prop card of truth, capable of effectively sidestepping unnecessary detours. At this moment, the number of teammates remains uncertain. As Sheng Shui pondered these thoughts, she idly scrolled through the forum, hoping to stumble upon another trading post. With only a meager supply at hand, a sense of unease enveloped her. Acquiring additional items would undoubtedly provide her with some solace. With this in mind, she refreshed the page once more. It seemed that the internet connection was faltering, or perhaps there were other reasons, as the refreshing circle spun on her phone screen for quite some time before new posts gradually emerged. Sheng Shui's gaze fixated on the screen. Her initial indifference transformed into a growing seriousness as she beheld something that piqued her interest. The second newly refreshed post read, "Does anyone know about the Huai Mountain Theater? What's the food like there? Is it highly dangerous?" At first glance, there appeared to be nothing peculiar about the inquiry. However, as a recent university graduate, Sheng Shui remembered her own experiences of seeking advice on platforms when she received her job offer. The tone of this post was eerily reminiscent of a fresh recruit. Furthermore, the name Huai Mountain Theater bore an uncanny resemblance to the nomenclature typically found in copies. Perhaps it was indeed a copy. After all, They were all utilizing the lifespan termination app, since people were fervently striving to complete the copies. It stood to reason that the spirits within were equally determined to thwart their efforts. Could it be that the entities within the copies were akin to novice employees, seeking advice on the forum regarding a specific copy? Sheng Shui suddenly conceived a rather intriguing notion. The mere fact that she could access this ghost forum indicated that her true identity had not been discerned. Presently, she found herself quite perplexed by the spirit bus segment of the forum. Might she pose as a novice ghost and share her uncertainties within the threads? What if she encountered someone knowledgeable? A few insightful words could potentially be the key to her survival. As she pondered this, she clicked into a thread. 1L. It's manageable, but I advise the original poster to exercise caution. The entities here are exceedingly cunning. I once heard a fellow ghost mention that they hadn't seen it online for quite some time. 2L. This place is decent, though it requires some effort. Hunting within the theater is rather challenging. The ticket center outside is preferable. Don't ask me how I know. I used to linger there. Just as Sheng Shui read this, the page momentarily froze before refreshing to reveal a third comment. 3L. Wow. The esteemed ghost at 2L is quite experienced. Understood. It's evident that knowledgeable spirits are eager to assist with inquiries, much like 1L in this thread, who confirmed the segment's viability while subtly hinting that their fellow ghosts from the past may no longer be present. This conveyed two messages to her. 1, that the segment is perilous, and 2, that there are formidable challengers capable of hunting ghosts. Realizing she could glean valuable information here, Sheng Shui promptly ceased her delay and swiftly crafted a post. Are there any esteemed spirits familiar with the Lingshan platform spirit bus? How is it here? I've finally managed to arrive. In order to express the hardships faced by the working class, Sheng Shui deliberately added a final note. Initially, she reassured herself that the specter was yet to be seen. To alleviate her anxiety, she sought out various distractions, occasionally refreshing her mind with them. However, the view count nearly doubled compared to the daytime. Although she had anticipated this, Sheng Shui could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she was resilient like a cockroach. She firmly believed that circumstances were malleable. Within the confines of the game, there were no absolute dead ends, especially since a formidable ally was accompanying her, and she still possessed some useful items. Before being ensnared by this bizarre app, she had intended to stabilize her work first before searching for other opportunities. However, she never imagined that survival would become her greatest luxury. The thought of not seeing her parents before her demise filled her with sorrow. How had she wandered to such a melancholic place? Realizing her mood had dipped, Sheng Shui shook her head, casting aside these negative thoughts, extinguished her phone, and forced herself to close her eyes and drift into slumber. With this mindset, her dreams that night were all intertwined with spirits. At one moment, a ghost emerged from her phone screen, grinning, and declared, "I've found you." How could this be? Sheng Shui, filled with indignation, retorted, "Can you regurgitate the chicken you swallowed?" "Why not?" The ghost of the well, with a sinister gaze, stared at her. In Sheng Shui's astonished view, its neck elongated grotesquely, eventually resembling a serpent, as if it were about to expel something. Astonishingly, it indeed seemed poised to regurgitate all the chicken it had consumed. Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her, and before she could utter a word, she opened her eyes to behold the familiar ceiling. It turned out to be a dream. Upon realizing this, Sheng Shui stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then picked up her phone to open the app. As expected, there were still no messages. Unable to articulate whether it was disappointment or something else, she let out a soft sigh and then rolled out of bed to freshen up. Once outside, Sheng Shui discovered that her home was even more immaculate than it had been the previous afternoon. The gleaming floor tiles, under the sunlight, could almost serve as mirrors. On the table lay several plates of fresh, delectable vegetables, still steaming as if they had just been prepared. She had no idea how early the ghostly Annie had risen to cook. After washing up, Sheng Shui took a seat to eat. The moment the food touched her lips, she closed her eyes in sheer satisfaction. Some people are alive, yet they have already succumbed to a kind of death. Others have passed away, yet their essence lingers on. Sheng Shui had never grasped this saying as profoundly as she did now. This time, she truly comprehended its meaning. This society is in dire need of selfless spirits like Annie Ghost, who dedicate themselves to the service of the people. How delightful the meals are. How pristine the cleanliness. Shang Shui even began to wonder if Annie Ghost was reluctant to leave the mortal realm simply because she cherished cooking and cleaning too much. After all, there were peculiar spirits in the tale of the Hu residents. The young master who had transformed into an ugly ghost, stealthily crawling around the estate, merely to indulge in secret glances. Thus, it did not seem so far-fetched that a ghostly auntie might linger in the human world out of fondness for her culinary and cleaning duties. However, these are merely Shang Shui's own speculations, which remain unverified. The most pressing matter now is to prepare the essentials for the impending task. After finishing her meal, Shang Shui retreated to her room, initially intending to bring her hiking backpack. Yet, considering that she would be taking the bus, she pondered the possibility of it being overcrowded. The backpack was rather voluminous, and should she inadvertently bump into a peculiar passenger, there would be no solace for her tears. Thus, she opted against the hiking backpack, choosing instead to don a garment with ample pockets. This would suffice for storing her talismans and prop cards. As she placed the talismans inside, Shang Shui couldn't help but glance at them a few extra times. Wasn't it said that props lose their efficacy after a few uses? Since these had been acquired through exchange, she remained uncertain of their remaining utility. Nevertheless, she decided to take them along and test their worth. If they proved unhelpful, she would address that later. Thanks to her decision against the hiking backpack, Shang Shui swiftly gathered all her belongings. After some time spent idly watching television and reading novels, the afternoon arrived. Upon checking her phone, she discovered that there were still 17 hours until she would enter the instance. Calculating the time, she realized that her task would commence at 10 o'clock the following morning. Despite having calculated the time, Shang Shui remained undeterred and continued to peruse the communication area. Yet there remained no updates. Perhaps it was time to relinquish her hopes. Thus, she began to engage in gaming, seeking various means to pass the time. When fatigue overcame her, she succumbed to sleep. Her slumber was deep and dreamless, and upon awakening, she found it was already 9 in the morning. Seeing the time, Shang Shui felt a surge of panic. She hurriedly rose to prepare. There was still food left on the dining table, which she hastily consumed, and by then, time had already slipped away. As before, Shang Shui intended to enter the instance in her bedroom. After finishing her meal, she waited for a while before retreating to her room. It was already 9:40, with only 20 minutes remaining until her entry into the instance. She caressed her phone, intending to check for any updates in the task area. Upon entering, the page refreshed a few times, revealing 3 new messages. Shang Shui's eyes sparkled momentarily. 1L. The Ling Mountain bus station is still viable. Guarding the first abandoned bus stop there can yield remarkable results. Smirking emoji. 2L. That place is quite old. It's actually not bad here. However, if you board the bus, your food is likely to be snatched by the red-clothed ghosts, who are the local natives and rather domineering. Just exercise caution here. 3L. Additionally, if the prey passes through, you must answer their questions correctly. Failure to do so will incur certain penalties. Therefore, do not engage lightly. Initially, Shang Shui felt elated as she had acquired a clue. However, after reading further, her brows furrowed in concern. What did the first message imply? An abandoned bus stop? Were they not boarding at the Ling Mountain bus station? Why emphasize abandoned? Could there be 2 Ling Mountain bus stations and only one of them be genuine? Did this imply that before boarding the spirit bus, they needed to discern the authenticity of the bus station? This posed quite a dilemma. Clearly, not all ghosts possess the privilege of harassing ordinary passengers. Time meandered slowly, as if only a brief moment had passed when Shang Shui found herself nearly unable to open her eyes due to fatigue. When she finally managed to blink them open again, she stood amidst the night at the edge of a fog-laden road. The biting wind blew fiercely, rousing her senses, and she instinctively shrank her neck, peering intently at her surroundings. This road was peculiar, appearing to stretch through the wilderness, illuminated by a row of streetlights. Yet, the light seemed stifled by some unseen force, evoking an indescribable strangeness. There was not a soul in sight. After gazing for a considerable time, she faintly discerned what appeared to be a bus stop in the distance. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through her. Could it be the Ling Mountain bus stop? Chapter 38. The Spirit Bus 2, the first bus stop, held unusual significance. Though uncertain if this meant there were 2 Ling Mountain bus stops, it at least suggested that the stop harbored danger. In such a desolate area, with the streetlights shrouded in mist, it was curious that a stop could be constructed in a location just visible to her. Everything felt eerily coincidental. Moreover, where had her companions gone? While Sheng Shui was unaware of how many teammates might be present in this scenario, she knew that Lu Chunran would certainly be among them. Yet now, even Lu Chunran was absent from her side. Had she not yet been transported? Hesitant to move recklessly, Sheng Shui decided to remain in place for a while. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, still there was no sign of life. Could the transportation have gone awry? Just as doubts began to swirl in her mind about a possible mishap in the teleportation, faint lights flickered in the distance. The pallid light, though not overly bright, asserted its presence with remarkable intensity in the dim surroundings. Through the wintry haze, a snow-white vehicle approached from distance. Her vigilance surged to its zenith, apprehensive of the potential horrors that might emerge from the car. Fortunately, the vehicle appeared merely to be passing by, maintaining its speed without the slightest alteration, and soon it drove past. As she followed the path of the car, she noticed its headlights piercing through the night sky, and in that moment, she seemed to discern several shadowy figures at the originally foggy bus stop. Wait, figures? Realizing this, she took a few cautious steps forward, squinting to observe more closely, and indeed, there were several silhouettes. Due to the distance, she could not ascertain their genders, but it was evident there were 5 in total, including herself. Did this mean only 6 individuals had entered the instance? Could it be that her companions were gathered at the bus stop, with no one else around? Her hypothesis seemed plausible. Yet, no one could guarantee that this bus stop was not the perilous one spoken of in hushed tones. Thus, she remained in a state of uncertainty. The night was unbearably cold. She exhaled warmth into her palms, pressed her lips together, and realized that waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. After all, if the bus were to arrive and she had not reached the stop, it would not pause for her in the real world. The same likely applied to the instance. A strong premonition gripped her. If she failed to board the spectral bus, this night would undoubtedly culminate in a grim fate. With that thought, she resolved to act without delay and hastened toward the misty bus stop. It was evident that the bus stop was not far from where she stood. Within 2 or 3 minutes, she found herself standing before the signpost. As she approached, she finally discerned the silhouettes standing on the platform. The crowd was divided into 2 groups. Previously, the distance caused by the heavy snowfall had limited her view. Now that she was closer, she observed that the outer group consisted of a young woman with a red backpack, a middle-aged man wearing a hat, and an elderly lady seated by the roadside. Their positions were quite marginal, their features obscured by the night, preventing Sheng Shui from discerning their expressions. On the inner side, the scene was rather straightforward, with 5 pallid faces, 3 men and 2 women, one of whom was Lu Chunran. Instinctively, Sheng Shui moved closer to Lu Chunran and lowered her voice to inquire, "Did you arrive here by teleportation?" Lu Chunran nodded, his gaze lingering on her, his eyes betraying a palpable sympathy. Sheng Shui suggested, "Let us introduce ourselves." Just as she was at a loss for words with Lu Chunran, a middle-aged woman standing beside her spoke up. Sheng Shui noticed that the woman, while speaking, deliberately lowered her gaze and cast a wary glance at the 3 individuals on the periphery. A sudden unease gripped her as she discreetly surveyed the group, realizing that the 6 of them were consciously huddled together, while the 3 outsiders seemed engrossed in their own world. It felt as though they were not in a desolate wilderness, but rather in a 5-star scenic area. In this scenario, the consequences of not banding together were all too predictable. Sheng Shui found it hard to believe that the 3 individuals were so brazen. It seemed far more likely that they harbored some peculiarities. Reflecting on the mission prompt that indicated they would encounter unusual passengers at dawn, Sheng Shui felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She had thought that encounters would only occur in the vehicle, never realizing that they could also happen at the station. No wonder, upon her arrival, she noticed several teammates casting wary glances, evidently concerned about the potential arrival of another specter. My name is Li Xiaomei. The woman who had just signaled for introductions began. I run a charming guest house and am quite experienced in this realm. Dressed in an exquisite coat that spoke of her affluent background, Li Xiaomei's face was adorned with meticulous makeup. I am Linning, followed closely by a girl with curly hair, her lips pale, her gaze instinctively drawn to something distinctly abnormal, her demeanor visibly unstable. She refrained from disclosing her profession. And Sheng Shui speculated that she might be a newcomer who had recently faced a task, still grappling with the disorientation of her initial experiences. I am Zhang Wuqing, announced the burly man beside Lin Ying, a bald figure whose head gleamed like a light bulb. At this moment, he adjusted his leather jacket, and Sheng Shui noticed him rummaging in his inner pocket, seemingly confirming something. I am a driver, adept at discerning directions. I can typically remember paths I have traversed. This quality is indeed commendable, as the maps within the realm can often be quite intricate. Furthermore, given that the task was to be undertaken on a bus, it was highly likely they would need to navigate their way. With Zhang Guqing present, much of the concern regarding navigation would be alleviated. Li Xiaomei evidently shared this sentiment, nodding appreciatively at Zhang Guqing, clearly satisfied with his presence. Zhang Guqing observed the expressions of the group, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes. He seemed to revel in the adoration he received. The man beside Zhang Wuqing was unremarkable in appearance and lacked any significant presence. He merely introduced himself as Zhou Xingtai, offering no further information, much like Lin Ying. After a brief round of introductions, their gazes turned towards Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran, particularly focused on Sheng Shui. She had not been present from the beginning. It was unclear where she had emerged from, but it appeared that she possessed a more extensive knowledge of the area than the others. My surname is Wan, Sheng Shui stated, displaying remarkable patience in response to the group's puzzled expressions. My profession relates to the art of Xianhuang, so acquaintances tend to call me Wen Banzian. At the mention of Xianhuang, Lin Ying, who had been staring downwards with little reaction, suddenly lifted her head to regard Sheng Shui, her eyes filled with a palpable skepticism. Zhang Wuqing and Li Xiaomei also regarded her with suspicion, yet this group of companions exhibited a markedly superior quality compared to previous ones. As no one had yet resorted to mockery, Lu Chenran followed suit, adopting a similar title of fortune teller as Sheng Shui. Observing this, the remaining individuals, who had been able to suppress their odd expressions, exchanged glances. Sensing their demeanor, Sheng Shui harbored grave doubts that they thought her companions were of unsound mind. In truth, her suspicions were well-founded. Upon arriving at the bus station, the group had initially presumed they were alone. However, Lu Chenran had mentioned that another individual was yet to arrive. Given the abundance of teammates in the quest, they speculated that the missing person was Lu Chenran's companion. The introductions of these two individuals only served to confirm their earlier assumptions. Li Xiaomei and Zhang Guqing prided themselves on their extensive experience. Before Sheng Shui's arrival, these two elderly individuals had already acquainted themselves with one another. Thus, as they exchanged glances, a subtle disdain flickered in their eyes. Another pair of eccentric characters. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, the previously timid Lin Ying spoke up. Earlier, you mentioned that you were familiar with the dungeon. Do you know if there are any taboos on the bus? Lin Ying's trepidation was palpable, her voice dropping to a whisper at the mention of the bus. Li Xiaomei paused momentarily, then shook her head. I have not experienced that. Suddenly recalling something, she turned her gaze toward Zhang Wuqing, inquiring, Brother Zhang, do you know anything about it? Zhang Wuqing pondered for a moment, casting a serious glance at the others. I have never been there, but I did come across a post in the communication area where someone shared their experience. His voice was low, as if wary of unseen listeners, his expression grave as he recounted. He stated that upon entering the mission, they boarded a bus with a total of 8 people, yet only 4 disembarked. Initially, the others felt a sense of relief that Zhang Wuqing had knowledge of the bus, but their joy was short-lived as his next words drained the color from their faces. A 50% survival rate that is alarmingly low. Moreover, from Zhang Wuqing's remarks, It seemed that the primary objective of that dungeon was not even the bus, but rather a marketplace. Buses are merely a means of transportation, yet the rate of attrition is astonishingly high. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's wealth of experience, Li Xiaomei's demeanor became increasingly respectful and familiar. Since the original poster has survived, they must possess some wisdom. Has he shared in the post? You must trust Brother Zhang. Just as Li Xiaomei finished speaking, Shang Shui interjected. Brother Zhang is evidently an extraordinary individual, destined for success in any endeavor, even without seeing. He can deduce through description. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing regarded Shang Shui with renewed interest. Earlier, he perceived her as a mere pretender, one who relied on deceit. Now, he found her words to be sweet and undeniably true, and she appeared quite agreeable. People naturally relish flattery, and Zhang Guoqing was no exception. Shang Shui's remarks brought him great comfort, prompting him to divulge his honest thoughts. On the bus, there exist numerous diverse spirits. Their methods of killing often differ. If you encounter a single ghost, you might discern its nature. Yet, when faced with multiple spirits, a moment's inattention could lead you to violate one of their fatal conditions. His post elaborated on this in detail. Zhang Guoqing meticulously described that there are many taboos once one boards the bus. It is advisable to refrain from looking around or speaking carelessly. The already apprehensive crowd felt an added sense of trepidation upon hearing this. This task could prove exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, at this thought, Shang Shui discreetly glanced at the three individuals standing outside. Even before boarding the bus, they may have already encountered a peculiar passenger. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the dynamics will shift once the three step aboard, and what precisely their motives for violence might be. Shang Shui's gaze lingered for a protracted moment on the young woman with the crimson backpack. The mission briefing had cautioned them to be vigilant of passengers clad in red. The presence of this girl with the scarlet bag raised questions. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper significance? She observed the trio intently, lost in contemplation, when suddenly she felt a jolt in her brow. Fixating her gaze, she discovered that the three individuals were now looking back at her. The onlookers, who had been discreetly scrutinizing the trio, found themselves caught in the act. The young woman with the red backpack and the middle-aged man appeared entirely unremarkable. Yet the elderly lady struggled to rise from the ground, her gait unsteady and swaying like a duck. The comical nature of her movements seemed irrelevant to the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, the presence of something sinister loomed. What could this apparition possibly want? A sense of helplessness enveloped everyone's hearts. Greetings. The middle-aged man approached swiftly, almost like a gust of wind, as the crowd hesitated. Did you come here because of a notification? His voice was hushed, yet Shang Shui noticed a subtle glimmer of excitement lurking in his eyes. Notification? Shang Shui furrowed her brow, questioning the nature of this so-called notice. Chapter 39. The Spirit Communication Bus 3 Notification. Shang Shui slowly repeated the words, neither denying them nor affirming, but subtly inquiring, "Are you also?" Indeed, it seemed that the middle-aged man felt a catharsis of emotions. He touched the brim of his hat, his face etched with frustration and agitation. How could such a bizarre occurrence be possible? The hat he wore cast a long shadow, obscuring much of his cheeks. Whether it was fear or the heat, beads of sweat glistened on the side of his face, and he absent-mindedly fanned himself. Who could argue otherwise? Lu Xiaomei sighed and nodded. Her expression won a profound understanding. When did you receive this? As she spoke, her brow furrowed, and she sighed as if she too had received such news, her acting rivaling that of Shang Shui. Noticing this, Shang Shui slightly raised an eyebrow, pondering the hidden talents within the group. For days ago, the middle-aged man muttered, lowering his gaze and furrowing his brow. That day was indeed strange. I'm a property maintenance worker. In our community, things are usually quiet at night. That day, it was my turn to be on duty. I dozed off in the duty room, and in a haze, I was suddenly jolted awake by the ringing of the phone. I answered it, and on the other end was a woman's voice. She claimed to be a resident from the 24th floor, stating that her door was malfunctioning and wouldn't close, asking me to come up and take a look. Upon hearing this, Shang Shui speculated that the woman who had called must have been peculiar in some way. Perhaps she was the very reason the middle-aged man had come here. Before she could continue her conjectures, the middle-aged man resumed speaking, although I felt a tinge of displeasure. It was my duty, so I ascended the stairs with my repair kit. Yet upon reaching the 24th floor, I found myself utterly at a loss as to which resident I was to attend. From the hints the middle-aged man had previously divulged, the woman who had inexplicably called did not specify which room on the 24th floor. Logically, one would expect the middle-aged man to clarify this matter, but perhaps he was still somewhat dazed from slumber and failed to inquire. "What did you do then?" Zhang Guqing interjected. "Did you go back downstairs to make a call?" Upon hearing Zhang Guqing's words, the middle-aged man lifted his gaze to meet his, terror evident in his eyes. "No, I did not descend. I found it too cumbersome to go down, so I decided to take a turn instead." The middle-aged man swallowed hard. I reasoned that if the door were indeed malfunctioning, the resident would likely be waiting for me right outside. I thought I could simply circle around and locate them. However, after my circuit, I discovered no doors ajar. All their doors appeared perfectly normal. Just as I was about to knock and inquire one by one, the peculiar incident occurred. "What kind of incident?" Sheng Shui inquired, displaying profound sympathy. The middle-aged man, evidently gratified, felt his previously tumultuous heartbeat gradually stabilize. I heard the sound of a bus. Why did I instinctively think it was a bus stop? Due to my daily commute via bus, the sound of a bus halting at the stop is profoundly familiar to me. I swear, I did not mishear it at that moment. However, why on earth would there be the sound of a bus on the 24th floor? I can only suspect that I am too fatigued and hallucinating. At this juncture, the middle-aged man's expression was particularly resolute. Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals, including Sheng Shui, exchanged glances, realizing that the middle-aged man had mentioned a bus. Did he encounter a bus while on the 24th floor? Could it be that this bus possessed such uncanny abilities as to ascend to the 24th floor? What role did the woman who called the property maintenance worker play in this scenario? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, I was in luck. There were few people using the elevator at night, and it conveniently stopped at my floor. I stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, and felt a sense of reassurance as the doors slowly closed. However, within Sheng Shui's heart, anxiety gnawed at her. Typically, the most harrowing incidents occur within elevators. Based on her years of watching horror films, she knew that when the protagonist believes they are safe, they are often swiftly confronted by danger. Moreover, in the precarious confines of an elevator, something must have transpired with the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to such a place in the dead of night. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she inadvertently cast a glance at the hat worn by the middle-aged man. Maintenance workers generally dislike having their line of sight obstructed, and over time, they develop a habit of ensuring clear visibility in their daily lives. The middle-aged man's hat, with its brim, could indeed impede his vision. Was this merely a coincidence? As if to validate Sheng Shui's thoughts, the middle-aged man suddenly became agitated once more, just when I believed nothing of consequence was happening. My phone in my pocket emitted a sudden ring. Imagine, in the stillness of a late night, enclosed elevator, where one's nerves are already taut, the unexpected sound of a phone ringing reverberates. This scene alone is enough to evoke terror. I was taken aback. Never had I found the sound of my phone so frightful, and I hastily answered the call. Initially, I presumed it was someone else, yet to my astonishment, it was. At this juncture, the middle-aged man's body trembled uncontrollably, as though he were recalling a profoundly horrifying experience. Zhang Wuqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly reassured him. "Brother, whatever has transpired is now in the past." Who was on the line? Seemingly comforted by Zhang Wuqing's words, the middle-aged man anxiously lifted his gaze towards him. It was the voice of that woman from earlier. She questioned me over the phone, asking why I had not yet come to fix her door. She claimed her door would not close, presenting a significant danger. If something were to happen, I would be held accountable. At first glance, her words seemed innocuous. However, the pallor on the middle-aged man's face deepened. But the issue is the homeowners. We only have the property management's landline number. Yet the call made from the elevator was evidently to the middle-aged man's personal number. How did she acquire that information? And within such a brief span of time? All signs pointed to a singular, unsettling conclusion. The woman on the phone was not human. She was a spirit. The middle-aged man had been summoned by the ghost call. Naturally, I could not remain silent. I informed the homeowner that I had arrived on the 24th floor. It had not seen him. On the other end of the line, there followed a rustling sound, as if the individual were organizing something. Just when I thought the other party had ceased speaking, I heard a voice exclaim, "I found you." The middle-aged man looked up in terror, his eyes wide as if on the brink of collapse. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran exchanged a glance, while the others reacted in shock. The female ghost had audaciously declared that she had found him, yet the man was clearly inside the elevator, a confined space. How can anyone possibly enter? And how had the ghost located him? According to the man's account, the elevator doors had already closed. Thus, there was only one possibility. The ghost herself was in the elevator. Almost instantly upon this realization, the middle-aged man covered his face. His voice a blend of helplessness and despair. I was terrified by those words. In a flurry, I hung up the phone, thinking that severing communication might somehow alleviate the situation. Yet even after I cut the connection, the voice did not dissipate. The middle-aged man continued. It was then that I realized the sound was no longer emanating from the phone, but rather from above my head. Above my head, the voice of a woman speaking emanated from above the elevator, persisting even after the call was terminated. Sheng Shui felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the increasingly bewildered expression on the middle-aged man's face. And she was nearly certain he could not possibly be alive. According to his description, there must surely be a female ghost hovering above him, proclaiming that she had found him. Would the ghost spare anyone else in the elevator? Without robust tools or supernatural aids, this presence seemed almost insurmountable. Moreover, Sheng Shui discreetly glanced at the hat perched atop the middle-aged man's head. Initially intrigued by his choice of headwear, she was now almost convinced of its significance. There must be a fatal wound concealed beneath, a remnant left by the ghost that had taken his life. He had donned the hat to mask it, presumably to draw closer to them for some undisclosed reason. Sheng Shui surveyed the other two women, who wore expressions of sheer terror. They had initially allied themselves with the middle-aged man. Hence, their conjectures about this group were undoubtedly accurate. The three were indeed peculiar visitors. However, the nature of the notification they spoke of remained a mystery. Did it possess some extraordinary significance? And why had the middle-aged man chosen to share his tale? Was there a connection lurking within? When did you receive the notification? Lu Chenran evidently pondered the same question, his gaze surprisingly composed, as if he were oblivious to the truth that the man before them was no longer human. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally lifted his head, his expression no longer one of fear, but rather adorned with a peculiar smile. The morning after, everyone stood in stunned silence. Overcome by fear, I lost consciousness and awoke the following morning, only to find myself still within the confines of the elevator, a notification slip strewn beside me. This slip instructed me to arrive at the Lingshan bus station in the dead of night to recount a terrifying tale from my own experience, lest I face dire consequences. Could it be that to receive this notification, one must already be deceased? Furthermore, as I observed Sheng Shui pursing her lips, the middle-aged man concluded his harrowing tale. Recounting his own brush with death, his task was now complete. This implied that he could now shed his disguise. Typically, what does a ghost do upon shedding its facade? Surely, it is not an act of benevolence. Since you have spoken, dear elder brother, it is now my turn. Sheng Shui cast a sympathetic glance at the middle-aged man before embarking on her own chilling narrative. She began with the tale of Shirshi village, where the female ghost was a tragic figure, a woman whose life was taken by her husband, the village chief, who sought to borrow her life. Once alive, she perished upon the borrowing. Yet her deep-seated resentment bound her to the mortal realm, transforming her into a wailing specter who roamed the village each night. The villagers, gripped by terror, ceased to venture outside after dusk, hanging garlic and pasting talismans on their doors. Sheng Shui also articulated the ghost's final wish, revealing that her only desire was to see her child. At this, an elderly woman with peculiar legs began to weep uncontrollably. Her sobs were melodious yet eerie, at first sounding unearthly, as if a spirit were lamenting. Sheng Shue's expression turned blank, and she remarked, "Your story is truly captivating." The middle-aged man's countenance bore an unusual expression as he cast a glance at Sheng Shui, one that subtly hinted at resentment and malice. A stark contrast to the fearful and timid demeanor he had exhibited earlier. His tone was laced with barely contained fury. Yet Sheng Shui seemed oblivious to the derision and ill intent, sighing empathetically. How could it not be? She noticed that the man, who had initially poised his fingers atop the brim of his hat, now let them drop helplessly. Was he preparing to relinquish his self-restraint, only to be thwarted by his own hesitation? It appeared that these three individuals, at first glance, presented themselves as quite ordinary, but after recounting their tales, they would reveal a more unsettling nature. "I am but a wretched soul." As they pondered, a voice filled with self-pity broke the silence. The previously tearful elderly woman wiped her eyes, transitioning into storytelling mode. "My children are dutiful and accomplished. I toiled relentlessly to raise them. They have moved to the city, leaving me alone in the countryside. Unable to remain idle, I took to raising livestock." Her expression grew increasingly venomous, her tone sharpening. "Who has harmed my cattle and sheep? I am uneducated, and these animals are my livelihood." I rushed to inspect, only to behold a shadowy figure. I couldn't discern its face, but I noticed it feasting on my livestock in the hollow of the mountain. It was raw flesh. I advanced to scold it fiercely, for its appearance was so bizarre that I was rendered unconscious with fright. When I regained consciousness, it was night, and beside me lay a notice. Perhaps it is due to the old lady's lack of education that her narration is exceedingly succinct, brushing over everything with a mere stroke. Yet, if she is indeed uneducated, how then did she comprehend that notice? Moreover, as Sheng Shui observed the old lady's body tremble, it appeared as though her upper and lower halves were out of sync, as if they belonged to entirely disparate entities. The peculiar object in her mouth, her staggered gait, and the sight of cattle torn asunder flashed through Sheng Shui's mind. Perhaps the old lady's body was not a cohesive whole either. "Look, what is that?" Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, Lin Ying's voice pierced the air with terror, her gaze fixated ahead. The others quickly followed her line of sight. Chapter 40. The Spirit Calling Bus 4 before their eyes. A bus illuminated by an eerie pale light gradually emerged in the distance. Although it was quite far away, its intense and peculiar glow, coupled with its larger-than-usual form, allowed Lin Ying to detect its presence. It moved slowly, and, at this pace, it would likely reach the station shortly. "What is that?" a middle-aged man exclaimed, his expression filled with dread. As time passed, the full figure of the immense bus gradually came into view for the crowd. Its metallic surface resembled that of an old-fashioned train, with numerous rust patches adorning its front half. From a distance, it appeared akin to mottled stains of blood, and against the backdrop of its time-worn exterior, it was profoundly shocking. Uncertain whether it was the surrounding darkness or the peculiar glass of the bus, the passengers found it impossible to discern the nature of the entity behind the wheel. The two illuminated headlights loomed like colossal, ghostly lanterns, emitting a chilling white glow that sent shivers down one's spine. Staring for too long evoked a sense of horror, as though one were locking eyes with a terrifying presence. Originally gazing in that direction, Lu Xiaomei suddenly lowered her head upon realizing this unsettling truth. As the vehicle advanced, the strange, low rumbling grew ever closer, accompanied by a deep sound reminiscent of countless mournful wails emerging from the friction of its tires against the pavement. Moreover, Shang Shui observed that wherever this bus traveled, the nearby streetlights seemed to dim significantly, as if suppressed by some unseen force. It was a monstrous and terrifying behemoth. "Oh dear, why is the bus in this city so enormous?" Sheng Shui heard an elderly woman's discontented voice as the bus gradually came to a halt at the station. The woman's previously swaying body began to stabilize, her expression revealing an intense unwillingness as she glanced at the other 5 individuals, as if the benefits she had anticipated had slipped away. This led Sheng Shui to speculate that the conditions for the 3 vengeful spirits were perhaps to recount their own death experiences, mandating that the listeners reciprocate with equally harrowing tales. Should they fail to comply, they would transform into vengeful spirits, claiming the lives of their audience and spawning new tales of horror. Everything began to make sense. Yet, the reason behind the young woman with the red backpack's silence remained a mystery, rather than assuming she posed no threat. Sheng Shui felt it more likely that it simply wasn't her turn yet. In a narrative, the intricate connections are tightly woven, and Sheng Shui is incredulous that it is they who have altered the rules. Rather, it seems to stem from the terrifying nature of the girl with the red backpack, which can only be fully appreciated on the bus. The vehicle comes to a halt, and after a piercing and jarring sound of exhaust, the doors creak open slowly, revealing rusted metal that emits a disconcerting noise, causing the faces of the onlookers to pale. Yet, this is not the most horrifying aspect. From their current vantage point, only a small section of the entrance is visible. The interior is shrouded in an ominous black mist, obscuring any discernible objects within, as if the bus itself were a vessel of night. Oui, the elderly woman falters, her legs trembling uncontrollably, as the entire scene takes on an air of reluctance. Must we really go in? What do you think? The middle-aged man's mood is decidedly grim, and he retorts to the old woman's inquiry with a remark that is neither too harsh nor too gentle. Though the girl with the red backpack remains silent, she steps onto the bus, her figure swiftly enveloped by the darkness within, which remains an impenetrable void. At this moment, it becomes clear to everyone. The black mist inside the bus has the capacity to conceal all existence. It is highly probable that something profoundly terrifying lurks within. Yet, they cannot afford to remain outside. Following the girl with the red backpack, the middle-aged man in the hat steps in next, succeeded by the trembling elderly woman. As their silhouettes vanish into the bus, Sheng Shui grits her teeth and prepares to step aboard. The bus stop had a limited time for boarding, and she was anxious that if they did not hurry, the doors would soon close. At that moment, she felt something grasp her hand. Turning around, she saw that it was none other than Lu Chunran holding her. His expression was grave, a seriousness that the night could not conceal, indicating his own uncertainty regarding the mission. Noticing Sheng Shui's gaze, he lowered his voice and said, "It's hard to see inside. Once we enter, keep your head down and don't look around. We must hold on tightly to each other and stand against the wall of the bus." Clearly, Lu Chenran had heard Zhang Guoqing mention the ghostly figure that could ensnare and kill, which prompted his caution. He was also concerned about the dim lighting inside. If they did not hold on firmly, they might lose each other entirely. Sheng Shui nodded, about to remind him to be careful as well, when Li Xiaomei's voice called from behind, urging, "Hurry up, Miss Wen." Li Xiaomei's delicate brows furrowed with evident irritation, her tone laced with complaint. "The bus doors will close soon." The last part was whispered, yet Sheng Shui caught it. Taking a deep breath, she turned and boarded the bus, with Lu Chunran closely following in her footsteps. Their hands remained tightly intertwined. As they stepped inside, passing the driver's cabin, Sheng Shui could not resist sneaking glance. Through the foggy, old glass, she caught sight of a fragmented, distorted figure. It appeared as though it had been torn into countless pieces. Even its hands seemed stitched together, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. Uncertain whether it was the inky darkness or the viscous hue of blood that manifested in the shadows, Sheng Shui felt a slight tremor in her eyelids upon catching sight of the driver. She immediately averted her gaze, dutifully lowering her head. The prospect of locking eyes with the driver was one she fervently wished to avoid. With her eyes firmly fixed on the ground, she resolved to navigate towards the rear of the bus alongside Lu Chenran, relying on her memory of the bus's layout. Although her gaze was directed downward, she could discern that the arrangement at the front of this bus bore a striking resemblance to those in the realm of reality. As she passed the first row of seats, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of bare, wrinkled feet. These feet were exceedingly small and grotesque, their heels seemingly fused with their ankles. Sheng Shui recognized this peculiar sight, not due to its deformity, but because they belonged to a passenger with the traditional 3-inch golden lotus feet. Barefoot and possessing such minuscule feet, the owner was undoubtedly no contemporary woman. She was deceased. The thought of someone rising from the grave to catch a bus was utterly perplexing to Sheng Shui. After taking a few more steps, her gaze fell upon another pair of feet, this time clad in pure white sneakers, suggesting they belonged to a woman. However, the edges of the soles were marred by a substantial stain of blood, with a small puddle collecting around them, as if the liquid were seeping from the shoes. Sheng Shui focused intently on the ground, catching glimpses of the 2 rows of seats to her right, while it was evident that passengers occupied the left side as well. Yet, she dared not turn her head too swiftly, fearing the displeasure of these spectral inhabitants. Having traversed the narrow entrance of the vehicle, as they reached the spacious interior, Sheng Shui felt that Lu Chunran was gradually surpassing her, stepping ahead. The 2 of them groped their way to the area opposite the rear door, leaning against the back. Heads bowed, their gazes subdued. Moments ago, they had been oblivious to their surroundings, but now, having come to a halt, they sensed an unsettling chill within the vehicle, as if something intangible were rustling in the shadows. An inexplicable aura pervaded the atmosphere, causing their ears to instinctively feel blocked, reminiscent of a high-speed train traversing through a tunnel, necessitating a swallow to alleviate the discomfort. Just as Sheng Shui was swallowing hard, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon 2 pairs of shoes. One was a pair of exquisite low-heeled flats, the other a pair of athletic sneakers. The former belonged to Li Xiaomei, while the latter was Zhang Wuqing's. It appeared that these 2 were standing directly opposite them. However, the whereabouts of Zhou Shengtai and Lin Ying remained unknown. At that moment, Sheng Shui was startled by a sound that resonated with a piercing, unsettling vibration, akin to the eerie noise they had encountered when first opening the door. While they had found it strange outside, being ensconced within this bizarre, otherworldly bus made the sound all the more haunting and dreadful. The vehicle began to tremble, its interior filled with a disconcerting clatter of numerous loose components, rattling in sync with its shutters, interspersed with a woman's faint, mournful sobbing. The atmosphere was chilling, eerie, and profoundly ambiguous. I have yet to board the vehicle. I have yet to board the vehicle, as several individuals held their breath in anticipation. A frantic cry suddenly pierced the air from outside the vehicle, accompanied by the sound of desperate pounding on the door. Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to Lin Ying. Logically, the time they had lingered should have sufficed for her to board the bus. Otherwise, Li Xiaomei and Zhang Wuqing could not have reached them in such a short span. It was highly probable that Lin Ying had hesitated at the door, lost in contemplation, ultimately failing to take action. When the bus reached its designated maximum waiting time, the doors closed, leaving her abandoned outside. In her panic, she began to scream and pound on the door with fervor. Yet, it was too late. The vehicle gradually lurched into motion, swaying in a manner reminiscent of the real world. Yet no one aboard felt any sense of relief. Lin Ying's voice grew fainter. Nevertheless, as the bus departed, they distinctly heard her anguished cries. It appeared their earlier conjecture was indeed correct. Should one fail to board the ethereal bus, the consequences could be exceedingly dire. Lin Ying, having missed her chance, met her fate at the Ling Mountain bus station. As the vehicle set off, a voice announced, "Please remain seated and hold on tight." Next stop, Wuqing Massgrave. Passengers disembarking, please prepare. Just 2 minutes into the journey, a chilling and sharp female voice echoed within the bus, laden with malice that could no longer be concealed. Sheng Shui keenly sensed that, with the utterance of that voice, several figures rose from their seats. The amenities within this bus are exceedingly antiquated. Sheng Shui's certainty that a figure had risen from its seat stemmed from the creaking sound of the plastic chairs. She held her breath, listening intently. The heavy footsteps seemed to emanate from the rear section of the bus. The gait of the individual was peculiar, with nearly uninterrupted strides, resembling someone dragging their feet, accompanied by the unsettling sound of something crawling on the ground. To traverse from the front to the back of the vehicle required ascending a slight elevation. Sheng Shui heard the crawling sound thud as it fell. Then it ceased to move. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and in an instant, she shut her eyes, too fearful to even glance at her feet. According to Zhang Wuqing's mention of bus, the rules governing the spectral entities varied. The female ghost that had slain the shopkeeper during their encounter at the Happy Inn was a case in point. The rule for that apparition dictated that one must see its face. The crawling specter had come to a halt beside her, and Shang Shui feared that if she dared to open her eyes, she would soon behold a horrifying visage from beneath her feet. The sound of elbows scraping against the ground grew increasingly proximate, almost reaching her side. With gritted teeth, Shang Shui sensed an intensely chilling aura surrounding her. Though it did not physically contact her, its presence was inescapably palpable. The bus gradually decelerated, as if nearing its destination. Wuqing Cemetery has arrived. Passengers disembarking may do so from the rear door, echoed a chilling female voice as the bus came to a halt, accompanied by the sharp sound of the doors opening. Shang Shui sensed a brief pause in the presence beside her, and then, with the support of her elbow, she slowly withdrew. This must be its destination. Throughout the ordeal, Shang Shui kept her eyes firmly shut, harboring no desire to behold the visage of a ghost dwelling in a mass grave. This specter, despite its evident covetousness towards them, remained inert, undoubtedly bound by certain restrictions. Many of its kind lacked the qualifications to disturb passengers. With this thought, Shang Shui exhaled in relief, believing for the moment that she was safe. As if to affirm her contemplation, footsteps approached once more. This time the steps were slow, accompanied by the sound of branches scraping, reminiscent of walking with a cane. Who could it be? Just as Shang Shui strained to listen, a hoarse, morose voice whispered in her ear, "Can you help me with a favor?" Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. The voice was alarmingly close, as if spoken directly beside her. They were being watched. Chapter 41. The Spirit Communing Bus 5. Shang Shui felt the woman speaking was nearly within arm's reach. A mere turn of her head would bring her face to face with the specter. An icy aura enveloped her, carrying the damp scent of earth, an overwhelming stench of decay mixed with the pungency of soil. Shang Shui had no interest in discerning the source of such an odor. The terrifying presence of the ghost beside her rendered her body uncontrollably trembling. The vehicle is now in motion. Please hold on securely. The next stop is the skeleton apartment. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare to exit. The somber voice of the female specter was laced with an unmistakable mirth, as if she had stumbled upon a delightful revelation. Sh-ing-su, caught in an inappropriate moment of anticipation, fervently wished that it was not due to her presence. As if attuned to Sh-ing-su's unspoken thoughts, another voice emerged nearby. "Could you assist me with a favor?" This time, the proximity of the speaker felt even closer, sending a shiver of unease along Sh-ing-su's spine. She clenched her teeth, contemplating the feasibility of deploying the lightning strike item card at this moment. Being in such close quarters with the female, Ghost raised the alarming possibility of collateral damage if she were to activate the card. The notion of meeting her demise by lightning was simply too humiliating to bear. "Are you pretending not to hear me?" Just as Sh-ing-su's mind wandered into realms of fantasy, the ghost's voice cut through the air, dripping with frustration, as if it were squeezed from between clenched teeth. The specter appeared increasingly irate. Should she acquiesce or refuse? Sh-ing-su found herself ensnared in yet another round of internal conflict. The ghost had the potential to emerge as a formidable figure within this narrative, possessing a wealth of esoteric terminology that Sh-ing-su could not comprehend, enough to suggest that she held numerous hidden advantages. With this thought, Sh-ing-su focused her gaze inward, adopting the guise of a deaf-mute, striving to disregard the unsettling sounds encircling her. Skeleton apartment, we have arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please exit through the rear door. As the recorded announcement echoed, Sh-ing-su sensed the ghost beside her clench her teeth in exasperation, as if realizing that her scheme had been unveiled. Helplessly, the specter turned and departed. The faint rustling of branches on the ground gradually receded, indicating that this ghost had indeed left the scene. The carriage momentarily descended into a profound silence. Shang Shui inhaled deeply, cautiously prying one eye open just a sliver. Yet, she still dared not lift her gaze, steadfastly fixed upon the ground, where the shoes of Li Xiaomei and Zhang Wuqing remained within her line of sight. It appeared that nothing had altered since her last observation. Just as Shang Shui contemplated this, she was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps emanating from the entrance. The footsteps were chaotic, clearly indicating that more than one passenger had entered. She was not naive enough to assume that the incoming passengers would be ordinary individuals. However, there were certainly no fewer than 3. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and as Sheng Shui closed her eyes, she sensed multiple figures passing by her, before the noise gradually receded, seemingly retreating into the rear compartment of the bus. Noticing that no passengers lingered in their vicinity, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Sheng Shui even discerned the sound of Li Xiaomei and Zhang Guoqing releasing a sigh of relief. However, their respite was short-lived, for soon another set of footsteps approached. This time, the sound was sharp and crisp, as if the soles of the shoes were particularly hard. Moreover, it seemed as though something was being dragged behind, reminiscent of a passenger donning a lengthy garment trailing along the floor. Listening to this sound, Sheng Shui unbiddenly recalled the rubber raincoats she used to wear during her childhood on rainy days, which produced a similar swishing noise when dragged across the ground. This swishing sound quickly approached them, and Sheng Shui perceived it nearing the rear compartment, allowing her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yet at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. She distinctly heard the crisp sound of footsteps halt momentarily, only to grow louder, as if they were approaching them. What on earth was happening? Sheng Shui's heart nearly ceased to beat. Could it be that the ghost condition for murder lay in pondering its existence? That was utterly absurd. The ghost in the raincoat slowly drew nearer, and Sheng Shui felt a familiar chill creeping closer, reminiscent of the malevolent presence that had questioned her moments ago. However, it was evident that this ghost exuded a much colder and distinctly more terrifying aura. As she trembled uncontrollably, she sensed the voice gradually surpass her, positioning itself directly across from her. With her head bowed, she gazed at her feet. The passenger stood before her, and from her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of the ghost. The instant she discerned the hem of its garment, her breath quickened in panic. Fear gripped her entirely. In her line of sight, the ghost indeed trailed a length of fabric behind, resembling a glossy raincoat. The back of its raincoat dragged on the ground, the front wide open, complemented by rain boots that appeared to be a woman's size. Yet, this was not what terrified Sheng Shui the most. Her greatest fear was the ghost's attire was red, vividly red, in stark contrast to the black rain boots. It was glaringly apparent. The task prompt had clearly warned her to beware of passengers in red clothing. The quests were riddled with traps set specifically for members, and even the app had taken the precaution to issue warnings. Just how terrifying could this be? She could not fathom it, nor did she wish to experience it. Sheng Shui's scalp felt as though it might explode. Why on earth did such a horrifying presence have to stand directly across from her? Hadn't everyone just been heading towards the rear door? Within her line of sight, the figure in red stood beside Zhang Guoqing, whose robust thighs trembled uncontrollably. As an experienced player, he was acutely aware of the task prompts. The red-clad specter, specifically highlighted by the app, was now in close proximity to him. The psychological impact was undeniably profound. Could it be that Zhang Guoqing had committed some infraction when the ghost had passed by, thereby drawing her attention? The mere thought of this possibility made Sheng Shui inwardly chastise Zhang Guoqing. If anything were to befall her, she vowed she would not spare him, even in death. Sensing the intensity of Sheng Shui's trembling, Lu Chanran gently squeezed her hand, as if to provide comfort. His palm was notably broad and warm, and as he held her hand, she experienced an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Regardless of her previous impressions of Lu Chanran, her feelings toward him had shifted slightly. He proved to be quite dependable in a critical moment. While Lu Chanran's presence soothed Sheng Shui's distress, Zhang Guoqing was not so fortunate. Left to grapple with his mounting psychological turmoil alone. Before he could even begin to recover, the Red Spectre addressed him, "Sir." Her voice was indistinct, resembling a throat choked with phlegm, producing a creaking, viscous sound. Sheng Shui, ever vigilant, noticed that with the utterance of those words, Zhang Guoqing's legs trembled even more violently, akin to 2 strands of noodle. She bit her lip, now nearly certain that it was Zhang Guoqing who had provoked the red-clad ghost. She paused momentarily, shifting her feet slightly to increase the distance between herself and Zhang Guoqing. "Could you assist me with a request?" The lady in red began slowly. Zhang Wuqing exhibited no reaction, his legs trembling increasingly. Observing this, the lady in red hesitated, her aura seemingly growing colder, hinting at her discontent. "Sir, are you unwilling to help?" By the end of her question, her voice had taken on a chilling tone, suggesting an impending storm. The onlookers sensed an ominous premonition. If they continued to disregard the lady's plea, a horrifying event might soon unfold. One must never underestimate the lady in red's capabilities. All right, Zhang Guoqing stammered, his voice quivering pathetically. "What is it that we can assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to express your needs." Fearing that this task might be directed at him, he cleverly reframed the situation, substituting it for we. The astute Sheng Shui and others immediately discerned Zhang Guoqing's intent. What a cunning rogue he was. Not only had he provoked the lady in red, but he now deliberately implicated everyone else. Were it not for the presence of the lady in red, Sheng Shui would have been the first to pounce on Zhang Wuqing. Meanwhile, upon hearing his words, the lady in red's emotions gradually stabilized. She fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. After a pause, her unsettling voice emerged once more. "I cannot find my child. Can you help me locate my child?" As her voice faded, several individuals felt their phones vibrate momentarily in their pockets. Presumably, the task panel had been updated. The figure before them, a ghostly woman in red, was a unique passenger on the spiritual bus, capable of providing answers to its riders. Her request was simple yet heart-wrenching. She sought assistance in locating her child. However, the irony lay in the fact that, as a ghost, she was unable to find her own offspring. What hope did they have of aiding her? Moreover, the fate of her child remained shrouded in uncertainty. Was the child alive or deceased? When did her child vanish? While Sheng Shui pondered these questions, Lu Chenron's voice broke through the silence, inquiring about the child's gender. "It is a little girl," the ghost replied, her tone notably somber, laden with sorrow as she recounted her daughter's disappearance from their home. "Home?" Sheng Shui contemplated, pressing on with her inquiry. "Where is your residence?" Though she posed the question, her gaze hesitated, unwilling to meet the ghost's eyes for fear of provoking some dreadful consequence. Furthermore, no one could ascertain whether other spirits lurked nearby, observing them. She had no faith that the ghost in red would ensure their safety. The ghost promptly answered Sheng Shui's question. "My home is at the Three Trees apartment. My daughter went missing there." Almost as if in response to her words, an announcement echoed within the vehicle. "The vehicle is in motion. Please hold on tight. We are approaching our destination, Three Trees Community. Passengers intending to disembark, please prepare to exit." With that, the passengers could comprehend the gravity of their situation. They acquiesced to the request of the ghost in red, signifying that their next destination was the Three Trees Community. Their time remaining on the bus was fleeting, necessitating a prompt inquiry into other matters. Li Xiaomei was keenly aware of this urgency and swiftly inquired, "What are the characteristics of your daughter?" As her words fell, a rustling sound ensued, as though the ghost in red was rummaging through her raincoat pocket for something. "My daughter is quite mischievous. She adores watching animated shows and is particularly fond of saving money to purchase DVD collections of her favorite cartoons. This is her most cherished hair tie." The ghost's tone softened slightly when she spoke of her daughter, yet as she concluded, a hint of madness and anguish crept into her voice. "But I cannot find her. She has inexplicably disappeared. No matter how hard I search, she remains lost to me." Upon hearing the initial part of the ghost description, Sheng Shui and the others exchanged glances filled with dismay. A playful little girl, devoid of any distinctive reference. The affection for animated series was hardly unique for a child. It could be said that pursuing this thread to locate the ghost's daughter was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, confronted with the ghost's seemingly impending breakdown and the chilling aura enveloping her, the group felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At such a juncture, revealing to the ghost that these clues were insufficient to find her daughter could very well precipitate a violent incident. Yet, it was equally untenable to remain silent and ask nothing at all. The bus continued its journey, and ultimately, Zhang Guoqing, with a resolute demeanor, inquired, "What shall we do once we locate your daughter?" The ghostly woman in red replied, "Simply deliver this hair tied to my daughter. She will understand that I am waiting for her at our usual meeting place." Upon finishing her words, she handed Zhang Guoqing an object, which he received with trembling hands, barely managing to keep it from falling to the ground. After passing him the hair tie, the woman seemed to recall something and, with a tone of confirmation, added, "Once you find my daughter, if there are any issues, we shall reconvene here. I may embark on another bus line in search of her in 5 days." The implications of her words were crystal clear. As long as he delivered the hair tie to her daughter, the task would be deemed complete. Yet, to pose any inquiries, the task must be fulfilled within 5 days, and they must reunite on the bus. The thought of the terror that lurked on the bus sent a shiver down the spines of all present. The announcement echoed through the bus. "The community of 3 trees has arrived. Passengers wishing to disembark, please do so at the rear." Just as the announcement was made, the bus emitted a harsh screeching sound, an unsettling noise that grated on the eardrums, as if the chassis had scraped against something. This jarring sound persisted for considerable duration before the vehicle gradually slowed and came to a halt. The doors creaked open with a weary groan, allowing a wave of damp, fresh air to sweep in, making it distinctly clear where the entrance was. As the bus came to a halt, Shang Shui, no longer hesitating, swiftly grabbed Lu Chunran's hand and dashed down. Behind them, the sound of additional footsteps could be heard, unmistakably belonging to Li Xiaomei, Zhang Guoqing, and others. Upon exiting, Shang Shui realized that the bus had stopped at an inconspicuous intersection marked only by a sign reading 3 Trees Community. Surrounding her were Li Xiaomei, Zhang Guoqing, and Zhou Shangtai, while Lu Chunran stood close by her side. Shang Shui noticed that Zhang Guoqing was clutching a worn hair tie adorned with a cherry pendant, reminiscent of those favored by young girls. However, due to frequent handling, the edges of the cherry pendant had faded, revealing a white rim. This was evidently the hair tie handed to Zhang Guoqing by the woman in the red dress. Just as Shang Shui contemplated glancing back at the bus, she heard a soft gasp from Li Xiaomei. "What did you see?" Zhou Shangtai, who had remained largely silent, unexpectedly broke his silence, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaomei. She shook her head, raising her face to confront the group, her lips even curving into a forced smile, as if to convey that she was unscathed. "I just caught a glimpse of some passengers inside." It was evident that the passengers aboard the bus, aside from themselves, were not of the living. Those spirits must have been an eclectic assortment, and witnessing a frightful scene was hardly surprising. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding, while Zhou Shengtai regarded her with a skeptical gaze for a moment. Nevertheless, Li Xiaomei's fortitude allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Shang Shui keenly observed that when Zhou Shangtai averted his gaze, Li Xiaomei imperceptibly exhaled in relief. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at him with a trace of fear. Zhou Shangtai was their teammate. Logically, they were all human, so what was there to fear? Unless Zhou Shangtai was no longer the Zhou Shangtai they once knew. Li Xiaomei must have seen something on the bus, something pertaining to Zhou Shangtai. It was highly probable that it was concerning Zhou Shangtai's demise. If Zhou Shangtai truly perished on the bus, then who was this Zhou Shangtai accompanying them now? As Shang Shui pondered this, she slightly tilted her head to glance at Lu Chunran. Sensing her gaze, Lu Chunran met her eyes, and their shared look conveyed a multitude of unspoken concerns. However, if Zhou Shangtai had indeed transformed into someone unrecognizable, they could not afford to display their apprehension too overtly. None could predict whether Zhou Shangtai might suddenly turn hostile. "Let us hasten to find the location of the San Kushu community," they thought. Amidst the myriad thoughts of the group, only Zhang Guoqing maintained a serious demeanor, surveying the surroundings with evident intent. "Is there someone over there?" Zhou Shangtai suddenly inquired, squinting his eyes. The others were instantly alarmed and quickly turned their gazes. They beheld, approximately 10 meters ahead at the bus stop, 2 men and 2 women, dressed in dark attire that nearly melded with the night. Otherwise, they would not have just now noticed their presence. Yet, at such a moment, in this peculiar bus station, could these 4 individuals, like the 3 unusual passengers before, be apparitions as well? Who are these people? Zhang Guoqing clearly pondered this in his mind, murmuring to himself, his face etched with deep suspicion. Curiously, as if they had heard his unspoken thoughts, the four individuals seemed to have noticed them and approached with purposeful strides. Sheng Shui observed Zhang Guoqing's hand once again delving into his clothing pocket. Previously, at the Lingshan bus station, he had kept his hand in his bag, and now he was repeating this action. Sheng Shui speculated that he might possess some tools or cards concealed within his clothing. These were his trump cards and sources of reassurance, a habit he had cultivated to seek solace in uncertain situations. Since they had chosen to embark on this quest, they must have some objective in mind. The bus was fraught with peril, and according to the demands of the female ghost in red, even if they accomplished their mission, they would still need to board the bus to uncover the answers to their troubling questions. In the midst of their conversation, the four individuals had already reached them. It was evident that these four were wary of Zhang Guoqing and his companions, hesitant to draw too close, their gazes scanning for any signs of threat. Naturally, Sheng Shui and her group were also scrutinizing them. In her observation, two of the four were women, one with a cherubic face and the other sporting yellow hair. Both appeared rather unwell. Among the two men, one exuded an air of success, adorned with a gold ring, while the other was a carefree, curly-haired fellow who seemed quite intimate with the girl with yellow hair. They were likely a couple. "Who are you exactly?" Zhang Guoqing asked, his expression filled with caution. "We are all in the same situation," came a reply. The man adorned with a golden ring spoke, his expression grave. "We too have just disembarked from the spirit bus." The utterance of the words spirit bus prompted a shared glance among the group, almost confirming their identities. However, if they were indeed allies, why were they divided into two factions? Could they not unite? What was the nature of their commission? Zhang Guoqing, ever reliable in critical moments, posed a question that was both astute and subtly probing, casting doubt on the identities of the four individuals before him. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's inquiry, the quartet fell into a momentary stupor, until the girl with a doll-like face finally replied, "There is no client, only a woman clad in a red raincoat." She hesitated, seemingly fearful of uttering the remaining word. "In any case, our mission is to locate her daughter within the Three Trees community." The other three nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. At this, the members of Sheng Shui's group fell into silence. The words spoken by the four bore no apparent flaws. It appeared that this bus mission was predetermined. Regardless of which group boarded the bus, they were all tasked with aiding the spirit in red fulfill her wish. As dusk approached, the man with the golden ring tentatively suggested, "Shall we first ascertain the whereabouts of the Three Trees community?" Noticing Sheng Shui and her companions remained unresponsive, he pressed on. Sheng Shui cast her gaze downwards, observing his shadow, which was distinctly illuminated by the light. A sense of calm washed over her. Even if they were indeed spirits, at the very least, they were safe for the time being, and there was no immediate need to dwell on such concerns. Thus, the group heeded the suggestion of the man adorned with a golden ring and prepared to search for the Three Trees community. Along the way, the four individuals seemed to lower their guard against the travelers and introduce themselves. The man with the golden ring was named Jin Lei. The girl with the cherubic face was called Li Tong Tong. The blonde girl was Luo Yalan, and her boyfriend was Tang Zhe. Apart from Jin Lei, the others appeared somewhat inexperienced. Fortunately, although the area was quite remote, there was only one road beside the platform, and the group ventured into the narrow alley, gradually catching sight of its exit. It was at this moment that an eerie occurrence transpired. Just as the group stepped out of the alley, it felt as if they had crossed from darkness into a bustling street. The lively thoroughfare was lined with open shops, and people hurried by, with the sounds of bargaining echoing in the air. Everything appeared perfectly normal, if one were to disregard the fact that they were within a scenario. The individuals present were not easily deceived by this fade. Many turned to glance back, only to discover that the alley they had just exited had vanished into thin air. In its place stood an unremarkable, weathered wall, indistinguishable from the aged structures found throughout the city. If one were to insist on a distinction, it would be that this weathered wall bore a missing person notice. Wait. A missing person notice. Sheng Shui's gaze sharpened, and she instinctively stepped forward to examine it closely. The others, noticing her reaction, followed suit, drawn to inspect the wall. Indeed, Affixed to it was a faded, yellowed notice printed on luxurious glossy paper. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the edges of the missing person notice have curled and yellowed, while the ink has faded considerably from the incessant rain. Yet, fortunately, the text remains legible. Reward for finding the girl Lele. Below, a detailed account outlines the location and time of her disappearance, along with a description of her distinctive features, a large gray birthmark on her shoulder, when she went missing at the tender age of 8. The notice further provides the family's address and contact number. Adjacent to her name and age, several photographs of the missing girl are affixed. Due to the notice's weathered state, the girl's face is not entirely discernible, yet the cherry hair tie adorning her head is unmistakable. The parent's address, Three Trees Community, is clearly visible to all. What more could be unclear? This girl, named Lele, is the daughter of the ghost in the red dress who has gone missing. 116, Wanfong Street, Jean Lei murmured, reading the contents of the notice. That's the address of the Three Trees Community. Shall we go and take a look? It remains daytime, and they can venture forth. The others expressed no dissent, casually inquiring with a passerby before heading towards Wanfong Street. Along the way, most raised their gazes to observe their surroundings, while only Sheng Shui furrowed her brow in confusion. Based on the clothing depicted in the surveillance footage from the time of the girl's disappearance, the cherry hair tie should have vanished alongside her. Why then did this hair tie ultimately appear in the possession of the ghost in the red dress? What experiences transformed her into this haunting figure aboard the bus? Could it be that she ultimately found her daughter, and it was precisely because of this reunion that the malevolent individuals who had abducted her child caused her demise? The intense resentment she harbored before her death may have transformed her into a vengeful spirit clad in red. Is it possible that the hair tie, resembling a cherry blossom, was clutched in her hand at that moment? This scenario cannot be entirely dismissed. Just as Sheng Shui contemplated this, Zhang Guoqing's voice resonated. Sheng Shui, with her gaze lowered, did not raise her head immediately. However, she discerned a flicker of confusion and perplexity in Zhang Guoqing's eyes, as though he had encountered something bewildering. In a hurry, she lifted her gaze, only to find herself taken aback. The sign at the entrance clearly indicated number 116, Wanfong Street, yet it displayed not the Sankesha community, but rather the Ping and Hotel. The gilded characters had noticeably faded, suggesting that this establishment had seen better days. Could it be that, due to the passage of time, Sankeshu community had been transformed into Ping and Hotel? This possibility cannot be entirely ruled out. However, judging by the exterior of the Ping and Hotel, it appeared exceedingly dilapidated, with a layer of dust accumulated on the ground, giving the impression that it had been long uninhabited. Nevertheless, this was the only lead they had, and no one dared to suggest abandoning it. With solemn expressions, they ventured inside. Previously, while observing from outside, they had noted the thick layer of dust on the ground. Now, upon entering, they found the flower beds overrun with weeds, and the once vibrant greenery in the courtyard was suffocated beneath the rampant vegetation, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The exterior of these old buildings was equally worn, with the concrete walls exhibiting a yellowed and dim appearance. Was there truly anyone residing here? Li Dunton whispered. Her voice lowered, her eyes darting around in a state of alarm. It is merely a place where the female ghost left clues. If no one truly resides here, how could they possibly obtain any hints? A heavy silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, a peculiar sound of footsteps echoed through the air. They swiftly turned their heads to discover an old man entering through the doorway. Clad in tattered garments, his face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and a somber aura emanated from him. His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept across the group as if assessing them. Instinctively, they straightened up under his scrutinizing stare, resembling students confronted by a stern principal. "Are you the ones who reserved my room?" The old man spoke slowly, his voice gravelly and unsettling, as though it had been worn down by coarse stone. "Yes," replied Lu Chenran, her melodious voice cutting through the tension. "Come and collect the key," he commanded, striding forward with purpose. The group hastily followed in his wake. Sheng Shui trailed behind the old man, her mind swirling with profound confusion as she observed the surrounding architecture. This was undoubtedly a residential complex, so why did it now resemble the old man's private inn? What, indeed, was the true identity of this enigmatic figure? Chapter 43. The spirit communicating bus. The group dared not linger, eagerly trailing after the old man as he led them deeper inside. They arrived at a low staircase, ascending several flights until the old man paused before a door, fiddling with the key before finally unlocking it. He strode directly into the room, while the others exchanged uncertain glances before hesitantly following suit. Sheng Shui trailed behind, her brow perpetually furrowed. The reason was simple. The staircase was exceptionally low, and the floor along with the handrails was cloaked in dust, reminiscent of the dilapidated building she had been drawn into by the ominous end-of-life app. Both places exuded a similar air of age and desolation. The only living soul she had encountered was the elderly woman in the cerulean headscarf who had spoken to her then, and ultimately, her true identity had been revealed, confirming she was anything but human. Thus, this tattered old man before her could very well be something other than human. As they entered the room, the group passed through a lengthy, dimly lit entryway. The communal area of this antiquated complex was minimal, resulting in a surprisingly expansive private space. The layout of the apartment was peculiar. Upon entry, one was greeted by a long, shadowy corridor. The light bulb in the foyer, whether due to age or disrepair, emitted a faint, flickering glow, barely fulfilling its purpose in a feeble and languid manner. The atmosphere within the house was stifling, permeated by an inexplicable blend of dust and an unpleasant odor, compelling one to involuntarily sniffle, triggering the onset of nasal discomfort. Sheng Shui overheard Luo Yalan voicing her grievances to Tang Zhe. "Hush," Tang Zhe admonished, placing a finger against his lips, signaling his girlfriend to refrain from speaking out of turn. In truth, Sheng Shui was merely observing their exchange. In her line of sight, Luo Yalan stood precisely at the midpoint of the entrance hall. Above her, 3 nails were embedded into the wall, and the surrounding plaster appeared conspicuously whiter than that of the adjacent walls. Generally speaking, a wall adorned with photographs tends to appear more contemporary than an ordinary one, suggesting that a picture had likely been hung here previously. However, for reasons unknown, that picture has now been removed. The old man emerged from the first room upon entering, clutching a set of keys and coughing. He seemed anxious about exposing the scene within, deliberately positioning himself to shield it from prying eyes. After hastily closing the door behind him, he ensured that no one could glimpse inside. Observing the old man's reaction, Jean Lei was convinced that the room harbored significant clues, potentially crucial to their progress, prompting him to peer curiously. "What are you looking at?" The old man barked, his unusually large, yellowed eyes fixated on Jean Lei. His voice, raised and grating, was accompanied by an aggressive advance towards Jean Lei. The poor fellow, a man over 6 feet tall, was so startled that he stumbled backward, ultimately finding himself pressed against the wall of the entrance, with nowhere left to retreat. His complexion turned pale, and fear clouded his expression, a sentiment echoed by the others, who were also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The old man's reaction was excessively extreme. There must be something of utmost importance concealed within that room. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to investigate further, Sheng Shui thought. "Uncle, I didn't mean to," Jean Lei stammered, unable to meet the old man's fierce gaze. His countenance was so ghastly, with sunken cheeks and oversized eyes, that he resembled a specter draped in flesh. "You are not to look around without my permission from now on." The old man's demeanor did not improve despite Jean Lei's explanations. He menacingly warned, "If there's another occurrence, take your belongings and leave." Such audacity was truly astonishing, the onlookers mused. Yet, who could deny that this place was a pivotal clue within the instance? Jean Lei, understanding the situation, resigned himself to his misfortune. He readily admitted his fault and offered a few flattering words and assurances, which finally prompted the old man to relent. "Here are your room keys," he said, his earlier exertions seemingly having exhausted him, as his breath came out in ragged gasps. He huffed over to the table and tossed a bundle of keys onto its surface. "Allocate yourselves as you see fit, but do not damage anything within." Otherwise, you shall be liable for the cost of repairs. This was hardly surprising, as one must indeed compensate for damages. However, this was not the primary concern of the group. Their foremost worry was why this clearly designated Sanmu tree community had transformed into an inn. Yet, the old man's frightening expression and behavior had left everyone hesitant, and none dared to voice their queries. They decided to ponder over it later. Nevertheless, as an NPC within the instance, the old man might still divulge some forbidden knowledge. Thus, Zhang Guoqing paused for a moment and, with a forced smile, inquired, "Elder, are there any particular considerations for staying in the inn? Are you deaf?" The old man retorted with evident impatience, his tone irritable. "I have already stated, do not damage anything." Certainly, at this juncture, the old man seemed to recall something of great significance, his expression softening. "There is no need to wander about aimlessly at night. The other residents here are averse to noise." As he concluded, his voice became slightly distorted, rendering it somewhat unclear. However, the implications of his words caused the faces of those present to shift dramatically. What did he mean by the other residents? Were there indeed others here? Moreover, if noise at night was what they disliked, did that imply their presence only materialized after dusk? What manner of entities inhabited the realm of the night within this narrative? Each individual harbored a profound understanding. Exiting the old man's quarters, an air of apprehension enveloped the group. Zhang Guoqing held the key, scrutinizing the white tape affixed to it. He remarked, "Our rooms are on the 3rd floor." In this narrative, the 4th floor bore an ominous connotation, prompting a collective sigh of relief among them. At least for the moment, fortune in the realm of metaphysics appeared to favor them. They navigated the corridor, ascending the stairs. This aging apartment building bore the marks of time, each floor housing 5 rooms, with the hallways adorned with the whimsical scribbles of children, some painted, others chalked, each exuding an innocent charm. At the bend of the corridor lay remnants of peanut shells, sunflower seed husks, and the wrappers of confections, all remnants of youthful joy. Jean Lay emerged from the old man's room, visibly shaken. Yet, he was evidently accustomed to a life of comfort, and this was his first encounter with such a place. His eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Yet, not a soul uttered a word. After all, they had entered a residential area, and none could ascertain whether the inhabitants were observing them. Thus far, Sheng Shui felt no sense of surveillance. In this chaotic environment, she maintained a close proximity to Lu Chenran. For instance, while ascending the staircase, she endeavored to stay parallel to him. Unlike others who only focused ahead, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of intrigue. It proved true that caution yields rewards. As they approached the 3rd floor, Sheng Shui discovered a series of words scrawled in a crooked manner with a red watercolor pen. "Hee, I'm hiding here. Mommy can't see me." The handwriting was evidently that of a child, characterized by its messy strokes and varied sizes, with the word hide rendered phonetically. However, this message evoked a profound discomfort in Sheng Shui. She surveyed the cramped corridor, where everything appeared so dilapidated, and the staircase was not concealed from view. If the author of this sentence truly concealed themselves here, how could their mother possibly fail to find them? Unless this mother was unable to see her child. They had arrived. Jean Lay glanced at the floor number, confirming they were on the 3rd floor. "Let's allocate the rooms," Luo Yalan suggested, casting a glance at the few keys in Zhang Guoqing's hand. "I wish to share with him," she indicated, referring to her boyfriend, Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe remained silent, his gaze directed at Zhang Guoqing, clearly expressing no objection. "Very well." Zhang Guoqing did not hesitate. He casually a handful of keys and handed them to the young couple. These keys appeared equally worn, thus eliminating any issue of selection. Luo Yalan accepted them without a glance. "Who are the other two together?" Zhang Guoqing inquired again. "She and I." Shang Shui had just opened her mouth when Lu Chenran's voice interjected. The others exchanged knowing glances, for they had previously observed the two holding hands tightly on the bus, and now that they were to share a living space, it was likely their relationship mirrored that of Luo Yalan and Tang Zhe, both couples. Unbeknownst to Sheng Shui, she was deeply misunderstood by those around her. Had she been aware, she would have vehemently denied it. Seeing Sheng Shui bow her head in silent acquiescence and noting the implicit glances from others, Lu Chenran's lips involuntarily curved upward, his gaze imbued with a certain depth. With these two pairs setting the precedent, the others began to pair off as well. Li Xiaomei shared a room with Zhang Wuqing, Li Tongtong with Jin Lei, while Zhou Shengtai opted for a room of his own. Thus, the arrangement of rooms was concluded. The corridor had taken on a gray hue, with dust swirling in the light, evoking a haunting stillness reminiscent of the final moments of a horror film. The group indeed preferred to enter their rooms before dusk, as the elder had mentioned that the night's lodgers here were averse to noise. They aimed to familiarize themselves with the space beforehand to minimize disturbances after dark, not wishing to provoke the other guests upon their arrival. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran were assigned to room 302, the second room on the left side of the staircase. Upon reaching the door, they did not immediately enter, but instead lingered at the entrance, peering inside through the opening. The door here, for some inexplicable reason, lacks a peephole, possessing only a hole the size of one. Lu Chenran, being of taller stature, scrutinized the aperture, while Sheng Shui, somewhat shorter, surveyed her surroundings. As her gaze shifted upward to the door, she abruptly halted. She had previously noted that the door was not wrought iron, but rather crafted from wood. Strangely, beneath the wooden door, which was slightly lower in height, there appeared to be faint scratch marks. Sheng Shui, pondering this, slightly tilted her body to adjust her line of sight, crouching down to replicate the angle, ultimately arriving at a silent conclusion. These scratches bore a striking resemblance to those made by a child of diminutive stature standing at the threshold. This room, clearly rented from an elderly gentleman, should, in theory, be devoid of occupants. Why then would a child be clawing at the door? Recalling the graffiti in the stairwell and linking it to the scratches on the door, Sheng Shui felt increasingly troubled. She even hesitated to ascertain whether these scratches were unique to their door or prevalent on all doors within the building. Just imagine, in the dead of night, a small child standing at the entrance, sharp nails raking against the wooden door, producing a jarring sound. It was entirely possible that the child might even be murmuring or emitting a chilling, sinister giggle. The very thought was almost unbearable for Sheng Shui. Inside, Lu Chenran had surveyed the room and turned back, only to find Sheng Shui crouched on the floor, her expression grave. He said nothing, understanding that she might have uncovered something significant. He scanned the vicinity, noting that aside from themselves, everyone else had already entered their respective rooms, indicating that no one had witnessed the earlier incident. Lu Chenran no longer hesitated, using the key to unlock the door, and the two entered the house. The residence was spacious, and together they patrolled every corner of the rooms. Although there were 3 rooms, for the sake of safety, Lu Chenran and Sheng Shui decided to sleep in the same room. After all, in this scenario, survival was paramount, rendering all else insignificant. Sheng Shui recounted her earlier discovery at the door to Lu Chenran. No wonder, Lu Chenran nodded after listening, suddenly adding, no wonder what? Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback. When I reached the entrance of room 302, due to the angle and reflection, I noticed 4 narrow marks devoid of dust. However, there is a thick layer of dust accumulated everywhere, so it is illogical for any area to remain clean unless something has removed the dust presence. Yet, Sheng Shui was somewhat perplexed. Why 4 marks? Could it be that the little ghost has 4 legs? Or perhaps 2 little ghosts standing in line? That doesn't seem plausible, because Lu Chenran raised his gaze to her. These 4 marks are not footprints. They're the imprints left by a stool on the ground. This explanation struck Sheng Shui like a thunderclap, and in that instant, she comprehended the implications. This clarified why the peephole on the door had vanished, leaving only a hole the size of a peephole. Indeed, this wooden door had originally possessed a peephole, but it had been removed. Imagine, in the dead of night, a little ghost stealthily moving a stool down the corridor, setting it down by a door to peer inside through the hole, checking for any signs of life. If someone, no one knows what will happen. You see, Sheng Shui suddenly remarked that the sky outside had darkened. Lu Chenran looked up, and indeed, the sky was already shrouded in darkness. Thus, the residents within this building had appeared. Chapter 44. The spirit communicating bus ate the night descended rapidly, and both Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran unanimously decided against turning on the lights. The ghost, holding a stool, was confirming whether anyone was inside. If the space remained entirely dark, there might still be room for concealment, but if it were illuminated, everything would be laid bare. Seeking death in such a manner was hardly wise. Yet, gazing into the pitch-black void, Shang Shui felt compelled to take action. Moments later, she patted the peace talisman she had inserted into the opening, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Unexpectedly, it fit just right. "What is this?" Lu Chenran inquired. Furrowing his brow, his gaze fixed upon the object at the hole resembling a talisman pouch. Although he did not comprehend its nature, there was no trace of disdain in his demeanor. Shang Shui even noticed that he seemed to recognize its efficacy, as he did not intentionally move closer. Of course, she could not divulge the true origin of this item, for that would inevitably expose her extraordinary form. Thus, she solemnly fabricated a tale. "This is a peace talisman I acquired from a temple, capable of warding off evil and dispelling darkness. As long as it is placed here, the ghost will surely not dare to approach." No sooner had she spoken than she heard Lu Chenran emit a low, rumbling chuckle. However, seemingly apprehensive about undermining her confidence, he quickly composed his facial expression and glanced around, hoping for a positive outcome. "Let us proceed into the room," he suggested. Shang Shui nodded, and as they prepared to step inside, their ears unexpectedly caught a peculiar sound. It resembled someone bounding up the stairs, the noise growing increasingly closer until it reached their floor. Even upon arrival, it did not cease, sounding as though it were approaching from the left. In such moments, the presence in the corridor could hardly be that of a living person. Sheng Shui was certain that the gaunt old man would not engage in such morbid antics in the dead of night. It had to be the mischievous spirit that had left graffiti in the hallway and enjoyed peering through doorways while perched on a stool. Just as she contemplated this, the bouncing sound outside abruptly halted, seemingly vanishing into thin air. In the enveloping darkness, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over her, prompting an instinctive glance at Lu Chenran beside her. The playful spirit that had been frolicking outside. Where had it gone? This little voyeur was particularly fond of standing on a stool to peer through the peephole, checking if anyone was inside. The two immediately understood that the spirit was likely stationed at their doorstep, adjusting the stool to prepare for a glimpse through the peephole. The protective talisman must surely be effective, Shang Shui silently prayed, as she despised the sensation of being watched, especially by a ghostly entity. Suddenly, a sharp and eerie laughter echoed from outside. "Is anyone in there?" The abrupt tone of the child's voice was particularly somber and eerie. Though it emanated from a youthful source, the inflection was laced with a mischievous malice that sent shivers down one's spine, piercing enough to discomfort the eardrums. This stark sense of dissonance was profoundly unsettling, with the voice fluctuating from distant to near. At first, it seemed to emanate from just beyond the door. Yet upon closer scrutiny, it appeared as though it hovered right beside her. Sheng Shui felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, her breaths becoming conspicuously shallow. "Huh? Why has the peephole been obstructed? Surely someone is inside. Is it that you do not wish for me to see you?" Amidst the unnerving stillness, a clapping sound echoed from outside. "Hee hee, do we not agree upon this? You have broken the rules. You are a disobedient one. I already know you are in the room." The little specter outside seemed particularly delighted by the obstruction of the peephole, standing on a stool, clapping in glee, bouncing joyfully with each leap. If this were the real world, any mischievous child daring to make such ghostly noises in the dead of night would find themselves severely reprimanded. Yet now, Sheng Shui feared that the entity might unleash untold horrors upon her. "Let me see. Where are you?" The child's laughter, akin to the chime of wind bells, abruptly ceased, followed by a scratching sound at the door. The sharp, grating noise sent chills through her. The child's nail seemed unnaturally sharp, and Shang Shui could distinctly hear the sound of it being pried away. However, none of this was the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the child's subsequent words. "I am going to remove the peephole. I want to see you." With that, the chilling declaration hung ominously in the air. Shang Shui's nerves were taut to the breaking point. her fingers tightly clutching the lightning-striking prop card in her arms. She had resolved that the worst outcome would merely involve her utilizing this card. There was an alternative. At the very least, she would gain another friend who delighted in playing hide-and-seek with a cheerful laugh. In a state of numbness, she reminded herself that her purpose for entering this place was to inquire about the birth date of the red-clad female ghost. And she could conveniently pose the same question to this little spirit. It was all about efficiency and convenience. Ah, the pain. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a piercing scream erupted around her. Following that, a cacophony of sounds echoed as if the little ghost had toppled a stool meant for climbing. Woo-woo. Mommy. Someone is bullying me. Mommy. Outside, a shrill wail soon followed, and judging by the ruckus in tone, Shang Shui deduced that the mischievous spirit was likely a little boy. A boy was preferable. She had previously feared that this playful little ghost might be the daughter of the red-clad ghost. As long as it was not the daughter of the red-clad ghost, everything else could be managed. The boy ghost continued to wail, his cries fluctuating in proximity, suggesting he was rolling about in distress. Given the poor sound insulation of the old residential complex, Shang Shui barely had time to feel grateful that the protective talisman was effective before she began to worry about another matter. The old man had mentioned that the other residents in this building did not appreciate noise. This boy ghost's outcry, was it not a significant disturbance? Suddenly, a heavy footfall resonated from the upper floor. The owner of this heavy tread seemed to possess an imposing physique, causing the very floorboards to tremble with each step. Indeed, there appears to be a ghost above, a rather formidable one at that. This is likely the indigenous spirit the old man spoke of. However, the boy ghost, who faithfully descends each day to play hide and seek, must also be a native of this place, and thus remains unpunished. The heavy footsteps reverberating from above suggest that this native either resides on the 4th floor or higher. Yet, the precise location of the ghostly woman in red remains a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Shui surmised that these footsteps might belong to the boy ghost kin. As anticipated, the weighty steps halted at their doorstep, and the boy ghost soon emitted a piercing wail. Mama. Mama, my hand hurts. Mama. Almost instantaneously, upon the boy's utterance, even through a wooden door, the peephole was obscured. In that fleeting moment, both Shang Shui and Lu Chenran distinctly sensed the chilling gaze of an unseen presence upon them. It felt as though they were the prey of a predatory beast, marked and merely awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Shang Shui even felt her breath stilled in that instant. After a brief silence, the boy ghost's cries ceased, replaced by the sound of heavy footsteps accompanied by a light, bounding noise. The boy ghost had been soothed and departed with his mother. Yet, the discontent of the two spirits was palpable. No one knew whether making a sound might summon a more terrifying entity. Shang Shui was left with an unsettling intuition that the boy ghost was merely the prelude to something far more ominous. Just moments ago, the boy's mother, a formidable entity of considerable stature, exhibited immense power. Had she chosen to force her way through the door, Shang Shui believed that even the talisman would scarcely suffice. Only the lightning strike item card seemed adequate. However, she remained motionless. Rather than displaying kindness by refraining from troubling them, Shang Shui perceived it more as her being constrained by the rules. In this realm, the spirits harbored malevolent intentions toward humans. Perhaps the boy spirit's directive was to locate and eliminate individuals. Even obscuring the peephole was a violation of the rules in his domain. His mother, a restricted presence, was unable to act in the early stages of the scenario. This could be seen as a means of safeguarding the participants. It remains uncertain how long this protection would last, considering they had merely 5 days to complete their mission. When the day of restrictions removal arrives, those who have wronged the son of the female spirit may face dire consequences. Furthermore, if the resident female spirit in the upper floor is already so terrifying, what are the others? Or what about the boy's father? Meanwhile, in room 301, Zhang Wuqing and Li Xiaomei resided within its confines. Their features were shrouded in the nocturnal shadows, with Li Xiaomei clutching an item card, while Zhang Wuqing held a watch, both casting vigilant glances around them. As seasoned individuals, they possessed means of survival. Li Xiaomei wielded a burning item card capable of incinerating spirits. The watch in Zhang Guoqing's possession was no ordinary timepiece. It was a hard-earned artifact acquired through perilous trials in a previous scenario, serving not only to tell time, but also to seal a spirit for 3 minutes. One should not underestimate these 3 minutes. If they can locate it before the demon strikes, this brief span could afford them an abundance of time. Thus, it is indeed a highly valuable tool. Zhang Guoqing had been discreetly probing his pockets for it represents his greatest reliance. It is precisely because Zhang Guoqing possesses such a unique artifact that Li Xiaomei is particularly inclined to forge an alliance with him. Suddenly, a jarring, grating sound reverberated through the air, causing both individuals to widen their eyes and direct their gaze toward the source of the noise. Ever since they had entered this room, everything that had transpired could only be described as bizarre. They felt as if they had fallen into a secluded realm. The corridor outside was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any audible sounds. In stark contrast, the interior of the room was filled with piercing noises. The sounds resembled someone vigorously scraping wooden furniture with a knife. An unpleasantly sharp cacophony that instilled a sense of unease and trepidation within them. If it had been merely that, they might have managed to endure. However, what followed was even more peculiar. After the scraping of the furniture ceased, a knocking sound emerged. Typically, knocking is not an uncommon occurrence in such scenarios. But therein lies the conundrum. The sound did not emanate from outside, but rather from within the door itself, as though someone inside were desperately attempting to escape. Realization dawned upon them in an instant. There was a ghost in this room. They quickly retrieved their trump cards from their bags. In the face of life and death, no one wished to conceal their abilities, for survival was the sole objective. However, an odd occurrence transpired. Once the two of them revealed their trump cards, the sound that had been knocking from within ceased altogether. Yet, the door had never been opened, thus the source remained inside. Consequently, both individuals remained acutely vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Prior to the emergence of that sound, they had not heard anything for a full 5 minutes. But this time, they discerned it distinctly. The sound emanated from a bedroom. The door to the bedroom stood wide open, and it was shrouded in darkness, for the lights had not been turned on, rendering the furniture merely a vague silhouette. The thick darkness of the room evoked in Li Xiaomei memories of the ominous fog from the spirit bus, causing her complexion to darken. If it were indeed that sort of fog, who knows what dangers lay hidden within? I must investigate. As Li Xiaomei pondered her course of action, Zhang Guoqing momentarily faltered in his breathing and spoke softly. Li Xiaomei was taken aback by his willingness to assume this responsibility, leaving her momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she suggested, "Shall we go together?" The eerie sounds within the room hinted at high risk. She felt somewhat remiss at the thought of allowing Zhang Guoqing to enter alone. "No need," he replied. In the darkness, Li Xiaomei could not discern Zhang Guoqing's expression, but she sensed a stiffness in his tone, and he swiftly retreated 2 steps back. He hurriedly withdrew into the room and promptly locked the door behind him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Li Xiaomei in a state of utter shock, frozen in place for quite some time, unable to process the events. However, upon realizing something, her face turned ashen. Consider this. Since the peculiar occurrences began in the room, had Zhang Guoqing ever initiated a conversation with her? They had all remained silent, fearful of drawing the attention of some extraordinary presence. Yet just moments ago, he had unexpectedly spoken to her, expressing genuine concern by offering to search the room. Furthermore, his urgency was palpable. He had entered and locked the door behind him in a swift motion. What could possibly have compelled him to act with such haste? Was it a matter of reincarnation? Surely not. Thus, there could only be one possibility. Zhang Guoqing must have seen something that conveyed a message of safety within the room. The very thought sent shivers coursing through Li Xiaomei's body. If this were indeed the case, did it not imply that her current predicament was extraordinarily perilous? Her legs weakened, and just then, she heard the strange sound once more. This time, however, the noise was somewhat different, deep and muffled, reminiscent of a bare-elbowed person crawling across the ground. With a face filled with terror, Li Xiaomei lowered her gaze. By the moonlight, She discerned a pair of bluish-purple hands creeping towards her, gripping her feet with an unyielding grasp. Chapter 45. The Spirit Communing Bus. So, you are suggesting that Li Xiaomei quietly perished in the living room? In the lobby of the Peace Hotel, a group gathered around the flower bed, their expressions grave as they regarded the shaken Zhang Wuqing. As dawn broke, individuals trickled downstairs in small clusters to exchange thoughts and discuss the matters that lay ahead. Upon descending the stairs, the group soon realized that one among them was missing. After persistent inquiries, Zhang Wuqing, with a pallid countenance, reluctantly disclosed the grim truth. Li Xiaomei had met her demise in the living room on the very first night. Sheng Shui scrutinized Zhang Wuqing's expression, recalling her previous encounters with Li Xiaomei, a woman of considerable intellect and experience. She had believed that anyone daring enough to enter this realm must possess some form of leverage. What manner of terrifying scenario could result in the loss of an elder on the inaugural evening? Moreover, how was it that the tumultuous events between herself and Lu Chenran had not even been mentioned by Zhang Wuqing? Was it possible that their accommodations existed in a sense of isolation? Perhaps this place was divided into territories claimed by different spirits? Such a notion crossed Sheng Shui's mind, and with it a growing conviction. The sudden misfortune that befell Xiaomei weighed heavily on her heart. Had she not opted to investigate their quarters, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuqing's demeanor remained somber, his head bowed as he feigned a sigh of sorrow. The others immediately began to offer their condolences, each remark subtly implying that he had ventured into perilous territory with good intentions, unaware of the unfortunate coincidence that awaited. Yet, the very notion of coincidence provoked a bitter laugh within Sheng Shui. In this world, how could so many coincidences exist? Within the confines of this realm, there is no such thing as chance. The line between life and death is perilously thin. It was merely a matter of Li Xiaomei miscalculating her strategy, believing she had found an ally, when in truth, that ally was the abyss itself. Exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Chenran, they both understood the futility of further discourse on the matter. With Li Xiaomei's fate sealed, their foremost priority now lay in preserving their own lives. Neither of the two was inclined to engage in pretense with Zhang Wuqing, their eyes subtly shifting to gauge the reactions of others. At that moment, another figure came into Sheng Shui's view, the pale-faced Tang Zhe and the red-eyed Luo Yalan. Luo Yalan had drastically transformed from her appearance the previous day. Her dark circles were pronounced, and her eyes were swollen, clearly having wept recently. She bit her lip with all her might, yet the fear in her eyes betrayed her. What was she afraid of? A sense of foreboding gripped Sheng Shui. Could it be that she and Tang Zhe had also encountered something sinister in their room? Previously, a group had confronted a singular malevolent spirit, but now, was each room besieged by its own specter? What has happened to you? Just as Sheng Shui contemplated observing further, Lu Chenran broke the silence, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yalan and Tang Zhe. Upon realizing they were the focus of attention, their breathing grew rapid. Tang Zhe managed to maintain a semblance of dignity, perhaps due to his male pride. However, Luo Yalan burst into tears, exclaiming, "We encountered something terrifying last night. Are we going to perish here as well?" As she uttered the latter, she raised her eyes to the group, which reflected sheer despair and panic. Nearby, Jean Lei, who played the mediator, glanced at her with a flicker of concern, urging, "Do not be afraid. Speak freely about what transpired, and we shall devise a plan together. It is daytime in the dungeon, and the danger is minimal. This is our moment to gather clues." The old man guarding the peace and had coughed his way out early in the morning, which allowed them the audacity to discuss their plight. As if finding wisdom in Jean Lei's words, Luo Yalan ceased her tears, her gaze fixated on the ground with a somewhat vacant expression. Clearly, there was no issue at hand. Her tone was relatively light-hearted. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, just as we settled onto the bed, we suddenly heard a peculiar noise emanating from the living room." Her brows furrowed, and her eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment. Zizila. She possessed a remarkable talent for mimicry, her sounds evoking a vivid sense of immersion. "So, the two of you ventured out of the room to investigate?" Jean Lai prompted gently. "Indeed," Luo Yalan nodded. Upon reaching the living room, it was pitch dark due to the lights being off, rendering us unable to discern any issues. Even the strange noise had vanished, as if it were merely a figment of our imagination. How could it possibly be an illusion? Luo Yalin's tone grew increasingly fervent as she recounted. Just as we were scanning our surroundings, suddenly, the television before us flickered to life. It resembled an old, signal-less black and white set, the screen turning a murky gray, emitting the very same sound we had just heard in the room. Zazila, Zazila. At this juncture in her narrative, was there anyone still bewildered? It was likely that something bizarre resided within that television. Perhaps a ghost was lurking within its depths. It's all right, do not fear. I am here. Tangze seemed to sense his girlfriend's trepidation, wrapping his arm around Luo Yalin in a gesture of reassurance. Royal Lan found solace in Tangze's embrace. Yet Zhou Shangtai appeared eager to discern the unfolding narrative. He urged, what comes next? What does the television display? Pausing momentarily, he scoffed, surely, it cannot be mere static from the television that has rendered you both so frightened? Of course not, Royal Lan exclaimed, breaking free from Tangze's hold. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Shangtai. I saw it. I truly saw it. That was undoubtedly no ordinary television. Her voice was raised, prompting Jean Lei to attempt to soothe her. Lower your voice. What if someone hears? What did you see? Royal Lan's breath quickened, her eyes wide with terror, the whites tinged with vivid crimson veins. I saw a woman. Of course, one could ponder whether this was a residual effect from the alternate realm. Sheng Shui often tended to view matters in a more severe light. It was possible that these two individuals were no longer the Tangze and Royal Lan she once knew. However, this notion was unfounded, merely a fleeting thought in Sheng Shui's mind. Yet, her hand lingered perilously close to them. Tangze interjected, close enough, just a hair's breadth away. His lips appeared drained of color. I have a foreboding feeling that if we do not act today, by nightfall, her hand may very well graze our throats. At that point, whether the vengeful spirit from the television would ensnare one soul or two was beyond their capacity to speculate. Originally indifferent, Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened upon hearing Tangze's words, as he suddenly recalled the specter in his room. Last night, utilizing his keen eyesight, he had spotted the eerie green hand emerging from beneath the sofa before swiftly retreating into his room, narrowly escaping due to the presence of Li Xiaomei as bait. However, the haunting thought struck him that the green hand seemed to be advancing towards his room. If left unaddressed, it would soon reach the door. The memory of Li Xiaomei's tragic fate caused his breath to momentarily hitch, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sheng Shui recounted their experiences from the previous night, though she selectively omitted certain details, such as the protective talisman and the unwillingness of the child ghost to depart. Yet, they had not heard any cries from the child in the corridor, nor the sound of playful laughter ascending the stairs. Li Tongtong shook her head, her expression revealing confusion. Given the poor sound insulation, it seemed implausible that they wouldn't have heard a terrifying ghost child singing and bounding upstairs. Furthermore, they noted the absence of any noise from the large mother ghost of the boy as she descended. Why was this occurring? The group pondered in perplexity. Lu Chenron's countenance had been grim throughout, and as he surveyed the silent faces around him, he spoke with a detached tone. This is a ring-style instance. His voice was low, his narrative delivered with a businesslike matter-of-factness. Everyone's expression changed at his words, and Sheng Shui appeared utterly bewildered. What exactly is a ring dungeon? Is it truly as literal as it sounds? Brother, what is a ring dungeon? Do you have any experience? Please enlighten us. Zhang Guoqing and Jean Lei, both sweating nervously, forced smiles as they regarded Lu Chenran. They had never even entered such a dungeon, yet someone understood it. This was indeed fortuitous. It implied that the other party had undergone this type of experience and could provide them with valuable information. This was promising news. Even Tangze and Luo Yalin, who had previously looked pale, seemed to regain some color in their faces, although they were uncertain about the accuracy of Lu Chenron's statement. The keyword resonated remarkably well with the dungeon in question. Lu Chenran, indifferent to the puzzled expressions around him, noticed Sheng Shui's confusion, paused briefly, and continued to explain. We are engaged in a bus mission, Yet within the bus lies the task of finding the child of the woman in the red dress. Each room of the Peace Hotel harbors its own terrifying tale, which is also intertwined with our mission. He assessed the current situation, remarking that the peculiarities within the rooms were not yet particularly frightening, except for. At this point, Lu Chenran cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Guoqing. In summary, these spirits are currently bound by certain restrictions, but as time progresses, those limitations will inevitably diminish. Though 2 rooms remained unmentioned, it was evident that, based on the number of participants, only in Zhang Guoqing's room had there been a fatality, Li Xiaomei. This indicated that the spirits in his room were formidable, capable of claiming lives even under the considerable restrictions of the first day. Zhang Guoqing clearly contemplated this point, his face turning pale in an instant. What shall we do? Upon hearing that the restrictions on the ghost gradually diminish with the passage of time, Tang Zhe and Luo Yalan were immediately filled with trepidation. Are we to merely await our demise at the hands of the specter without seeking any clues? Tang Zhe's tone was despondent. We do not even know which floor the woman in red resides upon. However, it is evident that it is not the 3rd floor, for they currently inhabit that very level. Therefore, we must embark on a search. Sheng Shui took the lead in the conversation, casting her gaze upon each individual present. You did not hear the footsteps, but we did. The mother of the child, ghost, ascended the stairs. Thus, the ghost's dwelling must be above them. They can only find clues by going upstairs. At this, the group exchanged resolute glances, understanding the validity of Shang Shui's words. Futile delays would only squander their precious time for survival, and once the ghost's restricted abilities were restored, they would face a gruesome and horrifying slaughter. Li Xiaomei served as a cautionary tale. Where shall we go now? This question arose from the bewildered Li Tongtong, her doll-like face reflecting panic, which would undoubtedly evoke sympathy in real life. Yet, at this moment, everyone was preoccupied with the struggle for survival, paying no heed to one another's appearances. All eyes were fixed on Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran. The 4th floor, Lu Chenran stated succinctly, as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Despite having spent the previous night there, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity enveloped them. The daylight on the 3rd floor bore little resemblance to its appearance in the afternoon. Thick layers of dust accumulated on the ground danced freely in the air, prompting the crowd to tread lightly. They feared that any loud noise might evoke spirits, and they sought to avoid stirring up dust that could choke them. Thus, they cautiously approached the stairway leading to the 3rd floor. At the forefront were Jin Lei and Zhang Guoqing, while Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran brought up the rear. As the group neared the steps, a voice suddenly broke the silence, inquiring, "What is that?" Despite their hushed tones, the words echoed jarringly in the still atmosphere. Jin Lei and Zhang Guoqing jumped in surprise and lowered their gaze. There, amidst the thick dust on the staircase, lay an enormous footprint. How to describe this mark? It was as wide as the combined feet of 3 adult men. This width was certainly beyond the reach of any human, as was its astonishing length. Hence, the entity that had left this print was undoubtedly not of human origin. Recalling what Sheng Shui had just mentioned, the group speculated that this was likely the trace of the boy's ghostly mother. These spirits, indeed, resided above. With gritted teeth, the 2 resolved without hesitation to circumvent the colossal footprint and led the others up to the 4th floor. Upon reaching their destination, the sight of the corridor left everyone momentarily speechless. The elongated hallway was several times more oppressive than that of the 3rd floor, with dust accumulating to a substantial thickness. Conventionally, one would expect better lighting on higher floors. Yet here, it felt as though the opposite were true. Reflecting on the moment when the old man had ushered them into the room on the 1st floor, it seemed much brighter in comparison. Was it possible that this place was indeed inverted? Moreover, the dust and light before them were tolerable, yet the most terrifying aspect remained the doors on this floor. Within the gaze of the assembly, every door on the 4th floor was adorned with a myriad of designs crafted from red watercolor, similar to the graffiti on the staircase. Numerous stick figures were depicted, varying in size, with a childish and naive artistry, yet each stick figure bore a distinct form. For instance, the stick figure on the door before them was evidently seated, with an object resembling a television positioned in front, presenting the image of an individual engrossed in watching television. Conversely, on another door, a stick figure clutched a small square, seemingly preoccupied with it, its mouth turned downward in an expression of discontent. In front of the third door stood a stick figure suspended by its neck. Although the style was simplistic, a horizontal line on the rope appeared to symbolize the ceiling. The fourth door presented the most bizarre illustration, a hand protruding from a rectangular shape akin to a bed, devoid of any other features. On the fifth door, a large stick figure held the hand of a lively little stick figure, reflecting on the narratives of Shang Shui and Lu Chenran. The identity of the occupant behind the fifth door was all too evident. Thus, the depiction upon the door led Jean Lei to swallow hard. The original inhabitants of the room? The group nodded in unison. In the dim and eerie corridor, the sight of 5 doors plastered with red graffiti evoked a sense of dread within all present. "What shall we do now?" inquired Dongsha. He held in his arms a girlfriend whose demeanor had soured since the early hours of the morning, and both appeared to be in a dismal state. They dreaded the thought of retreat, for if they failed to uncover any leads, their chances of survival until dawn diminished significantly. Indeed, Jean Lei's eyes flickered with concern. "What shall we do now?" The group turned their gazes toward Lu Chenran and Shang Shui, who had seemingly become their pillars of support. "According to the sequence of our room numbers, we shall each enter to investigate and exchange clues." The current scenario was particularly vexing, and Lu Chenran's expression reflected the gravity of the situation. "Without corresponding intelligence, we shall refrain from exchanging information." As Lu Chenran spoke, Shang Shui's gaze occasionally drifted to Jean Lei and Li Tongtong. Odd occurrences had transpired in each of their rooms the previous night. It was illogical for the two of them to have experienced nothing amiss while choosing to withhold that information from the group. What could have transpired that led them to conceal the truth? Doubts surged within Shang Shui. Upon hearing Lu Chenran's words, the group voiced no objections. No one was willing to divulge the precious information they had salvaged at the cost of their lives to someone who could not offer equal value in return. It was precisely because of the perilous nature of their circumstances that information had become a valuable currency. They positioned themselves before the bizarre doors adorned with graffiti, standing in accordance with their room numbers. Shang Shui and Lu Chenran found themselves at the entrance of the door where a small blocky stick figure was being manipulated. Jean Lei and Li Tongtong appeared to be in front of the door, featuring a figure seemingly watching television, while Zhang Guoqing occupied a room with only a single bed, where a hand appeared to be lurking beneath. The door, suspended by a noose, belonged to Tang Zhe and Luo Yalan, while the room housing the formidable female ghost and the mischievous child belonged to Zhou Shengtai. The group stood resolutely at the threshold of their chosen rooms, silently rallying themselves. Before exchanging fleeting glances, then, almost in unison, they pushed open the doors. In that instant of entry, Shang Shui and Lu Chenran seemed to transcend into another realm. The oppressive gloom, dust, and darkness vanished the moment they stepped across the threshold. Instead, they were greeted by the warmest sunlight, radiant floor-to-ceiling windows, and furniture and drapery adorned in inviting hues. Even the floor was laid with beige tiles, reflecting the light under the sun, revealing the homeowner's fastidious nature. Everything that had existed in the corridor appeared to dissipate entirely upon their entrance, leaving only a room that was impeccably warm and pristine. Could such a cozy scene exist within the confines of this narrative? Clearly not. The dilapidated and aged structures were the norm, and where there was an anomaly, there surely lurked something sinister. Both newcomers sensed that this room was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a sharp click reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a camera shutter. The sound was startlingly clear and emanated from directly before them. Shang Shui, taken aback by the abrupt noise, instinctively turned towards its origin. Indeed, there stood a camera mounted on a tripod atop the coffee table directly opposite their entrance, previously overlooked amid their fascination with the room's overall charm. As soon as their gazes fell upon the camera, a sound reminiscent of printing echoed from it, and a photograph slowly emerged from the top, cascading to the ground beside them. How could the camera automatically develop a photograph? This bizarre scene rendered Shang Shui and Lu Chenran momentarily motionless. After a brief pause, Lu Chenran retrieved a pair of gloves from his bag and approached to pick up the photograph. Seeing this, Shang Shui hastily followed suit. Observing the gloves adorning Lu Chenran's hands, she surmised they were some sort of apparatus capable of obstructing prying eyes. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed Lu Chenran flipping the photograph over. Unsurprisingly, the image captured was indeed of them. It was a color photograph, the backdrop unmistakably that of the room they occupied, depicting the two of them standing in the living room, scanning their surroundings. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most chilling detail was that the individuals in the photograph appeared somewhat different from their present selves. In the image, Shang Shui bore 5 deep claw marks on her neck, visible to the bone, with a large pool of blood surrounding her. Meanwhile, Lu Chenran's chest was hollow, his heart was absent. Why was it like this? Shang Shui furrowed her brow. Lu Chenran scrutinized the photograph, his expression gradually turning grave. I have heard that certain spirits kill using supernatural cameras. The scenes depicted in the photographs are the very means by which they will claim lives. Would I be captured and killed? Shang Shui's composure faltered. In this photograph, her neck bore fatal claw marks, and Lu Chenran's heart was nowhere to be found. Lu Chenran remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the vibrant photograph. Suddenly, Shang Shui recalled the reason behind the stick figure drawn with red watercolor on the door, manipulating a small square. Given the artist's lackluster skills, this small square undoubtedly represented a camera. In this room, the specter wielded its lethal power through the camera. It was less a mere instrument of death and more a curse of the ghost haunting this space. Once captured by this camera's lens, the victims would bear an indelible mark. Realizing this, Shang Shui's expression darkened. The cozy room before them appeared unchanged, despite their prolonged presence. They remained oblivious to the ghost's whereabouts. Look, Lu Chenran suddenly spoke, gesturing toward the seemingly inconspicuous corner of the photograph. There, in the photograph's edge, a pair of pallid hands emerged. Through the slightly ajar doorway, hands appeared to be reaching out, as if preparing to step forth. Initially, the positioning of these hands was so marginal that they had overlooked them, mistaking it for the photo's edge exposure. Yet upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a pair of hands. This photograph revealed a third figure, or perhaps more accurately, the ghost that toyed with the camera, the original inhabitant of this room. What was most terrifying, however, was the positioning of these hands situated to the left of the two individuals. Shang Shui's heart tightened as she gripped the lightning strike prop card in her arms, directing her gaze towards the left room. To them, it still appeared as an ordinary door, yet it seemed to be ajar more than it had been in the photograph. The door had opened slightly, unnoticed by them until now. The specter they faced was particularly formidable. Shang Shui was certain that the ghost lay just beyond the door, or perhaps, to utter an even more chilling thought, it had already emerged. Yet, they were utterly unable to perceive it. This lack of visibility rendered them incapable of effectively utilizing their talismans or artifacts, leaving them powerless against the entity. Time was of the essence. If they continued to delay, the ghost would soon stand before them, ready to unleash its carnage. Just as Shang Shui found herself at a loss, Lu Chenran suddenly produced a talisman from his pocket and cast it towards the left door. The talisman flew unerringly in that direction, igniting spontaneously in midair. An eerie spectacle unfolded. The smoke from the burning talisman swept across the doorway, as if parting the veil that shrouded a bride's face, gradually revealing a silhouette before them. To be precise, it was a ghostly apparition. This was a tattered male spirit, with sunken cheeks that accentuated the size of his hollow eyes. However, his eye sockets were devoid of life, resembling two vast black voids in a skull. He moved at a slow pace, those cavernous orbs fixed intently upon the two of them. Although he appeared to be walking, his body was as if fragmented into countless pieces, each segment twisting in a rhythm and speed that varied from the others. Perhaps he had begun his advance the moment the camera shutter clicked. Now, he stood just outside the door, a mere 3 meters away. In stark contrast to the cozy room, his presence was chilling. While his pale fingers lurked nearby, their sharpness was all too evident. It seems that this camera serves as his eye. Once it has marked him, he possesses the innate ability to automatically track his prey. As Shang Shui's gaze shifted, she realized that the moment the true visage of the ghost materialized before them, the photograph in Lu Chenron's hand simultaneously became blurred, as if their future had become uncertain. She was suddenly filled with exhilaration. How could she have forgotten that a genuine master was by her side? Moments ago, she had been troubled by her inability to see a way to escape, but now, upon witnessing the apparition, her thoughts became lively again. The ghost's capabilities were indeed remarkable. If it could capture the deathly visage of those entering the room, might it not also reveal how the deceased had met their end? For instance, the daughter of the ghost in the red dress. After all, on the street they had exited, there was still a missing person notice affixed to the wall. Understanding the circumstances of the red dress ghost daughter's demise could potentially expedite their mission. With this thought in mind, Shang Shui gazed at the eerily shifting male ghost before her, feeling not a trace of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Was this truly a malevolent spirit seeking to torment them? No, it was evidently a benevolent ghost offering them clues. She took a bold step forward, significantly closing the distance between herself and the camera ghost. Lu Chenron was startled by her audacity. Not only him, but the camera ghost also appeared perplexed, its forward momentum momentarily halting. The camera ghost pondered, "Who, then, is the true specter here? Why is there someone advancing toward me? And why do I feel an ominous premonition?" It was supposed to be her who held the reins, instilling terror in those intruding humans, reducing them to a state of utter disarray. Yet, unexpectedly, she approached him instead. Just as the camera spirit contemplated this perplexity, he noticed Shang Shui taking another step closer. At that moment, he found himself utterly confounded. "Would you care to be my friend?" As the camera spirit grappled with his bewilderment, he suddenly heard the peculiar woman before him speak. He stared blankly with his hollow eye sockets, as if momentarily ensnared by an unseen force, and uncontrollably nodded in agreement. "Then please come inside." Upon witnessing his nod, Shang Shui's smile blossomed even brighter, akin to a hunter spotting a bountiful prey. As she retrieved the ghost-taming jade Rui from her attire, the camera spirit gradually vanished from sight. As Shang Shui felt the warmth of the jade for a fleeting moment, she let out a sigh of relief, finally having succeeded. Yet before she could fully exhale, she sensed the jade tremble briefly, followed by the sound of something unceremoniously tumbling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the camera spirit, who had just entered. Simultaneously, the long-absent anti-ghost emerged from the jade, hands on her hips. Her brows furrowed deeply, and her eyes bore a reproachful glare at Shang Shui, as if questioning her decision to allow yet another ghost inside. Shang Shui hastily clarified that her best friend remained the anti-ghost, while the camera spirit was merely her second-best friend. Meanwhile, the once cozy room began to fade, revealing an old, dusty abode before them. The camera on the shelf transitioned from pristine to covered in layers of dust. Upon realizing this, Shang Shui felt a weight lift from her heart as she picked up the camera that had been resting on the table. "Is this the ghost accompanying you?" At that moment, a soft voice echoed in Shang Shui's ear, belonging to Lu Chenron. Chapter 47. The Spirit Communicating Bus 11. Lu Chenron regarded Shang Shui with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, Shang Shui recalled Lu Chenron's earlier words. Prolonged and improper contact with spirits can diminish one's vital energy, leading to frequent encounters with malevolent forces. Indeed, Shang Shui felt no need to conceal the truth from Lu Chenron, especially since he had just witnessed the situation. However, the gravity of her precarious circumstances dawned on her. Although Lu Chenron was formidable within the realm of the narrative, success in such realms often hinged on experience and external aids. Who would ever disdain having more advantages? This was akin to resenting an abundance of wealth. The ghost-controlling Jade Rui was a rare artifact, and she could not dismiss the possibility of him harboring sinister intentions. With this thought, Shang Shui hastily covered her neck, her gaze fixed warily on Lu Chenron. His expression turned bemused at her scrutiny. "Are you really worried I might seize your artifact?" "Indeed," Shang Shui replied candidly. "Should I not be concerned? At present, your artifact harbors two spirits, both of whom have become your allies. How could I possibly be so reckless as to covet your possession?" Lu Ran sighed. Only harmless artifacts are at risk of being taken. Your item is something only a fool would attempt to steal. Implicitly, he conveyed that Sheng Shui's artifact was exceedingly perilous and not something to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui felt a surge of joy. She had previously harbored concerns that her rare props might be snatched away. Yet, upon hearing Lu Chenran's words, her worries dissipated, and a sense of pride began to swell within her. Indeed, the grandma ghost appears at all hours. If she were to discover that those nearby were not her own, what havoc might she unleash? The memory of the terror wrought by the grandma ghost in the attic still haunted Sheng Shui. Anyone who wishes to tempt fate is welcome to try and seize her belongings. Her grandma ghost and camera ghost were far from defenseless. Perhaps the expression on Sheng Shui's face was too overt, for Lu Chenran's sardonic voice soon echoed from the other side. If one ghost can ensnare you, and you can suffer misfortune even in daylight, now another approaches. You ought to contemplate this mission carefully. What are we waiting for? Sheng Shui replied, lifting the camera in her hand, the implication clear. Lu Ran certainly understood. Without further delay, the two swiftly exited the room. Meanwhile, in the last room, Tang Zhe and Luo Yalan were not faring any better. The events of the previous night had already left their spirits dampened. Thus, when they mustered the courage to push open the door, they hesitated at the threshold for what felt like an eternity before stepping inside. They had resolved to cling tightly to one another once they entered, but to their astonishment, upon crossing the threshold, it was as if they had plunged into a deep mire, and they lost consciousness in an instant. Perhaps a considerable time passed, or maybe it was merely a fleeting moment, before the two slowly regained their awareness. The room that unfolded before them was in a state of disrepair, cluttered with an abundance of furniture, yet it exuded an oddly cozy ambience. Strangely, they perceived themselves as significantly shorter, with the floor appearing alarmingly close, as though they were mere children. Luo Yalan, realizing this unsettling fact, felt a surge of panic and turned to her boyfriend, only to confirm that Tang Zhe indeed appeared diminished, standing at approximately 1.30 meters, an inexplicable sight. Could it be that height held a peculiar significance within this room? Yet, undeniably, witnessing Tang Zhe's shrunken form caused Luo Yalan's heart to race increasingly. Just as she was about to utter a word, a sound emanated from the left side of the room. They glanced toward the source, discovering it to be the kitchen of the house. The sound originated from within. It was a dull thud, rhythmically resonating, reminiscent of someone wielding a knife with force upon a chopping board. Intermittently, it was punctuated by sharp, cracking noises. Tang Zhe clenched his fist, inhaled deeply, and cast a reassuring glance at his equally frightened girlfriend. They harbored no illusions that the origin of the sound was human. Recalling the enormous stick figures and the bounding little matchstick man depicted on the door, their expressions turned grim. The most plausible scenario was that the one in the kitchen, chopping, was the formidable female ghost, and judging by the muffled sounds, it was highly likely she was butchering meat. In this long-neglected, secluded inn, what could possibly warrant a ghostly figure engaged in the act of meat preparation? And what, pray tell, was this meat? The two individuals stood frozen in place, hesitant to make any sudden movements. The door they had just pushed open had silently closed behind them, leaving them in the entrance hall, afraid to utter a single sound. What if the female ghost was drawn to noise? Both were inwardly lamenting their unfortunate luck. Their room's location coincidentally aligned with the one above. Observing others entering their respective rooms, they noticed that the stick figure hints indicated only one ghost inside. Yet here they were, confronted by two. Indeed, two ghosts. The thought caused Tang Zhe's breath to falter momentarily, prompting him to lower his gaze to the ground, a habitual gesture when he was deep in contemplation. If this room harbored two spirits, an imposing female ghost was in the kitchen chopping meat, then where was the other ghost, that mischievous little spirit? A faint sound, akin to the rustling of fabric, caught his attention. He instinctively turned to the small room on the right side of the entrance hall. To his astonishment, at the threshold where nothing had previously been, a diminutive figure had inexplicably materialized. The little boy before him bore a pallid, purplish complexion, clearly not that of a living person. One side of his lips was grotesquely ulcerated, revealing decayed flesh beneath, while his fingers, pale and ghastly, were lodged in his mouth. One eye stared at them with a lifeless yet malicious intensity, while the other socket was a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. His other eye had vanished without a trace. Due to their diminished height, they found themselves almost eye level with the ghostly child, resulting in a disconcerting direct gaze. Tang Ze was momentarily taken aback by the horrifying apparition, his breath catching in his throat. Luo Yalan, with her fragile psychological resilience, turned ashen on the verge of fainting. He, realizing he had revealed himself. The ghostly child giggled with a sinister laugh, his eyes glinting with greed and malice as he gazed at the two individuals of equal height before him. In a voice both eerie and unpleasant, he proposed, "Shall we play a game together?" As he spoke, he skipped excitedly around Tang Ze and Luo Yalan, seemingly exhilarated. "Let's search for my eyeball, shall we? If you find it, you win. If not, then I win." Tang Ze and Luo Yalan instinctively felt a deep-seated aversion to engaging in such a horrific game, especially one involving an eyeball. Yet, inexplicably, after the ghostly child darted away with his laughter, their bodies seemed to move of their own accord, leading them into the very room the child had just entered. Meanwhile, Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran hurried down the stairs. Although they moved swiftly, they deliberately suppressed the sound of their footsteps. If possible, she preferred to avoid encountering the old man altogether. Fortunately, their descent was uneventful, and they reached the ground floor safely. To their surprise, Zhang Wuqing was already waiting at the spot they had discussed that morning. Upon noticing their arrival, his expression visibly brightened, and he approached, exclaiming, "Finally, you've come down." His words suggested he had been waiting for quite some time. Sheng Shui frowned slightly and subtly probed, "Did you come down so quickly?" However, sensing their scrutinizing gazes, he cleared his throat and began recounting his own experiences. Upon his entrance, the moment he stepped through the threshold, the entire room was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, a void so profound that one could not discern their own fingers. Zhang Guoqing, still trembling with trepidation, recounted his experience with a tone imbued with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I was leaning against the wall. I groped around in an attempt to locate a switch, and by a stroke of luck, I found it and turned it on. Strangely enough, even after activating the switch, the illumination remained dim." According to his account, the light barely sufficed to reveal the layout of the room, rendering it impossible to perceive anything further. Yet, I perceived with remarkable clarity that the abode was eerily peculiar, for in the living room stood an enormous bed. Zhang Guoqing swallowed hard, while Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran exchanged glances, both recalling the ominous design upon the door that led into the room. Beneath that colossal bed, it appeared as though a hand was reaching out. They had initially assumed the bed belonged to a bedroom, unaware that it was situated in the living room. How could there be a bed in the living room? Such a notion was utterly irrational. It was indeed uncanny. Zhang Guoqing managed a faint smile, though his expression was too rigid to appear genuine. The instant I laid eyes on the bed, I was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation, as if I were being watched by something. Zhang Guoqing widened his eyes, gazing intently at the two. "I cannot quite articulate this feeling. In essence, it is a most mysterious sensation, one that tells me something is very close to me." Zhang Wuqing had an unwavering belief in his intuition. To be candid, the elderly characters in this narrative often rely on their instincts, which sometimes elude scientific explanation. As he leaned against the wall, contemplating a strategy while maintaining a safe distance from the imposing bed, he was suddenly startled by a sound reminiscent of scratching. Thanks to Li Xiaomei's previous experience, he was not at all unfamiliar with this noise. It was unmistakably the sound of something crawling towards the outside. At this juncture, Zhang Guoqing's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. He immediately realized that there might be someone beneath the bed, and that very person was currently inching their way outward. Clearly terrified by the unfolding events, Zhang Guoqing offered a bitter smile, confessing that due to Xiaomei's influence, he had developed a psychological shadow, prompting him to choose not to remain in the room any longer. In his final remarks, a hint of shame and relief crossed his features. Sheng Shui understood that Zhang Guoqing felt embarrassed by his own selfishness, yet simultaneously relieved that the door had been able to open at that moment. This also explained why he had been so quick to wait here. Fear had compelled him to linger in the room for only a brief period. Perhaps it was the daylight that allowed the hidden specter beneath the bed to refrain from seizing him, instead watching helplessly as he fled. Consequently, due to Zhang Guoqing's sudden escape, the clues they possessed regarding his room remained scant, merely noting that the living area contained a large bed, that entering the room would plunge one into darkness, and that the walls bore lamps. The door could be open, but at night, no one dared to confirm such a detail. Have you uncovered any clues in the room? Zhang Guoqing inquired, a wry smile gracing his lips as he recounted his experiences to Lu Chenran. We shall only ascertain that after we take another trip, Shang Shui replied, nodding thoughtfully. Suddenly recalling that Zhang Guoqing had previously mentioned being a driver, she continued, Wanfang Street is where they have been gathering information. Originally, Shang Shui intended to traverse the area multiple times in search of leads, but now that she had a ready source, she naturally turned to Zhang Guoqing. He nodded in affirmation. I can guide you. Follow my lead. With that, he pivoted and took the lead. Shang Shui and Lu Chenran hurriedly followed suit. Yet, at the very moment Zhang Guoqing turned, Shang Shui's gaze abruptly froze. Until that point, their conversation had been face-to-face, and she had perceived nothing amiss. However, as he turned, she seemed to discern a dark handprint on the side of his neck. The mark appeared as if it were a bruise, dark red with a tinge of black, standing out starkly against his yellowed skin. If memory served her correctly, Zhang Guoqing had not borne this mark earlier that morning. Thus, it could only have appeared upon his entry into the room. Yet he had clearly stated that he fled in haste due to fear. Subtly lifting her gaze to Lu Chenran, she noticed him glancing back at her. An unspoken understanding passed between them. What had caused Zhang Guoqing to bear this ominous handprint? Or had the true Zhang Guoqing never escaped at all? Who, then, was the figure before them, masquerading as Zhang Guoqing? What was the purpose behind this disguise? Shang Shui and Lu Chenran maintained their composure, trailing behind with an air of normalcy that betrayed no hint of suspicion. It was as if Zhang Guoqing, who led the way, was the epitome of normalcy. Throughout their journey, Zhang Guoqing exhibited no signs of doubt, and after a considerable time, they finally caught a glimpse of the previously weathered wall. They had arrived. The three halted before the wall, and Zhang Guoqing spoke. Shang Shui glanced at the wall, where the missing person notice still clung. She retrieved her camera and captured an image of the girl depicted on the notice. In Chapter 48, The Spirit Communicating Bus 12. At the moment the shutter clicked, a photograph slowly emerged from the bottom of the camera. As Shang Shui turned the photo over, her expression grew increasingly serious. Lu Chenran and Zhang Guoqing, noticing her demeanor, approached for a closer look. To their astonishment, the girl who had appeared charmingly normal on the missing person notice was transformed in the photograph into a corpse, her face pale and eyes tightly shut. Furthermore, this image seemed to depict the scene where the death had been discovered. The trio discerned a woman standing beside the girl's body. Her countenance, one of exquisite grace, yet marred by a gaunt figure. In the photograph, she stood beside the girl's lifeless form. Her expression a mix of profound sorrow and indignation. Her gaze fixed intently on a point beyond the frame, as if it held the presence of someone she loathed deeply. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the photograph's dimensions, the direction of her gaze remained elusive, leaving them unaware of what stirred such intense emotions within her. On the bus, Shang Shui dared not gaze upon the woman in the red dress, fearing that she might inadvertently trigger the malevolent spirit's deadly conditions. As she looked at the photograph of the heartbroken woman, an overwhelming sorrow radiated from the image, yet she hesitated to fully affirm that this was indeed the vengeful ghost. However, the photograph divulged a valuable piece of information. The girl's lifeless body lay on the ground, accompanied by her grief-stricken mother, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. At the top of the image, a stone gate was visible, inscribed with the prominent characters Yuqing Park in vivid red. Yuqing Park. Shang Shui silently repeated the name, then looked up and declared, "Let us proceed to Yuqing Park at once." According to the clues presented in the photograph, the girl's body had once been at the entrance of Yuqing Park, and perhaps they might uncover some intriguing gossip upon their arrival. This could prove to be useful information. Lu Chenran nodded in agreement, assisting Sheng Shui in stowing away the camera. The trio inquired of passers-by for directions and eventually arrived at the setting depicted in the photograph. However, unlike the bustling scene captured in the image, the area appeared desolate, with shuttered shops lining the streets, their windows plastered with yellowed rental advertisements. It seemed that, with the passage of time, Yuqing Park had undergone a dramatic transformation. After waiting at the entrance for a while, Zhang Wuqing suggested, "There is no one here. Why don't we venture inside? Perhaps there are still people within." Indeed, the grand gates of Yuqing Park stood ajar, and having unearthed this lead, they were determined not to abandon it easily. Thus, the three of them prepared to step into the park. "Hey, who are you all?" As they approached the entrance, a few individuals suddenly heard a drunken voice emanating from the adjacent security booth. Following the sound, they espied a middle-aged man with a flushed face and a strong scent of alcohol. The man was bald, with a nearly entirely white stubble, and his face was lined with numerous wrinkles, indicating his advanced age. At that moment, he staggered towards them, his gaze fixed and unblinking. "Sir, we are journalists here to cover the rainy Clear Park," said Lu Chenran, seizing the opportunity to speak as Sheng Shui hesitated. He pretended to be quite professional, dramatically pulling out a paranormal camera. Witnessing this, Sheng Shui couldn't help but admire him inwardly. "Yes, indeed," added Zhang Wuqing, scratching his head innocently, his expression earnest. "We are here to interview you, sir." Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui sighed inwardly. Zhang Wuqing's honest demeanor hardly conveyed that of a journalist. Moreover, his direct statement about interviewing the man might raise suspicion. Fortunately, the security guard, perhaps due to his inebriated state, did not ponder the logical implications too deeply. Observing Lu Chenran with the camera, he was nearly convinced, muttering, "What could I possibly have to share?" Despite his protest, elderly men often enjoy reminiscing. And in the blink of an eye, he lamented, "In my lifetime, I've had it easy, spending most of my days guarding this rainy, clear park. I've truly witnessed its evolution." He seemed to hold Yuqing Park in great esteem, glancing up at the grand entrance with a gaze filled with nostalgia. The three individuals present were stirred by the security guard's mention of having stood watch at the gates for much of his life. Surely, after such an extensive vigil, he must be well acquainted with the events that transpired here. Who could argue otherwise? Sheng Shui sighed. "Although I am young, I have heard my mother speak of the bustling days of yore." At this, the security guard, as if he had caught wind of a compliment, became animated. This park used to be the liveliest of places, teeming with visitors every day. We would have long queues, and countless children adored coming here to play. His tone was fervent and reminiscent, gradually softening as he continued. However, perhaps influenced by Shang Shui's earlier words, his gaze towards her grew notably gentle. "Young lady, what brings you to this place? The facilities are now aged and dilapidated. Much like myself, there are hardly any visitors left, and most of the attractions have vanished." Hearing this, Shang Shui realized that Yuqing Park had nearly become a mere shell of its former self, with only the elderly guard remaining, while others had likely sought their fortunes elsewhere. "I merely wish to revisit," she lamented. The impact of that incident on Yuqing Park was monumental. Without it, how could this place be so desolate now? She refrained from specifying which incident she referred to. Yet the implication was unmistakably clear. It is quite easy for informed individuals to contemplate that aspect. As expected, the originally hazy-eyed security guard grunted in response. "This has nothing to do with the park." He seemed exceedingly agitated by the matter, asserting, "This incident did not occur within our park at all. This is merely the first sight of abandonment." After all these years, the security guard still harbored significant indignation, clearly indicating that this event left an indelible mark on his memory. The repercussions for Yuqing Park at that time were substantial in an effort to salvage its reputation. They paid out hundreds of thousands. At that time, such a sum was undoubtedly considerable, and the security guard's tone reflected astonishment. Such a hefty amount was compensated to that girl's mother, yet the park still suffered from the fallout. Within his statement, the security guard revealed much information, such as the fact that the girl, Lele, did not perish here. This was merely the location where she was abandoned. Moreover, It was evident that the girl's mother, the woman in red, received a substantial compensation. Yet, several individuals remained perplexed, based on the photograph. The woman appeared utterly devastated beside Lele, suggesting she must have found her daughter. Why then did she still enlist their aid in searching for Lele? Was it to seek out the spirit of the girl? Did the girl's mother, having received compensation, never offer an explanation on behalf of the park? What was there to explain? The guard scoffed. She was utterly heartbroken at the time, but her partner, presumably her man, was overjoyed, readily agreeing to everything. At that time, I believed that Yuqing Park would remain unscathed. Having resided here for so many years, it has become my home. Witnessing its decline in liveliness pains me more than anyone else. Sheng Shui felt a slight tremor in her heart. The security guard mentioned a pivotal figure, the husband of the woman in red. Yet, from his words, this man seemed rather pleased with the compensation, portraying himself as anything but a responsible father. What of the girl's mother? Zhang Wuqing inquired further. Why did she transform into a vengeful spirit to search for her daughter after her death? Did she post numerous missing person notices? Sheng Shui asked. Did you witness it? The security guard appeared unsurprised by her query. Indeed, she plastered notices all over the streets and even approached many for help. It was utterly terrifying. Thus, the tattered notice on the wall was a product of the woman's madness. Did the girl bear a gray birthmark on her shoulder? Although Sheng Shui suspected that the security guard might not know, she asked nonetheless, clinging to a shred of hope. To her astonishment, the security guard actually knew. He glanced at her and remarked, "Do you truly believe the words of a madwoman?" The forensic expert during the autopsy was my niece-in-law. This incident caused quite a stir. She mentioned that the girl had only a bluish birthmark on her hand. Having lived here for so long, the security guard had undoubtedly seen the woman's missing person notices. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cautioned them against believing her. After departing from the security guard, Sheng Shui kept her head bowed, lost in contemplation. The gray birthmark was not a mere birthmark. As they turned onto Wanfang Street, Sheng Shui looked up, her voice tinged with complexity. That must be the livor mortis that appears after death. Within 48 hours post-mortem, livor mortis manifests due to various reasons. Lele's only birthmark is on her hand. A mother would not fabricate a birthmark for her daughter, suggesting that she may have witnessed something on her child. The emergence of such patterns in a short span has but one explanation. Lu Chenran did not dispute this, evidently in agreement with Sheng Shui's words. I believe I have discerned the path to survival. Sheng Shui contemplated silently, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. It was not due to a lack of trust in Lu Chenran. On the contrary, he was the individual she relied on most in this perilous scenario. While she may not fully entrust her back to him, she was not apprehensive about him being a ghost. There existed an inexplicable connection between them, a curious sensation that seemed to transcend reason. Her silence stemmed from a concern that Zhang Wuqing might harbor ill intentions towards them. She was quite confident that Zhang Wuqing had been replaced by a specter, yet she remained puzzled as to why this entity was so adept at disguise and what its true intentions might be. She merely pressed her lips together, lost in her thoughts. Upon entering, they were greeted by two figures, Tang Ze and Luo Yalan. Hearing the sound behind them, they swiftly turned around. At that moment, the appearance of the two became vividly clear to Sheng Shui and the others. All three were startled by the sight before them. Tang Ze was nearly drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson. The area where his right eye once resided was now a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, the eyeball having vanished without a trace. A serpentine and chilling trail of crimson cascaded down his right cheek, swiftly absorbed by the fabric of his garment. Due to excessive blood loss, he resembled a mere wisp of a person, his lips ghostly pale, his eyes devoid of life. Laurelon was not faring any better. Her elbows were smeared with blood, her clothing rent by a gaping wound, as if she had been struck by a blade. Her complexion matched the pallor of paper, nearly indistinguishable from that of Tang Ze standing beside her. Together, they presented a dismal tableau, making it difficult to discern who bore the greater suffering. Sheng Shui refrained from inquiring about their ordeal. If her memory served her well, they had ventured into the chamber inhabited by the mischievous little boy ghost and the towering female specter. She harbored an inkling that this was the toll they had paid in that sinister room. For the moment, it appeared they were the only two waiting here, while Jin Lei, Li Tongtong, and Zhou Shengtai had yet to materialize. If one were to consider non-appearance as tantamount to demise, then the losses they had endured today were staggering. Yet, it was undeniable that entering the room had yielded rewards, such as the camera belonging to Sheng Shui and Lu Qinran. Without this camera, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of Yuqing Park and would have been unable to seek clues there. Following the hint provided by the camera, it stood to reason that other chambers must also harbor valuable items. Where have you been? Tang Zay's appearance was truly terrifying, perhaps due to his discomfort. He remained silent, while Lorlan hesitated for a moment before inquiring. What do you have to exchange? Sheng Shui chose not to divulge everything, but instead tossed the question back at her. Lorlan gritted her teeth, recalling Sheng Shui's warning that without shared intelligence, nothing would be disclosed in the future. For a brief moment, she found herself wavering. At that moment, she suddenly felt something brush against her back. Turning around, she saw Tang Zay. He was in pain and unable to speak, yet he encouraged her to surrender the item, remembering everything Tang Zay had done for her that day. Luo Yalin's eyes welled with emotion, and she ceased her stubbornness. She delicately retrieved a key from her bosom. This key had been taken casually from the coffee table in the formidable ghost house. After all, one must gain something from every venture. Little did they know, upon exiting, that the key was in fact the key to the old man's room. Considering the myriad uncertainties surrounding that room, the significance of this key was self-evident. This is the key to the first-floor room, Luo Yalin murmured. Sheng Shui's gaze sharpened slightly. Without uttering a word, she snatched the key and dashed toward the first floor. Since Luo Yalin and Tang Zay were able to stand there, it implied that the old man was currently absent. Lu Qinran also recognized this and refrained from voicing any objections, instead hastening to follow. Luo Yalin initially intended to accompany them inside, but was halted by Zhang Wuqing. You are both bleeding. If you enter the room, won't you leave traces behind? No one knew if the mission could be completed today, but leaving any suspicious clues in the old man's room could lead to unforeseen consequences. Luo Yalin and Tang Zay quickly grasped this outcome. They pressed their lips together and fell silent, their resolve wavering. The pain had severely diminished Tang Zay's mental acuity, and seeing Luo Yalin obediently halt, he too came to a standstill. Where did you go today? Luo Yalin recalled that Zhang Wuqing had just accompanied Sheng Shui and the others outside. He might possess some clues worth inquiring about. She had already relinquished the crucial key, and it should not pose any issues to glean some information, albeit in a discreet manner. As anticipated, when faced with her query, Zhang Guoqing smiled subtly, not immediately declining her request. Shall we find a more secluded spot to discuss? The eager Luo Yalin, consumed by her desire for information, failed to notice the peculiar expression on Zhang Guoqing's face following his suggestion. Moreover, she was unaware of Tang Zay, who had lost an eye, and his unperceived unease. Both followed Zhang Guoqing in search of a discreet location to converse, only to be unexpectedly led to the stairwell. Upon reaching the first floor, they observed Zhang Guoqing intent on ascending further, which ignited a strange feeling within them, leading them to halt almost in unison. However, they had indeed encountered a haunting on the third floor, and the memories of the fourth floor sent shivers down their spines. Why aren't we moving? Zhang Wuqing, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, suddenly turned to gaze at them intently. Then, with an abrupt smile, he seemed to perceive the concerns harbored by Tang Zay and Luo Yalin, thus felt compelled to add a third remark. Exchanging glances, Tang Zay and Luo Yalin found Zhang Wuqing's reasoning somewhat persuasive, prompting them to follow him up to the second floor. Compared to the second floor, the third floor enjoys a slightly better illumination. However, it remains equally dilapidated, with a thick layer of dust settled upon everything. Standing in such a corridor, Luo Yalin felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. Can we speak now? She urged. Strangely, Zhang Guoqing, who had been leading them upstairs, stood in the middle of the corridor, gazing into the room with his back turned towards them. His broad silhouette appeared oddly unsettling in the dim corridor. And Luo Yalan was startled by her sudden thought, holding her breath. How could this be? Had he not heard her voice? Confusion clouded her mind as she prepared to call out to Zhang Wuqing once more. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell fixedly in the direction ahead of Zhang Wuqing, her eyes widening with a hint of terror. There, in the room before Zhang Wuqing, an ashen-faced woman had inexplicably materialized. No, to be more precise, it was a female ghost. No one knew when the door had swung open. The ghost made no movements. She did not even reveal her body, but only a pair of vengeful and covetous eyes that stared intently in their direction. After such a long interval, being targeted by a ghost again was enough to shatter Luo Yalan's composure. Although Tang Ze had lost one eye, the other remained functional, and his reaction was far swifter than Luo Yalan's, as he grasped her hand, urging her to descend the stairs hastily. They had only just arrived and had not yet moved from the stairwell. Where are you two going? At that moment, Zhang Wuqing's voice suddenly echoed from behind them, prompting the pair to instinctively turn around. Zhang Wuqing still stood in the corridor, yet his head, which had been turned away from them, now faced them directly. Terrifyingly, his body remained in the same position, as if his head had inexplicably rotated, rendering him exceedingly eerie, an act beyond the capacity of any living being. Moreover, his complexion was a ghastly shade of greenish-white, reminiscent of the ghostly woman who had peeked into the room. Luo Yalan and Tang Ze had plummeted to despair. Fully aware that Zhang Wuqing was deceased, what stood before them was a specter. In an almost instantaneous reaction, the two of them sprinted down the stairs with remarkable speed. Perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, they reached the first floor in mere moments, poised to dash out of the stairwell. As they caught sight of the sunlight, a faint sigh of relief escaped their lips. Zhang Wuqing had deliberately lured them to the second floor to reveal his true nature, surely constrained by some limitation on the lower level that prevented him from harming them. Almost there, they reassured themselves, their hearts pounding like drums. Just as they were a few steps away from safety, Luo Yalan, slightly lagging behind Tang Ze, felt a tingling sensation in her neck. Pressing her lips together, she sensed something amiss and, with a face full of terror, endeavored to quicken her pace. At that moment, a pair of icy hands suddenly clasped around her neck. Before she could react, an overwhelming force surged towards her. In her final moments, she gazed in horror as her head twisted a full 180 degrees, locking eyes with the terrifying apparition behind her. As soon as they caught sight of Luo Yalan, Zhang Wuqing, who had just been filled with resentment, lunged forward. When Sheng Shui opened the old man's door, she anticipated that the room he guarded so closely would surely be locked. To her surprise, it yielded with a gentle twist to the handle. Exchanging a cautious glance with Lu Chenran, they both proceeded with utmost care. Sheng Shui refrained from entering recklessly, instead extending her supernatural camera into the doorway to capture an image. As the photograph gradually developed, everything within the small chamber unfolded before her gaze. The room was indeed compact, yet housed an array of books, talisman papers, and objects akin to peachwood swords. To her astonishment, there were even divination boards and several altar-like structures arranged beside the bookshelf, though the latter's angled placement rendered them indistinct in the photograph. What struck Sheng Shui most profoundly was the presence of a malevolent spirit residing within. This vengeful male ghost lurked by the desk, its greedy gaze fixated on the camera, its entire form obscured within the shelves, making it impossible to discern its complete visage. It seemed to be lying in wait for any intruder who dared to cross the threshold, eager to feast upon them. The malevolent spirit exuded an aura of resentment and malice, clearly formidable in nature. In that moment, Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran finally understood why the old man had left this door unlocked. The room was indeed guarded by a spirit under his watch. Who was this old man? What was his true identity? And how could he harbor spirits? Typically, altars are used for veneration. Why then did he possess several? A multitude of questions flitted through their minds, yet their immediate priority remained to confront the ghost within the room. It was time to summon their ally. As Sheng Shui contemplated this, the soft voice of Lu Chenran resonated beside her. Momins. Observing the coordination between the ant ghost and the camera ghost as they encircled the room, Shang Shui and Lu Qinran confidently made their entrance. The ghost that had been concealed within the bookshelf had been extracted, and only then did Shang Shui realize why this particular specter could hide among the books. It was due to its gaunt frame, resembling nothing more than a skeletal structure, epitomizing the phrase, a large head on a small body. At that moment, this skeletal ghost trembled in fear beside the proud ant ghost and the imposing camera ghost, hardly daring to breathe. Shang Shui found the scene amusing, but chose not to waste time on it. She and Lu Qinran swiftly surveyed the modest room and, with an unspoken understanding, divided their tasks. Lu Qinran headed towards the altar, while she set about inspecting the bookshelf. The shelves were adorned with numerous texts on ghost hunting and metaphysics. Moreover, Shang Shui discovered a long-neglected picture frame tucked away in a corner. Upon flipping it over and gazing at the image, her expression subtly shifted. However, observing Lu Qinran intently examining the altar, she opted not to disturb him and instead pocketed the photograph to show him later. Shortly thereafter, Shang Shui stumbled upon a partially opened book on the desk, its pages frayed as if frequently handled. The front page bore a series of birth dates, which Shang Shui could just decipher. This volume was dedicated to the nurturing of minor spirits, with one particular birth date prominently highlighted. After Lu Qinran arrived, the two examined the book together, contemplating everything in the room, ultimately concluding that the old man was not ordinary. He was likely a ghost keeper. Some individuals nurture spirits to enhance their fortune, while others do so for nefarious purposes. What, then, was the old man's intention? The photograph depicted 3 individuals, 2 of whom were familiar, Lele and her mother. However, the most striking figure was the third person in the image. Beside Lele's mother stood a man with a serene demeanor. His eyes bore the natural trait of being slightly sunken, giving him a somewhat chilling appearance. He gazed blankly at the camera, appearing somewhat dazed. Most notably, the man bore a 6-part resemblance to the old man. He was Lele's father. Lu Qinran's eyes flickered slightly. Previously, when they had arrived at the entrance on the first floor, they had noticed that a slightly paler wall likely displayed this family portrait. It was puzzling why he had ultimately removed the portrait and allowed it to gather dust on the bookshelf. Lele's home was not upstairs. Rather, it was located on the first floor. The old man did not reside in the San Kashu community without reason. He was indeed a resident there. These altars corresponded to the ghosts on the 4th floor. Lu Qinran's description of the altars was not intricate. They housed wooden puppets, representing the forms of the spirits. Upon hearing this, Shang Shui glanced at the altar closest to her. Hidden beneath a tattered red cloth were 2 puppets, one large and one small, perfectly representing the mischievous boy ghost and the imposing female ghost. Indeed, it signified one of the rooms. Everything suddenly made sense. The ghost on the 4th floor, and perhaps the spirits haunting the entire community, might indeed be connected to the old man. Do you recall the anger in the mother's eyes in that colored photograph, directed at a particular spot? Shang Shui pointed out that the security guard at Yuqing Park mentioned how pleased the girl's father was with the compensation. Could it be that the direction she was gazing at was towards the old man? It seems quite plausible when her daughter's body had barely cooled. Her husband was preoccupied with financial restitution. How could she not be furious? Lu Qinran remained non-committal, perplexed as to why Shang Shui abruptly brought up this matter. Take a look at this birth chart, Shang Shui said, indicating the prominently marked line on the first page. Lu Qinran furrowed his brow as he read, and his expression gradually grew grave. In year, in month, in hour. This is indeed the birth chart of a Holy girl. A Holy girl possesses a frail constitution and is prone to misfortune, often attracting calamities to her family and easily falling victim to malevolent spirits. If she harbors resentment and death, she is likely to transform into a vengeful ghost. The old man must have procured the birth chart of this Holy girl from somewhere, even highlighting it for a purpose. No, wait. Lu Qinran pondered intently, and suddenly, a realization struck him. He looked up to meet Shang Shui's gaze, and she too had arrived at the same conclusion. A Holy girl turned vengeful spirit would undoubtedly be more formidable than the ghosts on the 4th floor. Thus, this particular spirit was not located there at all. This was, in fact, the birth chart of the ghost in the red dress. They both experienced a moment of enlightenment. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the enigmatic figure of the woman in red holds the key to unraveling mysteries, all owing to her unique identity. Within the confines of the realm they inhabit, myriad rules govern not only the living but also the spirits. The stop where the woman in red boards the bus lies beyond their own, while the destination remains shrouded in uncertainty. Following the death of her daughter, rather than seeking solace elsewhere, she chose to board the bus, a choice that speaks volumes about her predicament. Bound by the constraints of these rules, she is acutely aware that her daughter, Lele, is aboard the bus, yet she is powerless to determine her own points of entry and exit, resulting in their prolonged separation. In contrast, the living may remain on the bus indefinitely, provided they adhere to the regulations set forth for passengers. Chapter 50. The Spirit Calling Bus 14 Exiting the Room. The corridor lay desolate, devoid of any other souls, with the whereabouts of the others unknown. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran steadied their emotions, unwilling to linger, and hastily departed from the inn. Outside, the absence of others persisted. Aside from the two of them, every other individual had succumbed within the eerie confines of the Three Trees community. As they stepped beyond the threshold, an urgent thought struck Sheng Shui, causing her to squint slightly as she turned her gaze towards Lu Chenran. The cherry hair tie was the linchpin to the completion of their task. The woman in red had previously stated that delivering the cherry hair tie to her daughter was requisite for fulfilling their mission. Yet, this cherry hair tie was conspicuously absent from their possession. What do you see here? Lu Chenran, with a flourish akin to a magician, produced an aged hair tie from his pocket. Sheng Shui focused intently, only to discover that it was indeed the hair tie adorned with a cherry pendant. How did it come to be in your possession? She was quite the enigma. Of course, I had long since made preparations. Lu Chenran displayed an inscrutable expression, extending 2 fingers in a pinching gesture, the implication unmistakable. You little thief. Sheng Shui instantly understood. This was something he had stealthily filched from Zhang Guoqing, a continual engagement in petty thievery. TSK. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenran furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon her. How can one refer to the pursuits of a scholar as theft? Sheng Shui remained speechless. The two of them bantered while indulging in some food by the roadside. When they emerged again, evening had already settled in. They did not linger, braving the encroaching night as they returned to the weathered wall they had previously encountered. In the daylight, the wall appeared substantial. However, as night deepened, its colors grew increasingly ethereal, as if it would vanish into the darkness. Sheng Shui sighed in relief. This was indeed their destination, just as she had surmised, a passage to the outside world. The two stood by the wall, deliberately observing their surroundings. After a prolonged period devoid of passers-by, Sheng Shui stepped forward and brushed her fingers against the wall. It was nearly invisible now, enveloped in a void. They were determined to investigate whether there were any daughters of the red-clad female ghost among the passengers on the bus. Ideally, the fewer spirits, the better. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had hurt her hopes, as no other apparitions had materialized thus far. Thus, they remained at the desolate bus stop, uncertain of how long they had been waiting, until at last they heard a familiar sound. A thunderous roar echoed, the sharp sound of exhaust unmistakably emanating from a colossal vehicle, its dim lights piercing through the thick fog and illuminating their eyes. The green iron bus reappeared before them after a 2-day absence. The ethereal bus came to a gradual halt in front of them. Sheng Shui inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed, and then stepped onto the bus. This time was different from the last. Her gaze meticulously surveyed her surroundings. She had devised a plan. Should she meet the murderous conditions of any specter, she would wield her prop car to vanquish it. If all else failed, she was willing to befriend more ghosts. Fortunately, until she reached the position of her previous stop, nothing untoward had occurred. However, through her deliberate observations, she noted that the passengers on the bus had transformed once more in the span of 2 days. The front half of the cabin no longer housed the delicate 3-inch golden lotuses and petite white shoes, but rather a man clad in a long robe and a woman dressed in pink athletic pants. Across from them sat 2 individuals in blue work uniforms, resembling those typical of a factory workshop. Although Sheng Shui could not see their faces, the blue uniforms were marred with bloodstains. Lu Chenran, lacking Sheng Shui's meticulousness, drew out his camera and, in a moment of distraction during the passenger rules announcement, snapped a photograph of the rear cabin. The abrupt click of the shutter resonated, and Sheng Shui could distinctly sense the unusual passengers within the bus becoming agitated. The most evident sign was the surge of strange noises, and she even heard the creaking of bones shifting, as though they were straining to turn their necks to gaze upon them. As the vehicle set in motion, a haunting announcement echoed, urging passengers to brace themselves for the approaching stop at the Bailey Cemetery. The chilling reminder resonated loudly within the tranquil confines of the bus. Suddenly, an eerie sound of footsteps emerged from the rear compartment, as if some entity was making its way towards the back door. Sheng Shui clenched her lips tightly, glancing over to see Lu Chenran still fiddling with his paranormal camera, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. After a sharp click, the camera fell silent, and the photo was delayed in developing. Was it malfunctioning? Lu Chenran gently tapped the device, which reluctantly produced a single color photograph. However, its quality was markedly inferior to previous images, prompting Sheng Shui to speculate a possible connection to the supernatural presence aboard the bus. Capturing such apparitions necessitated the camera's spectral abilities, and exceeding its limitations could result in damage. As Lu Chenran turned the photo over, a dimly lit interior revealed 10 passengers seated in the rear of the bus. Their pallid faces starkly contrasted with the gloom of the surroundings, particularly accentuated by the crimson stains that marred their visages, rendering the scene reminiscent of a black and white photograph. Among them were both men and women, and even through the gaps in the passenger seating guidelines, one could discern the presence of an elderly woman with a ghastly complexion. Her gaze was icy, her lips tightly pressed, exuding an air of bitterness. Most unsettling were her eyes, devoid of irises, revealing only an unsettling expanse of white. In the photograph, she fixated her unblinking stare directly at Lu Chenran, who was capturing the image through the narrow fissure. Other passengers were also gazing in their direction. Sheng Shui's eyes swept over the passengers in the photograph, pausing at the fourth row. There sat a passenger with his head tilted. While a tilted head is not particularly unusual, after all, one might have turned their body to gaze elsewhere. His shoulders were squarely aligned. His hands were raised, cradling his head, and the posture suggested he was attempting to turn his tilted head to face something directly. Recalling the creaking sound she had heard earlier, Sheng Shui speculated that it emanated from this very passenger. She wondered whether he had managed to straighten his head by now. In summary, although taking photographs of the rear compartment was a risky endeavor, they had clearly identified the passengers within, confirming the absence of any suspicious figures resembling a female ghost. Thus, their focus now needed to shift to the incoming passengers. The bus gradually slowed, and soon an announcement echoed through the air. Once the bus came to a steady halt, the passengers at the rear door, accompanied by the sound of shuffling feet, began to disperse. Lu Chenran and Sheng Shui lowered their heads and raised their eyes, striving to discern if any unusual passengers were boarding through the front door. As they had anticipated, the front door remained ajar for an extended period, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps, suggesting that several passengers had boarded simultaneously. Among them, 2 sets of footsteps halted in the front compartment, while another pair ambled leisurely past them. It was a corpulent woman, her physique reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. With each step, her ample flesh jiggled, causing the bus to tremble in unison. Sheng Shui harbored a tinge of anxiety regarding the bus's structural integrity. Fortunately, it held together until a portly woman alighted, though the engine's roar had notably intensified. Beside the corpulent figure stood a frail old man clad in a red and black funeral garment, his emaciated frame resembling a mere coat rack drifting through the dim light. Despite the low illumination, she discerned traces of soil upon the garments of these specters, as if they had just emerged from the earth. Why were these restless spirits so discontented, having found their eternal rest, yet still venturing out in the dead of night to catch a bus? It was utterly perplexing, though she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Indulging in silent musings posed no harm. Just as her internal monologue reached a crescendo, she caught a glimpse of the rotund woman shifting her stance, slowly turning towards her. Goodness! Shang Shui's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Was the specter's condition for retribution merely to be discussed in silence? Regardless of her mental lamentations, the woman ambled over, her bulk almost brushing against Yu Fei's fine hairs. At the moment she came to a halt, the stationary bus began to move. Please brace yourself as the vehicle departs. The next stop is Rainy Clear Park. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. The eerie female voice echoed at the expected juncture. Upon hearing the name of the destination, both Shang Shui and Lu Chenran felt a stir of trepidation. Rainy Clear Park was indeed a stop for the spectral bus. Given that Lei was discovered lifeless there, was it conceivable she boarded at Rainy Clear Park? The likelihood seemed substantial. Upon this realization, Shang Shui silently resolved to pay close attention to the passengers boarding at Yuqing Park, as there was a possibility that Lei might be among them. However, 2 new passengers had clearly entered the front compartment without moving further inside, and the plump woman stood beside them, making it impossible to dismiss the recently arrived individuals. She would need to seize an opportunity later. Upon arriving at Yuqing Park, the vehicle came to a halt, and suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the front compartment. It seemed reminiscent of the 2 passengers who had not ventured further after boarding. Was it because they were nearing their destination? Yet, a chilling voice had warned that passengers preparing to disembark should head to the rear door. Even if it were unspoken, these spirits surely possessed some common sense. In the spirit bus, the rules governing passengers must be adhered to. The more Shang Shui contemplated, the more she sensed something amiss. Feeling an oppressive atmosphere brewing around Lu Chenran, a terrifying notion began to take root in her mind. While moving forward posed no issue, it was imperative to avoid approaching her. The thought of being encircled by 3 specters was already enough to instill dread in her. Talp, talp, talp. It was indeed advancing towards the rear compartment. Shang Shui lowered her head, too fearful to look directly, and could only cast her gaze downward. To her astonishment, there were no apparitions approaching. No. To put it more precisely, there was no corporeal form. All she beheld were a pair of striking red high heels gliding toward her, moving at a steady pace. They were exquisitely crafted from lambskin, with slender, elegant heels. One could only imagine the beauty and grace of their owner. Yet the prerequisite was, she had to actually see the person. Within the eerie illumination of the spirit-communicating bus, a corpulent woman loomed beside me, obstructing much of my view, while a pair of enigmatic red high-heeled shoes approached ominously. All of this rendered Shang Shui acutely aware of a throbbing headache. Furthermore, she realized a critical detail. The mission prompt had warned her to be wary of passengers clad in red attire. Did these high-heeled shoes constitute such a warning? After all, their exterior was indeed crimson. Uncertain if she was merely imagining things, she noticed that the ground beneath the red heels bore faint, translucent imprints, akin to water. Shang Shui dared not gaze any longer. Time seemed to stretch as the bus continued its journey, and instead of feeling irritable, a wave of panic engulfed her. Within that brief span, the red high heels had roamed about, leaving a plethora of transparent watermarks in their wake, rendering the floor a treacherous landscape. No one could ascertain whether stepping upon these marks would invoke the lethal rules associated with the red high heels. Yuqing Park, we have arrived. Passengers alighting. Please use the rear door. The bus's announcement echoed, yet this time, no passengers disembarked from the back. However, footsteps resonated from the front. Chapter 51. The Spirit Communicating Bus 15. This stop was indeed Yuqing Park, and logically, Shang Shui and Lu Chenran should have been particularly vigilant regarding the passengers boarding. Yet, amidst such peril surrounding her, Shang Shui numbly stared at the ground, contemplating the feasibility of befriending a pair of high heels. Surely, it couldn't pose too great a risk, could it? The front door closed, and the bus resumed its course through the night. Shang Shui sensed a subtle shift within the forward compartment as the vehicle continued its movement. It seemed that something was approaching from that direction. She was reluctant to relinquish this splendid opportunity, yet she dared not lift her head entirely, only allowing her gaze to rise slightly. Within her line of sight, two legs of a bluish-purple hue materialized. The color of these legs unmistakably indicated that their owner was no living being. However, due to the presence of a wheezing specter beside her, Sheng Shui found herself less fearful of it. Yet, from this barefoot apparition, she made a profoundly terrifying discovery. It appeared to harbor a distinct apprehension towards the traces left by red high heels on the ground. With an eerily graceful ballet-like posture, it tiptoed through the gaps to the rear compartment. What could be so fearsome about the red high heels that even a fellow spirit like the legless ghost resorted to ballet? Sheng Shui racked her brain, contemplating whether to obliterate the high heels. However, they were merely shoes, not metallic, and thus non-conductive. If her strike failed, it would surely be an embarrassing predicament. In her moment of hesitation, she suddenly observed Lu Chunran tossing a prop card. The card landed precisely in the center of the bus, and a soft glow immediately illuminated the area, causing the once water-stained compartment to return to its pristine state. Goodness! Sheng Shui was instantly exhilarated to discover that Lu Chunran possessed such remarkable items. She turned to look at him, but her gaze was first drawn to the bus window. In that instant, her eyes widened slightly, and her breath momentarily faltered. The reason was simple. She beheld the gaunt figure of an elderly woman across from them in the glass. The old woman, hunched over, bore skin that clung to her face like ancient tree bark, resembling a desiccated corpse from centuries past. Her abdomen was prominently distended, and her skeletal hands clutched the railing with an iron grip, while her gaze fixated intently on the two of them. Moreover, she incessantly muttered, akin to a tape recorder, "Yamzuhongli, Yamzuhongli." Witnessing this, Sheng Shui could not help but comprehend the grim reality. This old woman was most likely a spirit of starvation. If her belly was so swollen without having consumed human flesh, it was probable that it contained the earth she had ingested in her lifetime. Soil is indigestible, and many who perished from hunger met their demise due to the expansion of the earth within their bellies. At this moment, the old woman approached, simultaneously lamenting her hunger. The distance to the bus was minimal, yet after merely 2 steps, the gap between them had significantly diminished. Sheng Shui's heart raced wildly. They were truly encircled by apparitions. Before them stood a spirit of starvation, while beside them loomed a corpulent woman, watching with predatory intent. Where could they possibly find a path to safety? With so many spirits around, even a lightning strike item card would prove insufficient. Tap, 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 just as Sheng Shui's mind raced. The sound of crisp footsteps resonated once more, reminiscent of high heels striking the ground. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the red high heels once again gracing the freshly cleared ground. Like an invisible line of taboo had been drawn, the once greedy spirit of starvation froze in place. Paralyzed by fear, Sheng Shui's courage swelled slightly. She cautiously raised her gaze to meet that of the starving spirit, catching a fleeting glimpse of trepidation in the old woman's eyes. The barefooted specter from earlier and the famished, ghostly lady now both seem to harbor an immense dread of the red high-heeled shoes. Soon, aside from the few standing passengers, virtually every available dry spot has vanished. There is no place to set foot. The bus halted at another stop, trapping passengers in the rear compartment who wished to disembark. Despite the evident influx of new passengers at the front door, they found themselves obstructed, unable to advance. Only the space in the middle, occupied by the red high-heeled shoes, appeared desolate. Observing the sea of dark figures in the front compartment, Sheng Shui clenched her teeth. It was clear that many passengers were standing there, yet remained uncertain if they included the one she sought. However, she dared not take any reckless risks. The atmosphere within the bus felt oppressively stifling. Lu Chunran, evidently at a loss for a viable strategy, shared in the eerie ambience as they endured another stop. Fortunately, no new passengers boarded at this stop. Naturally, owing to the presence of the red high-heeled shoes, they did not witness anyone alighting either. Dear passengers, the next stop will be the terminal station of this route, Ling Mountain Bus Terminal. All passengers wishing to disembark, please do so. If you wish to continue your journey, kindly elect one passenger at each stop to exit through the front door, the eerie female voice announced with unsettling enthusiasm, her tone brimming with anticipation and malice. Sheng Shui even discerned the sound of her swallowing. This made her seriously suspect that the orchestrator of this bus was, perhaps, the ominous voice itself. Should this continue, every passenger elected to disembark through the front door at each stop might ultimately become her prey. Ling Mountain Bus Terminal serves as both the starting and ending point for this ethereal bus. The task prompt previously emphasized the necessity of adhering to passenger regulations. A haunting female voice repeatedly announced that passengers disembarking must exit from the rear door. It seemed that alighting from the front door would be deemed a violation of the rules, resulting in dire consequences for the offender. The red high-heeled shoes continued to move incessantly, as if the bus's announcements bore no significance to her. It was precisely because of her constant movement that the bus was rendered devoid of any available standing space. Observing the relentless stride of the red high heels, Sheng Shui felt a sense of fatigue. While the shoes glided effortlessly, their wearer was undoubtedly formidable, leaving no one daring enough to challenge her. Only those like them, the living, bore the greatest risks. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our final destination, Lingshan Bus Station. Please disembark from the rear door, echoed the malevolent voice. Following this, the disconcerting sound of the doors opening filled the air, revealing a misty, nocturnal landscape. Rain had begun to fall, its presence barely perceptible, intertwining with the night and the fog, rendering the scene even more elusive. Not a single passenger chose to alight. The bus lingered in the midnight haze for an indeterminate duration. Whether it was 5 minutes or 10, Sheng Shui could not ascertain. Lacking any means to measure time, she counted the rhythmic clacks of the red high heels as a makeshift metronome. Just as she reached a whole number, the eerie voice interrupted, eager to announce, "The vehicle is in motion. Passengers are reminded to follow the rules, and we wish you a pleasant journey." Her words were delivered with remarkable speed, as though fearing that delay might invite misfortune. No sooner had she finished speaking than the bus doors swiftly slammed shut. Both individuals acutely sensed that as the door closed, the prying eyes observing them multiplied. Particularly, Sheng Shui felt an unsettling proximity of the portly woman, a sensation that could not merely be attributed to her imagination. The prickling of her skin remained vividly palpable. The expression of the ravenous matron shifted to one of alarm with the closing of the rear door. Action was imperative. Inaction was not an option. With this thought, Sheng Shui began to rummage through the assortment of prop cards she currently possessed. The lightning strike card, the truth card, the fear dispelling card. Oh, and there was one more. She had previously overlooked it, but now, upon reflection, she recalled a nearly forgotten card that granted 24 hours of immunity from all supernatural assaults. Fortunately, it was not too late. After all, she had yet to encounter the ghostly woman in red and her daughter, who were slated to board the second bus. If her memory served her correctly, the woman in red would soon arrive, and she needed to utilize this card before that moment to fulfill her task. Without further hesitation, Sheng Shui reached into her pocket, peering through the gaps with cautious intent. She remembered, while the discussions on the forum, where spirits wielded an array of colorful prop cards, many of which she had acquired through trade with them, originating from unknown sources. This indicated that these prop cards were not akin to talismans that would deter the spirits. She needed to exercise caution. The bus was dimly lit, swaying as it traversed the road, making it difficult to discern her surroundings. In this unsteady environment, Sheng Shui managed to catch sight of a prop card adorned with an abundance of text. The supernatural prop card, laden with an abundance of text, was undoubtedly the one in question. She grasped it firmly, feeling its substantial weight, and exhaled softly. However, a flicker of doubt lingered within her. After all, she had encountered prop cards before, and none had ever been this thick. Just as Sheng Shui contemplated whether there were perhaps 2 cards, she suddenly felt something brush against her. What on earth? Alarm bells rang in her mind, her nerves already heightened and fearing a ghostly assault. She had no time to investigate further. She swiftly recited the incantation for usage. The prop card emitted a faint glow and gradually dissipated in her hands. Unbeknownst to her, the card flickered twice. What was happening? Upon using the prop card, Sheng Shui instantly sensed a transformation within herself. Yet, when pressed to articulate it, She found herself at a loss. Gazing around the eerie interior of the bus, she felt an uncanny sense of normalcy wash over her. In fact, she realized that the entity which had brushed against her was none other than Lu Chenran, who had turned to her with an expression of casual inquiry. Lu Chenran. Though he remained silent, Shang Shui could clearly discern the words "you've gone mad" in his gaze. For a moment, her brow furrowed in confusion towards Lu Chenran. What was he being so cautious about? She cast him a disdainful glance. Before Lu Chenran could express his incredulity, he witnessed Shang Shui raise her chin and straighten her posture, surveying the bus as if she were a leader conducting an inspection. In the midst of a moment where confidence had never been so profound, Shang Shui found herself momentarily stunned, her gaze sweeping the surroundings before locking eyes with the corpulent woman. With an expression of disdain, she remarked, "Ugh, so much bulk?" The overweight woman appeared slightly taken aback, then, exhilarated, gasped audibly. Her eyes greedily roamed over Shang Shui, reaching out in an attempt to grasp her neck, only to be thwarted by Shang Shui's swift defense. Almost losing her balance due to her size, the woman stumbled backward. Once steadied, she regarded Shang Shui with a look of utter astonishment. Is this truly a human? She pondered, bewildered by the situation. In the rear compartment, the unsettling sounds of bones cracking echoed, leaving the question of whether the crooked-headed specter was poised to turn towards them. The cacophony of voices persisted, as the multitude of spirits in the back began to stir restlessly. Yet, before them, Shang Shui remained unfazed, her demeanor suggesting an indifference to the commotion. El Chanhon, taken aback, swiftly grasped the situation. Shang Shui must have employed some sort of enchanted card that rendered her impervious to the spirits. However, he couldn't help but wonder about her audacity. Even if unafraid of ghosts, had she abandoned the most fundamental caution and wariness? El Chenran had clearly underestimated Shang Shui. After dispatching the corpulent specter, she gazed down at the crimson high heels, which had left a translucent mark on the ground, furrowing her brow in contemplation. She recalled that those high heels possessed a certain potency. Should she tread upon them, perhaps the enchanted card would prove inconsequential. Yet, the breathy ghost had been persistently tormenting her. With this thought in mind, Shang Shui scanned her surroundings, and finding no suitable objects, she seized the corpulent woman specter and forcefully threw her to the ground. The corpulent specter appeared robust, yet its weight felt surprisingly light, perhaps owing to its ghostly nature. Shang Shui effortlessly toppled it, akin to a bulldozer clearing a path marred by water stains. Lu Chenran numbly observed as Shang Shui maneuvered the panting spirit toward the front compartment door. Along the way, they passed the famished spirit of an elderly woman, who, upon seeing Shang Shui's earnest expression, ceased to tremble and refrained from lamenting her hunger, exuding an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. The unsettling sounds of bones cracking and the restless creaking of seats faded into silence, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Chapter 52. The Spirit Communicating Bus 16. Shang Shui carried herself like an ordinary passenger, her head held high as she approached the front compartment, taking in the sight of all the passengers aboard. She had previously examined the 4 individuals seated, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Her primary focus shifted to the newly boarded passengers. With this in mind, she directed her gaze toward the entrance of the bus, where a throng of spirits congregated, their presence ominously dense due to the red high-heeled shoes. Leading the group was a young woman clad in a dress, her neck grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, as if it might snap at any moment. The white fabric of her dress was marred by dark stains of blood. As she sensed Shang Shui's scrutiny, the young woman became animated, her gaze fixated intently on her. Simultaneously, her neck seemed unable to bear the weight of her head, emitting a distressing sound of cracking bones, with blood already beginning to trickle from one side. Upon observing the young woman, Shang Shui immediately discerned that she was not the spirit she sought. Noticing her obstructing view of the other apparitions, Shang Shui approached her with utmost seriousness and said, "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Just as her words resonated in the air, the young female ghost's head abruptly detached from her body, rolling ominously across the ground for a couple of spins. When Shang Shui glanced down, Her gaze met the ghost's lifeless eyes. The head emitted a bizarre, piercing laughter that grated upon the ears, filling the atmosphere with an unsettling tension. The eyes of the disembodied head glimmered with malice and venom, fixated intently on Sheng Shui, while the headless corpse nearby flailed its arms, as if in search of its own severed head, or perhaps seeking the position of Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui regarded the ghost's head on the ground with an unsettling calm. Fear did not stir within her. Rather, she found the ghost's incessant cackling rather bothersome, as if these spirits had lost their sanity, indulging in laughter at the most inappropriate moments. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. With this thought, she crouched down, lifted the ghost's head, and placed it gently into the hands of the still searching ghost. "Your head has fallen," she remarked with an unsettling tranquility, as if commenting on the pleasant weather, adding a considerate reminder, "Hold it steady, do not toss it around." Afterward, she gracefully nudged the obstructing ghost aside. Witnessing this spectacle from the rear compartment, Lu Chenran gasped in astonishment. What on earth had Shang Shui employed to achieve such a terrifying evolution? How does she manage to pick up people's faces as casually as if she were collecting keys? Isn't she afraid? At this thought, Lu Chenran slightly lowered her head, a glimmer of darkness flashing in her eyes. After the young female ghost was pushed aside, the older male ghost behind her fell silent, hastily picking up his arm that had just dropped in a hurry and instinctively made way. When Shang Shui approached earlier, she had cleared the path with the help of a gasping ghost, and the red high-heeled shoes seemed to hesitate to move, perhaps having witnessed her actions. Thus these ghosts, stepping on the clean ground, hurriedly made their way to the rear compartment. Two ghosts walked in succession, and the entrance finally became a bit more spacious. But as two more passengers entered, she could see clearly which ghost stood at the front door, yet she still couldn't identify any suspicious figures. With that thought, Shang Shui turned her head and scanned the surroundings, ensuring that every corner of the bus was within her view. Every ghost on the bus was fixated on her every move, and when they noticed her turning, they all lowered their heads, as if fearful of attracting her attention. Skeleton apartment. We have arrived. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare to get off. A commotion erupted within the bus. The eerie female voice had previously stated that at each stop, a passenger must be selected to disembark from the front. With a bus full of ghosts, it was clear that in terms of voting, neither she nor Lu Chenran held any advantage. Therefore, the moment the bus came to a halt and the doors opened, Shang Shui decisively kicked out the male ghost who had been staring at her intently. The male ghost. It was evident that it had not anticipated receiving a sudden kick. However, that very kick rendered it unable to maintain its balance, causing it to roll down like a rubber ball. After tumbling down, the male specter briefly displayed a look of confusion, only to swiftly morph into a visage of sheer terror, as if a realization had struck him. He lunged towards the vehicle, which, despite its doors being wide open, appeared oddly ensnared, as if shielded by an invisible barrier, preventing him from boarding. Moments later, it seemed as though an unseen force had gripped his body, and amidst the sound of cracking bones, he vanished entirely. As the vehicle began to move, a voice intoned, "Please secure yourselves. Next stop, 10 Mile Garden. Passengers intending to disembark, please prepare." The doors of the bus slowly closed at the very instant the male specter disappeared, and the chilling female voice carried an air of satisfaction, as though she had just indulged in a sumptuous feast. Shang Shui felt an unsettling sensation from this abrupt thought. She harbored an instinctive belief that had she not kicked the male specter off, the doors would not have closed so swiftly. Perhaps the bus would have waited until the unfortunate soul was chosen before commencing its journey. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her attention was swiftly captured by the name of the next stop uttered in the eerie voice. 10 Mile Garden. She had previously taken this route, and if Ling Mountain Bus Station truly served as the starting point, she had traversed the entire line. Yet, she distinctly recalled not hearing the name 10 Mile Garden before. Could it be that this was a route only taken on the second line? As she pondered, the vibrant red high heels echoed once more in the compartment, the sound growing increasingly pronounced. However, this time, it did not wander aimlessly as before. Instead, it purposefully made its way to the rear door, where it stood quietly, resembling a passenger awaiting their stop. Rather than the earlier chaos it had caused by leaving watermarks and obstructing others from disembarking, Sheng Shui harbored a more plausible thought. The footprints it left within the bus seemed to suggest a desire for a spirit or a soul to depart, prompting the bus to resume its journey, as its intended destination was Shirley Garden. The bus appeared eager to reach the next stop, accelerating significantly compared to before, yet in less than a minute. Its speed gradually began to decrease. Both Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran noticed that the once hazy glass outside had become as if it had been polished clean, revealing the scene beyond with surprising clarity. A platform emerged within their view, faintly inscribed with the name Shirley Garden. However, the most striking sight was not the platform itself, but the figure standing beneath it. Clad in a red raincoat, the slender silhouette unmistakably belonged to a woman, her face obscured beneath the hood, revealing only her gaunt chin. It was a familiar specter. Sheng Shui recognized her effortlessly. She was the red-cloaked ghost who had previously solicited their assistance on the bus. She was about aboard. Chapter 53. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Sheng Shui distinctly recalled her earlier suspicion that the red-cloaked ghost's daughter might very well be aboard the bus. Yet, due to the constraints of boarding and alighting rules, the ghost was unable to reunite with her daughter. If indeed the rules prevent them from meeting, would the ghost in the red dress choose a station closer to her daughter or one farther away? Undoubtedly, she would select the former. As the ghost had been wandering throughout the bus in her striking red high heels, no passengers had disembarked during the initial stops. She had thoroughly inspected the bus, both inside and out, and found no sign of a childlike spirit, suggesting that the ghostly form of the red-dressed woman's daughter was not that of a child. Sheng Shui's gaze gradually settled on the red high heels by the rear door. Water stains. The ghost's daughter had perished in the park. This aligned perfectly. As the bus approached its stop, it began to sway, and Sheng Shui, no longer hesitating, moved beside Lu Chenran, seizing the paranormal camera to capture an image of the red high heels. The camera whirred to life, and soon, Sheng Shui held a photograph in her hands. Leaning in for a closer look, Lu Chenran discovered that the red high heels remained unchanged in color, yet a shadowy figure now accompanied them. More accurately, this was the true owner of the red high heels. A faint, translucent silhouette donned the ill-fitting shoes, the slightly shorter stature unmistakably that of a child. Drenched from head to toe, although her form was elusive, her gaze was fixed intently on the front door. Lu Chenran and Sheng Shui exchanged a glance, each perceiving something profound within the other's eyes. 10 Mile Garden, announced the driver, we have arrived. Passengers wishing to disembark, please do so from the rear door. The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and the back door swung open. The red high heels paused for a moment, poised to step off the bus. At that moment, Lu Chenran held the cherry hair tie belonging to the little girl and placed it into his shoe. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the vehicle. Simultaneously, the ghost in the red dress boarded, the two spirits narrowly missing each other. Due to Sheng Shui's earlier action of kicking the ghost at the entrance down, no spirits dared to linger in the front. The area was remarkably spacious. Once the ghost in the red dress entered, her intentions were clear as she advanced directly towards the two. It was then that Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran finally beheld her true visage. Her face appeared as if it had been marred by some malevolent force, with deep scars that revealed the bone beneath, crisscrossing her cheeks in a horrifying manner, starkly contrasting the delicate beauty captured in previous photographs. Now, she stood silently before them, observing them with an unsettling stillness. After a moment's contemplation, Sheng Shui deduced that since the ghost had not immediately attacked, they must have fulfilled their task, and it was now time to make their demands. Thus, she summoned the camera ghost and the elderly lady ghost from the ghost-controlling Jade Rui, inquiring about the red-dressed ghost's date of birth. The imposing elderly lady ghost and the obedient camera ghost materialized within the carriage. The red-dressed ghost cast a fleeting glance over them before extending her finger and lightly tapping. In an instant, Sheng Shui felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, leaving her no time to utter another word before she collapsed. As she slowly fell, she caught a glimpse of Lu Chenran's complex expression directed at her. his lips poised to speak, as though he wished to convey something to the red-dressed ghost. Regrettably, she could not hear his words. The last thought that flickered through Shang Shue's mind was a desperate concern. If they failed this time, would Lu Chunran casually toss her out the front door? It has been proven that Lu Chunran is indeed quite reliable. Gazing at the familiar decor, she exhaled softly, realizing she had successfully completed another task. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a piece of paper in front of her. It appeared to have 2 lines of text stitched together with black thread, yet she could not comprehend its meaning. Recalling the actions of the ghost in red on the spirit bus, Shang Shui speculated that this might be the birth dates of the ant ghost and the camera ghost. However, she was at a loss as to what to do with her inability to understand it. Ding dong. Just as Shang Shui pondered this, her phone emitted a sound, indicating that someone had sent her a WeChat message. Upon opening her phone, she discovered the sender was Li Mengya. Although the message was not a voice note, the excitement in Li Mengya's words was palpable. As she read the name Master Lu, it was as if a veil had been lifted from her mind, and she instantly recalled that Lu Chunran referred to himself as a master. Perhaps she should inquire with him. Resolute in her decision, she promptly gathered her belongings and prepared to take a taxi to Li Mengya's residence. However, as she descended the stairs, she noticed several men on either side discreetly observing her. Once they realized she had caught on to their scrutiny, they collectively averted their gazes. Initially, Shang Shui thought it might be a figment of her imagination, but after walking a few steps, she felt the all-too-familiar sensation of being watched. Perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the instance, she had become highly sensitive to the feeling of being observed, uncertain as to why these individuals were following her. Shang Shui decided to turn around and stare directly at them, eager to ascertain their intentions. The man at the forefront was tall and dignified. Initially, he intended to conceal his intentions for a moment, but upon noticing that Shang Shui was unabashedly observing them, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Truly, she was no ordinary individual, possessed of extraordinary abilities. He quickly summoned his companions, who approached him in unison. "Miss Shang Shui, may we have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing her name invoked so casually, Shang Shui remained unyielding, furrowing her brows in suspicion. "Why should I step aside to speak with you? Is there not anything that can be addressed here and now?" She considered the alarming possibility that they might be organ traffickers, an unsettling thought that heightened her wariness. The leading man faltered, caught off guard by her response. After weighing the situation carefully, concerned about attracting unwanted attention, he finally relented and lowered his voice. "We are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. May we have a moment to talk?" Chapter 54. An encounter with the uncanny, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The man had conceded, yet Shang Shui was not so easily swayed. She scrutinized the seemingly respectable group of men before her, contemplating the likelihood of their deceit. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau. How had she never heard of it? Was it perhaps a construct born from the narrative of the game? Yet if that were the case, how could they possibly know her true name? She had never once used her real name within the confines of a game. Perhaps the gaze of Shang Shui revealed a multitude of issues. The man displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he whispered, "Yesterday, a tragic accident occurred on the elevated expressway of the 3rd Ring Road, resulting in a fall. We received notification that the driver was." At this point, the man fell silent. Shang Shui's recollection was stirred by his words. It was a deceased individual. Long gone, she realized she had stumbled into something sinister, fervently desiring to restore her normalcy, yet neglecting the fact that authorities would investigate the matter. Without ample time for contemplation, she noticed the robust man scrutinizing her expression, and he cautiously remarked, through the dashcam footage, "We discovered that the vehicle you were in had previously been involved in a confrontation with the accident vehicle." Confrontation? Shang Shui thought the man's words lacked precision. That driver had nearly attempted to use them as scapegoats. Since Miss Shang's window was open, we found that she had locked eyes with the deceased driver. "I may have made eye contact with him, but that does not imply I am deceased," Shang Shui replied, somewhat exasperated and puzzled as to why these individuals had approached her. The man, momentarily at a loss for words, inferred from Shang Shui's statement that she indeed knew the driver was dead. Here is my contact information. He paused, noticing her growing impatience, and understood she might have other matters to attend to. Should you encounter any supernatural occurrences in the future, feel free to call this number. Additionally, should Miss Sheng wish to join us, you're always welcome. Join them? Very well. Sheng Shui raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Yet, she felt no inclination towards the matter at hand. Out of courtesy, she tucked the business card away and swiftly turned to leave. Although she did not discard the card, it held little significance in her mind as she was solely focused on finding Lu Chenran. She had not anticipated that the supernatural incident mentioned by the man would unfold so swiftly. Beep beep. The sound of the car horn echoed as Sheng Shui settled into her seat. Before setting off, she sent a message to Li Mengya. After putting her phone away, she leaned her head against the car window, her mind blank. The voice from the taxi's radio station resonated clearly in her ears. Young lady, it seems you didn't sleep well last night. The driver, a jovial middle-aged man, noticed Sheng Shui seemingly dozing with her eyes closed and chuckled. You young folks really need to take care of yourselves. I have a driver friend who never sleeps on time and indulges in sweets. Just recently, he was found, tragically, dead in his car while waiting for passengers. The driver's tone grew somber as he recounted the tale, filled with a profound sigh at its conclusion. Sheng Shui paused at his words, subtly glancing at the driver through the rearview mirror. He wore a striped sweater, and, perhaps due to prolonged sitting, his belly bore an abundance of excess flesh, with 3 chins to speak of. A baseball cap, the largest size available, perched atop his head, but seemed somewhat inadequate for his large cranium. Perhaps it was the angle, but Sheng Shui could not see his face. She could only observe the fleshy contours of his chin and the purplish hue of his lips. Bluish-purple lips often signify serious heart issues, and, at this point, it appears rather grave. Alas, let us not dwell on him, for the mere mention evokes shadows of unease within me. The driver continued his soliloquy. Why the shadows? Sheng Shui inquired. As the words lingered on his lips, the driver's tone shifted, imbued with an air of trepidation, as if he had stumbled upon a deeply unsettling topic. Typically, drivers engage in lively banter within their chat group, where conversations flow freely. During passenger transfers, they often exchange voice messages, sharing endless tales, regardless of the journey's length. The unfortunate colleague who had met with tragedy was undoubtedly a member of this group. However, his silence now spoke volumes. The sudden resumption of conversation, if not from his family, something felt amiss. Sheng Shui could sense the driver's unease, which mirrored her own thoughts. Indeed, the driver swallowed hard, his voice tinged with an ethereal quality. Initially, we assumed it was his family reaching out, hoping to offer a few words of comfort. Our group was quite lively, with nearly everyone chatting, yet when his voice message was sent, we all fell silent. I opened the message, eager to hear his words, but I truly did not anticipate this turn of events. He seemed agitated, lifting his gaze to the rearview mirror, as if he had long since Sheng Shui observing him from behind, now yearning for a connection with her. He raised his face, and at last, Sheng Shui beheld his visage. It was a rugged countenance, the skin weathered and coarse, perhaps a testament to the harshness of the elements he had endured. At present, there are pronounced dark circles under his eyes, likely a consequence of prolonged poor sleep quality. His entire face bears numerous bruises, and his lips are a deep shade of purple. Overall, by observing the driver's complexion, Sheng Shui can ascertain that his health is undoubtedly in a dire state. Moreover, recalling his description of the driver, a flicker of doubt arises within her. Why does she feel that everything described by the driver aligns so closely with him? In the audio, initially there's only a faint crackling sound, somewhat indistinct. Yet eventually, the sound of him conversing animatedly with passengers emerges, as if he were completely unscathed and still driving calmly. This colleague of mine is typically a very humorous individual, well liked by everyone. We initially thought it was a recording from the past, until we heard him mention the date, seemingly recalling something exceedingly terrifying. Sheng Shui distinctly sees his eyes widen in sheer horror, his expression tinged with fear, that being the date in question. But how could that be? He had long since passed away. How could he be conversing with passengers today? Unless, at that moment, Master, Shang Shui interjected naturally. Could you please pull over to the side? In her line of sight, the vehicle was about to ascend the overpass, where stopping would be impractical. Huh? The driver was momentarily taken aback by her request, then appeared somewhat perplexed, replying, "We haven't arrived yet, young lady. Their essay stop here. Do you need something?" As the elevated bridge approached, she felt a sense of urgency. "I have a matter to attend to," she remarked. Shang Shui's insistence was unwavering. "Just park by the side." The driver, unable to resist her resolve, begrudgingly brought the vehicle to a halt. Upon exiting the car to settle the fare, she heard him assert, "Please use WeChat for payment. I do not accept cash." She scanned the code, completed the transaction, and then closed the door behind her as the car gradually pulled away. Shang Shui captured a photograph of the license plate and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved the contact information provided by the man who claimed to represent a paranormal investigation bureau. She sent him a message, requesting assistance in uncovering details about the vehicle's owner. The man swiftly responded with an image that appeared to originate from the public security system, revealing personal information. The license plate and appearance matched the driver from earlier, but the last line caused her brow to furrow deeply. Deceased. He was already dead. Her instincts had proven accurate. The driver had recounted his own experiences. He was the very driver who, even in death, continued to engage with the living, ferrying passengers. Yet, no one could foretell whether something sinister would transpire within his vehicle at a certain hour. It was precisely this uncertainty that compelled Shang Shui to make the decisive choice to disembark. Her phone vibrated once more. A message from the man inquiring whether she had encountered the driver. Shang Shui remained non-committal, preferring not to discuss the matter over her phone. Since entering that abandoned cylindrical building, she sensed that she had glimpsed another facet of this world. She arranged to meet the man in person, intending to converse face-to-face. The other party seemed quite pleased and quickly sent a message of agreement. Shang Shui did not sense anything amiss and was about to put away her phone when she noticed another message from the other side. "Miss Shang, although I understand you may not believe it, we are indeed official. According to our intelligence, you have attracted the attention of a supernatural organization. The specifics require face-to-face discussion, but in any case, you must remain vigilant." A supernatural organization? Indeed, the driver of a neighboring car who nearly collided with her last time, and now this peculiar driver, seemed to indicate something was amiss. Moreover, the repeated accidents she encountered with drivers were likely due to her frequent entry into different realms. In the physical world, she had ventured out twice, both times heading to Li Mengya's place, necessitating the use of transportation. If one were to reckon with the timeline of the real world, it equated to her experiencing two strange incidents in a short span. Even if her frequent interactions with the supernatural had weakened her vitality, it still felt excessively feeble. Perhaps there truly exists something unknown lurking in the shadows, waiting for her gradual discovery. She decided to postpone her thoughts until tomorrow. For now, the priority was to find Lu Chenran. Due to the inauspicious nature of this route in relation to her destiny, Shang Shui dared not use any form of transportation and instead opted for a shared bicycle, pedaling laboriously towards the villa district. Li Mengya had been waiting outside for quite some time, and upon seeing Shang Shui arrive on the bicycle, her expression instantly transformed with intrigue. As Shang Shui dismounted, Li Mengya approached her with a hint of hesitation, inquiring, "Dear, have you been experiencing some financial constraints lately? Last time, I at least took a taxi. How is it that this time I am riding a bicycle?" Given the considerable distance, she originally intended to complain about how slow Shang Shui was, making her wait for so long, but now only a sense of unuttered words remained. Hadn't she just earned 5 million? Why had I ever found myself in financial straits? Shang Shui cast a curious glance at Li Mengya, her heart swelling with envy. If only I could be like you, I would never be in want. Strangely enough, she could not discern any side effect from that 24-hour immunity charm against supernatural attacks, ever since she used it. All her emotions felt remarkably muted. The only feelings that remained unchanged were her desire and envy for wealth, which sufficed to demonstrate the depth of her affection for money. "Didn't you just earn 5 million? Li Mengya reminded her. "Isn't your ability to earn even quicker?" Indeed, reflecting on that 5 million, Sheng Shui felt her spirits lift slightly. After all, in the real world, she had only spent 2 days and earned 5 million. That was certainly a commendable earning capability. With this thought, she remembered that she had yet to withdraw that money. Given that she would be resting for a while, it was imperative that she retrieve it swiftly. 5 million. Sheng Shui's heart began to race with excitement. She suddenly felt an urgent desire to see Lu Chunran. If only Lu Chunran could help her deal with the anti-ghost and the camera ghost, she would be able to access her funds. "Where is Lu Chunran?" she inquired. In the room, Li Mingya responded. A flicker of concern crossed Li Mingya's eyes as she mentioned Lu Chunran. "What exactly did you encounter in the instance? Why does it seem that the master has been particularly upset since coming out?" Although Lu Chunran consistently presented a carefree demeanor, Li Mingya was acutely perceptive to emotions, sensing that Lu Chunran seemed to harbor an emptiness within. Yet why might that be? After pondering for quite some time, she concluded that something must have transpired within the instance. However, Sheng Shui dismissed any concerns, reasoning that during this particular instance, they had not encountered any significant adversity, and thus felt relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, recalling that just before losing consciousness, Lu Chunran appeared to be inquiring about something from the ghostly figure in red. She speculated that perhaps the answer he sought did not align with his expectations. With this thought, Sheng Shui conjectured it might be related to the response he received. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Chunran seemed to have anticipated her arrival, having sat in the living room for an indeterminate duration. "Have you decided to rename yourself Shang Shanshan?" he teased, alluding to her tardiness. Sheng Shui indeed wished to discuss the events of the day with him. Yet adhering to the principle of letting bygones be bygones, she refrained from delving into that matter and instead asked, "Lu Chunran, are you aware of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau?" As she spoke, she fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Chunran's face, unwilling to miss even the slightest shift in his expression. She observed astonishment flicker across his features, swiftly followed by an enveloping silence. "You've been approached by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau?" After a prolonged pause, he finally broke his silence, his gaze heavy with gravity. In light of this, what more could Sheng Shui need to understand? Lu Chunran must indeed be aware of their undertakings. She nodded. "Do you know what exactly they do?" "I'm also a member," Lu Chunran stated calmly. Chapter 55. The Nightmare and the Abyss. Unexpectedly drawn into the scenario, Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly not imagined the auditory hallucination? "Are you also a member of this organization? Otherwise, how would I be aware of this organization?" Lu Chunran replied, his previously nonchalant demeanor fading as he endeavored to communicate with Sheng Shui in a more comprehensible manner. "The official stance is not entirely accurate. To be precise, in order to uphold societal stability, this official organization was established, known as the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. It comprises numerous app members, along with a select few endowed with special abilities." "What constitutes a special ability?" Sheng Shui queried, perplexed, as it seemed to resemble a formal organization. "Individuals like yourself," Lu Chunran replied, gazing intently at her. "Those who can command spirits, or rather, possess a covenant with them. We typically refer to this as an immortal. During numerous supernatural incidents, in order to ensure the safety of the populace, the authorities dispatch those with special abilities to maintain social order." Sheng Shui fell silent. If someone of her nature was deemed a special ability user by the authorities, then it was evident what their intentions might be in seeking her out. Lu Chunran, having observed the subtle shift in her expression, paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. "The Paranormal Investigation Bureau does not seek to recruit indiscriminately. Rather, based on my conjecture, it is likely a matter of protection." Protection? Sheng Shui was genuinely astonished now. Did she truly face some impending calamity that warranted the intervention of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? She admitted that she had indeed been haunted quite severely these past few days. Yet was it not related to her prolonged encounters with spirits? If the Paranormal Investigation Bureau could truly safeguard themselves, they would not have allowed her to encounter a ghostly driver again. "You should no longer be a novice. I wonder if you are aware of the rules regarding the distribution of props and prop cards." Lu Chenran's voice dropped to a whisper, as though he had stumbled upon something utterly shocking, his eyes brimming with intense fury. Sheng Shui nodded in understanding. Previously, during the village instance, she learned from an elder that to obtain prop cards, one must excel within the instance. However, to acquire props, it typically required that only one person survive the instance. At the time, she found this quite credible, yet after experiencing 3 instances, she had received nothing from the bus scenario, while the other 2 had yielded props. Although it was likely that the ghost controlling Jade Rui was awarded due to her exemplary performance as a newcomer during the instance with Qingyi's Red Veil, she was no longer a novice. Within the instances, danger lurked at every turn, and no one could guarantee their survival each time. To enhance one's chances of survival, the only viable strategy was to increase one's leverage, such as acquiring prop cards or props. Moreover, one's teammates' performance was beyond their control, and the evaluation within the instance was rather impartial. If the instance's difficulty could potentially yield props or prop cards, it was not uncommon for members to sabotage their teammates in a bid to enhance their own leverage, resulting in only one survivor who would then claim the props or seize the prop card from their companions. The unexpected snowfall did not surprise Sheng Shui. Her intuition suggested that Lu Chenran had more to convey than mere trivialities. Thus, she remained silent, patiently awaiting the true essence of his message. Such individuals are dubbed nightmare bearers by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, often exhibiting signs of madness. The Bureau verifies the identities of these individuals through meticulous feedback and registration. Naturally, there exist individuals even more deranged, those who are inherently unwelcome in the fabric of reality, criminals or murderers. For ordinary individuals, the realms they traverse are akin to purgatory, whereas for these deranged souls, it becomes a paradise that liberates their basest instincts. Encountering such characters typically escalates the probability of demise. Sheng Shui pondered deeply. It appeared that the elderly had not deceived her. Indeed, the methods to acquire item cards and items within the realm were as they had described. However, human nature remains unpredictable, and thus, 2 terrifying factions emerged under such rules. No, wait, Lu Chenran's remarks regarding the Bureau's registry of suspicious characters, along with his reference to these fearsome groups, and his assertion that the Bureau was safeguarding its own, could it be? Lu Chenran's somber gaze fixed on Sheng Shui confirmed her suspicions. You have drawn the attention of these individuals. Perhaps it was due to her exceptional performance as a newcomer in completing the realm tasks that she had obtained a unique item. Or perhaps it was because she had previously encountered both factions within the realm, leading to her remarkable abilities being noted. They were convinced she possessed the item, having utilized an item card in her past endeavors. How could they ascertain that it was indeed her? Sheng Shui lifted her gaze to Lu Chenran, her mind clouded with uncertainty about their next course of action. The instances they entered were entirely random. Who could guarantee they would venture into the same realm together? Did they possess some unique method? The array of item cards was vast, ranging from life-saving artifacts to trivial knickknacks, leaving one perpetually unaware of the myriad varieties available. Among them, she recalled a specific type that allowed individuals to enter the same instance together. Lu Chenran pondered for a moment before stating, "You simply need to input your app membership name." The fact that the Paranormal Investigation Bureau could trace her back to her true identity was a testament to the extent to which those organizations had located her. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui felt little fear. Rather, a sense of peculiarity enveloped her. If they could discover her membership name, could they also uncover her distinct forum interaction zone, unlike that of other members? Her remarkable performance as a newcomer was largely attributed to her exceptional engagement in that area. Lu Chenran seemed oblivious to Sheng Shui's expression. He appeared reluctant to pursue the topic any further. Instead, he inquired, "Did the woman in the red dress give you anything?" Sheng Shui hastily retrieved the paper to show Lu Chenran, curious about its contents. She had worried that Lu Chenran might not recognize it either, rendering her efforts in vain. However, it was evident that Lu Chenran, a master in his own right, was indeed dependable. The frown that had creased his brow quickly relaxed as he picked up a piece of talisman paper he had prepared earlier, inscribing a line of text on each sheet. Finally, Shang Shui was able to comprehend the 2 lines of text, which represented the 8 characters denoting the year and month. It seemed that these were indeed the birth dates of the camera ghost and the ant ghost. Lu Chunran held the 2 talismans in his hand, gesturing for Shang Shui to follow him upstairs. Li Mengya, who had not accompanied them earlier, only made her way to the sofa after seeing both Shang Shui and Lu Chunran ascend the stairs. Upon entering Lu Chunran's room, Shang Shui silently apologized for her previous recklessness. The room was adorned not only with a magical altar, but also with ink lines, a copper bell, and a Taoist robe, clearly indicating that he was a professional. Once I turn off the lights, you must close your eyes and refrain from looking at anything. Only when I turn the lights back on may you open your eyes, understood? Lu Chunran instructed. All right, Shang Shui replied. Upon her affirmation, Lu Chunran extinguished the lights and transcribed the 8 characters from the talisman onto yellow paper. Simultaneously, Shang Shui shut her eyes, surrounded by ink lines and the copper bell. As the yellow paper ignited spontaneously without flame, the ink lines began to tremble, and the copper bell emitted a considerable clamor. After an indeterminate period, the sound of the bell gradually diminished, and the lights brightened as the noise ceased completely. Opening her eyes, Shang Shui discovered 2 spirit tablets placed upon the table in front of Lu Chunran. Though devoid of inscriptions, she felt a slight warmth emanating from the jade talisman she had received from Lu Chunran. It was only then that she noticed the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, indicating that this endeavor was far from simple and had likely drained him of considerable energy. A sense of guilt welled up within her, and her admiration for this esteemed figure reached unprecedented heights. Initially, she perceived him as merely a self-assured narcissist. However, she has now come to realize that his self-admiration is entirely justified, for he possesses remarkable abilities. She has always admired capable individuals, and this occasion is no exception. A smile instantly brightened her face as she remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, my esteemed friend. Since I shall refrain from entering the dungeon for the next month, why not join me for a meal when you find the time?" "Perhaps not," Lu Chunran replied, casting a deep gaze her way. "I may be accepting a mission tomorrow." The mention of a mission immediately reminded Shang Shui of the previous instance, when Xie Yiting had hired him at a high price to guide them through the dungeon, prompting her to give Lu Chunran a thumbs up. Truly, he is remarkable. While others take a break, he immerses himself in dungeons. Yet, doesn't he ever consider taking a proper rest? "It's not about entering the dungeon," Lu Chunran said, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. "It's a forum mission issued by the Supernatural Management Bureau." At that moment, Shang Shui realized that she had unwittingly posed her last question. She chuckled softly, only to be captivated by the significance of his words. The Supernatural Management Bureau issues forum missions? What does that entail? Recalling Lu Chunran's earlier assertion that there are phenomena in the real world that defy scientific explanation, she pondered whether such matters could indeed require their assistance. Every special ability user registered with the Supernatural Management Bureau possesses a forum account, which is exclusively for their use, allowing them to accept missions typically aimed at resolving supernatural incidents. Perceiving Shang Shui's confusion, Lu Chunran patiently elucidated, "You can also filter addresses. These tasks are generally assigned a level of difficulty, allowing each individual to undertake responsibilities commensurate with their capabilities. Is it permissible to abstain from participation?" Upon hearing this, Shang Shui, embodying the spirit of idleness, promptly dismissed any intentions of joining the Supernatural Management Bureau. "Certainly," Lu Chunran replied with a smile, "though it means receiving less in terms of subsidies." "Subsidies?" Shang Shui seized upon the pivotal word, her tone noticeably heightened. "Are there many subsidies associated with joining this Supernatural Management Bureau? Approximately how much?" "I'm afraid I cannot provide that information," Lu Chunran responded with a hint of exasperation. "You might consider inquiring yourself." This time, Shang Shui refrained from vehemently declaring her refusal to join. She contemplated that the members who were willing to affiliate with the Supernatural Management Bureau must have been enticed by substantial benefits. Perhaps these subsidies amounted to a considerable sum. However, with a full month remaining before her next venture into the instance, Shang Shui felt she had ample time to deliberate. Thus, She abandoned the topic and redirected her inquiry. When do you anticipate your current task will conclude? Initially believing Lu Chenran would possess a rough estimate, she was taken aback when he shook his head, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. I am uncertain. Please prioritize your safety. Sheng Shui hesitated for a moment, her tone turning earnest. Sensing the gravity of her words, Lu Chenran paused, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Exercise caution, he advised after a lengthy pause. What could possibly happen to me? Sheng Shui replied dismissively. Previously, she had harbored concerns about being inexplicably ensnared by malevolent forces. Yet after performing a ritual, she felt reassured that she would not be so easily compromised in the future. As for the two organizations, she resolved to remain vigilant during her next foray into the instance. You have not grasped my meaning. Unexpectedly, Lu Chenran before her shook his head solemnly. The array of prop cards is vast. They will not relent until they achieve their objectives. No one can ascertain whether they can forcibly draw you into the instance. So you must exercise caution. As night enveloped the apartment complex, Sheng Shui, wrapped in her coat, sneezed. Reflecting on the last words Lu Chenran had imparted to her the previous day, she gritted her teeth in frustration, silently cursing his ominous predictions. Just as she had pondered the possibility of being forcibly drawn in, she found herself the very next day beneath a building called Mingzhu Apartment. She was certainly not naive enough to believe she was in the real world. Entering this inexplicable realm could only signify an instance. Having traversed 3 instances before, she felt no trepidation in the face of unfamiliar surroundings. The only lament was that, whether due to being forcibly drawn in or not, she had not encountered any introductory information regarding the instance. Essentially, she stood there, devoid of any clues or insights about the scenario at hand. Furthermore, among her companions, there were undoubtedly members of the Abyss organization and Nightmares. It was possible that only one of these entities was present, or perhaps both. Their singular aim was clear: to seize the prop cards and items she possessed. Thus, the most perilous threats this time are not merely the copies, but also the hearts of men. Behold, here are the new recruits from this morning. You shall work alongside them today. As Sheng Shui pondered this, she suddenly heard the security guard who had ushered her in earlier, accompanied by a small group, making their way towards her. As he walked, he spoke animatedly, his head nodding in a manner strikingly reminiscent of the moment he had welcomed her. Among those trailing behind him, both men and women, she squinted to count and discovered there were 11 in total. A wave of alarm washed over Sheng Shui. With the addition of herself, the total number of participants had reached a startling 12. Chapter 56. The apartment ghost baby 1. The number is sufficient. Upon reaching Sheng Shui's side, the security guard surveyed the group with a satisfied nod. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he turned and strode towards the corridor, prompting the others to follow suit. Sheng Shui did not immediately trail behind the security guard. Instead, she opted to wait until the 11 individuals approached her, seamlessly integrating into the throng. Simultaneously, she discreetly observed her companions, noting that there were 7 men and 5 women among them. However, due to the angle, she could not discern the features of each individual clearly. Just before entering the apartment, Sheng Shui raised her gaze for one last look at the building. Perhaps due to its age, the structure stood only 6 stories tall, not particularly imposing. The entire apartment complex was situated at the end of a road, yet its other exit led to the beginning of 3 separate paths, which appeared rather peculiar. To put plainly, the feng shui seemed unfavorable. Stepping into the ground floor, the group followed the security guard as he turned a corner and arrived at a brightly lit room on the right. With a click of the keys, the guard stepped inside first. The others remained still, standing in the corridor and observing their surroundings. Sheng Shui noticed that the door the guard had opened bore the sign of the security office, while opposite it was an archive room that seemed to have been untouched for quite some time. Its lock was not the small one found on the security office, but rather a large, imposing padlock. Was there something of great significance inside? Why else would such a formidable lock be used, as if to deter anyone from entering? Coming quickly, as everyone was surveying the area, the guard suddenly emerged from the doorway. His expression was grim, particularly when he noticed one of the women gazing toward the archive room. His face darkened considerably. "Since you are here for a part-time job, you must adhere to your responsibilities. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." Or else he left his warning hanging in the air, but the deep-seated fear hidden in his eyes did not go unnoticed by Sheng Shui. From the guard words, Sheng Shui finally gleaned some clues about this side mission. They had come here for a part-time job. But what kind of job warranted such a gathering in this dilapidated apartment? She had no time to ponder further, as the man closest to the door had already stepped inside. The guard expressed his dissatisfaction with their pace, urging them to hurry along. Meanwhile, her gaze remained fixed on the darkened right side, as if fearing the emergence of something terrifying from that direction. With her keen eyesight, Sheng Shui followed the direction indicated by the security guard and observed the dimly lit corridor, at the end of which appeared to be a staircase. Aside from a security room, all other doors on this floor were locked. The guard's evident apprehension towards that direction raised a troubling question. Could something dreadful descend from the staircase? Lost in thought, she hastened to enter, accompanied by two other girls. The moment these two crossed the threshold, the security guard swiftly shut the door, as if terrified that something might slip in behind them. This hasty action naturally drew the attention of the others, and a sense of unease settled within them. There was evidently something amiss on the first floor of the Mingzhu apartment, and they could only hope that their task tonight was not to patrol. Furthermore, upon entering the room, they were met with a pervasive musty odor. The furnishings were starkly simple, almost excessively so. Apart from two cabinets for documents, there were merely two opposing desks, and the cabinets were devoid of any contents. Sheng Shui suspected that any useful files were likely stored in the heavily locked archive room across from them. Neatly arranged were 12 chairs beside the desks, and given their number, it was evident for whom they were prepared. However, this was of little consequence. When her gaze shifted to the corner in front of the chairs, she suddenly squinted her eyes. There were angular black streaks that evoked the impression of a rectangular object having been placed there for an extended period. Beside these 4 black marks, Sheng Shui discovered a green blade of grass, reminiscent of seaweed. Suddenly, it dawned on her that this security room must have previously housed an aquarium. However, she pondered what could have transpired to compel them to remove the aquarium, to the extent that they dared not linger in the corridor. Furthermore, the condition of the seaweed clearly indicated that this event had occurred within the past few days. "Sir, what exactly is our task today?" After a brief pause, noticing that the security guard remained silent, a young man clad in a green jacket, standing beside the desk, could no longer contain himself and inquired. He appeared somewhat anxious, his tone taut with tension. The security guard had been jovial and chatty on their way here, yet upon entering the apartment, his demeanor transformed to one of grave seriousness, as if he had become an entirely different person. This room was evidently amiss, whose home displays peeling white plaster in the corners, with mold spots adorning the walls. It was as if this place had been submerged in water. The voice of the young man in the jacket echoed jarringly through the room, prompting the security guard to awaken from his stupor and retrieve 6 booklets from the filing cabinet. Sheng Shui glanced over and recognized that these 6 booklets resembled the attendance sheets from her previous job. The words of the security guard corroborated this point. There have been numerous complaints from residents regarding the safety of our Pearl apartment. In order to bolster security management, we have increased personnel for night watch duties. Each of you will be responsible for 1 floor, patrolling every 3 hours, and after each patrol, you must sign your name in this ledger. The security guard spoke with utmost seriousness, and at first glance, there seemed to be no logical flaws in his statements. However, this is a copy, and the crowd was certainly not foolish enough to believe his grandiloquent nonsense. It was likely that this was not a matter of security at all, but rather something supernatural. Moreover, the very concern they had dreaded had materialized, the night watch. Was it necessary for everyone to sign? As the crowd exchanged glances, a woman with neatly cropped hair spoke up. Dressed in a shirt and tailored trousers, her appearance exuded professionalism. She had caught Sheng Shui's attention when she entered. Not necessarily. She posed a question to the security guard. The guard replied in a deep voice, "As long as 1 person signs, it is acceptable. However, I must emphasize that within every 3 signatures, At least one must be your own, otherwise, it equates to death. The remainder of the guard's words were silently filled in by the crowd. This implied that at most, 2 signatures could come from teammates, while one must be their own within 3 signatures. Failure to do so would be considered a breach of the rules. Given the mysterious circumstances that had drawn Sheng Shui into this scenario, she contemplated every detail meticulously and had no intention of forming alliances lightly. Who knows if those who form an alliance with us might be members of the Abyss? The enemy lurks in shadows while I stand in the light. Every step must be taken with utmost caution. Well, if there are no further matters at hand, you should proceed to distribute these notices. The apartment will experience a power outage tonight due to emergency repairs, so ensure that the residents of your assigned floors are duly informed. The security guard, speaking, retrieved a stack of printed papers from his drawer, seemingly well prepared, dividing them into 6 equal portions for each group to take one. We haven't yet organized ourselves into groups. May we do so first? A boy with half-frame glasses interjected, his appearance not fitting that of a societal figure. Yet his demeanor was remarkably composed. His inquiry echoed the concerns of many. They had yet to decide which floor to cover and with whom to team up. If they hastily accepted the notices, none could ascertain whether the task would commence immediately. What if there were time constraints? The security guard furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent with a mutter. Young people can be quite troublesome. Very well, you may first decide which floors to guard. Ensure that the notices are adequately distributed before midnight. Should you exceed this time frame, it would hinder your patrols, and that would be unfortunate. A hush fell over the crowd from the security guard's remarks. It was clear they had 2 pressing matters to attend to tonight: to inform everyone of the power outage within the stipulated time and to conduct their patrols. All right, if you wish to form groups, do so outside and be swift. Do not let time slip away. The security guard waved them off, urging them to hasten. Standing at the entrance, the 2 girls appeared somewhat dazed. Upon hearing the security guard's words, they instinctively turned to pull open the door. However, at that moment, Sheng Shui's voice rang out. It's too dark outside. If we go out now, we might not be able to see each other clearly, and it won't be long before we are separated. Please, a bit of leniency, sir. The 2 bewildered girls, along with the others, suddenly recalled the urgency exhibited by the security guard at the door, and a wave of relief surged within them. His demeanor clearly indicated that danger lurked outside. Had they opened the door moments ago, none could have predicted the potential perils they might have faced. While total annihilation seemed improbable, the possibility of someone being replaced by a malevolent spirit among them was indeed troubling. Just imagine, on a floor with only 2 individuals. If the sole companion turned out to be a ghost, the mere thought sent shivers down their spines. The 2 girls exchanged grateful glances with Shang Shui, while the security guard reluctantly grunted in response. It seemed he was not entirely keen on allowing them to remain in the room. There lingered an unsettling sensation, as if their prolonged presence might invite misfortune. Yet within the confines of the narrative, they were inherently at risk, and none perceived anything amiss. After acquiescing, the security guard turned and strode towards the desk, casually drawing aside a curtain to enter. Only then did the group realize that the room concealed a small partition, shrouded in pristine white fabric. Given the office's appearance, they speculated it might serve as a modest bedroom. However, this is not the time for such discussions. The pressing matter at hand is to select a trustworthy companion for teamwork. Fortunately, the security guard has just stepped away, granting them a semblance of freedom. Why have I found myself inexplicably here? Almost the moment the security guard departed, a stout man clad in a gray coat spoke up. The man's eyes flickered with suspicion as he cautiously surveyed the 11 others around him, attempting to glean insights from their expressions. When the security guard was present, this group had feigned their roles with remarkable conviction. He had been intimidated by the solemn atmosphere they exuded. Now, with the guard absent, he keenly sensed a slight easing in the group's demeanor, emboldening him to question them. This is a scenario. One of the participants, a towering figure, regarded the stout man with a hint of sympathy. You may perceive this as a survival game. Should we fail to complete our tasks, or violate the rules during the process, we may all perish here. Although he offered this explanation, the look in his eyes conveyed his disbelief that the stout man could survive in this scenario. The difficulty of this ordeal was evident to all. Even the elderly held little assurance, let alone a newcomer reluctant to accept the grim reality. He was practically destined to become cannon fodder. "You are all deceiving me." As anticipated, in response to the towering man's explanation, the stout man refused to accept a single word. "I'm going to find the police. I have no intention of inexplicably keeping watch, playing the role of a night guard." He impulsively pushed the door open, cursing as he stormed out. The two girls at the entrance were startled by his behavior, but they quickly closed the door as if fearing some foul entity might rush in. It was settled. One of them was already lost. A man with a scarred face shrugged, lamenting this fact while his gaze maliciously swept over the crowd. One had already departed, and now the numbers were uneven, which meant one of them was destined to be without a teammate. The task ahead was already daunting. The wall clock in the security room indicated that time in this instance seemed to fly, and it was now 10 o'clock at night. No one knew how long it would take to notify the residents, but given the current hour, time was exceedingly tight. If one had to rely solely on themselves without a partner, the odds of survival were grim. None wished to gamble with their lives, and everyone kept their heads down in silence, hoping that the unfortunate individual would not be themselves. However, Shang Shue's eyes brightened. Since no one was willing to take the initiative, they would resort to drawing lots. Just as she was about to suggest this, her words were interrupted by a clear voice. "Me." Shang Shui blinked, asserting that she could manage alone. Alone. She would not have to worry about a member of the abyss lurking nearby, poised to strike. At least for this urgent night. Chapter 57. The Apartment Ghost Child 2, Are You Certain? The scarred man focused his gaze on Shang Shue's face for the first time, his features exuding a palpable menace. Shang Shue's instincts warned her that this man was certainly no stranger to bloodshed. Moreover, the gaze of the other party instilled in Shang Shui an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as though she were a coveted prey in his sights. Could it be him? Shang Shui felt a 50% certainty, yet the remaining 50% demanded substantiation through evidence. Although the others remained silent, their eyes were fixated upon her face. In truth, the security guard had previously raised a pertinent question, two individuals guarding a single floor. No one knew if these two were also part of the regulations. If one were to act alone, would that constitute a breach of the rules? Should Shang Shui ultimately make such a choice, she would have to bear the consequences of her decision. Of course. Shang Shui nodded and then shifted the conversation to another matter. How do we select the floors we guard? They faced not only the challenge of choosing allies, but also the dilemma of selecting their respective floors. Shang Shui, having been inexplicably drawn into this scenario, was certain that these teammates harbored secrets. However, the others remained oblivious. It sufficed for her to make her own choice. The scar man glanced around the assembly and declared, "First, I choose the first floor." While the first floor might harbor suspicious elements due to the peculiarities of the security guard, it also contained an undeniable safe haven, the security office. If even the safe house were to encounter trouble, it would be improbable for the security guard inside to survive. Moreover, several rooms on the first floor were designated for storing files, significantly reducing his workload in issuing notifications, given the absence of residents. A flicker of understanding passed through Shang Shui's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The others evidently shared this realization. The first floor undoubtedly attracts much attention, yet the scarred man exudes an intimidating presence, causing others to refrain from voicing their grievances. He has seemingly established himself as the leader among this group, instilling a sense of fear that renders them unable to express their discontent. Shang Shui, opting not to choose the second floor, seizes the opportunity to ascend to the third floor while the others remain oblivious. The third floor is considered the prime level of this stepped building, typically housing the most residents. Ideally, if living individuals occupy the space, she could knock on each door in turn. If it happens to be a unique entity, that could work too. She could summon her two companions to assist in knocking. Most importantly, Shang Shui is reluctant to be in close proximity to the scarred man. Individuals affiliated with such organizations often possess unpredictable mindsets. Should she find herself too near? What if he were to betray her? Lu Chenran had already cautioned her about this. "I choose the second floor," spoke the short-haired professional woman. Even in this tense atmosphere, her voice remained remarkably calm, exuding a sense of stability as if she were not in a perilous scenario, but rather in the comfort of everyday life. Observing this, Sheng Shui was convinced that this short-haired professional woman must be a formidable figure, concealing her true prowess. Her demeanor suggested a dispassionate indifference towards her surroundings, as if nothing held significant value in her eyes. Sheng Shui deemed it unlikely that she was a member of the Abyssal organization. However, it was premature to draw conclusions. Every situation possesses dual facets, and it would be prudent to await the final task outcome before making further judgments. For now, she had no intention of pairing up. Human nature can be more terrifying than the supernatural. While ghosts may adhere to certain rules in their killings, humans do not. Even if the final two individuals must strictly adhere to regulations, let the ant ghost and camera ghost handle what they can. For what they cannot, they may simply forge new friendships. Although Liu Chunran had explicitly advised her to cultivate fewer acquaintances in safer times, she knew that he would certainly understand in a life-and-death situation. Thus, with the initiation by the professional short-haired woman, others began to select their respective floors in succession. The robust man who had previously offered counsel to the stout man opted for the 5th floor, accompanied by a young man sporting half-rimmed glasses. The gentleman in the green jacket, upon entering and inquiring with the security guard, chose to ascend to the 6th floor, partnering with a reclusive individual nearby. Among the two girls standing at the entrance, the one in a dress decided to team up with the short-haired professional woman, while the girl in jeans reluctantly paired with a taciturn man to go to the 4th floor. Both of these individuals were notably silent throughout the mission, prompting Sheng Shui to murmur in her heart, sensing that their silence seemed to merge together. The last to choose was the blonde girl standing beside the scar-faced man. With all other options exhausted, she found herself, albeit unwillingly, compelled to join forces with him. Although the scarred face appeared rather intimidating, the burden on the 1st floor was visibly lighter than that of the higher levels. The blonde girl mentally reassured herself, her expression calming somewhat. Time had passed considerably, and as the seconds ticked away, the man in the green jacket suggested, "Let us introduce ourselves and promptly reach our designated floors." In the intricate web of connections, where one thread can set the entire tapestry in motion, many tasks necessitate the collaborative effort of teammates. Thus, it is imperative for them to become familiar with one another. Self-introduction serves as an excellent means to achieve this. After the green-jacketed individual made this observation, he took the initiative to lead by example and spoke first. "I am Qin Yizhong." He refrained from disclosing his precise identity. Yet the unwavering stature and the air of righteousness emanating from his face gave Sheng Shui an inkling of his true nature. As she contemplated this, her gaze drifted towards the scarred-faced man, who, indeed, was regarding Qin Yizhong with an expression of icy indifference, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Shi Yunla. Qin Yizhong's teammate coldly uttered his name, his arms crossed, exuding an aura of profound aloofness. It was only then that Sheng Shui noticed his presence. This individual was not any less imposing than Qin Yizhong. He appeared tall and robust, donning a baseball cap that obscured his features, revealing only a gaunt chin. A sense of danger radiated from him, a sentiment that Sheng Shui's instincts firmly affirmed. She had mentally branded this man, Shi Yunla, with a label of peril. Wen Liang. The next to speak was the scar-faced man, whose name seemed a stark contrast to his character, leading Sheng Shui to reasonably suspect that it was fabricated. A more fitting moniker for such a person would be villain. However, upon hearing the name Wen, Sheng Shui couldn't help but smile and replied, "Wen Rui." After all, names are merely symbolic. Those who had allowed her entry were already privy to her true name. Thus, she decided to whimsically combine her fictitious surname with the notion of the ghostly jade known as Rui. Uncertain if it was due to her name, as soon as Sheng Shui's words fell, she sensed Wen Liang casting a glance her way. Consequently, she could almost confirm that Wen Liang was up to no good. He was most likely a member of the Abyss or the Nightmare. Naturally, she felt a surge of vigilance within her, while the others remained oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around them, proceeding with their introductions in order. The girl with dyed blonde hair, though her appearance was altered, clearly exhibited a hint of restraint as she introduced herself as AI Schwanger, a staff member at a milk tea shop. Following her was a woman in a short, professional outfit who made an indelible impression on Sheng Shui. Her thin lips parted to reveal two words, Guanhong. These words were both elegant and succinct, and Sheng Shui felt the name suited her well. Although she did not disclose her profession, the aura she exuded suggested a considerable social standing. Li Chuxia, Guanhong's companion chimed in, her voice melodious. I'm a freelancer, primarily engaged in media work from home. Within the confines of this narrative, self-media bore no significance. The malevolent spirits would not show mercy simply because one had followers. Thus, the group responded with indifference, offering no further remarks. Howie Chen, announced a young man with half-rimmed glasses. I am a student specializing in criminal investigation. Criminal investigation? The group exchanged glances, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up their eyes. As they labored tirelessly within the narrative, they had little time to ponder the coolness of anyone's major. What truly mattered was that a student from this field would possess a keen eye for the subtlest clues. While their own observations could only be deemed amateurish, he was, after all, a professional. After the revelation of Hao Yichen's identity, the attention of everyone was directed towards him, rendering the two individuals on the fourth floor rather inconspicuous. However, Sheng Shui managed to remember their names. The male was Wang He, and the female was Qin Jingjing. Gradually, the faces and names of these individuals began to align in her mind. On the first floor were the blonde girl AI Schwanger and the scar-faced Wen Liang. On the second floor, the professionally short-haired Guan Hong and the skirt-clad Li Chuxia. On the third floor was Sheng Shui herself. On the fourth floor were the taciturn Wang He and the silent Qin Jingjing. On the fifth floor were the half-framed glasses-wearing Hao Yichen and the tall man Wan Liang. And on the sixth floor were Qin Yizhong and Shi Yunla. Let us now take the notification and proceed. Qin Yizhong declared as he stepped forward to retrieve his share designated for their floor. The group voiced no objections, each collecting their respective notices and turning to exit the security office. Have you all divided it up? At that moment, the voice of the security guard echoed behind them, startling them as he emerged from the room, his unexpected presence causing quite a fright. Fortunately, due to their training in the instance, they had cultivated the commendable habit of not screaming recklessly, thus managing to maintain their composure. Yes, Wen Liang responded, displaying considerable patience towards the security guard, as NPCs often held valuable information. Is there anything we should be wary of, sir? Sheng Shui keenly observed that as soon as Wen Liang finished speaking, the guard's expression froze. Moments later, he erupted in fury, his eyes fixated on Wen Liang, veins bulging in anger as he seethed. What is there to be wary of? What did you hear? Such rumors. Speak. Who are the individuals spreading these rumors? He inquired, advancing menacingly towards Wen Liang, his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. Under the harsh glow of the pale lights, he appeared more a specter than a living being, as others felt a chill of fear creep into their hearts. A singular question arose within them. Is the security guard truly human? Furthermore, Wen Liang's inquiries seemed rather reasonable. What could provoke such unbridled rage? It was as if he had lost his sanity. Even Wen Liang, a man of considerable courage, found himself unsettled by the suddenly erupting security guard. As the guard approached with ominous intent, Ace Wang, stifling her trepidation, ventured a conciliatory remark. Sir, the hour is late. We must hasten to inform the residents. The guard's demeanor was evidently abnormal, and Aishuang's bravery in this moment was commendable. Upon hearing her words, the once fearsome guard seemed to recall some dreadful notion, his gaze shifting to one of caution. It may not necessarily be the residents. His emphasis left the crowd perplexed. It could also be the guests. You are to patrol the floors. I will refrain from discussing other matters, but after midnight, it is best to remain on your own floor and avoid the stairs. Understood? Perhaps Aishuang's words had sparked a realization, for the guard concluded with a crucial warning. No traversing the stairs after midnight. Did this imply that there would be phantoms upon the staircase after the witching hour? Upon exiting the security room, no one lingered, each person promptly returning to their respective floors. As Sheng Shui stepped outside, she instinctively cast a glance to her right. Inexplicably, the right side appeared unchanged yet distinctly different from before. The stern gaze of the security guard had instilled a sense of caution in her, compelling her to ascend the left staircase instead of the one on the right. The management of the Mingzhu apartment complex was evidently lax, with the corridors littered with scraps of paper and dust. Even remnants of dried fruit peels and sunflower seed shells strewn about. The motion sensor lights had all malfunctioned, leaving only the green emergency exit sign casting an eerie glow. Navigating through the dimly lit corridor, each corner concealed uncertainties. It was evident that those who followed her were not closely trailing, possibly engaged in hushed discussions or merely inclined to let her lead the way. Aware of this, Sheng Shui pressed on with determination. On the third floor, she found herself alone. Time was short, and her task was significant, making her the most anxious among the group. Clutching a stack of flyers and booklets, she turned another corner, spotting a wall inscribed with 2F. Glancing at the staircase ahead, she realized the third floor was nearly within reach. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a rustling sound emanated from above, akin to the sound of clothing brushing against itself while walking, yet peculiarly devoid of any footfalls. A chill ran down her spine, and without a moment's hesitation, she summoned the spirits of the grandmother and the camera. Almost instantaneously, as the apparitions materialized in the corridor, the strange rustling noise ceased. The elderly woman ghost took the initiative to stand in front of Sheng Shui, clearing a path, while the camera ghost became considerably more subdued. Trailing behind, sandwiched between the two apparitions, Sheng Shui finally felt a semblance of security. The second floor was not far from the third. After ascending a flight of stairs, the stairway turned, revealing the entrance to the third floor. The broad silhouette of the elderly woman ghost provided Sheng Shui with a measure of reassurance in the dim light, emboldening her to survey her surroundings. At every corner of the apartment, there was a landing faced by a door to a room. It was only through this door that one could access the corridor of the third floor. The door, an iron one, was ajar. Upon seeing it, Sheng Shui's expression shifted to one of grave concern. She had misjudged the situation, realizing that the rustling sound she had heard might not solely be attributed to the friction of clothing as someone walked. It could very well be the sound of nails scratching against the iron door. Chapter 58. The apartment ghost baby 3. Sheng Shui refrained from recklessly pushing open the suspicious door and instead stood aside, scrutinizing it carefully. The elderly woman ghost and the camera ghost flanked her, the former's calm demeanor providing her with a slight sense of comfort. Suddenly, her gaze lingered momentarily on one side of the iron door. There appeared to be several faded yellow talismans affixed there, their colors having dulled with age. Sheng Shui recognized these talismans, commonly used for warding off evil spirits. Why would such protective charms be placed at the entrance of a public corridor in an apartment building? It was entirely possible that the rustling sound had originated from someone scratching at the door, leaving her uncertain whether that person still lingered behind it. The old lady ghost evidently did not possess the same level of perplexity as Sheng Shui. She could not comprehend why the other remained motionless in that spot. Thus, while Sheng Shui contemplated the situation, the ghost stepped forward to push open the door. This iron door creaked ominously as it swung inward, its age evident in the sound. Fortunately, nothing dreadful lurked behind it, and Sheng Shui followed the old lady ghost into the hallway. Unlike the broken sensor lights in the stairwell, each apartment door here was adorned with a red lantern, their original hues nearly obscured by layers of dust from prolonged use. From a distance, they resembled disembodied heads hanging ominously at the entrances, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A cursory glance revealed 5 households on one side and 10 on the other. The doorways of these residences, much like the Iron Gate, were affixed with talismanic paper meant to ward off malevolent spirits. However, in stark contrast to the faded and worn appearance of the Iron Gate, the talismanic papers on these doors appeared remarkably fresh, as if they had been affixed only recently. It seemed clear that the environment was indeed peculiar, necessitating residents to employ talismans to avert misfortune. Time passed, and Sheng Shui, wary of lingering any longer, approached the door of the furthest house and knocked. The sound of her knock was quickly met with the echo of footsteps from within. Strangely, however, the footsteps halted at the threshold, and the door remained stubbornly shut. In an instant, Shang Xue realized that the occupant might be pressing against the door, trying to ascertain who stood outside. Thus, she cleared her throat and articulated her purpose. "Hello, I am a new night patrol officer. There will be a power outage tonight, and we need to distribute notification slips. May I trouble you to take one? The door here offers insufficient soundproofing." As Shang Xue's words lingered in the air, she noticed the other party taking several deep breaths, revealing the palpable tension of the occupant in room 301. This was a haggard woman, peering through the peephole to scrutinize the figure outside. Upon realizing it was an ordinarily dressed individual, the woman exhaled slightly in relief. Yet, just as her hand rested on the doorknob, her peripheral vision caught sight of something unexpected through the peephole. Behind the person outside loomed a massive shadow, its form obscured in the dim light, leaving her unable to discern its true nature. Strangely, the shadow cast no reflection on the ground. The woman covered her mouth tightly, fear escaping through her eyes. "Hello, can you hear me?" The security guard had once mentioned the importance of informing the residents adequately. It would be one thing if there were no response from within, but it was evident someone was present. Directly sliding the notification under the door seemed inappropriate under the circumstances. Just as Shang Xue contemplated her next words, the door creaked open slightly. A remarkably thin hand extended through the gap, demanding, "Hand it over." The voice was barely above a whisper. Had the corridor not been so eerily quiet, Shang Xue might have missed it entirely. However, despite its softness, she easily recognized it belonged to a woman. "There has been an emergency power outage tonight. Please refrain from leaving unless absolutely necessary. I shall remain here throughout the night." Seeing the door ajar brought a wave of relief to Shang Xue, who promptly handed over the notification slip. Residing in the peculiar Pearl apartment, one cannot help but succumb to a certain degree of neurosis. Shang Xue expressed her understanding, feeling no sense of discord, and turned toward room 302. However, before her hand could even make contact with the door, it swung open of its own accord. A striking woman, draped in a shawl, emerged, her elegant curls cascading gracefully around her shoulders as she leaned languidly against the doorframe. What ominous notice awaited? A hint of irritation flickered in the woman's gaze, as if she were oblivious to the presence of the anti-ghost and the camera ghost. Her eyes fixed intently upon Shang Xue. Tonight, there will be a power outage. A visceral instinct informed Shang Xue that the woman before her was a formidable presence. She sought to minimize any interaction, extending the notice to the woman. Fortunately, the lady seemed disinclined to make things difficult. She accepted the notice and casually scanned it with a languid air. It was at that moment that Shang Xue noticed a slender cigarette perched delicately between the woman's fingers, the curling smoke rendering her features somewhat ethereal. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed as the anti-ghost took 2 deliberate steps toward room 303, the unmasked sound of her footsteps drawing Shang Xue's attention. The striking woman's gaze faltered for a brief moment, upon observing the anti-ghost and the camera ghost. A fleeting glimmer crossed her eyes before she smiled at Shang Xue, saying, "I understand now. I'll 1T be going out tonight. If anything arises, I will reach out to you. Thank you." With that, she swiftly closed the door, not lingering for further discourse. The anti-ghost cast several wary glances toward room 302. Though she did not speak to Shang Xue, her reaction spoke volumes, indicating that the woman was no ordinary individual. One must not forget, after all, that ghosts are adept at disguise. Before revealing its true nature, a ghost relishes the art of masquerading as an ordinary person, allowing its prey to let down their guard. With a sense of vigilance, she swiftly approached the door of room 303. The occupants within seemed to feign ignorance. Despite her repeated knocks, there was no response, not even the slightest sound. Observing the door, she noted that the doorknob was devoid of dust, indicating that the residence was indeed occupied, as the frequent use kept it clean. However, she could not fathom why the inhabitants appeared so averse to her presence. It was inconceivable for her to force her way into a private dwelling merely to deliver a flyer, leaving her in a quandary about whether to slip it inside. At that moment, the ghostly figure of the elderly woman reappeared at the door. Almost instantaneously, the once silent room erupted with a blood-curdling scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of frantic footsteps, the sound drawing nearer to the door, as if someone were desperately attempting to escape. Everything unfolded in a heartbeat. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the door swung open with remarkable speed, revealing a man with a visage marked by sheer terror. Clad in a t-shirt and possessing a slightly portly figure, his eyes were wide with fright. Upon noticing Sheng Xue at the threshold, accompanied by the ghostly old woman, the color drained from his face. Trembling, he stood frozen, torn between the instinct to flee and the paralyzing fear that held him captive, casting a pleading gaze upon Sheng Xue. In light of recent events, Sheng Xue's understanding was clear. It appeared that the elderly ghost had sensed the presence of someone inside and, upon receiving no response, had entered to frighten him out. Who wouldn't exclaim in surprise upon witnessing such a scene? Moreover, it seems that ever since the man's piercing scream echoed, Sheng Xue has been increasingly overwhelmed by the sensation of being scrutinized. It feels as though a multitude of eyes are clandestinely observing her, observing the man before her. Drenched in cold sweat, Sheng Xue surmised that the ghostly presence of the old lady must have frightened him considerably. With a courteous demeanor, she prepared to speak. A power outage notification, perhaps? Unexpectedly, before Sheng Xue could utter a word, the man appeared to have regained his composure. As he spoke, he took the notification slip from her hand and casually remarked, "I understand." With that, he swiftly closed the door, as if fearing to attract any further unclean entities. Sheng Xue stood close to the door, and the man's abrupt action nearly resulted in an intimate encounter between her nose and the door panel. The old lady ghost. Well done. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, she deliberately raised her voice to a level they could all hear. "If I knock and no one answers, if someone is indeed inside, you should behave just as you did before." The implication of her words was clear. She intended for the old lady ghost to frighten the occupants out. The ghost understood and seemed eager, hastening towards room 304. Unfortunately, the door to 304 was already ajar, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in pajamas. The woman's cheek sagged, and she appeared utterly dispirited. Upon noticing Sheng Xue's approach, she forced herself to fix her gaze on her, though traces of fear and apprehension lingered in her expression. "A power outage, is it? We all understand and support this. I certainly will not venture out tonight." As she spoke, she forced a smile that was meant to convey understanding. However, due to her unwillingness, the smile appeared exceedingly stiff and unappealing. From time to time, she cast furtive glances toward the ghostly figure of the elderly woman, clearly indicating that it was not her, but rather the ghostly matron, who had willingly opened the door to wait. "Thank you for your support of our work." Sheng Xue effortlessly took credit for the ghostly matron's efforts. "Please take a look at the notification." Upon hearing Sheng Xue mention the term work, the middle-aged woman paused, glancing at her youthful and beautiful face several times before ultimately advising, "You, a young lady, could do any job. Why come here?" From a middle-aged woman's words, it seemed that working here could lead to severe consequences. Sheng Xue, eager to learn more about the intricacies of this narrative, seized the opportunity presented by the woman's inclination to chat. With a sigh, she lamented, "There's no choice. My family says the pay here is high." The assertion of high wages was entirely fabricated by Sheng Xue, yet it is known that jobs in such ominous locales typically offer decent pay. Realizing she had been too forthright, she immediately covered her mouth in a gesture of self-awareness. "What fate?" Sheng Xue cooperatively feigned a look of fear. "Isn't this merely the most ordinary of night watch duties? How could it possibly be linked to fate?" The middle-aged woman hesitated noticeably, clearly weighing whether or not to divulge the matter at hand. However, she did not ponder for long and soon addressed Sheng Xue, stating, "I am not entirely certain about the specifics myself. I have not resided here for long, but the security personnel seem to change frequently. Look, the pens used by the previous batch of security staff are still sitting over there." Following the direction indicated by the middle-aged woman, Sheng Xue noticed that a set of tables and chairs was indeed placed in the corner. This set appeared remarkably similar to those in the security room downstairs. confirming her suspicions, although she had long suspected that there might be more than one group of night patrols. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words made Sheng Shui's lips tighten with unease. "Did you see them when they left a couple of days ago?" The middle-aged woman's expression was complex. She seemed on the verge of correcting Sheng Shui's choice of words, but ultimately refrained, simply replying, "No, I merely happened to encounter them while they were moving a fish tank." After concluding her conversation with the middle-aged woman, Sheng Shui slowly turned to begin knocking on doors one by one to distribute the notification slips. To her surprise, upon turning around, she found a row of doors swinging open in unison. The residents appeared to have coordinated their actions, all smiling as they remarked, "Is it a notice from the property management? We are all in full support of the property staff. I promise not to wander around tonight." One added, "Thank you for your hard work, making a special trip to deliver this. Please give me one." These individuals not only spoke of their intentions, but even approached with eagerness, seeking to take the notification slip from her. Among them were both men and women, each displaying an outwardly warm demeanor. Yet the smiles at the corners of their lips appeared painfully forced. Their gazes mirrored that of the middle-aged woman from earlier, filled with an unspoken dread as they glanced towards the figures of the old woman ghost and the camera ghost behind Sheng Shui. Moreover, Sheng Shui noticed a few of them casting terrified looks towards the doorways they had just passed. Was there something horrifying lurking there? Upon this thought, her heart skipped a beat, and she turned to gaze back at the doorways they had traversed. What she beheld was startling. She realized that the protective talismans which had once adorned those doorways had, unbeknownst to her, turned to ash, pitifully lying on the ground. The talismans had served their purpose. This signified that a dreadful presence had indeed followed them through these hallways, brushing past those doors. The talismans had disintegrated due to their defensive role. It was highly probable that this was the very entity responsible for the scratching at the door. In an instant, the corridor was left with but one person and two ghosts. Oh no! Sheng Shui held her breath, scanning her surroundings. It was highly likely that there were three ghosts. Chapter 59. The apartment ghost baby. Before realizing this, Sheng Shui's breath momentarily caught, her mind racing to devise a strategy. If indeed a ghost was trailing them, why had it not revealed itself? Was it due to the presence of the old woman ghost and the camera ghost, or perhaps was it simply not yet the opportune moment for it to make its appearance? Sheng Shui unconsciously cast a glance at the ghostly old woman and the camera ghost. Within her line of sight, both specters exhibited remarkably ordinary behavior, as if there were nothing suspicious in their vicinity. Furthermore, when she remained motionless, no unsettling sounds disturbed the stillness around her. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the corridor, scattering the ashes of the talisman paper across the floor, creating a delicate flurry. Sheng Shui's expression darkened as she realized the iron door through which she had entered was ajar, allowing the wind to rush in from that very gap. She wondered if it was raining outside. Amidst the breeze, she faintly sensed the dampness of the earth. Checking her phone, she noted that it was already 11:01 p.m. Midnight is the hour when the Yin energy is at its peak, and a security guard had emphasized that the notifications must be dispatched before this time. All signs indicated that failing to complete this task would lead to dire consequences. Thus, despite the pervasive unease in the corridor, Sheng Shui resolved to finish distributing the flyers. The prolonged absence of the entity suggested that it was bound by certain rules. Perhaps its theatrical antics were designed to undermine her composure, rendering her incapable of fulfilling her duty. However, due to the earlier emergence of three residents, she now needed to notify just two more households. These were the two units located at the far end of the third floor. Logically, the old apartment's sound insulation was poor. Given the ruckus she had made outside, the commotion created by the residents' exit was considerable. Yet, these two households had their doors tightly shut, adorned with more talisman paper than the others. Noticing this, Sheng Shui slightly narrowed her eyes. Did this imply that the specter favored disturbing the inhabitants of these two rooms? The sound of knocking resounded once more on the third floor. Sheng Shui waited at the door for an extended period, yet no one came to answer, and not a single footstep could be heard. As if no one were present within, she feared that someone inside was unwilling to make a sound, so she called out, "Hello, I am from the property management. There is a notification." Just then, the door of the room at the far end swung open, revealing a refined gentleman standing at the threshold. Sheng Shui was instantly captivated by his presence. "It seems this household is unoccupied," the gentleman remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Sheng Shui. He explained that he often left early and returned late. Previously, many had come seeking debts, and it was later revealed that he owed a considerable sum on credit cards. To evade those pursuing him, he had not been seen for quite some time. So that was the case. Sheng Shui nodded, indicating her understanding, and discreetly observed the man before her. "Are you heading out?" she inquired. He appeared to be entirely out of place in this dilapidated apartment. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit and sporting a hairstyle fashioned with gel befitting a societal elite, his demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. The first impression he left was that of an elite individual. However, despite the impeccable condition of his suit, as he raised his hand to adjust his cuffs, Sheng Shui astutely noticed the inconspicuous frayed edges at the cuffs. He was, after all, a man of ordinary means who valued his appearance and took pride in his presentation. In a bid to economize on accommodation, his attire, however, bore an extravagant price tag. Sheng Shui recognized the Omega watch adorning his wrist, valued at approximately 50,000. Yet, both the watch strap and his clothing exhibited signs of wear, indicative of frequent use. He evidently treasured them, but they could not escape the ravages of time. As Sheng Shui appraised him, the man in the suit discreetly scrutinized her in return. Upon observing her unremarkable attire, a faint smile graced his features. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, glancing at his watch as if to confirm the hour. Sheng Shui's tone was formal, though the dimly lit corridor of the apartment building rendered her assent indistinguishable whether the lights were on or off. While speaking, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the hallway. Yet there was nothing to behold. After a brief pause, she refrained from further comment and handed the notice to the man in the suit. The security guard had merely stated to inform the residents, without any prohibition on their departure. To put it plainly, she remained uncertain whether the man was alive or a specter, and thus had no intention of detaining him. He accepted the notification with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. His leather shoes struck the ground with a sound reminiscent of a woman's high heels, producing an unusually crisp echo. Sheng Shui casually glanced at his footwear, her pupils narrowing in surprise. In her line of sight, while the man in the suit appeared to walk normally towards the exit, an ephemeral shadow of black ankle boots flickered with each of his steps. The black ankle boots had only a modest heel, yet the soles appeared rather rigid, amplifying the sound of footsteps as they echoed in concert with the suited man's stride. It seemed that Sheng Shui sensed an intrusive gaze upon her. Just as her pupils constricted, an unexpectedly frigid stare enveloped her. In the final periphery of her vision, the polished shoes of the man in the suit vanished at the iron gate. He had descended the stairs. Turning back, she observed that the talismans at the entrance had been completely consumed by flames, now reduced to mere ashes, quietly resting on the ground. It appeared that the formidable presence she had just since belonged to those very black ankle boots. Given their dimensions, it was likely that the wearer was a woman. Strangely, she had been awaiting the suited man. The fact that the boots had refrained from direct confrontation indicated a certain intent if the suited man had no connection to the spirit of the boots. It would be improbable. Could it be a romantic entanglement? It seemed plausible. The man exuded an air of pretentiousness despite his apparent lack of wealth, a hallmark of extreme self-interest, typically indifferent to others and solely enamored with himself. He likely deceived numerous women. A premonition washed over Sheng Shui, suggesting that a significant clue regarding this narrative lay hidden within the connection between the suited man and the spirit of the boots. However, with the man having departed, there was no opportunity to verify her suspicions, compelling her to abandon the thought. She turned her gaze towards the empty room, preparing to slide the notification slip through the door's crack. With no one inside, she had no means to directly deliver the notice. Slipping it through should pose no issue from any perspective, she reasoned. With this thought, Sheng Shui crouched down, one hand steadying the door while the other deftly inserted the notification slip, merely propping the door before she could grasp the notification in her hand. Sheng Shui suddenly felt her body sway. With a soft click, the door before her unexpectedly swung open. It opened of its own accord. Had the occupant of this room failed to secure it? If indeed the door was left unlocked, why had the neighbors not noticed? Leaving it to her as the staff to discover? There was a draft in the corridor as well. Just as Sheng Shui contemplated this, she felt another gust of wind, causing the door, which had only been ajar, to swing wider. The interior gradually came into her view. It was shrouded in darkness, as the lights were unlit, rendering many items indistinct. Yet, it was apparent that the room contained very little, faintly exuding a musty odor, confirming the suit-clad man's assertion that it had been uninhabited for a considerable time. Sheng Shui lingered at the threshold, gazing inside. The door had swung open so effortlessly, as if to proclaim that something was amiss. Curiosity, they say, can be perilous. Should she venture in? However, she was entirely unaware of the clues pertaining to this scenario and could not remain passive as before. With this thought, Sheng Shui retrieved her camera from her bag and snapped a photograph of the interior. The camera operated seamlessly, and the image materialized swiftly. The photograph still depicted an expanse of darkness, yet devoid of any ghastly faces, unlike the time when Liu Chunran had captured the rear compartment on the haunted bus. Back then, the lighting was similarly dim, yet the camera had captured apparitions. Thus, this room harbored no specters. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was already 20 past 11, leaving a mere 40 minutes until midnight. Sheng Shui, having cast aside her hesitation, stepped into the room. The camera ghost lingered at the threshold, while the ant ghost followed her inside. To avoid attracting any unusual entities, Sheng Shui refrained from turning on lights, relying instead on her exceptional eyesight and the faint glow emitted by her phone to survey the space. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed and a few cabinets, which made the desk overflowing with books all the more striking. She approached the desk to inspect it, discovering that it was cluttered with professional literature, predominantly focused on investment and finance. Could it be that this individual, who frequently borrowed money, was engaged in such a profession? This fleeting thought crossed Sheng Shui's mind, but she chose not to dwell on it, instead scrutinizing the desk before her. The books were haphazardly arranged, and she took some time to sift through them one by one, ultimately finding nothing else of significance. Her intuition suggested that there must be something more. The desk had no drawers, merely a flat surface, leading her to believe that a clue might be concealed within one of the volumes. With her lips pursed, she began to search through the books, hoping to uncover a hidden note or some other form of evidence. The ant ghost and the camera ghost remained silently in their designated spots, betraying no signs of disturbance. Thus, Sheng Shui continued her search among the stacks of books for quite some time, until at last, she discovered a small slip of paper tucked within one of the volumes. This note was brief. Rather than a mere message, it served as evidence of a struggle with decision-making. Scrawled on a short piece of paper were just a few words, devoid of any elaboration. The phrase yes, no, yes, no, yes lingers in the air, as the note is too brief, concluding precisely at the word yes. What does it signify? What requires deliberation on the matter of acceptance or rejection? Reflecting on the owner of this room, could it be a question of borrowing? Sheng Shui struggles to find a suitable answer, burying her questions deep within her heart. This book, interspersed with the note, is the third from the last that remains unopened on her desk. The other two, when perused, revealed nothing but their pristine pages, devoid of any inserts. Only this particular tome, containing a few scribbled words, stands out as the most peculiar item on the desk. Sensing something significant, Sheng Shui turned to the front page, where the name Zhuo was prominently inscribed. Perhaps this is the name of the room's owner. Yet, as a masculine name, does it not seem rather effeminate? Could it be that these books do not belong to the owner of the room? There exists the possibility that the suited man has deceived her, and the occupant of this room is, in fact, a woman. To guard against the sudden appearance of a ghost, she securely closed the door behind her. The furniture left by the previous occupants still occupied the hallway. She pulled out a chair and sat down, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. The time on her phone persistently ticked away, and as it approached 11:50 p.m., she acutely sensed a palpable tension enveloping the apartment. It was not due to any observable phenomenon, but rather an instinctive feeling that something within the apartment had shifted. Her nerves were taut to the utmost degree. If she was not mistaken, the security guard's mention of emergency power repairs at midnight meant that 12 o'clock was precisely when the power would be cut. In utter darkness, how could one possibly perceive a ghost? It was 23:59. The red lights at each guest room door began to flicker, their varying frequencies resembling enormous crimson heads that heightened the pressure within her. Even Sheng Shui, typically composed, found herself frowning at this bizarre scene, gripping the lightning strike prop card tightly. She had initially thought to use this card while on the bus, but circumstances had never afforded her the opportunity. Fortunately, she had cultivated the habit of carrying prop cards with her whenever she ventured out for rest. Otherwise, being abruptly pulled into a scenario without any clues or tools would have been dire. Clutching the lightning strike card, she focused her gaze on her phone. Perhaps in response to her thoughts, the display transitioned from 23:59 to 00:00. At that very moment, the flickering red lanterns in the corridor extinguished entirely. Simultaneously, Sheng Shui turned off her phone, plunging the corridor into utter darkness. Under the cover of night, she signed her name in the booklet. Just as she set down her pen, a blood-curdling scream echoed from downstairs. The voice was unmistakably female, as if she had encountered something profoundly terrifying. The shriek sent shivers down one's spine and persisted for nearly a minute. Something had gone awry downstairs. Chapter 60. The Apartment Ghost Baby 5. Following the chilling screams that sent shivers down one's spine, a cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of something striking forcefully or stomping upon the ground. If memory serves, on the second floor resided Guanhong and Li Chuxia, while on the first floor were Wan Liang and AI Schwanger. Given that the voice emanating was distinctly feminine, who could it possibly be? In the enveloping darkness, only the imposing figure of the ant ghost stood before the table, accompanied by the camera ghost, providing her with a modicum of solace. Sheng Shui compelled herself to remain alert, setting an alarm to rouse her every 3 hours to stave off the encroaching sleep. However, whether it was due to the disturbances below or the presence of the ant ghost and camera ghost, the third floor had remained eerily quiet throughout the night, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. If one were to pinpoint a peculiar difference, it would be the faint rustling sounds emanating from certain rooms, as if some mischievous soul were indulging in juvenile games, causing annoyance. Thus, the night stretched on until the clock struck 9. The pamphlet bore only 6 signatures, and with but a single occupant on Sheng Shui's floor, it stood to reason that there would only be 2 signatures recorded. The corridor rekindled its brightness, now illuminated by the daylight streaming in. Strangely, the lights in the residence corridor remained lit even during the day. Despite her curiosity, Sheng Shui lingered not, preparing to descend and ascertain the situation. Judging by the clarity of the sounds from the previous day, she surmised that trouble likely brewed on the second floor. Yet, upon reaching the first floor corridor without stepping inside, she was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. The pungent scent of blood caused her to instinctively furrow her brow, realizing that something had transpired with AI Schwanger last night. As she passed through the corridor on the second floor, there had been no trace of such a smell. She could not fathom what had transpired with AI Schwanger to elicit such a potent odor. It was undoubtedly a harrowing occurrence. Frowning, she hesitated to step inside. The echoes of last night's screams intertwined with today's blood-stained air, both conveying a singular message. The specter within this realm was undeniably cruel. As if to corroborate Sheng Shui's suspicions, just as the thought crossed her mind, a shadow darted swiftly from the doorway, racing towards the exit. She crouched by the flower bed, retching, leaving Sheng Shui with nothing but a glimpse of her back. Although their encounter was fleeting, Sheng Shui recognized her as Li Chuxia from the second floor. While she focused on Li Chuxia, another sound of footsteps emerged from the entrance, and upon glancing up, she saw Guanhong standing at the threshold. Guanhong's complexion was notably pale, perhaps due to a sleepless night, her lips devoid of color, and her eyes betraying a hint of suppressed anguish. They had evidently descended only moments before her. What did they witness to render Guan Hong's expression so ghastly? Do not enter. She seemed to read Sheng Shui's thoughts. Her voice soft yet tinged with restraint. Inside, it is quite distressing. In any case, the security is cleaning up. Perhaps it is best to wait before venturing in. Guan Hong paused, opting for a term that was relatively more decorous. Sheng Shui is a person who readily heeds advice and possesses little interest in witnessing distressing scenes that might unsettle her psyche. Thus, she remains outside rather than entering. Guan Hong mentions that the security personnel are cleaning up. Are they tending to the bloodstains or perhaps the mangled remains? Such matters remain unclear for the time being, as she leans against the wall, contemplating another issue, when Liang and AI Shuanger are together on the first floor. Last night, only the piercing screams of women echoed. Did anything happen to Wen Liang? There are several vacant rooms on the first floor, which should ideally make the task of issuing notifications rather simple. How could an incident have occurred so suddenly in the early hours? Reflecting on her previous suspicions regarding Wen Liang, Sheng Shui feels it quite plausible that he is up to no good. However, without having entered, she currently lacks evidence. Li Chuxia has not consumed any food today, so her vomiting consists merely of some acidic bile, and she soon approaches in a state of exhaustion. Her gaze is filled with uncertainty, and her demeanor appears dazed, which is hardly surprising. After all, she stood by the door with AI Shuanger yesterday and exchanged a few words, only for the latter to meet a tragic fate in the apartment today, an ordeal that any sane individual would struggle to comprehend. During this time, the three maintain a peculiar silence, while other residents from different floors gradually descend. Wang He and Qin Jingjing from the fourth floor, Hao Yichen and Ruan Liang from the fifth, and Qin Yizhong and Shi Yunle from the sixth floor. Sheng Shui observes each one in turn and notes that, apart from the first floor, no other levels have suffered casualties. These residents are astute, upon detecting the unusual and gruesome scent emanating from the first floor. They refrain from bringing up any other matters, standing in solidarity with Sheng Shui and her companions. A coincidental turn of events unfolds. Just as everyone had just taken their positions, as if the timing had been meticulously calculated, two young men clad in security uniforms emerged, carrying a stretcher. The stretcher was draped with a white cloth, stained with traces of blood, and the angle of the hanging fabric failed to resemble a human form. As the security personnel moved, the white cloth fluttered slightly. The onlookers were filled with dread, fearing that a piece of dismembered flesh might fall. Li Chuxia's reaction was the most intense. Since the stretcher's appearance, her complexion had turned as pale as a sheet, and she trembled uncontrollably, visibly in a state of utter distress. Just as the stretcher passed before her, a gust of wind suddenly blew, lifting a small corner of the cloth slightly. It was as if he had glimpsed something profoundly horrific. Sheng Shui distinctly observed her pupils dilate as she pressed her mouth shut, with terror emanating from her eyes. The moment the security personnel carried the stretcher out of sight, she could no longer contain herself, crouching down and covering her mouth, sobbing quietly. Due to the considerable distance between the first and sixth floors, they had not heard anything the previous day. They had assumed that nothing had occurred in the apartment, unaware that something had indeed transpired on the first floor. This is a question you should not pose to us. Guan Hong's voice was cold. Only Wen Liang on the first floor may know. As if in affirmation of her words, Wen Liang soon appeared in the corridor. His expression was somewhat pale and weary, yet he appeared significantly better than Li Chuxia. Sheng Shui discreetly narrowed her eyes, silently marveling at the extraordinary psychological resilience of this individual, which was undoubtedly far beyond that of an ordinary member. What transpired on the first floor last night? This question was posed by Hao Yichen. As expected of a young university student, despite having had a restless night, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, and the dark circles beneath his eyes were quite subtle. Upon hearing Hao Yichen's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze towards Wen Liang, eagerly awaiting his response. We had previously agreed that each of us would issue a notification in turn. When I reached the far left, she happened to be at the extreme right. It seemed as though she had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. She suddenly dashed towards the security room, only to find its door firmly shut. In the darkness, I could not discern what had transpired, but I could hear her anguished screams. At this juncture, when Liang swallowed hard and continued, of course, there was also the sound of chewing. The sound of chewing. As these words escaped his lips, the others widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping in horror. What could this possibly mean? Was it conceivable that the specter haunting the first floor last night not only sought to take lives, but also to consume them? This notion seemed plausible. Otherwise, the eerie state of AI Schwanger on the stretcher would remain inexplicable, and Li Chuxiao would not have reacted so strongly upon seeing a corner fluttering in the wind. Li Chuxiao's breathing, which had just begun to stabilize, grew hurried once more. Yet, at this moment, no one focused their attention on her. What everyone yearned to uncover was the true nature of AI Schwanger's actions from the previous night. However, the individual who should have been most privy to the reality, Wen Liang, found himself at a loss for further words. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and the crowd hesitated to press him further. How could they remain passive in such dire circumstances? Last night, AI Schwanger met a tragic end, her body so mangled that not even a complete corpse remained. Those who had heard her anguished cries were the most anxious. No one knew whether they might be the next to suffer such a horrific fate. After much deliberation, the group resolved to venture to the first floor, hoping to uncover some clues near the very door where she had encountered her misfortune. It was daytime, and they reasoned that danger was less likely to strike. Wen Liang had no objections. In fact, he took the initiative to lead the way to enhance their efficiency. The atmosphere was tense as they walked down the corridor, and Li Chuxia averted her gaze, fearful of encountering something dreadful. What if those two security guards had failed to clean up properly? The mere thought of seeing remnants made her nauseous. Others shared her apprehensions, with many scanning the first-floor corridor for any signs or hints. Sheng Shui, however, frequently assessed Wen Liang's back with her gaze. He had mentioned that after AI Schwanger found herself in peril, she had desperately sprinted towards the security room, yet she could not open the door. Was he truly positioned outside at that moment? If so, while it was unlikely for a spirit to strike down two individuals in quick succession, could he truly remain composed? Furthermore, given his character, Shang Shui had an inkling that he might be the type to close the door and allow his teammates to struggle in vain. After all, she harbored deep suspicions about him being an abyssal entity. Meanwhile, a man nearby maintained a calm demeanor, directing his gaze elsewhere, as if the earlier scrutiny had merely been a figment of his imagination. The man she recognized introduced himself, and Sheng Shui remembered his name. Wang He. Here it is. Wen Liang's footsteps came to a halt before a room in the corridor. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing it was indeed the room at the far right. It appeared that Wen Liang had not lied about the location. AI Schwanger had indeed encountered trouble here. The crowd exchanged uneasy looks, noting that the security had done a commendable job cleaning up. Though this thought lingered only a moment before they recalled Wen Liang's assertion that AI Schwanger had experienced her ordeal at the entrance of the security room. When it came to searching for clues, none of them possessed the expertise of Howie Chen. Thus, they instinctively made way for him to conduct his investigation. Howie Chen did not disappoint. His meticulous examination instilled confidence in those present. As he rose, the crowd gathered around him, eager to hear his findings. "Did you discover anything?" they inquired. "There are several traces and faint scratch marks. It seems you retrieved something here," Howie Chen responded astutely. "Moreover, I have noticed there appears to be some drawings beneath here." "Drawings beneath here?" The remark evoked a chorus of puzzled expressions. Observing their confusion, Howie Chen bent down deliberately, gesturing towards the wall. Following his direction, the observers indeed spotted some simplistic sketches on the wall. These drawings seemed to originate from a very young artist, depicting what resembled a rice dumpling, leaving everyone unable to deduce its exact nature. Moreover, the placement of this simple drawing is notably low, resembling the handiwork of a diminutive child. "Did you hear any sounds reminiscent of children yesterday?" Qin Yizhong pondered the pattern for a moment before turning to inquire of Wen Liang. A flicker of surprise briefly crossed Wen Liang's gaze as he truthfully shook his head, responding, "I did not." His words were rather insubstantial, failing to elucidate the intricate details of yesterday's events. To be precise, given that such an incident transpired on the first floor, How could he, as a participant, possess no knowledge of it whatsoever? The only plausible explanation, aside from the possibility of him being asleep, is that he is unwilling to disclose the truth to everyone. The latter seems far more probable. Have they all come down? Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, the door to the security room swung open, revealing the security guard. He appeared quite pleased to see everyone up so early, nodding enthusiastically as he proclaimed, "We reimburse meals here. If you wish to eat, you should head to the Fat Sisters restaurant outside." With that, he intended to lead the way. As the security guard emerged from the room, Shang Shui noticed a fleeting look of discomfort on Wen Liang's face. However, he quickly regained his composure, striving to mask any signs of distress. Unfortunately, Shang Shui caught on to his subtle shift in demeanor. What could this mean? Was it possible that the security guard was somehow implicated in AI Schwanger's demise last night? The guard had clearly been in the security room, and AI Schwanger's cries had been loud enough to be heard even on the third floor. It was illogical for him not to have heard them, unless the security guard was a specter tacitly consenting to the events that unfolded. The establishment referred to by the security guard as the Chubby Girl restaurant is situated outside the apartment complex. As they walked along the road, silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon reaching the entrance, the security guard addressed the group. "You worked hard yesterday. Let's have a meal first. Rest during the day. For tonight, your task is to take the water meter readings." At this proclamation, the expressions of the group darkened significantly. Take the water meter readings? Did that not imply entering the residence rooms? Chapter 61. The apartment's ghostly infant. Last night, they had merely stood guard in the corridor, and with AI Schwanger meeting such a tragic fate, who could fathom the potential loss should they proceed to enter the rooms for the readings? Yet, none dared to defy the security guard's orders. Seated in the Chubby Girl restaurant, a profound silence fell upon them. "You must be the new property staff at Mingzhu apartment, correct?" The proprietress indeed lived up to her sign, being a robust woman. Her hair was styled in woolly curls, her thick lips adorned with bright lipstick, and she exuded a strong scent of cooking oil. "Have people worked here before?" "Of course," she replied casually while arranging the dishes on the table and checking the order against the menu. "The residents have always been quite dissatisfied with the property management and frequently lodge complaints. Hence, we tend to hire additional staff." According to her assertion, the recurring complaints suggested that the property staff should be long-term employees. However, from the security guard's earlier comments, it appeared that every previous team had not lasted long. Had they all perished here? However, it seems that the residents of Mingzhu apartment are rather few. Shang Shui displayed a perfectly measured look of confusion. Particularly on the first floor, several rooms remained unoccupied. Who could have anticipated that this would be the floor to encounter trouble first? Recalling Wen Liang's wary gaze directed at the security guard, she began to suspect that the guard might not be entirely human. Perhaps he only manifested under specific conditions, such as after midnight. Shang Shui's inquiry drew the attention of the other 10 individuals, their gazes converging upon her. To the group, this solitary young woman guarding the third floor appeared both astute and audacious. They had assumed that if trouble were to arise, it would befall her first. Yet here she stood, safe and capable of articulating her thoughts clearly while posing questions to the restaurant owner. In the past, such inquiries were abundant. Upon hearing Shang Shui's question, the owner's expression momentarily faltered before she lowered her voice and replied, "Since that incident occurred, the number of residents has gradually dwindled, and there is now a heightened concern for safety." Her demeanor suggested the weight of something significant, as if she were disclosing a matter of great importance. With a sigh, she added, "My restaurant was once thriving, but now it barely sustains itself." The initial part of her statement cast a solemn air over the group. A heightened concern for safety? Did this imply that a fatal incident had transpired? Otherwise, why would there be such an emphasis on security accompanied by numerous property demands? While Shang Shui was unaware of the events that had transpired on other floors, the memory of the alluring woman and the suited man with their short boots on the third floor lingered in her mind, undeniably hinting at an abnormal presence. What has happened? Li Chuxia could not help but inquire. The crowd shared her curiosity about the events at Mingzhu apartment, and soon, 11 pairs of eyes were fixated on the proprietress. The chef had already brought out the dishes, yet the diners were hardly distracted by the food, as the unsettling occurrences on the first floor had dampened their appetites. It's a long story. The proprietress began, appearing to be in her 40s, an age that often delights in conversation. With so many gazes upon her, she gradually opened up. It was nearly a decade ago when Mingzhu apartment was regarded as one of the finest in the vicinity. I had been conducting business here for quite some time. That particular night, I had an urgent matter to attend to, so I closed up rather early. It was fortunate I did, for otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired. She placed a hand over her heart, visibly shaken. The next day, when I returned, I found the area swarming with police. Apparently, a murderer had escaped into Mingzhu apartment that very night. As she uttered the last sentence, her voice dropped to a whisper, and her expression morphed into something enigmatic and unsettling. While the others were engrossed in her tale, Shang Shui focused intently on the proprietress's demeanor. She noted how the woman's brows arched high, and her eyes, slanting with a semblance of a smile, paired with her crimson lips, gave her the appearance of a poorly crafted paper doll, a stark contrast to the gravity of her tone. From her account, it appears that a murderer infiltrated the Mingzhu apartment that night. If her description of the subsequent commotion is indeed accurate, this assailant must have claimed the life of a resident, leaving behind a gruesome scene, a dismembered corpse. These two descriptions strikingly align with the ordeal faced by AI Schwanger the previous night. The narrative within the script does not permit such coincidences. What captured everyone's attention was the proprietress's final remark, which emphasized the right staircase on the first floor. Shang Shui vividly recalled that when they all proceeded to the security room, the security guard had cast wary glances toward that very staircase. At that moment, she discerned that something was amiss there. The proprietress's deliberate mention of this location is certainly no coincidence, based on the clues they currently possess. The young man murdered on the first floor met the same fate as AI Schwanger. This suggests that perhaps the supernatural occurrences experienced by individuals on each floor are intrinsically linked to the unfortunate events that befell residents on that same level. Everyone was astute, and it took but an instant for them to arrive at this conclusion. Li Chuxia opened her mouth to inquire further, yet at that moment, two new patrons arrived, prompting the proprietress to hurriedly attend to their orders. Subsequently, it seemed as though a scheme had been orchestrated. Whenever they sought to question the proprietress about something, an urgent matter would invariably arise requiring her attention, whether it was attending to new customers or procuring missing items. After several such interruptions, Guan Hong, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "It is futile." Her gaze seemed to possess a certain depth, imbued with an unmistakable gravity. It was evident that the copies would not easily divulge the truth. Only when a particular floor experienced damage would the secrets of that level grant us a glimpse into part of the mystery. Indeed, merely a fragment. Even if we were to ascertain by whose hand AI Schwanger met her demise and the manner of her passing, no one could discern where she had transgressed the rules. Perhaps only her partner held that knowledge. Yet, they were not located on the first floor, and it was highly likely that the regulations varied from one level to another, thus sparking little concern among them. Their predominant worry was that they might be the next to pave the way for their partner. Shang Shui discreetly scrutinized Wen Liang, who kept his head lowered in silence, his expression inscrutable. Let's not dwell on these thoughts for now. There is still a considerable time before nightfall. Let's first nourish ourselves to restore our strength, lest we find ourselves lacking in vigor later, suggested Qin, who had remained reticent until now, as he gazed at the nearly cold dishes on the table. With that, he promptly lifted his bowl and began to eat. The others hastily followed suit, even when Liang picked up his chopsticks. Only Li Chuxia remained, her eyes fixated on the shredded meat, as if recalling something dreadful. After a moment's struggle, she abruptly stood and dashed out of the restaurant, retching outside. During this episode, Qin Jingjing and Shang Shui exchanged a glance, while the others remained oblivious, engrossed in their meals. None could predict whether there would be food available in the afternoon. If they forwent their meal, they would be left defenseless against the specter, devoid of even the opportunity to contemplate a strategy. If Li Chuxia cannot overcome her psychological barriers and decides not to eat this meal, it is highly likely that tomorrow will be her last. Surely, she is aware of what others might think. To avoid disrupting the group's mood, she ultimately chose to abstain from food, despite breaking into a cold sweat. There should be a supermarket nearby. She plans to buy a loaf of bread after everyone finishes eating to quell her hunger. Given the recent incident involving AI Shuang, she fears venturing out alone might lead to unforeseen dangers. The group soon finished their meal, and beside the plump girl's restaurant, Li Chuxia purchased a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water, finally feeling some relief. Standing at the entrance of the Mingzhu apartment, they deliberated whether to enter or to explore further for clues. The security guard had mentioned that their nighttime duties involved checking water meters, indicating they would only have tasks to attend to in the evening, leaving their days entirely free. However, due to the necessity of signing in, no one slept well the previous night, and fatigue was evident among them. If they were to venture out for clues without resting, they might not be in the best condition to face the evening. Have you all finished eating? Just as the group hesitated at the entrance, the security guard suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, startling everyone with his voice. Upon seeing him and his attire, they were momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was break time. The guard had removed his uniform and was now clad in casual wear, a white t-shirt adorned with several maple leaf prints on the chest and abdomen, giving the appearance that blood flowers were blooming on him. The sight evokes a sense of discomfort. Upon reflection, it appears that the proprietress of the plump girl's restaurant was also adorned in a red dress. In this antiquated locale, the affinity for red attire among the patrons strikes Shang Shui as somewhat peculiar. Today, the presence of the security guard, who has just emerged from his post, seems to cast a shadow of apprehension over everyone. Unperturbed by the unease, the security guard, with a countenance as calm as ever, remarks, "As long as you are well fed, you will have the strength to work." He then turns, seemingly intent on escorting them somewhere. "I have prepared your rooms, so be sure to rest well and aim to perform splendidly tonight." His words imply that they are to remain indoors rather than venture out in search of clues, compelling them to take their respite in the designated quarters. Upon entering the Mingzhu apartment, one is greeted by the apartment's corridors. Yet to the side lies a row of modest structures. The security guard leads them to this area, clearly marked as the employee dormitories. These accommodations resemble hastily erected shanties, constructed not of brick and cement, but rather of colorful steel sheets. A total of 6 rooms stands in a neat line. The security guard deftly unlocks each door with a key and turns to address the group. "You all worked hard last night. Take this opportunity to rest. Each of you should pair up according to your respective floors, providing companionship and support." Hesitantly, Qin Jingjing glances at Shang Shui and inquires, "Can we share a room?" The modest employee dormitory could scarcely accommodate a single bed, and her partner, a male, was not someone she particularly wished to share space with. It was the solitary nature of Shang Shui's room that prompted Qin Jingjing to inquire thus. Just as Shang Shui parted her lips to respond, a sinister voice echoed ominously, "No." The security guard, initially poised to depart, approached Qin Jingjing with a dark scowl, his gaze piercing with ire. "What did I just say? I stated that employees on the same floor must reside together. Do you not comprehend my words?" His eyes bulged alarmingly, as if they might dislodge from their sockets, and he loomed dangerously close to Qin Jingjing. Under such scrutiny, she felt a wave of terror wash over her, her body succumbing to weakness. The others, too, were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Yet, the security guard appeared oblivious to Qin Jingjing's fright, continuing his menacing tirade. "Since you are here to work, you must adhere to my regulations. Otherwise, pack your belongings and leave." With a disdainful snort, he hastened away. Qin Jingjing, however, collapsed onto the floor, and no one came to her aid. After a moment, she rose, concealing her face in her hands. Shang Shui, meanwhile, entered the third room. The moment she stepped inside, an unsettling sensation enveloped her. This chamber was abundantly furnished, complete with fresh linens and bedding. Nearby, a kettle, a thermos, and a basin were arranged, and a towel was draped over the rack holding the basin. The ambience was imbued with a palpable sense of domesticity. She even harbored a suspicion that someone would push open the door at any moment. This sensation, if experienced by an ordinary individual, might evoke a sense of appreciation for the thoughtfulness of those who arranged the accommodations. However, Shang Shui was different. She was reminded of that courtyard in the village. Her first copy had unfolded in a remote village, where their living conditions were equally rudimentary, yet entirely sufficient. It felt as though visitors frequently arrived, yet none stayed for long. This dormitory bore a striking resemblance to the courtyard the village chief had assigned them, evoking the same atmosphere. In the village, they played the role of those tasked with placating the vengeful spirit and borrowing life from the chief. But what purpose did they serve here? Were they merely the offerings for the spectral entities? Upon further contemplation, Shang Shui found her hypothesis quite plausible. If indeed it was necessary for one person to perish on each floor to uncover clues, then with two individuals on the other floors, and only herself on the third, an anomaly presented itself. She pressed her lips together and retrieved her prop card for inspection. If her memory served her correctly, she still possessed a truth-telling prop card in her pocket. If all else failed, she could employ it on either the dapper gentleman or the flamboyant lady when she entered to check the water meter today. At present, it seemed evident that both of them harbored secrets. As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of reassurance washed over her. But just as she prepared to stow away her prop card, she suddenly realized one was missing. She meticulously counted her cards and discovered that the one absent was the fear elimination prop card. Had it fallen somewhere? No, it seemed she had used it on the bus. At that moment, the situation was urgent. The red high-heeled shoes were about to disembark. Fearing a delay, she swiftly employed a tool card that could negate supernatural attacks. She did perceive that the card felt somewhat thick, yet she did not anticipate using two at once. No wonder she felt an absence of emotion at that moment. And Lu Chenron's gaze upon her series of actions was so peculiar. Shang Shui, the epitome of hindsight, contemplated her objective before retiring to bed. Having scarcely slept the previous night, she recognized the necessity of recuperating her energy. This slumber extended until the cacophony outside began to rise. Curiously, despite the numerous residents of Mingzhu apartment, the daytime ambience was remarkably tranquil. Shang Shui considered herself a light sleeper within the instance, yet she remained undisturbed, as though the day bore no occupants at all. The racket outside now stemmed from her teammates. Hastily, she arose and exited her room, anxious not to miss any crucial information. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that nearly everyone had gathered at the entrance. She was the second to last to emerge, with the final figure being the pallid Li Chuxia. Li Chuxia's expression was dazed, even more so than in the morning, as if she had not rested at all, her movements appearing lethargic. The leader, Wen Liang, did not spare her a glance. After surveying the group and confirming everyone was present, he spoke. The security guard has instructed us to dine at the Fat Girl restaurant. The sky had darkened, indicating it was now time for dinner. The security guard had mentioned that after the meal, they would commence their duties for the day. A slight pause enveloped the group as they absorbed this information. The signal marking the end of the mealtime safety period loomed ominously. After finishing their meal, they resembled condemned prisoners awaiting execution, with no one knowing when the fatal decree would be issued. Silence enveloped them as they made their way to Fat Girl's restaurant, where the table was already laden with dishes identical to those served at noon. Li Chuxia, however, purchased a loaf of bread, opting for milk as her beverage. While the others indulged in their meal, she sat quietly, consuming her bread with a blank expression. Before Wen Liang's arrival, he had intended to inquire about some information from the proprietress, but she was conspicuously absent, leaving only the chef to tend the establishment. The security guard, seated in his office, greeted the group with a smile as they entered, retrieving a stack of papers from his drawer. The water meter must be recorded accurately. Jot it down here, he instructed, gesturing for someone to retrieve a sheet from the first floor. Upon completing the water meter readings, do we have to remain in the corridor? Vin you question it. Their task for the day solely involved recording the water meter, and he was eager to ascertain whether they would be permitted to descend if they fulfilled their duties. Both he and Xianl were situated on the highest sixth floor, and if allowed to descend, they could seek refuge in the event of danger. Absolutely not. The security guard responded with palpable resistance, firmly rejecting their inquiry. After you finish recording the water meter, you will continue your patrol and sign in as you did yesterday. What if the guests file complaints? The term complaints was repeatedly emphasized by him, prompting Sheng Shui to sense something amiss and cautiously inquire. What would happen if we were to receive complaint from the guests? This time, the security guard chuckled, his smile both peculiar and intense. Termination. In an instant, the atmosphere in the security room turned frigid. Termination? What fate awaited them now that they had lost their identity as property personnel within the confines of this scenario? Having spent so long here, she was still unaware of whose wish she was meant to fulfill. Sheng Shui was not naive enough to believe that termination merely entailed a loss of position. Given the guard's enigmatic expression, it was highly likely that it implied a loss of life. The satisfaction of the residents could, to some extent, also dictate their survival. But if a resident happened to be a ghost, wouldn't they be plotting to take their lives? Surely, they wouldn't resort to malicious complaints? Aside from Wen Liang, everyone ascended the stairs with contemplative expressions. As Li Chuxia climbed, her mind wandered, and she nearly stumbled. Regaining her balance with difficulty, she and Guanhong entered the second floor. Walking alongside her, Shang Shui suddenly noticed something lying quietly on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was several crumpled 100 yuan bills, left behind by an unknown hand, appearing almost like a forgotten treasure. Money attracts the unscrupulous, she thought, discreetly picking up the cash. Should the Fat Sister restaurant cease to provide meals for free, this money could prove to be quite useful. Upon reaching the third floor, Sheng Shui stepped onto the corridor once more. The corridor looked unchanged from yesterday, with an antiquated lamp hanging in front of each door, resembling heads. If one were to point out a difference, it was that these lights appeared dimmer than the day before. No, wait. A grave expression flickered across Sheng Shui's eyes. It wasn't merely a matter of perception. They had truly darkened a notch. The crimson glow was already somber enough, but now its darkness has deepened compared to yesterday. Is it possible that as time progresses, the gloom will only intensify, ultimately plunging into complete obscurity? The initial darkness signifies the commencement of a task, while the final darkness represents the conclusion of the specter's constraints, a moment solely reserved for their hunt. Upon reflection, Sheng Shui found this notion quite plausible. Apart from a man in the suit from yesterday, nearly every resident in this building had not ventured outside. They lingered in the dim shadows of their doorways, seemingly fearful of being illuminated by the light. The first floor lacked the red light. Sheng Shui had not explored the other floors, uncertain whether the red illumination was exclusive to the third floor or present throughout the building. There exists a significant possibility that the intensity of the light is intricately linked to the nature of the scenario. Resolute, Sheng Shui decided to commence her task by recording the water meter in the order of the notifications issued yesterday. As she had done before, she summoned the elderly specter and the camera specter, knocking on the first door. The occupant behind the door responded, just as they had the previous day. After an extended period of knocking, they reluctantly opened the door, their expression wary as they scrutinized her. What is it? Of course, Sheng Shui surmised that their wariness was likely directed not at her, but rather at the elderly specter behind her. However, given that she and the elderly specter were quite good friends, the apprehension towards the specter was akin to a wariness of her own presence. Having just deduced the significance of the light, Sheng Shui discreetly assessed the woman's figure. Despite her apprehension towards Sheng Shui, the light illuminated her position, and she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to being in the brightness, her eyes narrowing slightly at that moment. She did not appear to be a ghost, yet the sight of the elderly female specter did not cause her to lose her composure, likely due to the familiarity of such encounters. It was evident that the Mingzhu apartment was rife with spirits. After discerning that the woman was not a ghost, Shang Shui's expression became markedly more at ease as she produced a form for the woman to inspect. The woman seemed somewhat reluctant, as if she deeply resented being disturbed. Nevertheless, she ultimately stepped aside. Shang Shui followed her inside, but the moment she crossed the threshold, her brows involuntarily furrowed. The woman's room starkly contrasted her demeanor. While she appeared disheveled and gaunt, her living space was meticulously organized and pristine. It was only upon entering the woman's quarters that Sheng Xue gained a clearer understanding of the layout within the Mingzhu apartment. The arrangement of a room constitutes a subtle form of feng shui. In the woman's living area, instead of a sofa and coffee table, there lay a bed. Judging by the positioning of the pillows, it was evident that when she lay down, her feet would be directed toward the entrance. There exists a belief that a bed should never be aligned directly with the door, as this implies a metaphorical exit while lying down, which can lead to illness or, in severe cases, death. This woman not only faced the door, but, alarmingly, her bed was positioned in direct line with the main entrance. Could she truly feel secure sleeping in the living room? Sheng Xue mused silently, refraining from criticizing anyone's choices outwardly. The young woman escorted her to the bathroom, which retained an antiquated style, with the water meter situated alongside the squat toilet. Due to the cramped quarters, the young woman refrained from entering, allowing Sheng Xue to squeeze in and take the water meter reading. She had not examined the paper closely when she held it earlier. Only as she began to inscribe the numbers did she notice that it contained not only a space for this month as water meter reading, but also the previous month as consumption. The final blank required her to calculate the total usage. The bathroom was cramped, leaving Sheng Xue with no place to set the paper down, so she resolved to rest it on her lap while writing the figures. However, as her gaze drifted, she was momentarily taken aback. The number on the water meter mirrored exactly the one printed on the paper from the previous month. How could a solitary occupant of the house possibly use no water at all over the course of an entire month? Furthermore, the house was remarkably clean. Unless there was a malfunction with the water meter, then Sheng Xue, with her back to the bathroom door, noticed the young woman and the older lady standing ominously at the entrance. Realizing something was amiss, an instinctive urge compelled her to glance back. The sight that met her eyes was startling. The once weary visage of the young woman was now pallid, her sunken cheeks even more pronounced, giving her the appearance of someone utterly drained of vitality. Such a ghastly pallor was not characteristic of the living. Sheng Xue suddenly grasped a frightening truth. The young woman was not human either. Her previous squinting was not merely a reaction to the light, but rather an instinctive aversion to it. At that moment, the young woman was fixated on her, and upon realizing Sheng Xue's gaze upon her, she inquired, "Can you see clearly?" Indeed, she could. With an expression of calmness, Sheng Xue stood up and inscribed a string of numbers identical to those from the previous month. The young woman feigned interest, eager to see how much had been used. She had always exhibited resistance towards Sheng Xue, yet for the first time, she sought to bridge the distance between them. The bathroom's harsh lighting cast an eerie pallor upon her face, rendering it even more ghastly, as a strange smile twisted at the corners of her lips. "Not much at all," Sheng Xue declared, folding the paper neatly and tucking it away, her words a facade of seriousness. At that moment, the elderly ghost lingered at the doorway, her vigilant gaze fixed intently upon the young woman, as if wary of an impending threat. The young woman stiffened, a flicker of reluctance crossing her cheeks, yet ultimately, she stepped aside, muttering, "Your property management is utterly deceitful. The water meter's readings are alarmingly high, and soon there will be no money left to pay." As Sheng Xue hastily moved towards the door, she silently mused, "As if you possess any funds to offer, they would dare to collect." How foolish she had been to assume the young woman was sane. It appeared this floor harbored no semblance of normalcy. The young woman was merely a prelude. Other peculiar specters awaited her in different rooms. The function of the light at the entrance seemed to align with her earlier conjectures. Though the young woman's eyes held a tinge of dissatisfaction, her emotions remained relatively subdued. It was a sentiment akin to, "I can still partake eventually, there's no rush." Thus, she did not follow, allowing Sheng Xue to exit with ease. It was imperative that she swiftly uncover clues. After stepping outside with the elderly ghost and the camera-wielding specter, Sheng Xue wasted no time and soon rapped on the next door. She recalled vividly that the occupant behind the door was a striking woman draped in a shawl, elegantly holding a cigarette. Most notably, she appeared utterly oblivious to the presence of the old lady ghost and the camera ghost, which left a profound impression on Sheng Xue. The young women behind the first door were all apparitions, and Sheng Xue had little hope for this one. Unlike her previous visit, this time she seemed acutely vigilant. After knocking for an extended period, she finally heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching the door. She quickly announced, "Property management here to read the water meter." There was a prolonged silence from within, as if the occupant were peering through the peephole to scrutinize her. After an inexplicable moment, the breathing from inside suddenly intensified, distinctly audible through the thin barrier of the door. Sheng Shui instinctively directed her gaze toward the door, pausing momentarily. Her eyes traveled from the bottom to the top of the door, drawn particularly to the bottom edge. The Pearl Apartment's prior popularity before the incidents was not without reason. Unlike typical older houses that feature wooden doors, this establishment boasted iron gates, providing a semblance of security. Perhaps this was why the security at Pearl Apartment had been so lacking. However, what truly captured her attention was not the iron door itself, but the multitude of scratch marks at its base. Numerous deep gouges marred the bottom of the iron door, as if some creature had relentlessly clawed at it with sharp talons. Given the depth of these scratches, only claws of considerable sharpness could produce such effects. What manner of creature could possess such formidable claws? Moreover, these marks were layered and crisscrossed, suggesting they had been accumulating over a significant period. All of this suggests the presence of something terrifying, persistently clawing at this door with its sharp talons over the years. The intensity of its grip seems as if it longs to pierce through. Perhaps her perception had deviated, as Sheng Shui pondered. There are indeed living souls on the third floor. Moreover, it was in room 302, which she had initially deemed most likely to be haunted, that she now found herself. The marks at the bottom of the door further corroborated that the room itself was the safest haven. The creature's vigorous scratching had not breached the door, but merely left profound claw marks. I shall share with you the numbers. The resident of room 302 is undoubtedly someone who has survived among countless spirits, exhibiting remarkable vigilance by not opening the door despite Sheng Shui's words. Furthermore, whether it was merely her illusion or not, today her tone was notably taut, as if she were wary of something. Sheng Shui glanced at the ghostly figure of the elderly woman beside her and wondered, had she not seen this apparition yesterday, only to encounter her today? Nevertheless, even if she felt fear upon seeing her, Sheng Shui could never acquiesce to her demand. The security guard instructed them to check the water meter, yet it was evident that the true intent was not the water meter itself, but rather to gain entry into the guest rooms. No one could ascertain if refraining from entering would somehow breach the rules. Moreover, she was unaware whether this woman might lead her astray. If she misreported the water meter's reading, would it not be a most unjust end to her life? It was imperative that she enter herself. Thus, Sheng Shui remained resolute, assuring, "Do not worry, I am not a ghost." Her final words were uttered in a hushed tone. The room fell silent, clearly assessing her, evaluating the veracity of her statement. The elderly woman stood beside Sheng Shui, seemingly sensing something as her gaze shifted toward the corridor entrance, her foot tapping restlessly in agitation. The woman inside, noticing this, trembled slightly, causing the door to creak open. Seizing the moment, Sheng Shui swiftly slipped inside. Chapter 63. The apartment ghost baby ate. The woman appeared visibly astonished by her audacity, yet she remained silent. Her expression tense as she leaned against the doorframe, seemingly awaiting something. One would expect a normal reaction to an intruder would be to retreat, but she did not. Instead, she stilled her breath, pressing her back against the wall, exuding an air of imminent danger. Upon entering the room, Sheng Shui realized the lights were dimmed, and in the faint illumination, she could make out the woman's slender figure. She had not adorned herself that day, donning only a simple nightgown. Without a shawl, Sheng Shui noted how frail and thin she appeared. As Sheng Shui stood by the entrance, contemplating a shift in position, an eerie laughter echoed from the corridor, sharp and unsettling. This sound was piercing. Previously, during the bus sequence, she had heard the voice of a small, ghostly boy, which had also been high-pitched. However, compared to the current sound emanating from the corridor, the previous voice seemed almost dulcet, for this laughter was not only more piercing, but also laced with malice. It was a haunting sound, as if it could penetrate the very eardrums, tightening the heart with an undeniable sense of dread. Moreover, it was evident that the sound was advancing from the corridor into the room. The sounds drew nearer. The distance once separating Shang Shui from the source of the disturbance now diminished. Initially, she could discern nothing through the heavy snow, but as the noises approached, a sudden scratching echoed at the door. Accompanying the sharp, grating sound against the iron door was an eerie, plaintive wail of a baby. The haunting cries of the infant alternated with fits of laughter, reverberating outside the door, causing the woman cloaked in darkness to tense even further. It was not only she who felt this growing anxiety. Shang Shui herself was on edge, her nerves frayed to their very limits. The specter outside, capable of mimicking a child's cries, lingered just beyond the barrier of the door, its chilling presence palpable. This spirit was formidable, evoking the cries of an infant. Yet its true nature remained a mystery. The uncanny, piercing wails persisted, and Shang Shui felt an inexplicable urge to uncover any clues it might hold. Despite her fear, she cautiously approached the peephole, leaning in closer. Beside her, the trembling woman pressed her lips tightly shut, observing the scene in silence. Just as Shang Shui peered through the peephole, gazing outward, the cacophony of ghostly wails abruptly ceased. The scratching at the door vanished in an instant. Yet the sound of something scraping remained. It was as if whatever lurked outside had sensed her presence at the threshold. But why had it halted its scratching? Did it deem the door impenetrable and decide to retreat? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she noticed a shift in the light beyond the peephole. Ordinarily illuminated by the red glow outside, any change seemed inexplicable. Could another power outage be imminent? The security guard had not forewarned them, rendering this possibility rather unlikely. She furrowed her brow, uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she felt that the sound of friction at the door was growing increasingly pronounced. It was as though something was drawing nearer to her line of sight. Under what circumstances would this occur? A fleeting thought crossed Shang Shui's mind, followed by a chilling realization. If this specter possessed sharp claws capable of leaving such marks on the door, did it imply that it could ascend to the height of the peephole with those very claws? Why had the woman been cowering tightly against the wall moments ago? Initially, Shang Shui had assumed the woman was too frightened of the ghostly figure to approach her. However, upon reflection, the location beside the peephole was indeed a blind spot. In that position, neither the living nor the spectral could see her. Thus, it became more plausible that the ghost would climb to the level of the peephole to observe whether anyone inhabited the room. Just as Shang Shui contemplated this, as if to validate her suspicions, she distinctly perceived a shadow seemingly ascending. In an instant, the entity materialized before her. It was a baby, its body mottled with dark hues, emitting a ghastly wail. Rather than a mere infant, it resembled a formless fetus. Its skin was wrinkled and a ghastly bluish-gray, with veins faintly visible beneath the thin layer of flesh, and one could discern the dark blood slowly coursing through. The small, fragile body struggled to support its disproportionately large head, and due to the underdevelopment of its features, it appeared somewhat indistinct. Certainly, what is most terrifying is not merely the grotesque form itself, but rather the unsettling absence of eyes where they ought to have been. Beneath the smooth, flat expanse of skin lies a deformed nose, and the lips below are conspicuously missing, reminiscent of a modern child afflicted with cleft lip. This horrifying and bizarre entity, illuminated by the crimson light, appears even more otherworldly. The crimson hue upon its surface seems not of the skin itself, but rather as if it were seeping forth from within. Its face draws near to the peephole, the empty sockets inching closer as if searching for something. Shang Shui clenches her palms tightly and grits her teeth, forcing herself to remain silent. Outside, this being is presently scrutinizing her. At last, Shang Shui comprehends why this specter emits sounds reminiscent of an infant's wailing. It is, in fact, a ghostly infant. She compels herself to steady her breath. She has now entered the specter's line of sight. This ghostly infant did not appear on the third floor of Mingzhu apartment without reason. This could very well be a crucial clue. The spectral child's appearance is unsettlingly grotesque. And suddenly, Its misshapen mouth stretches into a grin, producing a sound that oscillates between a cry and a laugh. The upper half of its face, devoid of eyes, presses close to the peephole, as if seeking confirmation of something. During this unnerving encounter, Sheng Shui meticulously observes its features. Having already exposed herself to the gaze of the ghostly infant, it would be prudent to note as many details as possible, for there might yet be valuable clues to uncover. If the condition for this ghastly infant to commit murder is merely to be seen, she would promptly befriend the wretched creature. However, as she gazed upon the repulsive visage of the ghostly infant, a flicker of disdain crossed Sheng Shui's eyes. A nauseating companion. The ghostly infant, oblivious to her disdain, stared at Sheng Shui for a moment before abruptly vanishing from her sight. Momenzlate, atutakua, indicating its descent to the ground. Just as Sheng Shui anticipated some action from the creature, she heard its gleeful laughter as it departed. Yet, she noted that the sound did not drift to the right, but rather to the left. This implied that the ghastly infant was not heading to the next room, but instead leaving down the corridor. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that the third floor housed only one room occupied by the living. Perhaps the ghostly infant merely glanced to the room of the living, deeming it unnecessary to investigate the other spectral quarters before departing. You have been seen by it. While Sheng Shui pondered in silence, the woman leaning against the wall suddenly spoke. You were seen by that dreadful entity. She reiterated in a hushed tone, as if reluctant to utter the word ghost, substituting it with the phrase that terrifying thing. After removing her makeup, her natural beauty was quite striking. She appeared to be an attractive woman. Yet, her frail figure and voice starkly contrasted with her appearance, suggesting she had long endured mental torment, resulting in her current state. What is it? Upon hearing the woman speak, Sheng Shui sought to extract some information. What dreadful consequences arise from being seen by it? The woman's words suggested that being seen by this malevolent spirit child might be a precursor to death. Yet, she herself had encountered no harm moments prior. Could it be that this phenomenon occurs only at certain times? You shall perish, she stated, lifting her gaze to Sheng Shui, who stood in the shadows. Every individual who had been seen by the spirit child had met their demise, without exception. And what of you? Sheng Shui inquired. The woman, aware that being spotted by the spirit child meant certain death, must have witnessed someone perish before her eyes. It was this first-hand experience that instilled such fear within her. Just yesterday, while present in this very place, she had only heard a sound akin to fingernails scraping against a metal door as she ascended the stairs. However, today, the spirit child had appeared, giggling ominously. If it frequently manifested on the third floor during the night, one could only imagine the torment she had endured. Lurking in the shadows, subjected to unimaginable psychological distress. Initially, she had regarded Sheng Shui with trepidation, as evidenced by her reluctance to open the door. Yet now, perhaps due to Sheng Shui being seen by the spirit child, her demeanor had softened considerably, and she was willing to divulge the information she possessed. I have never laid eyes upon it, for those who do invariably perish by the following night. It appears in the corridor every night, except on Mondays, inspecting each room for occupants. Should it catch sight of someone, that person's life will be claimed when it returns the next evening. As if resolutely convinced of the matter, the woman's tone gradually shifted from determination to despair. We cannot escape this. None of us can escape. Those who were involved in that incident on that fateful night cannot evade it. Her emotions appeared to unravel as she clutched her head tightly, wishing to vanish from this world. Sheng Shui found herself deeply intrigued by the woman's reference to those who participated in that event. What had transpired? Who were the individuals involved? Initially, she had presumed this woman to be merely a pitiable resident, adversely affected by her stay at the Mingzhu apartment. Yet, according to her words, it seemed the woman had some acquaintance with the ghostly infant. No, the infant was so small. Perhaps the woman was not familiar with the child, but rather with the child's mother. However, after spending 2 nights on the third floor, she had not encountered the infant's mother at all. No, wait. Sheng Shui recalled the black ankle boots worn by the man in the suit. She had sensed then that the boots might belong to the woman. In retrospect, it was highly plausible that the black boots indeed belonged to the infant's mother. What role did the man in the suit play in all of this? Was he the father of the ghostly infant? What have you done? Sheng Shui inquired directly. It became clear to her that the woman seemed reluctant to divulge the specifics of matter. However, to refrain from asking anything at all was not Sheng Shui's style. How long have you been living here? Upon hearing this, the woman finally responded, lifting her face and speaking softly. 8 years. 8 years. Perhaps the truth of this matter could only be uncovered in the archives. Seeing that no further questions could be extracted from the woman, Sheng Shui hesitated no longer and asked her to turn on the light so she could read the water meter. The woman's reaction was somewhat sluggish, yet she promptly illuminated the room. After a brief adjustment to the brightness, her true appearance gradually came into focus. As Sheng Shui had previously surmised, the woman was exceedingly thin, her body resembling a mere skeleton, which was rather unsettling to behold. Her cheeks were sunken, but her facial features still faintly hinted at a past beauty. The two of them proceeded to the bathroom to note the water meter's readings. Having learned from the previous experience next door, Sheng Shui took a glance at last month's figures. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. The water consumption displayed on the meter was within acceptable limits. With responsibilities towards several other households still pending, Sheng Shui could not linger. After recording the water meter's data, she made her way toward the door, with the woman closely trailing behind her. Just as Sheng Shui was about to open the door, the woman suddenly spoke. Do you have a special presence beside you? After a brief pause, she inquired. Although Sheng Shui did not comprehend the reason behind her question, she nodded in acknowledgement. Be more vigilant tomorrow, the woman advised, her gaze fixed intently on Sheng Shui, filled with earnestness. If possible, you might consider letting them out. Having just inquired about the matters concerning the elderly woman and the spirits, the reference to them in her words was unmistakably clear. Sheng Shui raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, realizing that the woman was cautioning her about an impending danger the next day, suggesting that only the ghost beside her might possess the means to rescue her. Although she had already devised countermeasures, it was undeniable that such a gesture was somewhat beneficial to her. Thank you. The woman nodded, choosing to say nothing further. What is your name? Sheng Shui inquired. The woman hesitated, clearly reluctant to disclose her name to Sheng Shui. However, she ultimately responded, Lu Shuiyue. After stating her name, Lu Shuiyue closed the door. Standing once more in the corridor on the 3rd floor, Sheng Shui touched her nose, feeling an inexplicable desire to leave this place. Thus, she lifted her foot, preparing to knock on the door of room 303. Suddenly, a piercing female voice cried out, Help! Get away! Help me! Don't come near! Just as her hand was about to make contact with the door, the shrill voice abruptly pierced the air, only to diminish swiftly after the high-pitched outburst. Sheng Shui recognized that voice. It belonged to Li Chuxia. Tonight's victim was Li Chuxia. A sense of foreboding washed over Sheng Shui as she pulled out her phone to check the time. Unlike the previous night at midnight, Li Chuxia's scream resonated at 11 o'clock. The time had advanced by a full hour. If there was a pattern to these occurrences, it implied that the next death would transpire at 10 o'clock in the evening, and that unfortunate soul would be herself. Chapter 64. The apartment's ghostly infant 9 Sheng Shui was acutely aware that all of this was intricately linked to the ghostly infant. However, her immediate priority remained to complete the water meter readings. As for everything else, she would take it step by step. The next door she knocked on belonged to the man who had stubbornly refused to open his door yesterday, only relenting when frightened by the ghostly presence of an old woman. This time, perhaps due to the lingering echoes of the ghostly infant's departure, the man swiftly answered her knock. He appeared much as he had the day before, clad in a disheveled t-shirt, his small, vacant eyes fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. Sheng Shui reiterated her purpose for visiting. The man hesitated briefly, yet without any sign of reluctance, he invited her inside. In stark contrast to the adjacent room 302, his dwelling was the quintessential abode of a reclusive man, cluttered with an assortment of instant noodle packaging strewn across the coffee table. Among the refuse, one could also discern several bags of potato chips, while beneath the table lay a few cases of carbonated beverages. The pervasive aroma of instant noodles enveloped the entire room. As Sheng Shui cast a glance towards a narrow balcony, she noted that it too was littered with an abundance of noodle boxes. In this cramped and odorous space, she felt an overwhelming desire to leave. Trailing behind the man with the intent of swiftly recording the water meter reading, she endeavored to regulate her breathing, not out of fear that the man might be a specter, but rather in stark contrast, due to the overwhelming presence of so much culinary indulgence that led her to question his humanity. Her controlled breathing was primarily a response to the unbearable stench that pervaded the air. The layout of the rooms in Mingzhu apartment was quite similar, and upon entering the narrow bathroom, she observed the numbers on the water meter. While jotting down the figures, Shang Xue instinctively glanced at the previous month's reading for room 303, only to discover it bore a resemblance to that of the woman next door. The meter had indeed registered consumption. Could it be that the man was, after all, human? With this thought in mind, she emerged from the restroom, subtly scrutinizing the man with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The light in the room was dim, and she felt an inexplicable reluctance to remain there. Moreover, the man stood silently, resembling a statue. "Is there nothing else?" he suddenly inquired. At that moment, he was positioned beside the cabinet by the entrance, where a small lamp was supposed to be, yet he had not turned it on, casting an air of gloom. Chang Shui gazed in his direction, sensing the peculiar shape of the cabinet beside him. It appeared to hold something, but the man's corpulent figure obscured most of it, leaving her unable to discern clearly. Preoccupied with his words, she merely nodded and replied, "Today, I'm only here to read the water meter." Having said that, eager to proceed to other rooms, she lifted her foot, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the man seized her arm. The unexpected encounter startled Chang Shui, prompting her to instinctively push him away. To her surprise, despite his robust appearance, he stumbled back, colliding heavily with the cabinet behind him. The items atop it tumbled to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces. The once intimidating man appeared as if a switch had been flipped, becoming momentarily frozen in shock. Chang Shui, breathing heavily as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity, took a few steps to distance herself from him, eyeing him warily. In the meantime, with the objects from the cabinet now fallen into a well-lit area, she finally discerned what they were: a cross. This cross seemed to be crafted from a fragile material, for it had shattered upon hitting the floor. Shattered fragments lay scattered everywhere. Upon realizing the danger, the man seemed oblivious to it, suddenly throwing himself to the ground, cradling the shards in his hands. The sharp, jagged pieces pierced his palms in an instant, blood flowing forth as if in a cruel mockery of pain. Yet he appeared insensible to the agony, akin to a desperate madman who had finally stumbled upon a last treasure, desperately forcing the shards deeper into his grasp. The blood quickly stained the ground, mingling with the dark, fragmented cross, presenting an unsettling spectacle. Shang Shui was taken aback by this scene, unsure of what to say, her throat tightening as she swallowed nervously. Her gaze darted about, calculating the distance and route to the door, weighing the possibility of escaping safely if she charged towards it. Ultimately, she concluded that if she wished to leave, she would have to pass by the man. At that moment, he had finally collected all the fragments in his hands. He lifted his head, his eyes a tumult of madness and fear, tinged with a hint of despair. "It's broken, shattered. She will come. She will surely come to kill me. I cannot escape. She is coming." Shang Shui's heart raced at his words, speculating about the she he mentioned, and calmly inquired, "Who are you referring to? Could he be speaking of the woman from room 302? As if driven to madness, he suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, clutching the cross fragments. Yet this laughter was unsettling, sending chills down one's spine. "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing the man mention 8 years, Shang Shui's expression sharpened. "What did you do back then?" At that time, Lu Shue from room 302 mentioned that she had resided there for 8 years. Is it truly a mere coincidence? Could it be that this man knew Lu Shue, and together they had engaged in some activities that attracted the terrifying presence within Mingzhu apartment? Moreover, one could speculate that these malevolent entities might have been summoned by their actions. Regrettably, since the man had spoken in a frenzied manner, he had since crouched silently on the ground, ignoring Shang Shui's words as if he were deaf to her pleas. After waiting for a while, and realizing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Shang Shui turned to leave. "We're all going to die." At the moment she stepped out the door, the crouching man suddenly spoke. He lifted his gaze towards Shang Shui, and his eyes no longer reflected fear, but rather the fervent devotion of a believer ready to surrender to his faith. "It is merely a matter of time. None of us can escape." With a heavy heart, Shang Shui closed the door. Perhaps it was the man's expression that unsettled her, or perhaps it was the realization that the ghostly infant had discovered her. The rules Lu Shuiwei had mentioned lingered ominously in her mind. All these incidents seemed to converge towards a singular path, suggesting that tomorrow night would undoubtedly lead to her demise. However, how could that be? Shang Shui was convinced that no fate was inescapable, and there must be clues that had yet to connect, though she, ensnared in her own predicament, had not yet uncovered them. Casting a glance at the remaining families, she had no time to ponder whether they were humans or specters. She boldly summoned both the ant ghost and the camera ghost, then knocked on their doors one by one. With the guardianship of the ant ghost and the camera ghost, everyone greeted her with anxious smiles upon opening their doors, and their cooperative demeanor left Shang Shui reasonably satisfied. Thanks to their collaboration, the task of reading the water meters proceeded remarkably smoothly. Among them, the most cooperative was the elderly lady from room 306. This lady had supported Shang Shui's effort from the moment she received the notification and continued to do so with even greater enthusiasm this time. She was quite cordial, engaging Shang Shui in conversation. On a whim, just before stepping out her door, Shang Shui curiously asked, "Madam, how long have you lived in the Mingzhu apartment?" After recording the water meter reading, she noted that the figures were identical to those from the previous month. It seemed she was no longer human. The lady was taken aback by Shang Shui's sudden inquiry, momentarily stunned. 10 years. More than 8 years, she finally replied. Therefore, if something significant had indeed transpired in the Mingzhu apartment 8 years ago, the lady must have been aware of it. Was there any major incident here 8 years ago? Time was of the essence, and in hopes of gaining a better understanding for tomorrow, Shang Shui decided to take the risk and press the lady for information. The smile on the lady's face faltered, as if Shang Shui's words had brushed against some forbidden taboo within the building. She acutely sensed that the very air around them seemed to freeze for an instant. It was a subtle feeling, one that defied verbal expression, yet in that brief moment, it was as if something in their surroundings had shifted. The most evident manifestation was the sudden agitation of the figures surrounding her. The elderly woman and the specter of the camera, as if they had unearthed something troubling. Perhaps the ominous presence within the building had already discerned her intentions. Of course, I was aware. It was at this moment that the elder's voice resonated. Unexpectedly, she addressed Shang Shui's inquiry, though perhaps due to the sensitive nature of the topic. Her demeanor appeared somewhat grave. At that time, Mingzhu apartment was far from peaceful. Although it was indeed the finest apartment, the security issues were quite pronounced. We had expressed our concerns to the property management for quite some time, yet they paid us no heed. Even after many years, the elder's expression remained one of indignation, clearly illustrating her past dissatisfaction. I remember it distinctly. There were new tenants moving into the 3rd floor. Because they were a large group, it left a strong impression on me. I thought the 3rd floor would become lively. As she recounted this, a flicker of happiness crossed her face. Evidently, she genuinely believed that more people would be a good thing. However, this joy was short-lived, quickly overshadowed by a somber cloud. But who could have known that on the very night they moved in, calamity would befall Mingzhu apartment? What kind of calamity? Shang Shui inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. The specifics elude me. I was not present that evening. I only learned later that it seemed a group of young individuals had caused a grave incident, resulting in the death of a pregnant woman. The mention of the word pregnant woman struck a chord with Shang Shui. I fear that the fetus within the pregnant woman is, in fact, the current ghostly infant. As for the expectant mother herself, it is highly probable that she has also transformed into a spirit. Her greatest suspicion lies with the pair of black ankle boots worn by the man in the suit. This young woman, unaware of how calamity befell her, is said to have had the police involved at the time, yet the investigation concluded that she simply fell down the stairs. It is hard to believe. especially since there was no surveillance to substantiate any claims. However, the friends I encountered later exhibited unmistakable signs of guilt. Is this not evidence of a guilty conscience? The elderly lady sighed repeatedly. Could it be that those individuals are indeed the ones from across the hall? Based on the words of the elderly woman and the previous residents, Sheng Shui was nearly certain. As anticipated, the elderly lady nodded. Indeed, it is those young people from across the way and the room 310 as well. When such an incident occurred, it left everyone in a state of panic, prompting the property management to increase security personnel. Had there been regular patrols, perhaps the pregnant woman would not have met her demise. Yet, the property management remained indifferent. And shortly thereafter, a murderer infiltrated the hallway once again. The elderly lady gritted her teeth in anger. Sheng Shui, however, felt her pupils constrict. Thus, the young man murdered by the killer was slain after the pregnant woman. The existence of the ghostly infant indicates a heart filled with resentment, suggesting that the specter emerging from this narrative is not the young man killed by the murderer, but rather the pregnant woman who fell for reasons unknown. More accurately, it is the female ghost and the ghostly infant. On the following day, when Shang Shui descended once more to the ground floor, despite having mentally prepared herself, she was still overwhelmed by a chilling sensation at the sight before her. The white cloth draped over the stretcher was stained crimson, soaked through with an abundance of blood, revealing the dismemberment beneath. Unlike the immediate response of the security personnel during the initial incident, this time they stood vigil beside the stretcher, making no move, their gaze fixed firmly on the staircase, as if awaiting the arrival of all before they would remove the body. What terrified Sheng Shui most was the stark contrast to previous scenarios, where NPCs behaved normally until the situation spiraled out of control. Here, however, the security guards displayed an unsettling indifference, as though the deceased were mere livestock rather than a human being. People gradually made their way down, their faces pale upon witnessing the grim sight on the stretcher. Yet, drawing from the experience of the previous night, they managed to brace themselves somewhat. After two individuals descended from the 6th floor, the guards cast a satisfied glance at them before lifting the stretcher and departing. The crowd, suppressing their discomfort, gathered together, intending to share their experiences from the previous night. "It's time to eat," called the proprietress of the Fat Sister restaurant, standing at the entrance of the Mingzhu apartment and waving them over. Realizing that she would once again provide valuable information, the group approached her eagerly. Chapter 65. The haunted infant of the apartment. Upon arriving at the Fat Sister restaurant, they found the dishes laid out on the table identical to those from the previous 2 meals. The proprietress, wearing a look of concern, settled down beside them and sighed. "Have you heard? It seems someone has died in the alley ahead." The group exchanged bewildered glances. They certainly had not heard, having just emerged from their apartments. A few seasoned elders exchanged knowing glances, surmising whom the proprietress was referring to. Her subsequent remarks swiftly confirmed their suspicions. She spoke in a hushed tone. "It is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware. I have heard whispers of a man of dubious origins, who roams the streets, shouting and uttering nonsensical phrases. Just the day before yesterday, I saw him wandering about, and today it is said he has met his demise, his tongue cruelly extracted. Oh, the sight of it!" The implications of her words hinted at a sense of cruelty, yet the expression on her face betrayed a certain exhilaration. Such an eerie demeanor was no longer surprising to the onlookers. Her account illuminated the likelihood that the deceased man was indeed the middle-aged individual who had been clamoring for the police, vociferously rejecting the consequences he faced. His incessant outcry on the streets had culminated in the punishment of having his tongue severed. As for any other repercussions elsewhere, the group remained oblivious. As the proprietress refrained from elaborating further, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere, with no one daring to speak. The crowd was subconsciously fixated on the proprietress. Her previous actions had led them to speculate that she might divulge details of past events on this floor only after some calamity had occurred. Yet now, she remained reticent, only recounting the fate of the fleeing middle-aged man. The death of Li Chuxiao on the 2nd floor last night lingered ominously in the air. What could this signify? Had they misjudged the situation? However, Shang Shui did not share this sentiment. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Guanhong. Last night, the deceased was a companion of Guanhong. However, her psychological resilience was evidently formidable. She appeared composed, her head bowed as if deep in thought. It seemed she sensed the gaze upon her. And when Guanhong met her eyes, there was a discernible hint of inquiry and caution. Why was she looking at me in such a manner? Sheng Shui pondered, perplexed. The apartment still required the presence of security personnel, especially following the tragic murder of the young man. Since then, several bizarre incidents had transpired within the Pearl apartment. Here it comes. The landlady is about to divulge some information. The crowd's eyes brightened slightly. Sheng Shui, however, furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the landlady. The mere fact that the landlady was prepared to reveal intelligence confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, there had been a loss on a certain floor, and the information could be gleaned from her. Yet, what did she mean by several incidents? Was she implying there was more than one? Nevertheless, their previous conjectures had proven accurate, and logically, this should align as well. In a fleeting moment, a terrifying possibility struck Sheng Shui. If their assumptions held true, who could assure that the mentioned floor had suffered no losses? Even her teammates could not guarantee that. After all, last night, their mission was to enter the guest rooms to read the water meters. What transpired within those rooms remained a mystery to all. It was even conceivable that both individuals had vanished. You may not be aware, but there once existed a middle school nearby, and some students opted to rent apartments in the Pearl apartment for convenience. These children were exceptionally diligent in their studies, often seen poring over their books at the witching hour. I recall a girl named Chunxia, a truly diligent child who often came to dine with me. However, one fateful evening, a power outage occurred. It is said that she attempted to light a candle to read, but inadvertently knocked it over, causing the flames to spread uncontrollably. The landlady sighed repeatedly, remarking on the peculiarity of the situation. Despite the bustling atmosphere at that time, the fire went unnoticed by anyone until it was far too late to contain. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Was it true that a fire had previously occurred in the Mingzhu apartment? Sheng Shui remained unperturbed. She had entered every room on her floor and had not detected any signs of a blaze, suggesting it could not have originated there. Her attention was drawn first to Guanhong, who, contrary to expectations, wore a furrowed brow and appeared perplexed. A sudden realization struck Sheng Shui as she recalled the stretcher she had seen earlier. It became clear to her that the fire the landlady spoke of was not in a room on the second floor. Yet, only Li Chuxia had perished last night, at least. That was the official account. Could it be that a ghost had disguised itself as a human and infiltrated their ranks? This thought sent alarm bells ringing in Sheng Shui's mind. Her senses heightened as she surveyed her companions. Even the more experienced individuals seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, confident that nothing had transpired on her third floor. Sheng Shui focused her scrutiny on the inhabitants of the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. The individuals on the fourth and sixth floors appeared quite normal. Yet the tall man on the fifth floor exhibited an unsettling pallor. Sheng Shui became acquainted with him when he introduced himself as Ruan Liang. His companion was the criminal investigation student, Hao Yichen, who sat beside Ruan Liang, his head slightly bowed. It was then that Sheng Shui noticed that his hair had grown rather long. The excessive length partially obscured his brows and eyes, and perhaps due to his contemplative demeanor. He appeared unusually quiet at that moment. As Sheng Shui observed Hao Yichen, he suddenly lifted his face, his gaze fixed intently on the proprietress. Of course, he was just a good-natured youth. Without a moment's hesitation, the proprietress's expression turned enigmatic. At this juncture, she hesitated, as if fearful of being overheard. Wen Liang, seated nearby, prompted her, "What do you mean?" Previously, Sheng Shui had been assessing the others without paying particular attention to Wen Liang. However, his unexpected interjection drew her immediate focus. After a night of apparent fatigue, he seemed diminished, and his sudden outburst startled everyone. Realizing his actions had attracted undue attention, he quickly averted his gaze. The atmosphere felt akin to smoke wafting through a hallway following a fire. Silence enveloped the group. What might occur upon contact with that smoke? A candle's flame had claimed a young woman's life, and the lingering smoke in the corridor was hardly a mere visual phenomenon. Reflecting on Ruan Liang's earlier reaction, She felt compelled to inquire of the proprietress, on which floor did Chun Xia reside? Fifth floor, came a reply. The proprietress paused slightly, her gaze lifting to meet the fleeting terror that flickered in Yuan Liang's eyes. Observing his reaction, she comprehended that her suspicions were indeed accurate. Hao Yichen had been replaced by a malevolent spirit last night. The fear etched on Yuan Liang's face likely stemmed from overhearing the proprietress's words and recalling the unsettling occurrences surrounding Hao Yichen the previous evening. This night would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for Yuan, as he would need to survive in the presence of a cunningly deceptive ghost. The food is getting cold, Qin interjected, directing their attention to the meal before them. Following his gaze, the others noted that the once steaming dishes had cooled considerably, prompting everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Since the incident involving Li Chuxia the previous night, only 10 individuals remained at the dining table. To replenish their strength, it was imperative that they maintained a timely eating schedule. The proprietress had already disclosed some peculiar events that had transpired on the 2 prior floors, and most believed those matters to be resolved. However, as she lingered nearby, Shang Shui sensed that she had more to convey. Hesitant to interrupt their meal, the proprietress remained silent until they had finished, at which point she inquired, "Do you find your current workload to be particularly burdensome?" This question seemed perplexing. Of course, it was burdensome. After all, no job would lead to immediate peril if mismanaged. In comparison, their stress was indeed overwhelming. Nevertheless, the information the proprietress had shared positioned her as a valuable NPC within this narrative, suggesting that her words were far from trivial and must hold significance. Here, departing from this place is tantamount to losing one's life. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to utter a word. Fortunately, the proprietress did not press them further. Her inquiry seemed merely a prelude. She soon resumed her monologue. Previously, we had security personnel who were diligent in screening suspicious individuals. There was an elderly gentleman, Mr. Li, residing on the 4th floor. He was the kindest soul, always willing to lend a hand to anyone in need. Whenever someone encountered a problem, they would seek his assistance, and he was always eager to help. Upon mentioning the 4th floor, the crowd instinctively glanced towards Wang, He, and Qin Jingjing. Shang Shui's heart raced with trepidation. She had been under the impression that only Li Chuxia had encountered trouble. But could it be that both the 4th and 5th floors had fallen silent to calamity? Were these individuals not merely deceased, but rather replaced by specters? However, Wang He and Qin Jingjing maintained their composure, concealing their thoughts from prying eyes. Alas, good deeds do not always yield good fortune. Mr. Li was universally lauded for his kindness. Without children of his own, he had taken in a black cat, often seen strolling together with it. With the feline companion, Mr. Li found solace, yet little did he know that a heartless thief would abscond with his beloved pet. In his frantic search, he grew increasingly distressed, leading to a decline in his health. Eventually, he was discovered lifeless within his abode, leaving the community in sorrow. As the proprietress recounted this tale, she lowered her gaze, her expression genuinely mournful. The pallor of the crowd deepened. What malevolent forces must be at play in this pearl apartment for such tragedies to befall every single floor? The elderly man who perished in his room, though undeniably kind-hearted in life, now seems to bear an unsettling aura, as evidenced by the mention from the landlady. The tragic fate of the female student, who was cruelly burned to death, is self-evident. Her vengeful spirit likely inhabits the body of Hao Yichen. In the span of a single night, 3 phantoms manifested on the 6th floor. However, the identity of the deceased on the 4th floor remains a mystery. As the expressions of the 2 individuals there offered no clues. The landlady, as if on cue, was called from outside just after she finished speaking. Responding promptly, she hurried away. The ensuing hours mirrored those of the previous day. Upon completing one task, another immediately awaited her attention. She had divulged all the information they possessed. Yet, how could this be? While others speculated, it was a fact that Li Chuxia had indeed died on the 2nd floor. Why then, was this information withheld from them? Confounded, they resolved to have their meal first, planning to deliberate further afterward. It felt as though they had accomplished their tasks, leaving the remaining challenges for them to tackle independently. It had been 2 days since they embarked on this mission. If there were no definitive tasks assigned, did that imply that spirits might emerge directly tonight? The mere thought of such a possibility rendered everyone restless, prompting someone to propose an exhilarating course of action, since they were eager for clues. Why not take advantage of the safety of daylight to explore each floor one by one? The suggestion was put forth by Ruan Liang, a tall man whose forehead glistened with sweat, his tone tinged with urgency. We must ensure our safety during the day. If we do not act swiftly, the night may bring uncertainties beyond our control. The security guard has already relinquished his duties, indicating that tonight's task is undoubtedly perilous. It is quite possible that we may encounter a grave deadlock this evening. There were no objections from the group. Yet Guan Hong raised a pertinent question. With so many rooms on the first floor, who can guarantee that we will complete our reconnaissance before nightfall? She gestured for everyone to gaze at the sky. They had only just dined at the Fat Sister restaurant, yet the sun now blazed down as if it were noon. The flow of time seemed distorted, lacking any discernible pattern. Should darkness descend during their investigation, they would surely face dire consequences. What is that over there? Ruan Liang would not relent easily, eager to continue persuading the others. However, at that moment, Shang Shui pointed towards the side of the Mingzhu apartment, exclaiming, Chapter 66. The apartment Ghost Child 11. Instantly, everyone followed her gaze and beheld a wall of peculiar design. Why was this wall deemed peculiar? It appeared less like a traditional wall and more akin to a lump of masonry, its shape resembling a triangle. The Mingzhu apartment had been regarded as an excellent residence a decade prior, with its landscaping and layout demonstrating a remarkably scientific configuration. Previously, they had been so preoccupied by the security guard's commands that they failed to notice the peculiar, triangular wall on the right side of the Mingzhu apartment. This wall was constructed amidst a flower bed, surrounded by several flower pots, with bamboo planted in front. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. However, from Shang Shui's perspective, the wall appeared particularly jarring. How could such a structure exist? Shang Shui furrowed her brow, meticulously pondering these connections. Yet, due to the vagueness of the associations, she struggled to grasp the essence of the matter. What could this be? With such a design, one might easily mistake it for an artificial hill, murmured Ruan Liang softly. Shang Shui, standing beside him, clearly heard his subdued words. Following his gaze, she noticed when Liang standing next to Ruan Liang, casting a meaningful look towards the wall, his expression inscrutable. In that moment, as she beheld Wen Liang, the thoughts that had eluded her suddenly crystallized in an epiphany. Earlier, on the first floor, Howie Chen had discovered a pattern resembling a zongzi. At the time, she felt that interpreting the design as a zongzi was somewhat far-fetched, given its sharp angles. It lacked the roundedness typical of a zongzi. In retrospect, that drawing was likely a representation of the wall before her. What peculiarities could the wall conceal? Perhaps it was a hiding place for a corpse. Shang Shui suddenly comprehended why the proprietress had avoided mentioning the third floor. It was highly probable that she remained oblivious to the events that had transpired there. Yet, the strange occurrences on the third floor were undeniably real. The third floor harbors no clues whatsoever. Let us consider the possibility that the second floor, devoid of any leads, may fall within the same spectral domain. Thus, even though only one person remains on both the second and third floors, there remains an utter absence of information pertaining to them. Should her suspicions prove accurate, an alliance with Guan Hong becomes imperative, as they are likely confronting the same ghost. Let us first explore the building. After all, the walls cannot be pried open, proposed Qin Yi, his gaze wandering within the building, seemingly deliberating which floor to investigate first. Shortly thereafter, all entered the Mingzhu apartment. However, Shang Shui noticed Guan Hong trailing behind intentionally, deliberately lagging a couple of steps to walk in parallel with her. Within the Mingzhu apartment, numerous areas raise suspicion. Yet the security room and the adjacent archive room stand out as the most dubious. For reasons unknown, Wen Liang adamantly refused to investigate the security room, yet he did not object when the suggestion to inspect the archive room was presented. Given that the landlady remains oblivious to the events transpiring on the third floor, it is likely that the archive room holds little of significance. at least concerning the third floor. Meanwhile, the other floors, eager to uncover information, hurried ahead. Guanhong appeared to subtly desire a conversation with Sheng Shui, and under their concurrent efforts, they soon found themselves at the rear. Miss Wen, do you know how the other person met their demise? Guanhong's initial inquiry took Sheng Shui by surprise. The identity of the other person was unmistakable. It referred to Li Chuxia. Upon hearing her words, Sheng Shui furrowed her brow. What could this mean? Li Chuxia had bled profusely, likely sharing a fate akin to that of AI Schwanger on the first floor. No, that was incorrect. The specter on the first floor was the young man who perished in the corridor, not the entity haunting the second and third floors. Thus, the circumstances were dissimilar. As if to validate her thoughts, Guanhong promptly continued. Her internal organs were completely exposed. Hence, the stretcher carrying Li Chuxia was drenched in blood, a consequence of her insides being entirely outside. Moreover, I have discovered that after 11 o'clock, the staircase inexplicably vanishes. Guanhong unveiled this startling revelation. Sheng Shui immediately lifted her gaze to meet hers. The fact that Guanhong could articulate such a statement was a testament to her first-hand experience. Therefore, the earlier admonition from the security guard regarding the staircase at night was not merely a caution. It was an entirely reasonable assertion. For during the night at Mingzhu apartment, the staircase ceased to exist. However, Guanhong would undoubtedly hesitate to gaze at the staircase on the right. Her reference must pertain to the left staircase. As for whether the right staircase held a similar fate, no one could ascertain, for it harbored peculiar entities. Having shared two discoveries, Guanhong naturally received reciprocation from Sheng Shui, who divulged information regarding the ghostly infant and the pregnant woman, as well as the man in the suit and the black short boots behind him. In truth, regarding the ghostly infant's description, Sheng Shui suspected that Guanhong might already be aware. She had observed the ghostly infant depart earlier, initially believing it to signify the end of its malevolence. Upon reflection, it was quite plausible that it had ventured to the second floor. Tonight, we shall remain on the third floor together, Guanhong stated, refraining from further mention of the ghostly infant. The security guard did not assign any tasks for the evening, indicating that their sole objective now was survival. Together, two individuals were certainly better off than one. Sheng Shui had managed to survive alone on the third floor until now, which demonstrated her considerable capabilities. Guanhong preferred collaborating with those of merit. They sauntered down to the archive room on the first floor, where the group began to scrutinize the exceedingly formidable lock for the first time. Lacking a key and faced with such a sturdy lock, it seemed almost impossible to open it solely through brute force. Moreover, being situated directly across from the security room, any loud commotion could undoubtedly attract the guard's attention, a scenario no one wished to encounter. In that moment, the group felt utterly bewildered, just when it seemed they were at an impasse, when Liang stepped forward, producing a piece of iron wire from his pocket and inserting it into the lock's keyhole. His deft movements raised eyebrows among the onlookers. Sheng Shui discreetly glanced up at Qin Yizhong, only to find his expression unchanged, as if what was unfolding before him was entirely ordinary. Her heart skipped a beat. Based on her previous assessments, it was highly probable that Qin Yizhong held a position in the military or police, regardless of which, he should possess a strong sense of justice and an aversion to wrongdoing. During their earlier introductions, he had displayed a cold demeanor towards Wen Liang, who was clearly up to something. Could one truly alter their habits in just a few days? While the nature of a person may be difficult to change, Wen Liang's lock-picking skills were impressive, and he swiftly opened the door. The interior of the archive room was much as they had envisioned, filled with numerous shelves brimming with folders. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, the air was thick with dust, a testament to the long absence of visitors. The first to step inside, Wen Liang, coughed violently as he inhaled the stale air. The subsequent entrants, having gained some semblance of experience, pinched their noses. As they fumbled to illuminate the dim space, they were met with a labyrinth of densely packed bookshelves, leaving them momentarily at a loss. The sheer volume of files, numbering perhaps 700 or 800, loomed dauntingly before them. If they were to search each one individually, it would be a task stretching into the distant future. Moreover, the encroaching darkness outside added to their urgency. With a shared glance, Sheng Xue and Guan Hong approached two separate shelves, intent on discerning any labels. Fortunately, the layout was as they had envisioned, with each shelf marked by its respective floor. Sheng Xue naturally gravitated towards the shelf designated for the third floor. She began to sift through the files, each one chronicling the occupants of the corresponding rooms, complete with aged photographs. Among these documents, Sheng Xue discovered the file of the woman from the first room. The name was barely legible, perhaps obscured by the passage of time and the ink of a fountain pen. Yet, the photograph beside it revealed a woman full of life, a stark contrast to the despondent figure she had become. Finding no substantial clues within her file, Sheng Xue swiftly turned to the next one, which belonged to Lu Shuyue. As she had imagined, Lu appeared ethereal, almost doll-like in her beauty. The photograph captured her sparkling gaze and radiant smile, a far cry from the fragile, overwhelmed woman now residing in that room. The photograph bore irregular, serrated edges, suggesting it was only half intact, the other half seemingly torn away by an unknown hand. Who could it be? Sheng Xue set the document aside, intending to ponder this mystery later. However, within the next file, she found the answer. The jagged edges of the suited man's photo were on the right, while his companion's image resided on the left. Perhaps due to his youthful innocence, the suited man appeared less mature than on that fateful night, his gaze still tinged with a hint of naivety and stubbornness. Yet, the ambition lurking in his eyes was unmistakable. He was a man of considerable aspiration. Moreover, both individuals wore expressions of joy. If they were not connected in some way, how could they have been photographed together? Considering Lu Shuyue's striking beauty, could it be that they were, in fact, lovers? The more Sheng Xue contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, she remained perplexed about the role of the slightly plump man in this scenario. Furthermore, this section contained only the files of these individuals, and despite her thorough search, she could not locate the folder belonging to the slightly plump man. Had it been misplaced? Or perhaps it had been reviewed already. Due to the lack of guests on the first floor, Wen Liang had not lingered long, keeping a watchful eye at the entrance. Suddenly, he peeked out, urgency lacing his voice. I hear footsteps. Someone seems to be approaching. No one could guarantee whether the security guard was present in the security room. If the guard were to discover their group rummaging through the archives, the situation could spiral out of control. None could predict the outcome. In a flurry, everyone hastily organized their belongings and swiftly rushed to the door, allowing Wen Liang to restore the lock. Just as they completed the task, a well-dressed couple appeared at the entrance of the apartment. This pair, seemingly refined middle-aged individuals, stared blankly at the group, as if they had inquiries to make. No one dared to approach them recklessly. At that moment, Guan Hong took the initiative to step forward, prompting Sheng Xue to follow closely behind. The others remained still, coldly observing their retreating figures. Are you the staff here? The woman among the middle-aged couple inquired of Guan Hong and Sheng Xue. Her hands were clasped elegantly in front of her, embodying the demeanor of a woman accustomed to a life of luxury. Yet, the wrinkles around her eyes and the redness of her eyelids suggested a frequent sorrow, as if she had wept often. Notwithstanding her inner thoughts, Sheng Xue nodded. Yes. Is there anything we can assist you with? Is there any news regarding my daughter? The woman pressed further. Guan Hong shook her head. They had not received any notifications. And how could they possibly possess any information? Only Sheng Xue recalled the black ankle boots, a fleeting glimmer of realization crossing her eyes. How could this be? How much longer must we wait? The woman's expression was now tinged with despair. What distinguishing features does your daughter possess? We need to compare notes. Sheng Xue suddenly interjected. Both Guan Hong and the middle-aged couple were taken aback, particularly Guan Hong. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief, wondering if Sheng Xue had lost her senses by posing such a question. However, she quickly remembered that Sheng Xue exuded intelligence. She must have grasped some vital clue that could resonate with the couple's situation. As the middle-aged woman was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside her interjected with a dark expression. How many times have you all asked? Are you genuinely committed to assisting us? Where's the security guard? We need to clarify this with him. With that, he charged towards the security office. Guan Hong and Sheng Xue were taken aback, uncertain of what would transpire if the man were to knock on the security office door and thus hurriedly followed to prevent him. At that moment, something bizarre occurred. The man had barely taken 2 steps when, with a sudden click, the door to the security office swung open. The sound echoed clearly in the quiet corridor. The teammates who had been standing there turned their heavy gazes toward the 2 women, their expressions remarkably synchronized, as if they were all cast from the same mold. Their smiles eerily similar. But how could that be? Aside from Ruan Liang, who glanced toward the security office, everyone else was fixated on the 2 of them, exuding an unsettling readiness to pounce. Suddenly, Shang Shue's pupils constricted. Could it be that they were all apparitions, save for Ruan Liang? Just as this unsettling thought crystallized in her mind, the sky outside seemed to press the fast-forward button, plunging into darkness in an instant. Chapter 67. The apartment Ghost Baby 12 in almost a heartbeat. Shang Shui and Guanhong dashed at breakneck speed towards the 2nd floor. Behind them came the sound of footsteps, swiftly followed by Ruan Liang's anguished cries. He did not react immediately, and his position placed him squarely among the group. Even in this moment of confusion, Shang Shui's instincts kicked in. The proprietress had divulged such extensive information regarding the various floors so rapidly because many had perished silently the previous night. It was highly probable that, apart from her and Ruan Liang, everyone else had transformed into specters. Should they fail to complete their task tonight, they might face the wrath of all the spirits. Yet, where lay their path to survival? Gasping for breath, the 2 ascended to the 2nd floor. Guanhong, ever vigilant, cast a wary glance down the corridor and, without pausing to explain to Shang Shui, directly inquired, "What did you discover in the archives? Are you suggesting?" Shang Shui pondered softly. Their relationship, she inferred, was not one to be accepted by societal norms. Perhaps. Infidelity? Precisely. Guanhong nodded. "Follow me." With that, she led Shang Shui to room 306 on the 2nd floor and gently pushed the door open. To their astonishment, it was another unclaimed room, much like the one on the 3rd floor. While Shang Shui's mind churned with tumultuous thoughts, her expression remained composed. The pastel pink bed linens suggested that the room's occupant was a youthful girl with a vibrant spirit. As Shang Shui surveyed the room, Guanhong immediately approached the drawer and retrieved a folder from within. The folder contained numerous transparent sleeves, the first half of which had been utilized. Guanhong extracted a page and presented it to Shang Shui. Upon receiving it, she noted that it was a yellowed prenatal checkup form. The name of a new mother is unmistakably Lu Shuiyue. How could this be? Shang Shui's pupils constricted. The stunning woman had claimed her name was Lu Shuiyue, speaking in a hesitant manner that led Shang Shui to believe she was reluctant to reveal her true identity. Yet, could it be that she was concealing a false name? After all, the woman on this prenatal examination report unmistakably appeared to be the biological mother of the ghostly infant. If the enchanting lady were indeed the mother of this spectral child, why would she harbor fear towards her own offspring? Nonetheless, the resemblance between her and the photograph of Lu Shuiyue is strikingly high. Why would she disguise herself as Lu Shuiyue, and what might her true identity be? Could it be that Lu Shuiyue has a twin sister? Within the cabinet, I stumbled upon a diary penned by Lu Shuiyue. Guanhong observed the changing expressions on Shang Shui's face and, at the opportune moment, retrieved the diary from the cabinet. It was highly likely that the ghost downstairs would commence its rampage by 10 o'clock, and Shang Shui dared not delay. She took the diary and began to peruse it rapidly. January 10th. Clear weather, mood index, 5 stars. I hope my little one grows up healthy and happy. Mommy will always love you. Of course, so will Daddy. Due to the arrival of the little one, our wedding date must be moved up. The elegant and flowing script in the diary revealed that the author was in particularly high spirits. Considering her discovery of the pregnancy, everything began to make sense. January 20th. Overcast weather, mood index, 3.5 stars. Oh my, no one ever told me that being a mother could be so arduous. After 2 months of pregnancy, the nausea is relentless. I truly feel miserable. Fortunately, Ahai and Ching Ching are quite considerate, always preparing delicious food for me. It is hoped that the little ones at home will show more consideration for their mother. Ahai remarked, acknowledging the challenges of my pregnancy, suggesting that we should postpone obtaining our marriage certificate until after the birth of our child. although I felt a tinge of disappointment within. I understood that his intentions were rooted in care for me, and I remained hopeful for the health of our child. Since that day, Liu Shiyue's diary has frequently mentioned this amiable presence, extolling her friend as an exceptionally kind individual. This trend persisted until June. In a diary entry from late June, her writing appeared fragmented, as if she had encountered a profound setback. June 26th. This is truly my darkest day. The baby has encountered complications. Should I keep it or not? The doctor mentioned it as a cleft lip baby and advised me to reflect on my decision. But how can I bear to? Furthermore, I wonder if my recent irritability has caused Ahai to distance himself from me. It seems I have been so preoccupied with the child that I have neglected him. Upon encountering the phrases to keep or not to keep, Sheng Shui was instantly reminded of the vacant third-floor apartment. In that moment, she had discovered a note in the room that simply posed the question, to keep or not to keep. At the time, she found the note peculiar and devoid of any context. However, in light of the diary's contents, everything began to align. The query of to keep or not to keep referred solely to the child that Liu Shiyue was carrying. It appears that Ahai is truly infuriated. No matter what I say, he merely retreats upstairs, seemingly oblivious to my presence. This deeply saddens me, and the child is equally disobedient. I feel compelled to seek out Ahai and discuss matters with him. Yet he remains exceedingly upset with me, and I find myself lost in confusion. The diary ends here, leaving Sheng Shui utterly bewildered by this nonsensical account. The author of the diary writes in a disjointed manner, obscuring her intended message. Her words suggest that Ahai is angry and that she wishes to consult him. Yet she also remarks that he appears not to see her. A rational individual, even in a fit of rage, would not truly be incapable of perceiving others, especially considering that this woman is carrying their child. Although the ghostly infant is indeed malformed, it is conceivable that a dispute arose between them due to this circumstance. After all, several months have passed without the diary's owner penning any further entries. When I first encountered him, I noticed he wore a black cross necklace. Hearing Guan Hong mention this, Sheng Shui recalled that the plump man's home featured a cross adorning a cabinet. At the time, startled by his presence, she had pushed him, causing the object to fall and shatter, which elicited an extremely agitated response from the man. She had pondered this incident in her mind. After all, this is not a Western country, where the populace typically reveres various deities and spirits. It was unexpected to find a symbol so closely associated with the West, such as the cross in this locale. Nevertheless, due to the plump man not being a central figure in her thoughts, she did not dwell on it further. To my surprise, I have once again encountered news regarding the cross here at Guanhong. There are the crosses venerated in the home of the portly gentleman, and even the man in the suit possesses one. Does this signify a mutual recognition between them? The cross, which embodies everything, what does it truly represent in this context? Originally, the cross was a cruel instrument of execution for criminals, prevalent in ancient Rome, the Persian Empire, and Carthage, typically employed to execute rebels and slaves. It later evolved into a symbol of the Christian faith, representing the suffering and death of Jesus Christ on the cross, signifying love and redemption for sinners. However, through the evolution of a certain faction, the inverted cross emerged, its meaning entirely distorted, transforming from love and redemption into a symbol of malevolence. Legend speaks of a demon known as Tussum, who possesses two wives bearing striking similarities. He is a celestial assassin, endowed with unique powers, serving as a formidable member among the fallen angels. His appearance resembles that of a butterfly, boasting tremendous offensive capabilities and near-perfect abilities. He is the instrument of divine retribution, punishing the wicked and other angels alike. From a moment Sheng Shui learned that the two women bore identical features, she began to speculate. Imagine a fervently devout individual obsessed with the worship of Tussum, who suddenly encounters someone resembling his girlfriend. Would his faith compel him to commit a grievous mistake? When she entered the archives, her eyes caught sight of the employee records on a nearby shelf. Sheng Shui's gaze sharpened slightly. It is highly probable that a familial connection exists. In order to discreetly make a person vanish within the lawless confines of the Mingzhu apartment, the assistance of the security guard is indispensable. Thus, our mission this time is. Sheng Shui felt a resonance and cast a glance at Guanhong. The profound meaning exchanged in their gazes led them to utter in unison, to avenge Lu Shuiwei. Indeed, to seek retribution for that woman. Initially, they had no intention of taking Lu Shuiwei's life, for it was merely a man's irresponsibility towards a beautiful, young girl. From a Western perspective, an unwholesome child is labeled as a demon, while a nominal child, devoid of sight and afflicted with a cleft lip, is still viewed as a burden. Despite his belief in demons, he, akin to Yi Gong who adored dragons, fundamentally did not wish to nurture a flawed child. Ultimately, he coerced Lu Shuiwei into aborting their child. The exact events that transpired between the two remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was due to a quarrel, or perhaps he, in collusion with his plump accomplice, inflicted harm upon Lu Shuiwei, resulting in her falling down the stairs and the child being violently expelled from her womb. Under the cover of night, they concealed Lu Shuiwei from prying eyes and subsequently enlisted the security guards helped to reconstruct a wall, hiding her within its confines. The abandoned child, unnoticed, became a vengeful spirit, haunting the space between the third and second floors. Meanwhile, the plump man and the woman who claimed to be Lu Shuiwei proved to be exceedingly cunning, managing to evade the murderous whims of the ghostly child, thus continuing their existence. Yet, Sheng Shui remains perplexed. It is utterly incomprehensible. If the ghost child possesses such formidable power, why is its mother so feeble? The cyclical nature of this tale unfolds. Guanhong uttered a phrase that resonated with Sheng Shui. The first time I laid eyes on this apartment, I sensed an ominous aura surrounding it. Situated at the convergence of two roads, the abundance of arrows is overwhelming. This place is colloquially referred to as 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Under such a malign influence, it is all too easy for sinister events to occur, such as the tragic fate of the young man murdered on the first floor. His demise was indeed unjust, yet were it not for this malevolent feng shui, he would not have become a restless spirit. Sheng Shui seemed to grasp the implication. So, each floor is haunted by different spirits, perhaps unable to traverse between levels without a medium. The same principle applies in the bus scenario. The vengeful ghost in red, despite her formidable power, cannot break the rules to reunite with her daughter without a medium. And they are that very medium. Guanhong offered Sheng Shui an approving glance. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent person is effortless. She instinctively understands how to extrapolate from the discussion. As the conversation reached its conclusion, she cast a final glance at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and their companions should be arriving soon. Chapter 68. The apartment's ghostly infant 13. The two did not linger any longer, swiftly ascending the stairs within those fleeting 10 minutes. Upon reaching the third floor, Sheng Shui noticed that the red lanterns hanging before each door had dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. Upon reflection, she recalled that the second floor had not displayed any red lanterns. Perhaps the red lantern was a unique feature of the third floor. Guanhong directed a questioning gaze towards Sheng Shui, who understood immediately and glanced towards room 310. Room 309 was unoccupied, and the two individuals naturally planned to seek refuge within its confines. According to their understanding of Mingzhu apartment, hiding within the room could, to a certain extent, mitigate the threat posed by the malevolent spirit. This was evident from the earlier encounter when the ghostly infant had clearly seen Sheng Shui but refrained from immediate attack. Although the enchanting woman had claimed that the ghostly infant would undoubtedly seek her out that night, until such an event transpired, no one could provide a definitive assurance. As they pushed open the door to room 309, Guanhong stepped inside first, with Sheng Shui following closely behind. Just before crossing the threshold, she caught a fleeting glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye and turned her head slightly. To her astonishment, she saw a figure standing at the stairway's iron door, though she could not discern when it had arrived. The individual was clad in an oversized cloak, the stains on which obscured the original color of the fabric. The figure was almost entirely shrouded in the garment, and a hood concealed its features, rendering it impossible to ascertain its appearance. Bathed in the dim light, the figure stood motionless in the corridor, and from behind, something seemed to be dripping incessantly. However, Shang Shui distinctly recalled that it had not been raining outside. Under the red glow, everything appeared to be enveloped in a crimson hue. The liquid cascading from behind the figure was red. Whether this was due to the lighting or if it was indeed blood remained uncertain. Yet, it was clear that this inexplicable presence on the third floor, with such an eerie demeanor, could not belong to an ordinary person. Alarm surged within Shang Shui, and she instinctively turned to flee into the room. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream erupted from room 303, followed by the door swinging open as a figure stumbled out in a state of distress. A figure burst forth recklessly, unsteady on his feet, and stumbled just a few steps outside before collapsing heavily onto the ground. This individual was none other than the previously encountered stout man. In the fleeting moment of impact, he swiftly rolled over, clutching his throat with desperate urgency, his eyes wide and fixated on Shang Shui, nearly bulging from their sockets. It appeared as though he was ensnared by an unseen force, his hands flailing helplessly, cheeks turning a ghastly shade of blue and purple, his tongue lolling uncontrollably from his mouth. Upon catching sight of Shang Shui, he seemed to perceive her as a lifeline, one trembling hand reaching out towards her, his voice barely a whisper. Yet, Shang Shui discerned his intent through his lips. He was pleading for help. However, before she could react, a sharp crack resonated from his neck, piercing the air. Almost immediately, the man, who had been struggling just moments before, rolled his eyes back and succumbed right before Shang Shui. He had died in an instant. Strangely, the chilling crack did not dissipate with his demise. As his neck hung limply, it seemed to trigger a sinister mechanism, every bone in his body emitting a series of cracks. Subsequently, his entire form contorted grotesquely. Shang Shui thought to herself, should it not be her who was crying out for help? At that moment, a similar cracking sound echoed from the iron door at the corridor's end, resembling the sound of bones fracturing, as if the entity's movement demanded a toll in shattered skeletal structure. Standing by the iron door was the figure clad in an oversized cloak. No, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this is not a person, but a specter. Room 309 was abruptly sealed. Guan Hong stood within the confines of the room, the two of them exchanging no words, their gazes fixated on the outside. Shang Shui pressed her lips together, her expression enigmatic. Previously, when the slightly plump man had shattered the crucifix, he had despondently proclaimed that he would soon meet his demise. Just moments ago, he had perished right before their eyes. Was there some hidden secret within that crucifix? Yet, at this moment, their concerns were not centered on that question, but rather on how to evade the terrifying entity lurking outside the door. After closing the door, Shang Shui and Guan Hong exchanged a glance, both advancing to peer through the peephole. In their line of sight, a distorted figure materialized beside the slightly plump man. Its hand, draped beneath a voluminous cloak, rose to unveil its hood. Where a head should have been, there was now only emptiness. Where had its head? Vanished. At this moment, the headless specter appeared oblivious to Shang Shui and Guan Hong's presence, crouching beside the man's lifeless body, its hand gripping the man's throat. Though it lacked a head, it seemed to possess a semblance of sight. Moreover, its nails appeared exceedingly sharp, and within the confines of the room, the mere slightest squeeze drew forth blood. Yet, this was far from satisfying its intent. It seemed to intensify its grip, relentlessly constricting the man's throat, producing a chilling cracking sound as his neck abruptly snapped at a certain point. Witnessing this, Shang Shui was momentarily seized by an overwhelmingly terrifying thought. Could it be that this headless specter intends to completely sever the head of the slightly plump man and position it atop its own? She found this notion highly plausible. Moreover, what could be the true identity of this headless ghoul? Why did it suddenly appear on the third floor? Shang Shui's gaze remained fixated on the headless entity outside. Due to its proximity to the slightly plump man, the distance from room 309 was considerably closer, allowing her to discern its features more clearly than when she had been at the Iron Gate. It appeared to have once been a woman, as evidenced by its slender form. The garment it wore had previously been too distant for her to ascertain its original hue, but now it resembled a shade akin to cement gray. Cement gray, The mere thought of the term caused Sheng Shui's eyes to narrow slightly. It was precisely because of that peculiar wall that the ghostly infant had drawn patterns resembling Zongzi on the first floor. At that time, due to their ignorance, they had genuinely believed those were Zongzi. If Lu Shuiwei were concealed within the cement wall, the substance that clung to her would indeed be cement gray, wouldn't it? Thus, this headless specter before her could very well be Lu Shuiwei. Yet, the reason for her missing head remained a mystery. In her line of sight, a gaunt figure collapsed at the doorway. A woman's anguished scream reverberated throughout the corridor, and like the previously encountered slightly plump man, she too fell face down upon exiting. What calamity had befallen her? The moment her cries escaped her lips, they were abruptly silenced. At such a moment, it was evident that her life had already slipped away. However, unlike the slightly plump man, who quickly rose after his fall, she lay motionless on the ground. It appeared as though she was barefoot. For the limited range of the cats, I prevented Sheng Shui from seeing clearly. She was sprawled on the floor, and it seemed there was a black object around her neck. No, it was not merely a hat. As this thought fleetingly crossed Sheng Shui's mind, she swiftly dismissed it. This was undeniably the head of a female ghost. The head was firmly attached to the woman's shoulders, obscured by her long hair cascading in front, making it difficult to discern her features. Just as Sheng Shui caught sight of this head, it seemed to sense something. In that instant, she felt as if she were being scrutinized by an incredibly horrifying presence. Guanhong was beside her, and at that moment, she could distinctly sense that Guanhong's breathing had grown considerably heavier. Both understood that the ghost outside was very likely the deceased Lu Shuiwei. She had now appeared on the third floor, having personally slain the woman from room 302 and the slightly plump man from room 303. As the woman from room 302 emerged, Lu Shuiwei, crouched on the ground, had just severed the man's head completely before advancing to cradle her own head in her arms. Witnessing this scene, the two in the room felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness. It seemed their suspicions were confirmed. They were indeed the mediums through which the female ghost fulfilled her wishes. It was only by their presence on the third floor that the ghost could come to exact her vengeance. The ghost outside appeared exceedingly vicious, and neither of the two dared to draw her attention. They could only watch as the ghost slowly approached the room next door, which was room 310. It did nothing but stand there, its headless form clutching its head, exuding a terror far surpassing any horror film. This was not a fortuitous situation for the two of them. If the female ghost failed to fulfill her task, it was all too clear who would bear the brunt of her wrath. Moreover, the darkness descended suddenly, without a hint of forewarning. It could very well lead to an eternal night. In this task, it seemed there were no NPCs left who were human. Under such pressing circumstances, Sheng Shui began to ponder any feasible methods that might exist. She recalled the palpable fear that enveloped the slightly plump man when the cross was shattered. Had they perhaps tampered with the cross in some way? Was it the presence of the cross that prevented the female ghost from entering? Duan Hai believed in demons, and Guanhong had previously mentioned that he wore an inverted cross adorned with a butterfly pendant around his neck. Was it for this reason that the female ghost could not approach him? Such a notion was preposterous. How could scoundrels evade justice? Furthermore, they needed to expedite the completion of their task, as their teammates had nearly all perished. Observing the motionless figure of the female ghost at the entrance of room 310, Sheng Shui had a foreboding sense that the ghost's patience was waning. Ultimately, it would be she and Guanhong who would suffer the consequences. The female ghost feared the cross, yet her two companions, the granny ghost and the camera ghost, showed no trepidation whatsoever. Perhaps emulating the previous method of summoning the slightly plump man would prove effective. With urgency mounting, Sheng Shui dared not delay any longer. She summoned the granny ghost and the camera ghost, gesturing towards the adjacent space. The granny ghost, understanding her intent, vanished from sight alongside the camera ghost. Unbeknownst to Sheng Shui, Guanhong's gaze flickered as he observed the granny ghost and the camera ghost. Yet ultimately, she remained silent, regaining her composure before Sheng Shui glanced over. The efficiency of the ant ghost and the camera ghost was remarkable. The poor soundproofing of the Mingzhu apartment soon allowed the commotion from room 310 to reach room 309. At the very moment the sounds emerged from 310, the headless female ghost, which had been standing quietly at the door, suddenly stirred, although it clutched its own head in its arms. Shang Shui could distinctly feel its gaze fixated on the entrance, rather than attributing the act of opening the door to herself. It was more accurate to say that it was the ant ghost and the camera ghost who forcefully opened it. The arc of the door's trajectory resembled a projectile thrown by the camera ghost at the entrance. Camera ghost, I am now fully alert. Observing this, Shang Shui's brow twitched. She had previously thought the pair of black short boots belonged to the ghostly mother of a child, but now realized they were associated with the headless ghost. Seeing the indifferent attitude of the camera ghost and the ant ghost towards it, it was highly probable that the black short boots were not formidable in themselves. But why had all the exorcism talismans at the door ignited? Could it be the doing of the ant ghost and the camera ghost? Shang Shui felt this possibility was quite significant. Duan Hai had indeed managed to survive for so many years under the dual pressure of the headless ghost and the ghostly infant. And he even managed to nurture a small ghost. With the presence of the cross that frightened female ghosts, it was no wonder he had remained unscathed all these years. This time, the reason for their emergence was undoubtedly the ant ghost and the camera ghost. The eerie laughter of a child echoed, growing closer. Soon, a bizarre infant with bluish-purple skin came into Shang Shui's view. It was the ghostly infant. It had arrived. Shang Shui's expression sharpened as she recalled the words spoken by the enchanting woman the previous night. She proclaimed that tonight, the ghostly infant would take her own life. Everything seemed to corroborate the woman's assertions. After the ghostly infant arrived, it lingered only briefly beside the headless specter before making a beeline for room 309. Shang Shui was once again yearning for companionship. Chapter 69. The ghostly infant in the apartment. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden chill enveloped her entire being. She realized she was rendered immobile. Could it be that the ghostly infant possessed the uncanny ability to paralyze individuals, leaving them to witness their own demise in an inescapable terror? Yet, she stood by the door, with the peephole in view, although the ghostly infant approached. It had not yet crawled to the door. In a panic, she attempted to summon the granny ghost and the camera ghost, only to find an apparent severance of their connection. No matter how hard she tried, she could not call forth either entity. Logically, this should not have been the case. At that moment, she suddenly heard footsteps beside her. Guan Hong materialized at her side. Although Shang Shui's body remained immobile, she could still turn her head. She noticed that Guan Hong had abandoned her previous indifference, now regarding her with a complex gaze. In a flash of realization, Shang Shui understood. It was you. Her tone bore little tumult, recognizing that any excessive reaction would serve only to draw attention from outside. She was merely taken aback. Until now, she had harbored doubts about Wen Liang, finding everything about him suspicious. Yet it was Guan Hong all along. I used a prop card on you. Guan Hong neither denied nor concealed the truth from Shang Shui. It was me. She did not disclose whether she was a member of the Abyss organization or a nightmare. Yet her intuition led her to believe that the woman before her belonged to the Abyss. For apart from herself, no one else remained alive in this instance. The difficulty of this scenario was indisputable, as evidenced by those who had perished silently. Among them were many seasoned veterans, yet they had all succumbed here. Should she also meet her demise, it was highly likely she would receive some reward item. If I perish, can you survive? A fleeting glimmer crossed Shang Shui's eyes, though she ensured Guan Hong remained oblivious. Whether it was an assurance of Shang Shui's imminent death or sheer overconfidence, Guan Hong chose not to conceal her thoughts. You are mistaken. Her gaze carried an unmistakable air of arrogance, reminiscent of a victor. If Lu Shuiwei were truly entombed within the external walls, do you believe her corpse would still manifest outside? Indeed, if Lu Shuiwei's body were buried within the wall, it could not possibly appear in the corridor. The occurrence of such an event now implied someone had unearthed her. Could it be Guan Hong? Shang Shui shook her head, deeming that possibility unlikely. While Guan Hong had always been adept at disguise, excavating the wall required time, and the wall had been intact earlier that afternoon. Logically, it made no sense. Was it that diary? Shang Shui's expression turned despondent, resigned to her fate. At this juncture, Guan Hong finally shed the guise she had worn. Her expression subtly hinted at madness as she savored the desolation etched upon Shang Xue's face, her mood delightfully buoyant. That diary still had one final page. Yet I tore it out. The female ghost was entombed within the wall that night, witnessed by a group of property management staff. Many chose to turn a blind eye, swayed by the security guard's influence. However, one property manager, upon leaving, unearthed her. Let's leave it at that. Yet deep down, Shang Xue understood. The bystanders bore the ghost's resentment, for she had come to regard them as the unscrupulous property managers, intent on annihilating them alongside the ghostly infant. Yet, due to the assistance rendered by one property manager, she would permit one individual to survive. This choice was not to be made by the ghost herself, but through a competition among them. Thus, the ghost's desire extended beyond merely eliminating men and those friends. She sought to eradicate the property managers who had no right to endure. Only one may live. The moment the door swung open, Shang Xue distinctly perceived the ghostly infant poised at the threshold. As the door was flung wide, she saw Guan Hong extend her hand, within which, astonishingly, a door faintly materialized. However, the fleeting nature of the vision prevented her from discerning it clearly. Once the pattern vanished, Shang Xue felt a chill emanate suddenly at her side. Turning her head, she beheld a shadowy figure lurking behind Guan Hong, a vague silhouette of a young woman. The entire form appeared unremarkable, save for a gaping blood hole where her mouth should have been, and emptiness within. She recalled what Lu Chunran had previously said about the Yin Immortal. Guan Hong was capable of summoning spirits, and she was likely the Yin Immortal. However, the meaning of the pattern in her palm remained a mystery. The door swung wide open. Shang Xue observed as Guan Hong pointed at her, and then her Yin Immortal approached. The presence of her Yin Immortal reminded Shang Xue of the eerie aura associated with the Granny Ghost, suggesting that Guan Hong's power was comparable to that of the Granny Ghost. It seemed to drain her vitality. Such a formidable spirit was beyond Shang Xue's capabilities to confront. Yet there was another right before her. Gazing at the powerful ghost infant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. With this thought, Shang Xue turned her face towards the ghost infant, forcing a somewhat amiable expression. "Would you like to be my friend?" The ghost infant came to an abrupt halt. It had yet to awaken its intellect, and thus, it possessed no discernible emotional capacity. However, the efficacy of the ghost controlling Jade Rui was undeniable. Shang Xue watched as the previously wailing ghost infant became eerily quiet. Although it lacked eyes and bore an unappealing appearance, an inexplicable sense of obedience emanated from it. Ghost infant, obedient JPG. Help me give her a good beating. In a swift moment, Shang Xue turned to face Guan Hong. The ghost infant, seemingly understanding, instinctively revealed a fierce expression and crawled towards Guan Hong. Taken by surprise by the sudden turn of events, Guan Hong was momentarily stunned as she saw the ghost infant charging at her and hurriedly summoned her Yin Immortal. The power of the Yin Immortal was indeed astonishing. Even though the ghost infant was formidable, the Yin Immortal managed to engage it for quite some time. Injured and covered in wounds, she still managed to rise, protecting Guan Hong from harm. Yet in an instant, Shang Xue heard the ghostly infant emit a piercing wail, as if it had suffered a grievous blow. At that moment, Guan Hong turned, locking eyes with Shang Xue, her gaze imbued with an icy disdain. It was futile. This thought flashed through Shang Xue's mind. She could not fathom why Guan Hong possessed so many prop cards, while she herself remained rooted in place, immobilized. The helpless prey, as it were, ensnared by the hunter. Surprisingly, she did not succumb to panic. Instead, she glanced outside. The headless female specter, who had been tormenting the man, had inexplicably risen. Now it stood beside his corpse, cradling its head and gazing towards the entrance of room 309. The obscured visage, shrouded by hair, rendered its eyes and expression indistinguishable. Yet, Shang Xue felt an uncanny premonition that the ghost gaze was fixated intently on Guan Hong. "I nearly overlooked the fact that you still possess your props." After gaining the upper hand, Guan Hong did not immediately command her spectral minion to attack Shang Xue. Instead, she gazed at her with a mix of greed and ambition. "With death looming, relinquish your props, and I shall grant you a swift demise." This scenario was destined to allow only one survivor. It was evident that her promise of sparing Sheng Shui was a deceit. Thus, Guanhong lured Sheng Shui with the allure of an easy death. Her focus solely on Sheng Shui's possessions, coupled with the latter's strategic positioning that obstructed her view, left her oblivious to the dangers outside. A cold smile crept across Sheng Shui's mind. With a deceptive tool that seemed effortlessly effective, she questioned whether she had truly reached such a desperate state. As she observed the headless female ghost gradually approaching, Sheng Shui remained silent. However, Guanhong misinterpreted her stillness as intrigue, continuing to coax her. "What do you think? I can numb your consciousness when the ghosts outside seek to take your life, allowing you to slip away without suffering too much in your final moments. After all, we are all striving for survival. I am equally helpless." Guanhong seemed to regard Sheng Shui as a fool, even letting out a faux sigh at the end of her speech, as if she herself were the one being coerced. Unable to contain her disdain, Sheng Shui rolled her eyes and smiled wryly. "I understand, Sister Guan. I'm also having a tough time. You must empathize with me." Upon hearing Sheng Shui finally speak, Guanhong instinctively nodded. Yet, just as she was about to affirm, a sudden realization struck her regarding the meaning of Sheng Shui's words. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with fury directed at Sheng Shui. Just as she was about to summon her spectral companion to teach her a lesson, Guanhong's attention was caught by an unexpected presence beside Sheng Shui. It was a headless corpse clad in tattered robes, cradling a head obscured by hair, slowly making its way into the room. Although its expression was hidden, both women could discern its gaze fixated on the writhing, wailing ghostly infant. Panic surged through Guanhong as she suddenly grasped a horrifying reality. She had just relieved herself by assisting her Yin spirit in dealing with the ghostly infant, blissfully unaware of the presence of the infant's parents outside. The headless female ghost was indeed the mother of the ghostly child. What mother could remain indifferent upon witnessing her son being tormented, even if she had transformed into a ghost herself? In the blink of an eye, Shang Shui noticed that the headless female ghost had somehow appeared before Guanhong. Guanhong's Yin spirit valiantly shielded her from the headless ghost, while an utterly terrified Guanhong rushed toward Shang Shui, seemingly intent on using her as a shield. In her haste, she overlooked the ghostly infant writhing on the ground nearby. Having rolled about for some time, the infant now appeared to have regained its composure. When it saw its tormentor pass by, the vengeful, ghostly infant seized this perfect opportunity. It crouched low and, as the panicked Guanhong approached, leapt forth, sinking its teeth into her neck. A sharp crack echoed as her neck broke, and a gushing spray of foul blood erupted forth. Guanhong's body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, her face etched with shock, ultimately succumbing to silence. At the very moment she fell, the headless female ghost, engaged in battle with the Yin spirit, seemed to sense something amiss, glancing in that direction. Shang Shui felt as if her eyelids had suddenly transformed into weights of 1,000 pounds, and she could no longer keep them open. The last sensation she registered was the warmth of liquid staining her cheek, accompanied by a thought. Villains meet their demise through excessive chatter. She mused that if she were to commit misdeeds, she would undoubtedly do so swiftly, avoiding the fate of being outwitted by a loquacious adversary. Certainly, she could not articulate such sentiments, for she could at most be deemed as one who employs another's weapon to achieve her ends. Predictably, she heard the melodious chime of her phone ringing. Upon answering, she was greeted by a sweet voice she had not heard in quite some time. "Dear member, congratulations on successfully completing your task. You are one step closer to your ultimate fate. Your reward has been dispatched to the app. Please be attentive to collect it." Typically, the call would have concluded without further ado, devoid of any unnecessary prolongation. Sheng Shui was not at all surprised to receive a reward. Previously, Lu Chenran had informed her that if only one individual survived a relatively challenging instance, there would invariably be a drop of items. Although she was not particularly well-versed in this aspect, she had learned her lesson the hard way. After all, she possessed items, unlike others who, upon grasping their phones, primarily contemplated the acquisition of such items. Primarily, she had not even had the opportunity to glance at her phone. Upon seizing it, she discovered a staggering 50 missed calls. Upon further inspection, she realized they were all from the same person, Li Mingya. Over the span of 3 days, she had received 50 calls, coinciding precisely with the duration of her current instance. Previously, it had always been a matter of a single evening. Why had it now extended into a normal time frame? Could it be a consequence of her unorthodox entry into the instance? Who could discern whether something untoward had transpired? Otherwise, why would Li Mingya inundate her with such a multitude of calls, and over consecutive days, no less? Once the call connected, it was swiftly answered, and Li Mingya's eager voice resonated through the receiver. It's a long story. I shall tell you when the opportunity arises. Sheng Shui had no intention of discussing the matter over the phone. She went straight to the point. What is it that you have been trying to reach me about these past few days? You've called me so many times. Of course, I must have a reason to seek you out. Li Mingya's tone grew serious as she continued. I've been unable to contact the master lately. Do you happen to know where he is? I need to reach him for something important. The master? Lu Chenran? In Chapter 70, joining the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, she recalled Lu Chenran mentioning that after joining the Bureau, one would be assigned various tasks. At that time, it seemed Lu Chenran was just preparing to enter, and it was likely he had not yet emerged. Nevertheless, Li Mingya had assisted her on numerous occasions, prompting Sheng Shui to consider helping her inquire about him. However, given that Li Mingya herself could not reach Lu Chenran, Sheng Shui did not harbor high hopes, recognizing that she was not particularly special in Lu Chenran's eyes. Previously, they had exchanged contact information, and as soon as she hung up with Li Mingya, she promptly dialed Lu Chenran. To her surprise, he answered quite quickly. While discussing paranormal events, Sheng Shui felt apprehensive about being monitored through communication data, thus refraining from divulging too much information. The two merely agreed on a time and place to meet. Once the call concluded, Sheng Shui opened the app to check. Initially, she expected to have acquired some remarkable item, but upon seeing the content displayed on the app, her expression darkened. Special reward. The unborn ghost baby reward description. A ghost baby who was murdered in the Mingzhu apartment. Its life extinguished before birth, harboring immense resentment and a powerful aura, yet possessing limited intellect. Should you require its assistance, one must always take its intellectual limitations into account. Sheng Shui. She never anticipated that the app would be so inconsiderate as to offer a ghost baby as a reward. Should she express gratitude to the app for being somewhat thoughtful, not having included the headless ghost mother along with it? Sheng Shui had no interest in bringing the ghost baby out for a closer inspection. After performing the customary rituals for the two resident spirits at home, she became acutely aware of a grave concern. Having previously kept the ant ghost and the camera ghost close had significantly affected her. Did this imply that she now had to venerate the ghost baby just as she had with the other spirits? Fortunately, she had arranged to meet Lu Chenran that afternoon, during which she could inquire about any uncertainties, particularly regarding her inexplicable summoning into the sub-story. Logically, there should be a solution to such matters. Otherwise, anyone could be drawn into a sub-story, leading the app into chaos. It could not solely be that she possessed an abundance of items. Presumably, other more experienced predecessors must also have valuable items. Something must have gone awry. Furthermore, she was certain she had not misinterpreted the door-like symbol in Guanhong's possession. With these thoughts in mind, Sheng Shui arrived punctually at the appointed location. The meeting place had been set by Lu Chenran, and she was not entirely familiar with it. Upon arriving, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that this place was a remarkably elegant CAF. It seemed that Lu Chenran had thoughtfully reserved a private room, creating an intimate environment conducive to conversation, making it an ideal venue for exchanging information. As Sheng Shui contemplated her thoughts, she chose not to conceal anything from Lu Chenran, recounting her peculiar experience of being inexplicably drawn into a scenario, as well as the events that transpired at the Mingzhu apartment. Do you know why I decided to join the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? His words felt somewhat disjointed, yet in this context, Sheng Shui began to surmise. Could it be that the official organization possesses the means to prevent us from being unwittingly ensnared in such scenarios? Lu Chenran nodded and endeavored to explain in straightforward terms. By joining the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, We are required to regularly select and complete tasks from their internal network. Yet we often reap considerable benefits in return. As he spoke, Shang Shui noticed a complexity in Lu Chenran's expression that she had never seen before, from a distance. It appeared profoundly enigmatic. He had always approached matters with a relaxed demeanor, and this was the first time he revealed such an intricate sentiment. It was this very behavior that led Shang Shui to realize that the scenarios were not as simplistic as she had imagined, likely concealing many unfathomable elements. However, for now, it seemed prudent to set aside such profound considerations, and instead, she resolved to share another matter with Lu Chenran. 2 minutes later, Lu Chenran wore a disgruntled expression as he regarded Shang Shui. "What did you say? Please repeat that." Shang Shui, her heart untroubled and her face devoid of color, implored, "Master, you must assist me with this." Ghostly infant. Observing Shang Shui's demeanor, Lu Chenran inquired further before stating, "If it was sent to you by an app, you need not fret. It is not the spirit you worship, but rather a mobile prop at most." A mobile prop, indeed. Shang Shui couldn't suppress a laugh and continued to gaze at Lu Chenran. "Master, can I join the Paranormal Investigation Bureau now?" She was loath to be unwittingly drawn into another task. "You could participate at any time. Simply register on the internal network," Lu Chenran replied, retrieving his phone. After inputting some information, a deep blue page appeared. Following his instructions, Shang Shui finally acquired her own account, though the glaring LV1 rank was rather disheartening. Upon entering the homepage, it appeared to be a hub for task postings, featuring numerous location titles and recruitment notices. "You have just joined, and your level is too low," along with a lack of contributions. "You must complete tasks swiftly," Lu Chenran cautioned with a furrowed brow. This was entirely reasonable. If mere registration sufficed for protection, no one would undertake tasks. Shang Shui surmised that perhaps a monthly task completion was requisite to obtain the protection of the Paranormal Management Bureau. "What task should I undertake now?" She gazed at Lu Chenran and inquired. She had just taken a cursory glance and discovered that many of the task descriptions contained 2 indicators, one for the danger level and the other for the impact level. Though the impact level eluded her comprehension, the danger level was quite clear in its literal sense. This, Lu Chenran pointed to a line on the phone screen. Shang Shui looked up and gradually fell into a stupor. Danger level, 2 stars. Supernatural incident at the old site of Shijiao Middle School, Chapter 71. Rules for the girls' dormitory at Shijiao Middle School. Upon clicking this notification, information regarding the incident unfolded before their eyes. It began with an extensive textual description, accompanied by several images and videos. The two refrained from hastily clicking on the images and videos, choosing instead to first peruse the text. Shijiao Middle School, located in the western suburbs of the city, once stood as an elite high school specializing in the arts. However, due to several significant teaching accidents during its operation, coupled with a steadily declining admission rate and the emergence of issues within the family of the investing school board member, the institution ultimately ceased its operations. After the school was abandoned, it initially remained undisturbed. However, it became apparent that, for reasons unknown, numerous villagers in the vicinity began reporting that they could hear singing at night. Initially, the villagers assumed the sound originated from elsewhere and paid little heed. It was only later that a villager witnessed a girl in a red dress dancing gracefully within the premises in the dead of night. According to the investigation, Shijiao Middle School initially posed no threat to its surroundings. However, a gradual emergence of missing persons was noted. Remarkably, those who vanished reappeared within the confines of Shijiao Middle School 3 days later, devoid of any signs of life. At that time, the families of the deceased suspected the presence of a murderer within the premises and insisted on alerting the authorities for an investigation. Unfortunately, the police uncovered no substantial clues. It was as if the victims had inexplicably perished within those walls. Undeterred by this, the families clandestinely infiltrated the old site of Shijiao Middle School, intent on seeking justice themselves, yet they too disappeared, only to be discovered lifeless within the very institution 3 days later. The account abruptly concludes here, with no further elaboration. Upon witnessing this, Shang Shui clicked on the images and videos beneath the text. The images appear to have been captured by a machine, revealing a distant view of a pitch-black, desolate courtyard, where a red figure seemed to linger. It was evident that the final photograph, which had clearly depicted the woman in red, had undergone some form of blurring treatment, rendering her features indistinct. To her surprise, upon opening the link, the footage did not showcase the darkened Shijiao Middle School, but rather a rather confined space filled with doors. Initially perplexed, Sheng Shui later discerned a knob on a plastic door, adorned with red and green colors. This was in fact a restroom. Given the density of doors, it could either be a public restroom or a school lavatory. Naturally, as the post pertained to matters surrounding Shijiao Middle School, it must be the restroom of that very institution. The individual capturing this video evidently experiences a tumultuous emotional state with an evident instability in his demeanor. Even the sound of his heavy breathing is audible to Sheng Shui. Judging by the voice, he appears to be male. In the video, he violently flings open door after door, seemingly in search of something that eludes him, only to slam each door shut in frustration. As the number of doors he has opened increases, so too does his evident panic, resembling a cornered beast as he gasps heavily. Not a single door. There are absolutely no doors. This place is not a reflection of the real world. I shall perish here tonight. His voice, steeped in despair, persists as it seems he has surrendered to the futility of his search. The sound of his despondent collapse resonates through the video, suggesting that the sheer terror has rendered him incapable of standing. Just as his breaths grow increasingly labored, Sheng Shui hears a creaking sound emanating from a wooden object scraping against the floor. This sound resembles the creaking of a bamboo chair, reminiscent of the ones an elderly man might sit upon to enjoy the summer breeze. Upon settling into it, it emits a familiar chirp. This noise appears to serve as a signal, causing the man's heavy breathing to cease momentarily. When he resumes breathing, the sound is markedly amplified. No, this cannot be right. Sheng Shui furrows her brow. The man's original breaths were already loud enough. It is inconceivable that they could intensify further. Thus, there exists only one possibility. Something has arrived beside the man after the sound of the chair. Moreover, this entity shares the same heavy breathing pattern as him. In such circumstances, it becomes clear not only to the man filming, but also to Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran that this entity, producing an identical labored breath, is certainly not human, but rather a ghost. I can no longer endure this. I can no longer endure this. The man's voice, clenched with despair, echoed repeatedly. His hand, clutching the phone, trembled violently, causing the video to sway and blur, inducing dizziness. In a chaotic tumble, the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As it descended, the camera seemed to catch a glimpse of a crimson garment. Unlike an ordinary red dress, this fabric bore uneven stains, resembling not merely a piece of clothing, but rather a garment soaked in blood. The thought of the red-clad woman mentioned in the narrative made the identity of the specter haunting the man all too clear. Just as Sheng Shui pondered this revelation, the video was abruptly pierced by a heart-wrenching scream. It was unmistakably the man's voice, a sound of such profound agony that it resembled the howls of a wild beast. Despite the disquieting nature of his cries, which elicited a visceral discomfort, Sheng Shui remained resolute, unwilling to abandon the video, having already uncovered numerous clues. Lu Chenran, too, furrowed his brow in contemplation, his thoughts concealed behind a veil of silence. As the man's wails gradually faded, the progress bar nearing its conclusion, Sheng Shui anticipated the cessation of content. Yet just then, a raspy and sinister voice broke through the silence. Next, it shall be your turn. This voice, dark and guttural, surpassed even the most discordant of tones, sending chills down her spine. It was indeed the voice of that malevolent spirit, audacious enough to issue a taunt. In an instant, Sheng Shui was struck with amusement, glancing at the view count beside the post, which boasted a staggering 300. She promptly rolled her eyes, pondering how one could possibly stand out amidst such a crowd. It dawned on her that this video must have been recorded by someone who ventured in search of the truth. It was precisely this footage that had piqued the interest of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. What do you think? Is this task feasible for you? Lu Chenran inquired. Absolutely. Sheng Shui nodded. How do we proceed? Chapter 72. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at Shijiao High School. 2. Lu Chunran gestured towards the bottom. And it was then that Sheng Shui noticed a button to accept the task at the very end of the message. It displayed 6-8, indicating that a total of 8 individuals were to join, with 6 already having accepted. Without much hesitation, she clicked to agree, and the count transformed to 7-8. The message had indicated that one could encounter a woman in red at the old site of Shijiao High School during the evening. Hence, it was imperative for them to arrive there at night to undertake the assignment. Will you accompany me this time? Sheng Shui inquired. Her curiosity piqued beyond the task itself. Lu Qinran had previously accepted a mission before entering Mingzhu apartment. Of course, he replied, casting a deep glance at Sheng Shui before swiftly averting his gaze. It's not difficult, after all. His phone was also activated, and as soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Shui noticed the page refresh, the number now reading 88. Excellent. Sheng Shui expressed her gratitude toward Lu Qinran. I shall forever remember your kindness. This was her first encounter with the supernatural, and she possessed no prior experience in such matters. It was truly fortuitous that Lu Chunran accompanied her. Let us search online for any information regarding Shijiao Middle School, he suggested after a brief pause. I believe there should be something on the forum. Sheng Shui opened the forum and entered the 4 characters of Shijiao Middle School. After a few seconds of loading, numerous posts appeared on the screen. She skimmed through them briefly before clicking on the topmost thread. The avatar of the thread's creator was gray, and the post was dated 5 years ago, filled with complaints about their experiences. Sheng Shui glanced at the top of the post, noting that it was shared in the Depression Forum. According to the author's account, they had average grades but a passion for art, aspiring to become an art student in high school. At that time, Shijiao Middle School was well marketed, and her family encouraged her to attend. She indeed followed their advice, filled with hope for the future. Little did she know, upon her arrival, she would be beset by a series of bizarre occurrences, ultimately leading to her withdrawal due to severe depression a year later. I will never forget the stalls in the school's restroom. If it weren't for my lucky escape that night, I would have perished there. Every student who entered Shijiao Middle School has met a tragic end. None have escaped. All of them perished within the confines of this institution, in their own dormitories. Have you also been targeted by her? I am genuinely terrified, and I am at a loss as to what to do. The individual responding clearly exhibits a sense of inner turmoil, as evidenced by the 3 exclamation marks. She is fervently praying for happiness in her next life. Such utterances cause Sheng Shui to furrow her brow, turning to exchange glances with Lu Qinran. It appears she is resigned to her own demise, hence her yearning for joy in her reincarnation. From the current post, it seems that after the cessation of operations at Shijiao High School, the students who departed from this institution continue to be haunted by its legacy. This is evidently a supernatural occurrence. Moreover, they seem to possess a premonition. Otherwise, they would not be anticipating their next lives before calamity strikes. This is indeed a harbinger of ill fortune. Is there some sort of regulation governing the dormitories where death occurs? An abundance of questions surged forth at this moment. Sheng Shui delved into the original poster's profile, meticulously reviewing each post, and in the penultimate entry, she made a significant discovery. It was a blurred photograph featuring a white background with a blue wave border reminiscent of a student code of conduct. Upon closer inspection, it bore similarity to an ordinary student handbook. However, to err on the side of caution, Sheng Shui decided to save it. After exploring this original poster, she continued to peruse the retrieved posts, only to find that the others lacked any insider information and instead posed inquiries regarding admissions. Very well, upon arrival tonight, we shall discuss further matters. Lu Qinran comprehended that such incidents remained shrouded in secrecy online, yet the severity appeared minimal, suggesting no significant issues would arise. Regardless of their concerns, no additional information would materialize. Sheng Shui nodded in acceptance of Lu Qinran's reassurance, and the two diligently commenced preparations for the evening ahead. Tonight, we are set to venture into the abandoned middle school in the western suburbs. The thought alone is both exhilarating and perilous, and we must not overlook the essential tools for our exploration, such as scissors and ropes. Sheng Shui even secured a machete she had previously seized from a gambling man. After all, her mountaineering backpack is sufficiently spacious. Naturally, since Liu Chunran will accompany her, the backpack has found its way onto Liu Chunran's back. At 10:30 in the evening, a taxi sped down the increasingly desolate avenue, where the flow of traffic had diminished significantly. The driver, an affable middle-aged man with a warm smile and kind demeanor, pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed, evoking the sensation of a sports car. Despite being preoccupied with her thoughts, Sheng Shui couldn't help but respond with a smile to the driver's jovial nature. Curiously, the driver suddenly inquired, "What brings you to the Western Suburb School at this late hour?" Having traversed various locales, taxi drivers often possess knowledge of peculiar happenings. Noticing his sudden shift to a curious expression, Sheng Shui sensed he might be privy to some secrets. Thus, she deftly probed, "Oh, it's nothing much. A friend is waiting for us there. We plan to explore a bit." After her somewhat haphazard explanation, as if fearing the driver might not grasp her intent, Sheng Shui added reassuringly, "Uncle, have you heard of ghost hunting streamers? This field has become quite popular. A few of us thought we'd check it out. Especially since nothing strange has occurred here for many years, so it should be safe." Liu Chunran looked at Sheng Shui with considerable helplessness, noticing her sincere expression, which, at first glance, could indeed be quite convincing. Little trickster. Meanwhile, the driver, glancing at Sheng Shui through the rear-view mirror several times, hesitated for a while before finally speaking up. "Ah, you young folks always have a penchant for these peculiar things, yet you refuse to believe in them. I've heard many strange occurrences at Shijiao High School. You ought to steer clear of it. With your hands and feet intact, what money can't you earn?" The driver seemed genuinely concerned for these misguided youths, even speaking without Sheng Shui prompting him. When this school was established, their promises were nothing short of extravagant. Many parents were swayed and sent their children there, only to discover that not long after, a child was found dead in the dormitory. Dormitory. Sheng Shui seized upon this keyword and inquired further. Could it have been a conflict among roommates? This was indeed the peculiar aspect of the matter. The driver, while navigating the road, took a moment to enlighten Sheng Shui. "At that time, my colleague's child was also enrolled there, so I'm somewhat familiar with the details. It is said that the police investigated various leads, and the perpetrator was not one of the dorm's inhabitants. In fact, not a single person from the school." After a brief pause, the driver added, "That's what makes it all the more baffling. A death occurred in the dormitory, yet the murderer was nowhere to be found in the school. The dormitory buildings are equipped with surveillance cameras, and any intruder can be easily identified. However, the situation remains perplexing. Often, the mysteries that science cannot elucidate can find resolution in the realm of metaphysics. The only entities capable of evading all scrutiny to achieve such deeds are specters. The occurrence of a singular incident might not seem particularly ominous. Yet the subsequent emergence of 3 additional cases is unsettling. My colleague was thoroughly frightened. The inexplicable deaths occurring repeatedly left him anxious about the possibility of his son becoming the next victim. Consequently, he hastily arranged for his child's transfer to another school. In the span of just over a year since its establishment, this institution has witnessed the baffling demise of 4 students. Among those who perished subsequently, no perpetrators could be identified. "Isn't that so?" Sheng Shui inquired. "Indeed," the elder sighed. "Thus, disregarding the wisdom of the elderly often leads to immediate repercussions. I tell you, this Shijiao Middle School is quite sinister. You must heed my warnings. If you provoke forces beyond comprehension, you shall bear the consequences. It is indisputable that Shijiao Middle School possesses an eerie aura. Otherwise, it would not have been designated as a task on the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's platform. If it were not sinister, they would not venture there." Nevertheless, Sheng Shui was touched by the elder's good intentions, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and promising, "Once we arrive, we will certainly refrain from entering and will promptly call everyone to leave." This statement, of course, was insincere. The elder believed her words, and as they continued on their journey, he ceased to mention Shijiao Middle School, shifting the conversation to other matters. Unbeknownst to them, the vehicle glided into the outskirts, surrounded by dense, shadowy woods and overgrown weeds. The road became increasingly uneven, with the tires occasionally producing sounds as they crushed the gravel beneath. "Let us stop here. It will be difficult to turn around ahead," the driver remarked. At the end of the main road, the older man halted the car. He did not inquire as to why their friends' vehicles were absent from the vicinity. Instead, he casually suggested that Sheng Shui add him on WeChat as she prepared to pay. After scanning his QR code, Sheng Shui exited the vehicle alongside Lu Chunran, while the driver swiftly vanished from their sight. As the car departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. The moonlight faintly illuminated the sky, with the clouds hanging low, creating a distinctly eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. They were indeed the hapless protagonists of this unfolding tale. Sheng Shui glanced at her phone to check the time. According to the intel, midnight was the optimal moment for their endeavor. The display indicated it was 11:45, leaving a mere 15 minutes until the ideal hour. The narrow path that could not be accessed by the main road was not lengthy, and they would reach it in less than 5 minutes. Without hesitation, fearing the passage of time, the duo set forth towards the trail. From the previous mission details, it was evident that 6 others had also undertaken this task. Their current status remained unknown. Would they, like in previous scenarios, form a team? From her initial experiences in missions, Sheng Shui had learned that not all teammates could be trusted. Most were a blend of virtue and vice, and often, fortune dictated the outcome. She heightened her vigilance. This time, she could not afford to be betrayed by her companions. After the closure of Shijiao Middle School, the area transformed into a desolate expanse, devoid of any illumination. Save for a narrow path that grew increasingly constricted, surrounded by overgrown weeds and branches. Under the pale glow of the moonlight, the scene took on a more sinister aura. Struggling to see clearly, Sheng Shui activated her phone's flashlight, and alongside Lu Chunran, they continued for a while until they finally arrived at the entrance of the abandoned school. No one else stood at the door. It was unclear whether their companions had not yet arrived or if they had already ventured into this forbidden realm. Indeed, the wall bearing the school's name was marred by several missing tiles. The once vibrant red letters now faded, and 2 appeared precariously close to falling. The lock and fence had rusted together, rendering the gate firmly shut. Peering through the iron bars, an abyss of darkness loomed ahead. It seemed as if wild grasses thrived within, and the ground was carpeted with leaves, presenting an air of desolation. Traversing such a place would undoubtedly create noise. Upon witnessing this eerie setting, Sheng Shui was struck by a profound discomfort, even reluctant to cast her gaze further, realizing that the flashlight might soon betray their presence. She intended to turn off her phone's screen, but inadvertently opened her photo gallery, fortuitously landing on an image she had previously saved on a forum. To her astonishment, the once blurry picture was now strikingly clear, its content having undergone a dramatic transformation since the last time she had seen it. How could such a miraculous occurrence transpire? Were it not for her unwavering conviction that she was not hallucinating, Sheng Shui would have believed herself to be dreaming. As she examined the image more closely, her expression gradually shifted to one of grave concern. Regulations for the female dormitory of Shijiao Middle School. 1. Each dormitory accommodates only 4 individuals. If the number exceeds this limit, please promptly contact the dormitory supervisor for a room change. You may place your trust in the dormitory matron, unless she is adorned in a full ensemble of crimson. Among roommates, there ought to be mutual assistance. Should your companion misplace an item, you should actively aid her in the search. Regardless of the circumstances, one must return to the dormitory by 8 in the morning, lest your roommate yearn for your presence. The remaining text is obscured, as the photographer failed to capture it, leaving only shadows in sight. Upon encountering such dormitory regulations, both individuals felt a weight of seriousness. It appears that the primary task must be fulfilled within the confines of the dormitory. Just as this realization dawned on her, Sheng Shui suddenly felt a darkness engulf her, and she quickly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself resting upon her bed. Chapter 73. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at Shijiao Middle School. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, akin to an impenetrable fog that rendered breathing difficult. The surface beneath her felt rigid, reminiscent of the distinctive texture of dormitory beds. Sheng Shui widened her eyes, allowing herself a moment to acclimate, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that the bed was encircled by curtains. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with the curtains drawn tightly. In such circumstances, she could not ascertain whether the darkness outside was due to nightfall or simply the lack of light that rendered everything so obscure. Sheng Shui comprehended that she had entered a scenario, and if indeed it was a girl's dormitory, then Lu Chenran would certainly not be accompanying her. Otherwise, it would violate the fundamental rules of dormitory life. Perhaps, she speculated, Lu Chenran was currently in the boys' dormitory. In this pitch-black environment, Sheng Shui refrained from making any sounds or reaching out to touch the curtains, fearful of triggering some unforeseen event. As she pondered over what to do, a sudden chill enveloped her. How to articulate such a sensation? Perhaps it resembled a gentle breeze brushing against her face, faintly laced with an unsettling metallic tang. At the very moment this chill descended, she seemed to hear footsteps beneath her bed. Who could it be? Was it one of her dormitory roommates? Instantly, she recalled a particular rule from the female dormitory regulations at Shijiao High School. Always be vigilant of your roommate, especially after she has risen in the middle of the night. In the suffocating darkness surrounding her, there was a significant likelihood that this individual, who had descended from her bed, was the very one she needed to be wary of. Sheng Shui resolved to remain still and observe. At that moment, she felt an unexpected tug on the blanket at her feet. She had already noticed that she was covered by the blanket upon waking. Who would randomly pull her blanket? A sudden realization struck her, and she froze in place, too frightened to move. Just moments prior, she had carefully observed that her bed was equipped with a railing, designed to prevent students from falling out during the night. Typically, such a feature is found only on upper bunks. If her bed had one, it indicated that she occupied the upper berth. What could it be that could produce footsteps on the ground and simultaneously grasp her blanket? It must be a female giant, one might think. Yet, the more plausible explanation was that it was not a human at all. Just as Sheng Shui grasped this unsettling notion, a voice abruptly pierced the silence. Wenxin, are you asleep? Could you do me a favor? The voice was profoundly hoarse, as if the throat had been ground against countless coarse stones. It was a strangely raspy female voice, youthful in tone, yet chilling enough to send a shiver down one's spine. Most terrifying of all was the proximity of the voice to Sheng Shui, as if the speaker were conversing with her through the mere veil of a bed curtain. In the dead of night, to rise from her bed and approach another's for assistance. Was this within the realm of human behavior? Sheng Shui had no intention of provoking such a peculiar entity, thus she chose to remain silent. Responding would surely yield no favorable outcome. However, the ghost referred to herself as Wenxin. Could it be that in this place, she was bestowed with the identity of Wenxin? Further evidence was needed to substantiate this claim. Sheng Shui remained steadfast, treating the situation as an immersive experience akin to a horror film. Noticing that the occupant within did not respond, the ghost grew irate. Sheng Shui then heard a commotion, as if the ghost had grasped both ends of her bed. How long could this entity's limbs be to reach such a height, with arms extending so far? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Sheng Shui suddenly felt as though an earthquake had struck, her bed violently shaking. With the frequency of the bed's tremors, she discerned something beside her curtain, seemingly in friction with it, producing a rustling sound. It was not an earthquake. It was the ghost shaking the bed with great force. Yet, paradoxically, the greater the ghost's ruckus, the less fear Sheng Shui felt. If the ghost truly had power over her, it would not resort to such grandiose displays in an attempt to breach her psychological defenses. Surely, it could simply seize her without the fanfare? The current circumstances indirectly affirm that rules still confine the female specter, rendering her incapable of executing any substantial actions. To articulate this more clearly, it can be said that, at least for now, the area within the bed curtains remains a sanctuary. As for other locations, no further discoveries have been made thus far. The specter, evidently discontent, persistently swayed the bed. However, Sheng Shui remained motionless, leaving the specter with no choice but to depart in resignation. Listening to the sound of her footsteps, it seemed she was heading towards the adjacent bed. Based on her recollections prior to losing consciousness in the current environment, It was evident that this was a female dormitory, though she remained oblivious to the number of roommates she had. The towering specter had now moved on to another location. Did this imply that there were still living individuals within this dormitory? While Sheng Shui pondered this, she suddenly heard the specter's footsteps come to a halt, possibly indicating that she had approached another bed. The dormitory appeared to be quite spacious, for the distance rendered it impossible for Sheng Shui to discern the specter's utterances. Time became indeterminate in the enveloping darkness, but eventually, she sensed that the outside light had shifted from impenetrable blackness to a muted gray hue. This suggested that dawn was gradually approaching. In the realm of the narrative, spirits typically refrain from attacking others during daylight hours, although this is reality. It bears striking resemblance to the narrative realm. Throughout this interval, the specter's movements had remained static since she had first departed from Sheng Shui's bed. It was highly probable that she was attending to the occupant of the bed she had approached. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dimming light, Sheng Shui subtly tilted her head, striving to avoid producing any sound. The length of the bed curtain proved insufficient, failing to completely conceal the base, revealing a faint gap. Through this aperture, Sheng Shui finally discerned the figure and grasped the general layout of the dormitory. Indeed, this dormitory was quite spacious, with only 2 beds facing each other, indicating a quadruple occupancy. This conformed to the stipulations outlined in the West Suburb High School's female dormitory regulations, which explicitly state that only 4 individuals are permitted per room. Any additional occupants must be promptly reported to the dormitory supervisor. At this moment, a rather towering female specter roamed beneath the bed, its neck grotesquely craned forward. Positioned at the foot of the bed to Sheng Shui's right, its head was obscured, having already penetrated the confines of that very bed. The most unsettling aspect was the subtle undulation of its back, reminiscent of a normal person dining. Could it be that the occupant of this bed had been devoured? Based on her prior conjecture, the area behind the bed curtain should have been a sanctuary. Why then could the gaunt specter brazenly extend its head into the other bed? Amidst her swirling thoughts, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly assailed Sheng Shui. Akin to having inhaled a potent sedative, her head felt as heavy as lead, and she was on the brink of losing consciousness. Her instincts warned her that this sensation was deeply sinister. Succumbing to sleep would undoubtedly be perilous. Desperately, Sheng Shui bit down on her lip, the pain serving as her sole tether to wakefulness. Just as her consciousness began to drift into a fog, an exceedingly shrill and eerie laughter resonated throughout the dormitory, as if the specter had emerged from the very bed itself. Fortunately, the air was devoid of any acrid scent of blood, yet the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of palpable tension. Soon, a cacophony of collisions ensued, akin to an assortment of items being recklessly swept together upon a table. Where has it gone? Where is it? What has become of my belongings? Who among you has taken my possessions? Who has stolen from me? Chairs were violently thrust aside, the grating sound of their friction against the floor piercing the silence of the dormitory. Accompanying this disturbance was the sound of a wardrobe being forcefully yanked open, as if it were being ransacked for an eternity before the door was slammed shut. Where could my belongings possibly be? Following a shrill scream that seemed to pierce the eardrums, an eerie stillness enveloped the room. It felt as though a specter had vanished in a thin air. Yet, Sheng Shui was not so naive. After the ghost's unsettling antics, her drowsiness had been thoroughly dispelled, and she resumed her watchful vigil through the cracks. The specter's shadow lingered on the floor, but it had shifted from its previous position, rendering it invisible to Sheng Shui's gaze. Wait, this place. A chilling realization washed over her. The ghost's shadow appeared to lean towards the right. Where could one stand for their shadow to cast that direction? It had to be directly before her bed, right beneath her feet. It had remained motionless for quite some time. So now, where had the specter vanished to? A vague intuition stirred within Sheng Shui as she lifted her gaze. A pallid, ashen face stretched towards her feet, its neck grotesquely elongated. Perhaps it was the encroaching darkness that rendered the ghostly figure's eyes as voids, resembling 2 empty black holes, as if they possessed no eyeballs at all. My belongings have gone missing. Could you assist me? Upon sensing Sheng Shui's gaze upon her, The ghost's lips curled unsettlingly upwards. Its voice a raspy whisper. "We are good friends in the same dormitory. I trust you would not wish for me to face punishment from the teacher for losing something. Would you?" At that moment, Shang Shui found herself admiring her own composure, even in such a dire situation. She recalled the rules of the female dormitory at Shijiao High School. Roommates ought to assist one another, and if a roommate loses something, one should actively help in the search. Considering the current predicament, it was difficult not to suspect that this rule had been tailor-made for the tall, slender ghost. So, the question arose, what had the tall, slender ghost lost? There was no time for contemplation or conversation as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her. Despite her instincts urging caution, Shang Shui succumbed to the heavy embrace of sleep. When she awoke once more, the daylight outside was blindingly bright. The curtains of her bed offered no respite from the light, and through the gap between the bed and the curtain, she noticed someone moving beneath. "Wen Xin, come down and fill out the safety commitment form." It seemed as if the timing was precise. The moment Shang Shui roused from her slumber, a voice called out to her. The speaker's tone was indifferent, resembling a stagnant pool of water. The moment Shang Shui heard that voice, a sense of foreboding settled within her. If it were a teammate, the voice could not possibly be so devoid of emotion. In the girls' dormitory of Shijiao Middle School, numerous regulations govern the residents, and a moment's inattention could lead to severe consequences. Thus, Shang Shui acquiesced and descended from her bed. It was only after she had stepped down that she truly comprehended the dormitory's layout, which was a quintessential quadruple room, appearing remarkably spacious. The stairway resembled a shoe cabinet. Had she not known she was at Shijiao Middle School, she might have mistaken it for university. The institution was renowned for its exceptional facilities, and upon inspection, it was indeed as impressive as its reputation suggested. The dormitory conditions were beyond reproach. "Come over here. What are you standing there for?" After Shang Shui had descended, she lingered, prompting an impatient girl in a black dress to regard her with a gaze that was anything but amiable. "You're always so slow. And you?" The last remark was directed at the girl opposite Shang Shui, who appeared rather ordinary, donned in glasses, and stood at a modest height of approximately 5 feet, making her easily overlooked in a crowd. The girl in the black dress exhibited a noticeably harsher demeanor towards her than towards Shang Shui, her final words nearly a shout. Beside her stood the fourth occupant of the dormitory, a girl of graceful appearance, sporting a high ponytail and clad in athletic wear, her figure notably slender. While the girl in the black dress dominated the conversation, this one remained silent, her expression bearing an inexplicable air of superiority, tinged with disdain. Shang Shui mused quietly to herself, sensing that the interpersonal dynamics within the dormitory were rather strained. The shorter girl sluggishly approached to sign her name, and as she did so, Shang Shui seized the moment to glance at the signature. The two signatures at the forefront belonged to Li Huan and Deng Qingyu, clearly indicating the names of the two girls, though their exact identities remain a mystery. As the petite girl hastily inscribed her name, the two girls who had previously urged them on did not rush away. Instead, they watched intently, as if anticipating something. The petite girl completed her signature swiftly, and the girl in the black dress impatiently thrust the pen into Shang Shui's hand, exclaiming, "Hurry up and sign. Once you're done, we need to take it to the dormitory supervisor." She believed her intentions were well concealed, yet the malice in her eyes did not escape Shang Shui's notice. The girl in sports attire also glanced over in their direction. What would this imply? Holding the pen felt akin to handling a hot potato for Shang Shui. Uncertain of the name she had been assigned, she recalled the ghost's words about them being good friends. Such familiarity among close companions was to be expected, thus leaving the possibility of her name comprising 3 characters open. At that moment, the two girls scrutinized her with predatory gazes, as if waiting for her to falter. "Why aren't you signing?" Just as Shang Shui pondered this, the girl in the black dress shot her a malevolent look, her smile twisting into something sinister. Her expression darkening as she demanded, "Why aren't you signing? Are you truly our roommate?" In the face of the girl in the black dress's scrutiny, how could Shang Shui possibly deny her belonging to this dormitory? However, she was indeed oblivious to her current name, her gaze darting around in a frenzy. In her state of confusion, she noticed a piece of paper torn from a notebook affixed to the dormitory door behind the girl in sportswear. It bore a list of names designated for dormitory cleaning duties. In addition to the names of the 3 individuals before her, there was another name, Su Wenxin. Shang Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, glad that she had guessed correctly and refrained from hastily inscribing the 2 characters of Wenxin. She hastily bent down to write the 3 characters of Su Wenxin, her handwriting neat and precise. The girl in the black dress shot her several reluctant and resentful glances, her peculiar expression momentarily suppressed. She snatched the dormitory safety regulations from Shang Shui's hands, feigning a desire to exit with the girl in sportswear. "We'll step out for a bit. You 2 can accompany each other," she uttered cryptically before departing with the girl in sportswear, the door slamming shut with an audible thud as if to vent her inner dissatisfaction. Shang Shui had no intention of remaining in the dormitory. She needed to venture outside to gather information about the circumstances. A wild guess, perhaps after 8 in the morning, would be a safe period. She tidied herself up, preparing to leave, and cast a final glance at the cleaning list on the dormitory door and the calendar on her desk. Confirming that it was not her turn for cleaning duties that day, she took her keys and stepped out. Throughout this time, the petite girl named Sha Ran remained seated at the desk, her head resolutely turned away. The accommodations at Shijiao Middle School were commendable, and as she made her way down, she encountered numerous individuals along the way, ultimately discovering that her dormitory number was 205. The individuals around her exhibited a hurried demeanor or wore expressions of numbness. Even when several were gathered together, no discussions transpired. This place resembled a desolate garden, imbued with an eerie silence that was palpably unsettling. As Shang Shui quickened her pace and passed by the dormitory management office on the first floor, she couldn't resist casting a glance inside. The plump dormitory supervisor was rummaging through the shelves, clad in drab gray attire that rendered her inconspicuous. According to the dormitory regulations, the current supervisor posed no threat. Shang Shui swiftly exited the dormitory. Once outside, the sunlight flooded the area, illuminating an array of pristine equipment. From her vantage point, she could glimpse the playground at an angle. Even the rubber track gleamed with freshness, and the playground itself was immaculate, nearly devoid of fallen leaves. A sense of grievance towards this place welled within her. Could it be the few who had taken their own lives at the school that led to its closure? When seen, standing still in contemplation, Shang Shui was suddenly drawn out of her thoughts by an uncertain call of her name. Turning around, she beheld a girl with a high ponytail standing behind her. Dressed in a neatly arranged school uniform and clutching 2 books, she appeared to be the epitome of a well-behaved student. The moment Shang Shui noticed the girl's attire, she furrowed her brow. Previously, she had seen a girl in a black dress and another in sportswear, leading her to believe that Shijiao High School did not enforce a uniform. To her surprise, it did have one. This indicated that the 2 girls were likely disobedient students, rebellious enough to shun their uniforms. Typically, wearing a school uniform is a mandatory requirement in secondary education. I thought I was mistaken. Why aren't you in uniform? The girl with the high ponytail turned her head to observe Shang Shui, confirming her recognition with a flicker of concern in her eyes. Aren't you afraid of what the teacher might say? In the context of school, the term teacher is often uttered, yet whenever Shang Shui recalls the tall, slender apparition from the previous night, lamenting the loss of her belongings and the potential punishment from the teacher, she feels that the figure of a teacher at Shijiao Middle School is not perceived as a benevolent one, judging by the reaction of the girl before her. It seems the original owner was indeed a diligent student, habitually clad in a school uniform. The resentment harbored by the girl in the black dress towards the athletic girl is not unfathomable. Typically, a chasm exists between such disparate types of individuals, and the girl in black does not appear to be amiable. Certainly, Shang Shui perceives her more as a specter than a human. In pursuit of further information, Shang Shui refrained from acquiescing to the obedient girl's remarks and pondered instead, but it seems like the others in our dormitory aren't wearing uniforms either. School uniforms are unappealing. I dislike them. The attire she currently donned was her own. Upon uttering this, the expression on the obedient girl's face grew increasingly anxious. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening before lowering her voice to confide in Shang Shui. Did I not advise you to minimize your interactions with them? They are not good people, especially that Sharan. As she spoke, she appeared to realize the fervor and loss of composure in her voice, gradually quieting down. Sheng Shui, taken aback, maintained a facade of calm and replied, "How could that be?" She previously believed that the girls in black dresses and athletic were the true sources of danger. Yet she was taken aback when the obedient girl emphasized that it was actually Sharon, that seemingly fragile and reticent girl. She rarely spoke and often busied herself with drawing peculiar images. Noticing Sheng Shui's skepticism, the obedient girl boldly declared, "Those drawings are utterly terrifying. They don't appear to be the work of a human hand. Moreover, they don't resemble the assignments given by our teacher at all. I happened to catch a glimpse once, and it frightened me so much that I had nightmares that night." Clutching 2 volumes on art appreciation, she seemed to be an art major. Given her extensive knowledge of Sharon's artwork, it was likely that Sharon, like her, was also preparing for the art entrance exams. This girl's remarks provided Sheng Shui with a lead. Not knowing the origin of the eerie occurrences in this setting, perhaps she could begin her investigation with her roommate, Sharon. Of course, her immediate priority remained to locate Lu Chenran and to communicate with him regarding any intelligence he might have uncovered, in hopes of discovering new insights. Additionally, she pondered whether the tall, slender female ghost had interpreted her prior unconsciousness as consent to its request, since she had fallen asleep before she could agree. What might transpire if she failed to fulfill its demand? Last night, the ghost had distinctly peered into another roommate's bed curtain. Could it be that the ghost had made yet another request to that person? At present, Sheng Shui found herself devoid of any basis for judgment. Having concluded her business, she hurriedly reminded him to wear his school uniform in the dormitory, lest the teacher discover him and face dire consequences. The obedient girl seemed to be in a rush, hastily uttering a couple of sentences before making her way towards the dormitory building. Sheng Shui contemplated inquiring about her name, but, recalling the unusual behavior of her 2 roommates that morning, decided against it. What if the girl turned hostile upon hearing such a question? It was perhaps wiser to gather information gradually. As she strolled towards the school gate, a sense of premonition washed over her. She felt that Lu Chenran would be waiting there for her. The 2 of them had lost consciousness right at the school gate yesterday, plunging into their mission. They had not explored other areas of Shijiao Middle School, making the gate the sole terrain they had ventured into. As if guided by an invisible connection, when Sheng Shui caught sight of the school gate, she discerned a tall figure standing there. In that fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. "Master." She approached Lu Chenran from behind. The school gate was hardly an appropriate venue for conversation, now that they had met. The next step was to find a suitable place to exchange the intelligence they had each gathered. However, many areas of Shijiao Middle School lacked privacy. After careful consideration, they decided to retreat to a small grove. Within the grove, there were several long benches, a setting that inevitably prompted deeper thoughts. Lu Chenran's eyes flickered, while Sheng Shui's mind was a whirlwind of clues, and she promptly laid bare all her experiences since entering. "And you? Have you also returned to the dormitory?" she inquired. To her surprise, Lu Chenran shook his head. "Last night, I was not in the dormitory. Where were you?" Sheng Shui was taken aback, realizing that they were headed in opposite directions. "The teaching building," Lu Chenran replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. "Oh my," Shang Shui exclaimed, slightly dumbfounded and envious. "You emerged unscathed. Truly remarkable." The girls' dormitory at Shijiao High School is teeming with hidden talents, especially in a place like the teaching building. When will I ever reach such a level? Lu Chenran seemingly misconstrued Shang Shui's sentiment, gazing at her with mild exasperation. "You appear rather disappointed that I didn't encounter any misfortune." "How could that be?" Sheng Shui retorted earnestly. "After parting ways with you last night, I was consumed with concern for your safety, fearing that something might have gone awry. I hardly managed to rest a wink." What a lie. She had slept soundly last night, thanks to the tall, slender ghost's tricks. Lu Chenran let out a couple of cold laughs. "I hope that's truly the case." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they returned to the matter at hand, sharing the information he had uncovered. The teaching building is quite dilapidated. The first place I ventured into was the dance studio. where the mirrors were rather eerie. There was something ghostly within them. I tried to describe my experiences last night in a straightforward yet non-threatening manner. One must not gaze directly into those mirrors, or one risks being drawn into the world within. Of course, Sheng Shui would not inquire how he came to this knowledge. It was evident that he had gazed directly and had been ensnared. Did you happen to see anyone else in the teaching building? According to the number of individuals indicated on the task board, there should be 6 others of the same kind. Yet until now, Sheng Shui has not encountered a single one. The school is replete with various rooms, and she and Lu Chunran have parted ways, making it highly likely that the others are also dispersed. Sheng Shui nodded in understanding, just as the two were enveloped in silence, as if struck by a sudden recollection. Lu Chunran hesitated momentarily before speaking. Did you encounter a student calling your name outside the dormitory? Sheng Shui nodded, for it was from the obedient girl that she learned about Sha Ran in the dormitory, intending to create bizarre drawings. I had a discovery last night as well. Lu Chunran's expression bore a peculiar quality, as if he had been contemplating this matter for quite some time. In the mirrored realm, there were 4 individuals surrounding a table. Since they were facing away from me, I could not discern what they were doing. However, judging by the papers they discarded, each was covered in circles. Ultimately, they all let their heads droop, not as if by choice, but rather as though an immensely heavy weight bore down upon them, compelling their necks to bend, while simultaneously grasping their own throats, as if intent on strangling themselves. In the dead of night, 4 individuals encircled a table drawing circles, and in the end, they all perished? What could this possibly signify? Sheng Shui pondered this deeply, and suddenly enlightenment struck her. They were playing the pencil spirit game. The pen spirit game is a ritualistic endeavor to summon spirits, typically conducted at the stroke of midnight, where several participants collectively grasp a pen and chant, "Pen spirit. Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If fate permits in this life, please draw a circle on the paper." Numerous thrill-seeking students have attempted this game, and invariably, they encounter an array of bizarre occurrences, leading to profoundly unsettling consequences. In the dance studio of Shijiao Middle School, it is astonishing that several students had previously engaged in the pen spirit game, as all tasks within it reflect reality. The fact that Lu Chunran witnessed this scene in the mirror world indicates that something had indeed transpired in the real world. Here, Lu Chunran fell into silence. It seems that the number of fatalities at Shijiao Middle School is not insignificant. The school's eerie nature is far more extensive than we might have imagined. Sheng Shui inhaled deeply. I still have no idea how to find what the tall, slender female ghost desires tonight. Who knows what this ghost truly wants? What if it is her head she seeks? You have plenty of friends, don't you? Lu Chunran observed her troubled expression, implying, since we cannot find it, perhaps we should not search at all. If we make a mistake, the outcome would remain the same. It is better to prepare in advance. Sheng Shui had never contemplated such a solution and was momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at Lu Chunran, and once she comprehended, she raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. You are truly clever. The tall, slender female ghost possesses only one spirit, while she now has 3 friends. Sheng Shui pondered internally, deliberating on whom to enlist for assistance this time. Tonight, you should act swiftly. I shall await you beneath the dormitory, and together we shall proceed to the academic building. As Sheng Shui pondered, Lu Chunran unexpectedly unveiled a startling revelation. Chapter 75. The Rules of the Girls' Dormitory at Shijiao High School. Upon returning to room 205, the ambience remained unchanged from when she had departed. The girl in the black dress and the girl in sportswear were absent, leaving only Sha Ran seated neatly at her desk. She appeared to be engaged in some artistic endeavor, surrounded by an array of brushes and tools, the soft sound of her strokes occasionally punctuating the stillness. Initially, Sheng Shui had not perceived anything particularly noteworthy about her, but following the words of the obedient girl, she deliberately scrutinized Sha Ran's drawing. The two were positioned at an oblique angle and with a slight rise on her toes. She could barely discern the subject of the artwork. On Sha Ran's drawing paper was depicted a peculiar door. Why describe this door as peculiar? Because within its frame was a deep crimson hue. No, Perhaps it would be more precise to say that the door was adorned with a multitude of blood-red eyes. For those afflicted with trypophobia, such a sight would likely induce immediate distress. Yet, Sheng Shui remained relatively unfazed. A chill crept through her, but she could still observe the artwork with clarity. The multitude of eyes varied in size, rendered with an irregularity that embraced a unique aesthetic of perspective. Overall, the composition adhered to principles of beauty, yet from a psychological standpoint, it evoked a profound discomfort. Particularly unsettling were the eyes that appeared dark green, their whites laced with vivid red veins. Gazing into such eyes felt akin to being the target of a malevolent predator's gaze. Sheng Shui examined each pair of eyes in turn. Some conveyed disdain, others pity. Some were filled with infatuation, while others sparkled with amusement. Each gaze was unique, showcasing the artist's exceptional skill in painting. Even though Sheng Shui was not a connoisseur of fine arts, she could discern the emotions intended to be expressed. This raises a question. Sharan, the creator of these eyes, despite her tender age, possessed such an intimate understanding of their characteristics. How could she effortlessly render them without any reference? From a distance, the eyes in the artwork seemed almost alive, so vividly realistic that they dared not be gazed upon directly. Sheng Shui had a friend who specialized in the arts, and she knew that artists often relied on references when depicting subjects. Even in live drawing, elements are typically referenced. Yet Sharan conjured these images from thin air, continuing to paint with unwavering motion, even while looking directly at Sheng Shui. Did her mind truly harbor such haunting material? And if so, why? It was no wonder the obedient girl remarked that the artwork was quite frightening. This was the first time in Sheng Shui's memory that the other had raised her gaze to meet hers and asked, "Do you like my painting?" Sheng Shui was left speechless. Of course, it was her presence that seemed suspicious. It was highly likely that she played a significant role in the eerie atmosphere of this western suburb high school. Naturally, she could not voice this suspicion to Sharan, and thus remained silent. "Do you like to bet?" As Sheng Shui remained silent, Sharan suddenly spoke up again. That place, symbolizing a free and independent spirit, was undoubtedly appealing to Sheng Shui, who nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, she had never had the means to visit, and now, caught in this survival world, she had no idea when such an opportunity might arise. Upon seeing Sheng Shui nod, Sharan appeared to discover something intriguing and suddenly broke into a smile. Her smile seemed forced, as if she rarely expressed such joy. "I like it too. The faith of the people there is remarkably pure. My greatest dream is to become one of their followers. It is an exceptionally pristine place." She began to speak for herself, and Sheng Shui, momentarily puzzled by how the topic had shifted, wisely refrained from contradicting her. Sheng Shui found herself bewildered by Sharan's unpredictable demeanor, questioning why she was so capricious. However, she dared not speak further, and instead turned her attention to contemplating strategies for the evening ahead. Lu Chanran's earlier suggestion had provided her with considerable aid. Indeed, if she could not locate the items desired by the tall, thin ghost, she could potentially call upon a few friends. Moreover, Sheng Shui pondered the possibility of positioning her camera appropriately to capture an image of the tall, thin ghost, perhaps uncovering the true nature of this enigmatic apparition. Of course, before that, she needed to meticulously search for the tasks issued by the tall, thin ghost. After all, the ghostly missions within the dungeon could very well serve as clues. With this thought in mind, Sheng Shui rose from her seat and began rummaging through her desk for any relevant information. She examined the front pages of each book, discerning whether it bore the name of the original owner. If it did not, it could well belong to someone else. Regrettably, after rummaging through numerous items at her seat, she found no books that lacked her name. This indicated that the tall, slender ghost was not in search of books. What then could it be? Appearing in the school at the witching hour, if not for books, what else could it desire? Sheng Shui found herself momentarily perplexed, so she squatted down, emptying the entire contents of the cabinet, methodically sifting through each item before returning them. This time, she indeed made a new discovery. Nestled in the far corner of the clutter, she uncovered a tattered notebook. This notebook was in a state of disrepair, half of its cover missing, and it was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, giving it a disheveled appearance. Based on her findings, the original owner, Su Wenxin, was known to be an orderly girl who kept everything meticulously arranged. Thus, it was highly probable that this notebook did not belong to her. The front page of the notebook confirmed this notion. Unlike the other items, it bore no inscription of Su Wenxin's name, but rather depicted a chaotic swirl of tangled threads, resembling a clump of matted hair from a distance. After a moment's hesitation, she prepared to open the notebook, but a glance at the nearby artist, Sha Ran, made her uneasy. Sha Ran appeared rather menacing, and she was uncertain whether it was wise to unveil the notebook in her presence. As if sensing Sheng Shue's trepidation, Sha Ran abruptly stood, her expression stern as she clutched her drawing paper and exited. Although she was uncertain of her intentions, Sheng Shui instinctively ceased all movements, fearing to provoke this formidable presence. Bang Sha Ran forcefully shut the door, plunging the dormitory into an immediate silence, leaving Sheng Shui alone in this confined space. She felt a wave of security wash over her and, without much hesitation, opened her notebook. As anticipated, the pages were filled with a disordered scrawl, letters of varying sizes. Hastily written, perhaps even a novice child could inscribe more elegantly. July 5th. Today we learned the dormitory rules. It seems there are indeed numerous matters to be mindful of in the dormitory. I must study diligently to avoid making mistakes, crying emoji. Upon reading this, Sheng Shui felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. This notebook was evidently haunted. Could it be that at Shijiao High School, not only the students were bound by the dormitory rules, but the spirits were as well? July 6th. Today, the dormitory supervisor assigned me to room 205, which is wonderful. Even more delightful is that I got the bed I desired most. My roommates are also very kind to me. I love my roommates. Seeing the ghost mention residing in room 205 caused Sheng Shui's expression to stiffen slightly. It appeared her suspicions were indeed correct. What was originally a dormitory designated for 4 had now inexplicably welcomed a 5th occupant, assigned by the dormitory supervisor. The rules of the girls' dormitory at Shijiao High School clearly stated that should the number of occupants exceed the limit, one must immediately consult the dormitory supervisor for a room change. What then did this signify? Did the dormitory supervisor wear a red outfit when assigning the tall, slender female ghost to room 205? The thought grew increasingly plausible in Sheng Shui's mind as she continued to read. July 7th. I suddenly discovered that my bed had been usurped. How infuriating! It's so dirty, and I cannot rest at night. I must resolve this trouble tonight. Otherwise, my mood will be quite dismal. However, I believe that if I cannot sort this out tonight, the dormitory supervisor will assist me. After all, she's so kind, hee. Another day of adoration for the dormitory supervisor. Upon reading this diary entry, a wave of despondency washed over Sheng Shui. The mention of her bed being occupied, coupled with the memory of the ghost requesting her assistance in locating something the previous night, led her to ponder whether it was merely a ruse, the ghost's ultimate aim being to eliminate her. Furthermore, the seemingly menacing dormitory supervisor was depicted as a benevolent figure in the ghost's narrative, one who had purportedly aided her many times, thus fostering a sense of gratitude. Did this imply that even if she sought the dormitory supervisor's help in changing rooms, the supervisor would refuse her? After all, in the eyes of the tall, slender ghost, the dormitory supervisor was the amiable lady who frequently lent a helping hand. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Sheng Shui's mind, yet she forcefully dismissed them, striving to maintain clarity as she prepared to read the final diary entry. As she lifted her gaze, it momentarily halted when she caught sight of the calendar on her desk. July 9th. She quickly lowered her head to examine the diary once more. If her memory served her right, the latest date in the ghost diary was July 8th. Indeed, her recollection proved accurate. This also implies that the latest entry in the diary was penned by the ghost just yesterday. If all proceeds as anticipated, it shall compose yet another entry this evening. What revelations might it unveil? To ensure she acquires further insights, Sheng Shui promptly lowered her gaze to the content inscribed by ghost number 8. July 8th. My roommates have all pledged to assist me in punishing this intruder. Now that is what I call a good roommate. unlike that scoundrel who has taken my belongings. If she remains oblivious to the situation, I shall not be gracious. After all, the dormitory supervisor will conduct a room check at midnight. Should she fail to recognize the gravity of the matter, I shall hand her over to the supervisor. The diary abruptly ceased at this point, leaving a vast expanse of blank pages. The dormitory supervisor would indeed be conducting room checks tonight. Sheng Shue's brow furrowed, her expression turning grave. Judging by the tone of the ghost, it appeared to regard the supervisor as an ally. Otherwise, it would not have adopted such a domineering demeanor. It is highly likely that the supervisor at midnight would be clad in red attire, for no sensible dormitory supervisor would undertake room inspections at such an hour. Tonight, she was poised to face a genuine challenge, a test of her ability to successfully reside in room 205. Should she fail to secure accommodation in this dormitory, deemed unworthy of West Suburb High School, the consequences were all too predictable. If that were indeed the case, perhaps 3 days hence, the specter of her would once again manifest within the confines of the tangible West Suburb High School. The daylight here seemed to slip away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, dusk had descended, as the girl in the black dress and the girl in sportswear pushed open the door and entered. The former immediately began to voice her grievances. Every single day, why is there so much to deal with? Thankfully, it is still the weekend. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how we would endure this life. Isn't this supposed to be an arts-focused high school? Why is the pressure still so overwhelming? The girl in sportswear scoffed. Oh please, Li Huan, this is still far better than those inferior schools. At least. She paused, choosing not to continue. Sheng Shui had been attentively listening, finally matching the names to the faces. Li Huan was the girl in the black dress, and Deng Qingyu was the girl in sportswear. Upon hearing Deng Qingyu's attempt at consolation, Li Huan's expression visibly softened. She lifted her chin and fell silent, her gaze drifting to Sha Rant's desk with a look of disdain. Always absent from the dormitory. Who knows where she is off gallivanting? Just looking at her makes me think she has a devious mind, and she is so peculiar, always reclusive and silent. It is utterly vexing. You should tone down a bit, Deng Qingyu remarked, catching sight of Sheng Shui seated nearby, offering a token reminder. Li Huan's face still bore a frown, but at least she refrained from further remarks and did not launch a personal attack on Sheng Shui. Soon, after completing her evening routine, Sheng Shui discreetly placed her paranormal camera on her desk before climbing into bed. In such an eerie atmosphere, sleep seemed impossible. Yet, as night fell, the very air she inhaled felt like a sedative, and her eyelids grew heavy as if laden with 1,000 pounds, rendering her unable to muster any energy. She imitated the previous night's habit of biting her lip, and amidst the tenuous grasp of consciousness, she heard the heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. Chapter 76. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at West Suburb High School. In the vast, silent dormitory corridor, the thudding footsteps resonated like a foreboding and perilous tolling of a bell. Lying on a bed nearly 8 meters above the ground, Sheng Shui could even perceive the tremors reverberating through the floor. One could only imagine the colossal figure traversing the hallway. Sheng Shui recalled the plump dormitory supervisor she had seen in the office on the first floor during the day, and at this moment, she could not fathom it being anyone else. The dormitory supervisor was here to conduct a room check. The dormitory doors, which had previously opened without a creak during the day, now creaked incessantly. It was as if, with the onset of night, the campus had reverted to its original essence. The doors of each dormitory were being opened in succession, with intervals in between, only to be closed again. This cycle continued, and the heavy footsteps grew ever closer, the supervisor's steps resonating more loudly. Whether it was intuition or something else, Sheng Shui could distinctly sense a hint of urgency in her approach. Perhaps the procedure of opening each dormitory door for inspection was a fixed protocol for the supervisor, one she could not deviate from. Yet, Sheng Shui felt like the prey under scrutiny, as if the supervisor was eager to reach her room. Where was the tall, emaciated specter? What moment would herald its appearance? Perhaps, spurred by the sound of footsteps, Sheng Shui, who had been drowsy, found herself becoming more alert, with time to ponder other matters. As her thoughts lingered here, she acutely sensed a shift within the dormitory. After her 3 roommates had settled into their beds, silence enveloped the room. Not even the sound of breathing could be discerned, as if respiration itself had ceased. This did not surprise Sheng Shui. She had long known that her roommates were not truly alive. Her sixth sense was remarkably sharp, and she suddenly felt an impending danger surrounding her, undoubtedly heralding the arrival of the tall, slender ghost. She slightly turned her head, continuing to observe the dormitory through the gap between the bed curtains and the bed. The night was moonless, and a feeble light barely penetrated the darkness outside, rendering the interior of the dormitory a mere blur of indistinct shapes. Then, a chilling sound pierced the silence, a shoe sole scraping against the floor. "Are you watching me?" The words echoed, just as she strained to peer outside. Though she could not clearly discern its face, she distinctly felt its predatory gaze upon her. Sheng Shui remained silent. "Have you helped me find my belongings?" The tall, slender ghost tone grew increasingly animated. "We are such good friends. Surely, you will assist me in locating what I desire, won't you?" Sheng Shui placed a notebook filled with the ghost's cryptic symbols on her desk, the only item she could find that pertained to it. Whether it was indeed what it sought mattered little. Sheng Shui had already resolved that if the tall, slender ghost proved unworthy, she would ensure it faced the consequences. "I shall ascertain whether I can find what I seek." The tall, gaunt specter raised her voice slightly, her eerie tone instilling discomfort in the listener. Simultaneously, Sheng Shui observed her retreat from the curtain, seemingly drawn to the table. He. It appears something has indeed been placed there. I'm grateful to my dear friend. No, what is this? The raspy voice of the tall specter suddenly escalated, nearly reaching a shriek. In that moment, Sheng Shui distinctly heard the sound of a notebook being hurled to the floor. "What is this? This is not what I desired. Speak. Have you deceived me? Are we truly still friends? You scoundrel. A deceiver shall surely face retribution." As the words of punishment echoed, Sheng Shui distinctly heard the creaking of bones, as if something were about to emerge from the earth. At that moment, as the tall specter's bones creaked ominously, the inconspicuous supernatural camera captured a photograph. Concurrently, the heavy footsteps of the dormitory matron echoed ominously in the corridor, the sound of the door creaking open drawing ever closer. Sheng Shui deduced that it would not surpass 3 doors before she arrived at room 205. Should the tall specter be present, with 5 individuals in the dormitory? To whom would the matron lean? She would certainly prefer to share the spoils with the tall specter. A swift resolution is imperative. Outside the tall, slender female ghost continued to murmur ominously. "You profess to be my dear friend and roommate, yet behind my back, you refuse to assist me in finding my belongings. I shall ensure you pay the price for this betrayal." Her hoarse voice, tinged with a sinister tone, was so grating that even the sound of a broken gong seemed melodious in comparison. Sheng Shui, recognizing the repetition of these phrases, felt a surge of annoyance and sat up, declaring, "Enough of your lamentations. Come here, for I have discovered something of great value." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the object in her hand. The tall, slender ghost abruptly halted, her voice cut off mid-sentence. After a brief pause, she cackled, "My dear friend, was it you speaking just now?" It was as though she had transcended some unseen barrier, and the ghost eagerly leaned over the edge of the bed. This thought uplifted her spirits even further. However, just as her head crossed the threshold, she was suddenly met with the swift and unexpected sensation of something cold being pressed against her forehead. Confused, the slender ghost cast a glance at Sheng Shui. Upon seeing the item firmly affixed to the ghost's brow, exhaled in relief. The Thunderstruck Charm card, renowned for its ability to summon heavenly lightning to vanquish malevolent spirits, was an exceptional tool designed specifically for combating ghosts and evil entities. Moreover, it was effective solely against such supernatural beings. A resounding thunderclap suddenly erupted within dormitory 205, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. The brilliant lightning revealed the bewildered visage of a tall, slender female ghost, while the deafening roar of thunder left a disorienting echo in the ears. The electric surge caused her elongated form to quiver, resembling a slender noodle swaying back and forth. As the thunder grew increasingly ferocious, the terrified and tormented female ghost gradually transformed into a pile of ashes. Wow! Sheng Shui gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. This prop card is astonishingly powerful. It effortlessly vanquished the tall, slender ghost with such an impressive display of lightning. How incredibly cool. I find myself wanting to stockpile a few more of these. Just as Sheng Shui was still reeling from the effectiveness of the thunder-striking prop card, an exceptionally heavy footstep echoed from outside the door, halting abruptly at the entrance. Sheng Shui quietly lay down, striving to make no sound, and closed her eyes to feign sleep. She had often employed this tactic during her mother's room inspections, honing her skills to an artful level, capable of deceiving even the keenest observer. With a creak, the dormitory door swung open, allowing a chill breeze to sweep in. According to Sheng Shui's previous observations of the rooms along the corridor, she expected the dormitory supervisor to merely glance inside and quickly close the door. However, that was not the case. It felt as though the supervisor lingered at the threshold for an interminably long time, meticulously scrutinizing the room. The heavy, labored breaths that emanated from her were reminiscent of an ox, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the empty corridor. After an undetermined passage of time, the supervisor finally shifted her stance. Just when Sheng Shui thought she was finally going to leave, she suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps entering the room. A shiver ran down her spine. The dormitory supervisor had unexpectedly entered. However, the tall and thin female ghost had clearly been struck down by lightning. And there were only 4 individuals in this dormitory, making the number of occupants entirely reasonable. Why had she come in? The supervisor was slowly patrolling from the other side, moving with great speed as if merely passing by, until she halted in front of Sheng Shui's bed. It was as if she anticipated that something coveted lay upon it. The supervisor lingered at Sheng Shui's bedside for at least 5 or 6 minutes. Sheng Shui's sixth sense warned her that the supervisor's power was far beyond that of the tall and thin ghost, and that she was not bound by any rules, possessing the freedom to come and go from the students' dormitories. Her sole limitation seemed to be the necessity of checking each room. But should she find this particular room lacking, who would she deem an outsider? The implications were clear. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the task at this suburban high school was born out of student-related concerns, where the authority of teachers was exponentially greater, particularly that of the dormitory supervisor, who wielded power over many aspects. Thus, Sheng Shui squeezed her eyes shut, fearing to glimpse whether the supervisor was clad in gray or red at that moment, diligently feigning the appearance of someone in slumber. Regardless of who arrived, anyone observing her in this guise would likely harbor no suspicions. She certainly did not wish to witness the danger while risking her very life. In this moment, her pretense was strikingly convincing. There exists a distinction between genuine slumber and feigned sleep. For instance, true sleep renders one oblivious to external sounds, whereas feigned sleep allows for the perception of such noises. Sheng Shui could discern the heavy breathing of the dormitory supervisor, who lingered at the side of her bed, bringing with it an unpleasant odor that was quite disconcerting. The precise size of the supervisor, clad in a red outfit, remained a mystery, yet with each step she took, Sheng Shui felt as though her bed were trembling. Everything has its limits, and the supervisor had already tarried before her bed for an inordinate amount of time. Did she not inspect the other floors? As if to confirm Sheng Shui's thoughts, she suddenly sensed movement from the supervisor. The latter advanced toward the door at an excruciatingly slow pace. Even without seeing her expression, Sheng Shui could sense her reluctance and discontent, undoubtedly stemming from the situation at hand. Yet, as Sheng Shui had previously mused, the realm of this scenario adhered to certain rules. Even the powerful dormitory supervisor was not exempt. Her limitation was to inspect each dormitory, and she could not linger for too long. Sheng Shui surmised that there must be a designated time limit. She had an impression that the supervisor could speak, but given that all the occupants of room 205 were in a state of slumber, the supervisor found herself powerless in this regard. With a forceful slam, the door was shut as if out of frustration for her lack of success, causing the entire room to tremble momentarily. Yet, to Sheng Shui's ears, this noise resonated like a celestial melody. It was a signal that danger had been averted. Room 205 is situated adjacent to the staircase. She heard the footsteps of the dormitory supervisor retreating from the entrance, seemingly heading towards the stairs. Having agreed to meet, Lu Chen ran downstairs. She found herself unable to succumb to slumber, as she still needed to scour the academic building for clues. Sheng Shui hesitated to rise immediately, contemplating the possibility that the supervisor might cunningly lie in wait within the corridor. After a brief interval, she ensured that the supervisor had ascended the stairs before stealthily slipping out of bed, endeavoring to make not a sound. Time was of the essence for Sheng Shui. After preparing herself, she cautiously opened the door, relieved to find the corridor deserted. Seizing the moment, she dashed outside. The dormitory supervisor's room was unoccupied, and the lights illuminating the corridor remained aglow. Everything appeared unchanged from the daylight, yet upon closer inspection, the formerly pristine door now bore subtle signs of wear. As if touched by the passage of time, the night indeed revealed the true essence of Shijiao Middle School. With a swift glance, Sheng Shui exited the dormitory and spotted Lu Chunran waiting by the flower bed to the right. Both understood the value of the moment, leaving no time for pleasantries. They instinctively proceeded towards the academic building. Upon reaching the building, they had no time to ascend stairs. Their eyes fixated on a chair positioned at the corner of the staircase, their expressions tinged with gravity. Particularly, Lu Chunran's demeanor was tense. He clenched his fists. Yesterday, he had traversed this very spot, and where there had been nothing before, now stood a chair, obstructing their path to the upper floor. Was this a deliberate act? Or did the chair itself signify something sinister? It is not inconceivable that a human could be involved. After all, upon careful calculation, 6 individuals are also present within the West Suburban High School. However, the eerie nature of the situation demands heightened vigilance. The two waited for several seconds, scrutinizing their surroundings. Yet the chairs in the corridor remained utterly still. When they turned their heads once more, unsure if it was merely a trick of the light, she suddenly perceived one of the chairs subtly shifting toward them. Her eyes widened in alarm, and her breathing quickened. In perfect unison, Lu Chenran needed no words. Upon hearing Shang Shui's astonishment, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor as he observed the chair. It indeed appeared to have moved closer, in stark contrast to its previous position. The chair was inexplicably advancing toward them. This indicated that it was not placed there by a person. It was highly plausible that it had somehow descended from the teaching building on its own. Imagine, in the desolate and long-abandoned West Suburban High School, a chair wandering through the campus in the dead of night. What could they possibly be? Chapter 77. Rules of the Girls' Dormitory at West Suburban High School. The two dared not continue down this path, regardless of the chair's true significance. They were not inclined to confront any entity before even entering the teaching building. Typically, there are 2 staircases in such buildings, and they turn to the other side. However, 2 minutes later, standing at the opposite staircase, they found themselves gazing at another identical chair, plunging the atmosphere into silence. On either side of the corridor, there existed another strange chair. It seemed that avoiding the chairs entirely to ascend the stairs was utterly unrealistic. If they wished to investigate the teaching building, they would have to accept the risk of passing by these ominous chairs. Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran exchanged a glance, transforming their passivity into initiative as they approached directly. Since encountering the tall, gaunt female ghost, Sheng Shui had learned not to underestimate anything in that place. Thus, as they drew near, the anti-ghost and the camera ghost silently trailed alongside her. Sensing a chilling presence, Lu Chenran slightly shifted his gaze, but made no further movement. It remained uncertain whether the chair before them lacked the malevolence of the previous one, or if it was simply the company of the anti-ghost and the camera ghost that kept it subdued. Even as they reached its side, there was no sign of anything unusual. It appeared to be an utterly mundane chair. Yet if it were indeed ordinary, why was it positioned at the staircase's entrance, much like the other sinister chair? Lu Chenran furrowed his brow, retrieving protective gloves to examine the chair closely. Understanding he might have made a discovery, Shang Shui turned on her phone's flashlight to illuminate his inspection. After scrutinizing it from various angles, Lu Chenran found nothing out of the ordinary. The cold, unyielding texture felt identical to any iron object, lacking any distinctive features. To him, it seemed like a commonplace chair. However, beneath the seat, inscribed words caught their attention, seemingly carved with a knife. Sheng Shui suddenly realized that Lu Chenran, who had appeared motionless moments ago, had indeed noticed something unusual about this chair. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the name Xiang Ru etched at the bottom of the chair, a name unmistakably feminine. The emergence of this name further corroborated Lu Chenran's earlier hypothesis. He spoke in a grave tone. This chair does not belong to the classrooms of the teaching building. It is the property of someone specific. Perhaps to emphasize a point, Lu Chenran reiterated, privately owned. During large events at the school, students would often be required to carry their own chairs downstairs to sit, and over time, to prevent chairs from going missing or being lost, many would inscribe their names beneath them. It is indeed rare to find chairs with such deep engravings. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui was struck by a whimsical thought. Did the chairs in her dormitory also bear the names of her roommates? However, standing there, she could not verify this and could only silently retain her musings in her heart. In the brief span of time, Lu Chenran had already lifted the fallen chairs and placed them in the corner, softly saying, "Let us go." Sheng Shui turned off the flashlight, and together they ascended the stairs quietly. Perhaps Lu Chenran had explored the second floor the previous night, for he did not lead Sheng Shui inside, but instead took her directly to the third floor. The corridor on the third floor was desolate and empty. Although the dim lighting obscured the extent of the dirtiness surrounding them, the dust in the air hinted at its presence. Lu Chenran attempted to push open the door to the first classroom, and fortunately, the doors were not locked. It was evident that no one had visited for quite some time, as a cloud of dust cascaded down with his motion, nearly landing on his head. The light switch was positioned beside the door, yet the abandoned Shijiao Middle School had long ceased to supply electricity, rendering the lights within non-functional. "Let's turn on the flashlight and take a look," he suggested, observing that both the ant ghost and the camera ghost stood quietly to one side. Lu Chenran understood that this classroom posed no danger. Upon activating the flashlight, their eyes were met with a chaotic arrangement of desks and chairs. These furnishings, which ought to have been neatly aligned, were instead askew, with many misaligned and others huddled together. The classroom exhibited no peculiarities. There remained much to explore, so they pressed onward toward the other classrooms on the third floor. Shijiao Middle School was vast, a fact evident from the sheer number of classrooms, with 10 situated on the third floor alone. The first 5 rooms posed no issues, and the duo swiftly moved past them. However, as they delved deeper into the latter classrooms, both Lu Chenran and Sheng Shui lingered increasingly longer, and by the time they reached the 9th classroom, their expressions darkened. The last 5 rooms had all been freshly painted, the walls refurbished. Sheng Shui, wearing a serious countenance, remarked, yet at that time, they were nearly ready to cease operations. And with so many incidents occurring within the school, why would they invest effort into repainting the walls? Lu Chenran concurred with Sheng Shui's perspective. As they traversed the initial 5 classrooms, the walls bore class plaques and slogans, along with some mischievous graffiti from students. Although indiscernible now, these remnants suggested that the space retained the final semblance of Shijiao Middle School at the time of its closure. In stark contrast, the subsequent classrooms presented immaculate walls, devoid of class plaques or even the slightest trace of student graffiti. Were the students in these classes truly paragons of virtue? Such a notion was nearly implausible. Shijiao Middle School was not a public institution, but rather one established by capitalists, seeing that no profit could be derived from this place. Would a capitalist truly be inclined to refresh the walls? Would such benevolence be expected? When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. The freshly painted wall must conceal some hidden truth. Lu Chenran's voice was calm, and in the obscurity where Sheng Shui could not discern clearly, a flicker of understanding passed through his gaze. Surely, beneath these walls lies a secret that the institution wishes to obscure. Having spoken, Lu Chenran stepped forward to scrape the wall surface. Perhaps due to the imminent cessation of operations, the layer of paint was applied with little care, and with a gentle scrape, it easily flaked away. Observing Lu Chenran's actions, Shang Shui hurried to follow suit, but just as she was about to make her move, Lu Chenran halted her. Do not touch. This may easily break your nails. Shang Shui glanced down. Her nails were indeed of considerable length, and should they snap at the wrong spot, it would indeed pose a troublesome predicament. The gentleman was rather considerate. She mused awkwardly. Lu Chenran, however, had no time to ponder Shang Shui's thoughts. He swiftly managed to remove a small patch of wall covering. To their astonishment, beneath the scraped layer, the next coat was a vivid red. From the earlier classrooms, the base color of the walls had been white. How then had it transformed to red in this particular area? Might it be that these peculiar crimson hues were the reason for the impending closure of Shijiao Middle School, necessitating such renovations? Shang Shui instinctively recalled the headless ghost entombed within the walls of Mingzhu apartment. It too had been concealed within the very structure. Had it not been for the kind-hearted property staff, it would have remained hidden for eternity. Now, the wall behind is painted in a vivid red. Might it resemble that? Shang Shui scrutinized the exposed area for a moment. Aside from the red hue, the wall concealed beneath the new paint appeared unremarkable, devoid of the anticipated bloodstains or remnants of human tissue. Was it solely this classroom that bore such characteristics, or did all freshly painted classrooms share the same fate? What had transpired here? The two companions wasted no time. Instinct urged them that a similar incident must have occurred within these classrooms, and this matter was crucial to their mission. They rummaged through each classroom, flipping over desks in search of any overlooked papers, for these items could potentially hold significant clues. Regrettably, after scouring 3 entire classrooms, they yielded nothing. It was as if these rooms had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of pertinent documents. Not even a single written sheet. The atmosphere grew tense. Without any leads, how could they unravel the enigma of the crimson marks adorning the walls? Fortunately, hope was not entirely lost. Upon reaching the 9th classroom, they discovered a dust-laden sheet of paper wedged between the podium and the first row of desks. This paper bore the unmistakable signs of age, covered in dust and seemingly trampled upon before it settled into this crevice. Yet, the inscriptions were still somewhat legible. Clearly a list of names arranged in a manner reminiscent of student seating arrangements, as Shang Shui surmised from her school days. A name, seemingly unremarkable, slowly caught the individual's gaze. These names appeared ordinary, offering no clues as to whether they might belong to suspicious characters. However, upon encountering one particular name, Shang Shui's perception shifted dramatically. Her eyes widened, and her breath quickened, imbued with a sense of disbelief. What was amiss? Lu Chenran keenly observed her transformation. Could it be that a name? The unspoken words lingered in the air, their meaning understood by both. Shang Shui nodded, pointing to the final, somewhat blurred name, Shaoran. She silently repeated the name in her mind, Shaoran. It exuded an air of unease, painted with an eerie brush. A figure shunned by the obedient girls. Her classroom resided within the confines of Class 9. Indeed, the classes were arranged in accordance with the order of the classrooms, with Class 9 occupying the 9th room, precisely where Shaoran's lessons took place. It was evident that she was not favored by either her teachers or classmates. As indicated by her seating arrangement, Class 9 diverged from the others, while the other classrooms exhibited a clear pattern of individual seating. The students in Class 9 appear to share their desks. Their classroom was furnished with 2 desks pushed together, and the names printed on the list were arranged in pairs, clearly indicating that 2 individuals occupied each space. Yet, Shaoran stood apart. The document revealed that there was indeed an individual seated alone. Class 9's enrollment was even, perfectly capable of forming pairs. However, another individual sat at the back of the classroom, and Shaoran was not her desk mate. Instead, she positioned herself beside the podium. This was a peculiar spot, typically reserved for those unruly students. Shaoran appeared demure and composed. Yet one wondered what actions had led her to be deemed a representative of disobedience by both teachers and peers, thus occupying such a distinctive position. Could it be that she exhibited some eccentric behavior at school that incited such aversion, much like the previously well-behaved girl? Shang Shui's gaze lingered on the solitary figure, who bore the name Zhang Zhiyong, a name that seemed distinctly masculine. Do you know him? Previously, when Sheng Shui recounted the events that transpired in her dormitory to Lu Chunran, she merely outlined the progression of events and her methods of resolution, omitting the names of her roommates, as these details felt too trivial and unnecessary to mention. Consequently, Lu Chunran remained unaware of who Sha Ran truly was, only able to surmise, based on her demeanor, that perhaps they shared the same dormitory. Sheng Shui's reaction confirmed this assumption, as she promptly provided an affirmative response. Her expression grave. She is quite peculiar. She creates drawings that appear rather frightening. I suspect her artwork may have some connection to our task. Before Sheng Shui could finish her sentence, the ominous figure beside them suddenly emitted a cacophony of footsteps. Simultaneously, the camera specter shifted its gaze towards the outside, as if something strange lurked beyond. Both Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran felt their hearts skip a beat. Unbeknownst to the two, a strange entity lurked outside, eavesdropping on their conversation, its duration of surveillance a mystery until it was discovered by the ghostly matron and the camera specter. Lu Chunran seized the phone from Sheng Shui's hand and directed it toward the outside. The mottled, glaring light reflected off the glass, casting numerous beams that momentarily blinded them. Yet, through the translucent pane, they discerned something lurking beyond. Before Sheng Shui could fully comprehend the scene, Lu Chunran hastily exited. Following him outside, she was taken aback to find the chair they had previously placed at the staircase's corner, now inexplicably positioned at the entrance to Class 9, as if it had materialized there of its own accord. To label it as an ordinary chair at this juncture would be untenable. However, judging by its earlier demeanor, it appeared to pose no immediate threat. Confused, Sheng Shui pondered the matron ghost's exaggerated reaction. Casting a glance at Lu Chunran, she noticed his focus was not on the chair, but rather on the ground. There, a serpentine trail of water snaked away towards Class 10, conspicuously fresh, as if it had just manifested. Chapter 78. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at Shijiao Middle School. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 10, they remained silent. The waterlogged entity likely resided within, and recklessly entering could provoke an attack. Lu Chunran exchanged a glance with the matron ghost. Sheng Shui understood his intent, permitting the matron ghost to venture inside Class 10 for reconnaissance. The matron ghost vanished soundlessly at the threshold, as Lu Chunran cautiously surveyed the entrance. His gaze fell upon a class plaque, causing his brows to furrow slightly. If memory served him correctly, the plaques of the other classes featured a blue background with white borders. Why, then, was the plaque for Class 10 adorned with a sky blue backdrop and yellow edges? Such items were typically produced in bulk, and he found it hard to believe that the esteemed Shijiao High School, renowned for its superior facilities, would commit such a mundane error. The most plausible explanation was that, much like the walls, this plaque had been hastily customized as the school approached closure. Was it truly necessary to create a bespoke class plaque? Towering in stature, Lu Chunran reached out to remove the plaque, perhaps due to the imminent closure. The installation had been executed rather carelessly. Unlike the secure screws of the other plaques, this one appeared to be affixed with a strong adhesive. After such a lengthy period, the adhesive had lost much of its initial potency, and with a decisive tug, Lu Chunran yanked it free with a resounding rip. The hidden nameplate behind it revealed itself to the two of them. Art Activity Room. Sheng Shui silently repeated the name in her mind. In simpler terms, this space had once served as a painting studio. Sha Ran was an art student. From these scant clues, they could continuously connect the dots, leading all their suspicions toward Sha Ran. Now, this classroom, concealed beneath a class plaque, was in fact an art studio. Did this signify that crucial clues lay within? As they pondered this, the ominous figure of the ant ghost appeared outside the door. Her expression was grave, as if sensing something terrifying within, and she gestured to Sheng Shui, signaling her not to enter, a place even the spirits fear. Sheng Shui hesitated as she cast a glance at Lu Chunran. The perilous nature of this location was evident to the naked eye. However, high risk often accompanies substantial reward. Should they venture inside? In their silent exchange, both pairs of eyes shared a singular, resolute thought. If the mission indeed bore a close connection to Sha Ran, they must enter the studio. As an art student, It was highly probable that her belongings resided within, perhaps even those peculiar paintings she had created. Sheng Shui recalled the strange door she had seen earlier. Sha Ran's artwork was imbued with profound meaning. Having reached a unanimous decision, Lu Chunran pushed the door open with his gloved hand. Unlike the dust that had cascaded from the classrooms before, this door opened with a haunting silence, devoid of any dust settling. It was as if this portal was frequently traversed. This notion sent a chill down Sheng Shui's spine. The desolate west suburb high school, with its studio, was undoubtedly a place of some sinister usage. From the moment they stepped into the studio, both of their vigilance soared to its peak. Inside, a chaotic array of easels stood scattered about. At a cursory glance, there appeared to be no fewer than 30 or 40. Some easels were devoid of any objects, while others were accompanied by paint boxes and brush-washing buckets, with several sheets of color-mixing paper strewn haphazardly nearby. The expansive studio, aside from the easels and some art supplies, also housed various miscellaneous items, including numerous boxes that seemed to contain art materials, reminiscent of canvases or sheets of paper of various sizes. However, this heap of items is piled too high, suggesting there is more than meets the eye. It presents an excellent hiding place, and if there were anything sinister within the studio, it would likely choose to conceal itself here. For the moment, neither of the two intends to approach this area. Behind the studio, there is a blackboard entirely covered with artworks, the sheer number of which is overwhelming. Most of the pieces consist of only 2 or 3 identical versions. Yet even after all this time, they remain visually captivating. Sheng Shui possesses a reasonable understanding of art students and surmises that these are exemplary works displayed by talented pupils. The studio, much like the classrooms, is adorned with silhouettes representing various classes. Lu Chunran strides over to inspect, while Sheng Shui takes this opportunity to examine the easels. Some of the boards mounted on them bear sheets of paper, with certain sheets already sketched out. Suddenly, Sheng Shui's gaze is arrested by a particular easel tucked away in a corner. The paper on this easel appears to depict something, presenting a pale, yellowish hue. The outline strikingly resembles a human figure. The dim light obscures her view, compelling her to step closer. Upon near inspection, she indeed discovers that the paper portrays a person, a nude woman. For those immersed in the realm of art, the human form is regarded as a masterpiece, devoid of any embarrassment. Some university art programs even arrange for life drawing models. However, this woman is distinct. The artist's skill is evidently exceptional, as the paint effectively conveys the contours and volume of the body. The woman's physique is undeniably beautiful, yet the depiction of her face evokes a profound sense of discomfort in Sheng Shui. The woman's expression was rigid, her pupils unfocused, an unmistakable sign that she was not in a normal state. Her body glistened with moisture, as if she had been submerged in a bathtub. Though she ought to have appeared relaxed, the depiction of her within the artwork suggested a complete absence of life. Sheng Shui averted her gaze, having fixed her eyes upon this unsettling sight for far too long. Her attention subconsciously lingered at the upper right corner of the canvas, where a name was inscribed, Sha Wan. Who could this be? Sha Ran and Sha Wan. One could hardly dismiss the possibility of a connection between these names, as the surname Sha is rather uncommon. Pondering this, Lu Chunran happened to conclude his observation of the studio's panel. The name of the most talented artist had been deliberately erased. How did he know who the most skilled artist was? Sensing Sheng Shui's confusion, Lu Chunran softly elucidated. There's a report card displayed. Like ordinary college entrance examination students, art students also undergo assessments to evaluate their skills. However, their subjects of testing are color theory, sketching, and life drawing. Yet, the report card prominently displayed bore no name for the first place. Intrigued, Sheng Shui stepped closer and discovered that, indeed, the name of the top student had been obliterated, leaving a gaping hole where it once resided. The erasure seemed to convey a deep-seated animosity towards the first-place student, executed with such force that the edges were rough and jagged, suggesting it was not accomplished with a knife, but rather scraped away with a coarse implement. As Sheng Shui scanned the list, she noted that there were not many students in the studio, only 35 in total. Towards the end of the list, She spotted the name Sha Ran. A fleeting thought of Sha Ran crossed her mind as she continued to read, yet until the very end, she never encountered the name Sha Wan. Indeed, there was no mention of Sha Wan, only Sha Ran. Wasn't the top student in each class typically the teacher's favorite? How could the educator possibly tolerate such treatment of an outstanding student on the report card? Or was it that this incident occurred during the school's impending closure, leaving the teacher too preoccupied to intervene? This notion merely flickered through Shang Shue's mind before being dismissed. There was no time to concern herself with whether the students' report cards had been tampered with. Yet there was time to change the classroom nameplate? Logically, this made little sense. However, as she scrutinized the class showcase, she observed that the art students were rather distinct. Unlike other classes, which lacked a photo section, this one boasted a large group photograph. The images had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a few tantalizing adhesive remnants. How wonderful it would be to locate that group photo. It surely contained critical clues. The surrounding environment seemed to grow brighter, prompting Sheng Shui to furrow her brow in confusion. Wasn't there no moon tonight? Why did the white light behind her appear so luminous? It seemed to conceal something within. Yet, due to her swift movements, she inevitably caught sight of it. A gaunt, emaciated figure emerged slowly from the heap of clutter, its movements oddly reminiscent of an invertebrate. Yet, the chilling aura surrounding it unmistakably revealed its identity. This was likely the most significant threat within the art studio. In a fleeting moment when Sheng Shui caught sight of it, the apparition abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. How could this be? Sheng Shui was certain she had not yet reached an age where her vision would fail her. At that instant, she felt a chilling grip on her hand, a coldness that transcended the ordinary human experience, penetrating deep into her bones. It was akin to stepping into a cold storage. The point of contact felt as though she were touching ice. The one who held her was Lu Chenran. This could not possibly be Lu Chenran. The clarity in Shang Shui's slightly lowered gaze revealed that this was indeed the ghost she had just witnessed. With no offensive tools at her disposal and uncertain of the ghost's special abilities, she realized that the surrounding elder spirits and the camera specter had all vanished, leaving her utterly reliant on herself. In this critical moment, her mind raced with thoughts, and she quickly recalled the protective talisman she had not used in quite some time due to the absence of assistance. This ghost had approached her of its own volition. She would not take the blame, as she felt herself being inexorably pulled towards the door by an overwhelming force. Shang Shui hesitated not a moment longer. With her remaining hand, she grasped the talisman and pressed it firmly against the hand of Lu Chenran before her. It was as if boiling water had been poured into a searing pot. A hissing sound erupted, and the entity emitted a hoarse, agonizing wail. Gradually, Lu Chenran's form began to fade away, replaced by a pale, vengeful visage. At last, Shang Shui could see the true nature of the being before her. Rather than a pure specter, it resembled something grotesque and unrecognizable. It possesses no limbs, save for a head that resembles a specter. The remainder resembles an easel. Indeed, an easel. Perched atop, it is a grotesque visage that chills the soul. Shang Shui directed her gaze towards the spot where she had previously discovered a woman's painting, and, as expected, it was utterly vacant. The easel had vanished without a trace. It seemed apparent that this easel specter was the very entity she had just observed. Having stared at it a moment too long, it was now intent on ensnaring her. As the easel specter advanced, attempting to reach her with its wooden appendages, Shang Shui glanced around and seized a broom from the corner of the podium, swinging it with vigor. The broom, of commendable quality with a sturdy iron handle, struck the easel specter, eliciting a piercing shriek. Its countenance appeared youthful, unmistakably that of a female student. Yet, the expression in her eyes was far from the innocence expected of a student. Instead, it radiated malice and resentment, appraising Shang Shui's limbs as if assessing her physical form. Disgusted by the insidious thoughts that invaded her mind, Shang Shui had no time to ponder further before feeling an involuntary pull towards the easel specter. Despite its attempts to mask its intentions, she discerned a glimmer of triumph and urgency within its gaze, gleeful at the prospect of claiming her, eager to escape its wretched frame. Sheng Shui quickly perceived its desires. How could she allow it to succeed? Resolutely, she swung the broom with ferocity, and the easel, already of poor construction, splintered under the assault, its wooden legs breaking asunder. The female student, in a state of anguish, cried out, her former bravado entirely absent. It seemed that the easel was akin to a vessel. Once this vessel suffered damage, the malevolent spirit would endure a similar fate. While spirits are typically resistant to external harm, this particular easel spirit was unique, capable of retaliating due to the injuries inflicted upon its host. It appeared to have intended for Sheng Shui to make contact with its true form. Thus, upon realizing the imperative to avoid such an encounter, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Just as the easel spirit teetered on the brink of disintegration, a pair of ghastly pale hands descended upon her shoulder. Looking up, she found a female student glaring at her with a mix of fury and humiliation, seemingly intent on eliminating her. It turned out she had hands after all, though they had been forcibly crammed into the easel. If she possessed the capability to kill her, why had she not done so earlier, opting instead for seemingly superfluous actions? Could it be that the easel sought a scapegoat to bear the brunt of its wrath? Unfazed, Sheng Shui felt the grip on her shoulder tighten, as if the intent was to crush her beneath its pressure. However, the more forceful the grip became, the more ferocious she grew, wielding the broom with fierce determination, reducing the easel spirit to mere fragments. As the easel sustained further damage, the female student vanished from her sight, and the oppressive weight on her shoulder dissipated. Lu Chenran looked on with concern until he noticed her eyes regain their clarity, at which point he sighed in relief. Thank heavens, you are unharmed. Without allowing Sheng Shui a moment to ponder, he extended a piece of paper towards her. This appeared during your earlier uproar in the celestial realm. Take a look. Chapter 79. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at Shijiao High School. This is a slightly crumpled piece of paper, upon which is inscribed a line of elegant and graceful handwriting, unmistakably penned by a girl. It appears to be a note that has been passed along, likely between sisters. The names Sha Ran and Sha Wan come to mind almost instantaneously, as they sound strikingly akin to those of siblings. Apart from this solitary line, the rest of the paper remains blank. However, it seems that this sheet has been torn from a printed document, and due to the irregular tearing, some text has been lost along with it. Your roommate is very particular about cleanliness. If you venture out of the dormitory at night, please remember to freshen up in the restroom upon your return, or else they will be displeased. Recognizing the familiar tone, Sheng Shui immediately deduces that this refers to the dormitory regulations. Having previously observed the ellipsis on the back of the image, she had suspected there were additional rules. And here she has indeed uncovered another one. Regrettably, only this single rule is visible, leaving her to ponder how many more remain unseen. It is highly likely that the two individuals who exchanged the note are my dorm mates, Sha Ran and her sister Sha Wan. I had already harbored suspicions regarding Sha Ran. Sheng Shui lowered her voice to communicate with Lu Chenran. He nodded and, rather abruptly, suggested, "Why not see if you can send me a message through your phone here?" Sheng Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his intention. If it were possible, they could relay information via their mobile devices. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Lu Chenran. After a few seconds, his phone vibrated. The message had been successfully transmitted. This implies that the exchange of intelligence between them has become significantly more effortless, lifting their spirits considerably. As Sheng Shui gazed outside, she noticed, almost imperceptibly, that the sky appeared to have brightened slightly, as if the depths of night were yielding to the gentle embrace of dawn. Yet, their time spent outside was evidently brief. By all accounts, it had not yet reached the point of gradual daybreak. The flow of time within the instance exhibited anomalies. And since this place mirrored the peril of that scenario, the same principle applied. It was no wonder that Lu Chenran had suddenly expressed such thoughts. Time seemed to traverse swiftly, and if not carefully managed, they could easily find themselves at 8 o'clock. The repercussions of facing her roommates, who were undoubtedly missing her, would likely be unfavorable. It seemed that she had never heard Lu Chenran mention where he spent his nights. He appeared to lack a dormitory. In the activity room, Lu Chenran candidly remarked that after his explorations, the spirits there had become significantly more benign. The activity room was likely furnished with mats, and, as a prominent figure, Lu Chenran must possess numerous advantages. Those spirits were not truly benevolent. They simply could not contend with him. As Sheng Shui silently critiqued this in her heart, she nodded in agreement. Lu Chenran watched her figure depart from the teaching building before taking his leave. The lights on the ground floor of the dormitory were illuminated, and the door stood ajar, casting a cold reflection of light upon the floor. The table surrounding it was devoid of any presence, and the dormitory supervisor was nowhere to be seen. Given her usual pace in checking the doors, it was improbable that she was still engaged. The only possibility was that she was currently hiding in some corner. Surely, at such a time, the dormitory supervisor ought to be clad in red attire. In a typical school setting, the dormitory door would undoubtedly be securely locked at this hour. The fact that it stood ajar felt to Sheng Shui like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, eagerly awaiting her to unwittingly stride into its trap. Within the confines of the dormitory, the authority of the dorm supervisor was nearly insurmountable. It seemed prudent to enlist the assistance of her companion to probe the situation. Reflecting upon the previously awarded item, the ghost infant, which she had yet to retrieve, she decided to summon it from its hiding place outside. A faint glow illuminated the surroundings as the ghostly figure, cloaked in shades of blue and purple, materialized before her. Perhaps due to the nature of the application, although the ghost infant lacked eyes, Sheng Shui could discern an unwavering loyalty etched upon its distorted visage. She gestured towards the interior, and the ghost infant raised its head. Attentively sensing the atmosphere, akin to a hound catching the scent of a bone, it swiftly crawled inside with all four limbs. Finding refuge behind a thicket outside, Sheng Shui positioned herself at an angle that allowed her to catch a glimpse of the supervisor's office. In her line of sight, she observed the ghost infant approaching the door of the supervisor's office, scratching fervently at it. It appeared that the supervisor had not hidden away, but remained inside the office. Yet, given its malevolent nature, how could it possibly remain in the confines of the office? Was it perhaps observing through the peephole all along? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the absence of any response from within the office persisted, allowing the ghost infant to continue its relentless scratching at the door, with the supervisor showing no signs of opening it. After a while, it seemed the ghost infant realized that its presence was being ignored, and a surge of rage overtook it. It unleashed a haunting wail that pierced through the air, its eerie and shrill cries assaulting the eardrums, even from such a distance. Sheng Shui found herself furrowing her brow in discomfort. The impact of this maneuver on the specter was evidently profound. Sounds finally emanated from the dormitory management office. After a heavy thud of footsteps, the door swung open with a sharp click. The plump dormitory matron appeared at the threshold, a stark contrast to her drab attire during the day. For the first time, Sheng Shui truly beheld her in vivid red garments. The red was reminiscent of blood, varying in shades. It resembled not merely a red dress, but more like a garment soaked in blood, appearing even more eerie and glaring under the harsh white light. Her formidable physique loomed at the doorway, as solid as a wall, and with each twist of her robust waist, the ground reverberated with her heavy steps. Her bloodthirsty gaze, akin to that of a wild beast, scanned the surroundings before finally honing in on the spectral infant on the ground. The dormitory matron seemed taken aback that such a trivial creature had disturbed her. With her brows furrowed in ire, she bent low, intent on seizing the ghostly babe. The infant, sensing danger, instantly fled in a frenzied dash toward the exit, seemingly heading in Sheng Shui's direction. Sheng Shui thought to herself, "Please, don't come this way." However, she maintained her composure. As the matron lunged to grasp the ghostly infant, Sheng Shui observed the woman's hands smeared with blood and bits of flesh. What could account for this? Such remnants could hardly have originated from the original students, all of whom were devoid of life, their breath silent. If those students were indeed alive, the matron would not have lingered so long at the foot of her bed. Thus, only one possibility remained. Among the 6 individuals who had previously been present, one must have shared her fate within the dormitory, but unfortunately found herself in the matron's grasp. Moreover, she was consumed by the dormitory matron. The mere thought of this possibility made Sheng Shui furrow her brow as she gazed at the other party's bloodied hands, contemplating the razor sharpness of her nails, which could effortlessly disembowel a person. The matron was preoccupied with her delectable feast. In the instant she closed the door, the ghostly infant had already dashed to Sheng Shui's side, emitting a plaintive whimper that seemed to seek solace. Sheng Shui. Of course, she offered no comfort. Instead, she enveloped it within her grasp. She then tiptoed into the dormitory and swiftly passed the matron's room. While she had not noticed it outside, upon entering, the corridor was suffused with a pungent aroma of blood. Numerous fire extinguishers had been toppled in the hallway, several of which had been displaced from their original positions, indicating the fierce struggle of the woman who had been captured. Yet, from these traces, Sheng Shui gleaned the undeniable might of the dormitory matron. She had dragged the woman downstairs and tortured her to death. Although unaware of the specific dormitory room the woman occupied, it was certain that it was on the second floor or higher. It remained uncertain whether the matron would breach any regulatory constraints the following day in certain scenarios. The restrictions on specters tended to diminish over time, rendering the ghosts increasingly formidable. The matron already possessed a terrifying prowess. If she were to shed some of these constraints, it was unfathomable how horrifying she might become. As Sheng Shui pondered this, she retrieved her dormitory key and unlocked the door to room 205. Without pausing before her bed, she opened the door leading to the balcony and proceeded directly to the restroom to freshen up. The skies surrounding the dormitory seemed to possess a natural barrier against the teaching building, though the heavens above the latter were shrouded in a dreary gray. The dormitory remained enveloped in an inky blackness. The restroom, notoriously heavy with an unsettling aura, was not a place Sheng Shui intended to frequent for her ablutions. Instead, she resolved to wash her hands at the sink, turning on the faucet. However, the faucet did not yield water immediately. Instead, it emitted a series of unsettling clunks, as if something were lodged within the pipes, obstructing the flow. In an instant, a dreadful thought crossed her mind, rendering her complexion pale. How long had it been since this faucet was last used? Surely, what emerged from it would not be something foul. Just as the thought took root, the faucet seemed to clear, finally releasing a stream of liquid. It was crimson blood. The red fluid dripped and splattered from the faucet, at times gushing forth in a torrent, accompanied by flecks of gore, while at other moments, only a few drops trickled out. The sink and the basin for mopping soon became a pool of scarlet. The metallic scent of blood quickly permeated the small balcony. Even with her relatively strong mental fortitude, Sheng Shui's face turned ashen. There were no living souls in this dormitory. From whence did this blood originate? Her mind drifted back to the woman whose body had been gruesomely eviscerated by the dormitory matron. Could it possibly be from that woman? And if the woman's blood could flow through the faucet, might other remnants of human tissue also manifest here? Recalling the initial clattering sound that suggested something foreign had been caught in the faucet, Sheng Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly turned off the tap. The faucet could not be completely turned off, and a few drops of blood trickled down. At that moment, the area before her was awash in crimson. To an unsuspecting observer, it might appear as though a crime had just transpired here. Watching the incessant drip of the faucet, Sheng Shui furrowed her brow in concern. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. The dormitory rules mandated that she must wash up, yet without water, she could hardly consider herself clean. Who could say how her roommates would react if she delayed for too long? Summoning the ghostly figure known as Andy, Sheng Shui resolved to send it into the bathroom to scout the situation. To her surprise, the water had ceased flowing entirely. So, you prefer to bully the weak? She mused. In that case, she would wield her ghostly ally to its fullest extent. An idea struck her. Since the faucet had stopped its flow, surely turning it on again would yield clear water, especially with Annie by her side. With a steady hand, she turned the faucet. Instead of blood, the faucet sputtered for a moment before reluctantly releasing clear water. Remarkably, her hunch had been correct. Sheng Shui splashed her face with the refreshing water, reflecting on the numerous places she had traversed with Lu Chenran that day, and the sweat she had accumulated, especially after their encounter with the vengeful spirit of the painting. However, She did not linger long at the sink, considering the earlier unpleasantness of the pipe. She would have refrained from using it altogether had it not been for her fear of breaking the rules. As she washed her face, the previously motionless auntie seemed to sense something and then silently vanished, retreating back into the ghostly talisman that was her Rui. Sheng Shui had yet to notice. After washing her face and preparing to open the door she had closed, she suddenly discovered that a mirror had been affixed to the outside of the door. At that moment, a figure appeared in the mirror, a woman, though not her reflection. To be more precise, it was a girl clad in a school uniform, her hair disheveled. The ghostly figure's hair did not conceal her face, which was marred by blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Her complexion was a ghastly pallor, and she stared unblinkingly at Sheng Shui. Outside, the sky was a deep, ominous black, and the rustling of tree branches, which reached up to the 2nd floor, added to the eerie atmosphere. In such an unsettling environment, Sheng Shui felt a chill creep down her spine. Suddenly, an itch arose on her neck, as if something were scratching at her. She glanced in the mirror, and a wave of dread washed over her. The girl in the school uniform was now pressed against her back, her head resting on Sheng Shui's shoulder. Chapter 80. Rules of the girls' dormitory at West Suburb High School. In that instant, her nerves tightened to their breaking point, and Sheng Shui fixated on the mirror. She was now in close proximity to it, allowing her to observe the ghostly figure behind her with unsettling clarity. The features reflected in the mirror were stained with blood, and the ghost's eyes silently scrutinized her. Yet, amidst this horrifying scene, Sheng Shui felt an uncanny familiarity in the ghost's features. It was as if she recognized them from somewhere, a sensation akin to DJVU. Who could it be? The resemblance to someone from her memories was striking, albeit with subtle differences that left her in a state of confusion. While lost in thought, she caught a glimpse through the transparent door into the dormitory, precisely at Sha Ran's desk. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Sha Ran. In an instant, clarity struck her like a bolt of lightning, and Sheng Shui finally remembered who it was. The ghostly figure clad in a school uniform bears an uncanny resemblance to Sha Ran. The uniform is marred by copious stains of blood, leaving one to ponder the nature of her demise, which led to such a grotesque spectacle of bleeding features. Could it be that she succumbed to poison? It is utterly implausible to assert that there exists no connection between the two, given their striking similarity. From the clues gathered within the art studio, the identity of this spectral entity becomes increasingly apparent. Shaowan, the top student among her peers in the arts. It is evident that she has indeed departed from this world. It is highly probable that she is the sister referenced in the note. Due to her sister's artistic shortcomings, she was left behind, while the elder sister departed, unaware that this would be their final farewell. The sister met her tragic end on that fateful day. If my deductions are correct, the teacher mentioned in the note is of considerable concern. It was the teacher's insistence that led to the sister remaining behind, resulting in the calamity that befell her. A chilling breeze seems to envelop my neck, growing increasingly frigid as Sheng Shui keenly senses the atmosphere around her becoming more oppressive. Moreover, something coiling around her neck appears to tighten. If memory serves, is Shaowan's hair. How could this figure threaten to strangle her with such a sinister intent? Sheng Shui is taken aback by her own speculation. Before she can utter a sound, she catches sight in the mirror of Shaowan's ghostly form pressing down upon her back. 2 pallid arms dangle ominously over her shoulders, while Shaowan contorts into an exceedingly eerie posture atop her. The hands bear the signs of a violent encounter in life, marked by a long scar that has turned into a dark mass of congealed blood, a sight that is utterly harrowing. However, she currently lacks the capacity to ponder the reasons behind the scars on the other's arms or their connection to the task at hand. At this moment, those 2 icy arms felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds, chilling to the bone. Under such circumstances, Sheng Shui felt as if her very breath were about to cease. Her teeth clenched, trembling in the cold. She realized she must take action. Shaowan was likely the greatest adversary in this mission. The reason she had come to the dormitory in the dead of night was probably due to the fact that earlier that day, while exploring the art studio with Lu Chenran, they had inadvertently touched something of great importance to her, inciting her displeasure. Perhaps it was that note? Yet, such details were trivial. What truly mattered was that if she did not act, the likelihood of meeting her end here tonight was substantial. Wan, please remain calm. Trembling and inhaling the metallic scent of blood that lingered at the tip of her nose, Shang Shui managed to force those few words through clenched teeth. Perhaps the utterance of Wan struck a chord, as Shang Shui could distinctly sense the other's movements falter. The most apparent indication was that the hair which had been tightly coiled around her neck loosened somewhat. Furthermore, the weight pressing down on her diminished considerably, gradually returning to that of a normal individual. At last, Shang Shui could slightly straighten her aching back, casting her gaze into the mirror, where she witnessed Wan extending her hand, seemingly intent on touching the glass. What was she about to do? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Wan's hand make contact with the mirror. It was as if she had touched the surface of water, sending ripples across it, and in the next instant, she vanished. It was as if she had never existed. What on earth? Overwhelmed by the spectacle before her, Shang Shui instinctively glanced at the mirror, only to find that the reflection had transformed entirely, no longer revealing the modest balcony. Instead, she beheld a sunlit studio, where classmates clustered together, departing from the classroom. Amidst them, a solitary girl clad in a school uniform sat diligently at an easel, meticulously refining her artwork. The seriousness etched upon her face and her unwavering concentration indicated an absence of distraction. Observing this scene, Shang Shui quickly comprehended the significance. This was likely one of the moments from Wan's life, perhaps intricately linked to the overarching task at hand, for it was unlikely that the spirit would reveal such a memory without purpose. As the light in the mirror began to dim, the girl cast several glances towards the door, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Knowing the contents of the note, Shang Shui realized she was anticipating the teacher's presence. The note indicated that the teacher found her work unsatisfactory, hence her wait for feedback. At that moment, a figure entered through the doorway, approaching the girl for conversation. Though of modest stature, the attire suggested this person was indeed a man, likely the teacher mentioned in the note. Their interaction resembled a silent play, as the specter would not be considered enough to reveal the dialogue. Although the specifics of their exchange remained unknown, smiles blossomed on both their faces, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Yet, Shang Shui sensed a deeper complexity at play. If the encounter were truly so benign, it would not have been showcased to her by the ghost, nor would Sha want to become a specter herself. As if in response to Shang Shui's unspoken thoughts, just as she contemplated this, the teacher leaned closer to the girl, whispering something that instantly transformed her expression into one of terror. Subsequently, the teacher's hands and feet began to exhibit unsettling movements, attempting to seize the girl for some unknown purpose. The girl, filled with fervor, rebelled against her teacher, forcefully pushing her aside before bolting through the door. Once outside, her sole focus was to rush down the corridor. However, she soon discovered that the rolling shutter had been drawn down, trapping her in despair. Desperately, she descended the stairs in an attempt to lift it. Yet the door remained obstinately immovable. In utter helplessness, the girl dashed into the nearest restroom, her movements closely observed by Shang Shui. She watched as the girl entered the lavatory, opened the fourth stall, then shut the door, her breathing becoming shallow. Upon seeing the restroom door, a profound realization washed over Shang Shui, reminiscent of the video she and Lu Chenran had viewed prior to their mission, where a man fervently opened each stall as if in search of something. Now, gazing at this restroom, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one captured in the man's footage. The girl had concealed herself in the fourth stall. Outside, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness, the light becoming tainted with shadows, as if she were the protagonist of this narrative. Shang Shui held her breath in anxious anticipation, fearing she too might be discovered. With the night drawing near and Wan yet to emerge, a sense of danger loomed. Would she not fear the perils that darkness brings? As nightfall approached, the atmosphere thickened with an unsettling presence. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, measured and deliberate, as if the intruder were a confident hunter, unperturbed by the possibility of their prey's escape. In this silent tableau, The clarity of the footsteps betrayed the ominous nature of the one who had entered. The sound of footsteps grew ever closer. Sheng Shui turned her gaze toward the fourth compartment, noticing the door was firmly shut, with no sign of a flaw from within. The footsteps finally reached the entrance. Just as Sheng Shui's heart raced to her throat, pondering the identity of the person who would enter, her vision suddenly blurred. When she refocused, she found herself on the balcony. The evening breeze was fierce, and a familiar figure stood at the edge of the balcony. She seemed frightened, breathing heavily while anxiously glancing back. Upon seeing Sha Wan's silhouette on the balcony, Sheng Shui connected the injuries on her body to the cause of her demise. It must have been a fall. Upon deeper reflection, this was the only explanation that made sense. Sha Wan was not someone who sought death. This was evident from her frequent turns to confirm her surroundings. She was waiting for a chance, perhaps a glimmer of hope that might spare her life. Yet, fate had clearly turned a blind eye to her plight. Amidst the howling wind on the rooftop, both women heard the sound of a man's footsteps. He was coming again. He was returning. Sha Wan's voice was tinged with despair as she softly uttered this phrase, closing her eyes. When she opened them once more, they were filled with resolve. Then, she leaped into the void. Sheng Shui's perspective followed Sha Wan. She felt the rush of the wind slicing past her ears. The sensation of weightlessness and the plummet was far from pleasant. In free fall, she was unable to control her body, though the descent was swift. It appeared to her as if time had slowed. As they struck the ground, following Sha Wan's gaze, she glanced at the very spot from which Sha Wan had just leapt. There seemed to be a figure faintly discernible in the distance. However, due to the late hour, she could not clearly see the person's face. Furthermore, the angle of her gaze made it impossible for her to estimate the individual's height. The reflections in the mirror gradually faded, little by little, before revealing the objects on the balcony once more. The mirror slowly returned to normal, and Sheng Shui no longer saw the apparition behind her. Could it be that she had momentarily escaped the haunting today? Sheng Shui let out a slight sigh of relief. Just as she felt a sense of respite, a distorted number appeared on the mirror, the numeral 2, inscribed with what appeared to be blood. The figure seemed to cast a shadow, with some of its edges dripping downward, creating an unsettling sight. Why had the entity chosen to leave the number 2 here? After pondering for a moment, Sheng Shui took a photograph of the number with her phone and sent it to Lu Chenran, asking, "What does this mean?" The inquiry was direct. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Sha Wan would not randomly present something devoid of significance. This was likely indicative of the task's conclusion. If they did not resolve the matter soon, they would remain trapped here indefinitely, becoming part of a ghostly tale. They had to hasten their progress. Only 2 days remained. Sha Wan had evidently vanished, and upon confirming that Sheng Shui had noticed, the 2 in the mirror began to fade away as well. Upon returning to her dormitory, Sheng Shui climbed into bed, utterly exhausted. She had been occupied for most of the night and decided it was best to rest, leaving any matters for the morrow. Without adequate rest, she would be unable to pursue leads, and the task would only become more protracted. Thus, free from the interference of the tall, slender ghost, Sheng Shui enjoyed a particularly restful night's sleep, awakening with a lingering sense of satisfaction. However, upon glimpsing the dark, heavy curtains, realization struck her. She retrieved her phone to discover that Lu Chenran had sent her a message 10 minutes prior, instructing her to meet at the front door. Instantly, she sprang from her bed, initially believing that the eerie tranquility of the dormitory indicated her strange roommates had departed. She was taken aback to find them all standing in unison at the foot of her bed, their gazes fixed upon her. The synchronized demeanor of the 3, with their vacant expressions, startled Sheng Shui. She recognized this state from her own experiences in class. Additionally, it resembled the paper figures from the Home Mansion instance. Encountering such a sight could easily terrify the timid, but Sheng Shui was no ordinary individual. Having faced formidable bosses the previous day, she felt no fear at the sight before her. Calmly, she maneuvered around the trio and settled into her chair, casually inquiring, "What are you doing standing there?" "We are good roommates, and I do not appreciate this behavior." From the tall, slender ghost, Sheng Shui had gleaned considerable wisdom. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Li Huan and the others reluctantly stepped back, their eyes still yearningly fixed on Sheng Shui. Wenxin, you smell delightful. What perfume are you wearing? It's truly exquisite. Their expressions were entranced, their gazes fervent. Sheng Shui furrowed her brow. How could she possibly have worn perfume while on a mission? Moreover, last night, Xiao Wan bore a scent upon her back. Even if it truly had an odor, it would be that of blood. Wait. The moment the thought of the sanguine scent crossed her mind, Sheng Shui suddenly comprehended much. Could it be that the allure of this sanguine fragrance was the reason why the other party found it so fragrant? Her expression darkened instantly as she remarked, "You all possess it as well. If you wish to smell it, go ahead." Li Huan remained silent, continuing to gaze intently at her. Only Deng Qingyu's face bore an enigmatic smile. "Where could we possibly have your fragrance?" After uttering the previous statement, Deng Qingyu suddenly recalled this point and promptly questioned, her eyes gleaming with fervor and yearning, subtly anticipating something. Chapter 81. The dormitory rules of Shijiao Middle School. I visited the dormitory supervisor's room, Sheng Shui casually remarked. Given the gruesome events that transpired in the supervisor's office last night, it was entirely reasonable for one to carry the scent of blood upon their return. Deng Qingyu and Li Huan evidently knew something, as a flicker of trepidation passed through their eyes upon hearing Sheng Shui mention the dormitory supervisor. Yet they ultimately chose silence. With a disdainful curl of their lips, they seemed to find Sheng Shui rather uninteresting and turned to leave. The dormitory, now momentarily bereft of two individuals, felt even more spacious than before. At that moment, Xiao Ran also rose, as per usual, silently departing. She held nothing in her hands. Even her frequently used sketchbook lay abandoned upon the table. A subtle stir of emotion welled within Sheng Shui as she heard the door click shut. She approached to observe the artwork that Xiao Ran had created this time. This time, she depicted a rooftop. Had she not witnessed Xiao Wan's projection the previous night, Sheng Shui might have been left in a state of confusion. However, she took a glance, and the scene before her on the rooftop was identical to the projection of Xiao Wan's artwork. A girl, clad in a school uniform and with disheveled hair, stood perilously at the edge of the rooftop, her hand resting upon the wall. What Xiao Ran was currently illustrating was the moment her sister was about to leap from the building, perhaps within the confines of Shijiao Middle School at this moment. Xiao Wan was still a girl who had not yet jumped. She was not a ghost. Upon reflection, everything within the task appeared to progress in tandem with the sequence of Xiao Ran's drawings. The instant the figure of Xiao Wan in the artwork took the plunge, it would signify her imminent transformation into a specter. Perhaps the very essence that curbed the supernatural entities within Shijiao Middle School lay within the strokes of Xiao Ran's brush. All of this necessitated that Xiao Ran bring it to life through her artistry. This indicated that the sketchbook was indeed the most pivotal clue. Sheng Shui immediately flipped through the preceding pages, discovering that Xiao Ran's speed and quality of drawing were nothing short of extraordinary. Calculating the time and number of pieces, she realized that on average, Xiao Ran could produce 2 drawings a day. Behind the eerie door she had previously seen was an image of a ghostly easel standing in the art studio. The easel's gaze was piercing, seemingly staring directly at those observing from beyond the canvas, sending a chill down Sheng Shui's spine. The artwork behind it depicted a restroom filled with doors. The window of the restroom was situated high, allowing only a meager stream of light to penetrate. This resulted in the scene being divided by a shadowy demarcation line, one half basked in radiant sunlight, as if the very air danced in harmony with the light. The other half was dreary and cold, imbued with the stench of decay and chill. At first glance, the dampened, discolored half appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of crimson edging peeking from the corner of one stall. Though little is revealed, it appears to be clothing. In this restroom, there is someone present. Sheng Shui counted and found it to be the 4th restroom. The 4th painting is situated in the office. Xiao Ran employed a perspective splitting technique akin to comic book angles, depicting the office nameplate and a seat. The elements within are rather conventional, and Xiao Ran's artwork is expansive, rendering the details somewhat unclear. No discernible objects or clues emerge, merely the knowledge that it is indeed an office. After acquiring the information she sought, she swiftly turned to the final piece. To her astonishment, The protagonist of this painting is none other than her own silhouette. Her breath hitched momentarily, her pupils constricting slightly. The shock palpable. Why would Sha Ran depict her own figure? The silhouette in the artwork undoubtedly resides in dormitory 205, where Li Huan and Deng Xingyu are clearly present, albeit positioned at an angle that only allows for a fleeting glimpse of their forms. Sha Ran is seated at her desk while she stands before her, her body slightly angled as if on the verge of turning around. The preceding paintings corresponded to the locations where she uncovered significant clues, thus elevating the importance of these artworks. Given the personal nature of this particular painting, Shang Shui scrutinized it with greater attention. Sha Ran's artistic skills are commendable. This piece, though evidently unfinished, is already quite structured, with a blue garment's edge visible. The blue garment. Shang Shui suddenly realized that among those present, there appeared to be no one clad in blue. Even Li Huan and Deng Xingyu in the corner were not dressed in blue, nor were Sha Ran or herself. In the scene, it is implausible for a corner of clothing to appear without reason, and the highly skilled artist, Sharon, would never commit such a rudimentary mistake. Therefore, the only possibility is that, in addition to them, there exists a fifth individual within this painting. Perhaps a ghost. The timing was eerily precise. Just as Shang Shui was thoughtfully organizing Sharon's sketchbook, a sudden sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside. She hurriedly returned to her seat, even attempting to conceal her actions by holding a book in her hands. However, her gaze could not remain on the text. As she caught a glimpse of Sharon taking her place and resuming her painting, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, a sigh of relief escaped her, though she feared that Lu Chunran might wait too long, prompting her to hastily grab her keys and exit. After Shang Shui's figure vanished from the dormitory, Sharon, who had been intently focused on her artwork, abruptly lifted her head, her calm eyes glancing toward the door. With deft hands, she swiftly began to shape the corner of clothing that had been exposed, gradually revealing its original form. Had Shang Shui been present to witness this corner, she would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment, for the fabric was not blue attire, but rather the uniform of Shijiao High School. Upon reaching the school gate, Shang Shui engaged in a brief conversation with Lu Chunran, promptly relaying her discovery. Lu Chunran nodded and then shared his own revelation with Shang Shui. Last night, I encountered two other individuals. His words referred, of course, to those who had similarly entered to fulfill their tasks, and Shang Shui understood, nodding in response. And then, though each person may find themselves in different locations, the task at hand remains the same. Given that the ultimate objective is linked to the academic building, it is only a matter of time before they converge. The absence of such a meeting would indeed be peculiar. His explanation subtly affirms this notion. After parting ways with Chong Shengxiu, he intended to spend the night on a mat. However, upon entering the classroom, he was immediately struck by a pervasive scent of blood. Instantly alert, he diminished his presence and exited, seeking refuge elsewhere. Clearly, something sinister had transpired there. Someone had perished within those walls. Even though he was inclined to investigate the eerie occurrences, he resolved to wait until dawn. Due to the classroom's precariousness, he had a restless night. Drifting in and out of sleep, his vigilance heightened by the slightest rustle. At long last, with the arrival of daybreak, he hurried back to the classroom for an inspection. Upon entering, he was met with walls drenched in blood, exhibiting a radiating spatter effect, as if a torrent had violently surged forth in an instant. The floor was similarly stained. Two figures lay sprawled on the ground, steeped in the crimson pool. Upon closer examination, he discovered their necks had been severed, their mouths agape, yet devoid of tongues. The absence of tongues bears significant connotation within the context of the narrative. The vengeance of the specters is intrinsically tied to their earthly actions. For instance, a ghost that was starved to death might extract the victim's stomach or consume them entirely. Similarly, a water ghost would drag an individual into the depths to drown. The ghosts consumed by flames are said to ignite the rooms of their victims, leading to the demise of others. Each incident serves as a reflection of their earthly actions. The act of severing a tongue signifies the loss of speech, perhaps a prohibition against uttering nonsensical words. It is conceivable that the specters responsible for their deaths suffered verbal harm or defamation in life. Could it be linguistic violence? Quite possibly. Based on their intelligence, it is now known that 3 companions have met their end, with the hope that 3 more remain alive, though it cannot be dismissed that they may have perished unnoticed. Let us proceed to the office in the teaching building. It is evident that something is hiding in the restroom, presenting a greater challenge than the office. Since Sha Wan was coerced by a teacher to leap from a height, there may be useful clues within that teacher's office. With only 2 days remaining, they must act swiftly. Failure to complete their task within this time frame would result in the relentless pursuit of the female specter. Moreover, Sha Ran has begun to add the final touches to her drawing. If Sha Ran depicts the ghost sleep, it would imply that the spirit has escaped the confines of the rules, free to enact her wrath within Shijiao Middle School. Having learned from last night's experience, the duo swiftly navigated to the 3rd floor without losing their way. Each floor of Shijiao Middle School features an office, and Sha Ran's artwork has indeed highlighted the office located on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor office, they found the door unlocked. Entering, they discovered 8 large desks meticulously arranged, each capable of accommodating 2 teachers. Thus, this office could potentially house 16 educators. Sheng Shui recalled the corner painted by Sha Ran, her gaze sweeping across the office until it settled on a desk at the side. There, she pointed towards a desk. Lu Chun Ran hurried over. This desk was unlike the others. Perhaps due to the impending closure of the school, the other teachers had nearly cleared their belongings. However, the owner of this particular desk seemed to have left in haste, for it bore a collection of documents, now cloaked in a thick layer of dust from the passage of time. The color of the A4 papers was scarcely discernible, having taken on a faint yellowish hue. Yet, the text was still legible, indicating it was a sketch practice book. Sheng Shui had little interest in art knowledge. She opened the drawer and, as expected, found it stuffed with various items, a substantial pile indeed. Upon opening the cabinet beneath, she discovered it too was filled with numerous belongings. This teacher had an abundance of items. They needed to act swiftly to sift through what was useful. The 2 quickly divided their tasks. Sheng Shui would examine the surface, while Lu Chen Ran would delve into the cabinet below. Most of the items on the desk were simply documents. This teacher had concealed their true nature well, with nothing to reveal a malevolent heart. The displayed items were all quite ordinary work-related materials. Yet, it was evident that anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence would not stow away their unsavory belongings in plain sight. It was far more likely that such items were hidden in the drawer, which was both inconspicuous and conveniently accessible. Thus, while searching through the drawer, Shang Shui focused intently. Placing each item she examined onto the desk to ensure nothing was overlooked. Within the drawer, she unearthed a stack of report cards belonging to the students of the art studio, secured with a clip, seemingly having accumulated over a long period. Upon opening it, she confirmed they were indeed report cards, with the position of the top student remaining remarkably consistent. Just as she had previously surmised, it was Sha Wan. As she lifted the report book, she noticed a rigid object nestled within its pages. What could it be? Sheng Shui furrowed her brow slightly and turned the booklet to the center, discovering a laminated photograph. It was a group picture of the art studio, featuring every student present, with their names arranged in accordance with their positions in the photograph. Sha Wan and Sha Ran stood at the very front, their similar features amplifying the resemblance. Sha Wan had slightly uneven eyes, while Sha Ran's appeared perfectly symmetrical, both round and seemingly without significant disparity. Suddenly, Sheng Shui recalled a conversation she had with Sha Ran in the dormitory, during which they locked eyes, and indeed, Sha Ran's eyes were uneven. Could it be that eyes could change in size? Sheng Shui doubted it. Therefore, if Sha Ran in the dormitory had uneven eyes, it implied that she was not Sha Ran at all, but rather Sha Wan. This revelation suggested that the deceased was Sha Ran, while the one who lived was Sha Wan. A question emerged. Why would she choose to live under Sha Ran's name? What concealed truths lay behind this? She scrutinized the photograph once more, noting several familiar faces: Deng Qingyu, Li Huan, and the well-behaved girl, whose name she learned was Lu Rong. In the corner of the photograph, an enigmatic figure appears to linger, oddly enough, There seems to be nothing imprinted upon closer inspection, yet an unsettling shadow persists. The silhouette bears a striking resemblance to her present form. All individuals captured in this image are now deceased. A foreboding sense grips her. Should she fail to fulfill her mission on the final day, her visage may also manifest within this photograph. This serves as a dire consequence of failure. Eternally trapped within this abandoned suburban high school. "Behold what this is," she remarked, as Lu Chenran rummaged through a drawer, extracting a knife and an array of art supplies. Logically, the instructor was an art teacher. The paints within the drawer should consist of either watercolors or acrylics. However, neither was present. Instead, there lay a tub of putty used for wall finishing. Due to the passage of time, it had long since hardened. She must not reveal to them that this teacher harbored an additional identity as a renovation worker. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Chapter 82. Regulations of the female dormitory at the suburban high school using putty for painting is evidently impractical. The two pondered for a moment, simultaneously recalling those rather peculiar classrooms. The walls within the classrooms had clearly been repainted, and the art teacher's cabinet housed putty, suggesting he might have been responsible for the repainting. Cheng Shui gazed at the putty, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. In contrast, Lu Chenran, undeterred, observed that the teacher's cabinet contained numerous items, refusing to abandon the search for clues in this location. He meticulously examined each object, ensuring it bore no relation to their mission before returning it. In the end, he indeed uncovered some intriguing items. In a home visit booklet, each student's home visit record is meticulously documented. While it remains unclear why high schools conduct home visits, it is indeed the case at Shijiao Middle School, where the addresses of these individuals are thoroughly recorded. The addresses of other students appear quite ordinary. However, on the page belonging to the sisters Xia Ran and Xia Wan, their addresses have been conspicuously highlighted in a different ink. What could be the reason for this deliberate emphasis? Has the teacher already resolved to follow this pair of sisters? Sheng Shui suddenly contemplated a rather chilling possibility. Can the teacher truly distinguish between Xia Ran and Xia Wan? Even when observing their photographs, one can discern subtle differences. Thus, a teacher capable of such actions must be experiencing considerable inner turmoil. Can such a teacher indeed differentiate between the two? The classmates have always assumed that the person in their dormitory is Xia Ran. Yet in reality, the true Xia Ran has perished. That fateful night, the other revealed the harrowing events to her in the mirror. Sheng Shui was taken aback by the question and pondered earnestly for a moment before replying honestly. It is indeed a valid point. Typically, the girls remaining at school are not in significant danger, as there are likely others present. The death of Xia Ran is certainly an exception, given that Shijiao Middle School is on the verge of closing down, resulting in a lack of personnel on campus, which facilitated the teacher's sinister intentions. Nonetheless, in the end, Xia Wan remained forever within the confines of the teaching building, rendering this school eerily unsettling. For now, we cannot ascertain the truth. Let us first proceed to the restroom for further investigation. Lu Chenran remained non-committal, clearly harboring additional discoveries that he chose not to disclose yet, intending to investigate further before revealing the truth. Sheng Shui nodded in agreement, having thoroughly examined the items in the office. The two opted not to linger any longer and proceeded towards the restroom. At Shijiao High School, the offices on each floor are situated at the far right of the central staircase, while the restrooms are located at the far left. In other words, the restroom is adjacent to the art studio, the very place where Sharon had hastily sought refuge after emerging from the mirror. Upon entering the restroom, perhaps due to the brightness of the day, the lighting here was quite intense, contrasting sharply with the restroom depicted in Sean's drawings. Sean was a talented artist, as evidenced by her previous works that aligned with the circumstances under which clues were uncovered. It seemed that this restroom had yet to reach the hour of peculiar happenings. Nevertheless, having arrived, it was worth taking a look. Sheng Shui's gaze was immediately drawn to the fourth stall, which in Sean's painting featured a hint of a red garment, suggesting the presence of something within. To her dismay, upon inspection, her expression grew grave. She distinctly recalled that in Sean's artwork there were 5 stalls, with the 4th stall showcasing a piece of clothing. However, The current restroom only possessed 4 stalls, with the 5th mysteriously vanished. Lu Chenran, having exchanged information with Shang Shui earlier, was also aware of the restroom's unsettling anomalies. However, he evidently needed to remain composed. Shang Shui remarked, "Perhaps we must await a specific time. Certain elements within the dungeon only reveal themselves at designated moments. Perhaps the 5th stall in this restroom will only manifest when the illumination of the entire facility aligns with the ethereal hues of Sean's painting. Yet, this implies that their window for safe exploration is exceedingly limited, as by then the light would be nearly indistinguishable from the encroaching night. Once darkness falls, this space, known to be the most haunted in the school, would undoubtedly evoke sheer terror. The 5th stall, appearing only at a particular moment. What could it possibly conceal? The mere thought of the painting featuring her own silhouette unsettled Shang Shui's spirit. Could it be that the ultimate completion of this task was intricately linked to her fate? Would she emerge victorious in fulfilling the mission? Or would she succumb entirely, becoming a being akin to them, destined to remain forever within this suburban school? It would be prudent to ascertain the events that transpired in this restroom as swiftly as possible. The two of them examine opposite sides, with Shang Shui gravitating towards the area accentuated by Sean's focus. The restroom was adorned with tiles, clearly having been frequently cleaned in the past, as evidenced by the mops hanging behind each door. There were also trash bins present, devoid of liners, and everything around was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, suggesting prolonged disuse. The doors, seemingly worn from frequent handling, emitted a long, creaking sound whenever opened, tightening her chest with unease. She opened 3 doors in succession, yet encountered nothing amiss. The sounds produced were entirely ordinary. Until she reached the 4th door, Shang Shui hesitated to open it immediately. Within the painting, this door concealed a figure clad in red attire. The dormitory regulations had stipulated that assistance could be sought from the dormitory supervisor, but with the exception of encounters involving individuals in red clothing. Furthermore, during her previous experience on the spiritual bus, she had been cautioned to be wary of passengers dressed in red. In this context, red represented a perilous hue. She was far from naive enough to believe that someone would lurk in the 4th compartment wearing red garments at such a late hour. There must be danger. It would be prudent not to open the door herself. What if touching it led to her demise? Contemplating this, Shang Shui summoned the spirit of the elderly woman to assist her in opening the door. The spirit hesitated briefly, uncertain whether she had grasped Shang Shui's intentions or had sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, she ultimately pulled the door open. The scene within was revealed before Shang Shui's eyes, and it was not as peculiar as she had imagined. Broadly speaking, it bore little difference from the previous 3 compartments. Yet, it was undoubtedly unusual. Shang Shui dared not venture inside. Instead, she crouched outside, employing the reflective light to scrutinize the ground. Indeed, she observed something amiss. When she had examined the floors of the other 3 compartments, the dust lay undisturbed, indicating that no one had entered since the cessation of classes. However, in the 4th compartment, there were footprints, and the dust upon them was scant. This suggested that something frequently entered this space, perhaps so often that the marks it left had not been afforded the opportunity to accumulate dust. Shang Shui scrutinized the imprints on the ground, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Chenran had already inspected the other side of the restroom. Noticing Shang Shui crouched down, seemingly observing something, he approached and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "There are footprints here," Shang Shui replied, stepping aside to indicate for Lu Chenran to take a closer look. Mimicking her actions, Lu Chenran examined the floor and indeed discovered the peculiar footprints in the stall. These prints were oddly small, appearing somewhat incomplete. However, given that the heels of ghosts do not touch the ground, their findings suggested that the presence in this location could not possibly belong to a human. Yet, what was it about this 4th stall that made it so special? Logically, all stalls in the same restroom should be identical. Why would the ghost in red choose this particular 4th stall instead of the others? Was there something distinctive about it? Perhaps it was related to an unseen 5th stall. Lu Chenran's gaze was intense as he mused. What do you think it was doing standing there? He spoke without looking at Shang Shui, remaining fixated on the footprints. Shang Shui recalled the posture of the footprints vividly in her mind and speculated it resembles someone intently observing something, almost as if they were lying there in rapt attention. Precisely, Lu Chenran responded, rising to point towards an inconspicuous corner of the fourth stall, where there was a small hole. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed that this space was distinct from the others. His focus diverged from Shang Shui's. While she typically scrutinized the objects, he was more concerned with the arrangement of the space. The trash bin, unlike those in other stalls, was situated on the left rather than the right, and its placement was not as far back. Given that the figure in red was bound to come here, why not rearrange the items? Did it not seem to occupy excessive space, almost as if it were obstructing something? As this possibility crossed his mind, he fixated intently in that direction and indeed discovered a small aperture. Shang Shui glanced over and confirmed it was, in fact, an opening positioned on the right, clearly intended for observing the fifth stall. Moreover, the shape of this opening was rather peculiar. Rather than being circular, it was elongated, resembling a willow leaf. Does it not resemble an eye? Lu Chenran's voice was somewhat ethereal. Upon a further inspection, Shang Shui moved aside, inadvertently noticing a line of crooked writing to the left, seemingly inscribed with a marker. Let us play hide and seek. You hide in the stall, and I shall find you. In such a context, the sight of those words was disconcerting for both of them. It seemed this was indeed their task within a restroom. Lu Chenran's tone grew resolute, to play hide and seek with this ghost. Yet, was this not a game destined for certain defeat? Shang Shui felt a slight headache. They were concealed in the cubicle, and it merely required someone to open each door, one by one, to locate them. Once discovered in their current hiding place, there would be no avenue for escape. They remained hidden in the fifth cubicle, which would soon come into view. Lu Chenran seemed unfazed, his tone calm, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. The scene depicted by Sha Wan suggested that there was something of great significance within the restroom, possibly a crucial element in the completion of their task. Shang Shui discerned Lu Chenran's thoughts as well. She remained silent, refraining from voicing any dissent. Time within Shijiao High School seemed to accelerate. Despite having accomplished so little, the outside world was gradually cloaked in darkness. From the perspective of the view painted by Sha Wan at the door, the boundary between light and shadow had nearly reached its midpoint. When this threshold was crossed, it signified the imminent appearance of that entity. The shadowy line finally reached the center. They sensed a slight reduction in visibility, and the corners grew increasingly murky. At some indeterminate moment, the restroom cubicles transformed into 5, an occurrence that felt entirely natural. The fifth cubicle stood silently, shrouded in dim light. Had they not been vigilantly counting and paying attention, they might have failed to notice its arrival. It appeared so quietly, without any sense of incongruity. At that moment, the air around them seemed to stagnate, enveloping everything in a stifling atmosphere. To preclude the sudden intrusion of some terrifying entity, the two did not hesitate. They opened the door to the fifth cubicle and slipped inside. The door of the fifth compartment differs from the others. When opened, it emits no sound. Moreover, the contents within appear shrouded in a haze, rendering them indistinct. However, as they rush inside, the surrounding mist gradually dissipates, allowing clarity to return to their surroundings. Upon gazing at the now discernible fifth compartment, even the composed and seasoned duo cannot suppress a gasp of astonishment. Unlike the other compartments, the fifth is not meticulously organized. Its tools are not of a fixed quantity. It seems to exist in isolation, having evaded regular cleaning. Yet the most shocking aspect is not the clutter within, but rather the multitude of eyes, varying in size and intricately drawn upon the compartment walls, illuminated by the glow of their phones. Each eye bears a distinct expression, reminiscent of the painting that Sha Wan had in her dormitory. At first glance, these eyes appear almost lifelike, affixed to the wall. Prior to entering, both Shang Shui and Lu Chenran had envisioned what might lie within, merely anticipating a nebulous ambience. Given that the fourth compartment hinted at a game of hide and seek, they assumed this one would be devoid of any objects. They had not truly considered the possibility of encountering such a plethora of painted eyes. Moreover, These eyes echoed the ones depicted on the door one had previously illustrated, each pair imbued with varied emotions and angles. However, from their vantage point at the threshold, it seemed as though every eye, regardless of its direction, was intently observing them. What could be the purpose of adorning the compartment with such a multitude of eyes? Moreover, why is there a hole above the fourth compartment, perfectly shaped like an eye? The sky outside has darkened, and amidst the silence shared by the two, it seems they can hear the sound of something bouncing along the corridor. Perhaps it is the entity that wishes to engage them in a game of hide and seek. Regardless, their immediate priority must be to close the door. Otherwise, the creature will spot them the moment it enters, and all suspense will be lost. Sheng Shui stood motionless inside, fixated on these eyes, pondering deeply. The arrangement of these eyes is rather deliberate. They are not scattered indiscriminately, but rather positioned on the door shared with the fourth compartment. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, as if something had arrived at the threshold. The two instinctively held their breath, silently extinguishing the flashlight on their phones. At such a moment, illuminating the space would merely betray their presence to the specter. In the confined compartment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Sheng Shui could even hear the frantic beating of her heart within her chest. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the restroom, frantic and evidently purposeful, heading directly towards the fifth compartment. As the footsteps drew nearer to their hiding place, Sheng Shui felt her heart leap to her throat. Her mind raced with possible strategies, calculating whether summoning the ant ghost and the camera ghost could yield any chance of survival should the specter arrive. Oh, and the ghost baby, though a coward, it could still prove useful in a pinch. Lu Chenran remained silent, yet his hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly, embodying the poised ferocity of a dormant lion, ready to pounce should the intruder dare to breach their sanctuary. Upon entering the compartment, they secured the lock, rendering it impenetrable to any ordinary passerby outside. The hurried footsteps abruptly ceased at their threshold. Sheng Shui's gaze fixated on the narrow gap between the compartment door and the floor. The night had yet to fully envelop the surroundings, allowing her to discern a figure standing at their door. The constricted space hindered her from discerning whether the individual's heels touched the ground. Yet she sensed an imposing stature, likely male. Heavy, labored breaths emanated from outside, reminiscent of someone who had just engaged in strenuous activity. Could a ghost possess such a weighty breath? It sounded distinctly human. Recalling her unfamiliar companions, Sheng Shui surmised that this figure could very well be one of them. However, ghosts are notoriously cunning. What if this was merely a ruse? Thus, both remained motionless, lying in wait, their own breaths inaudible beneath the weight of the heavy inhalations from the entity outside. At that moment, they distinctly felt a hand grasp the doorknob of their compartment, tugging it outward. It did not yield. The breathing intensified, echoing within the restroom, punctuated by the intermittent sound of attempts to pry the door open. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran exchanged a silent glance, both perplexed by the other's thoughts. The figure appeared to be searching for something, its movements frantic, the door being pulled and released repeatedly, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. The two individuals recalled the person who had recorded the video at that time. His state was akin to the ominous presence outside, utterly distraught, and he kept lamenting his inability to find something. At the conclusion of the video, a fleeting shadow of a red garment was discernible. As they pondered the situation, a figure, akin to a headless fly, seemed to discover something dreadful outside. They heard him abruptly pull open the door to the fourth stall and crouch down. The swiftness of his movements was such that they could even perceive the sound of his clothing rustling. The space once again succumbed to silence. Sheng Shui and Lu Chenran remained mute, and the individual made no further sound. In that hushed restroom, the encroaching night gradually engulfed everything, plunging it into utter darkness. Suddenly, the sound of children running echoed from the corridor, resonating as if a considerable distance away, yet the sharpness of their voices penetrated into the restroom. It approached. The footsteps grew louder, almost instantaneously reaching the restroom. However, once it entered, Sheng Shui felt it did not arrive in a sprint. The sounds of its movements resembled that of crawling. If you've hidden away, I shall come to find you. It taunted, its tone laced with a slowly unfurling malevolence, reminiscent of a mischievous child. While a playful, troublesome child may be annoying, they seldom threaten lives. Yet, should it find them in this restroom, the outcome would be all too grim. Sheng Shui distinctly heard the breath of the person hiding in the stall grow increasingly labored, as if gripped by fear. The mischievous child outside certainly heard something, and the amusement in its tone was unmistakable. It seems you have all hidden quite well. Now, I shall begin the game. I will count to 5, and then I will start searching for you. If I find you, you shall face the consequences. Without regard for the willingness of those playing along, it immediately commenced the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the final words spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the restroom. Sheng Shui was not naive enough to believe that the entity would show mercy. Her concern lay in the possibility that if it desired, its movements would be utterly soundless. Thus, it was highly likely that it had already approached a particular door. As if to corroborate Sheng Shui's suspicions, just as the thought crossed her mind, she heard the distinct sound of a door being pulled open. It was the first door. Fortunately, it did not start with their row, but opted for the opposite side first. Nothing in here. It appears you have not hidden here. The child's voice was filled with eagerness. The door closed. Its footsteps were inaudible, leaving only the sound of the door creaking open once more. This time, it was the second door. TSK, TSK, TSK. You all are quite clever. It seems you haven't hidden in here either. Oh dear, how disappointing. The second door shut with a thud, and the sound faded away as it seemingly moved towards the third stall. If the opposite row also contained 5 stalls, one could only wonder how long they could delay the inevitable. Indeed, Sheng Shui suddenly recalled a point she had previously overlooked. If both rows contained 5 compartments, why did that entity, which had just entered, not proceed to the 5th compartment across from them? Logically, it too was situated towards the back, and no one could predict from which direction the intruder would choose to open a door. Why did it opt to venture next door? The thought of the adjacent hole made Sheng Shui feel increasingly uneasy. She glanced at Lu Chenron's profile in the darkness, still hesitating. However, speaking at this moment would undoubtedly attract the ghost. Oh dear, you're not in the 4th compartment either. The voice of the ghostly child echoed, interspersed with the sound of clapping. You are indeed clever. I enjoy playing hide and seek with you. It was bouncing and seemingly dancing in place. The 4th compartment was now only a short distance away from them, and the two could hear its voice growing nearer, their breaths nearly held in suspense. All right, I've checked here, and you're not around. It seems you truly are remarkable. Now I shall search for you earnestly, so prepare yourselves to be found. After the door of the 5th compartment across closed, the ghostly child's voice faded, and its footsteps vanished once more. From that moment on, Sheng Shui no longer heard the tense breathing from the compartment beside her. Logically, the atmosphere should have become increasingly terrifying. Why had the other side grown so eerily quiet? Could their mindset have shifted so rapidly in such a brief span of time? Suddenly, the 1st compartment on their side was opened. The ghostly child let out a sigh of regret once more, though it refrained from speaking. It did not attempt to muffle its footsteps any longer, and the two individuals could distinctly hear its steps traverse from the 1st stall to the 2nd. Still nothing. This time, a hint of irritation tinged its voice. As if it had been provoked, Sheng Shui had already extracted the ghostly infant, who was bewilderedly crammed into the far corner, remaining still and cautious. In a fit of rage, the ghostly child swiftly approached the 3rd stall. Upon realizing that this stall was also empty, it slammed the door shut with a force that reverberated through the entire row of doors. You are truly wicked, hiding so thoroughly as if you wish for me not to find you, merely to lead me on a wild goose chase for your amusement. I shall not allow you to succeed. Your malice is beyond measure. The ghostly child advanced to the 4th stall, and Sheng Shui could distinctly sense a chilling presence drawing near. As if it had discovered something of great interest. The child's furious tone was replaced by an air of malevolent delight, its voice rising slightly at the end. So, you were hiding here all along. As the words left its lips, the door to the 4th stall swung open. Contrary to the expectations of Sheng Shui and Lu Chenron, no cries of despair emerged. The interior seemed devoid of life. Once the ghostly child entered, the door closed behind it, and all sound ceased. The ghostly child's footsteps, which could easily be concealed, meant that if it wished to remain hidden, they would have no way of discerning its whereabouts. Thus, was it truly within the fourth stall? Or had it already reached the threshold of the fifth? The atmosphere momentarily descended into a stalemate. Just as Sheng Shui was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a ghostly wail from behind her, as if the ghostly infant had been startled by something. Its sharp claws effortlessly pierced through the wooden door. Simultaneously, a piercing cry echoed, "Wah, it hurts so much. You are bullying me. How could you bully me?" The shrillness of the weeping was unbearable. A wooden panel shared by the fourth and fifth compartments was violently shattered, and they felt something crash against their faces as the door between the two compartments vanished into thin air. The ghostly child who had been speaking revealed its true form before them. It appeared relatively normal, resembling a 7 or 8-year-old, clad in a red outfit, now covering its left eye, which seemed to have transformed into a black void through the gaps in its fingers. Before Sheng Shui could fully comprehend the situation, the ghostly infant, resembling a wronged child, clung to her legs, sobbing pitifully as though it had endured great suffering. Even in the darkness, Sheng Shui noticed a spherical object at the feet of the ghostly infant, seemingly its eye. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her confusion over what grievance the ghostly infant harbored. The ghostly infant declared, "I have found you." Upon seeing Sheng Shui and Lu Chun, the red-clad ghost child ceased its cries, and its entire demeanor shifted dramatically, lunging at them with the intent to seize them. The hatred it felt towards them was palpable. Its eyes had been cruelly gouged out, all because of them. Sheng Shui beheld the approaching ghostly child clad in red, contemplating summoning the anti-ghost and the camera ghost, when she noticed a faint blue hue enveloping Lu Chenran. Suddenly, a man appeared before her, cradling a book. His visage remained obscured, yet the chilling aura he exuded rendered the very atmosphere around them stagnant. The smile on the ghostly child's face faltered, and it began to retreat, crawling backward as if it had encountered something profoundly fearsome. Sheng Shui even sensed a momentary pause in the grip of the ghostly infant clinging to her leg, before it tightened its hold once more. She stood there, taken aback, gazing at Lu Chenran. Could this be his immortal? Chapter 84. Regulations of the girls' dormitory at West Suburban High School. Lu Chenran had previously mentioned that most individuals who joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau possessed an immortal. Sheng Shui had always recognized that his rise to prominence must stem from exceptional qualities, perhaps a formidable ace up his sleeve. It was highly likely that this was indeed his immortal. The truth was now evident. This was her first encounter with his immortal, a man radiating a serene blue light, holding a tome that resembled an ancient manuscript, rich in texture. As he opened a page amidst the suspended tension, a gentle azure glow emanated from him, surrounding the retreating ghostly child in red, rendering it immobile. It began to emit a series of piercing shrieks, the cacophony proving quite irksome within the confines of the restroom. In this moment, the ghostly infant displayed remarkable loyalty, boldly advancing to silence its screams. The red-clad ghost child glared at the sycophant, venomous malice gleaming in its solitary eye. Were its gaze lethal, the ghostly infant would have long since met its demise. The man holding the book turned another page, and it seemed as though an invisible hand emerged from the red-clad ghost child, lifting it up and drawing it uncontrollably closer to him. The blue light began to flow more abundantly, enveloping the red-clad ghost child entirely, until it vanished completely. However, since it had been completely encased in blue light, its voice ceased to resonate, diminishing the earlier cacophony. After the red-clad ghost child disappeared, the man with the book gradually faded away, and with his departure, the surroundings returned to normalcy. On the ground lay the ghost child's eyes, and Sheng Shui gestured for the ghost infant to take them. It was highly likely that the red-clad ghost child had manifested before the cessation of activities at Shijiao Middle School. It remained a mystery who had drawn so many eyes in the fifth stall. Yet, it was precisely because of the multitude of eyes that the true pair had been concealed, intended for the surreptitious observation of girls. Recalling the individual hidden in the fourth stall, Sheng Shui cast a glance backward. Soon, faint rustling sounds emanated from within the fourth stall, reminiscent of something brushing against the partition. Could it be that the occupant of the fourth stall was still alive? The two approached cautiously, yet they found it more plausible that the individual was a ghost rather than a living person. Just as they reached the threshold of the stall, the door unexpectedly swung open. Inside, a man hunched over, appearing remarkably ordinary, so unremarkable that he would be easily lost in a crowd. Clad in black, he blended seamlessly into the darkness. From the moment they laid eyes on him, the two were convinced he was indeed a man and not a ghost. Why? You may ask. Upon entering, they had activated the flashlight on their phones, and under its beam, they discovered a card lying at his feet. Its vibrant colors unmistakably identified it as a prop card. Such cards could only be utilized by living beings. Thus, this particular card not only validated his identity, but also elucidated how he managed to evade the scrutiny of the ghostly child in red. Moments before, he had shared the same room with the spectral figure, who had resorted to peering through a small hole connecting the fourth and fifth compartments, perhaps reaching out with a finger to touch something. Unfortunately for him, the ghostly infant found itself wedged in that very spot and, in a moment of fright, inadvertently dislodged the eye of the child in red. Are you also here on a mission? The man, sensing the prolonged silence from the two who had just entered, hurriedly declared, as if fearing he might be mistaken for a ghost himself. I too am on a mission. It was the use of the prop card that allowed me to escape detection by that specter. As his words lingered in the air, his peripheral vision caught sight of the terrifying ghost infant, causing his breath to hitch momentarily. However, his gaze quickly fell upon the eye clutched in the infant's grasp. In recalling its significance, he steeled himself against his fear and added, "That eye is essential for completing the mission. Do not discard it. It would be best if you kept it." Sheng Shui and Lu Chunran exchanged glances, realizing that this man possessed some valuable information. The restroom is truly not an ideal place for exchanging information. After some contemplation, a few individuals decided to convene in the art studio, given that the painting frame specter had already been reduced to a pitiful state. Its audacity to utter a sound was non-existent in the presence of so many. The added presence of a ghostly infant, who was evidently far superior, made the frame specter wish to diminish its presence to the utmost, fearing for its own existence. Upon my arrival at this school, my first stop was the dormitory. Shijiao High School has both female and male dormitories. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Lu Chunran resided without a dormitory. Sheng Shui had previously assumed that males were exempt from dormitory duties, but the truth unraveled. Lu Chunran was indeed an exception to the rule. I recall an incident with Wang Ming, who was in the dormitory when, at the witching hour, a dorm supervisor conducted a surprise inspection. I possess few remarkable traits, but my intuition is notably sharp, leading me to suspect that this supervisor was far from benevolent. Hence, I feigned sleep. Another companion who had accompanied me was not sufficiently discreet and was subsequently taken away by the supervisor. As Wang Ming recounted this event, a hint of melancholy permeated his demeanor. Sheng Shui was well aware of the supervisor's brutality. She understood that the woman apprehended had likely met a dreadful fate. While she had only witnessed the aftermath, Wang Ming had experienced the entire ordeal, and it was indeed surprising that he bore no psychological scars from such a harrowing experience. One of our roommates is quite peculiar. He frequently extols the virtues of his girlfriend, claiming their relationship is exceedingly sweet. However, he often berates his girlfriend as sister, labeling her as duplicitous and malevolent. Naturally, Wang Ming cannot dismiss this as mere gossip. Such remarks may prove to be invaluable clues, intimately connected to his survival in this place. After waiting for this roommate to leave, he perused his notebook and discovered a love letter addressed to his girlfriend, whose name is Sharan. The clues they were pursuing aligned perfectly. Yet the fact that Wang Ming emphasized the importance of his eyes suggests he has uncovered additional leads. At that moment, I sensed this individual held significant importance. Thus, I ventured out in search of further information and stumbled upon a bulletin board displaying academic transcripts, conveniently located near the male dormitory. The printed sheets had been encased in glass, preserving their clarity over the years. And there, I found the names of Sha Ran and Sha Wan. It became evident to me that Sha Wan was indeed the sister of Sha Ran. As Wang Ming reached this point, he paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, while Sheng Shui's mind was a chaotic tangle. After Sha Ran's demise, Sha Wan had continued to linger under her sister's name. Was this not a quest for vengeance on behalf of her sibling? How could such sisterly bonds harbor animosity? Moreover, she even encouraged her boyfriend to join in the condemnation. This is not the behavior of sisters. It resembles that of adversaries. Lu Chun appeared equally perplexed, her brow furrowed in contemplation. At last, Wang Ming had organized his thoughts and resumed sharing the clues he had uncovered. His mood appeared to be exceptionally bright. Upon inquiry from Wang Ming, he cheerfully turned around and revealed that he and his girlfriend had discovered an effective method to teach their sister a lesson. The new instructor in the art studio seemed to harbor a slight affection for Sha Wan, who maintained an air of pretentiousness throughout the day, though it was unclear whom she was trying to impress. They decided to play a prank on her, intending to remind her that Sha Ran was equally significant. The two sisters had always been inseparable, and in Sha Ran's absence, should anything befall Sha Wan, it would undoubtedly lead to a newfound appreciation for her younger sister. Thus, they penned a note for Sha Wan, but when she stepped outside, the teacher failed to appear at the anticipated moment. By the time the teacher emerged, Sha Wan had already departed, leaving behind Sha Ran. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui finally grasped the underlying logic and recalled the events in the restroom. Everything suddenly became clear. It was nearly dusk, and Sha Ran had aimed to prank her sister, but unexpectedly, it backfired on her. The teacher had long harbored ulterior motives towards them, and in such a predicament, she hastily concealed herself in the fifth stall of the restroom. By that time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. She believed that by hiding, the teacher would refrain from entering, yet the terrifying ordeal was merely beginning. The teacher's voice echoed in the corridor, while the haunting voice of the red-clad ghost child resonated within the stall. As the ghost child approached her hiding place, she flung the door open and fled. She intended to descend the stairs, but for reasons unknown, the roll-up gate in the corridor had been pulled down that day. The red-clad ghost child pursued her, prompting her to climb up to the rooftop. In the activity room, a few boys were engaged in a game of pin spirit. Do you know? Wang Ming suddenly spoke. Sheng Shui cast a curious glance at him. This person appeared rather unassuming, yet it was surprising to discover the wealth of information he possessed. Evidently, he had ventured to numerous places. Although she had not encountered the few boys in the activity room, Lu Chenran had informed her about them, prompting her to nod in anticipation of hearing what further revelations Wang Ming might share. Those 4 boys had been on duty that day, a detail she gleaned from the class hygiene notice on the bulletin board. After fulfilling their duties, they had deliberately lowered the rolling shutter to prevent others from discarding trash upstairs, inadvertently depriving Sha Ran of the opportunity to escape down the stairs. They were forcibly dragged into the activity room to partake in a game of Pen Fairy. This indicates that the 4 of them were victims of Sha Ran's retribution. But what, precisely, was Sha Ran's obsession? It has become quite evident that this task revolves around her. Sha Ran did not spare the few duty students from that day, and she successfully exacted her revenge. What further purpose did they serve? Was it because the teacher had yet to perish? That should not be the case. It stemmed from her guilt towards her sister. She had died in the girls' dormitory. This also elucidates why the task unfolded within the confines of the girls' dormitory at West Suburb High School. Sha Ran harbored deep-seated jealousy towards her sister Sha Wan. Perhaps she believed Sha Wan's demeanor to be excessively aloof, or perhaps she envied her sister's artistic talent, which surpassed her own. The reasons were myriad. This concealed jealousy, after a prolonged period of festering, transformed into resentment, leading her to devise a scheme to play tricks on her sister. Unbeknownst to her, she had driven herself into a dire predicament. Overcome by a profound fear of ghosts and trepidation towards her art instructor, coupled with her fragile psychological state, she tragically ended her young life. However, out of resentment, she transformed into a spirit, only to discover that her sister, whom she had held in disdain, had lost her life as a consequence of her own actions. In that fleeting moment, her deep-seated animosity transmuted into guilt and affection, nearly engulfing her. She yearned to utter an apology to her sister. Alas, having perished within the confines of the teaching building, she found herself unable to enter the dormitory, limited to conveying messages through the reflection in a mirror on the balcony. Her singular